That day, I held an expensive gift and knelt down in public to confess my love to the goddess of my dreams. However, she ignored me in public, turned around and hugged another man tightly, almost kissing him on the face. Just as everyone held their breath, waiting to see me become the biggest joke of the century, I gave a knowing smile. That was exactly the dramatic effect I wanted. She complains that I don't have a car or a house and can't give her the multi-million-dollar villa she wants, but she'll soon be begging for forgiveness. But all of this started half an hour ago. At the entrance of a milk tea shop in the Shenzhen Industrial Park, I mustered up my courage and handed the milk tea to Lin Xiaoping. I had liked her for 3 years, saving up to treat her to milk tea, thinking that sincerity would eventually earn me a chance. But she didn't answer, only coldly asking me 3 questions. Do you have a car? Do you own a house? How much savings do you have? I froze on the spot, unable to answer a single word. The next second, a BMW X6 pulled up to the side of the road. Manager Liao rolled down the window and looked at me with a mocking expression. Lin Xiaoping walked right past me and got into the passenger seat. Before leaving, she only said, "We're not a good match." All the colleagues around me laughed. Someone said, "What's the use of being handsome? Being poor is the original sin." I stood there, clutching my milk tea, feeling like a complete clown. Just as I turned to leave, the proprietress suddenly called out to me, saying that I hadn't paid for my milk tea. At that moment, I was so embarrassed that I wanted to disappear into the ground. I scanned the code and paid 13 yuan, but a cold notification suddenly popped into my head. 100x spending rebate system officially activated. I thought I was hallucinating from anger, but a text message popped up on my phone the next second. 1,300 yuan deposited into your bank account. I stared at the balance 3 times, my heart pounding. 13 yuan back. This wasn't an illusion, it was real. Lin Xiaoping had just complained about my poverty, but she had no idea that she wasn't just dumping a poor guy, but a man about to trample money underfoot. To confirm the system rules, I immediately bought 10 more cups of grass jelly. People around me looked at me like I was crazy, thinking I'd completely broken down after being dumped. But after paying 130 yuan, the system gave me another 13,000 yuan in rebates. I almost burst out laughing on the spot. Buying milk tea was too slow. To truly turn things around, I had to buy something more expensive. I gave the milk tea to the shop owner to get rid of it and headed straight for the nearby shopping mall. Soon, I set my sights on the Huawei Mate 50 RS Porsche design. 39,999 yuan. I wouldn't have dared to touch it before. Now, it became my first stepping stone to test the limits of my system. As soon as I walked into the store, several colleagues from the factory followed me in. The moment they saw me standing in front of the high-end server rack, they immediately began to sneer at me. Some said I was pretending to be rich, others said I couldn't afford it, but was putting on a brave face, only wanting to win back Lin Xiaoping. I didn't explain and directly asked the salesperson to bring me a brand new, in-stock item. The salesperson paused for a moment, confirming that I wasn't just looking at a display model. I nodded and said, "Swipe the card now." The moment the nearly 40,000 yuan was successfully deducted, the system notification sounded simultaneously. This purchase was successful, and I received a rebate of 3,999,900 yuan. The moment the bank's SMS notification popped up, I officially became a millionaire. My colleagues, who had just been mocking me, all froze on the spot. Without stopping, I asked directly how many units were left in stock. The salesperson's voice changed. They quickly said there were 9 more in the warehouse. I bought them all in one go. Over 300,000 yuan was spent, and over 30 million yuan was immediately deposited into my account. I left the store carrying 10 phones, leaving only a deathly silence behind me. My colleagues finally realized that I wasn't just pretending to be rich. I had genuinely changed. After leaving the phone store, I didn't rush to show off. Instead, I continued to spend. Versace trench coat, Hermes belt, Patek Philippe watch. As long as it was expensive enough, and as long as I could afford it, I bought it all. When I walked out of the mall, I had changed out of my work clothes and was now dressed in top designer clothes. In the mirror, I no longer looked like that poor laborer being trampled on. Just as I was about to find a place to eat, Fatty suddenly called. He said that his brothers had booked a private room at the Haidong Hotel and wanted me to hurry over for drinks. Half an hour later, I walked into room 403. Fatty and Glasses almost didn't recognize me at first glance. They stared at my clothes and watch, their faces full of shock, asking if I'd robbed a bank. I didn't say much, just put the bag on the table. There were 10 Mate 50 RS phones. I handed one to each of my brothers. The fat man thought it was a model and didn't dare remove the glasses. Once they confirmed it was a real machine, the entire private room erupted in chaos. But just then, a piercing, cold laugh came from the doorway. Manager Liao walked in, arm in arm with Lin Xiaoping. He glanced at the dishes on the table and said with a disdainful look, "Do poor laborers even deserve to come to a hotel like this?" Lin Xiaoping's eyes widened slightly when she saw me dressed in designer clothes. But she quickly sneered and said that I must have rented the clothes to show her. Manager Liao was even more arrogant, announcing in front of everyone that it was his treat and we could order whatever we wanted. He was generous in words, but his eyes were full of humiliation. He clearly wanted to use me to establish his authority. I laughed, called the waiter over, and ordered all the most expensive dishes on the menu: abalone, bird's nest, caviar, Australian lobster, and foie gras. Finally, I added a bottle of 1982 Lafite. The waiter was stunned, and the fat guy and his friends turned pale with fright. Lin Xiaoping was the first to jump out, questioning me about whether I knew how much the dishes cost. I looked at Manager Liao and calmly retorted, "Weren't some people vying to treat us? If you can't afford it, don't pretend." Manager Liao's face instantly changed, and he angrily berated me for daring to challenge him, a poor guy like me. Lin Xiaoping joined in the mockery, saying that she knew my worth better than anyone else. I didn't argue. I just asked the waiter to take the order. But the waiter stood there without moving, and instead cautiously asked to verify my payment first. The fat man immediately got angry, asking which hotel required checking the balance before dining out. Lin Xiaoping immediately added fuel to the fire, saying we were definitely trying to dine and dash. Manager Liao also sneered, saying it was lucky she didn't agree, otherwise it would have been incredibly embarrassing. I completely lost my patience and directly asked the waiter to call the manager. Less than 5 minutes later, the lobby manager stormed into the private room. He was shouting, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Haidong Hotel?" But when he saw my trench coat, belt, and watch, he froze instantly. Lin Xiaoping, oblivious to the problem, hurriedly said, "We're just a few poor laborers. We can't afford to pay." The manager's face darkened, and he angrily berated the waiter for being oblivious. Then, he turned to Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping, telling them to get out immediately. The two were dumbfounded. The once arrogant Manager Liao's face turned pale, then flushed. Lin Xiaoping stared intently at me, as if she were seeing me for the first time. The waiter, terrified, quickly apologized. The manager, however, wore a forced smile and said he had to give me an explanation tonight. I casually asked him if he still wanted to check my bank account balance. The manager waved his hands repeatedly, saying that the misunderstanding was the hotel's fault. I didn't want to waste any more time and just told them to ask the two eyesores to leave. Soon, Supervisor Liao and Lin Xiaoping were taken away by security guards. The moment the door closed, the private room finally fell silent. The fat guy and his companions were still in shock, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. They couldn't understand why the hotel manager had been so polite to me. I simply told them to eat without worry. This meal was my treat for my brothers to broaden their horizons. Bird's nest, shark fin, abalone, and Lafite were quickly served. My brothers complained about the price, but they just couldn't stop eating. After they were full, I took them to the counter to pay the bill. The bill came to over 710,000 yuan. When the fat guy saw the number, his legs almost went weak. The manager voluntarily rounded down the amount, accepting only 700,000. I swiped my card to pay without hesitation. What I truly anticipated was the system notification. The next second, the familiar voice rang out again. This transaction of 700,000 has resulted in a successful rebate of 70 million. A bank SMS message followed immediately, confirming that my account balance had officially surpassed 100 million. I stared at that string of numbers, my heart pounding so hard it was almost out of control. In just a few hours, I had gone from a lowly worker earning a few thousand a month to a multi-millionaire. The manager offered me a Black Diamond VIP card, saying it would give me a 30% discount on all future purchases. I accepted it casually and left the hotel with my buddies. The fat guy and his friends kept asking me where I got so much money. Of course, I couldn't reveal the system, so I just said I'd won the lottery. They were skeptical, but seeing that I didn't want to say more, they didn't press me further. Back in my rented room, I stared at my bank account balance for a long time before confirming that this wasn't a dream. I first transferred 20,000 yuan to my younger sister, Qinyu, for living expenses. Not long after, she called. Her first question was whether I had struck it rich and whether I was worried I would go astray. I smiled and told her I had just won the lottery and that she could spend the money without worry. Chin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and then asked me to go to OCT, Overseas Chinese Town, together the day after tomorrow. She specifically reminded me not to bring Lin Xiaoping. I calmly told her that it was completely over between me and that woman. My sister immediately burst out laughing, muttering that Zhao Shui'er finally had a chance. I didn't understand, but she quickly changed the subject. Then she told me that Zhao Shui'er had been doing live streams recently. There was also a rich second-generation guy who showered her with gifts every day, clearly trying to woo her. Hearing this, I felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Zhao Shui'er was a girl I'd known since childhood, completely different from Lin Xiaoping. She never looked down on me for being poor, and she never kicked me when I was at my lowest point. After hanging up the phone, I opened Douyin, TikTok, and saw Zhao Shui'er was live streaming. In the video, she was wearing a long dress and singing earnestly. As soon as she saw me enter, she immediately stopped the music, smiling and calling my name. But the next second, someone in the chat started mocking me. A level 1 account, not even sending gifts, and you dare chat with the streamer? Zhao Shui'er immediately defended me, saying I was her friend. But the jeers in the live stream only intensified, with everyone saying I wasn't good enough for her. Just then, a carnival-style special effect filled the screen. The rich second-generation Lin Xiqing appeared. He publicly announced in the chat that he was pursuing Zhao Shui'er. The live stream instantly erupted, with everyone urging Zhao Shui'er to accept his advances. Zhao Shui'er's expression changed, and she was about to refuse. But I immediately sent a comment. You think you can win Shui'er's heart just because of a carnival? You're not worthy. The entire live stream exploded instantly. Lin Xiqing immediately challenged me to a duel, telling me to challenge him if I dared. I didn't waste any words, only replying with 4 words. Why wouldn't I dare? Zhao Shui'er anxiously advised me not to be impulsive, saying she didn't like Lin Xiqing. But the more she said that, the uglier Lin Xiqing's face became. To prove himself, he sent out 10 carnivals in one go. Worth over 40,000, the screen was filled with explosive special effects that made everyone scream. The viewers in the live stream thought that my level 1 account should admit defeat. But the next second, I directly gifted 11 carnival items. The number was exactly 1 more than his. The barrage of comments instantly reversed, with everyone praising Feng Ji's awesomeness. Zhao Shui'er's livestream viewership skyrocketed from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands. Lin Xiqing, enraged, recharged his account again and gifted 10 more items. I remained unhurried and sent 11 more. No matter how much he spends, I'll always only have 1 more. This isn't about spending money. It's about publicly humiliating him. In just over 10 minutes, the live stream went viral. Streamers, guilds, and casual viewers all flocked to watch the spectacle. Lin Xiqing finally couldn't take it anymore, leaving with a "we'll see" comment before slinking off the live stream. The chat was filled with mocking comments about him being a sore loser. After Zhao Shui'er ended her stream, she immediately messaged me on WeChat. She didn't ask how rich I was, but rather if I'd spent all my savings on virtual gifts. She said she'd try to refund me. Seeing that, I suddenly laughed. Lin Xiaoping only cared about whether I had a car, a house, and savings. Zhao Shui'er, however, after I spent money like water, her first reaction was to worry that I wouldn't have money for food. I told her there was no need to return it. This amount of money is really nothing to me right now. The next morning, Fatty told me that all 3 of them had kept their jobs. I breathed a sigh of relief, and the guilt I felt last night lessened considerably. I slept until 10 a.m., then went straight to the bank. My account has now exceeded 100 million yuan, and the regular transfer limit is too low. Spending money will only become more and more troublesome in the future. I handed my bank card and ID to the teller and requested an increase in the transfer limit. The female customer service representative's face immediately turned cold when she saw the regular bank card. She asked me sarcastically how much I wanted to adjust. I countered with the highest possible amount, and she impatiently replied, 100 million. I nodded, then adjusted to 100 million. The female customer service representative laughed on the spot, assuming I was deliberately causing trouble. After the lobby manager was alerted, he didn't even check the system before saying that ordinary cards weren't eligible. I didn't bother arguing and directly demanded that all the money in the card be withdrawn and deposited in another bank. The female customer service representative sneered as she processed the transaction, but the next second, she stared at the screen, completely frozen. The lobby manager leaned over for a look, and his face instantly turned pale. There was over 100 million in cash in my regular card. I coldly urged them to withdraw the money. If a client with 100 million were to transfer it away, the entire branch couldn't afford the consequences. The lobby manager immediately bowed and apologized, and the female customer service representative quickly changed her tune, saying she would adjust my credit limit right away. I was initially too lazy to argue, but then she muttered under her breath, "So what if you have money? Without an appointment, you still can't withdraw 100 million. Unfortunately, the speaker wasn't turned off, and those words echoed clearly throughout the lobby. The onlookers were furious. Some filmed the incident and posted it online, even tagging the head office of Hua Bank. Less than 10 minutes later, Shui Kai, the head of the Shenzhen branch, rushed to the scene and immediately bowed and apologized to me. He immediately announced that the branch manager and the female customer service representative would be fired and never rehired. He then processed my application for a diamond black card free of charge, asking me to be lenient. Seeing his sincere attitude, I didn't pursue the matter further. After the formalities were completed, he even took the initiative to treat me to dinner as an apology, and the relationship finally eased. After leaving the bank in the afternoon, I started thinking about buying a car. When the driver heard that I wanted the most expensive luxury car, he immediately recommended that I go to the Dongqing International Auto Show. The auto show hall was filled with luxury cars, but I immediately took a liking to the Lamborghini Veneno, which costs a whopping 90 million. I walked up to the staff member and said directly, "I want this car." The entire showroom fell silent instantly. Everyone thought they had misheard. The staff member carefully explained that the Veneno wasn't something you could just buy with money. You had to own 3 Lamborghinis first to be eligible to purchase one. I smiled and pointed to a few cars nearby, saying, "Let's buy them all." The onlookers immediately erupted in commotion, accusing me of boasting without thinking. I simply pulled out my Hua Bank Diamond Black card and told him to swipe it. The moment the black card was flashed, everyone who had been mocking me fell silent. 3 Lamborghinis, totaling 43 million, were paid for calmly. A system notification immediately sounded. This transaction amounted to 43 million, with a rebate of 4.3 billion yuan credited to your account. Seeing my account balance surge to 4.4 billion, I suppressed my racing heart and asked the staff again if the poison could be sold now. The staff nodded repeatedly and immediately processed my paperwork. After the 90 million payment was successfully completed, the system returned another 9 billion yuan. My account officially surpassed 10 billion. Immediately afterwards, the system rewarded me with a top-tier villa, namely number 95, Huaihai Villa, the most luxurious villa in Shenzhen. Even the property deeds are ready. I was just worried about where to park my car, and the system solved the problem all at once. I told the staff to leave the poison car behind and send all the other cars to Huaihai Villa. Since I'm at the auto show, I might as well continue shopping. Ferrari, Bugatti, Maserati, Aston Martin, McLaren, if I like them, I'll buy them all. In a short period of time, I spent over 1 billion yuan, buying more than 20 luxury cars in one go. The system kept giving me rebates, and my bank account balance soared to 100 billion yuan. The entire auto show was a complete sensation. Countless people were dumbfounded, and the beautiful car models looked at me as if they had seen a moving gold mine. Just then, the system issued another reward. I acquired 51% of TX Technologies shares, officially becoming the largest shareholder of this internet giant. When I saw the reward details, I was stunned. Tencent's market capitalization exceeds 3 trillion yuan, and these shares are worth more than 1.5 trillion yuan. Meanwhile, at TX headquarters, chaos erupted instantly. All senior executives held an emergency meeting, as no one knew the background of this mysterious new boss. Ultimately, the original largest shareholder decided to contact me proactively to gauge my attitude. Meanwhile, I was already seated in a fiery red Lamborghini Veneno. The manager had even arranged for a beautiful model to drive me. Her name was Shun Minghan, and she possessed an outstanding figure and Qi, a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence. She softly asked me where I was going, and I casually replied, "Huaihai Villa." Upon hearing those 4 words, Shun Minghan's eyes immediately changed. Those who could live there were definitely not just ordinary wealthy people. Half an hour later, the Lamborghini pulled up in front of the villa complex. I handed over the property certificate and told the security guard that I was the new owner of Villa number 95. After the security guard confirmed the identity, he immediately saluted and let the car through. The car drove into the residential area and stopped in front of the most central building. The magnificent gate, private courtyard, and European-style architecture far surpassed the grandeur of ordinary luxury residences. As soon as I got out of the car, the property manager, Wang Hao, quickly came to greet me and respectfully handed me the keys. Just then, Mayu suddenly called. He already knew that I had become the largest shareholder of TX Technology and took the initiative to ask me about my plans for the company's future. I told him that the original management team would continue to be responsible for operations, and I would not interfere in day-to-day affairs. However, major decisions must be reported to me in advance. Mayu breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly assured her that he would do as she said. The moment the call ended, Shin Minghan was completely stunned. She finally understood that I wasn't just a man with luxury cars and mansions, but also the true controlling shareholder of TX. I ignored her reaction and simply asked her to accompany me inside to see the new house. The gates slowly opened, and the Lamborghini drove into the private garage. The swimming pool, gardens, lawns, and gazebo everywhere resembled a private estate. Upon entering the hall, Shin Minghan was completely stunned by the 10-meter-high ceiling and top-notch European-style decor. I leaned back on the sofa and sighed. The house was great in every way, but it was too big and lacked a sense of life. Shin Minghan was silent for a moment, then tentatively suggested that if I didn't mind, she could stay and help take care of the villa. I didn't respond to that, but instead mentioned that I needed a full-time driver and asked if she would be willing to help me. Upon hearing that it was just a driver, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. I immediately added 500,000 yuan a month with additional benefits. Shin Minghan was completely stunned. She only earned a little over 10,000 yuan a month as a car model, while I offered 500,000 yuan right off the bat. Almost without hesitation, she immediately agreed. From that moment on, she officially became my personal driver. After arranging the driver, I started thinking about managing the villa. Such a large house would require a butler, servants, a doctor, and a chef. Otherwise, it simply wouldn't be able to accommodate everyone. I opened the list of top talent. The number one was Su Moyu, a PhD in economics and management from Harvard University. Below them were a PhD in hotel management, a PhD in traditional Chinese medicine, and a 5-star hotel chef, all top talents in their respective fields. I called Su Moyu directly and invited her to be my personal butler. At first, she thought I was a scammer and was very cold. But when I told her I had a monthly salary of 5 million yuan, the other end of the phone suddenly went silent. I told her that the job only involved the daily management and living arrangements of the villa, with no other additional requirements, and there would be bonuses for outstanding abilities. After a brief silence, Su Moyu agreed to join the company and arranged to report to Huaihai Villa a few days later. Subsequently, I contacted other talents on the list. Faced with the high salaries, they all ultimately accepted the offers. In just half an hour, I assembled a top-notch private team. After finishing the villa business, I asked Shin Minghan if she was hungry. She nodded slightly, and I told her to order whatever she wanted. But after searching for a while, she still couldn't decide what to eat. I suddenly realized that the truly ultra-wealthy all eat at Michelin 3-star restaurants, right? But after searching around, I discovered that Michelin 3-star restaurants don't actually offer delivery. Shin Minghan couldn't help but laugh as she explained that this kind of restaurant only accepts reservations for dine-in and doesn't offer delivery. I asked her if she wanted to eat there. Her eyes were full of anticipation, yet she was also worried that the restaurant wouldn't make an exception. I laughed. Rules are never an issue when it comes to money. I called the Michelin 3-star restaurant in Shenzhen directly and requested home delivery. The customer service representative was initially unfriendly and insisted that they only accept reservations for in-store service. I couldn't be bothered to listen to any explanations and simply stated that I wanted to order a meal costing several 100,000 yuan. The other end of the phone went silent instantly. Soon after, the restaurant manager, Lu Wei, answered personally, and his attitude immediately became polite. I asked him to deliver all the signature dishes to number 95 Huaihai Villa. Upon hearing this address, Lu Wei immediately realized that he had encountered a truly important client. Half an hour later, 2 Michelin 3-star chefs personally pushed a food cart into the villa. They were initially somewhat dissatisfied, but all their arrogance vanished the moment they stepped into the courtyard. Charlie whispered a reminder to Alice that the owner of this place was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Upon entering the living room, the two were once again awestruck by the mansion's interior and their attitude became exceptionally respectful. I smiled and told them to begin preparing dinner. Caviar, oysters, and various top-tier dishes quickly covered the entire table. During the meal, Alice practically took over all the service. Pouring wine, changing plates, handing me napkins, she was constantly around me. Shin Minghan naturally sensed something was amiss, and a quiet sense of unease crept into her heart. She noticed that the haughty foreign female chef's gaze towards her had completely changed. After dinner, Charlie handed me the bill, which totaled 660,000 yuan. I swiped my card for 700,000 yuan and kept the remaining 40,000 yuan as a tip. Charlie was overjoyed and thanked me repeatedly. Alice noticed the Huaya Bank black card in my hand and froze. The moment the payment was successful, the system triggered the rebate again. This purchase of 700,000 yuan resulted in a rebate of 70 million yuan. Now that 70 million yuan was in my account, I felt no excitement. But the way Charlie and Alice looked at me grew increasingly awe-inspiring. Just then, the person in charge of the auto show called and said that all the luxury cars I bought had been delivered to the villa and asked me to come out and inspect them. I let a few people out of the villa. We saw top-of-the-line supercars like Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Bugattis driving into the yard one after another, practically turning the villa's entrance into a private car show. Charlie was completely dumbfounded, and Alice stood there in a daze. They finally understood that the truly wealthy never bought just one car, but a whole batch. In the evening, Shin Minghan said she needed to go back to the auto show to settle her wages before officially starting work at the villa. I nodded in agreement and told her that she could drive any of the cars in the garage whenever she wanted to go out without needing to ask permission. After saying that, I left the villa alone. I wasn't worried that she would drive away, because smart people know that you can't sacrifice a greater future for short-term gains. I went to the garage, spent a long time choosing among the row of luxury cars, and finally drove away in that fiery red Lamborghini Veneno, heading straight for the industrial park where I used to rent a place. Back in my familiar rented room, looking at the dilapidated hallway and damp walls, I suddenly felt a little dazed. In just a few days, my life has completely changed. As soon as I entered the living room, Chen Xiaoquan asked me sarcastically why I hadn't gone to work. Clearly, he already knew I'd been fired from the factory and was looking for an opportunity to humiliate me. I didn't even bother to respond and simply sat down to watch TV. My coldness only made him more annoyed. He deliberately said that he had originally wanted to introduce me to the technical department, where I could earn nearly 10,000 a month, but now it seemed I wasn't worth helping at all. Hearing this, I just found it laughable. I had actually believed his nonsense before, even buying him cigarettes and water. Later I realized that he just enjoyed the feeling of being begged by others. I calmly told him that it wasn't necessary, and that my current job was perfectly fine. Chen Xiaoquan was stunned. Han Su immediately chimed in, saying I was ungrateful. But I didn't offer any explanation. In their eyes, the more silent I was, the more guilty I seemed. Chen Xiaoquan regained his sense of superiority and boasted in public that he would be giving out a 30,000 yuan bonus the next day, and that he would treat everyone to dinner. Just then, Xia Yuqing pushed open the door and entered. She had just overheard Chen Xiaoquan's frivolous remarks, and her face instantly turned cold. She immediately stopped him. Chen Xiaoquan, who had been so arrogant just moments before, instantly turned into a lapdog upon seeing Xia Yuqing. He fawned over her, offering her chicken soup and peeling apples, desperately trying to please her. But Xia Yuqing showed no respect, rejecting all his kindness and turning back to her room, leaving him standing awkwardly in the living room. Just before entering, she glanced at me. I knew this woman was intelligent and pragmatic. Before, I wasn't even worthy of her attention. But now it's different. I have money, status, and finally the confidence to pursue anyone. But there's no rush. After being rejected, Chen Xiaoquan vented his anger on me, warning me to stay away from Xia Yuqing in the future. I replied calmly, "What if I refuse?" This made him so angry that his face turned red, and he immediately started cursing. He boasted that he could easily find someone to deal with me. I simply replied with 4 words, "Ready anytime." After saying that, I went straight to my room and ignored him completely. Lying in bed, I initially planned to pack my things and move out, but then I changed my mind. I wanted to see what other ridiculous things this simp could do in the end. The next morning, I prepared to pick up my younger sister, Qinyu. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Xia Yuqing standing by the roadside waiting for a car, dressed exceptionally beautifully. Just then, an Audi A6 pulled up in front of her, driven by Chen Xiaoquan. He deliberately gave me a provocative look, clearly showing off his car. I ignored him and walked straight to the parking space. The next second, a deep engine roared. The fiery red Lamborghini Veneno slowly pulled up in front of everyone. Han Su and Wang Yin were instantly stunned. Chen Xiaoquan recognized it at a glance as a supercar worth nearly 90 million yuan, one of very few in Shenzhen. Xia Yuqing couldn't resist walking over to the supercar to take a selfie, completely unaware that the person sitting inside was me. She was completely stunned when I opened the car door. Chen Xiaoquan and the others looked like they'd seen a ghost. They couldn't believe this car actually belonged to me. I simply asked her, "Are you done filming?" Then, I got back into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove away without giving anyone a chance to explain. Watching the supercar disappear into the distance, Chen Xiaoquan's face turned ashen. He could only keep reassuring himself that he must have rented the car. Han Su and Wang Yin immediately echoed him, desperately trying to convince themselves of this reason. Only Xia Yuqing remained silent, because she knew very well that a car of this caliber wasn't something just anyone could rent. What really caught her attention wasn't the car itself, but the fact that I hadn't invited her in, which sparked her interest in me for the first time. After leaving the rented apartment, I drove all the way to Shenzhen University. As soon as the Lamborghini, worth nearly 90 million, stopped, it immediately attracted a large crowd of students. Some gasped at the sight of the luxury car, while others speculated that some rich kid was chasing after the school beauty. I ignored them, simply leaning against the car, quietly waiting for my sister to come out. The moment I stepped out, the surrounding chatter erupted again. The girls stared at me with shining eyes, while the boys wore complex expressions, experiencing for the first time what a real gap truly meant. I called Qinyu and told her I had arrived at the school gate. Not long after, two youthful and beautiful figures walked out of the campus together. The moment Zhao Shuer and Qinyu appeared, the school gate fell silent. Countless boys' eyes fell on the two of them simultaneously, and even the air seemed to freeze. The girls became increasingly displeased with Zhao Shuer and Qinyu, their words dripping with sarcasm as they predicted they would eventually be kept by rich men, their jealousy practically written all over their faces. Soon, people started talking about the Zhou brothers, saying that Zhou Ruoheo was pursuing Zhao Shuer and Zhou Ruochuan was pursuing Qinyu. This matter had already become common knowledge in the school. The Zhou brothers came from a wealthy family and had excellent grades. They were always considered heartthrobs at school, and many girls pursued them, which fostered their arrogant and disdainful personalities. Qinyu looked helpless and complained that Zhou Ruochuan had come to the dormitory building to confess his feelings again yesterday, which gave her a headache. She also complained that the two of them were not worthy of the title of school heartthrobs. She laughed and said that the two brothers combined were not even half as handsome as her. She also deliberately tried to matchmake Zhao Shuer, telling her to seize the opportunity. Zhao Shuer shyly smiled and acquiesced. Just as the two reached the school gate and were about to look for me, two Ferraris suddenly blocked their way, their cars covered in roses. The Zhou brothers ostentatiously blocked their path. The students watching instantly erupted in excitement. Some envied the luxury cars and flowers, some cheered for the confession scene, and others shouted for the two girls to say yes. Zhou Ruoheo confessed his love to Zhao Shuer with roses in hand, while Zhou Ruochuan walked confidently toward Qinyu, believing that no one could refuse such a grand display. Shouts of "say yes" rang out from all around, trapping Zhao Shuer and Qinyu in the middle of the crowd, unable to leave, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Just then, I walked into the crowd with a cold smile and said in front of everyone, "Agree my ass. Those two toads, do they even deserve to chase after Shuer and Qinyu?" All eyes immediately fell on me. Some thought I was playing the hero, while others worried for me, because no one wanted to offend the Zhou brothers. Zhao Shuer ran to my side with red eyes, and Qinyu also called me brother. After comforting them, I coldly warned the Zhou brothers to stay away from them in the future. The students watching immediately erupted in an uproar, all thinking I was too arrogant. Zhao Shuer and Qinyu, however, kept urging me to leave, believing I was no match for the rich young master. Just as I was about to lead them away, Zhou Ruochuan stopped me, looking like he wasn't going to let it go, and the atmosphere became tense again. I turned around and calmly asked them what they wanted, and with just one look, the Zhou brothers were so frightened that they took a half step back, their mouths agape for a long time without being able to say a word. I didn't want to waste any more time, so I took Zhao Shuer and Qinyu and left. Behind us, gasps of surprise rippled through the crowd. Everyone was mocking the Zhou brothers for being cowards. The two brothers were ashen-faced. They had initially intended to seek revenge, but when they saw me get into the Lamborghini Veneno, their arrogance vanished instantly. The top-of-the-line supercar, worth nearly 100 million yuan, made them acutely aware of the disparity in their social standing. The entire Zhou family's assets couldn't compare to this car. They had no choice but to back down. I led the two women to the car, and they were still wondering why I hadn't taken a taxi. I smiled and told them that I had just bought this car yesterday. Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu were speechless with shock. I didn't explain much, but simply handed the keys to Qin Yu and told her that the Lamborghini was a gift for her. Qin Yu pressed the car key with some doubt, and the supercar responded immediately. She was so excited that she almost jumped up and couldn't help but rush over and kiss me. But when she opened the car door, she discovered that the car only had 2 seats, and there wasn't enough room for the 3 of us. The situation immediately became a bit awkward. I could only tell them to drive this car first, and I would have someone bring another one over. Qin Yu was increasingly confused, completely unable to understand when I had become so rich. I immediately called Xin Mingyao and asked her to send another car over. The Zhou brothers, who were nearby, saw this and became even more convinced that I had an unfathomable background. The more they thought about it, the more frightened they became, and they finally decided to come over and apologize. Otherwise, if they really offended someone they couldn't afford to offend, the entire Zhou family could be brought down with them. I had just hung up the phone and was about to take Zhao Shuer and the others to a bubble tea shop to rest when I saw the Zhou brothers running towards us at breakneck speed. The students watching assumed they were there for revenge, and they all crowded around, eager to witness a clash between the elite families. The scene was packed with people once again. Zhao Shuer hurriedly prepared to call the police, but I stopped her and calmly told her that they weren't there to cause trouble, but to apologize to me. The next second, the Zhou brothers bowed and apologized in front of everyone, saying, "I'm sorry," 3 times. The whole place fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this scene. I simply reminded them to stay away from Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu in the future. The two nodded repeatedly, then slunk away, no longer daring to act recklessly. The students who had been watching dispersed in disappointment, but Qin Yu excitedly praised me for being too handsome. I deliberately asked Zhao Shuer if I was handsome, and she blushed and nodded slightly, not daring to look at me at all. Half an hour later, a LaFerrari slowly pulled up in front of the school gate. A stunningly beautiful woman got out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. I waved to her, and she immediately drove the car to me. Qin Yu asked me in shock, "This beautiful woman isn't the one I've been waiting for, is she?" I told her this was my new driver. Qin Yu couldn't help but ask if the Ferrari was also mine, and I just smiled. She even teased me, saying I must have ulterior motives for hiring such a beautiful driver. I had just denied it when Xin Mingyao walked up to me and respectfully called me master. That single word, master, instantly stunned Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu, as if the air itself had frozen. I knew they had misunderstood, but it was too late to explain. Qin Yu snorted coldly and pulled Zhao Shuer into the Lamborghini. I could only change the subject and prepare to leave to avoid the misunderstanding from escalating. Xin Mingyao lowered her head, looking guilty, and asked if I had caused trouble. I smiled and shook my head to comfort her, and she then offered to call me boss from now on. I didn't agree. I simply told her to leave it as it was. This misunderstanding, though troublesome, could only be explained slowly later. I brought Qin Yu, Zhao Shuer, and Xun Mingyao to OCT East, only to find that the entrance to the scenic area was already packed with people, with the queue of tourists stretching as far as the eye could see. Qin Yu frowned and complained about the crowds. I smiled and comforted her, saying that the scenic area was quite large, and it wouldn't be as crowded as the entrance once inside. I had booked tickets in advance and told them to wait for me while I went to the ticket office to pick them up, completely unaware of the commotion that had started behind me. As soon as I left, Qin Yu set her sights on Xun Mingyao, directly warning her to stay away from me, and saying that I was Zhao Shuer's future boyfriend and that no one else was allowed to have designs on me. Zhao Shuer blushed deeply, but it was too late to stop her. Qin Yu became increasingly agitated, even sarcastically telling Xin Mingyao not to think about stealing someone else's man. Xin Mingyao, however, remained calm, stating indifferently that she wasn't married and that Xin Mingyao was just her driver, following her instructions. This left Qin Yu speechless. As the two sides remained at an impasse, a sexy-looking woman suddenly approached and greeted Xin Mingyao in a sarcastic tone, instantly making the atmosphere even more awkward. The woman was named Guan Xiaoting, who had worked as a car model with Shun Mingyao and had bullied her quite a bit back then. Even now, she still acted superior to Shun Mingyao. Guan Xiaoting deliberately mocked Shun Mingyao for not being able to make a living, and then hypocritically offered to help her find a job, her face full of ill intent. Shun Mingyao retorted without hesitation, stating that she already had a job and didn't need Guan Xiaoting's help, and even stepped in front of Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu. Guan Xiaoting, however, turned her attention to the two girls, smiling and saying she had an easy job that could earn at least 50,000 yuan a month, instantly putting the two girls on their guard. Zhao Shuer sensed something was wrong and pressed for details about the job. Guan Xiaoting, however, deliberately kept her in suspense, saying they would find out soon enough. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 50s walked over, his eyes scanning the women with undisguised greed. Guan Xiaoting immediately introduced the identities of the group and deliberately emphasized that Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu were college students. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. The man offered to add her on WeChat, but was rejected without hesitation by the women. Instead of getting angry, he gave Guan Xiaoting a wink. Guan Xiaoting immediately introduced the man, saying he was Li Mingho, a senior executive at TX Technology, and even boasted about TX Technology's standing in the industry. Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer were indeed somewhat surprised to hear about TX Technology, but they had never heard of Li Mingho before, so they remained silent. Li Mingho, however, mistakenly believed his identity had intimidated everyone, and his expression grew increasingly smug. Guan Xiaoting seized the opportunity to reveal her true purpose. She wanted them to become Li Mingho's mistresses. After offering 50,000 yuan a month, the women finally realized that after all this trouble, she was actually pimping for the old man. Shun Mingyao, Zhao Shuer, and Qin Yu refused without hesitation. Qin Yu even told them to get lost, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Li Mingho, his face grim, invoked his position as a senior executive at TX Technology to threaten them, stating that a single word from him could ruin the futures of several college students. Despite their fear, Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu firmly refused the threat. Neither was willing to sell themselves for money. Shun Mingyao watched them, a cold smile creeping across her face. Because the true major shareholder of TX Technology was none other than herself, Qin Feng. She thinks she can humiliate my woman and sister with a mere 50,000 yuan? In her eyes, it's a huge joke. She's just waiting for me to come back and clean up the mess. Just as the two sides were at an impasse, I rushed back with the tickets, looked coldly at Guan Xiaoting, and asked her why she didn't give such a good job to her mother. Upon seeing me, Qin Yu instantly threw herself into my arms, her eyes red with grievance. I gently patted her, but the anger within me finally erupted. I looked up at Li Mingho and Guan Xiaoting and coldly warned, "How dare you bully my sister and my woman? You're courting death." The two men were so intimidated by my imposing manner that they took several steps back, but quickly felt they had lost face. Li Mingho, however, braced himself and continued to maintain his superior attitude. He claimed to be a senior executive at TX Technology, saying that with just one word, he could make it impossible for me to stay in Shenzhen, and that I'd better be sensible. Guan Xiaoting chimed in, urging me to obediently hand the person over to Li Mingho, saying that he might even give me tens of thousands of yuan as a reward, which immediately drew the attention of everyone present. As more and more tourists gathered, many guessed what had happened and felt that Li Mingho was abusing his status to bully a young girl, and they all showed expressions of disgust. Li Mingho didn't care at all. He pointed at me and threatened me one last time, saying that if I dared to refuse, I would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this. He was just a senior executive of TX Technology, yet he dared to show off in front of me. Who gave him the confidence? I looked at him coldly and asked him what right a mere junior executive had to act so arrogantly in front of me. A gasp immediately rippled through the room. Some admired my courage, while others thought I was too impulsive, since everyone knew that TX Technology had considerable influence in Shenzhen. Li Mingho became increasingly smug, convinced that I was just being stubborn, and even boasted that as long as I stayed in Shenzhen, crushing me would be easier than crushing an ant. I calmly replied, "Then believe it or not, dealing with you will be easier than you think." Li Mingho was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. In his eyes, he was not only a senior executive at TX Technology, but also had an even bigger backer. I was too lazy to waste words, so I immediately dialed Ma Yu's number and asked him directly if there was a senior executive in the company named Lee Mingho. The person on the other end of the phone immediately became respectful, and Mayu admitted that Lee Mingho was indeed his brother-in-law. He also carefully inquired about what had happened. I sneered and told him that this brother-in-law was bullying people because of his status and even dared to threaten my woman and sister in public. I didn't explain much, only giving Mayu one day to expel Lee Mingho and send him to prison, not a minute less. Mayu tried to plead for Lee Mingho, but I bluntly told him, "Are you trying to teach me how to do things?" which silenced him on the spot. I continued to warn him that if he didn't handle this matter properly, he would lose his job as chairman, and he immediately agreed. Mayu knew very well that I was the real major shareholder of TX Technology, and he was just managing the company on my behalf. He had no right to bargain. After hanging up the phone, I completely lost any goodwill I had towards Mayu. If I didn't still need him for the time being, I wouldn't have let him off so easily this time either. Lee Mingho, however, laughed so hard he almost fell over, convinced that I was faking it, and even mocked me for daring to pretend to know Mayu. The onlookers burst into laughter. No one believed that a young man could lecture the chairman of TX Technology like a subordinate. Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu also began to worry for me, thinking I was just putting on a brave face, while I remained calmly standing in place, waiting for the outcome. Not long after, Lee Mingho's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, the smile on his face instantly froze. As soon as he answered the phone, before he could even finish calling him brother-in-law, the other end launched into a tirade of angry words, demanding to know who he had offended. Lee Mingho was completely stunned. Just as he was about to explain, Mayu announced that he was officially fired from the company, with no room for negotiation. He hurriedly brought up his sister, hoping that Mayu would let him off the hook out of family ties, but instead he was met with an even colder question. Mayu told him directly that not only would he be expelled, but a thorough investigation would be conducted into all his past illegal and disorderly conduct, with the intention of sending him to jail. Only then did Lee Mingho finally panic, his voice trembling uncontrollably, yet he still couldn't understand who he had offended. Mayu coldly reminded him that the person standing in front of him was the true major shareholder of TX Technology, holding 51% of the shares. These words struck Lee Mingho like a thunderbolt. His legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, completely drained of color. He finally realized that he hadn't messed with an ordinary young man, but a big boss whom even his brother-in-law had to bow down to. After the call ended, Guan Shouting hurriedly tried to help him up, but Lee Mingho pushed her away, venting all his anger on her. He cursed Guan Shouting furiously, believing that if it weren't for her meddling, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. The onlookers fell completely silent. Everyone knew that the arrogant CO Lee was finished. The next second, Lee Mingho crawled to me like a dog, kowtowing repeatedly and begging me to show mercy and let him go. I looked down at him and asked with a smile, "Didn't you just say that crushing me would be as easy as crushing an ant? How come you're kneeling so skillfully now?" I deliberately reminded him that he was a senior executive at TX Technology and the chairman's brother-in-law. How could an ordinary person like me dare to forgive him? Lee Mingho was so frightened that tears were almost in his eyes. He kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, but I could tell that he was only afraid of losing everything. At this moment, Qin Yu gently pulled me aside and advised me not to make a big fuss. Zhao Shuer also joined in, hoping that things would end there. Lee Mingho seemed to grasp at a straw, his eyes rekindling with hope, thinking I would soften because of the two girls' words. I glanced at him and said calmly, "Since someone is pleading for you, then slap yourself 10 times first." Lee Mingho was secretly delighted, thinking that exchanging 10 slaps for a better future was a great deal. He was about to make his move when Shun Mingyao coldly spoke up, saying that 10 was too few, at least 100, and Guan Shouting had to be slapped as well. Guan Shouting immediately lost her temper. She was used to bullying others, and now she was the one being beaten. She couldn't accept it. I didn't say a word, but simply turned and left with the others, leaving the decision to them. My attitude was very clear. Lee Mingho panicked completely and immediately yelled at Guan Shouting, telling her to do as she was told, or everyone would be doomed. Guan Shouting cried and slapped herself for the first time. Lee Mingho didn't dare to hesitate and slapped himself hard across the face as well. The crisp sound of slaps rang out, and their faces quickly swelled up like pigs' heads, making the onlookers' scalps tingle. Qin Yu felt a pang of pity, but I told her that being soft-hearted towards evil people is being cruel to oneself. They only deserved what they got today. If I weren't the one standing here today, we would be the ones being humiliated, and they might face even more terrible retribution in the future. Zhao Xuer also gently reminded Qin Yu not to forget how those people had bullied them earlier, and not to be soft-hearted again. Qin Yu finally nodded and apologized to me in a low voice. She also fully understood that there was no room for pity for this kind of person. After all 100 slaps were delivered, Li Mingho, with his face swollen like a pig's head, cautiously asked me if I could forgive him now. I nodded and told him I forgave him. Li Mingho was overjoyed, thinking he had finally escaped a disaster. But as I turned and left with the others, Li Mingho hurriedly asked why I hadn't made a phone call for him since I had already forgiven him. I smiled and turned back to tell him that I only forgave him, but never promised to plead for him. The two things were completely unrelated. Li Mingho broke down on the spot, collapsing to the ground, crying and shouting that he had been slapped 100 times for nothing, causing an uproar in the room. I couldn't be bothered to look at Li Mingho again, and left with Shun Mingyao and the others. You think I'd let someone like that go? The sun would rise in the west. The onlookers were all stunned by the scene, but Qin Yu couldn't stop laughing and even gave me a thumbs up. Zhao Xuer and Shun Mingyao couldn't help but chuckle as well. After the staff learned who I was, they immediately led us into the scenic area themselves, providing attentive service along the way, and no one dared to be negligent in the slightest. The scenery at OCT, Overseas Chinese Town, was indeed beautiful. We enjoyed the wooden roller coaster, glass bridge, and various amusement rides one after another, and we were still reluctant to leave even as evening approached. As dusk approached, Zhao Xuer softly asked if I wanted to go back. Qin Yu, however, was reluctant to leave, saying there were still many places we hadn't explored. I immediately decided to stay the night and continue exploring the next day. Qin Yu jumped for joy, adding that there was a castle hotel on the mountain that she absolutely had to see. A dozen minutes later, we arrived at Tianlu Mountain. Before us lay a cluster of European-style villas nestled against the mountain and beside the water, like a castle from a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Yu and Shin Mingyao were both stunned. A thought also popped into my head. This place has a great environment. Why not just buy one? A staff member approached me and explained that the villas were available for both rent and sale. After hearing this, I immediately inquired about the price. A regular villa costs 30,000 to 40,000 yuan a night, while a luxury villa overlooking the mountains costs 10 times that. Yet, I didn't hesitate at all. In fact, I became increasingly interested. Hearing that the villas were still for sale, I decided to buy one on the spot. The staff immediately became excited and rushed to fetch the manager to receive us. Qin Yu stared wide-eyed at me and asked if I was serious. Zhao Xuer also advised me that renting for one night would be enough, and there was no need to spend so much money. I simply smiled and asked them, "Do you like it here?" They both nodded, and I said directly, "If you like it, buy it." Not long after, the manager, Wang Sihai, rushed over, introduced himself, and cautiously inquired which villa I wanted to buy. Without mincing words, I stated directly that I only wanted the best available here. Wang Sihai was visibly taken aback, then confirmed it again. I casually pulled out my bank card and told him that I was here to buy a house, not just to look around. He immediately ushered us into the VIP lobby. A huge model was placed in the center of the hall. Wang Sihai pointed to the last villa in Zone 2, saying that it was the most luxurious villa in the entire scenic area. I took one look and decided to buy it, then asked when I could move in. Wang Sihai smiled and explained that as long as I paid in full, I could move in any time. He said that the villa hadn't been sold yet, not because it was bad, but because the price was too high, and most wealthy people couldn't afford it. Hearing that no one was buying, I was even more pleased and immediately declared that I wanted this one, asking him to prepare the contract right away. Wang Sihai was so surprised that he raised his voice, and the surrounding owners and staff all gathered around, wanting to see who was so arrogant. After hearing what happened, many people immediately showed disdain, thinking that I was just showing off in front of beautiful women and that it was impossible for me to afford it. Wang Sihai was also somewhat skeptical, smiling as he reminded me that the villa would cost 1.7 billion yuan in full, and we could move in that evening. Upon hearing 1.7 billion yuan, Shin Mingyao and the others were visibly taken aback. Wang Sihai, thinking we were intimidated by the price, was about to recommend other properties. I exclaimed in surprise, "Only 1.7 billion? I thought it would be at least 3 or 4 billion. This price is much cheaper than I expected." The entire room fell silent instantly. Everyone doubted that they had heard correctly, and then various sarcastic remarks rang out again. Some people said I was overdoing it, while others were sarcastic, saying that I couldn't even come up with 170,000, yet I dared to boast about 1.7 billion. Wang Sihai also began to doubt whether he had been tricked, and the enthusiasm on his face gradually disappeared, leaving only a few hesitations. I didn't explain, I just handed him the bank card and said only 2 words, "Swipe the card." Wang Sihai's expression changed drastically the moment he took the card, because he immediately recognized it as a black card from Huaya Bank. The hall erupted in chaos, with some exclaiming that such black cards were extremely rare in all of China and were not something that ordinary wealthy people could possess. Those who had been mocking me just moments before fell silent, their eyes now filled with shock and awe. I urged Wang Sihai to expedite the paperwork, and he finally snapped out of his daze, immediately mobilizing all his employees to prepare the contract. In less than half an hour, all the documents were completed, and only the final step of swiping the card to pay remained. The entire hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Wang Sihai personally held the POS machine, repeatedly confirming the amount, afraid of entering a single wrong number. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. As soon as the card was successfully swiped, a system notification immediately sounded in my mind. This transaction amounted to 1.7 billion, with a rebate of 17 billion. The next second, a bank SMS notification arrived, and my account balance instantly surpassed 300 billion yuan, my wealth skyrocketing once again. The system rewards didn't end there. When the balance exceeded 200 billion yuan, I was directly rewarded with 51% of ByteDance shares. Immediately afterward, the balance surpassed 300 billion, and the system rewarded Yida Real Estate with 51% of its shares, all of which were deposited into the system's warehouse. I was overjoyed. What was truly valuable now was not cash, but control over these trillion-dollar companies. Wang Sihai respectfully handed back the bank card with both hands, his attitude even more humble than before, as if he were holding a priceless treasure. Qinyu, however, suddenly hugged my arm, staring longingly at the black card, and said coquettishly, "Brother, can I have this card?" I hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded in agreement. Earning money was ultimately for my family, so giving her this card didn't matter. Qinyu excitedly kissed me, then happily snatched the black card. Everyone around us stared, their eyes reddening with envy. Some marveled at how easily the black card was given away, while others guessed there were at least tens of billions in it. Some even joked about wanting to adopt me as their older brother. I deliberately put on a stern face and reminded Qinyu that I could have the card, but she had to agree to a few conditions and couldn't squander the money in it. Then I seriously asked her if she knew how much money was left on the card. Qinyu was stunned for a moment, clearly thinking that after spending 1.7 billion, there wouldn't be much left. Everyone in the hall pricked up their ears, eager to know just how much money was left in that black card, enough for me to spend 1.7 billion without batting an eye. I smiled and held up 3 fingers, calmly saying, "It's not much, just 300 billion. The moment I finished speaking, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Qinyu's eyes widened in shock, and she blurted out, "Did we rob a bank?" Even the billionaires, worth billions, froze, utterly stunned. I remained calm and reminded Qinyu that it was fine to give her the card, but she absolutely could not spend it recklessly, as the money in it was no ordinary amount. Qinyu immediately chickened out, feeling the black card was too hot to handle, and tried to return it to me, afraid of causing any trouble. I refused, then scanned the room and coldly warned everyone that anyone who dared to covet this card should think twice before trying to get their hands on it. As soon as I finished speaking, the hall fell silent. No one dared to look at the black card again. Everyone regarded me as a true member of the top elite family. After the formalities were completed, Wang Sihai personally led us to the cloud-top heavenly palace. As the car entered the estate, the scenery of mountains, rivers, and lakes came into view, 100 times more breathtaking than the model. As soon as he got off the bus, a beautiful young woman came to greet him. She was sweet-looking, tall, and her long legs were particularly eye-catching. When the girl saw Wang Sihai, she immediately called him uncle and asked him curiously why he had come in person. Wang Sihai told her with a smile that the Cloud Palace had been sold, and the person who bought the mansion was me, standing right in front of her. The girl, Hixia, was stunned. Someone had actually bought the 1.7 billion yuan mansion in full. The way she looked at me changed instantly. She was about to approach me when she noticed Zhao Shuer, Shin Mingyao, and Qin Yu standing beside me, and her confidence immediately diminished. Wang Sihai saw through her thoughts and simply let her show us around the villa while he excused himself and left. Xia smiled again and enthusiastically led us towards the mountainside, while the other girls silently became more vigilant. 10 minutes later, we arrived at the entrance of the Cloud Palace. As the gates slowly opened, everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Pavilions, terraces, artificial hills and flowing water, an enormous swimming pool, and upscale gardens, everything exudes ultimate luxury, resembling a true royal estate. Walking along the stone path into the main building, the moment the doors opened, even I couldn't help but take a second look. The Grand Hall, spanning hundreds of square meters, is magnificent, with world-famous paintings, top-quality furniture, and crystal chandeliers, all exuding luxury. Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This doesn't look like a residence at all. It's more like a European castle. Zhao Shuer and Shun Mingyao nodded in agreement. Xia then led us on a tour, from the swimming pool to the winery, from the gym to the karaoke room. Each floor was dazzling. Half an hour later, the group returned to the living room, all exhausted and sprawled on the sofa. The villa was as big as a maze. Qin Yu rubbed her stomach, complaining of hunger. It then dawned on me that after a whole day of running around, we hadn't even had dinner yet. I turned to Xia and asked if we could order food here. She immediately replied that they could arrange both Chinese and Western dishes. Qin Yu eagerly expressed her desire to eat Western food, saying that she had never seriously eaten it before. Naturally, I didn't refuse. Xia opened the menu and handed it to me. I didn't even look at it closely and just gave it to Qin Yu, letting them choose what they liked. But as soon as they saw the prices, the smiles on their faces vanished instantly, and they were all stunned. A Kobe beef steak cost 150,000 yen, a serving of French foie gras cost over 70,000 yen, and caviar cost hundreds of thousands of yen. There were almost no cheap dishes on the menu. Qin Yu felt a pang of heartache seeing this and quietly advised me to forget it, suggesting we just eat something simple and not spend so much money. I was both amused and exasperated, and took the menu back. Others might feel the pinch when spending money, but for me, spending money only makes me more happy. The more expensive it is, the happier I am. So I started ordering right away, ordering one of every signature dish, dozens of dishes in one go. I handed the menu back to Xia, casually saying that I could add more if it wasn't enough. She looked down and froze on the spot. There were 5 of us eating, but I ordered nearly 40 dishes, easily bringing the total price to several million. Even she, a rich girl, was stunned. In less than half an hour, the food carts were delivered to the villa. Xia took the initiative to help us set the table and even took out her treasured red wine from the wine cabinet. She was pouring a 1991 Romani Kani, a glass of which costs hundreds of thousands of yuan, but Shin Mingyao and the others had no idea. Zhao Shuer couldn't help but ask if the wine was expensive, and I casually replied that a bottle cost a little over 1,000,000 yuan, as if I were talking about mineral water. The women were instantly startled and dared not move their glasses, afraid of spilling a single drop. I, however, had already picked up a caviar chocolate worth 200,000 and started eating it. Seeing that I didn't care, they slowly relaxed and began to enjoy this luxurious dinner, the whole hall filled with laughter and joy. After finishing several bottles of red wine, the effects kicked in. Shin Mingyao, Zhao Shuer, and Qin Yu all passed out, leaving only Xia and me sober. It took me a lot of effort to get each of them back to their rooms. When we returned to the lobby, Xia was also dazed and drunk. I went over to her and asked if she wanted me to take her home, but she shook her head absently, saying she wasn't going home tonight, which left me both amused and exasperated. I was speechless. This woman actually wanted to stay at my house. I reluctantly saw her out. I couldn't very well have her stay in my villa on our first meeting. The next morning, before I was fully awake, Zhao Shuer knocked on the door and called me to get up. I groggily went to open the door. The door opened, and Zhao Shuer froze instantly. I looked down and realized I wasn't wearing a shirt. My abs were completely exposed in front of her. I quickly covered her mouth and whispered for her not to scream, lest we attract Qin Yu's attention and the misunderstanding would be impossible to clear up. Zhao Shuer's pretty face turned bright red. She didn't say anything, but her eyes couldn't help but steal glances at me. She was so embarrassed that even her ears turned red. Shin Mingyao happened to come out at that moment and saw Zhao Shuer leaning against me. Her eyes darkened slightly, but she didn't say anything. I knew she was upset, but we weren't officially a couple yet, so she could only silently hide her emotions. Zhao Shuer shyly pushed me away, reminding Qin that she was still waiting for us to have breakfast, which eased the awkwardness from before. After breakfast, Hixia continued to lead us through all the attractions we hadn't finished visiting the day before, and we didn't leave until the afternoon. I originally wanted to stay another day, but considering that Qin and Zhao Shuer had class the next day, I had to give up my plans to continue sightseeing. This trip to OCT was incredibly rewarding. I not only gained hundreds of billions in cash, but also acquired controlling stakes in several top-tier companies. On the way back, Zhao Shuer suddenly grabbed me, blushing, and asked if she could ride in the same car as me. I agreed without hesitation. I arranged for Shun Mingyao to ride in another car with Qin, and Qin, as if deliberately creating space for us, quickly drove away. After the car quieted down, Zhao Shuer suddenly looked at me seriously and softly asked if I liked her. Without hesitation, I answered that I did. But her next sentence almost made me lose my grip on the steering wheel. She mustered her courage and told me that since we liked each other, she was willing to give herself to me completely, without any reservations. I tried to keep the car at a steady speed and earnestly told her that I liked her, and that it was never about taking advantage of her, but about genuinely wanting to be responsible for her. Zhao Shuer nodded gently, her eyes full of trust, and responded to her feelings with her actions. At that moment, my palms were sweating with nervousness, but I kept myself in check and carefully considered her feelings. After everything calmed down, she blushed and asked me softly if I would continue to be good to her in the future. I nodded earnestly and told her that no matter what happens in the future, I will always protect her and never let her suffer any injustice. Zhao Shuer happily kissed me, then blushed and laughed out loud, instantly lightening the atmosphere in the car. Meanwhile, Qin and Shin Mingyao had already arrived at the school, and the Lamborghini Veneno once again attracted a large crowd of students. Many people recognized the car and immediately started discussing it, saying that Qin must have found a handsome and rich boyfriend. As soon as Qin got out of the car, her 3 roommates surrounded her, constantly asking if the rich guy was really her boyfriend. Qin, unable to bear it any longer, loudly explained that it was her own brother, but none of her roommates believed her. In the end, she could only helplessly say, "That really is my brother, believe it or not," and angrily turned and left. When I drove to the school, I saw several girls surrounding Qin, asking her all sorts of questions with gossipy expressions. When they learned that I had given her the sports car, they became even more excited and even started asking for my contact information, eager to get to know me immediately. Qin quickly brought up Zhao Shuer, saying that she already had a girlfriend and hoped they would stop overthinking. But the girls were still persistent, even jokingly saying that they would accept anything as long as they weren't married. Shen Mingyao finally couldn't hold back any longer and coldly mocked them for their unrealistic fantasies, igniting the atmosphere in just a few words. The girls immediately retorted, deliberately humiliating Shen Mingyao by bringing up the fact that she had called them master. I happened to overhear the last few sentences, so I walked over and coldly said, "Whether she's worthy or not is none of your business." The girls, seeing it was me, instantly lost their arrogance and slunk away, not daring to utter another word. Qin complained, feeling wronged, saying that it would be incredibly awkward to see her roommate back in the dorm. I simply waved my hand and told her not to stay in the dorm anymore. I could always buy a villa near the school. As soon as I said that, the school gate erupted in chaos again. Countless people stared at me as if I were a monster. Some people chuckled wryly, saying that the big shot was indeed no ordinary person, while others rented apartments. He bought a villa. They were from completely different worlds. Qin was also stunned, repeatedly confirming whether I was serious. I smiled and told her that as long as she was comfortable, it was all worth it. After settling them in, I left the school with Shun Mingyao. Suddenly, I remembered that I had already given the black card to my sister, and I needed to apply for another one for myself. I immediately called Shuai Kai, the person in charge at Huaya Bank, and asked if I could apply for a few more black cards. Shuai Kai was completely stunned after hearing this. He asked me where the black card from before was, and I calmly replied that I gave it to my sister. There was a silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds before he finally told me to go to the bank directly to handle it in person. Half an hour later, Shen Mingyao and I arrived at Huaya Bank. Shuai Kai personally greeted us and couldn't help but compliment my driver, saying she was unbelievably beautiful. I didn't mince words and went straight to asking about applying for a black card. Shui Kai explained earnestly that Huaya Bank could still process such applications, but other banks had extremely high requirements for black cards. He stated that in addition to assets exceeding 10 billion, one must also possess extremely high social status, ideally being the controller of a top domestic enterprise. I simply smiled, offered no explanation, and directly instructed the staff to begin processing the new Huaya Bank black card. The staff member had just retrieved my information when their expressions suddenly changed drastically. They stood frozen in front of the computer, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Shui Kai went over, intending to reprimand them, but when he saw the information on the screen, he too was completely stunned. I frowned and asked if it couldn't be done. Shui Kai snapped back to reality, his voice trembling as he asked me, "Is there really over 300 billion yuan in cash in the account?" I nodded in acknowledgement. He continued to press, asking if I was the largest shareholder of TX Technology, ByteDance Technology, and Yida Real Estate. I smiled and nodded, not denying it. But my calmness completely shocked Shui Kai, because he finally realized that he was facing a truly powerful figure at the very top of the pyramid. Shui Kai chuckled wryly and patted his head, saying that I had kept it a secret for too long. If he had known my identity earlier, he would never have dared to say those things. I waved my hand to indicate that he didn't need to worry about it. It was normal for him to be suspicious of me since he didn't know the situation before. I didn't take it to heart at all. Hearing me say that, Shui Kai visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and his attitude towards me became even more respectful, as if he was afraid of offending me in any way. He personally sat down in front of the computer and processed the new black card in less than 5 minutes. Afterwards, he asked me if I wanted to apply for black cards from other banks. I nodded in agreement immediately. Shui Kai then dialed the numbers of other bank managers, indicating that a truly super rich client had arrived. When he revealed that he had over 300 billion yuan in cash and controlled 3 top companies, the other party fell silent instantly. Soon after, he made one phone call after another, and the entire financial circle of Shenzhen was quickly and thoroughly alarmed by the news. Executives from major banks flocked to Huaya Bank, instantly enlivening the entire lobby and leaving all the employees dumbfounded. Representatives from Agricultural Bank of China, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and China Merchants Bank arrived one after another. These VIPs, rarely seen in public, were all gathered together. The customers in the lobby were all talking about who this person was that could attract so many high-ranking bank officials to come to the VIP room in person. After arriving at the door, they all put aside their usual airs and carefully knocked before entering. Everyone noticed me immediately, and a thought flashed through their minds at the same time. This super big shot is so young. Shui Kai smiled and introduced me to everyone. Several leaders immediately greeted me respectfully, and no one dared to be negligent. I simply nodded politely and asked everyone to help me apply for a black card. Everyone said it was their honor to be able to serve me. Someone mistook Shin Mingyao for my wife, and she quietly explained that she was just a driver. Everyone was once again stunned into silence. During the process, my information reappeared on the computer, and the representatives from each organization became increasingly shocked and filled with awe. Some couldn't help but exclaim that someone of my status was truly a super powerful figure. Some even started proposing marriage on the spot, vying to introduce their daughters to me, almost causing an argument. Shui Kai quickly interrupted everyone, urging them to get the black cards processed first so as not to delay me. Half an hour later, more than a dozen top-tier black cards were placed in front of me, each with an extremely high credit limit and symbolizing a prestigious status. I put away my black card, exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, and left the bank. I was going to pick out a new car that I could use discreetly for everyday driving. I told Shin Mingyao that the supercars I had driven before were too conspicuous and inconvenient for daily use, so this time I was going to buy a more ordinary car. More than an hour later, we arrived at the Audi 4S store. As soon as we walked in, we attracted the attention of many sales staff. Just then, a female salesperson recognized me. Her name was Yu Wanwan, and she was my classmate in high school. I pursued her back then, but was rejected because of my ordinary family background. Now, when we meet again, there's still a hint of superiority in her eyes. Standing next to her is a man in a suit. After hearing that I'm her classmate, he looks me up and down with disdain. The man, Zhang Wenqing, was the owner of a real estate company. When he saw Shin Mingyao, his eyes clearly became restless. Yu Wanwen jokingly asked him if he had taken a fancy to someone else. and Zhang Wenqing immediately put on an affectionate expression, saying that she was the only one in his heart. To curry favor with Yu Wenwen, he immediately offered to buy her a top-of-the-line Audi A8 if she agreed to have dinner with him. Yu Wenwen beamed, knowing she would receive at least tens of thousands of yuan in commission from the sale. The two of them chatted back and forth, completely disregarding me, and frequently flaunting their financial power. I couldn't be bothered with any of that, and just smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with Yu Wenwen, asking her about her situation over the years. She deliberately mentioned that although her education level was average, she earned a good income selling cars, making 10 to 20,000 yuan a month. As she spoke, the sense of superiority in her eyes became increasingly obvious, as if she was convinced that I must have done very poorly over the years. She asked me what kind of work I was doing, and I calmly replied that I wasn't working for the time being. As soon as I said that, Zhang Wenqing smiled, adopted the air of a successful person, and began lecturing me on how to work hard. He even offered to arrange for me to work as a bricklayer at his construction site, earning 6 or 7,000 yuan a month, and even giving me an extra 50 yuan a day. Yu Wenwen pretended to care, saying that at least it would solve my livelihood problems and prevent me from being idle all the time. Listening to their conversation, I almost burst out laughing. A person with hundreds of billions in assets was being assigned to a construction site to carry bricks. I was too lazy to continue the nonsense and told Yu Wenwen directly that I wasn't there to look for a job, but to buy a car. She was visibly taken aback for a moment, then asked about my budget. I replied around 2 or 300,000 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, she immediately got an idea, deliberately pointing to the Audi A8 next to me and suggesting that I take out a loan to buy it. Zhang Wenqing immediately understood that she wanted to earn a high commission and began to encourage me as well, saying that I could drive away in a luxury car with a down payment of several 100,000 yuan. Watching them go on and on, I felt nothing but disappointment. The girl who once captivated me now only had eyes for profit. I ignored them and pointed directly to an Audi A4 next to me, indicating that I thought this car was more suitable. If Yu Wenwen were still the same as she was back then, I might even patronize her business, but now I've completely given up on that idea. Yu Wenwen, however, looked disgusted and said that since I have 2 or 300,000 yuan, why would I buy an outdated Audi A4? I calmly stated that a car is just a means of transportation, and as long as it's sufficient, there's no need to waste money on appearances. She shook her head in rebuttal, saying that a man's car reflects his status, and buying an older A4 would only make people look down on him. Then, she asked me suspiciously, if you think the A4 is beneath you, do you have a better luxury car? I nodded casually and told her that I owned a Lamborghini Veneno, a Ferrari LaFerrari, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. As soon as I finished speaking, Zhang Wenqing burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke. He mocked me, saying there should be a limit to bragging, and asked if I knew how much these luxury cars were actually worth. Yu Wenwen looked at me with disappointment, saying that we were old classmates after all, and what was the point of me deliberately messing with her like this? Every truth I spoke was seen as bragging in their eyes. Helplessly, I called out to Meng Yao and asked her to bring the car keys. Shun Meng Yao immediately ran to me, respectfully called me master, and handed me the car keys. The moment the word master left her lips, the smiles on Yu Wenwen and Zhang Wenqing's faces froze. They finally realized something was wrong. I picked up the car keys and waved them in front of them, calmly asking, "Now you should believe what I just said, right?" Zhang Wenqing remained stubborn, sneering that the key might just be a lighter, and mocking the Lamborghini logo for being so realistic. I was too lazy to explain, so I just shoved the key into his hand and let him press it himself. That was more convincing than any explanation. Zhang Wenqing reluctantly pressed the button, and a crisp unlocking sound immediately rang out from outside the door, instantly silencing the room. I led Shin Mingyao out of the exhibition hall. The Lamborghini Veneno was parked quietly at the entrance, its doors slowly rising, leaving everyone completely stunned. Yu Wenwen stood there dumbfounded, while Zhang Wenqing's face was ashen. All the sarcasm from before now felt like a resounding slap in the face. I calmly asked them, "Do you still have doubts?" Yu Wenwen was about to speak when Zhang Wenqing gritted his teeth and insisted that the car was definitely rented. I smiled faintly and asked him in return, "Have you ever seen anyone rent a Lamborghini Veneno?" He was immediately speechless. Seeing that the luxury car couldn't intimidate me, Zhang Wenqing brought up his identity as the owner of Dongxing Real Estate, regaining some of his confidence. I deliberately nodded, indicating that he was indeed the owner of Dongxing Real Estate, and Zhang Wenqing thought I had finally learned to be afraid. He immediately threatened me, saying that dealing with me in Shenzhen was just a matter of a word, and I'd better be sensible. I couldn't help but laugh and asked him if he knew what happened to the last person who dared to threaten me like that. After saying that, I immediately dialed the number of Su Xingjun, the director of Yida Real Estate, and the call was answered quickly. I asked directly if Dongxing Real Estate and Yida had a 1 billion yuan cooperation project, and he immediately confirmed that it was true. My tone hardened, and I immediately ordered the cancellation of the cooperation between the two parties. I told Wang Yilin that if he couldn't resolve the issue within 10 minutes, he could quit his job as chairman. After the call ended, Zhang Wenqing laughed even more wildly, thinking that I was acting more and more convincingly, and even mocked me for really thinking of myself as the boss. I didn't argue, but simply told him to wait 10 more minutes, and he would naturally know who was really in a hurry to be afraid. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Yida Real Estate, Su Shengjun rushed into the chairman's office, declaring that something terrible had happened. Wang Yilin was initially quite impatient, but his expression immediately turned serious upon hearing that the order came from the newly appointed largest shareholder. Su Xingjun repeated my words verbatim, adding that if the cooperation wasn't canceled, he wouldn't be able to keep his position as chairman. Everyone in the office was shocked. No one had expected the new major shareholder to be so assertive, directly threatening the chairman. Wang Yilin's face was grim. He remained defiant in front of everyone, but inwardly he was already reassessing the matter. To save face, he deliberately stated that even if 10 minutes were up, they would delay until the 11th minute before dealing with it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Audi 4S store, time ticked by, and Zhang Wenqing's smile grew increasingly smug. 10 minutes passed, and he immediately began to mock me, saying that time was up, but the person I was talking about still hadn't appeared. I frowned slightly, about to double-check the situation, when Zhang Wenqing's phone suddenly rang first. Seeing it was just his secretary calling, he became even more smug, deliberately showing off to me that he wasn't from Yida. Upon hearing this, my face turned completely cold, and I immediately dialed Su Xingjuan's number again. As soon as the call connected, I coldly asked him if he didn't take my orders seriously at all. Su Xingjun panicked instantly and hurriedly explained everything that had just happened, revealing that Wang Yilin had deliberately delayed the conversation. After hearing the explanation, I hung up the phone immediately. I had already made up my mind that this matter would not end like this. Just then, Zhang Wenqing's phone rang again. He answered and froze on the spot. Only one sentence came from the other end. "This is Wang Yilin." Those few words made Zhang Wenqing tremble all over. Without further ado, Wang Yilin informed him that Yida Real Estate had officially canceled all cooperation with Dongxing Real Estate. Zhang Wenqing was struck dumb, because this project was Dongxing's last lifeline. Without it, the company would immediately go bankrupt. He frantically explained, hoping the chairman would retract his decision, but only received a cold reply. "You've offended someone you shouldn't have." After hanging up, Zhang Wenqing's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, his face drained of all color. At this moment, he finally understood that the person who truly destroyed Dongxing was me, who had always stood in front of him. He hurriedly ran to me, bowed deeply, and apologized repeatedly, hoping that I would let him go. I asked him calmly, "Since you know you're wrong, then tell me, do you even know who I am?" Zhang Wenqing was stunned, because he had no idea of my true identity, only that I was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. He hurriedly said that as long as the cooperation could be restored, he was willing to offer 5 million as an apology, hoping to gain my forgiveness. I couldn't help but laugh. A mere 5 million? He thinks he can change my mind? He's giving himself too much credit. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore and turned to leave. Yu Wangwen then hurriedly chased after me, offering to help me with the car purchase paperwork. I didn't even turn my head and refused outright. From the moment she called me Mr. Qin, the last vestige of our friendship ended completely. She chased after me, apologizing profusely, but Xin Mingyao had already started the Lamborghini, and the luxury car quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Standing there, Yu Wenwen was filled with regret. She finally realized that if she hadn't looked down on me earlier, the outcome might have been completely different. She turned around and tried to appease Zhang Wenqing, but Zhang Wenqing pushed her to the ground and angrily cursed that it was all her fault. Having lost his partnership with Dongxing Real Estate, he was destined to go bankrupt. He no longer cared about Yu Wenwen and was filled with despair. After leaving the Audi dealership, I lost interest in buying a car there and had Shun Mingyao navigate me directly to the Mercedes dealership. On the way, I told her that I would book 2 plane tickets to Beijing the day after tomorrow and that I was going to meet Wang Yilin in person. Shin Mingyao didn't ask any questions, only knowing that anyone who dared to challenge me would end up in a bad way. Upon arriving at the Mercedes-Benz dealership, I wasted no time and immediately purchased a Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG for daily driving. The moment the card was successfully swiped, the system triggered another rebate, transferring over 300 million yuan into a new bank account. I nodded in satisfaction as I saw the text message confirming the deposit. Now that I have multiple black cards, managing my funds has become much more convenient. After returning to Huaihai Villa, I didn't continue with company matters, but instead enjoyed a good night's rest. The next morning, my phone rang and woke me up. As soon as I answered, a familiar female voice came through the phone. She gently reminded me, "This is Su Moyu. We spoke on the phone a few days ago. I wonder if Mr. Chin still remembers me." Then I remembered that the maids and housekeepers I hired a few days ago were starting work today. Su Moyu called to say that they had arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Villa, but were stopped by security guards and couldn't get in. This was normal. Huaihai Villa was the most exclusive villa area in Shenzhen, and strangers couldn't possibly enter without the owner's confirmation. I immediately contacted the property manager, Wang Hao, and asked him to arrange for their release. I also sent him all the information and photos of everyone. Wang Hao immediately snapped out of his daze upon receiving the call and readily agreed, saying that he would handle the matter and that it would not delay my arrangements. When Wang Hao saw the photos I sent, he was stunned, because all of the dozen or so maids and housekeepers were young and beautiful women. At this time, a lot of passers-by had gathered at the entrance of Huaihai Villa, and everyone was curious as to why this group of beautiful women would gather in front of a luxury residential area. Su Mayu kept explaining to the security guards that they were all there to work in Building 95 and hoped to get in and report for duty as soon as possible. The people around were increasingly shocked. More than a dozen beautiful women had all gone to work as maids and housekeepers in the same homeowner's house. Just as everyone was discussing this, the security guard's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life, and Wang Hao personally issued the clearance order. After confirming their identities, the security guard immediately put on a polite smile, repeatedly apologizing to everyone, and personally ushered them into the residential area. The onlookers were completely stunned. Some couldn't help but wonder what kind of people could receive such treatment. Upon hearing that it was the owner of the prestigious number 95 villa, the scene instantly fell silent, as that villa was worth billions of yuan. As Su Moyu and her group walked into the community, they clearly noticed a significant change in everyone's attitude. Only now do they truly realize that their future workplace is actually the most prestigious building in the entire Huaihai Villa complex. Along the way, lakes, lawns, gardens, and golf courses came into view, leaving everyone stunned by the scenery. Even though they were all graduates of prestigious universities, they had never seen such a luxurious residential environment, and their eyes were filled with amazement. Following the signs, they soon arrived at the gate of Villa number 95, only to be once again stunned by the enormous gate in front of them. Some people couldn't help but exclaim that the gate was almost as tall as an ordinary house, completely beyond their imagination. After pressing the doorbell, I asked Shun Mingyao to open the door. The heavy gate slowly opened, and a group of people officially entered the villa. After walking through the garden and along the stone path, they were once again amazed by the scenery inside the courtyard, and they all felt that this job was far more special than they had imagined. Upon entering the living room, they were immediately stunned to see Shun Mingyao and me sitting on the sofa. They hadn't expected the villa's owner to be so young, and they certainly hadn't expected to have such a stunningly beautiful woman beside me. The dozen or so people immediately bowed respectfully and shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." "Hello, boss's wife." The scene became somewhat awkward. I smiled and waved my hand, telling them that Shin Mingyao wasn't the boss's wife, but just like them, she was one of my employees. Shin Mingyao calmly stated that she would be my driver, my personal chauffeur, and that we would all be colleagues from now on. Upon hearing the terms master and servant, everyone's expressions became noticeably strange, as if they were beginning to doubt the legitimacy of this job. I ignored their reactions and instead had everyone sit down to formally begin today's onboarding process. After a brief self-introduction, I asked everyone to introduce themselves in turn so that we could get to know each other. Su Moyu was the first to stand up and introduce herself, saying she graduated from a prestigious university with a degree in economics and management and possesses extensive management experience. Huang Chuchu, Xiao Yuqing, Zhao Haitang, and others followed suit, each a highly educated and qualified individual. After listening to everyone's introductions, I nodded in satisfaction, indicating that they would officially become staff members of this villa. I also mentioned that they could call me Master, and I had no objection to that. Although no one verbally objected, their expressions were clearly complex, indicating they weren't quite used to being addressed this way. I didn't explain further, but instead asked if anyone had any objections to the previously agreed upon salary and benefits. Everyone shook their heads in unison. The salary was far above market levels, so naturally they had no objections. I then began assigning positions, and the first person I appointed was Su Moyu as my personal butler. She was in charge of coordinating my daily life, travel arrangements, and the management of all the staff in the villa. Su Moyu immediately raised questions, asking what exactly my daily life entailed. I patiently explained, including all the daily tasks such as itinerary planning, vehicle dispatch, clothing preparation, and reception arrangements. I told her that the actual execution was done by other employees, while she was mainly responsible for coordinating and managing the overall situation. After hearing the explanation, Su Moyu finally lowered her guard and nodded in acceptance of the arrangement. At this moment, Huang Chuchu raised another question, asking if everyone had to live in the villa permanently. I told him I was free to choose whether to stay or not, but I had to be there immediately if needed. Su Moyu frowned again, confirming whether that meant I needed to be on call 24/7. I nodded frankly, adding that I wouldn't take up anyone's time without reason and would only contact them when truly needed. The expressions on their faces immediately became somewhat subtle, and some even began to misunderstand, thinking that I was going to make other demands. After discerning their thoughts, I could only smile helplessly and explain that all the services I offered were solely within the scope of my job duties. I made it clear to everyone that this job absolutely did not include any sexual favors or any requests to cross boundaries, and they could rest assured. Finally, I want to make it clear that what I value most here is ability, not appearance. As long as someone is capable enough, everyone will receive the respect and rewards they deserve. If someone's work ability is substandard, I will not hesitate to dismiss them. As soon as I finished explaining the benefits, the girls who were about to leave immediately stopped, their hesitation noticeably lessening. They asked me, somewhat skeptically, if I was lying. I couldn't help but laugh and countered, "Do I look like someone who's short of women?" Everyone fell silent, shaking their heads in quiet disbelief. The row of luxury cars parked in the yard had already proven everything. With my age, looks, and wealth, if I really wanted to find a woman, I wouldn't need to use a high salary to deceive anyone. Compared to those arrogant rich kids, my attitude actually made them relax a lot, and their guard gradually disappeared. I didn't explain further, but only gave them half a day to consider. Those who decided to stay checked in with their luggage that afternoon. The villa had plenty of rooms. Aside from my area and the master bedroom, they could choose any of the other rooms they wanted. After arranging everything, I went back to my room to catch up on some sleep. I hadn't been asleep long when my phone suddenly rang. It was my mother calling. She immediately asked why there was suddenly 10 million yuan in my bank account, and even suspected me of doing something illegal. It then dawned on me that she must have checked her balance while paying the bill, which is why she was so alarmed by the amount. I quickly reassured her that all the money was earned honestly and that she and her father could spend it without worry. But she didn't believe me at all and kept asking me how I had earned it, so I had to make up a reason on the spot. I told her that I won a big lottery prize a few years ago and then used the winnings to invest in stocks, which is how I made my current money. Although it was a white lie, there was no way to explain things related to the system, so I could only keep it from my parents for now. My mother was still somewhat skeptical, but she insisted on saving the money for me in case of emergencies. Hearing this, I was both amused and exasperated. I hadn't expected her to have already considered the possibility of something happening to me in the future. After hanging up the phone, I secretly decided that I must find an opportunity to go home in style and make my parents truly feel at ease. At 1 p.m., Shen Mingyao and I were resting in the living room when the doorbell suddenly rang. The surveillance camera showed Su Moyu and the others. I pressed the open button, and soon a dozen or so beautiful women dragged their suitcases into the courtyard, clearly all choosing to stay. I smiled and asked them if they had made up their minds, and they all nodded without hesitation. Not a single one of them backed out. After all, Such treatment is probably unmatched in all of China, and no one would be willing to give it up easily. I nodded in satisfaction and asked Su Moyu to send me her bank account number so I could transfer her some money first. She thought I was going to pay her salary in advance, but I told her that this money was for future purchases and daily expenses. After receiving the account information, I immediately transferred 10 million. However, the system didn't notify me of the rebate for a while, which surprised me. I immediately asked the system why, and the system quickly explained that ordinary transfers are not considered consumption and therefore cannot trigger the rebate. I pressed further, asking if Su Moyu would use the money to purchase items, and if so, it would count as my expense. The system confirmed that as long as she used the funds to complete the purchase, the rebate would still automatically be credited to my account. Reassured, I finally felt relieved. I wouldn't have to handle everything myself when buying things for the villa anymore. At the same time, Su Moyu received a text message confirming the arrival of the funds, and he froze on the spot, unable to react for a long time. Several girls nearby immediately gathered around, and when they saw that a full 10 million had been deposited into his account, they were all speechless with shock. Su Moyu's voice trembled slightly as she cautiously asked me, "Boss, is this 10 million really being transferred to her?" I nodded casually and told her that 10 million would be allocated every month as procurement funds for the entire villa. This statement stunned everyone again. The annual procurement budget alone exceeded 100 million. They were completely dumbfounded. Seeing everyone's exaggerated reactions, I couldn't help but laugh and ask, 10 million is nothing. Is it really that hard to spend? At the same time, everyone thought to themselves, this is not a question a normal person should ask. Then I started setting the procurement standards. The wine, tea, and coffee were all top of the line. There was no room for compromise. I had only one requirement. Everything in the villa had to be of the highest quality. There was no need to try to save me money. After finalizing the budget, I casually opened a drawer, and a huge pile of luxury car keys lay directly on the table. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Bentley, and other keys were stacked up, dazzling everyone's eyes. I casually grabbed a few handfuls and handed them to Su Moyu, telling them that from now on, they could drive whatever car they wanted to buy groceries. The suggestion of using a sports car to buy groceries stunned everyone again, leaving them speechless. Su Moyu couldn't help but ask me if I wasn't afraid they'd run off with the money in the car. I smiled and shook my head, telling them that as long as they worked diligently for me, they would receive far more in the future. I added that even if they were given the chance to run, they probably wouldn't dare. Everyone fell silent after hearing this, because everyone understood that the consequences of stealing these things were far beyond their imagination. After we finished talking about work, I casually mentioned that I was a little thirsty. Su Moyu was just about to go pour some tea when several girls rushed over to do so. Seeing that she didn't have a chance to pour tea, she immediately ran behind me and offered to massage my shoulders. The other girls also started to show off their skills. I simply enjoyed it all calmly. The changes brought about by wealth were more real than any words could describe. After a short break, I announced the end of my workday and began thinking about my trip to the capital tomorrow. Wang Yilin has been running Yida for many years, and I can't guarantee he won't make arrangements in the capital beforehand. My biggest advantage right now is wealth, but when facing real connections and power, money alone isn't enough. With that in mind, I proactively contacted the system, hoping to access the system shop and purchase some life-saving items. However, the system directly prompted that I lacked sufficient permissions and could not currently access the shop, refusing to explain the conditions for doing so. Somewhat frustrated, I could only continue asking if there were any other ways to quickly improve my strength. This time, the system finally gave a new prompt. I could activate the targeted reward function, but it would consume my rebate quota. Without hesitation, I selected to activate it. The next second, the system deducted a full 100 billion in rebates. A text message popped up on my phone simultaneously, showing that my account balance had instantly decreased by 100 billion, which almost made me jump up on the spot. What baffled me even more was that the system didn't react at all after the money was deducted, as if nothing had happened. I immediately questioned the system, and it slowly reminded me that the current rebate amount was less than 400 billion, so the function could not be officially activated at the moment. I couldn't help but curse a few times before I could barely suppress my frustration. Spending that 100 billion was such a waste. But then I thought, as long as I keep spending, I can quickly get the credit limit back. Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered that Guan Feifei had worked in the aviation industry, which was a perfect opportunity to use. I immediately called her over and arranged for her to help me purchase a private jet that very day. Guan Feifei was stunned. After confirming that I wasn't joking, she said that the price would be slightly higher today. I didn't care at all and just told her that the cost was not a problem. As long as it was completed today, I would personally reward her with 1 million yuan. As soon as she finished speaking, the room fell silent again, and the other girls looked at Guan Feifei with envy. A boss who would reward them with 1 million yuan for just completing one task, they had never even dared to dream of such a thing before. Guan Feifei was so excited that she repeatedly assured me she would handle it as soon as possible and would not let me down. I nodded in satisfaction, with only one goal in mind: to quickly raise the rebate amount back up and prepare more trump cards for the trip to the capital. Chapter 51. Why don't you try it and see? Boss. In less than 10 minutes, Guan Feifei found Qin Feng again. How did the talks go? Qin Feng hummed in agreement and then asked with a smile. I have just contacted Mr. Li from Eagle Airlines, and he said he can sell you a Boeing 747. Guan Feifei didn't waste any words and immediately said to Qin Feng, as for the application and approval of airspace, he can handle all of that for you. Boeing 747. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, as he didn't know much about airplanes. That's right. Guan Feifei nodded and began to introduce the Boeing 747 to Qin Feng, saying, the Boeing 747 is currently the most cost-effective civilian passenger aircraft on the market. It can be used for cargo transportation or passenger transport, and its price is approximately 350 million US dollars. If converted to Chinese yuan, it would be around 2.3 billion. Is that so? After listening, Qin Feng immediately made the decision, saying, then let's buy it. This? How? Qin Feng was taken aback and couldn't help but frown slightly. Don't they want to sell for 2.3 billion? That's not it. Guan Feifei gave a wry smile before saying, he said he would charge a 5% handling fee. I haven't agreed to his request yet. What do you think? Say yes. Qin Feng had no time to waste here and made the decision without saying a word. He knew very well that getting the paperwork for Chinese airspace completed in a single day was not an easy task. Actually, the 5% handling fee is quite worthwhile. All right, I'll get on it right away. When Guan Feifei saw that Qin Feng agreed, she immediately made a phone call. Less than 5 minutes later, Guan Feifei came over again. Boss, Mr. Li says he's in Shenzhen right now and wants to meet with you in person to discuss things. What do you think? Is that so? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously, did he say where he wanted to meet? He said it's up to you. Oh well. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, just arrange to meet him here. It's quite sunny outside anyway, so I'm too lazy to go out. You know, the weather in Shenzhen in July is so hot that it can cause heat stroke. Qin Feng still felt that staying in the villa with the air conditioning on would be more comfortable. As for whether that CEO Li is popular or not, what does it have to do with him? Okay, I'll inform him right away. Guan Feifei nodded and immediately sent a text message on her phone. About 2 hours later, a black Mercedes-Benz 750 worth 2 million yuan appeared directly at the entrance of Huaihai Villa. The car had barely come to a stop when a security guard immediately came over. Hello, how can I help you? The security guard knocked on the car window and spoke into the car. Hello. Li Yihong rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and said with a smile, I'm a homeowner here, invited by you to discuss business. Please open the door and let me in. Yeah. The security guard paused for a moment, then said, then please come to our security office and fill out a form. Wouldn't this be too much trouble? Li Yihong couldn't help but frown. No way. The security guard curled his lip and said disdainfully, these are the rules. If you're not willing to fill them out, I can't let you in. He's a security guard at Huaihai Villa. So what if the other party is driving a Mercedes 750? You should know that he comes into contact with quite a few important people every day. He really didn't take Li Yihong seriously at all. However, Li Yihong could easily see the disdain in the security guard's eyes. He wanted to get angry, but he forcibly suppressed it. He took a deep breath and reluctantly nodded. All right then. After saying that, he prepared to follow the security guard to the security room. But just then his phone rang. Li Yihong took out his phone and saw that the call was from Guan Feifei. He didn't waste any time and answered the phone immediately. Hey, Mr. Li, haven't you arrived yet? The moment the call connected, Guan Feifei's urging voice came from the other end. You should know that Qin Feng had said that if she could handle this matter today, he would reward her with 1 million. Now that Li Yihong hasn't arrived yet after so long, Guan Feifei is naturally getting a little anxious. Cough, cough. Li Yihong coughed twice and said somewhat embarrassedly, I just arrived at the entrance of Huaihai Villa, and I was just about to fill out the form and go in. Fill out a form? Guan Feifei was taken aback and said somewhat speechlessly, Is that really necessary? If I don't fill this out, the security guard won't let me in. After hearing this, Li Yihong said somewhat awkwardly. The security guard leading the way frowned immediately upon hearing Li Yihong's words. In his mind, this guy actually dared to complain about him to his face, so he had to make things difficult for him later. Here's what we'll do. Go tell him that you're a guest invited by President Qin Feng. Guan Feifei's voice came through the phone again very quickly. Will this work? Li Yihong pursed his lips and said with some doubt. Hee. Guan Feifei chuckled, a slight smile playing on her lips, and said, Why don't you try and see? Oh well. Li Yihong nodded reluctantly, then hung up the phone. To be honest, he really doubted whether Qin Feng's name was really that effective. With a try-it-and-see attitude, he immediately turned to the security guard and said, I am a guest invited by President Qin Feng. Are you sure you want me to fill out a form? Huh? What did you say? Upon hearing Li Yihong's words, the security guard couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. You are a guest invited by President Qin? You see, he was just secretly plotting how to make things difficult for the guy in front of him. But who would have thought that this was actually a guest invited by Qin Feng? He immediately stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Upon seeing the security guard's surprised expression, Li Yihong was also taken aback. Holy crap, is this for real? Could it be that President Qin really wields such great influence at this Huaihai Villa? Just as he was thinking about these things, the security guard jogged towards him with a fawning expression. Sir, it was all my fault just now. I want to apologize to you. If I had known you were a guest invited by President Qin, I would never have dared to let you fill out this form. After saying that, without waiting for Li Yihong's reaction, he bowed deeply to him. Li Yihong was taken aback at first, but quickly came to his senses. He smiled and said calmly to the security guard, This is all part of your job. There's nothing to blame or not. At this point, he suddenly changed the subject. However, don't judge people like that again, understand? I understand, you're right. Upon hearing Li Yihong's words, the security guard immediately breathed a sigh of relief, straightened up, and repeatedly agreed. Chapter 52. I'm afraid you'll be scared to death if I tell you. Please wait a moment. I'll open the door for you right away. Not daring to waste any time, the security guard immediately jogged over and opened the gate. As Li Yihong drove in, he didn't forget to smile and salute. Just then, a security guard who was changing shifts came over and witnessed the scene. Hey, Saner, what are you doing? Is there some important person in there? He stepped forward and asked the security guard with curiosity. Judging from the car's appearance, it doesn't seem like it. You don't know anything. Hey, Saner, you've really gotten bold, daring to talk to your brother Yang like that. The new security guard chuckled and cursed, then quickly asked, Tell me, who's the big shot inside? Hee. The security guard named Saner chuckled and couldn't help but curl his lip, saying, You'd be scared to death if I told you. Wow, really? Is that amazing? Certainly. Saner's lips curled slightly upward as she said calmly, Have you heard of President Qin Feng? I've heard of him, he's a big shot. Upon hearing this, the new security guard immediately wore an expression of great admiration. You mean Mr. Qin is sitting inside? How is that possible? Saner curled his lip and said disdainfully, How could someone as powerful as President Qin drive such a beat-up car? That makes sense, it does. Upon hearing this, the new security guard nodded in agreement. But just then, he suddenly remembered something and said to Saner in a very annoyed tone, Damn it, you still haven't told me who's sitting in there. This way. After being ushered in by security, Li Yihong followed the road signs. In less than 10 minutes, he parked the car outside the courtyard of Villa number 95. I got out of the car and rang the doorbell. The gate was opened very quickly. Mr. Li, you've finally arrived. The moment the courtyard gate opened, Guan Feifei appeared directly in front of Li Yihong. Looking at Guan Feifei in front of him, Li Yihong was momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, she quickly smiled and said, Fei Fei, you're getting more and more beautiful. However, Guan Fei Fei was in no mood for small talk. She waved her hand and said, Mr. Li, my boss has been waiting for you for more than 2 hours. Let's go in quickly. Okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way. Upon hearing this, Li Yihong nodded sheepishly. After walking through the cobblestone corridor, the two soon arrived at the villa entrance. When Li Yihong inadvertently glanced at the enormous garage not far away, he couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! Wow, there are so many luxury cars. Guan Feifei naturally noticed Li Yihong's surprised expression. After gesturing for him to enter, he walked directly into the villa's main hall. Once Li Yihong came to his senses, he forcibly suppressed his shock and immediately followed. My goodness, this is so luxurious. Looking at the interior decoration and furnishings of the villa, Li Yihong couldn't help but be secretly shocked. He wasn't the kind of person who hadn't seen the world, and besides, he lived in a villa himself. However, compared to his villa, it was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Just as he couldn't help but look around, he soon discovered that apart from a young man, the rest of the people in the villa were all beautiful women. While feeling envious, I was even more surprised. It goes without saying that I'm envious. After all, what man wouldn't be envious of living under the same roof with so many beautiful women? As for his surprise, it was Qin Feng's age that surprised him. He had initially thought Qin Feng would be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. But to my surprise, they were so young, looking no more than their early 20s. At such a young age, how could he not be surprised to have such amazing things before him? Mr. Li, let me introduce myself to you. Just then, Guan Feifei pointed at Qin Feng and introduced him to Li Yihong. This is my boss, President Qin Feng. He's the one who wants to buy your company's private jet. Hello, Mr. Qin. Upon hearing this, Li Yihong immediately extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Li. Qin Feng didn't presume to be presumptuous. He stood up and shook hands with him. Mr. Qin, Feifei told me that you want to purchase our company's Boeing 747. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Qin Feng nodded in reply. It's like this. Li Yihong didn't beat around the bush and immediately got straight to the point, saying, if you want to purchase and use it today, we might have to charge a 5% handling fee. What do you think? No problem. All right, since you agree. As Li Yihong spoke, he took out a contract from his briefcase. Then please sign this. By the way, if possible, we also need you to pay a 20% deposit in advance. Pay a deposit? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then pursed his lips and said, no need for a deposit. This. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Yihong couldn't help but frown. President Qin, do you mean you don't want to pay the deposit? Of course not. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said nonchalantly, what I mean is, full payment up front. Full payment. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Yihong almost stumbled and fell to the ground. After a long pause, he asked, somewhat incredulously, Mr. Qin, aren't you afraid that after paying the full amount, the plane won't be delivered to you? There's nothing to be afraid of. I don't lack this little bit of money. Qin Feng curled his lip, saying with a playful expression, of course, if you really dare not deliver it to me then. He didn't finish his sentence, but he believed Li Yihong would understand. Don't worry, I guarantee I can get the plane here for you today. Li Yihong wasn't stupid. He could easily understand the threat in Qin Feng's words. To be honest, if anyone else dared to threaten him like that, Li Yihong would definitely scoff at it. But if it were Qin Feng instead, he wouldn't dare. Li Yihong has always been very good at judging people, and he was certain that Qin Feng was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to offend. After the two signed the contract, Qin Feng immediately transferred 2.45 billion yuan to Li Yihong. Ding! Your total spending this time is 245 million yuan, and you have successfully received a rebate of 2,450 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your washing account. Please check your account. The moment the system notification sounded, an ICBC Bank SMS message arrived immediately. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your ICBC account ending in 9528 successfully received a deposit of 2,450 million yuan at 1703 on July 5th. The balance after the transaction is 2,450 million yuan. Chapter 53. Once you've mastered Chinese, call me again. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 400 billion. and the system has successfully activated the designated extra reward option service for you. Ding! The designated bonus reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, and retail and catering companies. Please make your selection. Hey system, why are all these company options? After hearing the system's options, Qin couldn't help but frown and asked the system, "Can't you give me some pills or magic weapons?" Ding! We're sorry, you don't have sufficient permissions to provide these services. Holy crap! Another lack of permissions? It has to be said that Qin felt an urge to punch someone when he heard those words. He forcibly suppressed his anger and began to think about it carefully. Real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, retail and catering companies. Needless to say, these things are of little use to Qin at the moment. Now only technology companies and security companies remain. To be honest, Qin first thought was technology-related. This is because it is very likely that some companies with advanced technologies such as laser guns, laser cannons, and cyborgs will receive additional rewards. However, after much deliberation, Qin ultimately chose the security category. System, I choose security companies. Ding! You selected company, security company. The system has already provided you with a targeted extra reward. Ding! Due to your targeted selection this time, the system will grant you an additional reward, increasing your equity to 100%. Ding! Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 400 billion, and the system will award you an additional bonus. 100% shares of Blackwater Group, the world's largest security company. The share certificates have been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Blackwater Group? The world's largest security company? To be honest, Qin was a little confused because he had never heard of this company before. However, since it has been rated as the world's largest security company by the system, it proves that it does indeed have the capability. It must be said that Qin was quite satisfied with this extra reward from the system. Of course, what satisfied him most was the 100% shareholding. He never expected that spending 100 billion on a targeted extra reward option would bring such benefits. Although he holds an absolute controlling stake of 51% in all of Yida Real Estate's companies, it's still a far cry from 100% ownership. It's fair to say that if Qin were to go to the Blackwater Group now, it would be entirely his decision-making process, and there would be no room for any other voice. After having someone send Li Yihong away, Qin asked Su Moyu to bring him his notebook. He planned to search online to see if he could find any information about the Blackwater Group. After all, he is now the 100% owner of this company. Although he intends to be a hands-off manager, he can't be completely ignorant of his own company, can he? However, to Qin's disappointment, the information about the company on the website was extremely limited. It seems that the Blackwater Group has done a pretty good job of keeping things secret. Just as Qin was thinking about these things, a phone call came in from overseas. A phone call from the United States. Qin was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but think, could it be a call from the Blackwater Group? Without wasting any time, he immediately answered the phone. Hello, boss. I'm Smith, general manager of Blackwater Group. What can I do for you? The moment Qin answered the phone, a foreign man's voice came from the other end. Qin was only a high school graduate, and he basically slept through English class. He couldn't understand a single word of what the other person was saying. After a long pause, he finally said with some dissatisfaction, "Since you dialed the Chinese number, please speak to me in Mandarin. Otherwise, write it down and then send it to me." What? Clearly, like Qin, they couldn't understand the other person's language. However, he could clearly sense the dissatisfaction in Qin's tone. "Boss, you wait a moment, I'll be right over." After greeting Qin, he quickly went to find someone to ask for help. However, Qin on this side did not understand what he meant at all. Too lazy to waste any more words with that guy, I simply hung up the phone. To be honest, if Qin really wanted to talk to him, he could have easily called Su Moyu and the others. They are all PhD graduates, so English is no challenge for them at all. However, Qin didn't want to do that, not to mention that he was someone else's boss. Since this guy called China and didn't speak Chinese, Qin wasn't going to tolerate him. Would you love me if I had no money? A simple question, no money. Just as Qin Feng was wondering whether he should ask Su Moyu and the others to prepare dinner, his phone rang again. Qin Feng picked up his phone and saw that it was still the same number. He frowned slightly before pressing the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Qin Feng? Just when Qin Feng thought it was the same guy from before, a woman's voice came from the other side. Although she spoke Mandarin, her accent clearly indicated that she was a foreigner. Yes, that's me. Since he understood, Qin Feng naturally couldn't hang up the phone. Hello, boss. My name is Lucia Bryan, and I am the legal counsel for Blackwater. You can call me Lucia. Lucia? Qin Feng was taken aback and asked with some curiosity, what do you want to see me about? Boss, it's not me who's looking for you. Lucia gave a wry smile and quickly explained. It's Mr. Smith, the company's general manager, who wants to see you. He's right next to me, and I'm here to translate for him. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng pursed his lips, somewhat annoyed, and said, then you can translate for him. Okay. Lucia nodded. After waiting for about 20 seconds, Lucia's voice came again. Hello, boss. I am Smith, the general manager of Blackwater Group. Is there anything you need me to do? Well. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I'd like to know, does your Blackwater Group have any branches in China? In Qin Feng's view, the best way to fight against an opponent like Wang Yilin is to use Chinese people. If the Blackwater Group were to send some foreigners over, it would inevitably draw attention. Chapter 54, Senior Sister Lu Rubing. China. Lucia was taken aback and said apologetically to Qin Feng, Boss, I'm not quite sure about this. Shall I ask Mr. Smith for you? Yes, that's fine. Qin Feng nodded. Lucia didn't waste any words. She turned to Smith and asked, Mr. Smith, the boss asked me to ask you if our Blackwater Group has any branches in China? Some. Oh, okay, I understand. As she spoke, Lucia said directly into the phone, Boss, Mr. Smith said that we have a branch office in China. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was immediately pleased. Tell him that he must find me a few bodyguards today. After saying that, he suddenly remembered something and added, Oh right, find me women for all of them. No need for men. It's important to know that Qin Feng hired a personal bodyguard who must provide 24-hour protection. And his house is full of women. What if he gets cuckolded by a group of male bodyguards? TSK, just thinking about that scene sent chills down Qin Feng's spine. Okay, I'll tell Mr. Smith right away. Please wait a moment, boss. Although Lucia was a little curious about Qin Feng's request, she obediently complied. Soon, Qin Feng heard a series of gibberish sounds coming from the other end of the phone. Boss, I have conveyed your instructions to Mr. Smith, and he said there is no problem. Not long after, Lucia's voice came again. Yes, very good. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. With bodyguards provided by the Blackwater Group, what is a mere Wang Yilin? Okay, is there anything else you need, boss? Let me think. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he pondered for a moment before saying, By the way, compile a general overview of the company's current situation into a document and send it all to me. Okay, sure. Just then, Qin Feng remembered something and continued speaking into the other end. Tell Smith. From today onwards, all employees of the Blackwater Group must learn Mandarin. Of course, that includes him. If he can't learn it, he can get the hell out of here. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. In Qin Feng's view, Blackwater Group is now his company. Who is Qin Feng? He is a proud and upright Chinese. Faced with the choice between learning English himself and having his employees learn Mandarin, he chose the latter without hesitation. About 10 minutes later, Qin Feng received the information sent by Smith. Qin Feng first found a comfortable position on the sofa, and then began to read attentively. It was fine if he hadn't looked, but when he did, Qin Feng was really startled. He never imagined that the system, which was rated as the world's largest security company, would be so awesome. Blackwater is a large conglomerate that combines mercenaries and security companies, and is one of the most notorious in the United States. It has 5 subsidiaries, and the clients protected by them are all political figures and wealthy people from various countries. With over 300,000 employees in 103 countries around the world. Among these employees, in addition to most ordinary security personnel, there are also professional bodyguards, and even special forces and mercenaries. Qin Feng looked for about 5 minutes before finally finding information about the Huaxia branch. Based on the information available, this branch of Blackwater Group is not particularly prominent in China's security industry, accounting for less than 8% of the market share. Apart from some veterans, the employees of this company are all ordinary security personnel. This is actually quite normal. After all, this is China, so how could we allow foreign powers to control our country's security? It took Qin Feng about 10 more minutes to finish reading all the information. She stretched and said to Su Moyu, who was not far away, "Moyu, you can go prepare dinner now." "Okay, boss." Su Moyu nodded and then went to make the arrangements. Qin Feng was also a little tired at this time, so he found a place to lie down after arriving in the room. Just as Qin Feng was drifting off to sleep, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a woman standing at the head of his bed. Holy crap! With a startled cry, Qin Feng sat up abruptly in bed. He took a deep breath before looking at the woman. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old, dressed in a gorgeous red gown, her long, jet black hair cascading down her shoulders like a waterfall. Looking closely at her face, it was completely three-dimensional, as if carved by a knife and axe, and her gaze was very indifferent. Her two sharp eyebrows added to her queen-like aura. If this happened in ancient times, she would definitely be considered a female knight-errant. Just as Qin Feng was beginning to doubt whether the woman in front of him was human or a ghost, the door was suddenly pushed open. The next second, a large group of women dressed in the same clothes walked in. They first looked around the room, then approached the woman and called out in unison, "Senior sister." The woman nodded, then frowned and asked, "So, everything's been checked, right?" "Everything has been checked. There's nothing wrong." "Very well, then you can go out now." After the woman finished speaking, she simply waved her hand. Although Qin Feng didn't know who these women were, judging from their conversation, they were very likely bodyguards sent by the Blackwater Group. Before long, the large group of women dressed in red all went out. "Were you sent by the Blackwater Group?" Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked the woman. "That's right." The woman nodded, her face expressionless. To be honest, Qin Feng felt as if she were a block of ice. For a moment, Qin Feng really didn't know how to communicate with her. Cough, cough. He coughed twice before continuing. "Could you tell me your name?" After saying that, he added, "Don't misunderstand. I just want to make it easier to ask you for favors in the future." "Lu Rubing." Lu Rubing replied calmly, her face expressionless. "Like ice?" This name was definitely a good choice. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Chapter 56. Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer are in trouble. Oh, right. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly remembered something and asked Lu Rubing, "How did you get into the villa?" Of course they walked in. Lu Rubing curled her lips and said indifferently, "All of you have such poor awareness of security. The security guards in the community are completely useless. If I were your enemy, you would probably be." Lu Rubing didn't finish her sentence, but she believed Qin Feng would understand. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed awkwardly twice and said somewhat weakly, "Actually, the public security in China is quite good. It should be." However, before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Lu Rubing interrupted him, saying, "Boss, I must tell you very seriously that your safety is of paramount importance to the Blackwater Group, and we cannot afford to be careless in the slightest." To Qin Feng's surprise, just moments ago, Lu Rubing had a cold and aloof expression, but when it came to her safety, she actually spouted a whole bunch of reasons. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice more before quickly changing the subject, saying, "By the way, why are you all wearing this style of clothing? Shouldn't this be ancient Hanfu?" "Well." Lu Rubing was slightly taken aback at first, then blurted out, "I like wearing it." Holy crap. What a powerful reason. Seeing that he couldn't get any information out of him, Qin Feng simply waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go out now. I'll call you if I need anything." Thump, thump, thump. Just then, there was another knock on Qin Feng's door. "Boss, dinner is ready." Soon, Su Moyu's voice came from outside the door. "Okay." Qin Feng called out to the door and then led Lu Rubing out. The moment Qin Feng and the others stepped out of the room, Su Moyu froze on the spot. Qin Feng smiled and said to her, "Moyu, come here, let me introduce you." After saying that, Qin Feng pointed at Lu Rubing. "This is my future bodyguard, Lu Rubing, a bodyguard? Su Moyu was taken aback and asked in surprise. Boss, she's a girl. Can she protect people? Oh. Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but scoff. Without waiting for anyone to react, he lifted one foot and stomped it down onto the floor. Bang! With a loud bang, the floorboards shattered into pieces. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence upon seeing the 10-centimeter deep crater in the ground. Quiet. Utterly quiet. It was so quiet that everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeat. Senior sister, what's wrong? Just then, more than a dozen women dressed in red suddenly ran out from around the villa. As soon as they rushed forward, they immediately assumed a fighting stance. Fine. Lu Rubing waved her hand and said casually. Some people doubted our strength, so I just proved it a little. Could you provide some proof? Holy crap. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others couldn't help but mentally complain. Boss, was there an earthquake? Just as Qin Feng and the others were internally complaining, Guan Feifei and the others immediately ran out from the kitchen. When they saw more than a dozen women dressed in red suddenly appear in the living room, they were stunned. To be honest, if they didn't know this was Qin Feng's house, they would definitely have suspected they had wandered onto the wrong film set. It's all right, you guys go ahead and do your work. Once he came to his senses, Qin Feng waved his hand and addressed the women. After the women left, Qin Feng lowered his head and began to carefully examine the deep pit. The floorboards are definitely gone. They've long been trampled into pieces. As for that deep pit, it was about the size of a face and looked like it had been blasted out by a cannonball. After a long while, he finally raised his head and excitedly shouted to Lu Rubing, Bing Bing, you're amazing. You should know that the most powerful person Qin Feng had ever seen in his life was someone who could only break bricks with his bare hands. However, Lu Rubing in front of us managed to stomp a large dent into the floor made of rosewood, and the force she exerted was naturally considerable. Su Moyu, who was full of doubts just a moment ago, has already become a little fan of Lu Rubing. Hearing Qin Feng's words, she quickly chimed in. Yes, Sister Bing Bing, you're amazing. Bing Bing. Upon hearing how Qin Feng and the other man addressed her, Lu Rubing couldn't help but twitch at the corner of her mouth. To be honest, this was the first time she had ever been addressed like that. Even her master only called her Rubing. For some reason, she always felt that this form of address seemed a little strange. As for Lu Rubing's junior sisters, upon hearing Qin Feng and his companion's words, they quickly began to praise their senior sister. Of course, our senior sister is a master of internal energy. What's a mere floor to her? That's right, that's right. I even saw my senior sister stop a car with a single palm strike last time. Shaw, that's nothing. I saw my senior sister kill a tiger with one punch last time. Hee hee, what you're saying is child's play. Last time, my senior sister even killed a 7 or 8-ton elephant in Africa. You guys have never seen anything like this before. Last time, upon hearing the woman's words, Qin Feng and his companions immediately displayed expressions of great suspicion. A master of internal strength? A single palm strike brought the car to a stop? Kill a tiger with one punch? Damn, this is ridiculously exaggerated. They certainly believed that Lu Rubing was capable. After all, the deep pit on the ground was proof of that. But to say she could stop a car and kill a tiger? Even if you beat Qin Feng to death, they would never believe it. What? Don't you believe me? I tell you I. Seeing the disbelieving expressions on Qin Feng and his companions' faces, Lu Rubing's junior sisters immediately became restless. Just as he was about to say something more, Lu Rubing coldly interrupted him. All right, just shut up. As soon as Lu Rubing finished speaking, her junior sisters instantly transformed into obedient children. Seeing that they had stopped talking, Lu Rubing turned to Qin Feng and asked, Boss, is it time to eat? Well. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then nodded somewhat speechlessly. Okay, damn it. You just stepped on and ruined my 1.5 million yuan floor, and now you're talking to me about having dinner? To be honest, although Qin Feng had a little bit of complaints in his heart, he was actually quite happy. With a master like Lu Rubing by his side 24/7, wouldn't Wang Yilin just be getting beaten up? After dinner, it quickly came to 7 p.m. Seeing that Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer had not returned yet, Qin Feng prepared to call them. But just then, Li Yihang called first. Mr. Qin, your plane has been transported to Shenzhen International Airport. Would you like to come and take a look? Has it arrived already? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he said, I won't come over. I'll send Fei Fei over later. He's incredibly wealthy now, so he doesn't need to do everything himself anymore. After hanging up the phone, he called Guan Fei Fei over. After recounting what had just happened to her, he asked Lu Rubing to find 2 junior sisters to follow along. Would you love me if I had no money? A simple question. Would you love me if I had no money? No sooner had Guan Fei Fei and the others left than Qin Feng's phone rang again. Upon seeing that the call was from Qin Yu, he immediately answered it. Brother, come quickly and save me and Sister Shuer. We're in Haidong. As soon as the call connected, Qin Yu's crying voice came from the other end. Before she could finish speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. Chapter 57. Young Master Huang pays for everything. Xiaoya, Xiaoya. Qin Feng shouted twice, only to find the call had been disconnected, and instantly flew into a rage. Rubing, come with me. Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke to Lu Rubing. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Rubing's reaction, he strode towards the parking lot. Although Lu Rubing didn't understand what was going on, she quickly followed. A short while later, a brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom drove away from Huaihai Villa. Haidong Hotel. As night fell, the streets were already brightly lit. A series of horn honks sounded, and soon more than 10 cars stopped at the entrance of the Haidong Hotel. Among these cars, the most eye-catching is a Lamborghini Veneno. A short while later, a large group of students got off the bus, about 20 or so. Led by a waiter, they quickly entered the hotel lobby. Hey, young Master Huang, what brings you here today? Just then, a man in a foreman's uniform walked over with a fawning expression. Hee, we're having a class reunion dinner today. Huang Linhua chuckled and said to the hotel supervisor, Old Yang, could you arrange a seat for me? No problem. How about the private room at the Hainan Rendezvous? Hainan Rendezvous? Huang Linhua was taken aback and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Hey Lao Yang, do you think someone like me is only qualified to attend the Hainan Rendezvous? It's worth noting that the Haidong Hotel has different levels of private rooms. The most luxurious private rooms are, in order, Supreme World, Sea and Sky Feast, 9 stars embracing the moon, and 1 step to heaven. The less desirable private rooms include Mantanghong, Manjiangkai, Yipinju, and so on. No way. Upon hearing Huang Linhua's words, the manager quickly explained, I was just thinking of arranging a larger private room for you, because I saw that you have a lot of people here. No need, just arrange for me to be the supreme ruler. Huang Linhua waved his hand and said with a half-smile, Old Yang, you can't let me lose face in front of my classmates, can you? After saying this, he glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Qin Yu, who was chatting with Zhao Shuer not far behind him. He knew very well how rich Qin Yu's brother was. He was a big shot who could just buy his sister a Lamborghini Veneno. If I could catch up with Qin Yu, wouldn't I have endless riches and glory to enjoy? As for Zhao Shuer, who was beside Qin Yu, he naturally wouldn't even dare to think about her. She was Qin Feng's woman. Upon hearing this, the supervisor immediately looked somewhat embarrassed and said, Young Master Huang, I'm so sorry. Our manager is preparing to entertain distinguished guests at Supreme World today, so? Oh. Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua frowned and asked, What kind of distinguished guest requires your manager to personally entertain them? In Huang Linhua's view, the manager of Haidong Hotel is definitely a big shot in this area. What kind of person would he personally receive? Master Leopard. The foreman leaned close to Huang Linhua's ear and whispered something. Hiss, it's Lord Leopard. Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua couldn't help but gasp. Who is Leopard? That was a well-known underground gang leader in Shenzhen, with more than 100 underlings under his command. Anyone who dares to take a private room from him has a death wish. Thinking of this, Huang Linhua didn't dare to pretend anymore and immediately nodded. All right, then arrange for us to stay at the Hainan Rendezvous. Hey, no problem. The foreman smiled and gestured for them to come this way. Everyone, please come this way. After saying that, he led everyone into the VIP elevator on the first floor. Brother Huang, wow, this private room is amazing. TSK. Our brother Huang is really rich. Eating here must be very expensive, right? That's right. I've heard that a meal in a regular private room at the Haidong Hotel costs several thousand yuan. This must cost at least tens of thousands, right? How could it only be tens of thousands? It should start at least at 100,000. My goodness, this is way too expensive. As soon as everyone stepped into the VIP room of the Hainan Rendezvous, they were immediately stunned by the magnificent and opulent decor. A large group of people came forward and showered Huang Linhua with praise. He. Huang Linhua chuckled dismissively, saying, "It's just a little money. Everyone should eat and drink well today. I, young Master Huang, will pay for everything." Wow, young Master Huang is so domineering. So handsome. He's so incredibly handsome. Ah, I wish I could be Brother Huang's girlfriend. TCHU? You're dreaming. Yes, don't you know why Brother Huang is treating us to dinner today? Why? It's just a classmate reunion. Are you stupid? He's doing this to pursue Qinyu, okay? Upon hearing Huang Linhua's words, the crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves. Just then, the head waiter had someone bring the menu. He handed the menu to Huang Linhua with a fawning smile. "Young Master Huang, what would you like to eat?" After taking the menu, Huang Linhua glanced at it casually, then handed it to Qinyu with a smile. "Xiaoyu, what would you like to eat? Just order whatever you like. Need not." Qinyu waved her hand. "You should let the students order." After saying that, he ignored Huang Linhua and turned to chat with Zhao Shuer. Holding the menu, Huang Linhua suddenly felt embarrassed. He never expected that Qinyu would be so disrespectful. He couldn't help but think to himself, "You bitch, you're so smug now. Once I get my hands on you, I'll make you regret it." Of course, he only dared to think these words in his heart. After all, Qin Feng was not someone he could afford to offend. Cough, cough. Huang Linhua coughed awkwardly twice before smiling at everyone and saying, "Classmates, please see what you want to eat and order whatever you like." After saying that, he casually handed the menu to a classmate next to him, since it would take some time for the food to be served, and luckily there was a karaoke room in the private room. Everyone took turns requesting songs, and soon the atmosphere became lively. Without a doubt, Huang Linhua was the first to request a song. In order to impress Qinyu, he immediately requested his favorite song, borrowing 500 Years from Heaven. Following the undulating landscape, the gentle curves of the river, let love roam freely in the central plains, the north and the south. Facing icy blades and bloody swords, with the companionship of wind and rain, I cherish the golden years bestowed upon me by heaven. It must be said that when Huang Linhua sang this song, everyone felt quite moved. As soon as he finished singing, thunderous applause and praise erupted. "Wow, Brother Huang sings so well. It sounds absolutely amazing. He sings with such masculine energy. You know what? Just now Brother Huang gave me the feeling of being a great general. I just want to say 2 words. It sounds great. P.S. Just to clarify, this book is not about cultivating immortality. Not about cultivating immortality. Not about cultivating immortality. I'm saying it 3 times because it's important. Chapter 58. Please spare me this time. Xiaoya, why don't you sing one too?" Just then, Huang Linhua handed the microphone directly to Qinyu. Upon hearing Huang Linhua's words, everyone quickly echoed his sentiments. "Yes, Xiaoya, why don't you go up and sing a song? I've heard people say you sing incredibly well." "That's right. Xiaoya won an award in a national high school singing competition before." "Wow, isn't that amazing? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up." This. Qinyu hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right then." After saying that, he turned to Zhao Shuer and said, "Sister Shuer, shall we sing together?" "I." Zhao Shuer was taken aback, but seeing Qinyu's somewhat coquettish expression, she finally agreed. Upon hearing that the 2 goddesses would be performing together on stage, everyone became even more excited. "Sister Shuer, what do you want to sing?" Qinyu asked Zhao Shuer while scrolling through the screen. "Keep an eye on it. Preferably a duet." "Okay, sure." Qinyu nodded and began to look through the pages. "Sister Shuer, what do you think of this song? Today You're Marrying Me." Before long, Qinyu found a song that she thought was very good. Okay, then let's select this song." Seeing Zhao Shuer nod, Qinyu nodded directly. A beautiful melody soon drifted from the private room. The warmth of spring and the blooming flowers take away the sadness of winter. The gentle breeze brings a romantic atmosphere. Every love song suddenly becomes meaningful, and I suddenly see you at this moment. When Qinyu sang this part, she directly pointed at Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer immediately understood and quickly continued singing. The fragrance of spring flowers takes away the hunger and cold of winter. The breeze brings unexpected love. The birds' songs bring us closer, and I suddenly fell in love with you at this moment. Soon, the two were singing together. Listen to me, hold hands and walk with me. Let's create a happy life. If you missed it yesterday, you'll regret it tomorrow. Will you marry me today? Master Leopard, this way please. In the corridor outside the VIP room, the hotel manager fawned over a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s, with a shaved head and a scar that ran across half of his face, making him look exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. Behind him followed more than a dozen thugs dressed in flashy clothes and with dyed yellow hair. Just as he was about to follow the hotel manager to the Supreme World private room, he suddenly heard a very pleasant singing voice. Wait a minute. Zhang Bao waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. After closing his eyes and enjoying the moment, he said to the hotel manager, "Let's not go to the private room yet." Not going to a private room? The hotel manager was taken aback and asked curiously, "Where would you like to go?" Hee, you'll see in a minute. After Zhang Bao finished speaking, he first licked his slightly chapped lips and then revealed a malicious smile. This way. My God, this is so good. Yes, I feel that Xiaoya and Schwetter sang even better than the original singers. Yes, I feel the same way. They're amazing. Not only are they beautiful, but they also have such talents. Wow, these two goddesses are amazing. Thumbs up. As soon as Qin Yu and her partner finished singing, the audience erupted. No one expected that Qin Yu and her companion would sing so beautifully. Hee, you sang really well. Ladies, how about we go to our private room and sing for a bit? Just as Qin Yu and her companion were about to step off the stage, a male voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing the somewhat teasing tone, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer couldn't help but frown. As Qin Yu's suitor, how could Huang Linhua possibly sit still? Before he could turn around, a furious curse rang out. Holy shit, who the hell said that? Are you looking for death? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and looked towards the door. Leopard, Master Leopard? With just one glance, Huang Linhua almost stumbled and fell to the ground. He stared at the other person with terrified eyes, and his body trembled involuntarily. He never expected that the person who had just spoken would be Zhang Bao. At this moment, Huang Linhua really wished he could slap himself a few times. Upon seeing his terrified expression, everyone immediately understood what was going on. The scarred man in front of him was someone even Huang Linhua wouldn't dare to mess with. Sure enough, the next second, Huang Linhua knelt down and said, Leopard, Master Leopard, I was just being mean. Please forgive me this time for my father's sake. Your dad. Zhang Bao was slightly taken aback, then looked down and asked curiously, Who is your father? My father is Huang Xingqiu, the owner of Jinhua Real Estate. He even had the pleasure of drinking with you at a dinner last time. Oh, so your dad is Lao Huang. Zhang Bao gave a casual, oh, and said, Since you're old Huang's son, let's just forget about what happened earlier. Thank you, Leopard. Thank you, Leopard. Upon hearing that Zhang Bao would not pursue the matter further, Huang Linhua immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. All right. Zhang Bao waved his hand and said to Huang Linhua with a lewd smile, Kid, I won't hold what happened just now against you, but you should at least do something for me, right? Yes, that's fine, no problem. Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua immediately nodded repeatedly. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you right away, as a token of my appreciation. Fuck you. Before Huang Linhua could finish speaking, Zhang Bao kicked him and cursed viciously. Do I look like someone who needs your little bit of money? So you mean? While rubbing his chest, which was sore from being kicked, Huang Linhua asked in great fear. He looked nothing like the spirited young man he had when he first arrived. Hee. Zhang Bao chuckled, gestured towards Zhao Shuer and the other woman with his lip, and said to Huang Linhua, You know these two, right? No. Huang Linhua dared not hesitate, and quickly replied, Yes, very good. Zhang Bao nodded with satisfaction. All right, I'll give you a task. If you can get those two into my private room, I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, I'll take care of your father too. This? What? You don't want to? No, I do. Huang Linhua dared not refuse and quickly nodded repeatedly. He understood perfectly well what Zhang Bao meant. It was obvious that he had his eye on Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer. Although Qin Yu was the goddess he had always dreamed of, given the current situation, he had no choice but to reluctantly give her up. Chapter 59, You're quite clever, kid. Not bad. You're quite clever. Zhang Bao patted Huang Linhua on the shoulder with great satisfaction and said to him, Then it's up to you now. After saying that, he left a few of his underlings outside the door and turned to leave the private room. Once Zhang Bao left, the scene fell silent. Cough, cough. After a long while, Huang Linhua finally coughed twice. Turning to Qin Yu and Shuer, he awkwardly smiled and said, Xiao Yu, Senior Shuer, do you think we should go over there? As soon as he said that, everyone turned to look at him. There is contempt. There was disdain. There's sarcasm involved. They never imagined that there could be such shameless people in this world. Huang Linhua felt somewhat embarrassed under the mocking gaze of so many people. But now that things have come to this, he has no choice but to go down this dark path. As for Qin Yu's brother, Qin Feng, he had long since forgotten about him. In Huang Linhua's mind, so what if Qin Feng is rich? You should know that Boss Leopard isn't just rich. He also has hundreds of henchmen who are capable of wielding knives and killing people. Taking a deep breath and ignoring the stares of others, he continued speaking to Qin Yu and the other girl. Xiao Yu, do you know who Brother Leopard is? He's a notorious underworld boss in Shenzhen, with at least 100 thugs under his command. Besides, all he wants is for you to come over and sing with him for a bit. What's the big deal? Sing with him? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but scoff. Why don't you call your mother to come and sing with him? They're not stupid. How could they possibly believe Huang Linhua's nonsense? Upon hearing this, Huang Linhua was furious. Forcibly suppressing his anger, he threatened Qin Yu and the others. I'm telling you, you have to go today, whether you like it or not. Sister Shuer, let's ignore him. I refuse to believe there's no law in this world. After Qin Yu finished speaking, she pulled Zhao Shuer and prepared to leave the private room. You dare. Seeing this, Huang Linhua didn't care about anything else. He shouted angrily and rushed forward. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. In the midst of the scuffle, he slapped Qin Yu across the face. The next second, a clear handprint appeared on Qin Yu's face. Xiaoya, are you alright? Upon seeing this, Zhao Shuer panicked and quickly asked Qin Yu. Wah, Sister Shuer, she hit me. I'm going to tell my brother. While crying, Qin Yu took out her phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and Qin Yu cried out into the other end. Brother, come quickly and save me and Sister Shuer. We're in Haidong. But before she could finish speaking, Huang Linhua snatched her phone away. Smack. With a loud crack, the phone shattered into pieces. I'm telling you, even if I have to tie you up, I'll tie you all up and take you there today. After saying that, Huang Linhua prepared to pull Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer away. However, at this moment, some of the other students present could no longer hold back and angrily cursed at Huang Linhua. Huang Linhua, you've gone too far. Yeah, I thought you were some kind of good person, but I never expected you to be so shameless. Damn it, I can't even stand it anymore. Are you even human? That's right, he even bullies girls. He's a complete beast. Huang Linhua, who was just about to make a move, roared upon hearing his classmates' words. What do you know? If you're so tough, why don't you go talk to Leopard Master? I'm telling you, you'd better not get involved in what's happening today, or you won't even know how you died. After saying this, Huang Linhua showed a very disdainful expression. The student, who had just been furious, immediately deflated after hearing Huang Linhua's threat. Should we send them to talk to Zhang Bao? Even if they had 3 times the courage, they still wouldn't dare. The lobby on the first floor of Haidong Hotel. Hello, could you please help me find your hotel manager? As soon as Qin Feng and Lu Rubing entered the lobby, they hurriedly spoke to the receptionist. Manager. The receptionist was slightly taken aback and said somewhat impatiently, I'm sorry, our manager is currently with a VIP guest. Please come back tomorrow if you need anything. Are you sure you want me to come tomorrow? Qin Feng was too lazy to waste words with her and simply slapped a black diamond VIP card in front of her. This is a black diamond VIP card. When the receptionist saw Qin Feng's card, she was startled and quickly said to him, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll call our manager right away. After saying that, he picked up the landline and started dialing. Hey, what do you want? As soon as the call connected, the hotel manager's voice came through. Manager, a guest has come over and says he wants to see you. Guest? What guest? The hotel manager curled his lip, clearly unconcerned, and said, Tell him to come back tomorrow. No way, he has our black diamond VIP card. Black Diamond VIP card? The hotel manager was slightly taken aback, then quickly said, "Okay, I'll come down right away." After saying that, he hung up the phone immediately. A short while later, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out of the elevator. "Mr. Qin, did you call for me?" He went to the front desk and asked Qin Feng, who looked anxious. "That's right." Qin Feng nodded. Without beating around the bush, she went straight to the point, saying, "My sister had an accident at your hotel, and I'd like to ask for your help." "Your sister had an accident at our hotel?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the hotel manager was immediately startled and hurriedly explained to Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with our hotel. You must believe us." All right. I didn't say it had anything to do with your hotel." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately frowned. "I'm asking you to help me find out if two very pretty girls came to your hotel tonight. If you have them, please find their location for me immediately." Two pretty girls? Upon hearing this, the hotel manager immediately realized something. After a long pause, he said with a somewhat evasive look, "Mr. Qin, are you sure you're not mistaken? No pretty girls have come to our hotel today." "No." Upon hearing the hotel manager's words, the receptionist couldn't help but whisper, "The two girls who came in earlier were—" "Shut up." However, before she could finish speaking, the hotel manager shouted at her. Chapter 60. Rubing, I have a task for you. "Oh." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said to the hotel manager with a half-smile, "It seems you're hiding something from me?" "That's not true." Upon hearing this, the hotel manager quickly shook his head. "Mr. Qin, don't listen to her nonsense. How could I possibly hide anything from you?" After saying that, he turned to the front desk with a fake smile and said to her, "Xiao Su, tell Mr. Qin, did two pretty girls come to our hotel today?" At this point, he added, "Make sure you think it through before you speak, understand?" I understand." The receptionist nodded, then turned to Qin Feng and said, "Mr. Qin, I was mistaken. There wasn't anything like that today." However, before she could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her, saying, "Do I look like an idiot to you? Mr. Qin, I'm giving you one last chance." Qin Feng's eyes were icy as he spoke calmly. "Yes, no, absolutely not." The hotel manager gritted his teeth and said with a serious expression, Okay. Qin Feng said, "Okay," 3 times, then turned to Lu Rubing and said, "Rubing, I have a task for you." "Boss, please speak." "Kick down the door, starting from the 5th floor. If you break it, it's on me." Qin Feng was aware that the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the Haidong Hotel were all private rooms. If we want to find Qin Yu and the others, the best way is to start by searching these floors. "Yes, boss." Lu Rubing nodded and took a step to leave. "What do you want to do?" Upon hearing Qin Feng and Lu Rubing's words, the hotel manager could no longer remain seated and quickly stopped Lu Rubing. However, Lu Rubing was as cold as ice, so how could she possibly stop without Qin Feng's orders? A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he yelled at the hotel manager, "Get out of the way, you!" The hotel manager stumbled and nearly fell to the ground, pointing his finger as if to say something. However, before he could even speak, Lu Rubing twisted his finger 180 degrees. "Ah!" A heart-wrenching scream rang out, and the hotel manager immediately collapsed to the ground and began rolling around in agony. The saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart, so there's no need to elaborate on how much pain he's in right now. Holy crap, who's screaming? Hey, there looks like someone lying on the ground. My God, isn't that the hotel manager? What happened to him? My God, look at that finger on his right hand. It's completely deformed. The hotel manager's screams quickly attracted the attention of the crowd in the lobby. When they saw the hotel manager's fingers, which had long since twisted into a pretzel shape, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. "Serves you right." Lu Rubing glanced at it disdainfully, then prepared to walk towards the elevator, etc. Just then, Qin Feng called out to her, "Rubing, bring him along too." "Yes, boss." Lu Rubing nodded. He lifted the hotel manager, who had already fainted from the pain, with one hand, as if he were picking up a chick. When the onlookers witnessed this scene, they were so surprised they almost bit their tongues. My God, this strength is incredible. Can anyone tell me if I'm seeing things? She's a girl, isn't she? How could she have such strength? That's terrifying. Could it be that she also caused the hotel manager's finger injury? Very likely, women are truly terrifying. It has to be said that Lu Rubing's actions really shocked many people. You should know that the hotel manager in front of you looks to be at least 140 or 150 pounds. However, how could they not be surprised that Lu Rubing brought it up so easily? Ignoring the surprised expressions of the crowd, Lu Rubing picked up the hotel manager and walked towards the elevator. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately followed. The entrance to the one step to heaven private room. Boss, should we kick it? Kick. Bang. The entrance to the 9 stars embracing the moon private room. Boss, should we kick it? Kick. Bang. The entrance to the private room of the Haitian banquet. Who are you? Hey, this girl's pretty good looking. Want to play with me for a bit? Hey, brother Nyo, look what she's carrying in her hand. My God, isn't that the hotel manager? Holy crap, it really is. Zhang Bao's henchmen originally intended to harass Lu Rubing. But when they saw the hotel manager that Lu Rubing was carrying, they couldn't help but gasp. Boss, forget it. Let's not ask anymore. How could Lu Rubing possibly tolerate being harassed by these thugs? Too lazy to ask Qin Feng for instructions, he simply kicked him a few times. Bang, bang, bang. She used less than a fraction of her strength, and all the thugs were knocked unconscious by her kicks. Judging from the way they were lying down, they must have had at least 4 or 5 ribs broken. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng, who was standing to the side, immediately gave a thumbs up. No doubt about it, just 2 words. Awesome. Keep kicking. Xiaoya and the others should be here. Kick the person or kick the door? Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and said with a playful look, Bing Bing, you've really gone astray now. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing immediately wore an embarrassed expression. To divert attention from the awkward situation, he kicked the door of the private room. Bang! With a loud bang, the door to the private room was kicked into pieces. Quiet. Utterly quiet. Everyone in the private room stared intently at the doorway, as if they had been petrified. Elder brother. Brother Feng. After a long while, 2 surprised voices finally rang out. Qin Feng nodded and walked directly towards Qin Yu and the others. Upon seeing this, Lu Rubing threw the hotel manager she was holding to the ground. Then, he took a step and followed. Brother, you're finally here, Wah. Brother Feng, it's so great that you could come. As Qin Feng approached, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer immediately threw themselves into his arms. All right, I'm here to save you, so stop crying. After Qin Feng comforted them for a while, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer blushed and were gently pushed out of his arms. As for Huang Linhua, who was standing to the side, he had already been so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He vividly remembered the scene of Lu Rubing kicking the private room door to pieces. The thought of what was about to happen sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 61. What's wrong with your face? Xiaoya, what happened to your face? Just then, Qin Feng suddenly noticed something was wrong with Qin Yu's face. The clearly visible handprint was obviously from being slapped. Brother Feng, it was him who hit me. Zhao Shuer pointed at Huang Linhua, who was slumped on the ground, and told Qin Feng everything that had happened earlier. After listening to Zhao Shuer's account, a chilling aura immediately flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Upon seeing this, Huang Linhua, who was slumped on the ground, couldn't help but shudder. You're the one who hit my sister? Qin Feng squatted down and asked Huang Linhua. It's me. Huang Linhua shuddered and replied, his voice trembling. Very good. Qin Feng's tone turned cold, and he stood up abruptly. You dare to hit my sister? It seems you think you're very powerful. Without waiting for Huang Linhua's reply, Qin Feng ordered Lu Rubing, cripple his limbs. Limbs? Lu Rubing was slightly taken aback and asked with a frown, aren't they 4 limbs? Where did the 5 limbs come from? Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, somewhat speechless, and said, doesn't he have another one between his legs? This? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing's face immediately flushed red. She never imagined that Qin Feng's so-called 5 limbs would actually be there. Forcibly suppressing her shyness, she stepped towards Huang Linhua. Upon seeing this, the surrounding students quickly covered their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the bloody scene that was about to unfold. As for Huang Linhua, who was limp on the ground, he urinated on the ground with a shiver. Lu Rubing, who had just stepped forward, couldn't help but frown. Turning to Qin Feng with a look of disgust, he asked, Boss, Can I not cripple him there? After saying that, she immediately covered her nose. There was no way around it. The smell of that guy's urine on the ground was just too overwhelming. No. As Qin Feng shook his head, he couldn't help but take several steps back. Well, okay then. Lu Rubing pouted, looking unwilling. However, this was Qin Feng's order, and she had no choice but to comply. He lifted his foot, ready to stomp down. Wait. Just then, Huang Linhua, who was lying limp on the ground, shouted loudly. In his mind, if he were to be stepped on, wouldn't he immediately become a cripple? However, Lu Rubing wouldn't listen to him. She paused for a moment, then stepped down directly. Click. Ah! The moment the sound of bones cracking rang out, Huang Linhua immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. Upon hearing this, the students around him couldn't help but tremble. Even Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu couldn't help but move closer to Qin Feng. Just then, Lu Rubing raised her foot again. Seeing this, Huang Linhua, who was screaming in pain, quickly shouted at Qin Feng. Kid, do you know who my dad is? Oh. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle with a hint of amusement. Are you planning to screw over your father? After saying that, he waved to Lu Rubing, signaling her to wait a moment. Let me tell you, my dad is Huang Xingqiu, the boss of Jinhua Real Estate. Huang Linhua gasped, enduring the pain, and said arrogantly, If you let me go today, I can persuade him not to hold it against you, otherwise. He. Qin Feng shook his head and sneered. You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me? All right, I'll remember that from your old man. After saying that, he immediately made a gesture to Lu Rubing to take action. Click. With another sharp crack, Huang Linhua immediately fainted. However, Lu Rubing didn't care about anything else and kicked Huang Linhua repeatedly, eventually crippling all 5 of his limbs. After stepping on him, he even wiped his body with his foot in disgust. All right, give him some first aid. Qin Feng curled his lip and addressed the crowd. After saying that, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the pool of blood between Huang Linhua's legs and immediately shuddered. This should have been crushed by the ground, right? TSK, TSK. How pitiful. Inside the Reign Supreme private room. Monkey, go check on him. Why hasn't that kid brought the guy over yet? After downing a beer in one gulp, Zhang Bao frowned at a guy with dyed yellow hair next to him and said, Yes, boss. Huang Mao nodded, put down his wine glass, and prepared to leave. Bang! However, before Huang Mao could even get up, the door to the private room slammed shut with a loud bang, instantly turning into a pile of rubble. Zhang Bao and the others stumbled and almost fell to the ground. What happened? Could someone have used explosives to assassinate Leopard? Thinking of this, everyone looked in the direction of the door. However, when they saw the people at the door, they were immediately surprised. Qin Feng ignored their surprised expressions and led Lu Rubing and Qin Yu inside. Which of you is Zhang Bao? Qin Feng found a comfortable spot on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked the people in front of him, Who the hell are you? Kid, you're asking for it, aren't you? Believe me or not, I'll cripple you. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the group, having regained their senses, immediately spoke fiercely. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, saying with amusement, Looks like you bunch of scum are pretty arrogant. Fuck your mother. With a curse, Huang Mao turned to Zhang Bao and asked, Boss, should I just cripple him? No need. Zhang Bao waved his hand and said to Qin Feng with a forced smile, Young brother, what brings you here? However, Qin Feng did not answer him. Instead, he pointed at Qin Yu and the other woman and asked Zhang Bao, Do you still recognize them? Hee, of course I know him. Zhang Bao chuckled and said casually, What? Young man, are you trying to stand up for them? What do you think? Qin Feng curled his lip and said indifferently, I think. At this point, Zhang Bao suddenly changed his tone and said coldly, You all have to stay here today. Hee. Qin Feng scoffed and said disdainfully, I didn't expect that. You don't have much hair, but you've got quite the big mouth. Kid, you're pretty arrogant. Zhang Bao stood up and ordered his henchmen, Cripple the men, but leave all the women here. I'm going to have my way with these women right in front of him today. After I've had my fun, I'll let you all have your turn too. Yes, boss. Upon hearing Zhang Bao's words, his henchmen instantly became incredibly energetic. The way he looked at Lu Rubing and the other girls was as if he wanted to devour them alive. He grabbed the bottle and charged straight towards Qin Feng's location. P.S. I'm so clumsy with my hands. It took me 3 hours to finish this chapter. I'm so sleepy. My little darlings, I've tried my best, sob sob. Chapter 62. You're my own brother, okay? Court death. Qin Feng sneered and ordered Lu Rubing. Make your move. Bang! No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than the blonde-haired man at the front was kicked away. Puff! He coughed up a mouthful of blood and immediately fainted. The other henchmen, who were just about to rush forward, nearly popped their eyes out when they saw this. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! This guy must have eaten Popeye. Bang, bang, bang. Before they could even react, Lu Rubing kicked them all away. Just like the previous blonde guy, they were all lying on the ground, their fates unknown. How is this possible? Zhang Bao almost stumbled and fell to the ground when he saw the scene before him. He never expected that such a beautiful girl as Lu Rubing would be so strong. You should know that these men of his have been in many fights under his command, and every time they have knocked their opponents to the ground. Now look what's happened. In less than 10 seconds, they've all been beaten to a pulp. To be honest, Zhang Bao was genuinely scared at this point. Leopard, is it? Qin Feng curled his lips and said to Zhang Bao, who looked shocked, with a playful expression, "Come on, what did you just say? Want to say something more?" Zhang Bao's body trembled, and he couldn't help but shiver. Forcing a smile, she looked at Qin Feng with a fawning expression and said, "Little brother. No, I'll call you big brother. You're my own brother, okay? What happened today was all a misunderstanding. How about I punish myself by drinking 3 cups to apologize to you?" After saying this, he poured himself 3 glasses of wine and then drank them all in one gulp. "Brother, how about this? Let's make friends today." Hee. Qin Feng scoffed, saying with utter disdain, "Make friends with me? Who the hell do you think you are? Hey kid, don't think I'm really afraid of you." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao suddenly became bolder and threatened Qin Feng. "Let me tell you, when I, Zhang Bao, was in the underworld, you were still drinking piss and playing in the mud. I'm putting it this way today. Either we let it go, or I'll call my 100 or so brothers over. You decide what to do." As Zhang Bao spoke, his eyes were constantly fixed on Lu Rubing, as if he were afraid that she would suddenly make a move. His main purpose in saying these things was to intimidate Qin Feng and make him think twice. After all, his 100 or so henchmen were no joke. However, Qin Feng had no time to waste on him here. With a slight upturn of his lips, he ordered Lu Rubing, "First, knock all his teeth out." "Okay, boss." Lu Rubing nodded and walked directly towards Zhang Bao. "Kid, don't you dare do anything reckless." Upon seeing Lu Rubing walking towards him, Zhang Bao couldn't help but shout at Qin Feng. As he spoke, he unconsciously took several steps back. However, Qin Feng ignored him and gestured for Qin Yu and the other woman to sit down. "You." Seeing that Qin Feng was ignoring him, Zhang Bao was about to say something. But before he could even speak, Lu Rubing kicked him in the mouth. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with broken teeth. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shuer and Qin Yu couldn't help but hide in Qin Feng's arms. There was no way around it. The scene before us was simply too gruesome. "You little brat. You just wait. I'll definitely kill you when I get the chance." Zhang Bao, whose teeth had been knocked out, immediately revealed a fierce look in his eyes and spoke to Qin Feng in a very unclear way. "Huh, you're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me?" Qin Feng chuckled coldly and continued to instruct Lu Rubing. "Since that's the case, then break his limbs as well. Break all 5 limbs." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao, who was in a fit of rage, immediately sobered up. He dared not show off to Qin Feng any longer and immediately knelt down. "Big brother, sir, it was all my fault just now. Please forgive me. Tell me what you want, and I'll give you the money." "Money?" Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, as if he had thought of something, and then waved his hand at Lu Rubing. "Tell me, how much money are you willing to give me?" I can give you 100,000. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed somewhat interested, Zhang Bao immediately felt hopeful. 100,000. Qin Feng curled his lip and said disdainfully, "Do you think I look like someone who's short of money? Then, how many do you want?" Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said casually, "Of course, it's all your money." "Impossible." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao immediately refused. He has a net worth of over 2 billion. If he gave it all to Qin Feng, wouldn't he be left with nothing? Let's get started. Qin Feng curled his lip and gave instructions to Lu Rubing. No, no, I'll give it all to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao dared not hesitate any longer and immediately shouted loudly. You're smart to know what's good for you. Qin Feng waved his hand and pulled out a stack of black cards from his person. When Zhang Bao saw the cards Qin Feng had pulled out, he almost fainted from fright. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! These are all black bank cards. Oh my god! Who the hell is this person? Only then did Zhang Bao realize that he had really messed up. Qin Feng ignored his somewhat shocked expression and simply picked out a card from the pile. He tossed it in front of Zhang Bao and said domineeringly, If I find out you've underspread even a single cent, you know what will happen. I know. I'll transfer it to you right away. I promise you won't lose a single penny. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhang Bao dared not have any other thoughts and nodded repeatedly in assurance. Not daring to waste any time, he picked up the black card that Qin Feng had thrown to him with trembling hands. Then, following the card number on the black card, he took out his phone and started the transfer. Dear Mr. Qin Feng, your ICBC account ending in 9528 successfully received a deposit of 24,4303, 7542 yuan at 1933 on July 5th. The post-transaction balance is 2474, 4303, 7542 yuan. Shortly after, Qin Feng received a transfer notification from the bank. He put down his phone and asked Zhang Bao, Have you turned around yet? Don't worry, I've definitely transferred them all. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bao repeatedly assured him, Very good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then continued with a playful expression, In that case. P.S. My darlings, my book's rating has dropped. Ugh, I'm so upset. Yesterday, it was 9.7, and today it's only 9.6. For those of you who haven't commented yet, could you please give it a 5-star review? Thank you so much. I'm begging you. Chapter 063. Do you have the strength? In that case. Qin Feng paused deliberately for a moment after saying this. Seeing the somewhat expectant look in Zhang Bao's eyes, he continued, Then transfer all your other assets to me as well. You, Zhang Bao, who had been holding out hope, nearly coughed up blood in anger upon hearing this. Pointing at Qin Feng, she said angrily, You broke your promise. Is there? Qin Feng curled his lips and said with a playful expression, Did I just say I'd let you go if you paid me? This? Damn it. It seems there really isn't one. Puff. Zhang Bao couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. So, have you made up your mind? Zhang Bao hesitated, wondering if Qin Feng would play him again. After a moment of silence, he said to Qin Feng in a firm tone, If you can guarantee to let me go this time, I will agree. Qin Feng scoffed, saying with utter disdain, Are you trying to negotiate with me? Let me tell you, no one has the right to negotiate with me, Qin Feng. After saying that, Qin Feng didn't wait for Zhang Bao's reaction and directly made a gesture to Lu Rubing to make a move. Lu Rubing understood, first snatching the black card from Zhang Bao's hand, and then kicking Zhang Bao's knee. Click! Ah! With a sharp crack, Zhang Bao immediately let out a pig-like scream. He clutched his already deformed and twisted knees, rolling on the ground and howling in pain. She fainted from the pain shortly afterward. Seeing this, Lu Rubing raised her foot, ready to stomp down again, etc. But Qin Feng stopped him at that moment, saying, Wouldn't it be too easy on him to just let him pass out like that? After saying that, he instructed Lu Rubing, Find something to splash on him to wake him up. Once he's awake, stomp on him. I want him to regret ever being born. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but shudder. A hint of apprehension crept into his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng. He nodded, picked up a half-finished bottle of ice-cold beer from the table, and poured it over Zhang Bao's head. The next second, Zhang Bao immediately woke up. Before he could react, Lu Rubing stomped down again. After this happened several times, Zhang Bao was already tortured into a lifeless mess. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng stood up and prepared to leave with Qin Yu and the other two women. Just as he was about to walk out the door, he said calmly to Lu Rubing, who was trying to follow him, Blind him. After saying that, he strode out. An hour later, at the entrance of Yunshan KTV in Shenzhen, car horns blared, and vans sped by. Not long after, hundreds of thugs with dyed yellow hair and earrings got off the car. At the very front of these thugs were their leaders, Big Mouth Lou, Airplane Joe, and Third Master Chow. The three exchanged a glance and led the group toward the KTV entrance. As soon as I entered, the lobby manager immediately jogged over. Without wasting any time talking to him, I immediately asked him to arrange the largest private room. Gentlemen, you should both know what just happened, right? Just as Big Mouth Lou and Airplane Joe sat down, Third Master Chow addressed them. The two men nodded, their eyes turning somewhat fierce as they asked, Third Master, have you found out who did it? We've already had someone investigate. It was done by a man named Chin Fong. Chin Fong. Big Mouth Lou was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. There don't seem to be any important people with the surname Chin in Shenzhen, right? Could it be a dragon that came from somewhere else? Snort. Airplane Joe snorted coldly, his face filled with murderous intent, and said, No matter who he is, we have to kill him. Otherwise, where would we put our pride? Old Joe is right. They dare to mess with the four tigers of Shenzhen. We can't let them get away with it. Upon hearing this, Big Mouth Lou quickly echoed. Although they often fight each other over territory. However, when faced with the bigger picture, they can still distinguish between what is important and what is not. No. However, to their surprise, Third Master Chow waved his hand at that moment. Third Master Chow, what do you mean by this? Yes, don't you want to avenge the leopard? Upon hearing what Master Chow said, Big Mouth Lou and Airplane Joe immediately became anxious. Avenge him? Master Chow was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and said, Do you even have that kind of strength? What the hell do you mean, you surnamed Chow? Upon hearing this, Zhou Feiji immediately stood up from his seat, pointed at Chow Sanyi's nose, and questioned him sternly. Old Zhou, don't rush, let Third Master finish speaking. Big Mouth Lou was much calmer than Airplane Joe, and he pushed him down in one swift motion. All right, I'll tell you the truth. Master Chow gave a wry smile and said helplessly, We simply can't afford to offend that guy named Chin Fong. How is that possible? Upon hearing Chow Sanyi's words, Big Mouth Lou asked with great skepticism, Besides a few individuals, are there any people in Shenzhen that we can't afford to offend? That's right, Mr. Chow, stop trying to fool us. Do you really think we're 3-year-olds? Airplane Joe was already very unhappy with what Third Master Chow had said earlier, so he naturally immediately echoed his sentiments. Hee. Third Master Chow chuckled coldly before saying, Do you know who Chin Fong is? Who is he? Could he be the son of a high-ranking official in charge of the capital city? Airplane Joe chuckled, his tone laced with sarcasm. A high-ranking official in charge of a region? Master Chow curled his lip and said disdainfully, I'm not afraid to tell you. Even a high-ranking official has to be extremely respectful in front of him. Holy crap, is this for real? Upon hearing Chow Sanyi's words, Big Mouth Lou couldn't help but stand up from his seat. Just moments ago, Zhou, who had been so arrogant, immediately showed a shocked expression. Do you think I have any reason to lie to you? Master Chow curled his lip and said indifferently, According to my investigation, this Chin Fong just applied for more than 10 black cards from major banks yesterday. What? Applying for more than 10 black cards at once? How is that possible? Upon hearing what Third Master Chow said, the two were immediately stunned. As powerful figures in Shenzhen, they naturally understood the implications of this. To be able to obtain so many black cards at once, what terrifying power must Chin Fong possess? Chapter 64. This is infuriating. Do you still want revenge? Seeing the two men's shocked expressions, Third Master Chow couldn't help but laugh and tease them. After hearing this, the two fell silent. Sending them to seek revenge on Chin Fong is practically suicide. Since no one wants revenge, let's just let this matter drop. With a wave of his hand, Third Master Chow said calmly, Let's spread the word that anyone who dares to oppose Mr. Chin will be an enemy of the 3 tigers of Shenzhen. In Master Chow's eyes, Chin Fong was a rare and valuable mentor. Even if you can't hold on, you can't afford to offend them, and that's what happened to Zhang Bao. After hearing this, both Big Mouth Lou and Airplane Joe had no objections. Early the next morning, after having breakfast, Chin Fong, along with Lu Rubing and the other girls, headed to Shenzhen International Airport. Because Chin Fong has his own private jet, A staff member immediately came over as soon as he entered the hall. "Hello, Mr. Qin. My name is Wan Jiwei. I just spoke to you on the phone." "Hello." Qin Feng nodded. "Please follow me." With that, Wan Jiwei led Qin Feng and the others to the VIP passage. Before long, we arrived at the tarmac. "Mr. Qin, your plane has been inspected and repaired by our staff and is ready to take off at any time." Wan Jiwei pointed to the Boeing 747 not far away and said to Qin Feng, "Yes, thank you." Qin Feng nodded and led Lu Rubing and the others directly onto the plane. There were 3 staff members on board the plane. Besides the 2 pilots, Qin Feng happened to know the remaining flight attendant. "Feifei, what are you doing here?" Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously. To be honest, Qin Feng had too many women in his family, and he hadn't really noticed Guan Feifei when he was having breakfast earlier. "Hee, it was Sister Mayu who arranged for me to come here." Guan Feifei chuckled and said to Qin Feng, "She said she was worried you'd be lonely on your journey, so she sent me here." "Lonely on the journey?" Upon hearing Guan Feifei's words, Qin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips. As for Shen Mingyao, who was standing to the side, she immediately showed a very wary expression. How could she not understand the meaning behind Guan Feifei's words? It was clearly a blatant temptation. Oh well. Qin Feng nodded and casually found a seat to sit down. To be honest, he really didn't have any other intentions. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao wanted to sit next to Qin Feng. However, before she could get close, Lu Rubing darted away and sat down first. There was nothing Shen Mingyao could do. She didn't dare to compete with Lu Rubing for a seat, so she could only find another place to sit. Shortly after everyone was seated, the plane took off. "Mingyao, I asked you to notify Yida. Have you done so?" Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Shen Mingyao, who was not far away. "The notification has been sent." "Okay, that's good." Qin Feng nodded, found a comfortable position, and prepared to take a nap. Upon seeing this, Lu Rubing and Shen Mingyao also closed their eyes. The distance between Shenzhen and Beijing is not too far, about a 3-hour flight. Just as Qin Feng was drifting off to sleep, Guan Feifei came over and gently patted his shoulder. "Boss, would you like something to drink?" Guan Feifei brought her mouth close to Qin Feng's ear and whispered something to him. "Well." Qin Feng felt the heat coming from his ear and couldn't help but feel a ticklish sensation. After a long pause, he said somewhat awkwardly, Give me a Coke." "Okay, please wait a moment." As she spoke, Guan Feifei took out a large bottle of Coca-Cola from the cart. Just as she was about to unscrew the bottle cap, she accidentally spilled the cola all over Qin Feng. "Holy crap. What's going on?" Just as Qin Feng couldn't help but frown, he heard Guan Feifei's apologetic voice. "Boss, I'm so sorry, I was so stupid." Seeing her pitiful appearance, Qin Feng immediately softened. "Never mind, it's not a big deal. I'll go to the bathroom to wash up." As Qin Feng spoke, he stood up and walked towards the restroom. Seeing this, Guan Feifei behind her immediately revealed a smug smile. He took 2 steps at a time and quietly followed them. As soon as Qin Feng opened the bathroom door, Guan Feifei was about to go in as well. However, before she could catch up, Qin Feng closed the door directly. There was nothing Guan Feifei could do. She was immediately turned away. "Hey, what are you doing standing here?" As soon as Qin Feng stepped out, he saw Lu Rubing waiting outside the door. Seeing Lu Rubing standing at the door, I almost bit my tongue in surprise. "My duty is to protect you 24 hours a day," Lu Rubing replied to Qin Feng with a cold expression. "Well, following me even to the restroom? Are you out of your mind?" After Qin Feng finished speaking, he walked directly to his seat without waiting for Lu Rubing's reaction. When Lu Rubing came to her senses, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is infuriating." She gritted her teeth and followed after him, her face full of anger. Chapter 065. Aren't we really going to go to the door to greet them? 3 hours later. Beijing Daxing International Airport. "Mingyao, have you arranged the car?" As soon as they got off the plane, Qin Feng asked Shen Mingyao. "Yes, I've made the contact." Shen Mingyao nodded in reply. "That's good." With that, Qin Feng led the women out of the airport. Qin Feng and his group stood outside the airport gate, and less than a minute later, a van pulled up. The next second, a middle-aged man walked down from above. He first looked Qin Feng and his group over, then walked over with a smile. "Hello, is this the car you rented?" "What? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and said somewhat puzzledly, "No, you've mistaken me for someone else, haven't you? No way." The middle-aged man was also taken aback, muttering to himself. They clearly said they would arrive at this time, and that they were all handsome men and beautiful women. At this point, he scratched his head and asked Qin Feng and the others, "I would like to ask if any of you is a lady named Shen Mingyao?" Shen Mingyao? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately looked at Shen Mingyao. The other girls were the same. "I." Shen Mingyao said, somewhat confused, "I am, and you are?" For some reason, Qin Feng and his companions had a very bad feeling at this moment. Sure enough, the next second, the middle-aged man said, "Then that's it. I'm an employee of Jinglong Rental Company. Didn't you say last night that you wanted to rent a more spacious car? Now that the car is yours, I'll be going now." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he directly handed the car keys to Qin Feng. Before they could react, he turned and left. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Qin Feng frowned slightly, then turned to Shen Mingyao, who looked surprised, and asked, "Mingyao, is this the car you rented?" "This?" Coming to her senses, Shen Mingyao replied awkwardly, "I meant to ask them to prepare a more spacious car, since there are several of us. But who would have thought? Damn it, I must say this car is indeed quite spacious." Upon hearing Shen Mingyao's words, Qin Feng and the others couldn't help but mentally complain. Seeing this, Shen Mingyao said to Qin Feng somewhat embarrassedly, "Master, should I call again and ask them to send another car?" "Sigh, let's just forget about it." Qin Feng sighed and said helplessly, "Be more careful next time. Don't make such a silly mistake again. As punishment, you'll be the driver today." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he handed the key in his hand directly to Shen Mingyao. "Hee, thank you, master." Shen Mingyao giggled and gave Qin Feng a happy smile. She knew perfectly well that she was originally Qin Feng's driver. The reason Qin Feng is saying this now is clearly because he doesn't want her to blame herself too much. After being deeply moved, he quickly took the van keys from Qin Feng's hand. "All right, let's set off now." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he led the women into the van. With a tap of the accelerator, the van quickly drove away from Daxing Airport. "Boss, do you think those high-level executives at Yida will be completely bewildered when they see us driving by in a van?" In the car, Shen Mingyao asked Qin Feng with a wry smile. Needless to say, who would have thought that the boss of Yida would drive to the company in a minivan? Upon hearing Shen Mingyao's words, Guan Feifei, who was in the passenger seat, couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, it's all my fault." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao couldn't help but sigh. "Fine." Qin Feng shook his head, seemingly lost in thought, and said, "Who knows if they can even see it? That can't be." Upon hearing this, Guan Feifei couldn't help but ask curiously, "They're standing at the company entrance. How could they not see us?" "Yes, you are the company's largest shareholder. They are definitely all waiting for you at the company gate." Hee. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle coldly. "I'm afraid they're just waiting to give me a hard time. They dare. You are the largest shareholder of Yida. Aren't they afraid of being fired?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shen Mingyao and the other girls immediately showed expressions of anger. "Who knows?" Qin Feng shrugged, saying dismissively, "We'll find out when we get there." Yida Real Estate Headquarters. Inside a high-level conference room. "Mr. Wang, are we really not going to go to the door to greet him?" Su Xingjun frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask Wang Yilan. "Yes, wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Upon hearing Su Xingjun's words, a senior executive of the company immediately echoed his sentiments. "If none of us go, he might make things difficult for us later, right?" Another company executive said, looking quite conflicted. "With President Wang here, what are you afraid of? What is Qin Feng anyway?" Upon hearing their words, a high-ranking official who was on Wang Yilan's side said with a hint of sarcasm, That's right. When Mr. Wang founded Yida, that kid was probably still playing in the mud somewhere. Damn it, they really think there's something special just because they own 51% of the shares. They even dared to threaten President Wang the other day. That's right, do you think you can fire us all? Let's not go today and see what he can do." In most of their minds, Qin Feng was just a young upstart who owned 51% of Yida's shares. How can anyone compare to Wang Yilan right in front of them? Qin Feng hadn't even arrived yet, and they had already pretty much decided which side to take. At that moment, Wang Yilan, who was sitting in the main seat. He first picked up his teacup and took a small sip, then smiled at everyone and said, "Gentlemen, our company is very busy right now. Even if President Qin is coming, we can't all just drop what we're doing and rush to greet him, can we?" Mr. Wang is right. I still have to talk business with President Zhou later. Me too. I haven't even finished yesterday's report yet. How could I have the time? That's right. That's right. I'm very busy too. Upon hearing Wang Yilan's words, many people immediately stood up and echoed his sentiments. Seeing this, Wang Yilan nodded with satisfaction and then continued, "I think we can just send anyone over. I think." At this point, he looked directly at Su Xingjun and said, "It would be quite suitable for Mr. Su to go alone. What do you all think?" "Haha, I agree. I agree. Mr. Wang is right. Director Su is indeed quite suitable." After everyone burst into laughter, Wang Yilan immediately made the decision. In his opinion, sending Su Xingjun to pick up Qin Feng was already a great honor for him. Chapter 066. Are these all celebrities? The main entrance of Yida's headquarters. A car horn sounded, and a dilapidated van came to a stop. It seems like there's really no one here. As soon as the car stopped, Guan Feifei looked around. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who was sitting in the back row, immediately frowned. Just as he expected, those guys really did give him a hard time. Just then, a security guard in uniform walked over. He first knocked on the car window, then said indifferently, "Delivery trucks, use the back door." Well, Shen Mingyao was slightly taken aback. After rolling down the car window, she said somewhat speechlessly, "Hey security guard, what makes us look like we're delivering vegetables? Aren't you the same?" Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately peered into the car. Damn it. These are all celebrities, right? When he saw Qin Feng and the others clearly, he was so surprised that he almost bit off his own tongue. He had to admit that he was indeed shocked by the good looks of Qin Feng and the others. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a slightly gentler tone. "Since you're not delivering vegetables, please fill out this form." "Hey, do you know who's in this car?" Upon hearing his words, Shen Mingyao immediately became dissatisfied. In her mind, when did the boss have to fill out a form just to come back to his own company? Is this some kind of joke? "I don't care who you are." The security guard curled his lip and said in a pretentious manner, "Even if our boss came, he would have to fill out a form before he could come in." Oh, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and said, "Do you know who your boss is?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the security guard burst into laughter. "Young man, you don't even know President Wang of Yida? Could it be that your village has only recently gotten internet access?" In his view, putting aside Wang Yilan's status as chairman of Yida Group, his status on the China Rich list alone makes him a household name. Isn't it ridiculous for Qin Feng to ask him this kind of question now? Qin Feng pursed his lips and ignored him, instead saying to Shen Mingyao, "Mingyao, go fill out the form. Master this." Before Shen Mingyao could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted, "This is an order." "Yes, master." Shen Mingyao nodded and reluctantly got out of the car. Upon seeing this, the security guard standing outside the car immediately gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. It's as if it's saying, "Wow, bro, even such a pretty girl listens to you." Qin Feng shrugged, looking quite dismissive. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't really have much of a problem with the security guard in front of him. After all, it's their job. When Shen Mingyao returned after signing the papers, the security guard smiled and opened the gate. With a roar of an engine, the van drove straight in. After circling around for a long time, Shen Mingyao still couldn't find a place to park. There seems to be a spot there. Guan Feifei, who was looking around, pointed to a spot not far from the entrance of Yida building and said to Shen Mingyao, It seems that's true." Shen Mingyao looked in the direction Guan Feifei was pointing, and her eyes lit up immediately. Not daring to waste any time, I stepped on the gas and drove off in that direction. After bringing the car to a smooth stop, everyone got out. Rumble. They had barely steadied themselves when a roaring engine sounded. Looking in the direction of the sound, they soon saw a Land Rover Range Rover driving towards them. Sizzle. With a beautiful drift, the car came to a stop right in front of Qin Feng and his group. Not long after, a guy dressed in a very flamboyant manner poked his head out of the car. "Hey, you guys." Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly stopped talking. He whistled at Lu Rubing and the other girls not far away, thinking himself quite cool, and said, "Hey ladies, want to add each other on WeChat?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Rubing and the other women frowned. Cough, cough. Just then, a woman with an internet celebrity face sitting next to the flamboyant man couldn't help but say in a coquettish tone, "Brother Tsong, if you keep doing this, I'll get angry." "Oh, my little darling, I was just joking with them." After the flamboyant man finished speaking, he kissed the internet celebrity's face on the cheek. To be honest, if the flamboyant guy had to choose between the internet celebrity face and Lu Rubing and other girls, he would definitely choose the internet celebrity face. Putting aside the fact that the internet celebrity face is the fat meat that's almost in his mouth. Given his personality, he has a particular fondness for women with internet celebrity faces. "I don't care, you're not allowed to ask them for WeChat." Okay, I'll do whatever you say." After finishing his sentence, the showy man, in order to show his respect for the internet celebrity face, shouted at Qin Feng and his group, "Hey, can you guys move this beat-up van? Don't you know this is where young Master Lin parked?" Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao immediately became angry. Qin Feng had asked her to fill out a form earlier, which already made her feel a little wronged. Now that another guy has appeared who dares to ask them to move their car, how can she possibly tolerate it? With a sneer, she said disdainfully to the showy man, "How can you prove that this is where you parked? Is your name written here?" Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the show-off guy burst into laughter. He curled his lip and said arrogantly, "Does my parking space, Lin Xiqing's, need a name on it?" "Oh, judging from your tone, you seem to have quite a background." Guan Feifei curled her lip and said disdainfully, "Of course." Lin Xiqing smiled confidently and said with no small amount of pride, "Do you know who my uncle is? I'm not bragging, but what I'm about to tell you will absolutely scare you to death." Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao chuckled and said with a playful expression, "Then why don't you tell me? I really want to know, how exactly did we get scared to death?" Upon hearing Shen Mingyao's words, Lin Xiqing immediately felt that he was losing face. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, then said with a pretentious air, "Since you're so eager to know, then I'll tell you. My uncle is Wang Yilin, the owner of Yida Real Estate. So, now you know why this parking space is mine, right? I'm not afraid to tell you, let alone this parking space. Even if I wanted the entire Yida Real Estate company, my uncle would give it to me without hesitation." Uft. Qin Feng, who hadn't said a word until then, burst out laughing after hearing those words. Seeing this, the other girls couldn't help but laugh as well. Others may not understand, but they understand very well. Yida Real Estate? That's Qin Feng's company. P.S. My little cuties, guess how the author will slap this show-off Wang Xikong in the face? Chapter 67. Kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. "Hey kid, what are you laughing at?" Lin Xiqing got out of the car and shouted at Qin Feng, "Is it any of your business?" "That's right. What's wrong with my master smiling?" However, no sooner had Lin Xiqing finished speaking than Shen Mingyao and Guan Feifei stepped forward. In their minds, how could Qin Feng possibly be someone that this show-off could provoke? Holy crap. This guy is way too popular with women. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing felt both displeased and envious. After a long pause, he finally looked at Qin Feng with a gloomy face and said, "Kid, is all you can do is stand behind a woman? You." Upon hearing this, Guan Feifei and Shun Mingyao immediately wanted to say something more. But at that moment, Qin Feng stopped them. He took a few steps forward and said to Lin Xiqing with a playful expression, "So what do you want?" "It's very simple." Lin Xiqing curled his lip and said casually, "First, move this piece of junk car of yours right now. Second, kneel down and say sorry to me 3 times. Otherwise..." Hee. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng scoffed, clearly unconvinced, and said, "Otherwise what?" "Otherwise, I'll have someone kick you out of Yida." Lin Xiqing revealed a very confident smile and said to Qin Feng, "If I'm not mistaken, you're here to seek cooperation with Yida, right?" However, Qin Feng ignored his threat and asked calmly, "Are you an employee of Yida?" "No." Although Lin Xiqing was somewhat puzzled, he still shook his head. "Since that's the case." At this point, Qin Feng suddenly changed his tone and said coldly, "And what right do you have to have someone kick me out?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a long pause, he arrogantly declared, "Not for any other reason than that my uncle is Wang Yilin." Kid, I'm asking you one last time. Are you going to agree or not? Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a disdainful look, do I look like the kind of person who would be threatened? Okay. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing exclaimed, good, 3 times. Kid, don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, Lin Xiqing immediately took out his phone and made a call. Young Master Lin, is there anything you need me to do? As soon as the call connected, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. Lin Xiqing glanced at Qin Feng with amusement before replying to the other end of the phone. Captain Zhou, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Is that convenient? Young Master Lin, what are you saying? Please just tell me if you can do it. Okay, then I'll trouble you to bring a few people and come to the entrance of the building. Young Master Lin, has something happened at the building? No. Lin Xiqing shook his head and said with a playful expression, there's a guy here, and I need you guys to help me kick him out. Oh, it's just such a small matter. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, said dismissively, don't worry, I'll bring people over right away. A short while later, 4 or 5 security guards walked over from not far away. Young Master Lin, is that guy you're talking about him? The security guard at the front pointed at Qin Feng and asked Lin Xiqing. Yes, that's him. Lin Xiqing nodded and cast a pitying glance at Qin Feng. Haha, I thought he was some big shot, but he's just a kid. The security guard sneered and said disdainfully to Qin Feng, you little brat, you dare to offend even young Master Lin? You probably don't know how many eyes Master Ma has. Are you employees of Yida? Qin Feng ignored his provocation and instead asked the same question as before. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the security guard frowned slightly and coldly replied, so what if it is? Very good. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said in a chilling tone, you'll find out soon enough. You little brat, don't try to put on airs with me. Do you think I'm easily intimidated? The security guard curled his lip and ordered the guards behind him. Brothers, let's go. Give him a good beating first, then kick him out. In his view, Qin Feng's words were clearly a threat to him. As the head of security, he naturally had to get revenge. Okay, Captain, just you wait and see. I can handle this little brat all by myself. Kid, don't blame me for being rough. You asked for this. After saying these arrogant words, the security guards gripped their batons and charged towards Qin Feng. Upon seeing this, Lu Rubing immediately prepared to make a move. But just then, a loud shout came from not far away. Stop it, all of you. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a middle-aged man in a suit came running over. Upon seeing the newcomer, the security guard immediately flashed a fawning smile. Director Su, what brings you here? However, Su Xingjun didn't even glance at him and walked directly towards Qin Feng's location. He first bowed to Qin Feng, then said apologetically, President Qin, I'm sorry I'm late. When the security guards and Lin Xiqing saw what was happening before their eyes, they were stunned. President Qin? Holy crap, could this be some big shot? Who are you? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously. Hello, Mr. Qin. This is Su Xingjun, the project director of our company. We spoke on the phone the day before yesterday. Oh, it's you. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng asked with a hint of amusement, did you come alone? Su Xingjun wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the meaning behind Qin Feng's words? Cough, cough. He coughed twice before saying somewhat awkwardly, Mr. Wang said the company has been very busy lately, so he only sent me. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, curled his lip, and said, looks like old Wang is quite the player. Boy, how dare you address my uncle like that? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Xiqing, who was not far away, couldn't help but stand up. However, the very next second after he finished speaking, Su Xingjun, who was standing in front of Qin Feng, shouted, Shut up. How dare you order around President Qin? Hey Su, what do you mean? Do you really think you're something special just because you're a director? Feeling humiliated by Su Xingjun's reprimand, Lin Xiqing threatened Su Xingjun, believe it or not, I'll have my uncle kick both of you out. P.S. Starting tomorrow, I'll be updating with 10,000 words every day for you cuties. Are you excited, cuties? Chapter 68. Don't blame me for knocking out all your dog teeth later. Ha ha ha. However, what Lin Xiqing didn't expect was, the moment he finished speaking, Su Xingjun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why are you laughing? Lin Xiqing frowned slightly and asked in an unfriendly tone, what am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your ignorance. Su Xingjun curled his lip and said with a look of disdain, "Do you even know who President Qin is? How dare you say such arrogant things?" Snort. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing snorted coldly and said with sarcasm, "Who could he be? At best, he's just a slightly higher-ranking dog under my uncle's command." He wasn't stupid. Su Xingjun clearly respected Qin Feng a lot. Lin Xiqing guessed that Qin Feng was likely a senior executive at Yida Real Estate, a company he had never met. So what if they're high-ranking executives in the company? Isn't he just working for his own uncle? "Kid, you'd better watch your mouth." Just then, Lu Rubing, who hadn't spoken until now, looked at Lin Xiqing with a chilling gaze and said, "Don't blame me for knocking out all your dog teeth later." You. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing was immediately enraged. He was about to say something, but when he met Lu Rubing's icy gaze, he forcibly swallowed back the words he was about to say. Seeing his humiliated expression, Su Xingjun couldn't help but feel a surge of contempt. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, it's not that I look down on President Wang. Him? He's not even fit to be President Qin's dog. Do you know that President Qin is the real boss behind Yida Real Estate?" Su Xingjun has really gone all out this time. He could see that Wang Yilin had clearly been ostracizing him. If that's the case, why doesn't he join Qin Feng's side? Therefore, he speaks without any restraint now. "What did you say?" Upon hearing Su Xingjun's words, Lin Xiqing was immediately stunned. After a long pause, he finally said, somewhat blustering but actually weak, "Impossible. My uncle, Wang Yilin, is the boss of Yida." He. Su Xingjun gave a mocking smile and said disdainfully, "How many shares does your uncle own?" "Only 22%, while President Qin owns 51%. Still calling me boss? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" "What? This guy in front of me actually owns 51% of Yida's shares? How? How the hell is this possible?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. Not only him, but also the security guards standing not far from him were all dumbfounded. Thinking of their arrogant behavior in front of Qin Feng, he couldn't help but shudder. If you offend a big shot like that, losing your job is no big deal. But if they insist on arguing with them, they might not even be able to save their own lives. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to hesitate any longer and immediately knelt down. Bang, bang, bang. Before Qin Feng and the others could react, they immediately kowtowed 3 times. The captain, surnamed Zhou, who was in the lead, apologized to Qin Feng repeatedly, saying, "President Qin, we were blind before. Please forgive us." Upon seeing this, Qin Feng was taken aback at first, then said calmly, "I don't have time to deal with you right now. Get back to your posts." "Okay, we'll get out of here right now." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, they dared not linger any longer and quickly stood up and left. Seeing this, Lin Xiqing, who was not far away, knew that things were probably not going well and immediately tried to get into his car and leave. However, at that moment, Qin Feng gave Lu Rubing a wink. Lu Rubing understood and rushed forward in one stride. Like picking up a chick, they knocked Lin Xiqing unconscious and grabbed him as he tried to escape. "Hey you!" The internet celebrity, who was watching the drama unfold in the car, wanted to shout to stop it. But when she met Lu Rubing's gaze, she immediately shut her mouth. "Boss, what should we do with this guy?" Lu Rubing glanced at Lin Xiqing, whom she was carrying, and asked Qin Feng. Su Xingjun, standing in front of Qin Feng, was already somewhat dumbfounded. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" The woman next to President Qin is incredibly strong. Just as he was looking on in surprise, Qin Feng spoke calmly. "Take him in with you." After saying that, he walked towards the entrance of Yida building. Seeing this, the others immediately followed suit. "Director Su, which floor is my office on?" Inside the elevator, Qin Feng asked Su Xingjun. "This?" Upon hearing this, Su Xingjun didn't know how to respond. "What? Didn't Wang Yilin arrange anything for me?" Qin Feng curled his lips into a half-smile and asked. "He said you wouldn't be coming to the company, so there was no need to make any arrangements." "Yeah." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer. It seems he really considers Yida his own. "Please inform them that there will be a meeting in the conference room in 5 minutes. I have something to say." "Yes, Mr. Qin." Su Xingjun nodded and led Qin Feng and the others directly to the conference room. Time flew by, and 5 minutes passed quickly. One by one, Some of the company's senior executives also arrived. However, most people were unable to arrive within the time specified by Qin Feng. This naturally includes Chairman Wang Yilan. Wow, our boss is way too young. He looks to be only in his early 20s. Could he be a match for President Wang? It should be very difficult. Mr. Wang is a cunning old fox who has been in the business world for decades. Hey, let's see how things go first. Let's not rush to take sides. You're right. We're just employees. There's no need for us to get involved. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, they suddenly noticed Lin Si-tsung lying on the ground. Hey, isn't that Mr. Wang's nephew? It seems so. How did he end up lying here? This looks like she's been knocked unconscious, right? Holy crap, who has the guts to hit Mr. Wang's nephew? Could it be? The words had barely left his mouth when everyone stared in shock in the direction Qin Feng was. In their minds, the only person in this meeting room with such audacity was probably Qin Feng. Mengyao closed the door. Qin Feng ignored their shocked expressions and spoke to Shen Mengyao. Yes, boss. Shen Mengyao nodded, got up, and prepared to close the door. Haha, sorry I'm late. However, before Shen Mengyao could get close, a middle-aged man's loud laughter rang out. Soon, Wang Yilan walked in through the door with a large group of people, looking amused. Chapter 69. Will I get beaten up for being late? Si-tsung. As soon as Wang Yilan entered, he immediately noticed Lin Si-tsung lying on the ground. His playful expression just moments before instantly turned gloomy. He gave Qin Feng and his group a fierce look, then walked towards Lin Si-tsung. The group of high-ranking officials following behind him couldn't help but exchange bewildered glances. I can't figure out why Mr. Wang's nephew would be lying in the company's conference room. Terrasato. Wang Yilan gently nudged him twice, and Lin Si-tsung finally regained consciousness. Hey, uncle, what are you doing here? Lin Si-tsung looked at Wang Yilan in front of him with a bewildered expression. Tell me, who knocked you unconscious? Wang Yilan narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not answer Lin Si-tsung's question. Knock him out. Upon hearing Wang Yilan's words, Lin Si-tsung was slightly taken aback. However, she quickly realized something. After looking around, he pointed at Qin Feng and his group and said, They did it. Uncle, you must help me teach them a lesson. Don't worry. Wang Yilan first patted him on the shoulder and then pulled him up from the ground. He stepped up to Qin Feng and asked in a calm tone, Mr. Qin, did you knock my nephew unconscious? So what if it is? Qin Feng curled his lip, looking completely unconcerned. Okay. Wang Yilan said good 3 times, his face grim, and said, I'll remember this. Oh, really? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a playful expression, Then should we record it in your family genealogy? You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilan nearly coughed up blood. He had just made a harsh statement to save face. After all, he couldn't possibly fight Qin Feng in front of so many company executives, could he? Besides, even if it were a fight, how could he possibly be a match for Qin Feng? But to his utter surprise, Qin Feng didn't play by the rules at all. All right, if you have nothing else to do, quickly find a seat. At this point, Qin Feng suddenly pointed at Lin Si-tsung and said in a very impolite tone, As for outsiders like him, they are not qualified to attend our company's meetings. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilan's face immediately turned ashen. If we kick Lin Si-tsung out now, wouldn't that be like slapping him in the face? You surnamed Qin, don't push your luck. Wang Yilan's tone turned cold, and he said angrily to Qin Feng, Don't forget, I am the chairman now. Oh, really? Qin Feng curled his lip and said disdainfully, I'll tell you you are. I'll make you regret it. What the hell do you think you are? As soon as Qin Feng said this, the room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Quiet. Utterly quiet. It's as if everyone can hear their own heartbeat. They never expected Qin Feng to be so direct, showing absolutely no respect for Wang Yilan. Puff. At that moment, Wang Yilan couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Uncle, are you all right? Mr. Wang. Upon seeing this, Lin Si-tsung and a group of senior executives standing behind him quickly surrounded him. Wang Yilan swayed slightly, wiped the blood from his mouth, and shook his head slightly, saying, Don't worry, I'm fine. She took a deep breath, turned her head, and stared intently at Qin Feng. Then, with the help of others, he sat down in the seat to Qin Feng's left. To be honest, if he hadn't been so angry just now, He really would have fought Qin Feng for the main position today. However, he now felt a slight sense of apprehension towards Qin Feng. Cough, cough. He coughed twice before saying to Lin Xiqing, who had a fawning expression, "Xiqing, you can go out now." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiqing was stunned. He never expected that his usually domineering uncle would actually compromise in front of Qin Feng. "Uncle I." Just as he was about to say something, Wang Yilin coldly interrupted him. "Get out." Okay, okay." Lin Xiqing nodded reluctantly, then turned to Qin Feng and said, "You, Qin, this isn't over between us today. You just wait." After saying that, he took a step and prepared to leave. "Did I say you could leave?" However, to his surprise, Qin Feng's voice came over in the next second. Having dared to speak harshly to Qin Feng, how could Qin Feng possibly let him leave so easily? "What do you mean?" Lin Xiqing turned his head and asked coldly. "It doesn't mean anything." Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, "I just think your mouth is really foul. It needs to be fixed." After saying that, he gestured for Lu Rubing to make a move. Lu Rubing immediately understood and, before Lin Xiqing could react, rushed forward again. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he swiftly kicked Lin Xiqing in the mouth. Puff! Lin Xiqing spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with broken teeth, and then fainted from the pain. "Oh my God! This is too cruel." Upon witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. At the same time, the look in their eyes as they looked at Qin Feng instantly filled with apprehension. They never expected that Qin Feng, who looked so young, would be so vindictive. Those company executives who followed Wang Yilin inexplicably began to feel nervous. "Tarry soon." Wang Yilin shouted and ran towards Lin Xiqing, who was lying on the ground. Seeing Lin Xiqing's mouth full of blood, his eyes immediately turned red. "Qin Feng, you just wait. I will make sure you die." After making a silent vow, Wang Yilin forcibly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. He casually summoned 2 senior company executives and had them help Lin Xiqing out. It has to be said that Wang Yilin's cunning and forbearance are unmatched by most people. "All right, let's start the meeting." Wang Yilin sat back down in his seat with a gloomy expression and addressed the crowd, etc. However, at that moment, Qin Feng interrupted him directly. "Oh, Mr. Qin, is there anything you'd like to say?" After hearing this, Wang Yilin asked Qin Feng with a forced smile. "Certainly." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked the crowd in a chilling tone, "I'd like to know who came in more than 5 minutes later?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but shudder. Holy crap! Will I get beaten up for being late? Thinking of this, those high-ranking officials who had previously followed Wang Yilin. Unable to contain herself, she cast a resentful glance at Wang Yilin. Chapter 70. This isn't how you be a leader. "What? Is nobody here?" Qin Feng curled his lip and said with some disdain, "Weren't you all trying to give me a hard time? Why are you all backing down now?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone shrank back, as if they hadn't heard him at all. "Since none of you dare to step forward." Seeing this, Qin Feng turned to Shin Mingyao and asked, "Mingyao, you should remember who was there just now, right?" "Master, I've remembered everything." "Okay, then you can remind them for them." "Yes, master." Shin Mingyao nodded, then looked at everyone present. Everyone who looked down involuntarily lowered their heads, as if afraid of being chosen by Shin Mingyao. After scanning the area, Shin Mingyao finally fixed her gaze on Wang Yilin. He pointed at Wang Yilin and said, "He's here." Pointed at by Shin Mingyao, Wang Yilin couldn't help but curl his lip, revealing a very disdainful expression. In his mind, so what if he was pointed out? Could it be that Qin Feng really dares to fire him? Unless Yida wants to go bankrupt. Anything else? Qin Feng nodded, and then continued to ask, "And him. As she spoke, Shin Mingyao pointed out more than 10 other people. It's obvious without even thinking that these people are all part of Wang Yilin's gang. "All right, does anyone have any objections?" Qin Feng curled his lip and asked the dozen or so people who had been pointed out. "We were late, but it was because of work." Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward. You could hear the strong dissatisfaction in his tone. "That's right. Do you think we're all as free as you? We all have jobs, okay? What's wrong with being a few minutes late for a meeting? Don't we work overtime every day?" Exactly. They know nothing but are trying to show off. "President Qin, This isn't how you lead a company. Just then, more than a dozen other company executives also stood up and began to criticize Qin Feng. Judging from their appearance, it seemed as if they were genuinely late because of work. Seeing this, Wang Yilin, who remained seated, couldn't help but show a look of anticipation. Don't you insist on pointing it out? All right, let's see what you do now. Just as Wang Yilin was thinking about these things, Qin Feng chuckled and didn't seem angry at all. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. In their minds, Qin Feng must also think that what they said made a lot of sense. They're young, after all. You can't just fool them with a few words. However, what they didn't expect was, the very next second, Qin Feng ruthlessly shattered their naive idea. Have you finished talking? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly before saying calmly, now that you've all said your piece, listen carefully. From this moment forward, none of you are employees of Yida Real Estate. You're fired. What? The crowd, who had just been quite smug, were stunned upon hearing Qin Feng's words. They would never have imagined that Qin Feng would actually dare to fire them. It's worth noting that the entire senior management of Yida Real Estate only numbers around 20 or 30 people. Qin Feng is going to fire half of them all at once. Isn't that a joke? Upon hearing this, Wang Yilin, who was sitting to the side, couldn't help but frown. He thought much like everyone else. In Wang Yilin's view, Qin Feng's secret purchase of 51% of Yida's shares was simply to make more money. However, this latest move seems to be going against the grain. Wang Yilin took a deep breath before frowning at Qin Feng and asking, President Qin, are you serious? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Qin Feng. Of course, it's more real than real gold. Then I'd like to ask you, do you know who they are? Wang Yilin's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but ask in a cold voice. In his view, Qin Feng clearly seemed to know nothing. Identity. Qin Feng was taken aback at first, then asked with amusement, could it be that their status is higher than mine? They can't compare to you. After all, you own 51% of the shares. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin couldn't help but make sarcastic remarks. His meaning was quite clear. He was simply saying that Qin Feng was just showing off in front of them because of his shareholding. However, to Wang Yilin's surprise, Qin Feng did not play by the rules at all. She curled her lip and retorted sarcastically, since you already know I own 51% of the shares, what's the point of telling me anything? You. Upon hearing this, Wang Yilin nearly fainted from anger. Forcibly suppressing his anger, he pointed at the man with the gold-rimmed glasses and said to Qin Feng, he is Zheng Shiqing, the finance director and shareholder of Yida Real Estate. He owns 2% of the company's shares, and he handles all the company's finances. After saying that, he pointed to another person. And there's him, Li Yuanhua, the marketing manager and shareholder of Yida Real Estate, who owns 0.8% of the company's shares. And him, Zhou Tao Yida Real Estate. And him. In this way, Wang Yilin pointed to more than 10 people in succession. Unsurprisingly, the people he pointed to were all those whom Shin Mingyao had just pointed out. The reason he introduced them to Qin Feng one by one was to let Qin Feng know that these people were all the backbone of Yida. If you, Qin Feng, dare to fire these people, not to mention their status as shareholders, Yida will definitely decline as a result. When Yida suffers heavy losses, won't you, Qin Feng, be the one who suffers the most? Those who had been singled out by Wang Yilin all straightened their backs at that moment. He looked quite smug. In their minds, the reason Qin Feng dared to boast about expelling them was simply because he didn't know their identities. Now that Wang Yilin has laid everything out, Qin Feng has no choice but to accept his fate. It wasn't just them who thought this way. Su Xingjun and the others all shared the same idea. After all, no boss would want their company to lose money, right? However, this only proves that they know absolutely nothing about Qin Feng. Loss. What the hell is that? Why would someone with a consumer rebate system worry about these things? Is this some kind of joke? Chapter 71. Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? Are you done talking? Qin Feng curled his lip and asked Wang Yilin in a nonchalant tone. What do you mean? Wang Yilin was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but frown. In his opinion, Qin Feng shouldn't have this expression right now, right? It doesn't mean anything. I just wanted to say. Qin Feng paused deliberately for a moment before continuing. If you're done talking, then please take them and get out of here, okay? You're going to fire me too? Wang Yilin looked at Qin Feng with disbelief on his face. Not only him, But all the executives who had just been looking smug were also dumbfounded. They never expected that after Wang Yilin finished explaining how awesome they were, Qin Feng would still fire them. Of course, what surprised them the most was that Qin Feng actually intended to eliminate Chairman Wang Yilin as well. To be honest, even though Qin Feng had previously said he would fire all of their senior executives, they didn't think Qin Feng would dare to fire Wang Yilin. After all, not to mention that Wang Yilin is the founder of Yida, his abilities are unmatched by most people. But now, hearing Qin Feng's words, it's clear he has no intention of keeping Wang Yilin. No wonder they were dumbfounded. Certainly. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Do you expect me to keep you at Yida for the new year? Do you know what you're saying?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin's face immediately darkened. "Let me tell you, if you fire us all, Yida will definitely declare bankruptcy within a year." "Oh." Qin Feng simply said, "Oh." And then, that was it. Holy crap. What the hell is that "oh" sound? Shouldn't you regret what I said after hearing it? At this moment, Wang Yilin felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through his mind. It has to be said that Qin Feng's "oh" was something Wang Yilin never expected. Today, he was also starting to question his life because of Qin Feng's unpredictable personality. "I think you definitely didn't listen." Taking a deep breath, Wang Yilin was about to say something more. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him directly. "Am I the largest shareholder of Yida? Wow, what does that mean?" Wang Yilin was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. Not only him, but everyone else present did the same. Since he couldn't figure it out, Wang Yilin wanted to repeat what he hadn't finished saying to Qin Feng. But before he could speak, Qin Feng continued, "I'm asking you, am I the largest shareholder of Yida? What happened this time? They left us." After being interrupted by Qin Feng time and time again, Wang Yilin instantly lost his temper. Just as he was about to make a threat, Qin Feng interrupted him again. "Since you know I'm Yida's largest shareholder, what does my company's bankruptcy have to do with you?" After Qin Feng finished speaking, he immediately revealed a mocking expression. It's like saying, "Bankruptcy is fine, I'm happy to go bankrupt." "You." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin nearly fainted from anger. After a long pause, he finally said rather rudely, "You, surnamed Qin, do you really think you're the only one with shares in the entire Yida company? You are the largest shareholder, that's true, but we also have shares, okay? How come it has nothing to do with me?" As soon as Wang Yilin finished speaking, all the high-ranking officials who were to be dismissed by Qin Feng stood up. "Mr. Wang is right. Do you really think that just because you own the most shares, the company is yours? That's shameless. I still own 2% of the shares. Hee, I also have 0.8% here. So what if I don't become the sales manager? You're right, I also get 1.3%. At worst, I'll just take dividends later, it's no big deal. You still have the nerve to call it your own company? Why don't you just fly to the moon?" They were fired by Qin Feng, and they couldn't stand it, so they launched into a barrage of sarcastic remarks at him. Just then, the guy with the gold-rimmed glasses spoke up again, leading the way. "Gentlemen, how about we make a vow?" "You mean?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yilin immediately became interested. He glanced at Qin Feng, then asked the bespectacled man curiously, "Haha, Mr. Wang, what I mean is..." The bespectacled man laughed and said to Wang Yilin, "Let's not sell any of our shares to this kid, and see if he still has the nerve to say that Yida is his company." Great idea, I agree. Hee, I agree too. If I sell my shares to this kid, may I be struck by lightning. I agree. If I sell my shares to this kid, I'll just get hit by a car and die. My turn. If I sell my shares to this kid, I'll... Me too. I also swear if... As soon as the bespectacled man finished speaking, before Wang Yilin could even open his mouth, the other company executives immediately rushed to swear an oath. Even Wang Yilin, in the end, swore that he would be struck by lightning if he didn't sell his shares. Of course, the reason they did all this was... The main reason was simply to annoy Qin Feng. What they didn't know was that, in Qin Feng's eyes, their performance was nothing more than watching a monkey show. Utterly ridiculous. Not selling shares to Qin Feng? This is not up to them. Qin Feng will show them what the so-called true fragrance law really means. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, then looked at Wang Yilin and the others with a half-smile, and said, "Are you sure you don't want to sell your shares to me? Let me tell you, if you're willing to sell to me now, I might even buy it back at the original price if I'm in a good mood. Qin Feng said that simply because he wanted to play them for a fool. You have to understand what they just did. Qin Feng was disdainful, but he also found it somewhat disgusting. Do they want Qin Feng to buy their shares at the original price? How could that possibly be possible? Sell it to you? Wang Yilin chuckled and said with a playful expression, unless the sun rises in the west. Upon hearing Wang Yilin's words, everyone burst into laughter and echoed his sentiments. Haha, Mr. Wang is right. No way you're going to buy shares. We just swore an oath, and you still want to buy shares from us? You're dreaming. That's right. Even if I have to keep it rotting in my hands, I'd never sell it to you. Haha, I just want to ask you one question. Aren't you angry? Aren't you angry? In their minds, Qin Feng must be so angry he's about to vomit blood. Chapter 72. This guy is a lunatic. Fine, since none of you are selling, then forget it. Qin Feng pursed his lips, then turned to Xin Mingyao and said, Mingyao, call MOU for me. I need to talk to her. After saying that, he added, oh, and remember to turn on speakerphone. Yes, master. Xin Mingyao nodded, then took out her phone and dialed the number. Mingyao, is there something you need? As soon as the call connected, Su Moyu's pleasant voice came from the other end. The master needs to speak with you. As Xun Mingyao spoke, she handed her phone to Qin Feng. MOU, I remember you're a PhD in economics and management, right? Yes, boss. Very well, I now need to give you a task. Boss, please speak. Is there any way to help me reduce Yida real estate stock price by 10% within an hour? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke into the phone. What? This guy actually wants to drive down Yida's stock price? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the others were immediately dumbfounded. However, when they came to their senses, they found Qin Feng's words to be quite naive. What is Yida real estate? That's a leading giant in China's real estate industry, with a market value of at least 1.2 trillion. Qin Feng's suggestion to lower Yida real estate stock price by 10% is nothing short of naive. Well, Su Moyu on the other end was also slightly stunned for a few seconds, but quickly replied, there is a way, but it may require a lot of funds. After saying that, he couldn't help but ask with great curiosity, Boss, what are you trying to do? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly and replied, I plan to forcibly take back Yida real estate shares from some fools who don't know their own limitations. Is that so? Su Moyu was silent for a moment before continuing. Boss, actually Yida is listed in Hong Kong. What's the meaning? Qin Feng was taken aback, not quite understanding what Su Moyu meant. This is actually quite normal. He's only a dabbler when it comes to stocks. What I mean is... Su Moyu chuckled as he said this. You can easily drive Yida's stock down to its daily limit. There are no restrictions on the rise and fall of stocks in Hong Kong. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, Qin Feng immediately perked up. After casting a mocking glance at Wang Yilin and the others, he said into the phone, if I wanted to drive Yida real estate stock to its daily limit down within an hour, how much capital would I need? Let me check Yida's stock price first. Please wait a moment. About a minute later, Su Moyu's voice came through again. Boss, I just checked, and Yida's share price is currently around 17 yuan. If we do it according to your requirements, it will require at least 70 billion. 70 billion? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly as he casually said, okay, I'll transfer 70 billion to you right now. After saying that, he hung up the phone. It's worth noting that Qin Feng's conversation with Su Moyu just now was on speakerphone. As soon as Qin Feng hung up the phone, Wang Yilin and the others burst into laughter and mocked him. Did you hear that? Everyone, did you hear that? It's absolutely hilarious. My God, they're going to drive our Yida real estate stock to its daily limit down. That's terrifying. Haha, you think you can just transfer 70 billion to me right away? Do you think you own a bank? I have to say, this is probably the funniest joke I've heard all year. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Even Su Shengjun couldn't help but shake his head at this moment. However, at that moment, Qin Feng reached into his shirt pocket. Soon, he pulled a large Hermes wallet out of his pocket. While everyone was puzzled, Qin Feng opened his wallet and randomly pulled out a card. A black card from China Merchants Bank. Qin Feng curled his lip, frowned, and muttered under his breath. What a crappy card. Get a different one. After saying that, he casually tossed the black card onto the conference table. Damn it. What does that mean? Is it about showing off wealth and being pretentious? Everyone present was stunned by what they saw. Just then, Qin Feng pulled out another black card from his wallet. Just like before, after glancing at it casually, he threw it on the table with obvious disgust. 1, 2, 4. When everyone present saw Qin Feng pull out another black card, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God! How many black cards does he actually have? To be honest, Wang Yilin and his team were really panicking at this point. It's worth noting that Wang Yilin, as the chairman of Yida Real Estate, only possessed a black card from ICBC. However, Qin Feng in front of him already had 4 black cards lying on the table. Besides, who knows how many bills he had in that wallet. This is the legendary black card. Why is it that when it comes to Qin Feng, it's like he's made of cabbage? Just as everyone was in shock, Qin Feng threw the 5th black card onto the table once again. Judging from his disgusted expression, it was as if the black card was some kind of trash. 7, 8 images. 9 cards. Qin Feng finally showed a satisfied smile when he took out the 9th black card. It should be noted that although Qin Feng had more than 10 black cards, only 2 or 3 of them actually contained money. The 8 black cards he pulled out earlier could only be used to advance 10 billion. It's of no use to him right now. He ignored the expressions of the crowd, who were so shocked they looked like they were about to faint. Without saying a word, he picked up his phone and opened the ICBC app. After a series of actions, 70 billion was transferred directly to Su Moyu. 10 minutes later, a woman in an office lady's suit, carrying a laptop, hurriedly knocked on the conference room door. As soon as the door opened, the woman rushed towards Wang Yilin, shouting as she ran, "Mr. Wang, something terrible has happened. Someone is buying up a lot of our company's stock." What? Upon hearing her words, Wang Yilin immediately stood up from his seat. As for the company's senior executives, their faces turned pale instantly. The look in their eyes when they looked at Qin Feng again was filled with terror. Holy crap. He's actually going to spend 70 billion to short Yida's stock. Isn't this a case of hurting others 1,000 while injuring yourself 800? While they were thinking about these things, Wang Yilin had already snatched the notebook from his secretary's hands. After he saw what was written on it, he stumbled and fell back onto his seat. Madman. This guy is a complete lunatic. Chapter 73. The system shop is finally open. Ding. Your purchase of Yida shares totaled 6 million yuan, resulting in a successful rebate of 600 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check your account. Ding. Your purchase of Yida shares totaled 8 million yuan, resulting in a successful rebate of 800 million yuan, which has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check your account. Ding. Your purchase of Yida shares totaled 12 million yuan, resulting in a successful rebate of 1.02 billion yuan, which has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check your account. Ding. Your purchase of Yida shares totaled 23 million yuan, resulting in a successful rebate of 2.03 billion yuan, which has now been deposited into your ICBC account. Please check your account. Ding. Your purchase of Yida stock this time cost a total of 38 million yuan, and you have successfully received a rebate. Ding. Your purchase of Yida shares this time totaled. Just as Wang Yilin and his group were looking utterly dejected, the system's voice kept ringing in Qin Feng's mind. In less than 20 minutes, the balance in his ICBC bank card had exceeded 300 billion. Ding. Your bank card balance has successfully exceeded 500 billion. Would you like to activate the designated extra reward option? Ding. Your bank card balance has successfully exceeded 600 billion. Would you like to activate the designated extra reward option? Ding. Your bank card balance has successfully exceeded 700 billion. Ding. Due to insufficient funds in your bank card. When Qin Feng heard this, his head was practically buzzing. This can't go on. So he quickly said to the system, "System, can you turn off the notifications for me? You're driving me crazy." Ding. The system has turned off the sound notification function for you. You can turn on the light screen notification anytime, anywhere. Please be aware. Light screen notification? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately perked up and said to the system, "System, please activate the light screen reminder for me." The words had barely left his mind when a screen the size of a 17-inch computer monitor appeared before his eyes. Qin Feng realized that it seemed he was the only one who could see the light screen. Because Shin Mingyao and the other girls standing next to him didn't show the slightest surprise. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and looked at the content on the light screen. Just as he had imagined, the screen was filled with notifications of system rewards. Behind those reminders of extra rewards, there seemed to be some green and red buttons. Green indicates yes, red indicates no. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng clicked on the green button that indicated yes. Ding! The designated bonus reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, and retail and catering companies. Please make your selection. The moment Qin Feng clicked on it, a message popped up on the screen. At the very bottom of this message, there are 10 corresponding buttons. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then clicked on the button marked Ding. You selected a technology company. The system has already provided you with a targeted extra reward. Ding. Due to your targeted selection this time, the system will grant you an additional reward, increasing your equity to 100%. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 500 billion, and the system will award you an additional 100% stake in CA Base, the world's largest black technology company. The share certificate has been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. CA Base. Qin Feng was stunned and couldn't help but be a little confused. Just as he was about to take out his phone to search on Baidu, a system notification immediately caught Qin Feng's attention. Ding! Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1 trillion. The system will open the system shop for you in 10 seconds. Countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8, 5, 2, 1. Ding! The system has successfully activated the system shop function for you. You can view it anytime, anywhere via the light screen. The very next second after the system notification, Qin Feng spotted a small button called System Shop in the upper right corner of the screen. Without much hesitation, I clicked on it immediately. To be honest, Qin Feng was quite excited. After all, it's been almost a week since he obtained the system. Shortly after Qin Feng clicked, 10 items appeared on the screen. Qin Feng glanced around and couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. The products displayed on the system seemed completely different from what he had imagined. Immortal arts? Sorry, no. Divine artifacts, elixirs, and spirit pets? Sorry, none of these are available either. As for the fairy that Qin Feng desires most, forget about it. Moreover, the goods in these online stores seem to require a certain type of purchase called points. Qin Feng checked his personal information and found that he currently only had 13 billion consumption points. It sounds like a lot, but you'll only know how much it costs when you see the prices of these items. You'll realize that it's really nothing at all, because these goods are not ordinary expensive. Super Gene Serum, low grade, can enhance the user's physique once, stacking up to 99 times. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Super Biochemical Bodyguard, low level, combat strength comparable to a human master of internal energy. All skills available. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. Invisibility Talisman, low grade, grants the user invisibility for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. X-ray Vision Talisman, low grade, allows the user to see through objects for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. Medical Talisman Paper, low grade, grants the user the skill of a divine healer for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumption points. Disguise Talisman Paper, low grade, allows the user to easily disguise themselves for 1 hour. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. Electromagnetic Energy Gun Blueprint, low level, can be used to create advanced technological items from advanced civilizations. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. Electromagnetic Energy Cannon Blueprint, low level, can be used to create advanced technological items from higher civilizations. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. Thunder Fighter. To be honest, some of the items mentioned earlier were still somewhat useful to Qin Feng. For example, that Super Gene Serum, if he could use it. Even if a lot of girls come, he'll still be easily won over. As for those electromagnetic energy guns and cannons, they're practically useless to Qin Feng right now. You must understand, Qin Feng is currently in China. If you possess these things, you're practically asking for death. Fortunately, Qin Feng had just received a reward, the world's largest black technology base. At that time, we can give them the blueprints to study. P.S. Seeing that everyone wants to improve the protagonist's strength and kidney function, The author can only satisfy you little cuties. Please don't think this chapter is filler. After all, it's a transitional chapter. Chapter 74. I'm definitely selling these shares today. With that in mind, Qin Feng immediately purchased 99 doses of Super Gene Serum from the system shop. One dose of Super Gene Serum costs 1 million consumer points, so 99 doses would cost 99 million. The system notification appeared at the bottom of the screen the very next second after Qin Feng successfully made the payment. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 99 doses of Super Gene Serum. Would you like to use it? Without wasting any time, Qin Feng pressed the use button immediately. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 117. The moment Qin Feng saw this message, he seemed to suddenly feel much more energetic. The slight lower back pain seemed to lessen instantly. Holy crap! This stuff is even more amazing than Viagra. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately started clicking frantically. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 118. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 153. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 177. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using 1 dose of Super Gene Serum. Your current total physical fitness level is 215. After Qin Feng tapped the button 98 times in a row, his total physical constitution finally increased to 215. Although he didn't know what this meant, Qin Feng could directly feel the explosive power within his body. If Qin Feng wasn't mistaken, he felt that he could now, like Lu Rubing, stomp a huge hole in the floor of his house. It must be said that this feeling still excited him greatly. He glanced at the other items in the store and found that there was nothing he needed. So the system was instructed to retract the light screen. When Qin Feng went to check on Wang Yilin and the others, he found that almost all of them had collapsed to the ground. In just a short while, Su Muyu bought up almost all of the remaining Yida real estate shares on the market. Wang Yilin and the others knew that Qin Feng's ultimate move was about to begin. Sure enough, in the following period of time, in the stock market, this triggered a devastating wave of low-price sell-offs. At 12:13 on July 6, 2020, Yida Real Estate's Hong Kong listed shares were priced at 17 Hong Kong dollars per share. At 12:17, Yida Real Estate's Hong Kong listed shares were priced at 15 Hong Kong dollars per share. At 12:21, Yida Real Estate's Hong Kong listed shares were priced at 10 Hong Kong dollars per share. At 12:27, Yida Real Estate's Hong Kong listed shares were priced at 4 Hong Kong dollars per share. At 12:33, Yida Real Estate's Hong Kong listed shares were priced at 1 Hong Kong dollar per share. Due to Su Moyu's frantic selling, Yida Real Estate's stock price also plummeted. Beijing Daily. Shocking. Yida Real Estate's stock price plummets. Wang Yilin may go from a millionaire to a debtor. Southern Metropolis Morning Post. Who is behind the plunge in Yida Real Estate's stock price? Shenzhen Evening News. Yida Real Estate may be facing its demise today. As Yida's stock price plummeted, major media outlets continued to report on it. Even on Douyin, TikTok, you can see news like this after scrolling through 3 or 4 videos. In no time, almost everyone in the country knew. Yida Real Estate may cease to exist after this stock price crash. In less than 16 minutes, the stock price plummeted to 1 yuan. In other words, all Yida shareholders, including Qin Feng. In such a short period of time, the number of people who suffered the least losses probably exceeded 10 billion. What made these shareholders even more desperate was that Su Muyu didn't seem to be stopping. Looking at Qin Feng again, it was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He didn't seem to feel any heartache at all. But how could they possibly know? Just now, at least 4 trillion yuan more appeared in Qin Feng's bank account. They did suffer huge losses, but Qin Feng is making a killing right now. To be honest, Qin Feng really doesn't think much of Yida's current value. It was at this moment that someone finally couldn't sit still any longer. He gritted his teeth and walked directly towards Qin Feng. He first bowed to Qin Feng, then said with a wry smile, "President Qin, this is all my fault. Please be lenient and let me off the hook. If possible, I will sell you all of my 0.6% stake right now." "Yang Hao, what the hell are you doing?" Upon hearing this, the bespectacled man not far away became enraged and shouted at Yang Hao, "Didn't you just swear that you wouldn't sell your stocks to this kid?" Upon hearing this, Yang Hao became angry and retorted to the bespectacled man, "Hey Zeng, if you hadn't stirred things up, would I have made that kind of oath? Let me tell you, I'm selling these shares today, no doubt about it. You son of a bitch, just hold on to your little bit of stock and we'll all die together. You." Upon hearing Yang Hao's words, the bespectacled man was so angry that his nose almost twisted out of shape. Just as he was about to say something more, he saw more than a dozen high-ranking officials beside him walking towards Qin Feng. Just like Yang Hao had done earlier, he first bowed to Qin Feng and then tried to sell the shares to him. They're not stupid. If they sell to Qin Feng now, they can at least recoup some of their costs. If they wait another half hour, their shares might become completely worthless. As for the oaths they had previously sworn, compared to money, it's nothing. It smells so good, so be it. Even Wang Yilin, who had been sitting in his chair without moving, was starting to feel conflicted. Sell it to Qin Feng. He was also worried that he would lose face. Let's not sell it to Qin Feng. He was also worried that it would be a disaster for him. It should be noted that he owns the largest number of shares among these people, and now he's the one who's suffered the biggest loss. In just a short time, he alone has lost at least 200 billion. It's fair to say that all his hard work and effort over the years has been almost completely wasted. "Mr. Qin, what do you think?" Yang Hao and the others were getting anxious when Qin Feng didn't reply for a long time. It's important to know that while the stock price isn't falling as sharply as it did at the beginning, it's still slowly declining. If things continue like this, they'll probably really be starving. To be honest, they really wanted to slap themselves right then and there. If it weren't for following Wang Yilin's lead and showing off, how could I have ended up in this situation? As they looked at Qin Feng expectantly, Qin Feng finally spoke calmly. "Why do you all think I would buy the shares you hold?" Wow, I think I exceeded the word count for this chapter. I'm awesome. Chapter 75, Wouldn't we suffer huge losses? "Mr. Qin, what do you mean?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, all the high-ranking officials present were dumbfounded. Even Wang Yilin, who was not far away, showed a surprised expression. You know, just a moment ago he thought Qin Feng did this in order to seize the shares from them. But judging from Qin Feng's words now, it seems that's not the case. Ha ha, a bunch of stupid idiots. Are you all dumbfounded now? Just then, the guy with glasses popped out again. To be honest, he was a little worried that Qin Feng would agree, because if he did that, it would make him look like a clown. However, right now, besides feeling very sorry for the money he had spent, he also felt quite pleased. "Hey Zeng, what the hell did you say? Say it again if you dare." Upon hearing this, Yang Hao and the others could no longer hold back and spoke fiercely to the bespectacled man. "He." The bespectacled man scoffed. "So what if you say it? You're all a bunch of idiots." "You." Just as Yang Hao and the others were about to speak again, Qin Feng interrupted them. "All right, it's not impossible for me to buy your shares." To be honest, Qin Feng's idea just now was not to buy their shares. However, seeing how happily the bespectacled man was jumping around, how could Qin Feng let him have his way? "Mr. Qin, do you mean you're willing to buy our shares?" The group, who had just looked dejected, immediately had excited gleams in their eyes. The bespectacled man, who had been so arrogant just moments before, was instantly stunned. "This? How the hell is that possible? Shouldn't you be more assertive and just reject these idiots?" To be honest, the bespectacled man was about to burst out laughing when Qin Feng said those words. He could barely accept it if everyone went down together. But now, he staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. Turning to the assembled executives, he casually said, "Buying your shares isn't out of the question, but..." Qin Feng paused deliberately at this point. "But what?" Seeing Qin Feng pause, Yang Hao and the others were almost frantic with worry. Not daring to waste any time, he quickly said with a fawning expression, "Mr. Qin, please feel free to make any request you may have. We will have no objections." "Is that so?" Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a playful expression, The requirements are simple. Half price on top of the current price. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Hao and the others immediately erupted in protest. President Qin, how is half price possible? We don't agree. Yes, if it's half price, wouldn't we lose a fortune? This is impossible. It can't be possible. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. Since you don't agree, then forget it. This. Yang Hao and his group, who had been making a lot of noise, immediately calmed down after hearing Qin Feng's words. If we sell it to Qin Feng at half price now, we can at least recoup some of our costs. If we wait any longer, there might not be a single hair left. The group exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and said to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, half price it is, we agree. Oh, really? Qin Feng chuckled, and then slowly said, Sorry, half price was the price just now. Now I want half price, half price. Half price for half price. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao and the others felt a sudden wave of dizziness. They never expected Qin Feng to be so ruthless. I want to refuse, but I don't dare. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and said, Okay, we agree. After saying that, he quickly had someone print out the contract. They finally breathed a sigh of relief after signing and affixing their fingerprints. After Qin Feng transferred all the money to them, he walked out of the conference room looking dejected. You should know that among this group of people, the least lost was more than 10 billion. The money they actually received was probably less than 1% of what they deserved. After they left, the bespectacled man was also somewhat tempted. After thinking for a moment, he followed the example of Yang Hao and the others and came to Qin Feng. President Qin, Just as he was about to speak, Qin Feng interrupted him, saying, As for you and him, I can also acquire your shares. However, on top of what they just did, we're offering an additional 50% off. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, before the bespectacled man could react, Wang Yilin stood up from his seat. Pointing at Qin Feng, he angrily said, You surnamed Qin, aren't you going too far? Too much. Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively, I didn't force you to sell, so how is that going too far? You. Upon hearing this, Wang Yilin nearly fainted from anger. He snorted coldly and said, I'm telling you, I'm not selling. That's right, I'm not selling it anymore. The man with glasses immediately echoed this. In their minds, Qin Feng now owns 76% of Yida's shares, so how could he possibly let Yida go bankrupt? At worst, we'll fight him to the death. Oh, so you seem quite confident. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly as he took out his phone and dialed. MOU, try to suppress Yida's stock price again, if you can. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the bespectacled man were immediately dumbfounded. Not daring to waste any time, they shouted loudly to Qin Feng, We agree. You agree just like that? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and said into the phone, MOU. Wait a moment. After saying that, he turned to look at Wang Yilin and the others and said with a half smile, If I said that I would offer another 50% off on top of what I just got, would you guys go crazy? You. All right. I was just kidding. Don't take it too seriously. Qin Feng laughed heartily and said into the phone, MOU, start raising Yida's stock price now, at least 10% above the current level. If you don't have enough money, I'll transfer some more to you later. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the phone. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Yilin and the other man finally gave up hope. Qin Feng has plenty of money, so what do they have to fight him with? After signing the transfer contract with a dejected look on his face, he took the little money he had and slunk away from Yida. It has to be said that they suffered a complete defeat against Qin Feng today. Chapter 76. Boss, are you a master of the late stage of Dark Force? After Wang Yilin and his companion left, Qin Feng gave Su Xingjun and the others some instructions. After all, Yida has suddenly lost so many senior executives. It's simply impossible to recover in a short period of time. However, this was not a big problem for Qin Feng at all. Anyway, he has plenty of money. At worst, he can just use a headhunting firm to poach some top talents from other places. No way. That's how you can be so capricious when you're rich. As for the security guards at the entrance, Qin Feng also issued an order to dismiss them. By the time Qin Feng and his group left Yida, it was already past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Master, where are we going now? Inside the van, Shin Mingyao asked Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, the other girls all looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his answer. Let's find a hotel to eat at first. Yes, master. Shen Mingyao nodded and stepped on the gas. In less than half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the most luxurious hotel in the capital. As the only pseudo-7-star hotel in the capital, it is absolutely top-notch in terms of both decoration and other hardware facilities. Welcome. As soon as they stepped into the hotel lobby, two beautiful female staff members greeted them in unison. Qin Feng nodded and led the girls toward the front desk. Hello everyone. How can I help you? As Qin Feng and his group approached, the receptionist's eyes lit up and she smiled as she asked, Hello, could you please open the door for me? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. Please book 3 presidential suites for me. Thank you. Okay, sir, our presidential suite costs 58,000 yuan per night. How long would you like to stay? The waiter then asked Qin Feng. Let's stay for 3 days first. As Qin Feng spoke, he took out the ICBC black card from his wallet and handed it to the front desk. For Qin Feng, it was only 58,000 yuan a night, and the 3 rooms together only cost a little over 100,000 yuan a night, which was no big deal at all. Okay. After hearing this, the receptionist took the black card from Qin Feng. At first, she didn't think much of it, but when she held the black card in her hand, she was so surprised that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This is actually an ICBC black card? My goodness. Who exactly is this young man in front of me? After a series of awkward actions, she tremblingly handed the black card and room key to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't waste any time. He took the black card and room key and led Shun Mingyao and the other girls directly into the elevator. The hotel has 8 floors, with the presidential suite located on the top floor. As soon as they arrived in the room, they immediately ordered a large meal. After a whirlwind of eating, most of the food was gone. During this time, the group also drank 2 whole bottles of red wine. All right, now that you've eaten, go back to your rooms. Qin Feng looked at the girls and said, Yes, master. After Shin Mingyao and the other woman nodded, they opened the door and went out. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, Lu Rubing was as still as ice and had no intention of leaving at all. Hey, Bing Bing, what are you doing standing here like a block of wood? I have to protect your safety. Lu Rubing glanced at Qin Feng and said very seriously, No need, I can protect myself. Based on Qin Feng's own feeling, even if Lu Rubing in front of him were to fight, he would probably not be at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing remained silent. However, judging from the expression on her face, she was clearly suspicious. All right, it seems you won't believe me unless I show you what I'm capable of. Qin Feng smiled helplessly, and without saying a word, he stomped his foot on the hotel room floor. Boom! With a loud bang, a cloud of dust immediately rose from the room. When the dust settled, Lu Rubing's eyes widened in disbelief. To be honest, even Qin Feng himself was quite frightened by what he saw. It should be noted that the hole he created was at least 3 or 4 times larger than the one Lu Rubing had created last time. How? How is this possible? Could the boss be a master of the late stage of internal strength? Wrong. I couldn't sense a single trace of internal energy emanating from him just now. My God, what on earth is going on? Lu Rubing's mouth was slightly open, her face full of doubt. Little did she know that Qin Feng had created this huge pit entirely by relying on his improved physique. Compared to a normal martial arts practitioner like her, her techniques for generating power are completely different. Just as Lu Rubing was looking surprised and confused, Qin Feng, who had come to his senses, smiled at her smugly and said, Well, now you should believe that I can protect myself, right? Boss, are you a master of the late stage of dark force? Lu Rubing did not answer Qin Feng's question, but instead asked with an expression of admiration. You see, that's how martial arts practitioners are. They often have great admiration for those who are stronger than them. Lu Rubing is exactly like that now. A master of the late stage of dark force? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and asked with a bewildered look, What the hell is that? It should be noted that although Qin Feng had heard Lu Rubing's junior sisters mention it before, he hadn't taken it seriously at all. Okay, then pretend I didn't ask. Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing assumed that Qin Feng didn't want to say more and was slightly disappointed. After nodding, he continued, Since you're even more capable than me, I'll head back to my room now. After saying that, he walked away. P.S. No cultivation, no cultivation, no cultivation. I'm saying it 3 times because it's important. Lu Rubing and the others know martial arts, but the protagonist strengthens his physique and power through a system. The protagonist doesn't have any cultivation realms. He relies entirely on explosive power. Just a heads up, things are about to get intense, so hold on tight, cuties. Chapter 78. Have I run into an assassin? Wow, I never expected my kick to be so powerful. As soon as Lu Rubing left, Qin Feng began to examine the deep pit beneath his feet. He shrugged and muttered to himself. Looks like I'll have to compensate the hotel later. Never mind, I'll take a shower first. Then, Qin Feng walked towards the bathroom. I have to say, taking a bath in a bathtub feels much better than taking a shower. However, just as Qin Feng finished showering and was about to leave the bathroom and go to bed, suddenly, I felt a murderous intent coming from behind me. Holy crap! Have I run into an assassin? At this critical moment, Qin Feng dodged to the side in a flash. The next second, he saw a gleaming dagger land right where he had been standing. Damn it! Is there really someone who wants to kill me? Could it be someone sent by Wang Yilin? Thinking of this, Qin Feng looked directly at that person. What made Qin Feng frown slightly was that the person was wearing a tight black outfit, completely covered from head to toe, making it impossible to see their face. However, judging from her figure, she should be a woman. Just as Qin Feng was frowning in deep thought, something unexpected happened. The man actually raised his dagger and stabbed it towards his heart. If that dagger had hit him, he would have been seriously injured even if he hadn't died. Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. Not daring to delay any longer, he raised his foot and kicked in the direction the dagger was swinging down. Oh! The man cried out in pain as the dagger was kicked away. Take advantage of her illness and kill her. Before the man could react, Qin Feng swung his fist and smashed it into the man's chest. Seeing this, the man panicked and tried to block with his fist. However, Qin Feng's punches were too fast. Before she could even raise her hand, Qin Feng's fist had already slammed into her chest. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Qin Feng quickly dodged away. When he went to look at the man again, the man was already lying on the ground. Qin Feng squatted down and pulled the black cloth off the man's face. Wow, what a beautiful foreign girl. When Qin Feng saw the person's appearance clearly, he couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that the foreign woman in front of me is indeed quite beautiful. Of course, no matter how beautiful she was, Qin Feng wouldn't show her any pity. You know, she was just about to kill him. How could Qin Feng possibly let someone like that go so easily? After knocking the assassin unconscious, Qin Feng went outside and called Lu Rubing over. Lu Rubing sized up the foreign woman, then frowned and asked Qin Feng, "Boss, you said she was using a dagger?" "Yes, that's right." Qin Feng nodded, then pointed to the dagger that had fallen to the ground. Lu Rubing bent down to pick it up, examined it carefully, and then said with certainty, "Boss, judging from the material and sharpness of this dagger, she must be a professional assassin." A professional assassin? Qin Feng was taken aback and frowned as he asked, "Could it be someone sent by Wang Yilin?" Qin Feng didn't expect that he had actually guessed correctly. You see, from the very beginning he thought this foreign woman was definitely an assassin. "I can't be sure, but it's very likely." As Lu Rubing spoke, she squatted down directly. Judging from her injuries, they shouldn't be too serious. Lu Rubing stood up and said to Qin Feng, "If possible, it would be best to wake her up before asking." "All right then." Qin Feng nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then I'll hand her over to you for interrogation. You must help me find out who's behind this." "This?" Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing hesitated. "What's wrong? Is there some difficulty?" Qin Feng frowned and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Boss, she's a woman, I'm afraid." "She's an assassin." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "If she poses a threat to your life, I will not hesitate to kill her." Seeing that Qin Feng seemed genuinely angry, Lu Rubing quickly nodded and said, "All right, then you can go out first." Chapter 80 seems to be right after all. Tell me about it. Lu Rubing took a deep breath and asked the foreign woman, "What's your name? Who sent you?" I'm called Lisa." The foreign woman looked at the dagger in front of her before continuing. "I was sent by the Blue Rose organization." "Blue Enchantress?" Lu Rubing was taken aback and frowned. "We shouldn't have any grudges against you, Blue Enchantress, right? We're just an assassin organization. We work for whoever pays us, and we really have no grudge against you." "So, you're saying someone paid your organization to kill us?" "That's right." Lisa nodded. "Could you tell me who paid for it?" Lu Rubing narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "This?" Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, Lisa hesitated. "What? Are you implying that your dagger isn't sharp enough?" Our organization has rules against revealing the employer's information, so." As Lisa spoke, she couldn't help but steal a glance at the dagger in Lu Rubing's hand. "You mean you don't want to talk about it?" "Sorry, these are the rules." "In that case." Lu Rubing narrowed her eyes and extended the dagger forward even further. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." "No, I know I was wrong." "Yeah, weren't you being very arrogant just now?" Please let me go. If you want me to release you, then tell me, who exactly paid your organization to kill me?" "This." "You won't talk, huh? Well then, just you wait and see if I don't scratch your face. I'll tell you everything." Lisa collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Seeing this, Lu Rubing smiled with satisfaction and immediately put away the dagger in her hand. Looking at Lisa, he asked coldly, "Speak quickly. Who is it?" "It was a big boss from your China who paid for it. He said you offended him, so he wants our organization to kill you all." Lisa dared not hide anything any longer and sobbed as she told the whole story. Please forgive me." Looking at Lisa's pitiful expression, Lu Rubing couldn't help but say smugly, "You're smart to know what's good for you. Otherwise I would have slashed your face today." After saying that, he couldn't help but glance at Lisa's very pretty face. "I'll let you off the hook for now, but you have to agree to one condition." Lu Rubing pursed her lips, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, and said, "Wow, what conditions?" Lisa's body trembled instinctively, and she spoke to Lu Rubing. "I'll agree to anything as long as you let me go this time." "Yes, very good." Lu Rubing nodded in satisfaction before saying, "Go and kill that boss you mentioned." How can this be allowed? That's our organization's employer." Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, Lisa immediately struggled to stand up from the ground. "Employer? What happened to the employer?" Lu Rubing's tone turned icy as she coldly said, "Anyone who dares to touch us will die." After saying that, he added, "Don't forget, you also attacked our boss before. The fact that I haven't killed you is already a favor to you." Lisa pondered for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "All right, I agree. To be honest, for an assassin like Lisa, death doesn't evoke any fear." But Lu Rubing's fierce gaze and his attempt to slash her face had indeed left a shadow in Lisa's heart. She felt that if she dared not agree to Lu Rubing's request, she might really die here today. "That's more like it." Lu Rubing smiled with satisfaction upon hearing her agreement. Then, he quickly helped her up from the cold floor. "I'm giving you 3 days. If you haven't dealt with him by the time I leave the capital." Lu Rubing paused deliberately at this point. After a long pause, he continued, "You should be well aware of the consequences." After saying that, he didn't forget to wave the dagger in his hand. "All right, you can go now." Lu Rubing ignored her and walked out directly. 5 minutes later. Lu Rubing's room. "Have you gotten all the answers?" "Yes, it must be Wang Yilin. So what do we do now? Should I go and kill him?" "Need not." Qin Feng waved his hand and said with a playful expression, "Someone will take care of it for me, so we don't need to worry about it. Oh, by the way, go and wake Ming Yao and the others up later. Let's go for a walk after dinner. We've finally come to the capital. We can't just stay in the hotel every day, can we?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing turned around and walked towards the rooms where Guan Feifei and the others were. Before long, Lu Rubing called Shun Mingyao and the other girl over. After dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock. This is the busiest time of day in the capital. "Master, where are we going?" As soon as she got in the car, Shin Mingyao took the initiative to be the driver. "Let's see if there's an Yida Plaza nearby. Let's go there and have a look." This was Qin Feng's first time visiting the capital city in his entire life, so he naturally wanted to explore it thoroughly. "Okay." Shin Mingyao nodded, turned on the navigation, and drove off. "Master, should we give Yida a heads up?" Shortly after the car started, Guan Feifei said to Qin Feng, "If we go at this time, there will definitely be a lot of people. Even at this time of night in Shenzhen, Yida Plaza is packed with people. What's more, it's the capital city, which is even more prosperous than Shenzhen." "That's true. Then I'll give Su Xingjun a call." Qin Feng also felt that Guan Feifei's words made a lot of sense, so he picked up the phone and dialed the number. "Mr. Qin, is there anything you need me to do?" As soon as the call connected, Su Xingjuan's very respectful voice came from the other end. I'm planning to go to Yida Plaza near Wangfujing. You can arrange it. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Traveling discreetly? Isn't that just being an idiot? He's now the boss of Yida, and he's squeezing through the crowd with several women. If that's the case, what's the point of having such an impressive identity? Okay, I'll let them know right away. Su Xingjun nodded and then hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and his van had already arrived at the edge of Yida Plaza. However, what they didn't expect was, at this time, the area around Yida Plaza had been completely surrounded by security guards. In the very center of the square stood a large group of Yida Plaza executives and numerous merchants. Seeing that the van couldn't get in, Qin Feng led the women out of the vehicle. He walked slowly up to a fairly pretty young woman and asked softly, "Miss, what happened at Yida Plaza?" The girl initially didn't want to talk to him, but when she saw Qin Feng's good looks, her eyes instantly lit up. Little brother, you should have kept quiet until you asked. Then I got angry." After a long while, the girl finally said to Qin Feng angrily, "It seems like some important person is coming and they kicked us all out." "That's right, I'm furious too. Just because someone is a big shot doesn't mean they're so great. I've been coming to Yida Shopping Mall every day for a reason, but I'm never coming here again. I heard that Yida almost went bankrupt today. I think they deserved it. This is outrageous. A big shot? Does he think he's more powerful than Jack Ma?" The girl's words immediately resonated with the onlookers. Judging from their tone, they were clearly quite dissatisfied. "Oh, is that so?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood. It turns out that he was to blame for all of this. However, he wasn't embarrassed at all. As the owner of Yida Real Estate, isn't it only right that I enjoy some special treatment? Just as Qin Feng was thinking about these things, a brand new Rolls-Royce suddenly drove up. Upon seeing this, the security guards surrounding the edge of the square immediately and respectfully made way for them. The Rolls-Royce didn't linger and drove straight towards the square. Holy crap, could the owner of this Rolls-Royce be that so-called big shot? That's very possible. Didn't you see the respectful expressions on the security guards' faces just now? Holy crap, this must be that so-called big shot. That's right, this car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. It must cost at least several million. Wow, is it that expensive? I probably couldn't afford it even if I sold myself. Hey girl, with your looks, I bet if you were sold, you couldn't even afford the wheels of this car. What the hell? How can you talk like that, you idiot? The arrival of the Rolls-Royce Phantom instantly attracted the attention of the onlookers. In their minds, the person sitting in that car must be that so-called important figure. Only Qin Feng and Lu Rubing, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but frown. They never expected that what seemed like a grand display of force wasn't actually to welcome Qin Feng. Master this. Upon seeing this, Guan Feifei couldn't help but want to say something. But before she could speak, Qin Feng waved his hand. Let's take a look first. After saying that, he looked up and gazed towards the square. Before long, the brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom had already driven up in front of the executives. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man in the lead quickly ran over with a fawning expression. "Mr. Su, you've arrived." After opening the car door, he smiled at Su Xingjun inside. "Hello, Mr. Su." Upon seeing this, the other executives and merchants also quickly bowed and greeted them. It has to be said that it looks quite imposing. President Su? Who is this person? I don't know, but it looks pretty awesome. President Su, do you think this might be a senior executive at Yida? Hey, now that you mention it, I do seem to remember that Yida has a director named Su Shengjun. I'll use my phone to search him on Baidu to see if this guy is really that awesome. No need for Baidu, let me tell you. This person comes here often. He's a director at Yida, and his net worth should be around 1 or 200 million. My goodness, is a director really that rich? That's incredible. Everyone says Yida pays high salaries, and it seems that's really true. A big shot, an absolute big shot. As soon as Su Xingjun got out of the car, he was quickly recognized by the onlookers. In their view, given Su Xingjun's current status compared to them, calling him a big shot doesn't seem too wrong. Of course, you are a big shot, but you can't just kick out the customers and let yourself show off here, can you? Thinking of this, some onlookers immediately stepped forward and shouted loudly towards Su Xingjun and his group. "Mr. Su, aren't you putting on a really big show?" "That's right, we're all longtime customers of Yida. What gives you the right to have us all kicked out?" "This is infuriating. I thought they were some important figure. That's right, just a lousy director. What's with all the pretense? Damn it. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were Jack Ma. It must be said that Yida Plaza's move to expel people has indeed aroused dissatisfaction among many people. Chapter 81. Do I look like a big shot to you? The commotion caused by the onlookers was quickly overheard by Su Xingjun and his group, who were not far away. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Yes, is that how you talk? You know nothing, so what are you yelling about? Where's security? Someone, get some security, quick. Just as the executives of Yida Plaza were about to show off in front of Su Xingjun, he stopped them directly, saying, Wait, let me explain to everyone. To be honest, he found these people's words very uncomfortable. However, in order to prevent Yida's brand from being ruined, he forced a smile. He stepped forward and said apologetically to the onlookers, Everyone, I'm really sorry about today. I'd like to apologize to everyone here. There's a reason why we did this. A very important person from Yida will be coming over later, so we hope everyone can understand. An important person? Upon hearing Su Xingjun's words, someone immediately expressed doubt. Mr. Su, the big shot you're talking about isn't yourself, is it? Hee, do I look like an important person to you? Su Xingjun chuckled and said self-deprecatingly. Compared to that big shot, I'm just a nobody at best. This isn't Su Xingjun being modest. Compared to Qin Feng, he really was just a nobody. If he hadn't lined up early, he definitely would have been among those fired that morning. Really? Oh my god, could it be that Wang Yilin is coming? Very likely. He's probably the only one who could make Su Xingjun call himself a nobody, right? Wow, looks like I'll get to see Boss Wang again today. Upon hearing Su Xingjun's words, the crowd immediately began to whisper and speculate. In their minds, the only person who could make Su Xingjun call himself a nobody was Wang Yilin. Just then, a bystander asked Su Xingjun, Mr. Su, is the big shot you mentioned Wang Yilin, the boss of Yida? Wang Yilin. Upon hearing this, Su Xingjun couldn't help but scoff. Him? Does he even deserve it? Are they worthy? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Wow, that's incredible. Has Su Xingjun gone mad? How dare he talk about his boss like that? Wow, my friends and I were absolutely stunned. My goodness, is he not planning to stay at Yida anymore? I'm convinced. I'm absolutely convinced. It has to be said that when everyone present heard Su Xingjun's words, they were so shocked that they almost fainted. Who is Wang Yilin? That's the boss of Yida Real Estate. Who is Su Xingjun? Just a mere department director. How could he not be shocked to say such outrageous things in front of so many people? Mr. Su, are you planning to resign? Just then, among the crowd who had come to their senses, someone couldn't help but ask a question out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, the others also quickly looked towards Su Xingjun. They were eager to know where Su Xingjun got the courage to speak like that. Hee. Su Xingjun chuckled and couldn't help but ask in return, Why do you think I would resign? Why? Holy crap, do I even need to ask why? You dare to despise your own boss? If you don't want to quit, what else could it be? Su Xingjun naturally understood the expressions on the faces of everyone present. He pursed his lips and said with a slight upturn of his mouth, To be honest, Wang Yilin has been kicked out by our new boss. You all understand what I mean, right? What the heck? Are you kidding me? Wang Yilin was kicked out? How is that possible? Isn't he the founder of Yida Real Estate? It must be true, otherwise how could this guy be so dismissive of Wang Yilin? That's fucking amazing. Someone actually managed to kick Wang Yilin out of Yida. My goodness, this is huge news. Why haven't I seen it reported on the news? Bro, thanks for reminding me. I need to post something on Weibo right away. Maybe I can even get on the trending list. Holy crap, why didn't you say so earlier? I wanted to post this too. Upon hearing Su Xingjun's words, the scene erupted as if a pot of cold water had been poured into a frying pan, instantly causing chaos. Many people took out their phones and started editing on Weibo and various news media. Such a big news story is definitely a top choice for going viral. Weibo. Shocking. Wang Yilin ousted from Yida by a mysterious bigwig. Headline. Shocking. Yida Real Estate may have a new owner. TX News. Yida's director openly mocks his former boss. Before long, a large number of news reports about Wang Yilin being kicked out of his job spread across the entire internet. Inside a rented room in Haidu. Honey, come quick. Wang Yilin has been kicked out of Yida. Wang Yilin? Is he that guy from Yida Real Estate? That's right, it's him. What? That can't be right. Isn't he Yida's largest shareholder? Who knows? Anyway, according to the news, it seems to have been done by a mysterious big shot. Inside a university in Shenzhen. Girls, something terrible has happened. What happened? Did that slut steal your underwear again? Hee hee. Our Xiang has gone missing 8 pairs of underwear this month. Oh well, what can I do? Our Xiang is so beautiful. That's true. If I were as pretty as Xiang, I probably wouldn't even have enough pocket money to buy underwear. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Yilin was kicked out of Yida. Wow, really? Is that amazing? A rural area in Shihai. Honey, have you ever heard of Wang Yilin? Wang Yilin? Who's that? I don't know him. Oh, I don't know him either. Never mind. Let's ignore him. Inside a high-end villa in Beijing. Bastards. They're all a bunch of bastards. When Wang Yilin saw these news reports, he smashed the teacup on the coffee table to pieces. It has to be said that, apart from some people in remote areas who didn't know Wang Yilin, this explosive news shocked almost the entire country of China. Moreover, judging from the popularity of it on major news media, it seems that it will soon be reported by foreign news media. Even Su Xingjun probably didn't expect that a casual remark he made would cause such a huge sensation online. Chapter 82. A big shot appears, causing a sensation. This is Yida Plaza. After the netizens finished editing, they all started to look forward to it. What are you looking forward to? We are naturally looking forward to the arrival of important figures. They'd like to see. Just who is this powerful figure who managed to drive Wang Yilin out of Yida? Mr. Su, has the new boss said when he'll be arriving? Yeah, we've been standing here waiting for so long. Is he not going to come? Why don't you give him a call and ask? Just then, the senior executives of Yida Plaza, who were getting impatient, spoke to Su Xingjun. All right. Su Xingjun nodded, agreeing that there was some truth to what they said. He took out his phone, found Qin Feng's number, and dialed it directly. Mr. Qin, how much longer until you arrive? As soon as the call connected, Su Xingjun hurriedly asked the person on the other end of the line respectfully. I've arrived. Arrive. Su Xingjun was taken aback and looked up to see what was going on around him. However, because there were so many people at the scene, he was completely disappointed. But I didn't see you. How about this? Qin Feng curled his lips into a slight smile and said, This is a van with license plate number D85877. Tell security to let it pass. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Hey, van. Holy crap. Boss, are you kidding me? Even after the phone went dead, Su Xingjun was still reeling from the shock. He never expected that Qin Feng and his group would arrive in a minivan. Damn it. Oh no. I drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Will my boss think I'm showing off? When Su Xingjun thought of his Rolls-Royce Phantom, he really wanted to smash it on the spot. To be honest, in his opinion, a big boss like Qin Feng should drive a car worth at least tens of millions. His car is a complete idiot. But now, this is so embarrassing. After regaining his senses, he didn't dare to waste any time and quickly made the call. A few minutes later. Master, shall we drive in like this now? Shouldn't we go ahead? So many people want to know who the new boss of Yida is. Would it be inappropriate for us to drive in a beat-up minivan? I think so too. How about we get a new car? As soon as the girls got back into the van, they quickly made a suggestion to Qin Feng. In their minds, given the current situation, Qin Feng's appearance should at least cause a sensation. Driving a beat-up minivan into the venue seems a bit too low class. Need not. However, Qin Feng didn't care at all. He waved his hand and said, Don't you think it would be more sensational if the van drove in? This? The girls were speechless upon hearing this. However, seeing that Qin Feng insisted, they stopped talking. Shen Mingyao stepped on the gas and drove straight towards the direction where the security guards were gathered. As they approached the destination, they kept honking their horns. Holy crap, where did this lousy bread come from? What the hell is it for? Judging from its appearance, it probably wants to drive in, right? My goodness, isn't that the car of that young man from earlier? Drive it in. You think you can just drive a beat-up van in? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, they won't even let my BMW X3 in. Where does this beat-up van get its confidence? The onlookers couldn't help but start complaining when they saw what was happening. However, what none of them expected was, just as the van honked its horn for the 5th time, The security guards at Yida Plaza quickly and respectfully made way for it. The next second, the van drove towards the center of the square. Holy crap! What the hell is going on? My goodness, how dare they let a beat-up van in? Do you think the person sitting in that car might be the new boss of Yida? This, surely not. The boss of Yida would ride in such a beat-up car. Yes, even if I were given this beat-up car, I might not necessarily ride in it, let alone such an important person. I also think it's a bit far-fetched. That's a big shot who could even drive Wang Yilin away. How could he possibly ride in such a beat-up car? Then how do you explain the respect these security guards showed when they let us through? How else can you explain it? You must have seen something wrong with your eyes. I certainly didn't see anything. Yes, I didn't see it either. I don't believe the boss of Yida would ride in such a beat-up car. I agree with your opinion, and I absolutely disagree. The onlookers whispered among themselves, not believing that the legendary big shot could be inside that beat-up van. This is actually quite normal. Even people like them probably wouldn't drive such a beat-up van when shopping at a mall. What's more, he's the new boss of Yida Real Estate. While they were filled with doubt, Qin Feng had already driven the car to the very center of the square. As soon as the car came to a stop, Su Shangjun quickly led his men to respectfully surround it. Qin Feng and the others didn't linger and got out of the car. Hello, Mr. Qin. The moment Qin Feng stepped out of the car, Su Shangjun and the others who had surrounded him quickly bowed and greeted him. The onlookers were so shocked that their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! The person inside this beat-up van is actually the boss of Yida? This is absolutely shocking. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone seemed to freeze in place, completely stunned. The scene before them was like a nuclear bomb falling, instantly shattering their previous understanding. After finally regaining their senses, they quickly looked towards Qin Feng. However, once they saw Qin Feng's appearance clearly, they were shocked once again. Holy crap, this new boss of Yida is way too young, isn't he? My God, it's one thing to be young, but to be so rich? It's one thing to be rich, but the worst part is that he's also incredibly handsome. No, I'm going to die, this is too cool. Shaw, can you call that handsome? He's just about as good as me at best. Go to hell. Could you be any more shameless? I can say without exaggeration that if he were to debut, he would definitely become a top superstar. I love it. From now on, I'll only go shopping at Yida. Me too, me too. It has to be said that Qin Feng's appearance not only shocked everyone, but also attracted the hearts of a large number of young girls. Of course, there are also some young women and middle-aged women among them. Chapter 83, My Damn Charm. Sis, what are you standing there for? Take a picture. Taking photos? Oh my God, this is big news. Wow, 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 look at his irresistible charm. I almost forgot about him. I definitely have to post this on my WeChat moments and share it with all my girlfriends. Honey, hurry up and take a picture with your phone. This is sure to go viral. Seriously? You were really angry that I took pictures of handsome guys. I'd definitely get angry if you took pictures of other people, but it's different with this one. You can take pictures of her all you want. Why? Why else? Someone as important as him would definitely not be interested in you. You bastard, I'll twist your ears off. As soon as the onlookers came to their senses, they quickly pulled out their phones and started snapping photos indiscriminately. Upon seeing this, Lu Rubing, who was not far away, immediately stepped in front of Qin Feng. Shen Mingyao and Guan Feifei immediately stood on either side of Lu Rubing. They knew very well that Qin Feng didn't actually want to appear too much in the news media. Holy crap, what's going on? Who are those women? I'm so angry. I almost got a picture of that handsome guy. Hee, I'm not angry at all. Didn't you guys notice how pretty these ladies are? She's really beautiful. I wonder what her relationship is with the boss of Yida. What other relationship could there be? She's definitely his girlfriend. Girlfriend? How is that possible? There are 3 of them, okay? So what if he's 3? He's rich, young, and most importantly, handsome. That's right. If I had his qualities, I wouldn't mind having 10 of them. I'm so envious. I'm so envious. Just as Lu Rubing and the other girls stood in front of him, Qin Feng quickly reacted. He frowned slightly and said to Su Shangjun, Director Su, let's go in. Yes, Mr. Qin. Su Shangjun nodded and quickly led Qin Feng and the others into Yida shopping mall. No sooner had they left than onlookers quickly posted all the videos and photos they had just taken online. Weibo. Shocking. Yida's new boss appears in Wang Fujing. Headline. Shocking. The boss of Yida Group is actually a young and handsome man. TX News. Horrifying. The owner of Yida is actually the new owner of TX Technology. Soon after, a series of explosive news stories appeared on major news media outlets. Especially on Tencent News, the eye-catching headline on the front page instantly attracted millions of netizens. My God, is this for real? This is way too exaggerated. TSK. Not only is this guy handsome, but he's also the behind-the-scenes boss of 2 listed companies. Hey everyone, does anyone have this handsome guy's contact information? I want to have his babies. Wow, if that's the case, then we misunderstood Mayu before. Upstairs, what do you mean? What else could it mean? He's probably implying that all those rip-off games from Tencent Games were just Mayu taking the blame for this guy. Holy crap, no way. Didn't you see the title says new boss? That's true. Then it seems Mayu will have to take the blame for this. That's right. How could such a handsome guy develop such a terrible game? Haha, good looks really do have power. Like Tencent News, other major media outlets also broke the news at the same time. Before long, news with the same content made it into the top 10 of the trending topics lists of major news media. Even the shocking news of some young male celebrities cutting their fingers was completely overshadowed. As for Douyin, the most popular short video app in China right now, almost every trending topic is about Qin Feng. Although no one was able to capture a full view of Qin Feng's face, even just seeing his profile shocked and amazed countless netizens. Inside a rented room in Haidu. Honey, come quick. There's some big news. What other big news could there be? Could it be that Wang Yilin has been invited back again? No, it's Yida's new boss who's shown up. What a handsome guy. Handsome guy, is it for real? Of course it's true. He's a million times more handsome than you. Inside a university in Shenzhen. Xiang, aren't you going to sleep yet? What's the point of scrolling through Douyin all day? You guys don't know anything. I'm looking at handsome guys. What? No way. There are men in this world that you, Xiang, find handsome. This one's different. He's the new boss of Yida, and he's incredibly handsome. TCH, you're probably only after his money, aren't you? What's so handsome about an old geezer like him? Who told you he was a stinky old man? Not a stinky old man. No way. I have to check too. Wow. Oh my God, my husband is so handsome. Holy crap, I won't allow you guys to steal Xiang's husband. A rural area in Shihai. Honey, it's time for bed. We still have to harvest wheat tomorrow. That won't do. I need to watch it a little longer. What's so interesting about this? You might as well watch Heroes of the Anti-Japanese War, where they tear apart Japanese soldiers with their bare hands. That's so much more satisfying. Never mind, we don't have much in common. By the way, when is our shall we coming back? Why are you asking this? What else can we do but introduce her to a young man, of course. Let's forget about it. You know what kind of taste shall we has? She's a top student from Beijing University. So what if she's a top student? She might not even be interested in someone else. Inside a high-end villa in Beijing. Uncle, come quick, come quick. Lin Xiqing shouted loudly, addressing Wang Yilin, who was not far away. What now? Are those news stories targeting me still going on? Upon hearing this, Wang Yilin's eyes immediately blazed with fury. No, this time it's about Qin Feng. I heard he just went to Wang Fujing's place to show off. Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Wang Yilin was taken aback and couldn't help but wonder, has Blue Rose not made a move yet? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't they tell me a while ago that they had already sent someone over this afternoon? Just as he was thinking about these things, Lin Xiqing spoke up again angrily. Uncle, this guy is too arrogant. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson, and preferably knock all his teeth out? As Lin Xiqing spoke, he couldn't help but rub his mouth full of teeth, which had only recently been repaired. Need not. Wang Yilin waved his hand, revealing a cruel smile, and said, he'll be dead soon. In his mind, with the world's third-largest assassin organization, Blue Rose, on the job, there was no way Qin Feng could survive. What he didn't know was. P.S. Don't think this chapter is just filler. It's mainly to highlight how much more awesome Qin Feng is than Su Shengjun and Wang Yilin. Chapter 84. Then we won't be polite. This is Yida Plaza. Led by Su Shengjun and others, Qin Feng and his group quickly entered Yida Shopping Mall. As a well-known shopping mall in the capital, it encompasses a variety of functions including shopping, leisure, entertainment, and dining. Its most important function is shopping. Moreover, as the capital of China, Beijing is naturally a key investment location for Yida. The sheer scale of this Yida shopping mall is unmatched by any other Yida shopping mall in the world. Judging from the area alone, it is at least tens of thousands of square meters. It's important to understand that not every company can afford to own such a large shopping mall in Beijing. Qin Feng glanced around the lobby briefly. There weren't many businesses on this floor, only about 5 or 6. This is actually quite normal. The area on the first floor of a shopping mall is usually much larger than that of other floors. Moreover, the price is several times higher than that of other floors. The businesses that can set up shop on the first floor are mostly jewelry and accessories. Since Qin Feng brought Lu Rubing and the others shopping with him today, he naturally wouldn't be stingy. He smiled slightly and said to Lu Rubing and the others, "Ladies, take whatever you like today. It's all on me." "Master, are you serious?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Guan Feifei and the other girls immediately became excited. "Certainly." Qin Feng curled his lip, looking quite unconvinced, and said, "Do I look like I'm joking to you?" For Qin Feng, as long as he could make the beautiful women smile, a little money was nothing. What's more, he's a man with a consumer rebate system. The more he spends, the more money he'll have. Paying for the girls is practically helping him. If that's the case, why not do it? Seeing this, Su Xingjun and the others around couldn't help but cast envious glances at him. "Let's go?" As Qin Feng spoke, he led Shin Mengyao and the others toward a boutique watch shop. As soon as the group entered the store, a tall, beautiful woman in a business suit walked over. "Hello, Mr. Qin. How may I help you?" She gave Qin Feng a professional smile and asked him a question. She knew perfectly well that the person her boss was accompanying was definitely the main attraction at Yida shopping mall tonight. Upon seeing this, the shop owner couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Let's take a look first." Qin Feng smiled slightly and said to Shin Mengyao and the other girls, "Choose whichever you like." "Master, then we won't stand on ceremony." Upon hearing this, the women quickly looked inside the counter. However, when they saw the prices of these luxury watches, they couldn't help but frown slightly. The price of any watch inside ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. To be honest, they were a little hesitant. "What's wrong?" Seeing them frown, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Boss, this is way too expensive." Shin Mingyao shrugged and said with a wry smile, "Yes, they're all so expensive. Just one piece costs over 100,000. Guan Feifei, who was standing to the side, also showed a helpless expression after hearing this. "Hee, I thought it was something serious." Qin Feng chuckled and said dismissively, "You don't need to look at the prices, just take whatever you like." "That won't do. Your money didn't grow on trees." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing immediately spoke up. Shin Mengyao and the other 2 girls beside her also nodded quickly. But at that moment, the shop owner stepped forward. He smiled slightly and said to Shin Mengyao and the other women, "Ladies, Mr. Qin has finally come to my humble shop today. How could I possibly let him spend money? Please feel free to choose whatever you like. Consider it a gift from me to all the ladies." In his view, Qin Feng was the boss of Yida Real Estate. If he didn't curry favor with him now, when would he? This? The girls were taken aback and all looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng understood perfectly well what the boss meant. It was clearly a veiled criticism. Do you want Qin Feng to owe people favors for a mere sum of money? Haha, that just means he's overthinking it. However, as the saying goes, one cannot hit a smiling face, and Qin Feng could not directly refuse him. He curled his lip and asked the waiter, "I wonder, what's the most expensive women's watch you have here?" "The most expensive women's watch." Upon hearing this, the waiter was immediately startled. After regaining her senses, she quickly looked at her boss. She was just a waitress. She had no right to give away such an expensive watch. The watch shop owner frowned slightly at first, then gritted his teeth and nodded. In his opinion, Qin Feng was really greedy. He wasn't the only one who thought this way. All the other merchants shared the same idea. Seeing their boss nod, the waiter secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Qin, this is our most expensive watch." The salesperson pointed to a very beautiful women's watch and prepared to introduce it to Qin Feng. This Vacheron Constantin women's watch features. However, before she could finish her introduction, Qin Feng interrupted her, saying, "You don't need to tell me so much, just tell me the price." Qin Feng had no knowledge of these luxury watches and had no interest in listening to her boast. In his view, as long as the price is high enough, it can't be bad. This. Upon hearing this, the waiter could only quickly smile and say, about 3 million Chinese yuan. Hiss, 3 million? Upon hearing the price announced by the waiter, Shin Mingyao and the other girls couldn't help but gasp. To be honest, they really liked this Vacheron Constantine. However, the price made them hesitate. The girls didn't want Qin Feng to owe someone such a huge favor because of them. However, Qin Feng saw through their thoughts at a glance. He pursed his lips and said casually, well, the price is acceptable. Then give each of them one for me first. After saying that, he added with a half smile, judging from the size of your store, this shouldn't be your most expensive item, right? Holy crap. What do you mean, you bastard? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the watch shop owner's face immediately darkened. Chapter 85. What's so valuable about it? It's just a watch. Holy crap. This guy is way too dark-skinned. He asked for 3 watches worth millions, and now he wants even more expensive ones? Why the hell don't you just go to heaven? It wasn't just the watch shop owner who thought this way. Everyone else shared the same idea. In their view, Qin Feng's behavior was indeed a bit too much. At the same time, they were worried that Qin Feng might do the same thing when he came to their shop. This. The waiter hesitated, unsure of what to do. Don't worry, I'll pay for it myself. Qin Feng isn't stupid. How could he not see what others were thinking? He said that on purpose, nothing more. How could they possibly expect Qin Feng to owe them a favor? Mr. Qin, I didn't mean that, Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the waiter immediately became anxious and quickly looked at his boss again. As for the watch shop owner, he was also in a rather awkward situation. He hadn't expected that Qin Feng had no intention of taking it for free. He gave an awkward laugh and said to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him, saying, all right, hurry up and bring out your most expensive watch. I'm still waiting to browse other stores. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be getting impatient, the watch shop owner didn't dare to say anything more. He gave a wry smile and nodded to the waiter. To be honest, given his status, very few people would dare to be so arrogant in front of him. However, he dared not have any objections to Qin Feng in front of him. After all, this is the man who even Wang Yilin could take down. Seeing that his boss nodded, the waiter quickly took out a very exquisite box from a safe behind the counter. It's safe to say that this box alone is worth a lot of money. When she opened the box in front of everyone, a collective gasp of surprise rippled through the room. Isn't this the Louis Moinet Meteoris couple's watch? It really is true. My goodness. I heard that the case of this watch is made of 18K pure gold, and the markers inside are all diamonds. That's right. The total weight of these diamonds seems to be 4.46 carats, and they were reportedly set entirely by hand. My goodness, how much does this watch cost? It's just too beautiful. I don't know, but it looks extraordinary. It must be worth at least tens of millions. Not only others, but even Qin Feng couldn't help but take a second look at the watch. It has to be said that these watches are indeed a bit too dazzling. The 3 women, Lu Rubing and Lu Rubing, standing to the side, all wore expressions of longing. How much is this watch? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly as he casually asked. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone turned to look at the waiter. Mr. Qin, a pair of these watches would cost 54 million. The waitress was a clever woman. Since Qin Feng hadn't bothered to listen to her explanations before, she simply quoted the prices this time. What? 54 million? This is almost enough to buy a commercial building, right? Upon hearing the waiter's words, everyone present was so surprised they almost bit their tongues. Even if all of them are very wealthy, it's simply impossible for them to spend that much money on a watch. 54 million? Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually, not bad, then give me 10 pairs. In Qin Feng's opinion, the watch did indeed look beautiful. If we could bring some back for Zhao Shuer and the others, that would be great. 10 pairs. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone present nearly fainted from shock. 1 pair costs 54 million, so 10 pairs would cost 540 million. The combined net worth of all these people probably doesn't even reach this much, so how could this not surprise them? Wow, that's incredibly extravagant. At this moment, only one word could describe their feelings. Not only them, but even Shin Mingyao and the other girls standing to the side were all dumbfounded. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. This is the only pair we have here. The waiter, regaining his senses, couldn't help but say something rather weakly. She'd seen plenty of rich people, but she'd never met anyone as incredibly wealthy as Qin Feng. To be honest, at that moment, she was smitten, regardless of whether she's too realistic. After all, what woman wouldn't be tempted by a man who can spend tens of millions to buy you a watch? Only one pair. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. Thinking of this, Qin Feng asked, "Can you make reservations at your store?" This. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the waiter looked at his boss once again. "Mr. Qin, if you wish to make a reservation, that is possible." The watch shop owner hesitated for a moment, then added, "However, a deposit may be required." "Need not." Qin Feng waved his hand and said generously, "I'll pay you in full, but I need the watch within 3 days. Is that all right?" "No problem, don't worry." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the watch shop owner had no further questions and immediately nodded repeatedly in assurance. Chapter 86. This little kid really has a big mouth. Okay, let's pay first. As he spoke, he took out his wallet in front of everyone. However, apart from Su Xingjun and Lu Rubing and the other women, everyone else was immediately shocked. There was no way around it. Qin Feng had an excessive number of black cards in his wallet. If they didn't know that the person in front of them was the boss of Yida Real Estate, they would definitely suspect that Qin Feng had obtained a fake card. Pay with your card, all done in one smooth motion. Soon, Qin Feng received a text message notification on his phone. Needless to say, it must have been sent from the bank. Qin Feng didn't bother to look at it. It was only a little over 10 billion. What was there to see? Let's go explore somewhere else. As Qin Feng spoke, he stepped out the door. After everyone came to their senses, they immediately followed. Before long, Qin Feng and his group arrived at the entrance of a jade shop. To Qin Feng's surprise, not a single waiter came up to them after they entered the store. Judging from their expressions, it was as if Qin Feng and his group didn't exist. What's going on? Upon seeing this, Su Xingjun frowned slightly and asked the senior executive of Yida Plaza who was standing next to him. "Mr. Su, this." Upon hearing this, the senior management of Yida Plaza hesitated and stammered. "Just say what you have to say." Seeing him dawdling, Su Xingjun immediately glared at him. "It's like this." Seeing that Su Xingjun seemed a little impatient, the senior executive of Yida Plaza quickly explained, "I heard that the owner of this store is a relative of President Wang So." Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately understood. Just then, Qin Feng finally spoke up. "So, the shop owner wasn't with you just now?" "Yes, that's right." The executive at Yida Plaza nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and said, He said who you are, and that if he were to come and greet you, the sun would rise in the west." Qin Feng chuckled coldly, saying with a playful expression, "He certainly has a big mouth." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone immediately lowered their heads. In their minds, Qin Feng could even handle someone as powerful as Wang Yilin. He's just a relative of Wang Yilin, yet he dares to show such disrespect to Qin Feng. Isn't he just asking for death? All right, let's ignore him and focus on our own. As Qin Feng spoke, he suddenly thought of something and gave a cold laugh. Without saying much, he led everyone toward the jade counter not far away and walked over. I glanced casually at the jade pieces. Their prices ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. To be honest, Qin Feng really didn't think much of jade items priced like that. With a slight smirk, he turned to a female sales clerk playing on her phone by the counter and asked, "Excuse me, miss, do you sell jade gambling stones here?" "Jade gambling?" The waitress was taken aback at first, then looked up at Qin Feng. She hadn't intended to respond, but after seeing Qin Feng's face clearly, she couldn't help but point to a spot not far away and say, "You can gamble on stones over there." Qin Feng looked in the direction she was pointing and found that there were indeed quite a few raw stones piled up inside the counter. Thank you very much." Qin Feng chuckled and led the group over immediately. "Mr. Qin, are you interested in gambling on stones?" Upon arriving at the jade gambling counter, Su Xingjun couldn't help but ask. "Certainly." Qin Feng nodded. "But this thing seems pretty unreliable, doesn't it?" Upon hearing this, Su Xingjun couldn't help but express his doubts. "Yes." Guan Feifei quickly chimed in. As the saying goes, one cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, and one cut leaves you in rags. Quite a few people have been ripped off by jade gambling. Fei Fei is right. My uncle used to love gambling on jade, and he ended up losing his family's factory. Is it that bad? Upon hearing Shin Mingyao's words, Lu Rubing whispered to Qin Feng, Master, why don't we just forget about it? In their minds, Qin Feng had nothing but money, but it's best to try to dissuade people from such obvious traps. Fine. Qin Feng waved his hand and said domineeringly, There's probably no one in this world more skilled at gambling on stones than me, Qin Feng, who hasn't been born yet. You'll see soon enough. You should know that Qin Feng is a man who possesses a consumer rebate system. It's just a simple jade gambling game. How could it possibly swindle him? Putting aside the fact that he definitely won't lose money, the low-level perspective talismans in his system shop alone will make him invincible. The see-through talisman is of low quality and allows the user to see through things for 1 hour. Hee hee, little kid, you really have a big mouth. Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, a very sarcastic voice came from behind him. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly and turned to look in the direction from which the sound came. The visitor was an elderly man dressed in a tang suit, who looked to be over 70 years old and had a very venerable and otherworldly air about him. Behind him were 2 young people, a man and a woman. The man had a very ordinary appearance, but his eyes looked very sharp. As for the woman standing next to him, she had her hair in a bun and looked very cute, giving off a little girl vibe. Chapter 87. What kind of bet do you want? Who are you? Once Qin Feng came to his senses, he asked the old man in the tang suit. Mr. Qin, this is Wang Mingfu, the owner of this jade shop. Before the old man in the tang suit could speak, a senior executive from Yida Real Estate, standing next to Qin Feng, introduced him. Snort. Upon hearing this, the old man in the tang suit snorted coldly and immediately adopted a very arrogant demeanor. Wang Mingfu. Qin Feng was taken aback at first, then pursed his lips and said, You also have the surname Wang, so you must be some kind of elder of Wang Yilan, right? He had previously heard that this jade shop was owned by some relative of Wang Yilan. That's right, I am Wang Yilan's uncle. The old man in the tang suit spoke in a cold tone, his face darkening. Little brat, is it you who kicked my nephew out of Yida? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, but did not reply. After a long pause, he finally said with a slight upturn of his lips, Judging from your tone, you seem quite dissatisfied. Of course I'm not convinced. Yida Real Estate is my Uncle Wang's company. What right do you have to take it away? Before Wang Mingfu could speak, the man standing behind him spoke first. Judging from the expression on his face, it was as if Qin Feng had stolen some treasure from him. Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke to him in a chilling tone. In Qin Feng's mind, he was now the boss of Yida Real Estate. What right do these cats and dogs in front of him have to bark so arrogantly? You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the man almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected Qin Feng to speak so domineeringly. Just as he was about to say something more, the old man in the tang suit stopped him. He took a deep breath before saying to Qin Feng, Young man, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? If you're not arrogant, are you still a young person? Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually, Very good. Wang Mingfu narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, Judging from what you said earlier, are you perhaps very good at gambling on stones? Of course. Okay, then do you dare to make a bet with me? What is there to be afraid of? Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upward, and he asked with a half-smile, How do you want to bet? Let's bet on 3 stones, each worth at least $1 million. Whoever finds the most valuable one wins. What do you think? Can? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng agreed without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that Qin Feng agreed, Wang Mingfu immediately revealed a confident expression. In his mind, he was an expert in the jade industry, having worked there for decades. How could a young man like Qin Feng possibly be his match? Since we're going to gamble. Wang Mingfu paused deliberately for a few seconds before continuing. Well, we have to have some stakes, right? What kind of stakes do you want? Qin Feng chuckled and asked with a playful expression. How about this? Wang Mingfu pretended to ponder for a moment, then casually said, If I lose, then all 78 jade shops I own at Yida Real Estate will be yours. But if you lose, you'll have to return Yida Real Estate to my nephew in the same way you took it over. What do you think? Oh my God. This is way too big a bet. Upon hearing Wang Mingfu's words, everyone present looked on incredulously. Putting aside the value of Wang Mingfu's 78 jade shops, Yida Real Estate is a company worth trillions of yuan. How could such a huge bet not be shocking? Master, don't agree to his request. How could his 78 jade shops possibly compare to Yida Real Estate? Yeah, this old man is really shameless. Does he really think we're fools? Meng Yao and Fei Fei are right. Master, you must not agree to him. Once they came to their senses, Xin Meng Yao and the other two women quickly tried to persuade Qin Feng. In their view, Wang Mingfu's bet was clearly unequal. They weren't the only ones who thought this way. Su Xingjun and his group felt the same way. Only Qin Feng revealed a strange smile at this moment. So what if the stakes aren't equal? Anyway, he won't be the one who loses. What, little brat, are you afraid? Seeing Shun Mingyao and the other two women trying to persuade Qin Feng, Wang Mingfu quickly tried to provoke him. Wang Mingfu naturally knew that his bet was unequal. However, he believed that someone like Qin Feng was young and impetuous and would definitely want to win, just as he expected. The next second, Qin Feng nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree. Owner. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing and the other two women immediately tried to offer some further advice. However, before they could speak, Qin Feng waved his hand to interrupt them. All right, it's decided then. After hearing this, the women could only retreat dejectedly. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu, who was not far away, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, Qin Feng pointed to the little girl not far away and chuckled at Wang Mingfu. I can agree, but you have to include her in your bet. Holy crap. What's going on? Could it be that the boss has taken a liking to this little girl? I must say, this little girl is absolutely gorgeous. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Shengjun and the others immediately looked in the direction Qin Feng was pointing. After they saw the little girl's face and figure clearly, they all revealed a very meaningful smile. Impossible. At that moment, the little girl cried out. Although she thought Qin Feng was very handsome when she first saw him, but she was absolutely unwilling to use her as a wager. That's right, don't even think about using my junior sister as a wager. The man standing next to the little girl immediately stepped forward as well. You should know that the little girl is his junior sister whom he has secretly loved for many years. Now that Qin Feng has actually said this, how could he not stand up? However, Qin Feng seemed not to have heard what the two of them said. He curled his lip and said to Wang Mingfu with a playful expression, if you don't agree, then forget it. After saying that, he took a step and prepared to leave with everyone. To be honest, Qin Feng made this bet just to play a trick on the old man. Kid, do you know who she is to me? Just then, Wang Mingfu spoke up coldly. She is my granddaughter. Oh. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback at first, then turned his head. With a slight upturn of her lips, she casually said, what does that have to do with me? I'll just ask you one question. To gamble or not? Chapter 88. Do you think I'll lose? This. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Mingfu immediately hesitated. He never expected that Qin Feng would propose such a bet. On one hand, there's his own granddaughter, and on the other hand, there's Yida Group, worth trillions of yuan. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said to Qin Feng, her eyes red, fine, I agree. What? Upon hearing this, the little girl behind him opened her mouth wide. I simply can't believe that these are the words of my beloved grandfather. Master, how could you do this? I don't agree. Just then, the man stepped forward again and angrily addressed Wang Mingfu. In his view, his junior sister would be his exclusive property from now on. So how could he let anyone else touch her? How? Wang Mingfu's eyes turned cold, and he said in a chilling tone, do you think I'll lose? This? Since I won't lose, what's wrong with letting Meng Meng be the bet? After Wang Mingfu finished speaking, he never looked at Wang Meng Meng and the other person again. Turning to Qin Feng, she said, can we begin now? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said casually, since you agree, then of course. Fine, then you can just wait to lose. After making his threats, Wang Mingfu strode toward the raw stone counter. He is the owner of this jade shop, so naturally he knows a lot about these raw stones. Judging from the way he walks, he exudes confidence. As for Qin Feng, who was not far away, he had a nonchalant and carefree attitude. It seemed as if this match had little to do with him. Master, aren't you going to choose? Yes, master. You should hurry up and choose. Sister Bingbing is right. If that old guy picks up all the good rough stones, that would be a real problem. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and the other girls couldn't help but urge Qin Feng on. There was nothing they could do. Wang Mingfu seemed overly confident to them. Fine. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, "What's wrong with letting him choose first? That will only make him realize the gap between him and me." Holy crap. Dude, could you be any more confident? That's way too pretentious. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone present couldn't help but inwardly criticize him. Who is Wang Mingfu? That's an old man who's been in the jade industry for decades. How could they not complain when Qin Feng so disregarded them? Just then, Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the little girl Wang Mengmeng who was not far away. Wang Mengmeng, who was pouting and sulking, suddenly felt something and looked up. Qin Feng chuckled and secretly winked at her. And you know what? This little girl's name is really well chosen. Her pitiful little face just now was actually quite cute. Seeing this, Wang Mengmeng couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Feng. For some reason, even though Qin Feng made such an excessive bet, she wasn't angry with him at all. Just as the two were exchanging glances, Wang Mingfu had already selected a rough stone. Seeing that Qin Feng was still standing there, he couldn't help but let out a sneer. Ignorant brat, just wait to admit defeat. After saying that, she ignored Qin Feng and lowered her head to continue selecting items. Qin Feng didn't waste any time either. After greeting Xin Mingyao and the other girls, he walked over as well. System, open the system store. As soon as Qin Feng arrived at the raw stone counter, he immediately gave the system a command in his mind. The next second, a light screen the size of a 17-inch computer monitor appeared in front of Qin Feng. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing one low-level X-ray vision talisman. Would you like to use it? Without wasting any time, Qin Feng pressed the use button directly on the light screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one X-ray vision talisman. During its use, it will allow you to see through anything you wish. The talisman is valid for 1 hour. Please be aware. The very next second Qin Feng saw this message, he suddenly felt as if his eyes had been pricked by needles. Unable to resist, I immediately closed my eyes. It took a long time before he finally calmed down. When he opened his eyes again, he was immediately startled by what he saw. It should be noted that Qin Feng was already slightly nearsighted. If you are too far away, things will look blurry. However, now, wherever his gaze falls, it is as if it were right in front of him. Clear. It's so clear. It must be said, even if this X-ray talisman can't see through things. Just based on this clarity alone, Qin Feng felt that spending 1 million points would be a worthwhile investment. Hee, let me try out its X-ray vision function now. Qin Feng chuckled and looked towards Lu Rubing, who was not far away. Wow, this is way too exciting. Qin Feng gasped and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. Wow, Bingbing's figure is really good, all the right curves. Just as Qin Feng was sizing up Lu Rubing suddenly felt as if she had been stripped naked. She frowned slightly, then looked up and gazed in Qin Feng's direction. I must say, as a martial artist, Lu Rubing's 5 senses are truly exceptionally powerful. However, Qin Feng remained completely calm. After giving Lu Rubing a slight smile, he turned his wicked gaze to the little girl Wang Mengmeng not far away. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Qin Feng cursed, damn it, 3 times in his mind, and before he could hold it in, blood started flowing from his nose. It has to be said that compared to the icy beauty Lu Rubing, the little lowly Wang Mengmeng in front of him seemed to be more stimulating to him. He secretly wiped the blood from the tip of his nose and quickly looked away. If he keeps watching like this, he won't be able to keep up. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, before looking at the raw stones inside the counter. The first one. No, there's nothing in here. The second one. This is all right, but the jade seems a bit too small. The third one. Holy crap. This is full of jade. I want this one. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Feng picked up the stone he had his eye on. The fourth one. The fifth one. The sixth one. Just after Qin Feng finished looking at the 28th rough stone, he finally selected the last one. If I'm not mistaken, it only took him less than a minute in total. Mr. Qin, have you finished choosing? Seeing this, Su Xingjun, who was not far away, couldn't help but ask Qin Feng a question. Upon hearing this, Everyone else also looked towards Qin Feng. Chapter 089. It seems like only a minute has passed, right? Okay, all chosen. Qin Feng nodded, appearing quite casual. Holy crap. It seems like only a minute has passed, right? And you didn't even bring a powerful flashlight? Dude, are you kidding us? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Shunjun and the others were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It has to be said that this was the first time they had ever seen someone select jade stones in this way. Just then, Wang Mingfu finally chose the second stone. When he discovered that Qin Feng had already chosen them all, he couldn't help but frown. Wow, this kid picked it way too fast. Coming to her senses, she looked at the 3 stones that Qin Feng had chosen. He should have kept quiet until he saw it. He almost burst out laughing. It should be noted that the 3 stones Qin Feng had chosen were exactly the ones he had already rejected. In his opinion, there was indeed jade in these stones, but definitely not much. Otherwise, where would Qin Feng's place be? He glanced at Qin Feng with disdain, then continued searching for raw stones with his powerful flashlight. This is a bet worth trillions, and he won't be as casual as Qin Feng. After about 10 more minutes, Wang Mingfu finally managed to pick out the 3rd stone. All right, kid, let's start the competition now. Wang Mingfu placed the stone on the counter and smiled confidently at Qin Feng. In his mind, how could Qin Feng, with his mediocre skills, possibly compare to him? Can. Qin Feng nodded. Who should go first? Let me go first and show you what a true master of jade gambling really is. As Wang Mingfu spoke, he handed a stone to a waiter, saying, "Take this and ask Master Lu to help me cut it." "Okay, boss." The waiter nodded, picked up the stone, and walked towards an old man not far away. In front of the old man was a medium-sized stone-cutting machine, which looked quite professional. Upon seeing this, everyone gathered around to watch. One cut makes you poor, one cut makes you rich, one cut leaves you in rags. For everyone present, cutting the stone was definitely a very exciting thing. The old man wasted no time. Seeing Wang Mingfu nod, he picked up the stone, found the right angle, and started cutting. With his many years of cutting experience, it was absolutely impossible for him to damage the jade inside. The moment he made his first cut, everyone saw green. Wow, I've got it. Master is amazing. At the very moment the skylight was opened, Wang Mingfu's male apprentice exclaimed with delight. Seeing this, everyone else also showed an expression of "I knew it." A master is a master. He found jade on the very first piece. Wang Mingfu, standing to the side, couldn't help but reveal a very smug expression. This was the first rough stone he picked out, and based on his experience, he was certain that there was jade inside. As for the size of the jade, that depends on luck. Only Qin Feng, who was standing not far away, revealed a mocking smile at this moment. "Is there jade?" Haha, you're probably overthinking it. You should know that Qin Feng had just used his X-ray vision to examine this raw stone, and there was only a trace of green in the skylight area. Just as Qin Feng had predicted, everyone showed disappointment when the old man made his second cut, the 3rd cut, the 4th cut, the 5th cut. Even after the 8th cut, there wasn't a single hair left. How is this possible? At this moment, Wang Mingfu's entire face began to darken. He never expected that, apart from the sliver of green in the skylight, the rest of the raw stone was completely worthless. It's fair to say that this stone has absolutely no value. Upon seeing this, the male apprentice standing behind him couldn't help but collapse to the ground. "Old Lu, help me cut this piece again. I refuse to believe it won't yield jade." Once he came to his senses, Wang Mingfu wasn't discouraged. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd encountered something like this, so he simply handed over the second stone. To be honest, the old man was also under immense pressure at that moment. His hands trembled slightly as he took the raw stone. Having finally suppressed his unease, he began to cut open the raw stone once again. Similar to the first piece, green appeared as soon as it was cut. Then, the second cut was green again. At this point, Wang Mingfu finally showed a slight smile. The 3rd cut, the 4th cut, the 5th cut. Until it was all cut, the entire stone turned completely green. In other words, this stone is completely green. Upon seeing this, Wang Mingfu burst into laughter. "Haha, I knew it. With my years of experience, how could it possibly be anything but a full green?" After saying that, he didn't forget to give Qin Feng a very provocative look. Upon seeing this, The male apprentice, who had been slumped on the ground, immediately stood up. In his view, Qin Feng was already doomed to lose just because of this one stone. Seeing this, the others present basically had the same thought. Wow, Mr. Wang is really going to strike it rich this time. This rock must be worth at least tens of millions, right? About right. I'd guess it's between 8 and 12 million. A master is a master. The cost of this stone was less than 800,000, so it's worth at least 10 times more. It seems that it might be a bit difficult for President Qin to win now. Hey, this shouldn't have been a bet. President Qin was way too confident. Snort. Shun Mingyao snorted and comforted Qin Feng. Master, don't worry. Maybe you'll be able to get a full set of jade later? That's right. So what if we found a piece of jade? What's so special about that? You two sisters are right, Master. These stones of yours will definitely yield plenty of jade. Upon hearing this, Guan Feifei and Lu Rubing quickly comforted Qin Feng. He. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingfu, who was not far away, couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and said with a hint of sarcasm, "What ignorant children! Do you know how difficult it is to find a piece of jade that is perfect? I'm not afraid to tell you. Out of all 78 jade shops in China, this is the first one we've seen since the beginning of the year." What? Upon hearing Wang Mingfu's words, Lu Rubing and the other two women were stunned. When they saw that Wang Mingfu had unearthed a piece of jade, they thought that it wouldn't be too difficult to find such a thing. But now, I can't help but worry about Qin Feng. Seeing this, Su Xingjun, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but frown as well. Although he didn't know much about jade, he believed that Wang Mingfu was not lying. If jade were so easy to find, it wouldn't be so valuable. Chapter 090. Is it difficult to obtain a full set of jade? Only Qin Feng remained indifferent. Is it difficult to get a full set of jade? You should know that 2 of his 3 stones are full of jade. If it's brought out later, Wang Mingfu will probably go crazy on the spot, right? Okay, enough with the nonsense. Let's get to the third one. Qin Feng didn't have time to watch Wang Mingfu show off, so he said impatiently, "I'm waiting to finish shopping and go home to sleep." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he yawned in front of everyone. Snort. Seeing this, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but sneer. "Kid, just wait until you lose everything and go home." With that, he confidently handed the third stone to the old man. The old man wasted no time. After taking the stone, he cut it down with a single stroke. Just as the old man made his first cut, another wisp of green appeared. Holy crap! Damn, it's green again? This is just too amazing. To everyone's astonishment, the old man cut out another piece of jade. It must be said that Wang Mingfu's experience in examining stones is truly unmatched by ordinary people. My God, another piece of jade. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Look everyone, this piece of jade seems to be even bigger than the previous one, right? That's true, this stone is worth at least 15 million. My goodness, Mr. Wang must have made nearly 30 million in such a short time, right? Damn, this makes me want to buy a couple of rocks and cut them up now. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but worry about Qin Feng. Sigh. It seems that President Qin is truly doomed to lose this time. This is definitely a loss. Mr. Wang has unearthed 2 full-quality jade pieces. How can you compare? Unless what? Unless President Qin can produce an Emperor-grade seed, then we might still be able to win. Imperial seed? How is that possible? We probably haven't produced many in China over the years, have we? That's right, that's top-grade jadeite. It's not something you can just dig up easily. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Wang Mingfu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Like everyone else, he believed he was destined to win. To be honest, even he himself didn't expect that he would be able to find 2 pieces of full jade. Cough, cough. Wang Mingfu coughed twice and said to Qin Feng with a mocking look, "Kid, do you think there's any point in continuing this competition? I think you should just admit defeat, so you don't embarrass yourself later." He. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled and said, "You think you can beat me with these 2 broken stones?" A broken stone? Wang Mingfu was taken aback at first, then narrowed his eyes and said, "Kid, do you know how difficult it is to obtain this jade? I'm not afraid to tell you. The value of these 2 stones of mine is at least around 24 million. A worthless rock? That's quite the boast. If you're so capable, then open it up and find a rock even better than mine. What's so difficult about that? Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a slight upturn of his mouth, "Just you wait and see. I'll show you whether you're a piece of junk or not." As he spoke, Qin Feng prepared to hand the stone to the old man. "Wait." But at that moment, Lu Rubing stepped forward to stop him. "Master, why don't you let me do it? To be honest, this old man is one of Wang Mingfu's men. Who knows if he'll pull any tricks?" In Lu Rubing's opinion, she felt more at ease if she cut the meat for Qin Feng. "Hey kid, do you really think you can cut stones better than me?" Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, before Qin Feng could even speak, the old man immediately became somewhat displeased. "You'll find out soon enough." Lu Rubing was too lazy to argue with him, and after speaking, she looked at Qin Feng. "Okay, then Bing Bing, you can cut it." As far as Qin Feng was concerned, since Lu Rubing wanted to cut it, then he would let her cut it. "Even if you cut it badly, so what? Kid, you'll regret this." Upon hearing this, the old man couldn't help but angrily speak to Qin Feng. In the old man's opinion, Qin Feng and his group were acting completely recklessly. Snort. Lu Rubing snorted coldly and said to the old man, "Then you don't need to worry about it." After saying that, he reached into the old man's toolbox and took out a cleaver. This knife isn't very long, about 10 centimeters long, and it looks very sharp. Lu Rubing wasted no time, holding a stone in her left hand and a knife in her right. Amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the cleaver in his right hand moved rapidly, as if appearing as a phantom. The debris on the ground was also constantly accumulating. Before long, a green stone appeared in Lu Rubing's left hand. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Is this even human?" The old man sitting to the side couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he saw this. As for the other onlookers, they weren't much better off, all showing expressions of disbelief. "Is this? Am I hallucinating? Cut a rock with her bare hands? That's incredible. My goodness, are all the people around President Qin this awesome? Wow, another piece of jade. Holy crap, I hadn't even noticed. But this is also full of jade. Could it be that President Qin can also appreciate stones? So it seems that President Qin might not necessarily lose after all." While everyone was in shock, Wang Mingfu couldn't help but frown. He never expected that Qin Feng's first stone would yield a piece of jade. He must have just gotten lucky. He snorted coldly and couldn't help but comfort himself in his heart. The same was true of the apprentice standing behind him. Only the little girl Wang Mengmeng showed a hint of disbelief at this moment. The look in their eyes as they gazed at Qin Feng immediately became filled with admiration. Keep in mind, this was only the second man she had ever met who could produce a full set of jade. "All right, Bing Bing, let's open the second one." Qin Feng smiled slightly and said to Lu Rubing. In Qin Feng's mind, what did a piece of jade matter? Soon they'll all see what real jade is. "Okay, boss." After hearing this, Lu Rubing put down the jade and picked up the second stone. In front of everyone, he once again began to dance and gesticulate wildly. She stopped what she was doing in less than a minute. When the onlookers saw what she was holding, they couldn't help but gasp. "Hiss. This is actually... My God, how is this possible? P.S. I can actually see the reward system on my site today. It seems quite a few lovely readers have sent me gifts. To be honest, I'm very touched. This proves that quite a few lovely people like my book. However, I still want to say here that there is no need for everyone to send me gifts. Yes, I don't need everyone to send me gifts. It's worth noting that the author also has a job, and his work life is quite flexible. He can basically play on his phone without much trouble. Aside from having to update for you all at night, I can also update for you while I'm at work. Earning money is not easy for anyone. Although writing is indeed a bit tiring, I am very happy to have everyone's support. What's more, the author also earns money for every ad you watch. Although it's not much, it can still be used as pocket money, right? So, all you need to do is give this baby, yes, I'm still a baby, a 5-star review. Of course, you can point out any shortcomings in the writing, but please don't criticize me for writing a free book. I'll say it one last time. No tipping required. I'll say it 3 times. You all remember now, right? By the way, all those words I wrote didn't count as part of the main text. If you don't believe me, you can count them. Chapter 91. Big Brother, are you serious? Imperial race? This is actually a royal race? When Wang Mingfu saw the stone in Lu Rubing's hand, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Qin Feng would actually produce such a rare emperor-type seed. The entire stone is crystal clear, with not a single impurity visible. Moreover, the overall green color is even more crystal clear and translucent than the two pieces of jade he had previously unearthed. If you look at it from a distance, it looks like a green diamond, shining with a shimmering green light. My goodness, he's amazing. Seeing this, the little girl Wang Mingming, who was not far away, immediately showed a very admiring expression towards Qin Feng. As Wang Mingfu's granddaughter, she naturally has a good understanding of jade. Imperial variety, this is an extremely rare type of jade. Anyway, she had been following Wang Mingfu for many years and had never seen anyone drive it out. Not only her, but also Shun Mingyao and the other two girls, as well as Su Xingjun and the others, all had expressions of being devoted fans. If Qin Feng finding a full piece of jade earlier wasn't anything special, this Emperor Seed is enough to prove just how sharp Qin Feng's eyesight is. Moreover, Qin Feng didn't even use a powerful flashlight to shine it. He just picked randomly. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said to Lu Rubing, Rubing, this Emperor Seed is yours. What? Oh my god. Brother, are you serious? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. What's this? This is an extremely rare imperial breed. If Lu Rubing had such a large piece of jade, and it were made into bracelets or other jewelry, it would be worth at least hundreds of millions. Now that Qin Feng is casually giving it away, how could they not be shocked? The women present all cast envious glances at Lu Rubing. Master, this is too precious, Lu Rubing was about to refuse when Qin Feng interrupted her, saying, All right, I said I'd give it to you. So hurry up and open the third one. Okay. Lu Rubing smiled with emotion and immediately nodded. Wang Mingfu and his apprentice, who were not far away, had long since collapsed to the ground, their faces ashen. It should be noted that the value of Qin Feng's stone alone already exceeded that of the two stones he had extracted. Moreover, Qin Feng still has a section that hasn't been opened yet. Based on Wang Mingfu's guess, given Qin Feng's discerning eye, that piece must at least be full of jade. Lu Rubing didn't waste any time either. After carefully putting away the Emperor Seed, she started cutting stones again. With a flurry of hand gestures, the third piece of jade appeared before everyone's eyes once again. Quiet. Utter silence. Everyone seemed to freeze, staring wide-eyed at the jade in Lu Rubing's hand. To be honest, they couldn't believe their eyes at that moment. Many people, upon seeing this stone, couldn't help but rub their eyes hard the next second. Jadeite of the glassy type. It's another extremely rare variety. The entire piece of jade resembles a piece of green glass, seemingly even flowing. Upon seeing this, Wang Mingfu, who was lying limp on the ground not far away, coughed up a mouthful of blood. How the hell can we even compare? He only had 2 pieces of full-grain jade, while Qin Feng had been unearthing jade stones that were extremely rare in the world. To be honest, at that moment Wang Mingfu really wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The boastful words he had made to Qin Feng earlier were practically a slap in the face. Pain. It hurts so much. Grandpa, are you alright? Upon seeing this, the little girl Wang Mingming rushed over. No, it's nothing. Wang Mingfu waved his hand, his face already deathly pale. Alright, let's call an ambulance for him. As Qin Feng spoke, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. With a slight smirk, he casually said to Su Xingjun, Oh, and don't forget to have him sign the Jade Shop transfer agreement while we're at the hospital. Puff. Wang Mingfu, who had just caught his breath, suddenly spat out another mouthful of blood. He then immediately fainted. Grandpa. Upon seeing this, Wang Mingming burst into tears. Just then, Qin Feng strode towards her. He gently patted her shoulder and said reassuringly, Don't worry, the old man is fine. He just had a stroke from anger. A quick trip to the hospital for an 4 drip will do the trick. You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Wang Mingming immediately became furious. I was just about to look up and argue with Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Qin Feng stretched out his hand, which contained jadeite of the glassy type, and said, It's yours. What? Upon hearing this, Wang Mingming froze on the spot. The onlookers all looked like they'd seen a ghost. Holy crap. You just made someone's grandfather faint from anger, and now you're trying to flirt with him again? Wow, that was some pretty cool moves. My junior sister won't take your things. Before Wang Mingming could speak, the man beside her snorted coldly. However, Qin Feng wouldn't pay any attention to this nobody. He pursed his lips and continued, looking at Wang Mingming, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. What? You don't want it? If you don't want it, then pretend I didn't say anything. After saying that, Qin Feng prepared to put away the piece of jadeite of the glass type. Who said I don't want it anymore? Seeing this, Wang Mingming immediately became anxious. Before Qin Feng could retract his hand, he reached out and snatched the stone away. After getting it, he rolled his eyes and said, Humph, consider this stone compensation for making my grandpa angry. After saying that, he carefully put the stone away. Judging from the blush on her face, even she probably doesn't believe what she's saying. Junior sister, how could you accept this bastard's thing? Upon seeing this, the man standing nearby immediately turned red in the eyes and roared at Wang Mingming. In his heart, Wang Mingming was his exclusive possession. How could he not be angry if he just accepted Qin Feng's things so casually? Upon hearing his words, Wang Mingming couldn't help but frown. For some reason, she was quite angry when she heard her senior brother call Qin Feng a bastard. Senior brother, I. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng stopped him. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly to the man, Kid, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Snort. The man snorted coldly and said arrogantly, So what if I repeat myself? You bastard. Boom. However, before he could utter the last word, Qin Feng raised his foot and kicked him in the face. The next second, the guy fell backward to the ground. Judging from the blood all over his face, Qin Feng probably didn't hold back at all when he kicked him. Chapter 93 is probably overthinking it. Overestimating yourself. Qin Feng snorted coldly and said to Su Shengjun, who was already stunned, Remember to call an ambulance for him too. After saying that, he led everyone away from the jade shop. As he reached the door, he suddenly turned around and said to Su Shengjun, who was still standing there in a daze, By the way, remember to change all the signboards of these jade shops for me. Mingfu Jade Shop? That sounds awful. Okay, boss. Coming to his senses, Su Shengjun nodded and asked with some curiosity, Boss, what name do you want to change it to? Change it to. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before continuing. Change it to Adorable Jade Shop. What? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Shengjun thought he had misheard. Unable to hold back any longer, he continued to ask Qin Feng, Boss, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I said change it to a cute jade shop. Holy crap. Dude, are you serious? This name? That's so bizarre. After Qin Feng confirmed it again, Su Shengjun almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Not just him, everyone else was the same. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingming, who was not far away, immediately blushed. In her mind, Qin Feng must have been named because of her. In fact, she wasn't wrong. That was exactly what Qin Feng meant. Anyway, this will be his own jade shop from now on, so he can name it however he wants. No way. That's how extravagant people with money can be. After saying that, Qin Feng stopped paying attention to Su Shengjun and the others, and led Xin Mingyao and the others to other shops. The rest of the trip went very smoothly. After walking around for a while, Xin Mingyao and her companions were already carrying large and small bags. Even the senior executives and merchants from Yida Plaza who were following behind them were helping to carry a lot of things. As for Qin Feng himself, his hands were empty. Should I have him carry my bags while I'm shopping? Haha, I'm afraid you're overthinking it. By the time Qin Feng and his group walked out of Yida Plaza, it was already around 10 p.m. At this point, there was no one left in Yida Plaza. With everyone seeing them off, the van slowly drove away. Half an hour later, Qin Feng and his group finally returned to the Imperial Capital Hotel. Just as Lu Rubing was about to break down the door to Qin Feng's room was opened. Damn it, can't a person get any sleep? Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and said with a dissatisfied look, This? The girls were taken aback and then couldn't help but find it amusing. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng spoke up again. Judging from your appearance, you must all be hungry, right? Want some late-night snacks? Forget it. I'd better order takeout quickly. As Qin Feng spoke, he started looking for his phone on the table in the room. Seeing this, the girls all smiled wryly and went inside. After Qin Feng finished ordering takeout, the group sat on the sofa and started watching TV. Master, when are we going back to Shenzhen? Guan Feifei looked at Qin Feng and couldn't help but ask curiously. Upon hearing this, the other two women also turned their gazes toward them. Let's spend 3 days in Beijing first. After we get back to Shenzhen, I still need to go back to my hometown. You see, Qin Yu's school is about to start summer vacation, so it's a good time to take her back with me. Go back to your hometown. The women were taken aback, and Lu Rubing couldn't help but ask, Master, where is your hometown? Yes, I've never heard you mention it before. Upon hearing this, Shen Mingyao immediately echoed her sentiment. My hometown is Xiangbei. If I go back this time, I'll take you guys with me. My hometown is so beautiful. I can take you around there when you come. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the girls were overjoyed. They are naturally very happy to have such a good boss. Chapter 94. Brother, your idea is crazy. Soon, the third day arrived. Thump, thump, thump. Qin Feng had just finished breakfast when someone knocked on his door and opened it. Who is it? Qin Feng frowned and called out towards the door. It's me. The next second, a not-so-standard Mandarin voice came from outside the door. Judging from her accent, she should be a foreign woman. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something, stepped forward, and opened the door. It really was you. As soon as the door opened, Qin Feng recognized the other person. What? Did you complete the task I gave you? Yes, it's done. Lisa nodded without saying anything more. All right, come in. As Qin Feng spoke, he brought Lisa in. As soon as he sat down back in his room, Qin Feng took out his phone to check it. Weibo. Shocking. Former owner of Yida Group drowned in his own villa's swimming pool last night. Headline. Shocking. Wang Yilan drowned at home. Was it suicide or homicide? TX News. Horrifying. Did Yida's former boss commit suicide after being ousted from the company? Just as Qin Feng had expected, major news media outlets had already announced Wang Yilan's death. It must be said that the impact of this incident was quite significant. Even though Wang Yilan was ousted from Yida, he was still the former boss of Yida. The level of attention they receive is naturally unmatched by ordinary people. Shortly after these news articles were published, tens of thousands of comments appeared below them. Moreover, judging from this trend, it seems that even more netizens are joining in. Holy crap, is this news real or fake? It must be true. Who would dare to spread such fake news? Holy crap, such a big shot got killed? That's incredible. Don't talk nonsense, upstairs. The authorities haven't confirmed it yet. Is it suicide or homicide? Yes, he was just kicked out of Yida a few days ago, so it's possible he has some other thoughts on his mind. You're right, I think it was suicide. Hee hee. Well, I disagree with the person upstairs. I think it was murder. As Qin Feng was reading these comments, one comment from a netizen immediately caught his eye. Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked down at the comments below. What makes you say that? Think about it. If he could be driven away, why can't we eliminate him completely? Wow, bro, that's crazy. Tell me, is what I'm saying reasonable or not? That makes no sense. If they were able to drive him away, why would they be afraid he'd make a comeback? The person upstairs is right. Besides, my little brother is so handsome. He could never be the kind of ruthless person. Same as the comment above, my boyfriend could never be that kind of person. Same as the comment above, plus 99. I believe in my little brother. After Qin Feng saw this, he immediately put his phone away. I have some questions for you. Qin Feng looked at Lisa and said very seriously, Please ask, master. I want to ask you, when you killed Wang Yilan last night, was anyone noticing? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. No. Upon hearing that Qin Feng was worried about this, Lisa immediately became serious. Don't worry. I'm a professional assassin. There's no way I could make a mistake. Very good. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. In his mind, as long as Lisa did a clean job, what did those few comments on the internet matter? Moreover, this whole thing was Wang Yilan's fault. If he hadn't wanted to kill him, Qin Feng wouldn't have bothered with him at all. He has only himself to blame for his current predicament. By the way, where are you planning to go next? Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked Lisa. Just now, an idea suddenly popped into his head. If it can be accomplished, it would be of great benefit to Qin Feng. Lisa was taken aback at first, then replied, I plan to go back to Blue Rose in the next couple of days. You killed your employer. Aren't you afraid of being punished when you get back? Fine. Lisa smiled smugly and said arrogantly, My sister is the leader of the Blue Roses. Who dares to punish me? Real. The old saying still holds true. I searched high and low without finding it. But then it came to me without any effort at all. It has to be said that Qin Feng's luck is truly unmatched by ordinary people. Of course it's true. Lisa nodded smugly at first, but soon realized something was wrong. He frowned and asked Qin Feng with a puzzled look, "Boss, what do you mean by this?" Chapter 95. You mean you want to die? What's your relationship like with your sister? Qin Feng did not answer Lisa's question, but instead asked her a question in return. It's all right. Although Lisa guessed that Qin Feng had ulterior motives, she dared not answer. That's good. Qin Feng curled his lips into a smirk and said with a playful expression, "Now I need to give you a new task." A new mission? Lisa was taken aback, then frowned and said, "Didn't I already complete a task for you?" He. Qin Feng sneered, saying sarcastically, "Do you think I'd let you off so easily over a mere task?" You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa almost spat out a mouthful of blood. She'd seen plenty of scoundrels, but she'd never met one as shameless as Qin Feng before. Don't feel wronged. I'm not afraid to tell you. From the moment you came to kill me, you should have thought of this consequence. Qin Feng curled his lip and said in a chilling tone, "Of course, if you don't want to complete this task, that's fine too." Real. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa seemed to see hope again. Certainly. Qin Feng gave a cold laugh before continuing. After all, there's no need to think so much about the dead. Qin Feng is no saint. If Lisa really loses her value to him, he will not be lenient. Giving her a chance now only shows that she still has value. Okay, I agree. Lisa nodded helplessly after hearing this. Although she is an assassin, that doesn't prove she's truly unafraid of death. If we can live well, who would want to die? What's more, Qin Feng kept threatening her by saying he had scratched her face. Yes, very good. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said with great satisfaction, "The new task I'm going to give you is very simple. I'll give you a month to persuade the entire Blue Rose organization to work for me." What? Lisa was taken aback at first, then immediately refused. Impossible. To be honest, she really didn't expect Qin Feng to have such great ambitions. What is a Blue Rose? That's the world's third-ranked assassin organization. Although the entire organization is composed of women, their fighting power is not something that ordinary people can withstand. The reason she failed this time was simply because Qin Feng was too powerful. Moreover, Blue Enchantress was founded by her sister, and it was the culmination of her sister's hard work. Now that Qin Feng has asked to subdue the entire Blue Enchantress, how could she possibly agree? Oh. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, his tone instantly turning icy cold. You mean you want to die? Lisa really wanted to say, "So what if it is?" But she swallowed the words back down her throat. After a long pause, he finally said with a helpless expression, "Okay, I agree." After saying that, she asked Qin Feng with great suspicion, "Aren't you afraid that I'll pretend to agree first, and then have my sister send people to deal with you?" It has to be said that this is precisely what Lisa finds somewhat perplexing. As for why she revealed this idea, it was simply to test Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng scoffed and said with utter disdain, "Do you really think anyone from your Blue Enchantress faction could be my match?" Snort. Lisa gave a snort, somewhat unconvinced, and said, "I admit you're strong, but that doesn't mean we Blue Enchantresses are weak. I'm not afraid to tell you. My sister is definitely much more capable than you." Yeah. Qin Feng pursed his lips, revealing a very suspicious expression. Certainly. Lisa raised her head and said proudly, "My sister once killed a tiger with a single blow." You should know that Lisa witnessed such a scene firsthand when she and her sister were on a mission in Africa. Is it impressive to kill a tiger with one slap? This doesn't seem too difficult, right? To be honest, based on Qin Feng's current understanding of himself, let alone a tiger, even an elephant would be easy to kill. According to Qin Feng's guess, Sister Lisa's strength is probably only about the same as Lu Rubing's. Although Qin Feng had never fought Lu Rubing, he was absolutely certain that Lu Rubing would be no match for him. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately showed a very disdainful expression. He curled his lip and said to Lisa, "Since you think your sister is much better than me, I'll give you another chance." What opportunity? Upon hearing this, Lisa's eyes lit up. If she can defeat me within a month. Qin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. I will not pursue the matter of your assassination attempt on me with your blue rose. But if she loses, the blue enchantress will have to serve me from now on. Okay, I agree. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lisa immediately smiled. In her mind, Qin Feng was definitely going to lose this time. Chapter 96. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? The owner of the watch shop in Yida Plaza called over. To show his respect for Qin Feng, the watch shop owner offered to personally deliver the watch over the phone. Just half an hour later, there was another knock on Qin Feng's hotel room door. When Qin Feng received the watches from the watch shop owner, he immediately gave one to each of Shun Mingyao and the other girls. For Qin Feng, as long as they could do things for him diligently, a few watches were nothing at all. All right, let's hurry up and pack up so we can head back to Shenzhen. After seeing the watch shop owner off, Qin Feng, seeing that everything was almost settled, spoke to the women. Then he looked at Shun Mingyao and asked, Mingyao, have you notified the airport yet? Yes, they have already been notified. That's good. As Qin Feng was speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Turning to Guan Feifei, who was packing her luggage, he said, Feifei, I have a task for you when we get back. What mission? Guan Feifei was taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously. After we get back, we'll have Mr. Li send over 4 or 5 private helicopters. Qin Feng curled his lip, saying with some disdain, these large aircraft are only suitable for long-haul flights. They're quite inconvenient. Okay, I'll contact them when I get back. To be honest, Guan Feifei and the others have long since become immune to Qin Feng's purchasing power. Even if Qin Feng said he wanted to buy the entire airline, they wouldn't think anything of it. After a flurry of activity, the girls finally managed to pack their luggage. It must be said that they did have a lot of luggage. Qin Feng only glanced at them briefly, but found that at least a dozen or 20 of them were luggage packages. Fortunately, Qin Feng owns his own private jet. Otherwise, transporting so much luggage would have been a real challenge. Of course, apart from some of the girls' personal belongings, most of the luggage was gifts for Qin Feng's parents. Seeing that everything was settled, Shun Mingyao called the hotel front desk. A short while later, a woman in a hotel uniform arrived. She first checked Lu Rubing's room, and then went to Qin Feng's room. Seeing this, Qin Feng gestured for Shun Mingyao to follow. As for him and Lu Rubing, they found a comfortable spot on the sofa and lay down. In Qin Feng's opinion, there shouldn't be any problem letting Shun Mingyao go alone. This way. As soon as the hotel staff entered Qin Feng's room, they immediately discovered the deep pit inside. She was taken aback at first, then immediately frowned. Turning to Shin Mingyao, he asked, Beautiful lady, what's with the deep pit in this room? Judging from her tone, it seemed to carry a questioning tone. To be honest, if Qin Feng had come along, she would definitely have spoken softly. After all, Qin Feng was definitely a big shot she couldn't afford to offend, no matter how you looked at it. But she didn't take Shin Mingyao seriously at all. In her eyes, a woman like Shin Mingyao was nothing more than a plaything for a powerful man. Deep down, she looked down on Shin Mingyao. Of course, it's more likely that it stemmed from jealousy towards Shin Mingyao. She didn't think she was much worse than Shin Mingyao. So why didn't she have the same good luck as Shin Mingyao? It has to be said that when women get jealous, it can be quite incomprehensible. I'm sorry, this must have been an accident on our boss's part. Although Shin Mingyao was a little uncomfortable with her tone, she still patiently apologized and explained, How about you see how much compensation is due, and we'll compensate your hotel accordingly. Compensation? The waiter chuckled and said with amusement, Compensation is possible, but... She paused deliberately at this point. Seeing this, Shin Mingyao couldn't help but frown and ask, But what? However, you have to fill this hole for me first. The waiter curled his lip and said arrogantly, Otherwise, you won't be leaving the hotel today. Fix it. Upon hearing this, Shin Mingyao could no longer hold back. He narrowed his eyes and coldly asked the waiter, Are you kidding me? She wasn't stupid. This hotel staff member was clearly targeting her on purpose. Are you kidding? I don't have the time for that. If you don't want to make it up, then just pretend I didn't say anything. After saying this, the waiter took a step to leave. In her opinion, she was definitely in the right in this matter. Even if Shin Mingyao called the police, she wouldn't be worried at all. After all, it did damage hotel property. But that's absolutely true. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Seeing this, Shin Mingyao reached out and stopped him, saying angrily, Call your hotel manager. I want to ask him, who taught you this kind of attitude towards guests? Hee. Upon hearing this, the waiter chuckled coldly. Who do you think you are? You're just a rich man's mistress. What are you pretending for in front of me? You even made me call the manager over for you? Why don't you just go to heaven? I'm putting this out there right now. If you don't fix this place properly, don't even think about getting your money back. After saying that, he pushed Shen Mingyao away and walked out triumphantly. Chapter 97. Humph, this is simply outrageous. This way. Bing Bing. Go check on Mingyao. Why hasn't she come back yet? Seeing that Shen Mingyao hadn't returned for so long, Qin Feng couldn't help but say something. Yes, master. Lu Rubing nodded and then walked out. Before long, she arrived at the door of Qin Feng's room. Finding the door open, she went straight in. However, to Lu Rubing's great surprise, at this moment, Shen Mingyao was the only one squatting on the ground in the entire room. As for the waiter, he had long since disappeared. If you listen carefully, you can also hear Shen Mingyao sobbing softly. Mingyao, what's wrong? Lu Rubing quickly stepped forward and asked Shen Mingyao, who was squatting on the ground. I'm fine. When Shen Mingyao heard Lu Rubing's voice, she quickly wiped away her tears. The reason Shen Mingyao was so heartbroken was simply because the waiter's words about lover had triggered her. It's important to understand that although she did have feelings for Qin Feng had always only ever treated her as a subordinate. How could she possibly feel good after being humiliated like this by a stranger? Lu Rubing wasn't stupid. Judging from the current situation, something had clearly just happened. If she's not mistaken, it's very likely related to that waiter. It's like this. Shen Mingyao didn't make a fuss and immediately told Lu Rubing everything that had just happened. This is simply outrageous. Upon hearing Shen Mingyao's description, Lu Rubing's face immediately revealed a murderous intent, and she coldly snorted as she spoke. Let's go find our master. After saying that, he pulled Shen Mingyao out of the room. Before long, the two of them were standing in front of Qin Feng. After hearing Lu Rubing's description, Qin Feng's expression turned quite unpleasant. He really didn't expect that such an inconsiderate person would be in such a high-class hotel in the capital. Okay, Bing Bing, call their hotel manager. Qin Feng curled his lip, revealing a cold expression, and said, I'd like to see if my men are really that easy to bully. Okay, boss. Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing quickly took out her phone and made a call. Hello, who are you looking for? Soon, a middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, we are residents of apartment 803. We would like to ask you to come over here. Is there something you need from me? The hotel manager was taken aback and asked in confusion. You over here. Lu Rubing didn't beat around the bush and directly recounted what had just happened to him. After hearing Lu Rubing's description, the hotel manager's expression changed instantly. Not daring to waste any time, he immediately said to Lu Rubing, Madam, I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I'll bring that waiter over to apologize right away. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Thump, thump, thump. A short while later, there was a knock on Qin Feng's door. Qin Feng gave a signal with his eyes, and Lu Rubing went over and opened the door. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit was standing outside the door. Standing next to him was the same waiter from before. The waiter had his head down, and his body seemed to be trembling. It's obvious that she had just been yelled at by the hotel manager. Come in. Lu Rubing didn't say much and simply brought them in. Qin Feng remained seated on the sofa, showing no intention of getting up. He pursed his lips and asked, Are you the manager of this Imperial Capital Hotel? That's right, I am Chu Qingda. May I ask how I should address you, sir? As the hotel manager spoke, he prepared to step forward and shake hands with Qin Feng. To his embarrassment, however, Qin Feng had no intention of shaking his hand. With a slight upturn of his lips, he said, My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the hotel manager's embarrassed expression vanished instantly. He frowned and couldn't help but ask, Are you Qin Feng, the new boss of Yida? You know me? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. As for the waiter, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground upon hearing this. The news that Yida's new boss appeared in Wang Fujing last night caused a national sensation. As a young person, how could she not know how awesome the new boss of Yida is? She never expected that Qin Feng was actually the legendary new boss of Yida Group. If she had known earlier, she would never have dared to act so arrogantly in front of Shen Mingyao. Thinking about this, she felt like slapping herself a few times. However, What the hotel manager said next made her eyes light up. He who doesn't know you? Aren't you the guy who drove out CEO Wang of Yida? The hotel manager chuckled coldly and said with a mocking expression, I wonder if Mr. Qin knows who owns this Imperial Capital Hotel? Chapter 98. What does he have to do with me? Could it be the Wang family again? Qin Feng pursed his lips and said, somewhat speechless. In his view, he had really gotten into a fight with the Wang family these past few days. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, he was wrong this time. To put it simply, our boss is indeed connected to the Wang family, but this is not a hotel owned by the Wang family. The hotel manager waved his hand and said with great pride, this hotel is owned by Lin Yunhai, the head of the Lin family. I believe that as the new boss of Yida, President Qin must have heard of President Lin Yunhai, right? The hotel manager knew very well that the Wang family was a family that had married into the Lin family. Qin Feng has now offended the entire Wang family, so how could the Lin family possibly stand idly by? He guessed that the reason the Lin family hadn't made a move yet was simply because they were investigating Qin Feng and waiting for an opportunity to strike. Lin Yunhai. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then frowned and fell into deep thought, just as the hotel manager was looking on with anticipation. But then Qin Feng said sarcastically, sorry, I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Upon hearing this, the hotel manager nearly coughed up blood in anger. In his mind, how could Qin Feng not have heard of Lin Yunhai, the head of the Lin family, one of the 8 great families in the capital? He felt that Qin Feng was just playing him for a fool by saying that. Pointing at Qin Feng, she said angrily, let me tell you, if President Lin hadn't gone to President Wang's funeral today, do you think you'd still be sitting here peacefully? Qin Feng chuckled coldly, seemingly unconcerned, and said, so what do you mean? What could I possibly mean? I'm just giving you a heads up. The hotel manager curled his lip and said with a hint of amusement, in the capital, this isn't a place where someone like you can act arrogantly. You've messed with the Lin family, and that won't end well. Oh, judging from your tone, is this Lin family some kind of powerful family? To be honest, Qin Feng had never heard of the Lin family. As for this Lin Yunhai, there's no need to even mention him. However, judging from the hotel manager's arrogant expression, the Lin family may indeed have considerable influence in the capital. Otherwise, how could a mere hotel manager like him dare to act arrogantly in front of Qin Feng? Of course, no matter how powerful the Lin family is, Qin Feng would never back down. He's a man with a system. If he were to be easily dealt with by the Lin family, wouldn't that be incredibly humiliating? If the Lin family doesn't mess with him, fine, but if they dare to act recklessly in front of him, Qin Feng will definitely let them know why the flowers are so red. Of course. The hotel manager straightened his face and said with great pride, our CEO Lin's family, the Lin family, is one of the 8 great families in the capital. Besides possessing countless riches, he also employs many martial arts masters. Isn't that amazing? If that's the case, then what does it have to do with you? Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a mocking expression, this. It has to be said that Qin Feng's question really stumped him. What does this have to do with him? What does it have to do with him? Given his status as a hotel manager, he's probably no better than a dog in front of Lin Yunhai. He just suddenly stood up and acted arrogantly in front of Qin Feng. He really is no different from a dog. Judging from your expression, are you perhaps acting like a bully relying on your master's power? Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Mind your own business. The hotel manager was furious when Qin Feng mocked him as a dog. He snorted coldly, then quickly changed the subject, feeling quite embarrassed, saying, I don't think our hotel staff did anything wrong. If you don't personally fix the hole in that room, you're not leaving our hotel today. In his mind, what difference would it make if he offended Qin Feng? He just stood up for Lin Yunhai. If Lin Yunhai finds out that he humiliated Qin Feng like this, will he still be able to rise to prominence in the future? That's right. So what if Yida's boss is involved? Upon hearing this, a nearby waiter quickly stepped forward and chimed in. If you've offended our general manager Lin, you'll have to pay for this mess today, whether you like it or not. She's not stupid. How could she let such a good opportunity to curry favor slip by so easily? If the hotel manager gets promoted, maybe this position will be hers. So noisy. As soon as the two finished speaking, Qin Feng's expression immediately darkened. Qin Feng was not the kind of person to be humiliated, especially not by other people's 2 dogs. He narrowed his eyes slightly and gave Lu Rubing a wink. Lu Rubing understood and immediately stepped forward, delivering a flying kick to both of them. Puff! Puff! The next second, the two of them were kicked away by Lu Rubing. As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was lying on the ground unconscious. It's obvious that these two guys will probably be bettered for years, if not dead. Master, what should we do now? Upon seeing this, Shin Mingyao asked Qin Feng. Although she didn't know exactly what kind of influence the Lin family had in the capital, but judging from what the hotel manager just said, it's definitely not that simple. In her opinion, the best course of action now is to leave the capital as soon as possible. She wasn't the only one who thought this way. Guan Feifei shared the same idea. Master, shall I go to the Lin family? As for Lu Rubing, she didn't take the Lin family seriously at all. As someone from the martial arts world, she naturally knew a great deal about the 8 great families of the capital. The Lin family is at best only of mid to upper tier. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then we'll wait for you at the hotel." "Okay, I'll be back before noon." After Lu Rubing finished speaking, she picked up the two guys and walked straight out of the room. "Master, I hope nothing bad has happened to Sister Bingbing." After Lu Rubing left, Guan Feifei and the other woman asked with some concern. "Don't worry, Bingbing isn't that simple." In Qin Feng's view, since Lu Rubing dared to go alone, she must have some confidence. To be honest, even today, Qin Feng still doesn't truly understand Lu Rubing. It's worth noting that when Lu Rubing and her fellow disciples first appeared, they were all dressed in red bodysuits. The clothes they wore were something that ordinary people would never wear. If Qin Feng's guess is correct, Lu Rubing should be a martial arts practitioner. It's even quite possible that he's a direct disciple of a certain sect. P.S. That'll be 3 chapters today. I'll rest early and try to start writing tomorrow morning. However, I'll save up 4 chapters and release them all at once. Releasing them one by one like this is painful for both of us. Starting tomorrow, I'll release 4 chapters at a time. Chapter 99. Surround the entire Imperial Capital Hotel area for me. In less than 2 hours, Lu Rubing returned unharmed. Judging from the expression on her face, she showed no signs of being disheveled after a battle. "Bing, how come you're back so quickly?" As soon as she entered the door, Qin Feng asked curiously. "Everything went smoothly. I gave them a warning and then came back," Lu Rubing said casually. "Don't worry, the Lin family will never dare to cause us any more trouble." "Wow, Sister Bingbing, you're amazing." Upon hearing Lu Rubing's words, Shin Mingyao almost jumped for joy. Guan Feifei, who was not far away, immediately gave a thumbs up. In their minds, the Lin family, one of the 8 great families of the capital, was such a terrifying existence. Lu Rubing went alone, which was like venturing into the tiger's den. Even if they don't get injured, they'll probably be in a very sorry state. But judging from Lu Rubing's current appearance, how could such a situation exist? This only proves that Lu Rubing's strength far exceeded their imagination. What they didn't know was that after Lu Rubing revealed her identity at the Lin family, even the Lin family's patriarch personally came out to greet her. As for the ensuing conversation, it goes without saying that Lu Rubing was in complete control. Well done." Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a playful expression, he said, "Although Bingbing has solved this big problem with the Lin family, we can't just let it go so easily." "Master, what do you mean?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Lu Rubing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Shin Mingyao and the other 2 women nearby also quickly looked over. Hey. Qin Feng chuckled. Isn't his Imperial Capital Hotel the most successful hotel in the capital? Since they dare to act tough in front of me, Qin Feng, they have to pay the price. The moment Qin Feng's smile appeared, the girls couldn't help but shiver. They knew very well that whenever Qin Feng showed that kind of expression, someone was definitely going to be in trouble. Sure enough, the next second Qin Feng took his phone out of his pocket. Without saying a word, he found a number and dialed it directly. "Mr. Qin, is there anything you need me to do?" As soon as the call connected, Su Xingjuan's respectful voice came from the other end. "Mr. Su, I have a task for you. You must complete it within a week." Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and immediately got straight to the point. "President Qin, please give your instructions." "Yes, that's right. You should know about the Imperial Capital Hotel, right?" "The Imperial Capital Hotel?" Su Xingjun was taken aback and asked with some confusion. "Aren't you staying at the Imperial Capital Hotel?" "That's right. The task I'm assigning you is related to this Imperial Capital Hotel. Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a slight upturn. Within a week, surround all the hotels in the capital city by opening hotels. Holy crap. Is it true or false? Could it be that this hotel in the capital has also offended this ruthless person? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Shengjun was immediately startled. President Qin, the Imperial Capital Hotel is a property of the Lin family. Are you sure? Su Shengjun, as a senior executive of Yida Real Estate, has been developing in Beijing for more than 10 years, so he is naturally familiar with these situations. In his opinion, Qin Feng's behavior was likely to offend the entire Lin family. Certainly. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Just tell me, can you handle this or not? If you can't." However, before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Su Shengjun's voice came from the other end assuring him, "Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task within the time you specified." Very good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and then hung up the phone. To be honest, the reason he asked Su Shengjun to handle this matter was, the main reason is that Yida is a real estate company. It can be said that Yida owns land in 80% of the country. Even in the capital city, Yida has purchased a considerable amount of land. Qin Feng believed that there must be Yida's land surrounding the Imperial Capital Hotel. Since that's the case, why not make use of it? If what Qin Feng said is true, and they intend to surround all the hotels in the capital by opening a hotel, then the Imperial Capital Hotel is completely ruined. After all, you don't even have a way in or out of the hotel, so even if people want to come again, there's nothing they can do. Of course, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to learn Qin Feng's method of suppressing opponents. No way. That's how extravagant people can be when they're rich. All right, let's go now. After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng addressed the women. Before long, they arrived with large and small bags and boarded several newly rented vans. The beat-up van they rented a few days ago simply couldn't have held all that stuff. Half an hour later, with the help of the flight crew, Qin Feng and his group finally managed to load all their luggage onto the plane. It has to be said that having a private jet is very convenient. Take off whenever you want. The plane took off just as everyone had taken their seats. Of course, you still need to kill some time along the way when you're bored. And so, Qin Feng went to the toilet twice more. After Qin Feng's hard work, the plane landed at Shenzhen International Airport. Because Xin Mingyao had notified Shenzhen in advance, the area outside the airport had already become a beautiful sight. Sports car. Beauty. Everything you could want. My God, how come there are so many luxury cars and beautiful women? That looks like a Lamborghini Veneno, doesn't it? That's right, these are all luxury cars of the same class, like that Bugatti Veyron in the back. My goodness, this is outrageous. There must be at least 30 or 40 luxury cars involved. With so many beautiful women and luxury cars, do you think someone is planning a car show at this airport? I think it's very likely. I definitely need to take a good look around later. I have to say, these beauties are all stunningly beautiful. TSK, just thinking about marrying one of them would be wonderful. You're absolutely right. Those long legs, that figure, that face, she's got room to play with for years. Hee, I think differently from you guys. I'm more interested in these luxury cars. If I could own one of them, what beautiful woman wouldn't I have? It has to be said that the appearance of Su Moyu and her group of women was like a depth charge, immediately causing a sensation throughout the venue. In less than a minute, it attracted the attention of all the onlookers. Chapter 100, Super Bio Bodyguard, Terminator Number 1. As soon as Qin Feng and his group stepped out of the airport, they immediately noticed the unusual situation. Master, it looks like Mou and the others over there. Guan Feifei has sharp eyes and quickly spotted Su Moyu not far away through the crowd. It seems so. Xuer and Xiaoya seem to be here too. Just then, Xin Mingyao also spotted Qin Yu and Zhao Xuer in the crowd. Let's go take a look. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and led the women to squeeze through the crowd. Why are you pushing? Don't you know what first come, first served means? Yeah, it's so annoying. They have no manners at all. Can't you just queue up if you want to see pretty girls? Don't act like you own the airport. Qin Feng squeezed very hard, which immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the onlookers. However, when they turned around and saw Qin Feng and the others clearly, they were instantly stunned. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Are there that many handsome men and beautiful women in Shenzhen now? Just then, Su Moyu and the others also spotted Qin Feng and his group. Without wasting any time, they all rushed to greet them immediately. As soon as I approached, they immediately split into 3 rows and stood there. Boss! Amidst the shocked expressions of the onlookers, all the women immediately bowed respectfully and greeted them. The boss? Holy crap, this is their boss. My goodness, sister, this is way too much. Wow, he's so handsome. This guy is so good-looking. Yeah, she looks just like a celebrity. Hey, do you guys think it's that so many beautiful women call him boss? Holy crap, bro, that's a really wicked idea. But I like it. What do you mean by evil? If you were their boss, wouldn't you have other thoughts? What nonsense are you talking about? How could such a handsome guy do that? You're right. I won't allow you to talk about my husband like that. Damn, you guys are so hypocritical. Sigh, looks really do matter. It has to be said that Su Moyu and her team's address of boss truly shocked everyone present. However, Qin Feng ignored them. After nodding, he gestured for Su Moyu and the others to get into the car. In no time, it disappeared from everyone's sight. Early the next morning, Li Yihong sent 5 Sikorsky S-92 helicopters. This helicopter is quite large, with a cabin area of 12 square meters, enough to accommodate 19 passengers. This transport capacity is quite impressive compared to other helicopters. In addition to its spaciousness, the interior decoration is also meticulously designed. From any perspective, it is unmatched by any other helicopter. Of course, this aircraft isn't cheap either. Even though Li Yihong offered an internal price, the 5 helicopters still cost Qin Feng nearly 800 million Chinese yuan. Now that we have airplanes, finding pilots has become a problem. Qin Feng didn't want to recruit any male pilots to his home. Who knew if he'd end up being cheated on? As for Guan Feifei, although she graduated from the Capital Aviation University, she only knows some simple operations at most. Should we recruit a few more female pilots? Let's forget about it then. There are probably not many female pilots in the world. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. Without wasting any time, he immediately called out to the system in his mind. System, open the light screen. As soon as he finished speaking, a light screen appeared in front of Qin Feng. He reached out and opened the system store, found the section called Super Biohazard Bodyguard, and quickly started checking it out. Super Biochemical Bodyguard, low level, combat strength comparable to a human master of internal energy. All skills available. Purchase price, 1 million consumer points. All skills. I'm not sure if this includes flying a plane. Never mind. Let's give it a try first. Thinking of this, Qin Feng made an excuse and left Huaihai Villa. After driving almost out of the city, we stopped on a forest path. After looking around and finding no one else, he asked the system to turn on the light screen again. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing a Super Biohazard Bodyguard. Would you like to collect it? The moment Qin Feng clicked to buy, the system displayed this message on the screen. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately clicked the extract button. But what he didn't expect was, just after he clicked the extract button, the system popped up another notification. Ding! Before extraction, please customize the appearance, physique, and personality of the Bio Bodyguard. See the light screen for detailed steps. Shortly after Qin Feng finished reading the prompt, a 3D simulated human figure quickly appeared on the light screen. Next to this humanoid figure are various shapes that can be molded. First column, name. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before typing in the words, Terminator number 1. In Qin Feng's opinion, since this is a cyborg, a name with a sci-fi feel would be more sophisticated. Second column, gender. To Qin Feng's surprise, there were 3 options in this column. Besides male and female, there's even a gender-neutral one. Qin Feng, being neutral, would naturally not consider it. He didn't want a demon by his side. As for the option of a man, Qin Feng considered it for a moment and then also chose to refuse. To be honest, Qin Feng felt it would be better to have a beautiful woman by his side. It's bound to feel strange to have a muscular man constantly by your side. Without a doubt, Qin Feng ultimately pressed the female button. Third column, age. Qin Feng directly entered 18 years old. Fourth column, appearance. This section offers a wide variety of options, categorized by the system as sexy and charming face, mature and composed face, domineering and powerful face, and cute and innocent face. Since the task is to have bioengineered bodyguards fly the plane, it's better for them to be mature and composed. Without a doubt, Qin Feng immediately clicked on the alluring face. Fifth column, body shape. Since you've already chosen a sexy and alluring face, wouldn't it be strange if your figure wasn't hot? Therefore, a hot body is a must. Sixth column, personality. Unlike the previous options, this section not only allows you to customize existing options, but also allows for manual input. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately chose the shrewd and capable option. To be honest, he didn't want the extracted bio bodyguard to be a blockhead. It would be better if he were a little smarter. As for the manual input section, he typed in the 4 big characters, absolute obedience. In Qin Feng's view, these 4 big characters were more important than all the other options combined. Just after Qin Feng finished creating all the options, the 3D simulated character on the screen began to slowly change. Chapter 101. What's wrong with your eyes? The changes in the simulated figure on the light screen begin with the top of the head. The bald head of the simulated character was soon covered with a full head of thick, shiny black hair. Immediately afterwards, his face began to change. A bewitching woman's face with foxy eyes instantly appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Just as Qin Feng looked into those eyes, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hiss! I couldn't help but gasp. For some reason, Qin Feng felt as if those eyes could captivate a person's soul. The next second, a woman's perfect body appeared on the light screen. Furthermore, Qin Feng also discovered that there seemed to be a long, gleaming whip hanging from the cyborg's waist. Ding! You have successfully created the bio bodyguard. Would you like to extract it? Just then, another system notification popped up. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately reached out and clicked the extract button. Call out. The next second, a stunningly beautiful woman suddenly appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Owner. The beautiful woman looked at Qin Feng and called out shyly. After shouting, she didn't forget to wink at Qin Feng. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed the flutter in his heart before speaking very seriously to the beautiful woman. Number 1. From now on, you're not allowed to flirt with me, understand? Yes, master. After hearing this, Number 1 nodded obediently. Qin Feng soon noticed that Number 1's gaze towards him had instantly lost its luster and become unusually ordinary. What's going on? Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng asked Number 1. Number 1, what's wrong with your eyes? Reporting to Master, Number 1 has deactivated its special skill Death Charm. Death Charm? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. That's right. Number 1 nodded and then explained. Death Charm is a special skill I possess, which has the effect of bewitching the mind of enemies. With my current abilities, anyone at or below the level of internal energy will be under my control as long as they come into contact with my eyes. I see. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately looked as if he had just realized something. He had just noticed that Number 1's eyes seemed rather strange. He's seen beautiful women before, so how could he be captivated by just a pair of eyes? Now it seems that it must be the effect of this special skill, Death Charm. I have to say, this skill is really quite terrifying. Even though Qin Feng's strength was comparable to that of a master in the late stage of Dark Force, he seemed to have been affected to some extent just now. Although it's not a big one, if such a blow were to occur during a battle with the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This is my own cyborg bodyguard, so naturally the stronger the better. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, then pointed to the long whip at Number 1's waist and asked, Number 1, what's that whip for? To be honest, Qin Feng felt something was off when he asked that question. The feeling was even stronger after seeing Number 1 in that tight leather outfit. This one. Upon hearing this, Number 1 immediately took the long whip from his waist, saying, This is my weapon. After saying that, he lashed out with the whip in front of Qin Feng, striking a spot not far away. Smack! A crisp crack of a whip rang out, and a tree as thick as a thigh in the distance snapped in an instant. That wasn't all. Number 1 then performed a very beautiful whip technique right in front of Qin Feng. From Qin Feng's current perspective, this whip technique is definitely a unique skill. If it were to actually fight someone, every move could be fatal. I must say, everything produced by the system is truly top-notch. By the way, can you fly a plane? Just then, Qin Feng remembered the main purpose of this place and asked Number 1. Flying a plane? Number 1 was taken aback at first, then nodded and said, Yes. What about the tanks? Yes, it will too. Where are the fighter jets? Yes, it will too. You can't possibly not know how to operate an aircraft carrier, can you? Cough, cough. Number 1 coughed twice and said somewhat embarrassedly, Master, I can do that too. Wow, you're really all around amazing. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but give Number 1 a thumbs up. Hee hee, thank you for the compliment, Master. Number 1 chuckled and couldn't help but wink at Qin Feng again. However, she didn't activate her death charm this time, so Qin Feng didn't seem to feel anything. All right, let's go back first. As Qin Feng spoke, he opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. In his mind, since Number 1 can even operate an aircraft carrier, driving a sports car shouldn't be a problem, right? As for exchanging for a few more cyborgs, Qin Feng currently has no such plans. Just as Qin Feng had expected, Number 1 got into the driver's seat immediately after receiving his order. After a series of smooth maneuvers, the car sped off. It has to be said that Number 1 is much more stable driving a sports car than Qin Feng is when he drives it. Qin Feng felt as comfortable as if he were lying on his own sofa. After giving Number 1 an address, Qin Feng immediately fell asleep. When he woke up again, he was indeed lying on his own sofa. Holy crap! What's going on? Qin Feng soon discovered that all the women in his house seemed to have lost their minds. Standing in the lobby, I kept grinning at myself. To be honest, if Qin Feng hadn't been quite brave, he might have actually fainted from fright. Master, watch out behind you. Just then, Lu Rubing, who was not far away, called out anxiously to Qin Feng. Judging from the disheveled look on her face, it seemed that something serious had just happened. Well, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. As if remembering something, he turned around and looked behind him. Hiss! The next second, I couldn't help but gasp again. Just as he expected, it really was Number 1's doing. Forcibly suppressing the pounding in his heart, he commanded Number 1. Number 1, deactivate death charm. Yes, Master. Number 1, who was just in combat mode, quickly turned off the death charm. P.S. There will be one more chapter today. I'll update it later. Chapter 103 couldn't be more fitting. Soon, the women who were still laughing foolishly came to their senses. When they looked at Number 1 again, they were filled with fear, as if they had seen a ghost. It has to be said that the impression Number 1 gave them was really too eerie. Master, who is this? Seeing this, Lu Rubing couldn't help but ask Qin Feng. However, judging from the expression on her face, she didn't seem to have let her guard down yet. Her name is Terminator 1, and she's an intelligent bio-engineered human that my new company has just developed. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly as he spoke, half jokingly and half seriously. The reason he said that was because there were quite a few cutting-edge technology products in the system store. In addition to the Super Bio Bodyguard, there are also electromagnetic energy guns, electromagnetic energy cannons, thunder fighters, and more. Since these things will have to be brought up sooner or later, it's better to just hand them all over to the new company. It's important to know that Qin Feng owns the world's largest black technology base. Making it take the blame for Qin Feng's system is absolutely perfect. A cyborg. Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing froze on the spot. She never imagined that the person in front of her, who clearly had his own thoughts, would actually be a cyborg. Moreover, it possesses such terrifying skills. If she hadn't possessed the strength of the late stage of Dark Force, she probably would have fallen victim to it just now. Of course, she wasn't the only one who thought this way. All the other women shared the same idea. As for the new company Qin Feng mentioned, they had no doubts whatsoever. Actually, this is quite normal. Qin Feng keeps popping up with new companies every now and then, so it would be strange to be suspicious. All right. Qin Feng didn't have time to waste with them, so he turned to Su Mayu and said, Mayu, I'm going back to my hometown for a few days, so I'll leave the house to you. Okay, boss. Su Mayu nodded in disappointment after hearing this. When Qin Feng returned yesterday, she heard that he planned to take Shin Mengyao and the others back to his hometown. All right, I'll leave the house to you for now. I still need to go to school to pick up Xiaoya and Shuer. Number 1 and Bing Bing can come with them. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he led Number 1 and Lu Rubing out of the villa. Boss, I can't drive. How about we call Mengyao along? As soon as she arrived at the parking lot, Lu Rubing said somewhat awkwardly, Need not. Qin Feng waved his hand, pointed at Number 1, and said, She can. A cyborg can drive? Lu Rubing was taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously. Driving a car is nothing. She can even drive an aircraft carrier. All right, get in the car. As Qin Feng spoke, he opened the car door and got in. Seeing this, Lu Rubing got into the car with some skepticism. To be honest, she did have some doubts about the truthfulness of Qin Feng's words. Launching an aircraft carrier? This is way too exaggerated. However, once number one stepped on the gas, the car had already traveled 7 or 8 meters. Only then did she finally believe it. Soon, Qin Feng and his group arrived at the entrance of Shenzhen University. Because they drove the Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG that day. When they arrived at the school gate, they didn't attract much attention. This is actually quite normal. A car worth just over 3 million yuan is not uncommon in universities like this. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and took out his phone to call Qin Yu and the other girl. A short while later, Qin Yu and Zhao Shuer walked out of the school gate with their luggage, surrounded by many students. Xiaoya, over here. Qin Feng rolled down the car window and called out to Qin Yu and the other girl. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shuer and the others quickly dragged their luggage onto the car. The next second, the Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG sped away amidst the crowd's gaze. Wow, isn't that Qin Yu's brother? Probably, after all, there aren't many handsome guys like that. Why did he drive such a beat-up car today? Wasn't he driving a luxury car worth tens of millions just a few days ago? Do you think their family has gone bankrupt? That's quite possible. It seems that Qin Yu and senior sister Shuer also took a taxi to school this morning. That's great. It's best if they go bankrupt. Let's see if they're still acting all high and mighty at school. That's right. They thought they were something special just because they had a little money. Now that they're bankrupt, let's see if they'll still pretend. It has to be said that there are still quite a few people who are envious these days. Seeing that Qin Feng and the others weren't driving luxury cars today, he felt incredibly pleased. Of course, where there are lemon-loving people, there are also rational people. Bankruptcy? I don't think so. Don't you recognize that car? That's a Mercedes S65 AMG. How can you call it a piece of junk? I'm speechless. A Mercedes-Benz S65 AMG? Is that awesome? Please remove the Ma part. This car costs at least 3 million, okay? Isn't that amazing? Holy crap, is it that expensive? Shaw, it's only a little over 3 million. Lots of my classmates can afford that. Yes, in my opinion, Qin Yu's family has definitely gone bankrupt. Qin Feng was naturally unaware of the discussions among the crowd. Of course, even if he knew, he would probably just laugh it off. Will he go bankrupt? This is probably even more ridiculous than the Chinese national football team qualifying for the World Cup. Brother, are we going straight back to the villa? In the car, Qin Yu asked Qin Feng. While speaking, he didn't forget to glance at number one in the driver's seat. In her opinion, this must be another mistress her brother has found. Okay, let's go back to the villa first, and then go back to our hometown tomorrow. Qin Feng nodded and said, Could we go to the mall first? Yes, Brother Feng. Shall we go to the mall first? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhao Shuer immediately echoed her. What are you going to the mall for? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and asked with some curiosity. What else can I do? I haven't been home for more than half a year. I should bring my parents some gifts back with me, right? Qin Yu pursed her lips, then smiled slightly and said, As for Sister Shuer, she probably thinks the same way I do. It's her first time meeting her in-laws. She can't go empty-handed. Sister Shuer, do you think what I said is right? After Qin Yu finished speaking, she winked playfully at Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer blushed, lowered her head, and softly hummed in agreement. She saw it last night. The gifts Shen Mingyao and the others bought for Qin Feng's parents were packed in boxes. In her mind, as Qin Feng's girlfriend, she couldn't possibly lose to them, could she? Oh well. Qin Feng shrugged helplessly and said to number one. Number one, see if there are any large shopping malls nearby. Let's go there. Chapter 0104. Do you believe I'll make you sleep on the street tonight? Yes, master. Number one nodded and immediately opened the navigation. Brother, what did you just call her? Number one. Number one. What kind of weird name is that? When Qin Yu and the other two girls heard Qin Feng's words, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never imagined that such a beautiful girl would have such a strange name. Of course, they were too embarrassed to ask any further. After all, this is bound to be considered somewhat impolite. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng and his group arrived at a large shopping mall nearby. After parking the car, Qin Feng led the women into the mall. The mall has 4 floors. The first floor mainly sells jewelry and other valuable items. The second and third floors sell snacks, clothes, and nutritional supplements. The fourth floor houses several high-end leisure clubs. As soon as Qin Feng and his group entered, Qin Yu and the other 2 girls ran towards the jewelry and ornaments. Ladies, are you looking to buy jewelry? As soon as the 2 women approached, a waiter came over. Yes, I want to buy a ring for each of my parents. Qin Yu nodded and spoke to the waiter. She remembered that her parents had never had a wedding ring all these years. Standing to the side, Qin Feng couldn't help but give Qin Yu a thumbs up. Was it bought for your parents? The waiter was taken aback at first, then pointed to a platinum ring that looked quite nice and said, Miss, what do you think of this one? This one? Qin Yu took a closer look and said with some dissatisfaction, It seems a bit too old-fashioned. Do you have any that are a little nicer? Something prettier? As the waiter spoke, he pointed to another option. How about this one? It's all right, it's just. To be honest, Qin Yu wasn't very satisfied with either of the 2 dishes the waiter pointed out to her. They're either too old-fashioned or too cheap. The 2 rings together cost less than 2,000 yuan. In the past, Qin Yu would have definitely bought it directly. But my older brother isn't short of money right now. If you buy your parents such an inexpensive ring, it will inevitably draw criticism. Hey, isn't that Qin Feng? Just as Qin Yu was about to tell the waiter her request again, a male voice interrupted her. Upon hearing the voice, Qin Feng and the others turned around and looked over. The people who arrived were a man and a woman. The man was quite handsome. However, the woman's condition can only be described as appalling. He's about 1.5 meters tall and looks to weigh around 140 or 150 pounds. Li Hao Zhouyan, is that you? Because the people who came were so distinctive, Qin Feng recognized them immediately. Qin Feng and Li Hao had a fairly good relationship back in school. He knew then that Zhou Yin was pursuing Li Hao. At the time, he thought it was impossible, but now it seems that Li Hao has bowed to reality. Otherwise, how could he have let Zhou Yin hold his arm? Hey, I never expected you to be in Shenzhen too. Li Hao chuckled and gave Qin Feng a bear hug. Then, pointing at Qin Yu, he said, This must be Xiao Yu. She's gotten even more beautiful in the years we haven't seen her. Back in school, Qin Yu was Qin Feng's little shadow, so Li Hao naturally knew her too. Where? Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, then said somewhat shyly. Just then, Li Hao noticed Lu Rubing and the other girls beside Qin Feng, and immediately showed a look of amazement. He leaned close to Qin Feng's ear and said with envy, Brother, you seem to be doing pretty well now, with so many beautiful women around you. Tell me, which one is your girlfriend? Although Li Hao's voice was soft, it was still heard by Lu Rubing and the others. They turned their heads, and all looked at Qin Feng. This? Qin Feng felt a headache coming on and chuckled awkwardly. So you could say that? To be honest, given the current situation, he really didn't know what to say. If I say something wrong, it could hurt one or more of them. Since that's the case, we might as well let all the girls have some fun. Just as Qin Feng had expected, the girls immediately lowered their heads shyly as soon as he said those words. Holy crap, is this for real? Upon seeing this, Li Hao, who was standing to the side, exclaimed in surprise, Brother, you're too awesome. You just listen to his nonsense. However, at this moment, Zhou Yin spoke up with disdain. With Qin Feng's family's shabby conditions, how can he find so many girlfriends? After saying that, he turned to Lu Rubing and the other girls and asked, Girls, you're giving me a way out, aren't you? With Qin Feng's family's conditions, you really think you can be interested? She and Li Hao were Qin Feng's high school classmates, so she naturally knew something about Qin Feng's family. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others immediately frowned. Just as the girls were about to say something, Li Hao couldn't hold back any longer and said to Wang Yan, Xiao Yan, how can you talk like that? Qin Feng is our classmate, okay? Classmate. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yan couldn't help but scoff. I don't have such a poor classmate. After saying that, she looked Qin Feng up and down again, clicked her tongue, and said, Tsk, I must say, he's actually dressed quite well now. Did you buy all of that at the night market? The reason Zhou Yan disliked Qin Feng so much. The main reason is that she believes Qin Feng spoke ill of her when she was pursuing Li Hao. Hey, are you ever going to stop? Li Hao couldn't hold back any longer and yelled at Zhou Yan. He already felt embarrassed to be seen shopping with such a fat woman by his old classmates. He was even angrier now that Zhou Yan was still spouting nonsense. Damn it, you little bastard, You've really gotten smart, huh? However, Li Hao's roar directly enraged Zhou Yan. You surnamed Li. Do you believe I'll make you sleep on the street tonight? Li Hao wanted to say something more. But when he met Zhou Yan's fierce gaze, he instantly turned into a sick cat. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head. To be honest, he didn't sympathize with Li Hao. It was his own choice, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Too lazy to argue with Zhou Yan any longer, he turned around and said to Qin Yu, Xiao Yu, let's choose a ring. Qin Yu nodded. The other girls also glared at Zhou Yan fiercely, and then began to offer their opinions to Qin Yu. Oh, it seems I really underestimated you, Qin Feng. You actually have money to buy your sister a ring. However, at that moment, Zhou Yan followed over with a look of disdain. Oh, you're buying diamonds? These are very expensive, you know. Chapter 0105. Are you perhaps very rich? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu could no longer hold back and coldly questioned Zhou Yan. What could I possibly mean? Zhou Yan chuckled and said with disdain, I just want to say, if you don't have money, don't waste other people's time here. You. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu was immediately furious. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Feng stopped him. Qin Feng stepped forward and frowned at Zhou Yan, saying, How do you know we don't have any money? Do I even need to say that? Zhou Yan curled her lip and said with a disdainful look, Let's not even talk about how poor your family is. You haven't been out here for many years, have you? It would be strange if someone with no background and no education could be rich. Oh, judging from your tone, you must be very rich. Of course. Zhou Yan smiled smugly and said in a pretentious manner, I'm not bragging, but my husband Li Hao and I can easily earn 200,000 or 300,000 a year by running a shop. We only dared to come and buy diamond rings today. You guys aren't just here to satisfy your cravings, are you? You. Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Lu Rubing and Number 1 were about to make a move. In their eyes, this woman was utterly despicable. But before they could make a move, Qin Feng continued, Are you showing off your wealth to me? Think what you want. The important thing is that I'm rich now. As Zhou Yan spoke, she turned to the waitress and said, Miss, listen to me carefully. No matter what they buy today, I'm buying them in double portions. In her opinion, Qin Feng and his friends could probably only afford a ring worth 1,000 or 2,000 yuan today. Even if she buys 2, what difference does it make? The waiter felt somewhat embarrassed after hearing this. She was just an employee after all, and she had no desire to get involved in this kind of trouble. Just as she was about to say something, before she could even open her mouth, Zhou Yan slapped a bank card directly onto the counter. With a slight smirk, he said in a pretentious manner, Don't beat around the bush. Just swipe your card later. After saying that, he didn't forget to give Qin Feng a mocking smile. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Seeing this, Qin Yu angrily said to Qin Feng, Yeah. Qin Feng curled his lips and said with a mischievous grin, Then don't hold back. Didn't I give you a card? Qin Feng is Qin Yu's brother, so naturally he knows her very well. Since Zhou Yan and the others disregarded their friendship as classmates, why would Qin Feng give them any more face? Is he as rich as Qin Feng? This woman must be insane. Okay. When Qin Yu saw Qin Feng nod, she immediately felt more confident. Although Qin Feng gave her a black card last time, she had never used it. It wasn't that she didn't know how to spend money, but she was thinking that if her brother ever fell on hard times, this money might be of some help. However, given the situation today, she couldn't help herself. Qin Yu took out the black card from her wallet and, imitating Zhou Yan, slapped it directly onto the counter. All the jewelry in your store today. At this point, Qin Yu suddenly paused, then continued. No, I'm buying the whole store today. What? Beautiful lady, are you kidding me? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the waiter was immediately taken aback. She thought Qin Yu was definitely joking with her. However, when she saw clearly the black card that Qin Yu had slapped on the counter, she froze instantly. Haha, little sister, are you clowning around? At that moment, Zhou Yan burst into laughter. I'm not trying to be mean, but do you even know how much this shop costs? You even bought the whole store? Are you out of your mind? As soon as Zhou Yan said this, Li Hao, who was standing behind her, couldn't help but shake his head. In his opinion, Qin Yu was putting on a far too big show. He was Qin Feng's old classmate, so how could he not know about Qin Feng's family situation? Let alone buying the whole store, they'd probably have a hard time even buying these counters. However, what they didn't expect was, Just then, the waiter finally snapped out of his shock. He first bowed to Qin Feng and his group, then said very respectfully, "Excuse me, gentlemen, if you want to buy the shop, I will call our boss over right away." After saying that, without paying attention to the surprised expressions on Zhou Yan's and the other person's faces, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hee. Coming to her senses, Zhou Yan chuckled and said to Qin Feng, "Qin Feng, I didn't realize you could get this waiter to cooperate with you in showing off." Qin Feng ignored her completely after hearing this. In his opinion, Li Hao was incredibly unlucky to have married such a woman. Less than 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle walked over. Before he could even reach the counter, he saw the saleswoman running over with the black card that Qin Yu had photographed. "Boss, look." As she spoke, she handed the black card to the middle-aged man with trembling hands. "This?" The middle-aged man looked at it carefully for a few moments, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although he was worth tens of millions, he had only seen this kind of black card once, at a banquet. The person who possessed this card at the banquet was none other than the legendary Jack Ma. Not daring to waste any more time, I quickly led the waiter over. With a slight smile, he asked Qin Feng and the others, "Gentlemen, whose black card is this?" "Of course it belongs to my brother. No one else deserves to have such a black card." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu pointed at Qin Feng and said proudly, "To be honest, my brother has more than 10 of these black cards." 10? More than 10? My goodness, what kind of amazing person is she? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the middle-aged man staggered and almost fell to the ground. In his mind, Jack Ma already made him the richest man in China just by having one of those cards. This handsome guy in front of me has more than 10 photos. How amazing must he be? Hee. However, at that moment, Zhou Yan, who was standing to the side, sneered. She curled her lip and said dismissively, "So what if you have a lot of bank cards? What's so great about that? Don't even mention a black card. Your great-aunt could pull out a gold card." After saying that, she turned to Li Hao and said, "Honey, let them see what a real Kato is." This? Li Hao isn't stupid. This isn't a question of whether there are too many cards or not. Although he didn't understand what a black card was, he inexplicably felt that it must be really cool. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get it." Seeing Li Hao standing there motionless, Zhou Yan immediately urged him on. She wanted to show Qin Feng and the others who dared to compete with them in terms of credits. Chapter 0106. Do you think you're very funny? Madam, do you also have a black card? Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, the jewelry store owner immediately came to his senses and asked her incredulously. In his view, Zhou Yan was on Qin Feng's side, and there might actually be a possibility. Oh my God! What kind of terrifying people are these? Certainly. Zhou Yan smiled smugly and said quite naturally, "Don't even mention black cards. I have gold cards here too." Gold card? What the hell is that? Is it even more powerful than a black card? Upon hearing this, the jewelry store owner was immediately puzzled. To be honest, he had never heard of any gold card. Just then, Li Hao finally handed the handbag to Zhou Yan. "All right, now I'll show you what a real Kato is like." As Zhou Yan spoke, she simply pulled out a bank card from her handbag. Smack. Huaya Bank Credit Gold Card. Zhou Yan slammed the card on the table and said arrogantly, "It's gold, and it has a credit limit of 100,000. How about that? Awesome, right?" After saying that, he pulled out a second card in a very pretentious manner. Smack. ICBC Savings Card. Just like the first one, he slammed it onto the table again in front of Qin Feng and the others. "Okay, this green one is just so-so, but it has a balance of 35,000 in it." Smack. Agricultural Bank of China Gold Credit Card. Ha ha ha, another gold card. I won't go into too much detail. Smack. 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 After 18 or 19 attempts, Zhou Yan finally slammed all the cards onto the table. Judging from the expression on her face, it was filled with immense pride. In her opinion, Qin Feng wanting to compete with her in card usage was just asking for trouble. As for the jewelry store owner and Qin Feng and his group, they couldn't help but want to laugh. All her worthless cards combined probably don't even amount to a fraction of what Qin Feng's black card holds. The jewelry store owner knew very well that the initial credit limit of the black card was 10 billion Chinese yuan. He took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yan, "Madam, are you serious?" What do you mean? Upon hearing the jewelry store owner's words, Zhou Yin couldn't help but frown. In her opinion, this shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't we simply express our amazement and admiration? You're asking me what I mean? Aren't you just messing with me using these worthless cards? The jewelry store owner narrowed his eyes and said with a cold laugh, "Do you think you're funny?" He had initially thought that Zhou Yin could actually produce more than 10 black cards. But little did they know, all they took out were these broken cards. Thinking of Zhou Yan's pretentious expression just now, he felt that this girl was definitely playing him for a fool. Zhou Yin was taken aback at first, then said with a gloomy expression, "How is this a broken card?" After saying that, he pointed to Qin Feng's black card and said, "Aren't these things of mine better than his so-called black card?" "Better than a black card? Who the hell gave you that confidence?" Upon hearing this, the jewelry store owner almost laughed out loud. He said to Zhou Yin with no small amount of disdain, "I suggest you do a quick Google search to avoid making a fool of yourself here." You see, just now the waiter had whispered to him what had happened earlier. Qin Feng is a big shot with a black card, so naturally he chose to stand on Qin Feng's side. Besides, she was just a fat woman who barely had any money, and he really didn't think much of her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin nearly fainted from anger. Just as she was about to say something more, Li Hao handed her his phone. "What's wrong? Can't you see your wife being bullied?" Zhou Yin didn't look at her phone, but yelled at Li Hao. Li Hao didn't dare to get angry, so he could only put his mouth close to her ear and whisper, "Xiao Yin, take a look at this first. What's so interesting about that, you?" However, before Zhou Yin could finish speaking, she glanced at her phone screen and froze. How is this possible? Ignoring the laughter of the crowd, he snatched the phone from Li Hao's hand. After she finished reading the contents, her eyes were filled with shock when she looked at Qin Feng again. She never imagined that the black card was such an awesome thing. Moreover, the person who possesses this black card is none other than Qin Feng, whom she had been mocking the whole time. After a long pause, he looked at Qin Feng with suspicion and asked, "Qin Feng, is this black card really yours? How is that possible? Your family." "All right." However, before she could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her directly. "Zhou Yin, I'm only ignoring you because we're old classmates. Don't act like a shrew, okay? Also, this card isn't mine, so is it yours?" After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't bother with her anymore. Turning to the jewelry store owner, she said, "Sir, my sister wants to buy your jewelry store. Is that all right?" "No problem, of course no problem." Upon hearing this, the jewelry store owner immediately nodded repeatedly. To be honest, he had long had the idea of investing in other industries, but he had never had enough funds. Now that Qin Feng and his group are taking over, and he can also do Qin Feng a favor, why wouldn't he be happy to do it? In less than 10 minutes, the jewelry store owner had someone print out the transfer contract. After both parties signed and sealed the agreement, the jewelry store became completely Qin Yu's property. "Fatty, how's it going?" Qin Yu patted the contract in her hand and said sarcastically to Zhou Yin, "Now you should know how ridiculous your previous behavior was, right? By the way, didn't you say you'd buy double the amount of whatever we buy? Here, buy one and let me see." It has to be said that Qin Yu's words were quite hurtful. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng and the others standing to the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. In their view, this was a case of reaping what you sow. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, Zhou Yin nearly coughed up blood in anger. He took a deep breath, his face dark and cold, and said, "Humph, who knows if that boss was in cahoots with you? I don't believe you're really that rich. If you're so capable, then take all the jewelry in this store." It has to be said that once someone gets into a nitpicking habit, nothing can stop them. In Zhou Yan's opinion, it was impossible for Qin Feng to have become so rich in just a few years. Seeing this, Qin Feng was too lazy to argue with her anymore, and said to Qin Yu, "Hurry up and pick some out. We still need to buy other things." Chapter 0107. I just don't believe he can really be that rich. Okay. Qin Yu nodded and called over the waiter from before. Before long, the girls helped Qin Yu select a large pile of jewelry. "Anyway, this is our own shop now." The jewelry that Qin Yu and her friends selected was mostly very beautiful and expensive. Seeing this, Zhou Yin, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but swallow hard. However, she thought that Qin Yu and the others were just putting on an act in front of her. She still couldn't believe that Qin Yu and the others would actually dare to take it away like that. If she wasn't mistaken, the jewelry that Qin Yu and the other girls had chosen was worth at least $1 million. All right, wrap all of these up for us. After Qin Yu and the other girls had made their selections, they asked the waiter to wrap them up. After giving their instructions, Qin Feng and his group walked out openly, much to the shock of Zhou Yin and the other woman. Before leaving, Qin Feng patted Li Hao on the shoulder with great emotion. Li Hao, they really just took it like that? Zhou Yin stared at Qin Feng and the others' retreating figures with disbelief on her face. This? I think so. Coming to his senses, Li Hao muttered to himself. Looks like that madman has really struck it rich this time. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh softly. It should be noted that although Li Hao's family was not as well off as Zhou Yan's family before, they were still much better off than Qin Feng's family. And now? Qin Feng bought a jewelry store in one go. He could only live a humble life with a fat woman he disliked. Envy. I'm incredibly jealous. On what grounds? To be honest, he was extremely unwilling at that moment. If Qin Feng were like him, perhaps his friendship with his classmates could still be preserved. However, he was now somewhat displeased with Qin Feng. That's just how people are. When you discover that someone who used to be worse than you has suddenly become much better, you might develop inappropriate emotions. That's exactly how Li Hao was at that moment. Of course, it's not just him. Anyone would probably have this mentality. Snort. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, Zhou Yin couldn't help but sneer. I don't believe he can really be that rich. Let's go. Let's follow them and see. As she spoke, she pulled Li Hao, who was filled with jealousy, and quietly followed them. Master, those two guys are catching up. Should we? Number one brought his mouth close to Qin Feng's ear and then made a throat-slitting motion. Well, upon seeing this, Qin Feng was speechless. He really hadn't expected that number one would be so murderous. Someone was just secretly following me, and you want to kill them to silence them? After a long pause, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, No need. Let them come if they want. After saying that, he led Qin Yu and the others to the second floor via elevator. A casual glance revealed a large pharmacy not far away. Qin Feng and his companions didn't waste any more time and walked over there. Upon seeing this, Li Hao and his companion, who had been quietly following behind, immediately caught up as well. Excuse me, is there anything I can help you with? As soon as Qin Feng and his group entered, a waiter immediately came over. Hello, I would like to ask, what kind of food is generally better for middle-aged people to eat? Qin Yu glanced around and said to the waiter, I want to buy some supplements for my parents to take home. For your parents? After listening, the waiter thought for a moment before saying, If we're talking about supplements, I think bird's nest, cordyceps, deep-sea fish oil, vitamin C, and other nutritional supplements are all pretty good. Yeah. Qin Yu didn't understand these things very well, so she turned to look at Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't say much and simply nodded to Qin Yu. In his view, these things should still have some effect. Oh well. Qin Yu turned to the waiter and said, Then buy me a little of everything. Okay, how much would you like to buy, beautiful lady? The waiter nodded and said to Qin Yu, Our tonics here are divided into several grades for each type. The higher the grade, the more expensive it will be. Moreover, they are usually priced by the gram. Oh, is that so? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback, then said, Then give me the highest grade, 10 pounds of each kind to start. How much? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the waiter was so surprised that he almost bit his tongue. 10 caddies of bird's nest? 10 caddies of cordyceps? Holy crap! Are you buying this to eat as a meal? To be honest, Qin Yu was definitely the most extravagant customer she had ever met. 10 pounds. Qin Yu frowned, somewhat curiously asking, Isn't 10 jin enough? If it's not enough, then give me 20 jin of each. Holy crap! Is it true or false? 20 caddies of each. Damn, do you know how much this costs? Upon hearing this, Li Hao and his companion, who were standing not far away, almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Beautiful lady, are you serious? The waiter couldn't help but say to Qin Yu, You should know that our best bird's nest costs at least 800 yuan per gram. As for cordyceps and the like, the prices are basically not much different. Certainly. Qin Yu nodded and said very seriously, Don't worry about the price, just give me the best. She believed that her brother must have the same thought. All right then, please wait a moment. Seeing that Qin Yu didn't seem to be joking, the waiter greeted her and then walked away to a spot not far away. A short while later, he came over with several men carrying wooden boxes. Miss, each box weighs 5 kilograms. and there are 12 boxes in total. After they put the wooden box down, the waiter said to Qin Yu, "The prices of various tonics are not that different. We'll offer you the lowest price, 4.5 million per box. What do you think? 4.5 million per box?" Qin Yu was startled when she heard this. To be honest, she really didn't expect this thing to be so expensive. This only shows that she has absolutely no concept of numbers. Haha, see that? She was still trying to act all high and mighty. Now she's dumbfounded, isn't she? Seeing this, Zhou Yin, who was not far away, couldn't help but whisper smugly to Li Hao. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt inexplicably relieved. One box costs 4.5 million. 12 boxes would cost 54 million. In any case, such an exorbitant price is probably not worth it even if Li Hao and his entire family were sold. They simply didn't believe that Qin Feng was really that rich. In their opinion, Qin Feng and his group were likely in a very awkward situation this time. Chapter 108. Having a rich older brother makes one so extravagant. That's right, 12 boxes totaling 54 million. The waiter nodded and said to Qin Yu, "If you are not satisfied, we can still discuss the price." The waiter thought it was normal for Qin Yu to be surprised. Let alone Qin Yu. Even Jack Ma would be shocked for a long time to eat an 8 yuan ice cream. "Brother, what do you think?" Qin Yu turned her head and asked Qin Feng. If she had that much money of her own, she would definitely buy it without hesitation. After all, it was Qin Feng's money, so she still had to ask Qin Feng about it. "It's all right, let's just buy it." For Qin Feng, his parents' health is more important than anything else. It's just 54 million, isn't it? This was nothing to him. What's more, he has a consumer rebate system. Once you spend 54 million, you'll immediately receive 5.4 billion back in your account. Holy crap. Is it true or false? Is it really that extravagant? That's 54 million. How come you're treating it like buying cabbage? Qin Feng's words were simple, but to Li Hao and Zhou Yin they were like a bolt from the blue. The waiter was stunned upon hearing this. She never expected that this handsome man in front of her would be even more domineering than his sister. She had originally planned to lower the price for Qin Yu a little, but now it seems that they don't need it at all. "Okay, thank you, brother." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu almost jumped for joy. Without thinking, he kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. He then took out the black card, handed it to the waiter, and said arrogantly, "Swipe the card." There's no way around it. Having a rich older brother just makes you this arrogant. Just like before, when the waiter saw Qin Yu's black card, he couldn't help but be shocked for several seconds. He accepted the card very respectfully and swiped it to pay the bill while she was trembling. Even after Qin Feng and the others left, Li Hao and his companion were still in shock. "Honey, he seems to be really rich." As Zhou Yin watched Qin Feng's departing figure, she couldn't help but stammer, "Let's go. Let's follow them and take another look." Li Hao didn't say much, but gritted his teeth and followed again. Seeing this, Zhou Yin behind him couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, she felt that the man in front of her had suddenly changed something. Qin Feng and his group didn't waste any time either. After buying the supplements, they went to the 3rd floor and bought a whole bunch of designer clothes. It has to be said that you get what you pay for. Expensive brand name clothing is definitely of a different quality. By the time Qin Feng and his group left the mall, half an hour had passed. Qin Feng. Just as Qin Feng and his group were about to leave with their bags full of belongings, Li Hao, who had been secretly following them from a distance, called them down. Qin Feng frowned slightly, turned around and asked, "Is there something you need?" At this moment, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with a deep sense of unfamiliarity. As for why? To be honest, even Qin Feng himself couldn't figure it out. "Can I add you on WeChat?" Li Hao forced a smile and said to Qin Feng in a low voice, "WeChat? Yeah, what? You're not even going to give me this much face." "I remember." Qin Feng pursed his lips and said with a playful expression, "I think I added you on WeChat before. Did you delete me? Have you added it?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao's face immediately turned quite ugly. After a long pause, he said somewhat awkwardly, "How could that be? You must have remembered wrong." He had initially thought that Qin Feng would definitely not remember these things after such a long time. To be honest, the reason he deleted Qin Feng and his poor classmates from WeChat was, the main reason is that they feel keeping it won't help them at all. But who would have thought? In truth, Li Hao is a selfish person at heart. Otherwise, How could he have endured the disgust and married such a fat woman as Zhou Yan? Oh, is that so? Qin Feng smiled knowingly, then nodded and said, "All right then, let's add one more." After saying that, he took out his phone and prepared to walk towards Li Hao. "No, I'll come over." However, before Qin Feng could even take a step, Li Hao immediately trotted over with a fawning expression. "You've just been shopping for so long. You shouldn't tire yourself out too much." After saying that, he quickly took out his phone. Qin Feng paused slightly, then couldn't help but frown and glance at Li Hao. It would have been better if he hadn't looked, because as soon as he did, he caught a glimpse of a sinister glint in Li Hao's eyes. Holy crap! Could this kid be planning to ambush me? Just as Qin Feng was quite surprised, Li Hao also brought his phone over. "Come on, madman, scan it." Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, said nothing more, and directly scanned the QR code to add Li Hao as a friend. To be honest, in Qin Feng's opinion, even if this guy really had some kind of conspiracy, he really didn't have anything to worry about. After all, Qin Feng is not on the same level as them now. If Qin Feng is really provoked, he'll definitely show them why the flowers are so red. All right. Li Hao put his phone away, as if he had suddenly thought of something, and asked Qin Feng, "Crazy, you'll be going home with Xiaoya this summer vacation, right?" "Okay, I'll go back tomorrow." Qin Feng nodded and said, "That's wonderful." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Li Hao immediately smiled. Not daring to waste any time, she said to Qin Feng, "Yesterday, our high school's homeroom teacher, Ms. Liao, sent a message in the students' group chat. Did you see it?" "Classmate group." Qin Feng was taken aback for a moment before saying, "I've been quite busy these past few days. Is there anything I can help you with?" "It's like this." Li Hao smiled coldly to himself before saying, "I heard that Yuan Kai is coming back from the United States. Teacher Liao wants us to go back and get together when we have time. Oh, by the way, I heard his girlfriend, Tang Xini, will be coming back with him too." At this point, Li Hao seemed to suddenly remember something and quickly pretended to be a little embarrassed, saying, "Oh dear, look at my mouth, about you and Xini." "Brother, just pretend I didn't say anything. It's all my fault for having such a foul mouth." "Fine." Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, "That's all in the past, it's no big deal." Chapter 109, An Opportunity. This is definitely an opportunity. After a pause, Qin Feng continued, "All right, about that class reunion you mentioned, I'll attend if I have time." After saying that, Qin Feng led Lu Rubing and the other girls away without looking back towards the parking lot not far away. "Honey, do you think what he said is true?" As Zhou Yan watched Qin Feng's departing figure, she whispered a question to Li Hao. It should be true, right?" Li Hao gave a wry smile and sighed. He had originally intended to give Qin Feng a hard time, but who would have thought? The person who ended up being hit hard was him. How could he possibly be so rich now? It doesn't make sense. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan took out her phone. She wanted to see if Qin Feng was really that rich. "What are you doing?" When Li Hao saw Zhou Yan looking around, he couldn't help but ask. Since he's so rich and has such a powerful black card, there's no way there wouldn't be information about him on Baidu, right? What you said actually makes sense. Upon hearing this, Li Hao quickly leaned his head closer. At that moment, a search engine for Qin Feng quickly appeared on Baidu. Starting from scratch. Assets worth trillions. It boasts several Fortune Global 500 and China Top 500 companies. The man in China with the most black cards. Holy crap, is this for real? My goodness, isn't that a bit too much? When Li Hao and his companion saw the contents of the phone, they were so shocked they almost fainted. They never expected this. The information about Qin Feng on Baidu Baiki is surprisingly terrifying. It took Zhou Yan a long time to come to her senses before she said to Li Hao, "An opportunity. This is definitely an opportunity." "What opportunity?" Li Hao took a deep breath and asked with a puzzled look. "What other opportunity could it be?" "It's an opportunity to curry favor with Qin Feng, of course." Zhou Yan looked at Li Hao with a look of disappointment and said, "Qin Feng owns so many companies, and you are his good brother from high school. If you ask him for a small favor, he can't possibly refuse, right? If you could also become a senior executive at TX Company and get some shares from Qin Feng." Upon hearing Zhou Yan's words, Li Hao couldn't help but become somewhat excited. Will he agree to this? However, Li Hao then thought about his earlier behavior and couldn't help but feel a little worried. In his impression, Qin Feng was definitely a person who clearly distinguished between love and hate. How could I disagree? You're his best friend. As Zhou Yin spoke, she became increasingly excited and said to Li Hao, "Didn't you just add him on WeChat? Quickly, send him a WeChat message to tell him to be careful on the road. When the time is right, then you can tell him you want to work with him. The kind of person he is usually very concerned about his image, so he can at least get you a managerial position, right? Holy crap. Why did I ever fall for this guy? If I had pursued Qin Feng back then, wouldn't I be living the high life now?" After saying all this, Zhou Yin couldn't help but give Li Hao a look of disdain. This way. Shortly after Qin Feng and his group left the mall, Qin Feng received several messages on WeChat. He took out his phone and opened WeChat. Qin Feng glanced at it briefly, then without a second thought, stuffed the phone into his pocket. Without a doubt, these WeChat messages were sent by Li Hao. In the past, Qin Feng would definitely have replied seriously. But now? Haha, who are you? He had no interest in dealing with people like that. After returning to the villa, Qin Feng had number 1 summoned Su Moyu and the others. After carrying the bags of gifts into the house, Qin Feng immediately plopped down on the sofa. Seeing this, Su Moyu and the others quickly poured coffee for Qin Feng. Thinking about what had happened earlier, he immediately took out his phone. He wanted to see how many people still had his WeChat in his friend list. After all that, Qin Feng was speechless. His friend list only had a little over 70 people in total, and surprisingly, more than 60 of them deleted him as a friend. Actually, it's quite normal when you think about it carefully. On the one hand, these people are basically your classmates, and you haven't been in touch for a long time. On the other hand, they all knew that Qin Feng's family was poor and that he wasn't doing very well. Since that's the case, there's absolutely no need to get Qin Feng's WeChat ID. To Qin Feng's disappointment, even his uncle and cousin deleted him from WeChat. This is family, you know? It has to be said that Qin Feng was genuinely disappointed. It seems that you still need to be rich and powerful, otherwise even your own relatives will look down on you. Qin Feng sighed, realizing he couldn't possibly bring himself to add them back. After putting down my phone, I fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 110. Xiao Feng, do you know who I am? When Qin Feng woke up again, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After taking a shower, I went to the restaurant. It has to be said that Qin Feng's monthly payment of 10 million to Su Moyu was definitely worthwhile. The dishes laid out on the table were all incredibly delicious. Even Zhao Shuer, who claimed to be on a diet, couldn't help but eat several extra bowls of rice. Of course, some delicious red wine was also indispensable during the trip. After a whirlwind of drinking, the women were all basically completely drunk. After Qin Feng and Lu Rubing escorted Qin Yu and the other women back to their rooms, they watched TV in the living room. Just then, Qin Feng's phone received a WeChat message. He initially thought it was another message from Li Hao. But when he opened WeChat, he found a message asking him to add a friend. A rose with thorns? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and immediately opened the other person's moments. Since they weren't friends, he could only see a maximum of 10 of the other person's posts. Xia Yuqing. After Qin Feng clicked on one of the messages, he immediately recognized the other party. Xiao Feng, do you know who I am? The moment Qin Feng pressed agree, Xia Yuqing's message arrived. Since Xia Yuqing is a year or two older than Qin Feng, it's quite normal for her to call Qin Feng Xiao Feng, Little Feng. Certainly. Qin Feng smiled slightly and replied, I just saw your WeChat moments. With such a curvaceous figure, who else could it be but your sister Yuqing? Oh dear, what nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xia Yuqing immediately sent him a shy emoji. By the way, why haven't you been back to your rented apartment lately? I've been quite busy lately. What are you busy with? You're not out partying with that pretty girl every day, are you? Upon hearing this, Xia Yuqing couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. No way. How could I possibly go out and have fun? Yeah. Hearing this, Xia Yuqing couldn't help but feel a little happy. By the way, the landlord came by just now and paid your rent for you. How do you plan to repay me? Well, Qin Feng was taken aback and said speechlessly, Sister Yuqing, I have a place to stay. Aren't you just wasting your money? Do you have a place to stay? Definitely. Qin Feng smiled smugly and immediately filmed a video of his living room and sent it over. However, to Qin Feng's surprise, Xia Yuqing did not send any more messages for the next few minutes. Sister Yuqing, you're not asleep, are you? No. After a long pause, Xia Yuqing finally replied. Xiao Feng, you have a villa, right? Yes, the villa's in Huaihai Villa. Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, how was it? Not bad, right? My God, this isn't just okay, it's a mansion. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xia Yuqing said with a hint of disappointment, Xiao Feng, I really didn't expect you to be so rich. I was originally thinking. What are you thinking about? Qin Feng wasn't stupid. He understood perfectly well what she was trying to say. However, he still pretended not to understand and asked, I want you to be my boyfriend. As Xia Yuqing spoke, she sent a very shy emoji. But now it seems that I am not good enough for you at all. Oh, is that so? Qin Feng had no reason to believe her nonsense. He guessed that the woman must have seen him driving a Lamborghini Veneno last time. So, that's why she wanted to test him on purpose. Certainly. Qin Feng didn't dislike her either. Her desire to pursue a better life is actually understandable. At least one thing is certain. Xia Yuqing did not engage in extramarital affairs just because she was not married. Qin Feng had witnessed Xia Yuqing rejecting the overly solicitous invitations of some rich second-generation men on several occasions. From this point of view, Xia Yuqing is not the kind of fickle woman. Yes. Xia Yuqing nodded and replied, I'm getting older now, and my parents are pressuring me to get married. There's no suitable person around me. After looking at it all, I think you and I are the best match. Don't you have any with you? Qin Feng was taken aback and immediately thought of a certain simp. That can't be right, can it? Isn't Qin Shaoquan pursuing you? Him? Forget about it. I don't like that kind of man. Xia Yuqing pursed her lips and replied with some disdain. Holy crap. It's true what they say, simps have no rights. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Xiao Feng, are you free tomorrow? How about we go shopping together? Shop. Without even thinking, Qin Feng refused, saying, I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow. I don't have time. He's not a simp. How could he possibly agree to go shopping just because someone suggests it? Is that so? Xia Yuqing couldn't help but feel disappointed upon hearing this. After a long pause, she finally replied, Are you free tonight? I'm so bored, I want to go see a movie. I do have some free time, but I'm afraid I won't be able to if it's just to watch a movie. You're so clueless about romance. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xia Yuqing pretended to be a little unhappy and said, I'm a great beauty, you know? Lots of people are lining up to ask me out to the movies. After she finished speaking, she seemed a little worried that Qin Feng would be angry, so she quickly added, Besides wanting to watch a movie, what else do you want to do? Qin Feng wasn't a sycophant. He completely ignored the previous paragraph. The very next second after he put down his phone, Xia Yuqing sent him an and a very shy emoji. Why hasn't that jerk replied to me yet? Lying in her room, Xia Yuqing felt shy for a while after sending the message. She had initially thought that Qin Feng would definitely reply to her immediately. But to their surprise, after waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, Qin Feng still hadn't replied. Chapter 111. That's a really perfunctory remark. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, someone knocked on Xia Yuqing's door. Yuqing. As Qin Shaoquan knocked on the door, he called out to the person inside. Want a cup of milk tea? I ordered you your favorite dian dian. I won't drink. Upon hearing this, Xia Yuqing shouted towards the door. Aren't you going to drink? Qin Shaoquan was slightly taken aback before continuing. I also ordered you a bowl of spicy hot pot. Why don't you come out and eat something? It's not good for your health if you don't eat dinner. Didn't you hear me? I said I'm not eating. This. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaoquan said somewhat awkwardly, All right then, just let me know if you're hungry, and I'll order some more for you. Get out. Get away from me. When Xia Yuqing heard this guy still babbling outside the door, she immediately slammed a pillow against the door. She was already furious that Qin Feng wasn't replying to her messages. Now that Qin Shaoquan is bothering her again, how can she possibly tolerate it? Okay, I'll be going now. Hearing Xia Yuqing's tone, Qin Shaoquan knew she was genuinely angry, so he didn't dare linger any longer. Don't be angry. After saying that, he quickly walked away from Xia Yuqing's room. It has to be said, for a simp to go to such lengths is truly exceptional. Qin Shaoquan's departure was as if it had never happened to Xia Yuqing. That stinky Qin Feng. That damn Qin Feng. Didn't I already agree to your request? Xia Yuqing was seen staring at her phone, sending WeChat messages while simultaneously pouting and cursing. By the time Qin Feng saw these messages, it was already the next morning. Qin Feng just chuckled and replied directly, "Sorry, I was too busy last night and didn't see your reply. If possible, let's make it another time." "Next time? When?" However, to Qin Feng's surprise, Xia Yuqing replied to his message the very next second as he was about to put down his phone. Holy crap! Did this girl stay up all night waiting for my reply? Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately sent a message. "Hey Yuqing, you didn't sleep all night, did you? What do you think?" You should know that Xia Yuqing stayed up all night waiting for Qin Feng's reply. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to reply to Qin Feng's message so quickly. To be honest, Xia Yuqing still harbored some resentment. She's a stunningly beautiful woman with a perfect figure. This was clearly an offer of herself, yet Qin Feng didn't even take it seriously. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overjoyed to the point of madness, right? Qin Feng smiled slightly and said casually, "I'm really sorry." "Humph, that's such a perfunctory remark." Xia Yuqing pouted and snorted, saying, "You rascal, I clearly promised you, and you're still like this? I don't care. Tell me how you're going to compensate me." Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and said with a wicked grin, "Didn't I say? Let's make another appointment another day. Then you can do whatever you want with me." "Humph. Well, you said it yourself." Xia Yuqing blushed and said shyly, "Remember to eat breakfast. It's bad for your health if you don't." After saying this, Xia Yuqing suddenly felt that she had heard these words somewhere before. However, she couldn't quite remember for a moment. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore." With that in mind, Xia Yuqing continued to stare at the screen. She desperately hoped that Qin Feng would reply with the same message to show his concern. To Xia Yuqing's disappointment, Qin Feng did not reply after she sent the message. When Qin Feng woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Perhaps everyone drank too much red wine last night, because apart from Su Moyu and the other maids who were preparing breakfast, none of Qin Yu and the others had gotten up yet. "Master, should I go and wake them all up?" Upon seeing this, Lu Rubing spoke to Qin Feng. "Need not." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Let them sleep a little longer. Anyway, we have a private jet. It'll only take 2 or 3 hours to get back. Let's have breakfast first, and then you can heat it up for them later." As Qin Feng spoke, he led Lu Rubing to a dining table not far away. After Qin Feng and the others had finished breakfast, Qin Yu and the other girls still hadn't gotten up. "Master, should I go and call them?" After Lu Rubing finished speaking, she tried to get up. But just then, Qin Feng stopped him, saying, "I'll go get them." Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing replied, "All right then." Chapter 112. My God, she can actually fly a plane? Brother, are we taking the bus back? Qin Yu suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Feng, "At this time, there shouldn't be any more buses, right? Why take a bus? Didn't you see the private jet in the yard?" Qin Feng originally went back this time to make his parents proud and bring glory to the family. Since the goal is to bring honor to one's ancestors, one must naturally use the most advanced means of transportation. Why would you make a billionaire like him take a bus? Is this some kind of joke? I see it. But does anyone around here know how to fly a plane? Qin Yu pursed her lips and said somewhat speechlessly, "I think we should just drive back. That would be pretty good too." In Qin Yu's mind, it would be wonderful to drive the Lamborghini Veneno that Qin Feng gave her. Taking a stroll around the county town and villages is quite prestigious. No. Qin Feng waved his hand and refused, saying, "Driving back myself would take too long, at least 10 or 20 hours. You're all girls, you simply can't handle driving for too long. Besides, do you think these sports cars with such low chassis can even get over the dirt roads in our hometown? Then what should we do?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu was slightly disappointed, but she also felt that they made a lot of sense. She clearly remembered traveling from her home to the county town. Whenever it rains, your feet are basically covered in mud. And if you're not careful, you might slip and fall. Didn't I already say that? Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually, "Let's just fly back. Number 1 can fly. Can number 1 fly a plane?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu turned her head and looked at number 1, who was not far away. Not only her, but all the other women looked over with suspicion. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said to number 1, "Number 1, it's up to you now." "Yes, master." Number one nodded in reply. All right, let's hurry up and load our luggage onto the plane. After everyone had eaten the lunch that Su Moyu had specially prepared, Qin Feng spoke up. Before long, Shin Mingyao and the others had loaded all the gifts they had prepared for Qin Feng's parents onto the plane. Wow, this plane is so luxurious inside. As soon as she boarded the plane, Qin Yu grabbed Zhao Shuer and said, Sister Shuer, look over there. It's so beautiful. Yes, it's really beautiful. This plane must have cost a lot of money. Upon seeing this, Zhao Shuer couldn't help but let out a sigh. Because Qin Yu and the other two women returned quite late last night, they didn't get a chance to take a closer look at the plane. So the two of them were immediately shocked by the level of luxury inside the plane as soon as they boarded. As for Lu Rubing and the other girls, they weren't too surprised. They were already shocked when Qin Feng bought it yesterday. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said casually, It's just a means of transportation. It won't cost much. Huh? A means of transportation? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, I'm telling you, bro, you're getting more and more of a pretentious guy these days. If these are all just for transportation, how are other people supposed to live? Hee, Xiaya is right. I also think Brother Feng is pretentious. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer chuckled and turned to Qin Feng, asking, Brother Feng, how much did you pay for this plane? To be honest, Zhao Shuer was really curious about this. After all, given the design of this aircraft and the level of luxury inside, it's impossible for it to be cheap. It's not much, just a few $100 million. It's all just a small amount of money. Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, Given his current net worth, a few $100 million is really just a small amount of money. Holy crap. Hundreds of millions, or just a small amount of money. I doubt only you would dare to say something like that. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and the other two women couldn't help but mentally complain. Of course, they also prefer the current Qin Feng, because Qin Feng is very confident now. Boss, I've finished testing the plane. When do we take off? Just then, number one, who was sitting in the driver's seat, turned around and asked Qin Feng. Let's do it now. As Qin Feng spoke, he immediately arranged for Qin Yu and the other women to find seats. Brother, do you really think she can do it? Qin Yu leaned close to Qin Feng's ear and said somewhat nervously, If we get into a car accident or something, we might still be able to be saved. What if this car falls from the sky halfway through the journey? We'd probably be wiped out completely, wouldn't we? It has to be said that Qin Yu's worries were also the worries of the other women. When they heard Qin Yu's words, they all looked at Qin Feng with fear on their faces. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? Qin Feng chuckled and scolded, then reassured the women. Don't worry, number one is absolutely professional. The moment he finished speaking, the plane, under number one's control, slowly took off from the ground. Oh my god. She can actually fly a plane? Chapter 0113. I'll buy the entire scenic area for you. As the plane slowly ascended, the women couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It must be said that this really startled them. Brother, she's amazing. Looking at the receding ground through the airplane window, Qin Yu spoke to Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, all the other women also cast admiring glances at number one. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said casually, This is nothing. Number one can even operate an aircraft carrier. They can even operate aircraft carriers? My god, are cyborgs really this awesome? That's amazing. I'm so envious. I wish I could fly a plane too. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, all the women began to whisper among themselves. But at that moment, something no one expected happened. Number one, who was just flying the plane, actually walked over from the cockpit. Holy crap. What are you doing? Just as the women were in shock, Qin Feng hurriedly shouted to number one. Number one, why aren't you flying the plane? What are you doing here? It's all right, this plane has an autopilot mode, and I've already set it up. Number one smiled and asked Qin Feng, Master, would you like to experience the fun of flying a plane? Upon hearing what number one said, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Flying a plane? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, then asked with some interest, Is it difficult? It's not difficult. It's very simple. All right, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, Qin Feng stood up abruptly. Seeing this, Qin Yu pulled Zhao Shuer along and followed. It has to be said, Qin Feng's IQ is really quite high. He had already learned the basics after just glancing at how number one operated once. Soon, Qin Feng took over the job of piloting the plane from number one. And you know what? It actually looks pretty convincing. Qin Yu and the other two women were somewhat stunned. They never expected that Qin Feng would learn it after only watching it once. You should know that the two of them had been standing right next to us the whole time. If we were to send the two of them now, they probably would only manage 2 or 3 steps at most. But little did they know. Since Qin Feng purchased the Super Gene Serum from the system, not only has his combat power improved, but his memory has also been greatly enhanced. Let alone learning to fly a plane. Even if he were to learn to operate an aircraft carrier right now, it probably wouldn't be too difficult for him. My God, bro, you actually learned it? Once she came to her senses, Qin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. Seeing this, Zhao Shui'er immediately chimed in. Upon hearing this, everyone else also turned to look in this direction. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed, and said, It's just flying a plane, nothing special. It's just flying a plane, isn't it? Brother, could you be any more modest? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the women couldn't help but silently complain in their hearts. All right, you two hurry back to your seats. I'm going to speed up. As Qin Feng spoke, he prepared to tilt the helicopter forward to accelerate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shui'er quickly pulled Qin Yu and number 1 and walked towards the back. After driving for about half an hour, Qin Feng started to get a little bored. After calling number 1 over, he found a spot and began to doze off. Qin Feng's hometown is a remote mountain village in a city in northern Hunan, surrounded by mountains. Although its development has been quite good in recent years, it is still far behind other villages in the county. It is precisely because it is surrounded by mountains and there is no decent road. It wasn't until 2012 that Qin Feng's home finally got electricity. It can be said that, apart from a very few families who went out to work and earned some money to build 2-story houses, the entire village is basically made up of red brick houses. Of course, the poorest family in the village was Qin Feng's family. The main reason is that Qin Feng has 2 children at home. In fact, Qin Feng's grades were quite good when he was in school, and he was generally able to stay in the top 10 of his class. Unfortunately, there is a younger sister in the family who has better grades. In order to provide his younger sister with a better education, Qin Feng resolutely chose to go out to work. Over the years, apart from Qin Feng sending some money back to his parents, the elderly couple had almost spent all of their savings. You know, even now in 2020, the most valuable appliance in Qin Feng's home is probably the 25-inch LCD TV that his parents bought when the electricity was first connected. Qin Feng clearly remembered that his parents had borrowed money from relatives and neighbors in order to persuade him to continue his studies. Disappointingly, apart from the few $100s lent out by each of the surrounding neighbors, which amounted to only $100 or $200, the loan was not received. Qin Feng's relatives, including his uncle, basically all avoided seeing him. So when Qin Feng discovered yesterday that his uncle had deleted him from WeChat, he wasn't surprised at all. That's how people are. When you're very poor, never rely on family ties. The saying, a close neighbor is worse than a distant relative, still holds true. Qin Feng once thought that if he ever became rich, he would definitely do his best to develop his hometown. However, after entering the workforce, he realized just how difficult his initial ideas were. But now he's a man who owns a consumer rebate system. Qin Feng returned this time with the intention of fulfilling his original plan. Brother, we seem to be almost there. Just as Qin Feng closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, his thoughts racing, Qin Yu pointed out the window and shouted to him. Look, this should be Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, right? Hearing Qin Yu's call, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Looking in the direction Qin Yu pointed, they indeed saw the world-famous Zhangjiajie National Forest Park below. Looking down from the plane, you can see many tourists below, looking up at the view. Brother, how about we come over and visit in a few days? I've never been here before. Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng and asked with anticipation. Although Qin Feng's home is very close to Zhangjiajie National Forest Park. However, the 300 yuan entrance fee per person was a huge sum of money for Qin Feng's family in the past. As a sensible younger sister, she naturally only dared to think about it in her heart. Looking at his younger sister's expectant eyes, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, then said with a very authoritative tone, Okay, I'll see if I can buy the whole scenic area for you. You can play however you want. Chapter 0114. Qin Feng's high-profile return. What? Bro, you're kidding, right? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu's eyes widened immediately. That's a National 4A level scenic area, okay? How can a private individual buy it? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said casually, there's nothing in this world that money can't solve. Even if it exists, it definitely doesn't include this. Qin Feng wasn't just showing off. In his mind, if it could help increase the GDP of the entire Xiangbei region, for example, investing in and opening several large factories, or moving Yida's headquarters to Xiangbei, it's just a scenic spot. If you want to buy it, what's so difficult about that? Hey bro, why do I feel like you're getting more and more of a nouveau riche lately? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and teased Qin Feng. But I like it. Thank you, brother. As he spoke, he gave Qin Feng a quick kiss on the cheek. My God, everyone look. Doesn't that look like a helicopter? Holy crap, it really is. This helicopter is huge and beautiful. I have a feeling that this helicopter has some kind of high-tech feel to it. Yeah, it looks really cool. My goodness, when will the scenic area offer helicopter experiences? I don't think so. It feels like this is someone's private jet. Look, there seem to be a lot of beautiful women up there. Wow, it really is true. And the person piloting the plane looks like a beautiful woman too. Wow, that's amazing. There's even such a beautiful pilot. TSK. I'm so envious of that handsome guy up there, being able to soar through the sky with so many beautiful women. Come on, that person is obviously some super big shot. Oh my God, are all the rich people in China this awesome? At this moment, the Chinese and foreign tourists who were looking up in the scenic area were in an uproar when they saw Qin Feng Sikorsky's 92 helicopter. They'd seen helicopters before, but this was the first time they'd ever seen one as cool and awesome as Qin Feng's. How could I not be shocked? What's more, apart from Qin Feng, the handsome guy, the rest of the passengers on the plane were all beautiful women. And among these beautiful women, there was even a female pilot. Qin Feng and his group, who were on the plane, naturally saw the shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd below. Number 1, don't fly away yet. Hover here for 3 minutes. Qin Feng chuckled and gave the order to number 1 in the driver's seat. He knew very well that although his hometown was very poor, everyone had a competitive spirit. For example, whose child got into a university in Beijing, or whose family built a Western-style house. These are things that people like to talk about over tea or after meals. Since Qin Feng is preparing to return home in glory this time, there is naturally no way he can keep a low profile. Otherwise, why would he spend so much money to buy several Sikorsky's 92 helicopters? He just wanted the whole of Shahoka to know. Qin Feng. They're back. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, number 1 immediately began to follow Qin Feng's orders. Soon, their Sikorsky's 92 helicopter hovered directly above the tourists. Hey everyone, look. Has the plane stopped? Wow, it seems that's true. What does this mean? I don't know, but why do I feel like they're showing off to us? Damn, now that you mention it, I think I actually have that feeling. Holy crap, this is infuriating. It's just a beat-up old plane. What's so great about it? A beat-up plane? Holy crap, buddy, you really have the nerve to say that. Do you even know how much this plane costs? How much money could they ask for? At most, it'd be tens of millions, right? That's right. Although our area is poor, there should still be people who can afford to buy here. Tens of millions? Your money is probably more. I just did a quick search on Baidu, and this Sikorsky S92 is worth at least $200 million US. My goodness, uncle, if that's how it is, wouldn't it cost over $1 billion Chinese yuan to buy just one? Wow, that's incredible. When did our Shahoka High School produce such a genius? I'm not sure, but that handsome guy in the picture must be a super big shot. Qin Feng and his group were on the helicopter, so they couldn't hear what the tourists below were saying. However, one could see shock and envy in their eyes. This is exactly the result Qin Feng wanted to see. No way. That's how you can be so capricious when you're rich. All right, let's go. After secretly giving himself a thumbs up, Qin Feng gave the order to number 1. Yes, master. Upon receiving Qin Feng's order, number 1 immediately stopped hovering. Then, it drove straight ahead. It has to be said that Qin Feng's outrageous move certainly attracted a lot of attention. Shortly after leaving Zhangjiajie National Forest Park, the helicopter quickly flew to the county town where Qin Feng's home was located. It's fair to say that wherever the helicopter flew, there were constant gasps of surprise from below. After all, it's a once-in-a-millennium sight to see such a cool helicopter in a small county like this. Many people watched the direction the helicopter was heading, secretly wondering where it was going. Xiaoya, did you tell Mom and Dad we're coming back today? When they were only about 10 kilometers from home, Qin Feng asked Qin Yu. I already said that. Qin Yu curled her lips and shrugged, replying, however, Mom and Dad have no idea that we came back in a helicopter. Yeah. Qin Feng chuckled and said, that'll be a perfect surprise for those two elders. Surprised? I think it was fright. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu couldn't help but mentally complain. She clearly saw the expressions on the faces of the people below. It would be strange if Mom and Dad weren't shocked when they saw them getting off the plane. Although Qin Feng's home is located in a very remote area, with navigation available, it's not too difficult to find. Before long, the helicopter had already flown to the top of the entrance to Kanjaikan village. Number 1. Reduce the speed to the lowest setting. Since it's a high-profile comeback, it naturally has to be all over the place. Qin Feng wanted the whole village to know that he, Qin Feng, had returned home in glory today. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Number 1 immediately increased the plane's speed to the minimum. Not long after, the villagers, who were playing mahjong at the village entrance or working in the fields, soon spotted Qin Feng and his group in the sky. Chapter 0115. Could they be here to spray pesticides? Wife, come out quickly. There looks like an airplane in the sky. So what if there's an airplane? It's not like we haven't seen one before. No, this plane looks like it's flying towards our village. My goodness, sister, this looks like a helicopter, doesn't it? It really is. What are they doing in our village? Are they here to spray pesticides? I don't think so. It's flying so slowly, and it doesn't look like a plane spraying pesticides. It really doesn't look like that. It feels quite high-end. Just as the villagers below spotted the plane and were discussing it in shock, Qin Feng then deliberately stuck his head out of the window. He even smiled and waved in front of everyone. In that instant, the villagers below quickly recognized Qin Feng. My goodness, isn't that Qin Feng from Fong Ping's family? It seems so. Wow, how did he manage to fly back? Hey, look, isn't that Qin Yu sitting next to her? That's right, it's that girl. There seem to be quite a few pretty girls on this plane. My goodness, Uncle Qin Feng looks like he's making something of himself out there. They actually flew back. My goodness, they must have made a fortune abroad. Qin Feng, on the plane, couldn't hear the villagers' discussions below. However, their eyes revealed a deep sense of shock. It has to be said that this was exactly the result Qin Feng wanted. Let's go to Fong Ping's house. This is the first time I've ever seen such a high-end helicopter. Honey, wait for me. Let's go together. Me too, me too. Shortly after Qin Feng's plane departed, everyone in the village rushed towards Qin Feng's house. That's how villagers are. They always want to see something exciting. Qin Feng's home. Honey, did Xiao Feng and the others say when they'll be home? Li Guifeng, who was busy cooking, asked Qin Fengping. I don't know. Xiaoya only said she'd be back today, but she didn't tell me the specific time. Oh dear, what kind of father are you? You don't even know when your child will be back. Upon hearing Qin Fengping's words, Li Guifeng couldn't help but complain to him. How about this? They must have come back by bus. Go and pick them up at the highway entrance of the village. No way. Upon hearing this, Qin Fengping was stunned. If they take the bus back, they won't arrive until evening, right? Is it too early for me to go at this time? What do you mean early? I told you to hurry up, so just go already. If it weren't for me having to cook, you wouldn't even get a chance to go. Well, okay then. After hearing this, Qin Fengping nodded with a wry smile. That's how it is in Shahogu. Outside, everything must be decided by the man. But once they get home, almost every man is henpecked. Qin Feng's father, being a native of Xiangbei, was naturally no exception. As Qin Fengping spoke, he stepped out the door. Rumble. Just as he was about to head to the village entrance, he immediately heard a loud rumbling sound from the sky. Looking up, I was instantly stunned. After a long while, he hurriedly shouted into the house. Wife, come out quickly. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened? Upon hearing this, Li Guifeng, who was busy inside, quickly ran out of the house. As soon as she stepped out the door, she froze on the spot. Honey, this is a helicopter, isn't it? That's right. Those look like Xiao Feng and Xiaoya up there, don't they? That doesn't seem wrong. My God, how did they manage to come back in a plane? How should I know? Qin Fengping pursed his lips and said with a speechless expression. You should know that he was just as shocked as Li Guifeng. But as a man, naturally I have to save face. When in front of your wife, you must remain calm and composed. Brother, look at mom and dad's expressions. They seem to be frightened. Qin Yu, who was looking down from the plane, smiled mischievously at Qin Feng. It seems so. Qin Feng chuckled upon hearing this. Hee, I must say, you really made our parents proud this time. Qin Yu chuckled and teased Qin Feng. But have you thought about how to explain to mom and dad that you brought so many girlfriends home? What's there to explain? It just proves their son is capable. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng spoke with great arrogance. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Shui'er and the others couldn't help but lower their heads shyly. They were about to meet their future in-laws, and they couldn't help but feel nervous. All right, number 1, stop over there in the drying yard. Qin Feng pointed to the drying ground outside his house and said to number 1, Yes, master. Upon receiving the order, number 1 slowly lowered the helicopter in the direction Qin Feng pointed. Before long, it stopped directly on the drying ground. As for the 2 elders of the Qin family, they remained rooted to the spot, their faces filled with disbelief. Qin Feng opened the plane door and jumped out first. When he saw his parents still standing there in a daze, he smiled at them and said, What's wrong? Mom and Dad, your own son and daughter are back, but you don't seem too happy about it. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the 2 elders immediately came to their senses. Who said we're not welcome? Qin Fengping stepped forward and gave Qin Feng a bear hug, saying, You brat, you've really given your parents a fright. Hee, isn't this just to give you 2 elders some face? Qin Feng chuckled, and after letting go of his father, he quickly ran to Li Guifeng. Mom, did you miss me? I missed you my ass, you haven't come back for so long. Although Li Guifeng said that, she still couldn't help but give Qin Feng a hug. You can see that there seemed to be tears glistening in her eyes. Oh dear, I see now. Upon seeing this, Qin Yu, who had just stepped off the plane, laughed and complained to the 2 elders not far away. My brother is definitely his biological son, but my daughter must have been adopted. What nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Qin's father's eyes. However, he quickly covered it up again. He stepped forward and gave Qin Yu a hug as well, saying, You little rascal, you seem to have grown quite a bit taller in just a few months. Hee, that's natural. Qin Yu chuckled and said smugly, My brother is 1.8 meters tall, so I have to be at least 1.7 meters tall, right? Chapter 116. I'm so nervous. You'd better not. It's not good for a girl to be too tall. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who was standing not far away, couldn't help but complain. Who said that? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu winked at Qin Feng and said, Sister Bingbing and the others are all 1.7 meters tall. Bingbing. Li Guifeng was taken aback and asked Qin Feng, Xiao Feng, do you have a girlfriend? Mom, you don't know this, do you? Sister Bingbing is my brother's bodyguard. As she spoke, she turned around and shouted into the helicopter. Hey, Sister Bingbing, how long are you guys planning to dawdle? What? Bodyguards? Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the elderly couple were momentarily stunned. Then, he looked in the direction of the helicopter. Sister Bingbing, what should we do now? Yes, I'm so nervous. Hearing Qin Yu's shouts outside, Xin Mingyao and the other girls couldn't help but shudder. Although they were all Qin Feng's subordinates, they felt as if they were meeting each other's parents. Lu Rubing is the most composed among them, and now we can only rely on her. What else can we do? Hurry up and take the gifts downstairs. Lu Rubing was speechless and then addressed the group of women. After saying that, he casually picked up 4 or 5 gift packages and stepped off the plane. Seeing this, the other girls could only follow along with great trepidation. Oh my God! Are these all Xiao Feng's bodyguards? This is too much, too handsome. As soon as Lu Rubing and the others stepped off the plane, Qin Feng's parents were completely dumbfounded. The elderly couple never expected that so many beautiful young women would step off the plane. How could I not be shocked? Dad, Mom, what do you think? Isn't my brother amazing? These are his bodyguards and nannies. Seeing the shocked expressions on the elderly couple's faces, Qin Yu chuckled and said to them. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the girls were immediately embarrassed. Hello, Uncle. Hello, Auntie. Not daring to waste any time, he quickly nodded and greeted them. Hello. The elderly couple, having regained their senses, quickly went over with smiles. although they were somewhat shocked that their son had hired so many beautiful women as bodyguards and nannies. On the one hand, it proved that their son was very capable. How could they, as parents, not be happy? Oh dear, look at you all. You came all this way. Why did you bring so many gifts? Li Guifeng stepped forward, looking at Lu Rubing and the other girls, and said to them with a smile, "Yes, you're too kind." Qin Fangping quickly chimed in. "Come on, everyone must be exhausted. Let's go inside and rest for a bit." With that, he led Lu Rubing and the others toward the main room. "Brother, I have a feeling that our parents might be overthinking things." Qin Yu brought her little head close to Qin Feng's face and asked with some confusion. In her opinion, her parents had probably misunderstood something. Hey. Qin Feng chuckled and flicked Qin Yu's forehead. "You don't know this, do you? The fact that I can hire so many beautiful women as bodyguards and nannies proves that their son is very capable, doesn't it? Is that so?" Qin Yu was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. "So, according to you, if I also hired so many handsome men as bodyguards, wouldn't they think I'm very capable?" However, as soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, Qin Feng said seriously, "If you dare, I'll break your legs." Cut. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but stick out her tongue. "I was just saying, my brother is so handsome, I wouldn't be interested in any other man." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little smug. "Of course, if you're looking for a boyfriend, I only have one requirement. He can't be uglier than me." "Can't be uglier than you? Then your sister's probably going to be a bachelor for life. So what if you're single? It's not like I can't support you." Qin Feng curled his lip and said in a very domineering manner, All right, I know you're a nouveau riche. Is this okay now?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes, turned around, and ran towards Li Guifeng. "Mom, have you forgotten you have a daughter?" After exchanging pleasantries, everyone went directly into the main hall of the Qin family home. Just then, all the villagers who had seen the plane earlier came over. "Look everyone, the plane really did land at Fang Ping's house. See, old Li, I told you Xiao Feng and the others came back by plane." "My goodness, uncle, it seems that Xiao Feng has really made something of himself. Wow, that must have cost a fortune." "I don't know, but it must be at least several million, right?" How much? Millions? My God, I've never seen so much money in my life." "That's right. In our village now, only Xiao Wei bought a car worth over 100,000 yuan last year. How enviable. Fang Ping and his wife are really going to enjoy a life of luxury this time." As soon as they arrived, they immediately surrounded the helicopter, starting to whisper among themselves. This is the countryside. Helicopters are an extremely rare commodity here. Many young people and children also looked on with envy. In their minds, how cool would it be to fly such a plane through the sky? Qin Fangping, who was about to go out to get firewood, was startled by what he saw. After a long pause, he asked with some confusion, "Village chief, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Qin Fangping. Just then, a middle-aged man with a very upright appearance appeared. With a slight smile, she said to Qin Fangping, "We saw your Xiaofeng flying back in a plane at the village entrance, so we thought we'd come and see what was going on. By the way, where is your Xiaofeng?" Chapter 117. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Xiaofeng, he's helping Gui Feng cook. Upon hearing this, Qin Fangping quickly smiled and said, "Since everyone is here, please come inside." After saying that, he led the village chief and the others into the main room. "Auntie, let me cook this." "Auntie, let me pick the vegetables. You can rest for a while." "Oh dear, Auntie, put it down, let me do it." As soon as they entered, the village chief and the others heard the voices of girls coming from the kitchen not far away. Looking in the direction from which the sound came, they were quickly stunned. "Pretty. It's absolutely gorgeous." It has to be said that Lu Rubing and the other girls are indeed quite outstanding in appearance. Although these people had seen Lu Rubing and the other women from below the plane earlier. However, because it was quite far away, I couldn't see it very clearly. Now that we're up close, they all look as beautiful as fairies. Xiaofeng, the village chief, and the others are here. Quickly, bring them some stools." Qin Fangping called out towards the kitchen as he carried a stool. "The village chief and the others have arrived?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who was tending the fire in the kitchen, quickly handed over the important task of tending the fire to Qin Yu. Then, he walked out of the kitchen. "Village chief, you've arrived. Stay for dinner later." As Qin Feng spoke, he called out to the kitchen, "Mom, Tell Bing Bing and the others to cook more food. Okay. No. Gui Feng, you guys eat by yourselves. We just came to join in the fun. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the village chief immediately shouted towards the kitchen. Village chief, why don't you stay here and eat? Qin Fengping handed the stool to the village chief and said to him, we're all from the same village. It's nothing to have a simple meal together. Well, okay then. Upon hearing this, the village chief could no longer refuse, so he nodded and sat down. Seeing this, the others also sat down. Feng Ping, who is that girl in the kitchen? As soon as the village chief sat down, he asked Qin Fengping with curiosity. The other villagers all looked over after hearing this. To be honest, they were quite curious. After all, it's quite intriguing to see so many beautiful girls appearing at the Qin family's residence at the same time. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng nodded to Qin Fengping. Seeing that Qin Feng nodded, Qin Fengping decided not to hide it anymore. Besides, this is something that should make you look good. Even if Qin Feng didn't agree, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. Hee. Qin Fengping chuckled and said to the village chief, they are all Xiao Feng's men in Xinjiang. What? All of them? My goodness, this is way too exaggerated. Upon hearing Qin Fengping's words, the village chief and the others were immediately dumbfounded. They never expected that so many beautiful girls were actually Qin Feng's subordinates. After a long pause, the village chief finally looked at Qin Feng and asked, Xiao Feng, your dad isn't joking with me, is he? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled, shrugged, and said, village chief, do you think my dad is the type to joke around? Haha, it seems I really don't know how. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the village chief burst into laughter. As he spoke, he gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. You've really made something of yourself these days, flying planes and having so many men under your command. None of the young people in our entire village are as capable as you. Upon hearing the village chief's words, everyone else cast envious glances at Qin Feng. As he spoke, the village chief suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Feng, by the way, that helicopter at the gate, you must have bought it, right? Yes, that's right. Qin Feng nodded. Wow, that must have cost a lot of money. As soon as the village chief said this, everyone else opened their ears wide. Not much, a few billion. What? 10, a billion or more. Holy crap, this is what you call not much? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone was so surprised they almost bit their tongues. They would never have imagined that the plane at the door would cost more than 1 billion. Oh my god. How rich must he be now? When everyone looked at Qin Feng again, their eyes inexplicably held a hint of admiration. This is actually quite normal. The value of a single airplane parked at the entrance is probably less than a fraction of the value of the entire village. Even the village chief seemed to suddenly be on the same level as Qin Feng. With a slight smile, she said to Qin Feng, Xiao Feng, we are truly happy to see how successful you are now. Thank you, village chief. Qin Feng was deeply moved upon hearing this. He clearly remembered that it was these simple, honest villagers standing before him back then. In order to enable him to go to university, they donated the family's only savings. Although Qin Feng ultimately chose to go to Shenzhen to work, but he never forgot this kindness. He took a deep breath and said to the village chief, Village chief, there's something else I wanted to discuss with you when I came back this time. Oh, what is it? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the village chief was immediately puzzled. It's like this. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, saying, I've finally made something of myself, haven't I? I was just thinking of seeing if I could help everyone. For example, we could plan out the entire village, arrange for everyone to move into uniform villas, and build some factories and such in the village. In that case, the young people in the village won't need to go out to work anymore. To be honest, for Qin Feng right now, it's not difficult at all to do it well. What's more, while helping the villagers, he can also receive 100-fold return from the system. Of course, Qin Feng doesn't help just anyone. After all, he's not a saint. Even if his uncle knelt in front of him, he probably wouldn't even glance at him. Chapter 118. From what you're saying, are you perhaps envious of our son? Oh my god. Is this real? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone excitedly stood up from their stools. The village chief took a deep breath before looking at Qin Feng and asking, Little Feng, are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. Qin Feng's eyes were firm as he said earnestly, Village chief, I will never forget the kindness you all showed me back then. It's just about helping everyone develop together. It's nothing. That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly burst out laughing. They never imagined that Qin Feng would remember such a small favor from back then. The look in her eyes as she looked at Qin Feng again held a hint of gratitude. All right, dinner's ready. Just then, Li Guifeng came out of the kitchen and said to Qin Feng and his son, "Quickly, set the table. We're about to eat." Okay. Qin Feng and his companion nodded and quickly got to work with the villagers. After a hearty meal and drinks, Qin Feng then had Lu Rubing and the other girls select many gifts from those given to their parents and give them to the village chief and the others. The village chief and the others were initially unwilling to accept it, but after meeting Qin Feng's determined gaze, they could only accept it with a wry smile. After seeing all the villagers off, it was already 8 p.m. It's important to know that people in rural areas generally go to bed very early, and Qin Feng's family is no exception. However, due to the limited number of rooms in Qin Feng's house, there are only 3 master bedrooms and 1 guest bedroom, making a total of only 4 rooms. The room arrangement that followed became a difficult problem for Qin Feng's parents. Although it's possible to arrange for Lu Rubing and the others to stay at a neighbor's house nearby, it still wouldn't be ideal. After dinner, the elderly couple found a place and began to discuss things quietly. Let me think. As Li Guifeng spoke, she lowered her head and began to ponder. How about this? After thinking for a moment, she continued, aren't there 5 girls in total? Let Xiaya share a room with one of them. And since the guest room is quite big, we can arrange for the remaining 4 to stay together. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's go with your plan. After hearing this, Qin Fengping also felt that his wife's arrangement was reasonable. All right, let's hurry up and make the arrangements. As Li Guifeng spoke, she pulled Qin Fengping toward where Qin Feng and the others were. Xiaofeng, I just discussed it with Dad. As soon as Li Guifeng arrived at Qin Feng's group, she said to Qin Feng, later, let number 1 sleep in the same room as your sister. As for Meng Yao and the other 3, they will all sleep in our guest room. The room is big enough that it won't be crowded even if 4 of them sleep in it. And what about me? Qin Feng was somewhat bewildered after hearing this and asked, you'll sleep alone in the outermost room. Given this, Qin Feng had no objections whatsoever. After nodding, he said, all right, let's arrange it that way. As he spoke, he quickly ran towards the shower room. As for Lu Rubing and the other women, they had no objections to the arrangements made by the 2 elders. Although the Qin family wasn't well off, the bedding and mattresses they provided for the girls were all brand new. So even though the girls were sleeping in this dilapidated house, they didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Chapter 119 sounds pretty good. The next morning, after having breakfast, Qin Feng went to the village chief's house. After some discussion, a number of construction teams arrived from the county town that afternoon. Surprisingly, after Qin Fenghao's inhumanly low price quote, all the construction teams showed expressions of satisfaction. Although Qin Feng's requirements for them were very demanding, such as requiring all buildings to be completed within 2 months and using the best materials. But the price Qin Feng offered was beyond their wildest imagination. Compared to the market price, Qin Feng offered at least 3 times that amount. Of course, no matter how ambitious Qin Feng was, he was in no way going to suffer a loss. Such a large-scale project naturally attracted the attention of local media and leaders very quickly. On the 3rd day at noon, a number of media outlets carrying cameras arrived in Kanjiakan village to conduct interviews. When they learned that such a massive project had been entirely built by Qin Feng free of charge, everyone was stunned. Mr. Qin, may I ask what your purpose is in being willing to carry out construction for the villagers free of charge? A reporter from another county or city, holding a microphone, asked with some skepticism. In his mind, there are no people in today's society who don't ask for anything in return. Qin Feng must have some unknown purpose. Although the guy's question was quite sharp, Qin Feng wasn't angry. He chuckled first, then said very seriously, I have no ulterior motive. I'm willing to build for everyone for free simply out of gratitude. Gratitude? You mean the villagers have been kind to you? That's right. Then I would like to ask you, how much money are you planning to invest in this construction? Not much. Prepare 100 million first. If that's not enough, I'll add more later. What? 100 million. My God, this is incredibly extravagant. Not enough? They want to add more? Wow, that's amazing. I'm so envious. When will our village have such a super rich person? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the reporters immediately erupted in a commotion. They originally thought that Qin Feng investing 10 or 20 million would be quite remarkable. But who would have thought that they would ask for hundreds of millions? What does 100 million mean? This might not mean much to those super rich or tycoons. But for such a remote small city, it might be equivalent to the entire city's annual GDP. You know, even if Qin Feng and his group stood on the road and looked out onto the street, they probably wouldn't see many nice cars. This is worlds apart from the economically developed city of Shenzhen. 100 million is an absolutely staggering sum of money for everyone here. Qin Feng casually throws out 100 million. How could they not be shocked? 100 million. This is a number that even all of them couldn't count. To be honest, they were actually a little envious of the villagers of Qin family village at that moment. How could you not love living in a free villa? Compared to villas in big cities, these people seem to prefer staying in the countryside. After all, the air and birdsong in the countryside are so much better than in big cities. Chapter 0120. You mean that kid from your second uncle's family? Just as the reporters finished their interviews, leaders from the county and prefecture also rushed over. The things Qin Feng did were all good deeds for the country and its people, so naturally they couldn't help but take them seriously. The reporters, who were already preparing to leave, quickly surrounded him again upon seeing this. As for Qin Feng, after talking with the leaders, he also secured many benefits for the village's development. Of course, there must be a price to pay for every reward. As a native of Xiangbei, Qin Feng naturally wouldn't be stingy with his hometown. He immediately declared to the leaders that he would invest no less than 10 billion yen in Xiangbei. The leaders almost burst out laughing after hearing Qin Feng's words. To be honest, that's their main purpose in coming here today. But just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and said to the governor, "Sir, I'd like to ask you something. Is it convenient?" "What are you talking about? Ask away." "My question is it possible for me to buy Zhangjiajie National Forest Park?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Qin Feng's words. What is Zhangjiajie National Forest Park? That's a national 4A level scenic spot. Every year, the number of Chinese and foreign tourists visiting the area is at least in the hundreds of thousands, or even millions. It can be said that this one scenic spot alone accounts for 20% of the local tax revenue. How could people not be shocked when Qin Feng now offers to buy it? Clearly, the governor was in a dilemma. However, still somewhat curious, he asked, "May I ask, what is your purpose in buying it?" In his mind, Qin Feng, as a businessman, must have some unknown business opportunity involved. It's not very useful. Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, "My sister likes it, so I just bought it for her." Holy crap. Is it true or false? That's absolutely incredible. My sister liked it, so we bought the forest park. If your sister likes the Forbidden City, would you buy it too? Of course, this is just a rant from the general public. Buying the Forbidden City is simply impossible. To be honest, everyone was truly shocked by Qin Feng's words. They've seen people buy cars and houses for their younger sisters before. But this was the first time they had ever seen someone offer to buy a 4A level forest park. Not only were they shocked, but even the governor couldn't help but twitch his brow. Taking a deep breath, she asked Qin Feng, "Mr. Qin, are you serious?" "Certainly." Qin Feng nodded. "It's like this." Seeing that Qin Feng didn't seem to be joking, the governor said with some difficulty, "If it were my personal matter, I would definitely consider it. But..." However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him directly. "I can increase the investment amount to 20 billion. This..." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the governor immediately swallowed back what he was about to say. However, he did not agree to Qin Feng's request. 300 billion. Qin Feng was not discouraged. A mere few hundred billion was just a drop in the ocean. Without even thinking, he immediately held up 3 fingers. "Mr. Qin, to tell you the truth, this isn't about the amount of investment, it's about 100 billion. Qin Feng said with a slight smile. "If this still doesn't work, then let's just drop what we agreed on earlier." To be honest, regarding the conditions Qin Feng offered, it's likely that no matter which state you go to, buying a ticket for a 4A level scenic spot won't be difficult at all. Upon hearing this, the onlookers nearly bit their tongues. For some reason, Qin Feng gave them a certain feeling at this moment. It's like spending 100 billion to buy a head of cabbage from the governor. He appeared so casual and nonchalant. And it was at this moment that the governor finally nodded in agreement. In his mind, if there were a 100 billion investment, the entire Xiangbei would undergo earth-shattering changes. From any perspective, this is absolutely a good thing for the country and its people. Although the scenic area generates considerable revenue each year, it is incomparable to Qin Feng's investment of hundreds of billions. Seeing that the governor agreed, Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. After the two sides finalized some details of the purchase, the governor and his leaders left Kanjiakan. As for the reporters from major media outlets, they did not linger here for long either. Chongling Morning Post. Shocking. A mysterious tycoon in Shilin County spends over 100 million yuan to build infrastructure for villagers free of charge. Tanxiang Evening News. Shocking. The mysterious tycoon was actually born in a remote mountain village. Xiangbei Daily. Good news. A mysterious tycoon is preparing to invest hundreds of billions in the development of Xiangbei High School. Less than 2 hours after the reporters from various media outlets left, news of Qin Feng's investment in Xiangbei spread throughout the entire Xiangbei community. There is even a trend of it spreading to other regions. As for Qin Feng's purchase of the 4A-level scenic spot, this was not reported. This is actually quite normal, since it's something that could easily give people something to criticize, and not reporting it is the best course of action. Inside a villa in the county town. Dad, come quick. It looks like Qin Feng is on TV. In the living room, a young man who looked to be around 30 years old shouted in shock towards the door. Qin Feng. Qin Fenghua, who was pruning flowers and plants, was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. For a moment, he really couldn't remember who Qin Feng was. After a long pause, he suddenly realized and said, "You mean that boy from your second uncle's family?" "Yes, it's him. He actually appeared on TV." "Yeah." Upon hearing this, Qin Fenghua hurriedly ran to the living room. When he saw Qin Feng being interviewed on TV, he recognized him immediately. "Hey, it really is that kid." As he spoke, he found a comfortable spot on the sofa and sat down. He was quite curious as to what gave someone like Qin Feng the right to be interviewed by a TV station. However, he was immediately stunned shortly after sitting down. The project was built free of charge for the villagers, with a direct investment of over 100 million yuan. "We will invest hundreds of billions directly to support the development of northern Hunan." When these explosive news stories reached his ears, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Not only him, but the young man sitting next to him was not much better off. Even after the news report on television ended, neither of them had recovered from the shock. After a long pause, the young man finally spoke. "Dad, am I hallucinating?" The very next second after the young man said those words, Qin Feng was stood up from the sofa. A sudden surge of joy flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the young man, he immediately began rummaging through drawers and cabinets to search. Chapter 0121. Where is Xiaofeng? Didn't he come back? "Dad, what's wrong?" Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but feel curious. Upon hearing his question, Qin Fenghua immediately turned his head. Looking at the young man, he said urgently, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and help me find my car keys." "Why are you looking for your car keys?" The young man was completely dumbfounded after hearing this. "What else can we do?" Qin Fenghua glared at the young man, saying with a hint of disappointment, "Your cousin is returning home in glory. Shouldn't we hurry up and go see him?" "What's so interesting about it? Haven't you stopped contacting your second uncle's family?" The young man curled his lip, looking completely unconcerned. "What do you know?" Qin Fenghua's lips twitched, and he said somewhat awkwardly, "Wasn't your second uncle's family poor before? Now your cousin is so successful, he's even planning to build a villa for the village for free. This is a project worth hundreds of millions. You can imagine how much money is involved. The saying goes, don't let the good stuff go to outsiders. I'm his uncle, after all. If I could take over the whole contract, we could easily make at least 30 or 40 million this time, right? Would he agree to this?" After hearing this, the young man couldn't help but ask with some doubt, "How could I disagree? I'm his uncle. I'm definitely more reliable than outsiders, right?" As Qin Fenghua spoke, he said somewhat impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and find me the car keys." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something. "Oh right, didn't someone give me a few bottles of good wine the other day? Take them all to your second uncle too." "No way. Didn't you say you were going to save all that wine for my wedding?" Upon hearing this, the young man immediately became displeased. In his opinion, Giving such expensive wine to Qin Feng's father was simply a waste. Are you stupid? Upon hearing this, Qin Fengwa gave the young man a hard smack on the head. Your cousin is so rich now. At worst, you can borrow a few million or tens of millions from him when you get married, and you'll have everything you need. Hee, that seems to make sense. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately perked up. Dad, what do you think about having that kid send us a few villas to live in Qin family village? As his relatives, we can't be worse off than those stinking villagers, can we? That makes sense. Qin Fengwa agreed, saying, All right, then I'll have your cousin allocate 3 houses to our family. In his mind, wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of a good deal? After their initial excitement, the two quickly found the car keys under the coffee table. Without wasting too much time, carrying a few bottles of good wine, they drove straight towards Qin family village. This way. After seeing off the reporters and leaders, Qin Feng began to study the matter carefully with the village chief and the others. After all, this is their future home, so the villagers take it very seriously. Qin Feng's goal this time was also very clear, to raise the entire village to the ground within 3 days. Then, unified planning and construction will be carried out on the flat land. After some research and discussion, the villagers were quite satisfied with it. It's important to understand that, from any perspective, Qin Feng had already pushed things to their limits. After the discussion was completed, Qin Feng went to see the village chief alone. Village chief, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. You say? It's like this, I might not be able to stay at home for more than a few days, and I'll probably have to trouble you to take care of everything then. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and immediately said, I will transfer all the money to my dad. If you need anything for construction, just contact my dad. No problem, you're the kind of person who gets things done. Leave this to us. Okay, that's good. I'll head back now. As Qin Feng spoke, he strode back towards his home. As soon as I arrived at the entrance, I saw a Mercedes parked in the drying yard. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, this car should belong to his uncle. You should know that Qin Feng and his father had seen this car a few years ago when they went to their uncle's house in the county town to borrow money. You actually came? Qin Feng chuckled coldly and strode towards the main room. Brother, it's enough that you've come. Why are you bringing anything else? Before Qin Feng could even get close, he heard his father's voice from inside the house. Is this Xiaohong? He's grown so handsome in just a few years. To be honest, Qin Feng thought his father was too honest. If it were him, he would never speak to them so politely. Second uncle. Although Qin Hong looked down on his second uncle, he was quite good at putting on an act. After calling out to Qin Fengwa, she called out to Li Guifeng, who was frowning not far away. Second aunt. It's been a long time. Hee. Li Guifeng chuckled coldly and didn't reply. Seeing this, Qin Hong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Cough, cough. He coughed twice before turning to Qin Fengwa and asking, Second uncle, where is Xiaofeng? Didn't he come back? Yes, second brother, where is Xiaofeng? Upon hearing Qin Hong's question, Qin Fengwa quickly echoed. He went out to talk to the village chief and the others. He should be back soon. At this point, Qin Fengping asked with some confusion, So, are you here to see Xiaofeng today? Of course, otherwise who would come? Upon hearing this, Qin Hong immediately blurted out. However, he quickly shut his mouth. Seeing this, Qin Fengwa glared at him fiercely before awkwardly smiling at Qin Fengping. Second brother, don't listen to this kid's jokes. Of course we came to see you. Yeah. Before Qin Fengping could speak, Li Guifeng interjected. I think you're like a weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken. You're up to no good, aren't you? Guifeng, how dare you speak to me like that? Upon hearing this, Qin Fengping immediately glared fiercely at Li Guifeng. Turning to Qin Fengwa, she said somewhat apologetically, Brother, don't listen to Guifeng's nonsense. I'm just happy that you're willing to come. Why? Upon hearing this, Qin Fengwa first sighed. Then, he pretended to be very sad and said, Second brother, I can understand why my sister-in-law said that. It was all a misunderstanding back then. To be honest, I really didn't have any money at the time. Qin Feng is my own nephew, just like my own son. If I had money, why wouldn't I lend it to him? It must be said that Qin Fengwa's acting skills are quite good. After saying these words, she even forced out a few tears. Chapter 122. Is this how you talk to your cousin? Looking at Qin Fengwa's current appearance, it was as if he had suffered a great injustice. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng, who was standing outside the door, almost burst out laughing. He wasn't stupid, given the conditions in Qin Feng's country at that time. Let alone a mere 20,000 yuan. Even 2 million yuan would probably not be too difficult for them. In Qin Feng's view, the reason he was complaining about being poor was simply because he had ulterior motives. Brother, I understand. What's past is past, we. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes also reddened. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng continued. Second brother, when mom and dad divided this old house, I gave it all to you. Look how rich Xiaofeng is now. You can't forget your own uncle, can you? Brother, what do you mean by that? Qin Fengping, who was initially quite moved, immediately became alert upon hearing these words. What else could it mean? Isn't Xiaofeng planning to build up his hometown for free? Qin Feng smiled slightly and said casually, it's always better to hand over such a large project to our own people. I was thinking, could you ask Xiaofeng to hand over this project to me? And maybe he could also help build 2 or 3 villas for our family? You're dreaming. However, just as he finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside the house. Upon hearing this, both Qin Fenghua and Qin Hong frowned simultaneously. Following the direction from which the sound came, he looked over with a gloomy expression. Hiss. So many beautiful women? My goodness, this is too exaggerated. When Qin Fenghua and his son saw Qin Yu and the other women clearly, they were immediately stunned. After a long pause, Qin Fenghua finally spoke with a smile. So it's my little niece, Xiaoya. You've grown even more beautiful in the years I haven't seen you. At that moment, Qin Hong stood up from his seat. Xiaoya, are these beautiful girls all your classmates? Looking at Lu Rubing and the other girls with a lecherous grin, he asked Qin Yu. In his opinion, these beauties were much prettier than his current girlfriend. If I could get my hands on one of these, wouldn't that be incredibly awesome? No, they are all my brother's girlfriends. Qin Yu pouted and looked at Qin Hong with a look of disgust. What? They're all your brother's men? How is that possible? Upon hearing this, Qin Hong said, still somewhat unwilling to give up. Xiaoyu, stop joking. With your brother's stubborn and unyielding personality, how could he possibly have so many beautiful female subordinates? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately became furious. Without saying a word, he pointed at Qin Hong and said, let me tell you, with your character, you have no right to judge my brother. You. Upon hearing this, Qin Hong nearly fainted from anger. Just then, Qin Fenghua, who was not far away, frowned and spoke up. Xiaoya, Qin Hong is your cousin. Is this how you talk to your cousin? After saying that, he even adopted the demeanor of an elder. In his opinion, his son had a really good eye. If he could also take 1 or 2 of them as mistresses, just thinking about it would make him very happy. You should know that he has kept quite a few women over the years, including college students and housewives. However, there really aren't any as beautiful as Lu Rubing and the others. At this moment, he was constantly scheming in his mind about how to get his hands on Lu Rubing and the others. What kind of cousin are you? We don't have relatives like you in our family. Qin Yu curled her lip and said with a disdainful look, trying to take advantage of our family? You're really dreaming. Second son, is this how you discipline your daughter? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face immediately darkened, and he turned to look at Qin Fengping. Upon hearing this, Qin Fengping immediately became anxious and was about to say something. However, before he could speak, a male voice came from outside the main room. How my father disciplines his daughter is none of your business, you outsider. As Qin Feng spoke, he walked in from outside the door. He squinted at Qin Fenghua and said with a playful expression, I don't remember having a relative like you in our family. If you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. Qin Feng was no saint, so he wouldn't be polite to him. You brat, you're asking for it, aren't you? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, before Qin Fenghua could say anything, Qin Hong raised his fist and charged towards Qin Feng. Oh! Qin Feng sneered, and before he could get close, he raised his foot and kicked him. Boom! The next second, Qin Hong was seen flying backwards. Puff! As soon as he landed, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Although Qin Feng only used 10% of his strength, this guy still broke at least 3 or 4 ribs. He won't be able to leave the hospital for at least half a year. Quiet. Utterly quiet. For a moment, apart from Qin Yu and the others, Qin Fenghua and the others were all stunned on the spot. They never expected that Qin Feng's kick would be so powerful that it would leave Qin Hong in such a state. Of course, Qin Feng had his reasons for resorting to such drastic measures. On one hand, this guy made the first move. On the other hand, Qin Feng had been bullied by Qin Hong quite a bit in the past. He still remembers that when he went to Qin Feng's country to borrow money, Qin Hong slapped him. Kicking him today is my way of getting revenge. Hero. Once he came to his senses, Qin Feng quickly ran towards Qin Hong. Looking at her son, who had already fainted from the pain, her eyes immediately turned bloodshot. Looking up at Qin Feng, he said viciously, "You little beast, this is your cousin. How dare you use such force?" After saying that, he looked at Qin Fengping and said, "Second brother, it seems you've gotten too big for your britches now. Don't forget, I gave you half of this house back then. If you don't teach your little brat a lesson in front of me today, don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Fengping, who was standing to the side, quickly came to his senses after hearing these words. Looking at Qin Feng not far away, she wanted to say something, but then swallowed the words back. Taking a deep breath, she said to Qin Fenghua, "Brother, Qin Hong started it today, so it's understandable that Xiao Feng kicked him." As she spoke, she added, "Also, this house wasn't given to me by you. I remember giving your family 80,000 yuan. What do you mean?" Upon hearing Qin Fengping's words, Qin Fenghua's expression instantly changed from gloomy to ashen. Chapter 123. I'm going to a class reunion. It doesn't mean anything. Qin Fengping sighed, somewhat listlessly. "I just wanted to say, our family doesn't owe you anything." "You?" Upon hearing Qin Fengping's words, Qin Fenghua was furious. To be honest, he never expected that his usually honest and unassuming second brother would dare to speak to him like that. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng interrupted him. "I'll give you 10 seconds to get out of my house, or don't blame me for being rude." To be honest, if Qin Feng hadn't been considering his father's feelings, based on what Qin Feng just said, he would have kicked him long ago. Okay. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng coldly said "good" 3 times. He picked Qin Hong up from the ground and strode out of the house. As soon as he reached the car, he couldn't help but utter a harsh threat to Qin Feng and the others inside the house. "You all just wait. This isn't over for you." After saying that, he opened the car door and let Qin Hong in. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. To be honest, the thing he hates most in his life is being threatened. He narrowed his eyes slightly and then looked at Lu Rubing not far away. Having had several in-depth conversations with Qin Feng, Lu Rubing immediately understood his meaning. After nodding, he strode towards the direction where the Mercedes was. Without saying a word, he raised his foot and kicked at the Mercedes. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire Mercedes was instantly kicked 7 or 8 meters away. There happened to be a deep pit not far away, and the car fell right into it. This Qin Fenghua, who had just been thinking about how to take revenge in the future, was instantly stunned on the spot. The way he looked at Lu Rubing was as if he had seen a monster, filled with terror. He never imagined that Lu Rubing, a girl, could kick a car so high that it flew through the air. Not only him, but Qin Feng's parents, who came out with him, were also so shocked that they almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Qin Fenghua, having regained his senses, was already terrified by Lu Rubing's kick. He dared not argue with Qin Feng and the others, and hurriedly ran towards the direction where the Mercedes was. When he saw that Qin Hong inside the car had not suffered any further injury, he finally felt relieved. Without wasting any time, I took out my phone and dialed the number. Of course, he wouldn't dare call someone to teach Qin Feng and his group a lesson. That kick Lu Rubing just delivered, no human could possibly pull that off. His underlings at the construction site were no match for the other side. His call was just to call a tow truck. Seeing this, Qin Feng and the others ignored him and went back inside. Time flies, and soon it was July 15th. It had been almost 4 days since Qin Feng and the others returned. During these 4 days, Qin Feng would visit the village chief's house every day. Basically, he spent most of his time at home watching TV and playing cards with Lu Rubing and the others. On the afternoon of July 15th, Qin Feng had just finished lunch when he received a WeChat message from Li Hao. The message on WeChat was very simple. It was about the class reunion that Li Hao had mentioned before. To be honest, if it were the old Qin Feng, he would definitely have refused to participate. After all, in his view, these so-called class reunions were nothing more than classmates comparing and showing off. However, Qin Feng is now a tycoon with a net worth of trillions. Tell me, who else would dare to show off in front of him? With a slight upturn of his lips, he turned to Lu Rubing and the others and said, "Get ready, we're going to the city soon." To the city? The women were taken aback and asked with curiosity, "Master, do you want to go shopping in the city?" In their minds, Qin Feng must be getting a little bored after staying in this remote mountain valley for 3 or 4 days. No. Qin Feng shook his head and said with a playful expression, "I'm going to a class reunion." Attending a class reunion? Upon hearing this, Qin Yu immediately asked excitedly, "Brother, is it the class reunion that Brother Hao mentioned last time? Can I come along?" "Hee, if you want to go, then let's go together." With that, Qin Feng strode out the door. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and the others quickly followed. A short while later, the Sikorsky's 92 helicopter on the threshing ground slowly took off. A hotel in Xiangbei City. "Honey, have you notified Qin Feng?" After Zhou Yin finished showering, she dried her hair and asked Li Hao a question. "I've already notified them, and they said they'll be here shortly." "That's good." Zhou Yin nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. "Whether you can get on his good side tonight depends on you." "Hee, just you wait and see." Li Hao chuckled and said with great confidence, "By the way, did you see the news from a few days ago?" Just then, Zhou Yin suddenly thought of something and asked Li Hao, "Are you referring to those news articles about Qin Feng?" "That's right." Zhou Yin nodded, then asked with some concern, "Do you think the other classmates might also know Qin Feng's identity? If that's the case, then we won't have any advantage." Zhou Yin clearly remembered that she hadn't left a good impression on Qin Feng that day at the mall. Should I try to probe in the group? After hearing this, Li Hao couldn't help but make a suggestion. He knew Qin Feng quite well. Qin Feng rarely appeared in the group unless there was something important to discuss. Sure, just ask if anyone knows anything about Qin Feng's recent situation. Good. As he spoke, Li Hao opened WeChat. After finding a group called Senior 3 Class 1, I posted a message on it. "Qin Feng? Who's that? Is there such a person in our class? I don't remember either. Can anyone tell me who it was?" "Wow, you guys don't remember Qin Feng? He's the most handsome guy in our class." "The most handsome? Oh my God, I remember now. Didn't he go to Shenzhen to work?" "Howsy, why are you asking this? Don't tell me you want him to help out at your shop." "You know what? Howsy is really something. He and his wife opened a shop. They must have made a lot of money this year, right?" "That's right. I even went to Howsy's shop to buy clothes last time. Wow, there were so many people. Holy crap, that must be incredibly profitable. I'm so envious." "You Mingming, stop pretending. I know you own a mobile phone store now, and you must be making quite a bit of money, right?" "No way. Yang Tao, you're criticizing me? Don't you own a car wash too?" Shortly after Li Hao posted the WeChat message, many students quickly replied. After reading these replies, Li Hao immediately smiled. Aside from mutual flattery, these guys completely disregarded Qin Feng. It's fair to say they know absolutely nothing about Qin Feng right now. What he didn't know was, at that moment, a woman was looking at the content on WeChat, a conflicted expression on her face. "I'm torn. Should she tell the truth or not? P.S. Does anyone know who this woman is?" Chapter 124. Are you guys crazy to make Qin Feng work for Howsy? Are you guys crazy to make Qin Feng work for Howsy? After hesitating for a moment, Yu Wanwen still edited the following text and posted it in the WeChat group. Ever since she was humiliated by Qin Feng outside the 4S store, she has been specifically searching for information about Qin Feng online. She was shocked when she searched for the results. Starting from scratch. Assets worth trillions. It boasts numerous Fortune Global 500 and China 500 companies. The man with the most black cards in all of China. It has to be said that Yu Wanwen regretted it deeply no matter which one of them she did. If she had accepted Qin Feng's pursuit back in high school, wouldn't she have become a phoenix rising to the top? Yu Wanwen, what do you mean? When Li Hao saw Yu Wanwen's message, he immediately became alert. In his mind, Yu Wanwen must have known something when she said that. Yes, Wanwen, that's not right of you. Howsy's shop can easily earn several $100,000 a year, so it's normal for him to have Qin Feng work there, right? That's right. It's not that I look down on Qin Feng, but with his family background and education, it won't be easy for him to find a good job outside. Yes, jobs are hard to find these days. Without a good education, you're destined to work in a factory. Yu Mingming, you should be graduating from Nanda University soon, right? Yeah, I'm a junior this year, so there's still another year to go. Wow, that's impressive. You opened your own mobile phone store in your junior year of college. Awesome. Oh, not at all. I can't compare to you. I heard you're preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam at Beijing University. That's right. I plan to get a doctoral degree from Imperial University. That's amazing. Our classmates will be counting on you to protect them. As expected, the moment Li Hao uttered those words, the classmates launched into a new round of mutual flattery. What is a classmate group? That's where everyone shows off to each other. As long as I'm doing better than you, I have something to brag about. To be honest, this was the main reason why Qin Feng rarely appeared in the classmates group back then. Upon seeing this, Li Hao immediately revealed a smug smile, as he didn't want everyone to know Qin Feng's current situation. However, Yu Wenwen originally wanted to show off Qin Feng's current situation, so how could she give up so easily? Finding a moment of free time, he replied directly below, "Now it seems you really know nothing about Qin Feng. I'm not afraid to tell you, Qin Feng is really rich now. He drives a sports car that's worth at least hundreds of millions." After posting this message, Yu Wenwen added 2 smug emojis. In her mind, knowing more than her classmates was awesome. Holy crap, really? Wenwen, you're exaggerating way too much. Yeah, a sports car worth hundreds of millions? That's outrageous. With Qin Feng's educational background, it's not that I look down on him, but if he can afford a used Mercedes in his lifetime, he'll be considered amazing. That's right. I saw him last month. I think he was working at an electronics factory called Hong something, earning only a few thousand yuan a month, driving a sports car worth hundreds of millions? Could that be any more unbelievable? Upon hearing this, Li Hao quickly chimed in. Wenwen, it's one thing for Qin Feng not to work for me, but I would never believe he drives a sports car worth hundreds of millions. After finishing, he added, "Classmates, do you agree with what I said?" Yeah, I just don't believe it. That's ridiculous. If he can drive a sports car worth hundreds of millions, I could be flying a helicopter. Just as Li Hao had expected, the very next second after he uttered those words, all the classmates echoed his sentiment. In short, no one will believe what Yu Wenwen says. Fine, if you don't believe me, so be it. Seeing this, Yu Wenwen was too lazy to argue with them anymore. She curled her lip and muttered under her breath, "You bunch of idiots, just wait until Qin Feng slaps you in the face." As he spoke, he exited WeChat. I waited for about 2 minutes. Li Hao didn't hear Yu Wenwen say anything more, and a weight was finally lifted from his heart. "Honey, is everything all taken care of?" Zhou Yan looked at Li Hao and asked with a mischievous smile. "Well, thankfully that bitch Yu Wenwen didn't expose me." Li Hao took a deep breath before nodding and speaking. Hee, there's still half an hour before the dinner party starts." Zhou Yan chuckled and pounced on Li Hao. "Shouldn't we do something?" "Don't." Upon hearing this, Li Hao quickly stopped him, saying, "Time is running out. Why don't we just call it quits?" After saying this, Li Hao couldn't help but show a hint of disgust. To be honest, he wouldn't even want to look at his fat wife, let alone do that with her. However, Zhou Yan keenly noticed Li Hao's slight disdain. "What? Half an hour isn't enough for you to show off?" Zhou Yan curled her lip and said with a look of disdain, "Your 2 minutes aren't even as satisfying as a mosquito bite, and you're still pretending to be something you're not? I'm telling you, if you don't comply today, you'll be sleeping on the street tonight." "Well, all right then." Upon hearing this, how could Li Hao dare to have any other opinions? Her eyes reddened, and she immediately let Zhou Yan do as she pleased. 2 minutes later, the fight ended hastily amidst Zhou Yan's cursing and swearing. What a useless piece of trash." Zhou Yan snorted coldly and walked towards the bathroom with obvious disdain. Watching Zhou Yan's departing figure, Li Hao secretly vowed in his heart, "You fat bastard, once I get on Qin Feng's good side, just wait and see how I humiliate you." As he spoke, he began to fantasize about a life of luxury and indulgence, surrounded by beautiful women. And just then, a very professionally dressed man and woman walked out of the entrance of Shangbei International Airport. The man was quite handsome and had a very refined demeanor. He looked like a white-collar elite from a large corporation. The woman who was holding his arm was wearing sunglasses, but judging from her figure, she was probably not bad-looking. The two had barely stepped out of the airport when a woman in a professional business suit walked over with a smile. "Hello, are you Mr. Yu Wenkai?" However, Yu Wenkai seemed not to hear him, and looked the woman up and down. It must be said that the woman in front of me wasn't particularly beautiful, but that stunning figure beneath her professional office lady outfit would absolutely make any man's nose bleed. For a moment, Yuan Kai was completely stunned. Upon seeing this, Tang Xinyi, who was standing next to her, immediately frowned. She never expected that Yuan Kai would reveal his scumbag nature again so soon after returning to China. Chapter 0125. The Classmates, each with their own hidden motives. Cough, cough. After coughing twice, Tang Xinyi reminded him, a little jealously. Yuan Kai, someone is asking you a question. Oh, I'm so sorry. Reminded by Tang Xinyi, Yuan Kai finally came to his senses. That's right, I am Yuan Kai. The woman naturally noticed Yuan Kai's expression just now, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, in front of Yuan Kai, she puffed out her chest and introduced herself with great confidence. Hello, Mr. Yu. My name is Su Rongrong, and I will be your secretary and assistant from now on. After saying that, she extended her fair and delicate right hand. Su Rongrong? Not bad, a good name. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai immediately reached out and shook hands with him. Feeling the smoothness in his palm, Yuan Kai couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After a long while, he reluctantly let go of her hand. Standing to the side, Tang Xinyi was so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. This is practically flirting with his secretary right in front of his girlfriend. Just as she was about to say something, Yuan Kai spoke again. Rong, I probably won't be able to go to the company today. Could you take Xinyi and me to the Xiangbei International Hotel first? As he spoke, Yuan Kai seemed to suddenly remember something and pointed to Tang Xinyi, introducing her. By the way, this is my girlfriend and also my assistant in the United States. Her name is Tang Xinyi. I hope we can work well together in the future. When Yuan Kai said the words cooperate well, he emphasized them. Standing beside him, Tang Xinyi immediately understood what he meant. After all, she had worked with many Western women when she was in the United States. Although Tang Xinyi felt very uncomfortable, she dared not voice any other opinions. As for Su Rongrong, she glanced at Tang Xinyi with disdain, not taking her seriously at all. In her view, even if they cooperate, it is only temporary. It has to be said that Su Rongrong is quite confident in her figure. Once she's completely smitten with Yuan Kai, won't this woman in front of her have to obediently get lost? President Yu, please rest assured, I will definitely cooperate well with Ms. Tang. After Su Rongrong finished speaking, she winked seductively at Yuan Kai. It was as if she was telling Yuan Kai that she had been eagerly waiting for this moment for a long time. Upon seeing this, Yuan Kai couldn't help but swallow hard. Cough, cough. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, he coughed twice before saying, Well, that's good. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and leave to avoid traffic jams. Okay, please follow me. Su Rongrong nodded and led Yuan Kai and the other person towards the parking lot not far away. Soon, the three arrived at a stretched Bentley. Su Rongrong opened the car door and invited Yuan Kai inside. Just as Tang Xinyi was about to join them, Su Rongrong took the seat first. Asshole. Seeing this, Tang Xinyi couldn't help but curse inwardly. She's not stupid. She could easily see that this woman was clearly trying to steal her man. However, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened, and she was already used to it. After sighing, he sat down with a dejected look on his face. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was time for the class reunion we had agreed upon. At the entrance of the Xiangbei International Hotel, a number of people were standing, seemingly waiting for something. It's not hard to see that among these people are Yu Wanwen and Li Hao, a married couple. Hey everyone, why aren't you going into the private room? Are you planning to steal our work from us? Li Hao glanced at everyone and couldn't help but joke. You should know that he took the initiative to ask for the reception job so that he could see Qin Feng as soon as possible. But little did he expect that after his classmates arrived, not a single one of them went to the private room. Hee, isn't it because the teacher hasn't arrived yet? Yes, I haven't seen my old teacher for 3 years. I miss him so much. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, everyone immediately smiled and spoke up. For some reason, Li Hao felt that these people were clearly avoiding eye contact when they said those words. Holy crap. Could it be that they also know Qin Feng's identity? That shouldn't be the case. Weren't they just mocking Qin Feng? Damn, I got it. Just then, Li Hao seemed to suddenly understand something and said to everyone with a half smile. Hey everyone, you're not waiting for the teacher, are you? If we don't wait for our teacher, who else can we wait for? That's right. Is there anyone more important than our teacher? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed, and they quickly denied it outright. Haha, don't try to fool me. Li Hao laughed heartily, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're probably referring to Wen Kai, this American returnee, right?" After saying that, Li Hao couldn't help but reveal a very confident smile. "Holy crap, how did you know?" A hint of mockery flashed in one of the boy's eyes, and then he exclaimed in feigned surprise. "That's amazing. I was thinking of asking Wen Kai to help me find a white-collar job, but I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly." Yes, Wen Kai is a returnee from the United States. It would be great if he could help us find a job. You all probably already know, right? Wen Kai works for Wei Gao in the US, which is one of the world's top 10 companies. That's right. And I also heard that he was promoted to general manager of Wei Gao's China region when he came back this time, right? My God, isn't he only 22 years old? How can he be so amazing? That goes without saying. It's because of outstanding abilities. As soon as the boy finished speaking, the others quickly echoed his words. Although everyone seemed to be praising Yu Wenkai enthusiastically, there was something strange about it. As for Li Hao and his wife, they didn't see anything wrong. Seeing everyone praising Yu Wenkai, the two felt a weight lifted from their hearts. As long as no one else is vying with them to curry favor with Qin Feng, they really have no interest in Yu Wenkai, who is just a nobody. Even if Yu Wenkai is a white-collar elite from Wei Gao in the United States. But in their eyes, he was completely incomparable to Qin Feng. They were worlds apart. "Haozi, you two should know Qin Feng's identity by now, right?" Just as Li Hao and his companion breathed a sigh of relief, Yu Wanwen leaned her head closer. "What identity? We don't know." Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a tremor in his heart and quickly shook his head in denial. Just as he had thought, Yu Wanwen really did know Qin Feng's identity. Chapter 0126. Who is it? Could it be even more distinguished than Wen Kai? All right, stop pretending with me. Yu Wanwen pursed her lips and said with a playful expression, "Right now, only we know. Later, we'll each rely on our own abilities." When Yu Wanwen learned that Qin Feng would also be attending the class reunion, she made a special trip to the mall. "In the shopping mall, I bought various styles of sexy lace lingerie." She refused to believe that Qin Feng wouldn't be tempted when she wore these things. As for whether Li Hao and his group can get on Qin Feng's good side, that's none of her business. Just as Li Hao was about to nod, a car horn blared from afar. "Hey, 8648, doesn't that look like our teacher's car?" "That's right, it's the old teacher's car. I rode in it a few years ago. Let's go pick them up." Once everyone could see the license plate of the car, they quickly swarmed around it. "Hello, Teacher Liao." As soon as the car came to a stop and the door opened, everyone immediately shouted at Liao Zhengwo. Hello everyone." Liao Zhengwo chuckled first, then began to size up the group of people in front of him. Although Li Hao and the others had been away from school for several years, Liao Zhengwo still recognized them all very quickly. "Teacher Liao, please come in. I'll have someone take you to a private room right away." Just then, a boy named Yu Mingming came up to Liao Zhengwo and said something. It's worth noting that he was the former class monitor of Class 1, Senior 3, and he was the one who organized this reunion. "Aren't we all going together?" Liao Jingwo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. As if suddenly remembering something, he said to everyone, "You guys aren't all waiting for that kid Wen Kai, are you? If that's the case, I'll wait with you." As Liao Jingwo spoke, he also took the initiative to stand still and wait. You should know that the reason he asked Li Hao and the others to organize the class reunion was because the main reason is to welcome Yu Wenkai back. In his mind, someone who could make his classmates wait for him willingly. Who else could it be but Yu Wenkai, a white-collar elite who returned from the United States? Seeing this, the other students didn't insist. Since Liao Zhengwo is willing to wait, then we should all wait together. 4 or 5 minutes passed. Just as everyone was getting a little bored while waiting, a long Bentley finally drove up slowly. Seeing this, everyone quickly straightened their backs, like soldiers waiting for inspection at any time. From their eyes, one could almost see a deep sense of admiration. Seeing this, Liao Zhengwo, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but show a very proud expression. You should know that Yu Wenkai is his most satisfied student over the years. Now that he can be admired by his classmates so much, how could he, as a teacher, not be proud? This way. Yu Wenkai, who was secretly holding Su Rongrong's hand in the car, accidentally caught a glimpse of Liao Zhengwo and the others not far away. "Cinny, do you see Teacher Liao and the others over there?" He turned around, pointed to the parking lot not far away, and asked Tang Cinny. Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's question, Tang Sini quickly looked in the direction he was pointing. Huh, it seems that's true. Tang Sini exclaimed in surprise, then said with a touch of pride, Wenkai, it seems they're all waiting for you here. Hee. Yu Wenkai chuckled and said with a smug look, I am teacher Liao's most outstanding student. Isn't it only right that they wait for me? Besides, do you think these people are waiting for me without any other purpose? In Yu Wenkai's opinion, the reason these guys were willing to wait for him here was, the main reason is probably his position as the general manager of Weigao Group. Mr. Yu is right. I think they just want to curry favor with you. Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, Su Rongrong immediately chimed in. After all, with our CEO Yu's status, even a small favor would be enough to benefit them immensely. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai burst into laughter and said, Rongrong, you really know how to talk. I like it. People like them are all they've got to be successful. Just then, the extended Bentley finally stopped in front of Liao Jiangwo and his group. Come on, let's get out of the car and give them a good dressing down. Because of the car's excellent sound insulation, Yu Wenkai spoke in a rather pretentious manner. It's fair to say he wasn't worried at all about Liao Jiangwo and the others outside the car hearing it. With that, he pushed open the car door and walked out with great confidence. Upon seeing this, Su Rongrong and Tang Sini immediately followed. However, what Yu Wenkai never expected was, when he got out of the car, the admiring looks on everyone's faces instantly turned into disappointment. Just like how Yu Wenkai's appearance disappointed them greatly. Holy crap. What's going on? Didn't they recognize me as Yu Wenkai? Cough, cough. Thinking of this, Yu Wenkai quickly coughed twice and smiled at everyone present. What? Don't you all recognize me, Yu Wenkai? He had assumed that once he revealed his name, the crowd would immediately cheer and worship him. But to his surprise, the other person just casually said, oh. Yu Wenkai felt like his name, which was as ordinary as Zhang San or Li Si. Just as Wenkai was feeling quite awkward, Liao Jiangwo quickly stepped in to defuse the situation, saying, all right, now that Wenkai is here, let's go inside quickly. After saying that, she grabbed Yu Wenkai's hand and walked happily toward the hotel entrance. Upon regaining their senses, Tang Sini and the other woman frowned slightly and followed. Like Yu Wenkai, they had no idea what was going on. Hey everyone, aren't you all waiting for Wenkai? Why aren't you following him? Li Hao narrowed his eyes and asked the others present with a mocking expression. He now realized that these guys clearly already knew something. His previous praise of Yu Wenkai was clearly just for show. Hey, what are you all standing there for? Come on over here. Liao Jiangwo turned around and saw that none of his classmates had followed. He frowned and called out to Li Hao and the others. He had been wondering about the reactions of his classmates after seeing Yu Wenkai. They didn't seem particularly enthusiastic. Logically speaking, such a situation should not be possible at all. Moreover, they are all standing there motionless. It was obvious that the person they were waiting for was not Yu Wenkai. Sure enough, the next second Li Hao's voice came over. Teacher Liao, you and Wenkai go in first. We still need to wait for a student. Yes, Teacher Liao, you should go in first. The other students quickly echoed this sentiment. Are we waiting for another student? Liao Jiangwo was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but frown and ask, who is it? Could it be someone even more distinguished than Wenkai? Chapter 0127. Who exactly is the person on the plane? This. Upon hearing Liao Jiangwo's words, everyone fell silent. To be honest, they really didn't want to hurt Yu Wenkai. In their view, Yu Wenkai was incomparable to the person they were waiting for. Why is everyone so quiet? Upon seeing this, Liao Jiangwo was also taken aback. He wondered if there really was someone more distinguished than Yu Wenkai, a returnee from overseas. How is that possible? It has to be said that Liao Jiangwo racked his brains but never imagined there was such a person. Yu Wenkai, standing to the side, had already turned ashen-faced. Although his classmates didn't say anything, he felt it was a blatant humiliation. Before he got off the bus, he thought that these classmates must have gathered there to curry favor with him. However, after he got out of the car, these guys showed absolutely no enthusiasm. Now look what's happened. Everyone's just standing there waiting for someone else. How could he, as the head of a Fortune 500 company, tolerate such treatment? As for Su Rongrong and Tang Sini, they were also quite dissatisfied with their classmates' attitude. Yu Wenkai's lips twitched slightly, and he said to Liao Jiangwo, Teacher Liao, shall we wait a bit? I'd like to see just what kind of important person they think is more important than me. Liao Zhengwo understood perfectly well what Yuan Kai meant. It was clear that he was somewhat dissatisfied with his classmate's behavior. Well, all right then. After a moment of silence, he frowned and nodded. With that, he led Yuan Kai and the others back to the parking lot. Although Li Hao and the others knew that doing so might offend Yuan Kai, but in their hearts, they didn't care at all. Yuan Kai is nothing more than that. Compared to the person they're waiting for, that's utter trash. Time flies, and 10 minutes have passed in no time. I said. Just as Yuan Kai and the others were getting impatient and were about to say something. Rumble. A rumbling sound reached everyone's ears. Holy crap, everyone look. What's that in the sky? My God, isn't that a helicopter? Wow, someone actually flew a helicopter to the hotel. My goodness, this is too much. As everyone looked up in the direction of the sound, they were instantly stunned. Liao Zhengwo and Yuan Kai, in particular, were so shocked they almost bit their tongues. Holy crap. Could it be that the person they're waiting for is on this helicopter? Because it was too dark, Yuan Kai and his group couldn't see who was on the plane. Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, the plane slowly descended. As soon as the plane came to a stop, a pair of high heels emerged from the cabin. A woman? That shouldn't be the case. Upon seeing this, Li Hao and the others all frowned. To be honest, this seems to be somewhat different from what they imagined. Soon, Lu Rubing stepped off the plane. Looking at the crowd waiting in front of him, he didn't say much. Just then, Qin Yu and the others also came out. Oh my God. Wow, are there really this many beautiful women? The moment everyone saw Lu Rubing and the others, they couldn't help but show a look of amazement. No way. They are just too beautiful. Even Su Rongrong and Tang Xinyi, who were standing to the side, couldn't help but open their mouths wide. For some reason, I suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Xiaoya, didn't your brother come? Just then, Li Hao suddenly stepped forward and asked Qin Yu. Xiaoya? Could it be that Li Hao knows these people? Just as everyone was quite surprised, a man's voice came from inside the cabin. Who said I wasn't here? I'm putting on my shoes right now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a pair of feet wearing Air Jordans emerged from the cabin. Soon, Qin Feng stood before everyone. Was it him? How could it be him? When Yuan Kai saw Qin Feng's face clearly, he was immediately stunned. To be honest, he never expected that the last person to get off the plane would be Qin Feng. Not only him, but Liao Zhengwo and Tang Xinyi, who were standing next to him, were also quite shocked. Just then, Li Hao and his group swarmed around them. Feng, President Qin, it's so great that you could come. Yes, we thought you weren't coming. I must say, President Qin looked really cool today. The helicopter entrance was so awesome. Of course, who is President Qin? He's a super big shot. What's a helicopter to him? Awesome, absolutely awesome. Among all of us classmates, President Qin is the most successful. As soon as everyone arrived, they immediately began praising Qin Feng. In their minds, this was a super big shot, and if they didn't make a good impression on Qin Feng now, when would they? However, Qin Feng ignored them. Qin Feng might not know what kind of scheme they were up to. She pursed her lips and walked directly towards Liao Zhengwo. Seeing this, Li Hao and the others were somewhat displeased, but they dared not show it at all. Teacher Liao, it's been a long time. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Liao Zhengwo quickly recovered from his shock. With a slight smile, he reached out and patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Good lad. Looks like you're doing pretty well these days. Hee, it's all right. Qin Feng chuckled and said modestly. Come on in, come on in. As Liao Zhengwo spoke, he pulled Qin Feng toward the hotel entrance. As for his favorite Yuan Kai, he had long since forgotten about him. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and Li Hao quickly followed. Mr. Yu, what should we do now? Su Rongrong approached Yuan Kai, whose face was gloomy, and asked in a low voice. Yuan Kai watched Qin Feng's departing figure, his heart burning with rage. Taking a deep breath, he said reluctantly, What else can we do? Let's just follow them first. As he spoke, he took a step forward, ready to follow. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed Tang Xinyi, who was still standing there in a daze. He narrowed his eyes slightly, turned to her, and said, What? You're not regretting your decision back then, are you? Upon hearing Yuan Kai's words, Tang Xinyi quickly came to her senses. How is that possible? His lips twitched slightly, and he said, somewhat insincerely, It's just a helicopter. Who knows if it's rented? Upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai's gloomy expression finally began to ease. Chapter 0128. Boss, would you like to order some more drinks? You're right. He must have rented that plane. Upon hearing this, Su Rongrong quickly chimed in. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Sikorsky's 92 helicopter, with a market price of at least over $1 billion. You know, even Jack Ma wouldn't necessarily spend this much money to buy it. So how could that kid possibly afford it? As the secretary to the general manager of Weigao, Su Rongrong has a certain understanding of some high-end luxury goods. In her opinion, Qin Feng's helicopter was definitely rented. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. After listening, Yu Wenkai also felt that it made a lot of sense. After nodding, he narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, let's go up first and see if we can expose that kid's true colors." With that, he strode towards the hotel entrance. Seeing this, Su Rongrong and Tang Xini immediately followed. A short while later, led by a waiter, they arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. As soon as he entered, he found that all his classmates were surrounding Qin Feng, fawning over him. Snort. Yu Wenkai snorted and walked over with Tang Xini and the other 2 women. Approaching Qin Feng, he smiled and asked, "Madman, did you really buy that helicopter at the gate?" In Yu Wenkai's view, the reason why everyone was flattering Qin Feng was definitely because of the airplane at the door. He asked this question now to let Li Hao and the others know that Qin Feng is no match for him at all. What do you think? Qin Feng, who was chatting with Liao Zhangwo, couldn't help but ask Yu Wenkai's question with a half-smile. What do I think? Yu Wenkai curled his lip and said with a playful expression, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be a Sikorsky's 92 helicopter worth over $1 billion, right?" Hee, you have good taste. Qin Feng chuckled and did not deny it. Upon hearing this, the students around him immediately showed expressions of shock. Although they all knew Qin Feng was very rich now, they never expected. Qin Feng's casual mode of transportation actually costs over $1 billion Chinese yuan. At this moment, the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng was even more one of admiration. Although Qin Feng had ignored them earlier, they thought that was how all-important figures behaved. If it were that easy to get someone to latch onto your coattails, what kind of important person would you be? Thinking of this, everyone became even more determined to curry favor with Qin Feng. Upon seeing this, Yu Wenkai was almost furious. He asked this question precisely to expose Qin Feng's secret about renting the plane. But little did I expect that things would turn out this way and make a mess of things. He took a deep breath and said with a grim expression, "You still haven't said whether you rented that plane or not. Although I haven't been in China for years, I don't believe anyone in China can afford such an expensive plane." It's fair to say that Yu Wenkai's words have made himself quite clear. He simply believed that Qin Feng couldn't afford such an expensive plane. Yu Wenkai, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on our CEO Qin? However, before Qin Feng could speak, Li Hao stepped forward, pointed at Yu Wenkai, and frowned as he spoke. In his view, this was a good opportunity to curry favor with Qin Feng, and he couldn't let anyone else get there first. The others weren't stupid either. How could they not understand Li Hao's intentions? Without saying a word, several more people immediately stood up. "You're right, Yu Wenkai. You're seriously underestimating President Qin. What's a mere plane worth a little over $1 billion? Yes, I really didn't expect that such a stupid question would come out of your mouth. Yu Wenkai, do you know what President Qin's current status is? That's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous." After everyone finished speaking, they all looked at Yu Wenkai with disdain, as if he were an idiot. Yu Wenkai felt as if the question he asked was really stupid. As a senior executive of Weigao, Yu Wenkai had never suffered such humiliation before, and he immediately wanted to say something. But just then, Liao Zhangwo stepped forward and said, all right, we've all managed to get together today, so let's all keep quiet." Then, he turned to Yu Mingming and said, "Xiaoming, quickly ask the waiter to bring the menu over. Let's order and eat." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Yu Mingming quickly went outside. Seeing this, the others decided not to bother arguing with Yu Wenkai any further. Snort. Yu Wenkai snorted coldly and led Tang Xini and the other 2 women to a seat. Just then, Yu Mingming brought in a waiter as well. "Teacher Liao, what would you like to eat?" Yu Mingming took the menu and handed it directly to Liao Zhangwo. "Is it that expensive?" Liao Zhangwo glanced at the menu casually and was immediately startled. "Why don't you guys order?" As he spoke, he quickly returned the menu to Yu Mingming. How about you order? Holding the menu, Yu Mingming couldn't help but smile wryly as she looked at the others. It's just ordering food. What's with all the fuss? Seeing this, Yu Wenkai pursed his lips and said to Su Rongrong, who was standing next to him, Rongrong, go and get the menu. I'll order. Okay. Su Rongrong nodded, walked up to Yu Mingming, and snatched the menu away. Then, it was handed directly to Yu Wenkai. This is a great opportunity for Yu Wenkai to show himself, so how could he possibly miss it? He glanced casually at the menu, then said to the waiter not far away in a rather pretentious manner, give me 30 servings of Australian three-headed abalone first. 30 portions? Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, the waiter nearly popped his eyes out. She clearly remembered that a serving of Australian three-headed abalone cost $4,500. 30 servings would cost 135,000 yuan. Not only her, but Li Hao and the others were also stunned on the spot. Although many of them are worth millions, they have never actually eaten such a luxurious thing before. How about it? Now you know how awesome I am, right? A bunch of country bumpkins. Upon seeing this, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but feel smug. With a slight upturn of his lips, he continued to say to the waiter, bring me another 30 servings of premium bird's nest and Australian steak. By the way, make all the steaks medium rare for me. I loved eating them like that when I was in the US. As for the rest, just bring some of your hotel's signature dishes. I've noted them all down, right? I've written it down. Upon hearing this, the waiter, who had just come to his senses, quickly nodded repeatedly. Suddenly remembering something, he respectfully asked Yu Wenkai, boss, would you like to order some drinks? Chapter 0129, Fine Wine, Truly Fine Wine. Beverages. Yu Wenkai was taken aback at first, then waved his hand. No need. After saying that, he turned to Tang Sini and said, Sini, don't I have 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite that I brought back from the United States in my suitcase? Go and get them, so the students can have a good taste. What? 1982 Lafite? Oh my god, is this for real? Just as Li Hao and his group came to their senses, they were immediately stunned and staggered again. You should know that the dishes Yu Wenkai ordered had already surprised them quite a bit. Australian abalone, premium bird's nest, and Australian beefsteak. Although they didn't know much about these things, just by hearing the names, they knew the prices must be outrageously expensive. However, now Yu Wenkai is actually bringing out 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. This is a high-end wine that you only see in TV dramas. The price of a single bottle would be at least tens of thousands. 2 bottles would cost over 200,000. To be honest, at this moment, Li Hao and the others suddenly felt a little regretful. In their minds, Qin Feng was wealthy and owned many large companies. But compared to Yu Wenkai in front of him, he seemed far too aloof. Since that's the case, we might as well flatter Yu Wenkai first, without offending Qin Feng. As soon as this thought came to mind, someone immediately jumped out. Wenkai, you're being too kind. Why call him Wenkai? He's the general manager of Weigao in China now. We all have to call him General Manager Yu. Hee, you're right, look at my mouth. You know what? Our CEO Yu is really generous. He's made money in the US and he still hasn't forgotten us classmates. TSK. A bottle of 82 Lafite. It must cost over 100,000 yuan, right? Holy crap, is it that expensive? My dear mother and sister, I've never tasted such expensive wine before. Who isn't? The most expensive wine I've ever drunk in my life is only a 1,500 yuan bottle of Feitia Matai. So rich, so incredibly rich. It has to be said that Li Hao and his group are quite skilled at flattery. The classmates who had been trying to make small talk with Qin Feng earlier were now focused on Yu Wenkai. In their eyes, Yu Wenkai was much easier to curry favor with. Upon hearing their words, Yu Wenkai instantly revealed an arrogant expression. He smiled smugly, then said in a casual tone, don't say that, everyone. Since we're all classmates, what's a couple of bottles of red wine? After saying that, he turned to Tang Sini and urged, Sini, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go get it. Now that he's finally getting a chance to be admired by his classmates, how could Yu Wenkai possibly miss such an opportunity? Okay. Although Tang Sini was somewhat displeased, she ultimately nodded. To be honest, she couldn't understand Yu Wenkai's behavior. After all, in her opinion, these country bumpkin classmates were not worthy of drinking such high-end red wine. You see, she originally wanted to find an opportunity to take that wine back home and show off to her extended family. so that they know that Tang Xinyi's boyfriend is excellent. However, since Yu Wenkai had made the request, she had no choice but to obediently comply. When Tang Xinyi brought the wine, Yu Wenkai asked her to pour some into everyone's glass. Come on, classmates, let's toast to our friendship. Yu Wenkai raised his glass and smiled as he addressed the crowd. Mr. Yu, shouldn't we sober up a bit? Yes, I think I saw it on TV. Before drinking this kind of high-end red wine, you have to use a decanter, right? Just then, two students couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, everyone else immediately looked at Yu Wenkai. Hee. Yu Wenkai chuckled and said casually, there's no need to be so particular. We're not professionals anyway, so whether we're sober or not doesn't really make a big difference. Is that so? Everyone was taken aback at first, but then they couldn't help but flatter him, saying, President Yu, I must say, you really know a lot. Yes, that's amazing. My goodness, this is a bottle of red wine that costs over 100,000 yuan. I really have to try it. TSK, it looks really high-end. Of course, this is a 1982 Lafite. How could it not be high-end? Come on, let's all raise a glass to General Manager Yu. As everyone spoke, they raised their glasses and looked at Yu Wenkai. Upon seeing this, Yu Wenkai smiled slightly, picked up his wine glass, and drank it down in one gulp. In his view, this group of bumpkins really had never seen the world. Following Yu Wenkai's example, everyone drank it all in one gulp. After finishing his drink, he even smacked his lips in a pretentious manner, saying, Good wine. Really good wine. Hee, I'm glad everyone likes it. Yu Wenkai smiled, then suddenly noticed Qin Feng not far away. Fengzi, why aren't you guys drinking? Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at Qin Feng. Just as Yu Wenkai had said, Qin Feng and the others did not drink any of the red wine. It's nothing. I've been drinking too much at home every day. I'm a bit tired of it. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually, You should know that Qin Feng doesn't lack these things now. Let alone this 1982 Lafite. Even a bottle of Romani Kani costing hundreds of thousands of yuan, he can drink it whenever he wants. To be honest, he's really gotten tired of drinking it now. Upon hearing this, the others also felt that Qin Feng was probably not lying. After all, Qin Feng is a tycoon with assets worth trillions, so drinking some high-end red wine is as simple as drinking water for him. Only Yu Wenkai spoke with disdain. Oh, is that so? You madman, judging from your tone, have you ever drunk such expensive red wine before? Is this high-end? Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, This is just so-so at best, isn't it? So-so? Holy crap, can you put on any more of a show? Upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but ask, You mean you've drunk wines that are even more expensive than this? Then I'd like to hear what kind of alcohol you've drunk. In Yu Wenkai's view, Qin Feng was clearly trying to show off in front of his classmates. To be honest, he didn't believe Qin Feng had ever really drunk any good wine. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled, but did not answer Yu Wenkai's question. In front of everyone, he poured the glass of 1982 Lafite in front of him into the trash can. Seeing this, Lu Rubing and the other girls followed suit and did the same thing without thinking. Upon seeing this, Yu Wenkai was immediately furious. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng suddenly spoke up with a smile. It's better not to drink this kind of trashy liquor. Mingyao, bring out my 2 bottles of 1945 Romani Kani and let everyone have a taste. Want to show off in front of Qin Feng? Haha, I can only say that Yu Wenkai is overthinking it. Chapter 0130. This wine smells too strong. Holy crap, am I hallucinating? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, is this for real? My goodness, a 1945 Romani Kani? How much the hell would that cost? Look at you all making such a fuss. Is it more expensive than a 1982 Lafite? A 1982 Lafite? It's simply incomparable to a 1945 Romani Kani, isn't it? Damn, is that awesome? Of course, I had 1,000 bottles of Romani Kani last time, a 45-year-old bottle, which is worth at least 3 million. What? How much? Over 3 million a bottle? Holy crap, is this some kind of miracle water? It has to be said that Qin Feng's words were like a depth charge. In just a few short seconds, it instantly ignited everyone present. They never expected that Qin Feng would immediately offer 2 bottles of 1945 Romani Kani worth over 3 million yuan. Compared to Yu Wenkai's 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, this is utterly insignificant. As the saying goes, Without comparison, there is no harm. As for Yuan Kai, he was initially quite shocked as well. After all, even he had never drunk such high-end red wine. However, when he came to his senses, he realized that Qin Feng was definitely just showing off. To be honest, he didn't think Qin Feng would bring out such high-end wine for his classmates to drink. What's more, they took out 2 bottles at once. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, then grinned at Qin Feng and said, "Crazy, aren't you trying a bit too hard to show off? 45-year-old Romani Conti? Not that I'm looking down on you, but do you know how expensive that wine is?" After saying that, he didn't forget to look at Qin Feng with a mocking expression. "Is it expensive? You probably don't know, but I drink this stuff at home every day, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but think with disdain. Too lazy to pay attention to Yuan Kai, she gave Shen Mingyao a wink. Shen Mingyao understood and reached into her handbag to take out 2 bottles of 1945 Romani Conti. How is this possible? The moment Shen Mingyao took out the red wine, Yuan Kai, who had been so confident just moments before, instantly lost his composure. He never expected that Qin Feng would actually produce 2 bottles of 1945 Romani Conti. I stumbled and almost fell off my seat. "Mr. Yu, this is definitely fake." Seeing this, Su Rongrong immediately helped Yuan Kai up and whispered words of comfort to him. That's right. With Qin Feng's family's financial situation, how could they possibly afford such expensive wine? Tang Xini, who was standing to the side, quickly chimed in. Although their voices were not loud, they still reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned around and looked at Tang Xini and the other woman as if they were idiots. They knew very well that Qin Feng was now a tycoon with trillions of assets. Just 2 bottles of 45-year-old Romani Conti? How could they possibly use fakes to fool everyone? Just then, Shen Mingyao opened the 2 bottles of red wine with a wine opener. Hiss. The aroma of this wine is too strong. Good wine, this must be good wine. This is amazing. This is the first time I've ever smelled such a wonderful aroma of wine. My dear mother and sister, I feel like I'm about to faint after just one inhalation. Holy crap, if this is fake liquor, then there's probably no real liquor left in the world. Compared to this, that 1982 law fight is utterly pathetic. I can't wait to take a sip. The moment the wine was opened, everyone smelled a strong aroma of wine. Just a small sip was enough to give them a slightly intoxicating feeling. How is this possible? Yuan Kai and the others also smelled the aroma of the wine and were so shocked that they almost bit their tongues off. They're not stupid. How could such a fine and fragrant red wine be fake? Thinking of this, Tang Xini and Su Rongrong wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just then, Shen Mingyao picked up a wine bottle and started pouring wine for everyone. The crowd had already been intoxicated by the aroma of the wine, so how could they possibly resist now? The red wine had barely been poured when everyone eagerly began to taste it. With just a light lick on their lips, a rich and mellow flavor immediately struck their taste buds. Holy crap! This is so damn delicious. In an instant, everyone wore an expression of enjoyment. Even Yuan Kai and his 2 companions couldn't resist taking a small bite. The next second, the 3 of them were completely stunned. The aroma of this wine is so strong. This rich and sweet taste. Fake alcohol. Is this some kind of joke? You see, they originally intended to taste it and then thoroughly express their disdain. After all, the 1982 law fight they drank earlier didn't really impress anyone. Anyway, these bumpkins have never drunk it before. So what if they insist that it's fake alcohol? But who would have thought that this 45-year-old Romani Conti, worth more than 3 million, could taste this good? If they still insist that it's fake alcohol, they'll probably get roasted by everyone else. For a moment, Yuan Kai and the other 2 felt a mix of emotions, filled with bitterness. How's my wine? Not bad, right? Seeing that everyone had an expression of enjoyment, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask with a smile. Good? This is hardly acceptable. This is the Tying Mountains, okay? Once they came to their senses, the crowd immediately began to praise Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, this wine is so delicious. Yes, this is absolutely the best wine I've ever tasted in my life. It's so delicious, it's absolutely delicious. Sister, I won't drink the rest. I need to pack it up and take it home for my husband to try too. Holy crap, that's a great suggestion. I won't drink it then. TSK. Just this small cup of ours probably costs over 100,000, right? As they talked, They prepared to ask the waiter for some tableware. In their view, it would be a real waste not to take such high-end red wine home to show off. Hee hee, please drink as much as you like. Seeing this, Qin Feng chuckled and said, if I have the chance, I'll give each of you a bottle. Holy crap, is this for real? Mr. Qin, you're not joking with us, are you? Yes, this is a bottle of red wine that costs over 3 million, okay? When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never expected Qin Feng to be so generous. Do I look like I'm joking to you? Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively, it's just a few dozen bottles of 1945 Romani Conti. It's just a small amount of money, nothing to worry about. For Qin Feng, giving each of them a bottle was really nothing special. What's more, he's a man with a consumer rebate system. 100-fold rebate is no joke. Certainly, he can't possibly give gifts to just anyone. As for Yu Wenkai and his two companions, as well as Li Hao and the others who have had grudges against him, forget about it. Chapter 131. A little over 10 million a year, I guess. It's just a small amount of money. My dear mother and sister, are you serious? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. It's worth noting that a bottle of 45-year-old Romani Conti is worth over 3 million. There are at least 20 people here. In other words, Qin Feng would have to spend around 70 million just on sending out wine. Tell me, is there anyone in this world richer than Qin Feng? Just as everyone was overjoyed, Liao Jiangwo couldn't help but speak up. Xiao Feng, I think we should forget about it. You don't earn money easily. There's no need to spend so much. Teacher, it's okay. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said casually, actually, making money is quite easy for me. This really isn't Qin Feng showing off. With his consumer rebate system, there's probably no one in the world who earns money more easily than him. Yeah. Liao Jingwo was taken aback upon hearing this. Suddenly remembering something, she asked Qin Feng, by the way, what kind of work do you do now? These days, Liao Jingwo has been busy with the students' summer vacation and hasn't really paid attention to the news. Otherwise, how could he not know how awesome Qin Feng is now? Me? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. I'd say I'm unemployed. He wasn't exactly lying. Although he does own quite a few companies, apart from visiting Yida Real Estate once, he basically leaves the other companies to his own devices. Calling them unemployed is actually quite normal. Unemployed? After hearing this, Liao Jingwo did not ask any further questions. In his mind, Qin Feng was definitely unwilling to say more. However, upon hearing this, Li Hao and his companions couldn't help but think to themselves, unemployed? Are there any unemployed people as rich as you in this world? Hey, you crazy guy, isn't that a bit too much of a stretch? Just as they were internally complaining, Yu Wenkai, who was not far away, spoke up. We're all classmates. Is it necessary to hide things like this? Yu Wenkai said this because he wanted to find out what kind of work Qin Feng was doing now. He didn't believe that an unemployed person could have so much money. In his opinion, if Qin Feng was simply rich but didn't have a good job, he might be able to save face a little. After all, he's about to become Weigao's general manager in China. It's fair to say that when it comes to work, Qin Feng is very confident, even compared to everyone else present. However, to his surprise, Qin Feng simply ignored him. He picked up the glass of red wine in front of him and clinked glasses with Shun Mingyao and the other girls. Then, with a look of enjoyment, he drank the wine. Upon seeing this, Yu Wenkai's face immediately turned ashen. He never expected that Qin Feng would be so disrespectful to him today. Just as he was about to say something, Liao Jingwo immediately stepped in to smooth things over, saying, Wenkai, I heard that you've come back this time to take on the position of general manager at Huaxiao Weigao, right? Liao Jingwo was Qin Feng's teacher, so he knew about some of the things that happened back then. He could understand Qin Feng's attitude towards Wenkai today. After all, Qin Feng had already won Tang Xinyi's heart back then. As it turned out, Tang Xinyi secretly followed Yu Wenkai to the United States. It's fair to say that no matter who it happens to, it's impossible to pretend nothing happened. Yes, that's right. Yu Wenkai, who was initially quite angry, immediately revealed a confident smile after hearing Liao Jingwo's words. You should know that this is the source of his confidence to show off. The main reason he came back this time and urged Liao Jingwo to hold a class reunion was so that he could show off in front of his classmates. That's great. Your salary should increase if you go back to China, right? Upon hearing Liao Jingwo's words, everyone immediately leaned closer to listen. To be honest, they were quite interested in the salary of an elite white-collar worker like Wenkai. It's all right. Seeing this, Yu Wenkai couldn't help but feel a little smug, and said with a slight upturn of his lips, "It's only a little over 10 million a year." After saying this, he looked at Li Hao and the others with anticipation. And Li Hao and his team did not disappoint him. The next second, they were all stunned and frozen in shock. After a long while, it boiled instantly, just like cold water poured into a pot of oil. My God, an annual salary of 10 million? That's insane. Holy crap, I've never seen 10 million in my entire life. Looking back now, your decision to go abroad was definitely the right one. I'm so envious. When will I be able to earn an annual salary of 10 million? Amazing, absolutely amazing. That's right. This is exactly the feeling I've been looking for. Yu Wenkai felt a surge of pride as he listened to the praise he received. The humiliation he suffered at Qin Feng's hands had long since vanished. After indulging in self-admiration for a while, he suddenly remembered something and said to everyone present with a smile, "By the way, my transfer back from the United States this time was actually quite sudden, and I didn't have a single trusted confidant by my side. I'd like to ask everyone here, is there anyone willing to work with me? Don't worry, anyone who comes with me will be treated well." Yu Wenkai thought that if he could recruit a few subordinates from among these classmates, he would be very fortunate. Then he really nailed his act today. After all, having your classmates work for you sounds pretty great. Holy crap, is this for real? Mr. Yu, you're not joking with us, are you? Yes, that's a Fortune 500 company, way high technology, okay? Are we even qualified? Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, everyone immediately perked up. What brought them here today? Isn't it all just to latch onto a powerful figure so they can find a better job? Now that the thighs are right there, how could they not be tempted? Of course it's true. Yu Wenkai's lips curled up slightly as he said confidently, "As long as you're willing to come with me, who would dare to have any objections? Don't forget, I am now the highest leader of Huaxiao Weigao." Although Yu Wenkai knew that his classmates were not very capable at their jobs, but he'd already put on this act, so why would he take it back? Wow, that's great. Mr. Yu, I'll work for you from now on. Mr. Yu, don't forget about me. Me too. Upon hearing this, no one hesitated any longer and immediately began to fawn over Yu Wenkai. In their minds, if they could get into Weigao and become a leader, after that, you'll have so much face in front of your relatives and friends. As for whether they themselves have that ability, that's really not within their consideration. P.S. 6 chapters updated today, for already 2 more to go. Starting tomorrow, I'll be working like crazy, no less than 5 chapters a day. Also, I might be very late replying to your comments. I'm just too busy. Chapter 0132. Using the targeted bonus rewards option service again. Okay, no problem. Yu Wenkai waved his hand and said domineeringly, "You can just register with my secretary later." Hee, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Haha, looks like I'm going to be a senior executive too. That was so cool. I can brag about it to everyone when I get back. Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, everyone nearly jumped for joy. In their opinion, today's trip was definitely worthwhile. However, at that moment, Yu Wenkai turned to Qin Feng and smiled playfully. Crazy. Do you want to come over too? Don't worry, as long as you come and work for me, I guarantee you a stable job. This was a perfect opportunity to show off in front of Qin Feng, so how could Yu Wenkai possibly miss it? Yeah, Qin Feng, why don't you come and work with Wenkai? Seeing this, Tang Xini smiled sarcastically and said, "Although you are very rich now, it's not good to not have a proper job, is it? Holy crap. Are you guys kidding me?" As soon as the two said this, everyone present except Su Rongrong and Liao Zhengwo was speechless. Who is Qin Feng? That's a tycoon with trillions in assets. Should we send him to work for Yu Wenkai? How could you guys even come up with something like this? Just as everyone was thinking about these things, Qin Feng finally spoke up. He didn't answer Yu Wenkai and the other person, but instead asked Yu Wenkai, "Your company is called Waka Technology, right?" Well, upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he really didn't understand what Qin Feng meant by asking that question. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "That's right. What's wrong?" "Nothing." Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a playful expression, "Do you think it's appropriate for you to just randomly place people into the company's upper management?" "What do you mean?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yu Wenkai's face immediately darkened. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Qin Feng, "What I do is none of your business." "Yeah." Qin Feng chuckled and said jokingly, "It'll be my problem soon enough." Immediately after Qin Feng said this, he gave the system the command to open the light screen. "System, open the light screen." The next second, the system light screen instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng thought for a moment and said to the system, "System, activate the fixed point extra reward option service." Ding. The targeted bonus reward option has been successfully activated for you. Ding. Since your total bank account balance has exceeded 5 trillion, you have 50 opportunities to use the designated extra reward option. Ding. The designated bonus reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, and retail and catering companies. Please make your selection. The system notification appeared on the screen the very next second after Qin Feng gave the order. It should be noted that since Qin Feng successfully rebated more than 5 trillion last time, he has not used the designated extra option service again. Qin Feng had this idea because he wanted Yu Wenkai to experience it too. What would he feel after everything was taken away from him? It's important to know that at that time, besides his parents and younger sister, Tang Xini was the most important person to Qin Feng. But what happened? Yu Wenkai stole her away and took her to the United States. The saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge, even after 10 years. Now that Qin Feng has a chance to get revenge, how could he possibly let Yu Wenkai off so easily? Repay kindness with kindness, and avenge wrongs with revenge. That's just Qin Feng's personality. He's vengeful and holds grudges. What he needs to do now is to take over the entire Weigao technology company and then leave Yu Wenkai with nothing. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng directly chose technology companies. Ding. You selected a technology company. The system has already provided you with a targeted extra reward. Ding. Due to your targeted selection this time, the system will grant you an additional reward, increasing your equity to 100%. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 700 billion, and the system will award you an additional 100% of the shares in Weimi Group. The share certificates have been stored in the system warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Shortly after Qin Feng made his choice, the system quickly rewarded him with a technology company, Micron Group. As a Chinese, Qin Feng had a certain understanding of this company. Although it can't compare to Alibaba and Huawei as a technology company, it is definitely among the top 10 in China. It's worth noting that this company's mobile phones have been sold globally for several years. Moreover, it enjoys a very good reputation globally. However, this is of no use to Qin Feng right now. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng continued speaking to the system. System, give me another opportunity for the designated extra reward option. Ding. The targeted bonus reward option has been successfully activated for you. Ding. Since your total bank account balance has exceeded 5 trillion, you have 50 opportunities to use the designated extra reward option. Ding. The designated bonus reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, and retail and catering companies. Please make your selection. Without a doubt, Qin Feng once again chose a technology company. Ding. You selected a technology company. The system has already provided you with a targeted extra reward. Ding. Due to your targeted selection this time, the system will grant you an additional reward, increasing your equity to 100%. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 800 billion, and the system will award you an additional 100% of Xuanke Group's shares. The share certificate has been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. To Qin Feng's dismay, the second designated extra reward came from yet another Chinese company. Although Xuanke is very powerful in China, it is not what Qin Feng needs. This couldn't go on, so Qin Feng couldn't help but ask the system, System, didn't you say I had over 50 fixed point extra reward options? I just want to ask, is it possible to use 50 fixed point opportunities at once? Ding. The system can only provide you with a maximum of 10 targeted opportunities at a time. Do you wish to use them? Use. Qin Feng replied without hesitation. For him, There was no difference between once and 5 times. He just didn't believe it. 50 chances to win a prize at a specific location, and I still can't get Weigao Technology. Chapter 0133. You must be the former chairman of Weigao Technology, right? Ding. You have successfully activated the 10 times designated bonus reward option. Ding. Do you want to pin the options? Fixed option. Qin Feng had no time to waste on the system and spoke immediately. Ding. The designated bonus reward options include technology companies, real estate companies, hotel companies, service companies, resource development companies, security companies, chemical companies, automobile retail companies, tourism service companies, and retail and catering companies. Please make your selection. I choose technology companies. Ding. You have now selected company in the technology sector. The system has already provided you with a targeted bonus. You have 9 bonus attempts remaining. Ding. Due to your targeted selection this time, the system will grant you an additional reward, increasing your equity to 100%. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 900 billion, and the system will award you an additional 100% of Honghai Group's shares. The share certificate has been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1 trillion, and the system will award you an additional 100% of Tianjiang Group's shares. The share certificates have been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1.1 trillion, and the system will award you an additional 100% of Silicon Valley Group's shares. The share certificates have been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. Ding. Due to your bank card, the system will award you an extra 100% of the shares in Hanshin Group. Ding. The system will award you an additional 100% of Little Apple Group shares. To Qin Feng's dismay, he had drawn the lottery 9 times in a row, but still did not get the result he wanted. Just as he was about to give up and was about to issue a second consecutive draw to the system, the next second, he almost jumped up with joy. Ding. Your bank account balance has successfully exceeded 1.8 trillion, and the system will reward you with 100% of Weigao Technology's shares. The share certificate has been stored in the system's warehouse and can be withdrawn at any time. It has to be said that Qin Feng is really quite lucky. I won Weigao Technology in just 12 attempts. As for the remaining attempts, he had no intention of wasting them. It's worth noting that he currently owns more than 10 world-class technology companies. Continuing the lottery would be completely superfluous. Without wasting any time, the system was immediately ordered to retract the light screen. Only a second had passed before Qin Feng looked at Yuan Kai again. It must be said that the system's ability to control time and space is quite powerful. Upon hearing this, Yuan Kai couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Hey madman, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew with your big talk? What does this have to do with you? Are you perhaps a shareholder of Weigao?" Ha ha. After saying that, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yeah. Qin Feng curled his lips, his face full of mockery. Why don't you call your chairman in the US and see if Weigao Technology has anything to do with me? Is it really necessary? In Yuan Kai's view, Qin Feng was being completely unreasonable. Although Qin Feng now gives him the impression of being very wealthy, he doesn't believe that Qin Feng is really related to Vigna Technology. What is Vigna Technology? That's one of the world's top 5 technology companies. Even among the Fortune 500 companies, it is definitely one of the top ones. Its technological chips alone have monopolized the entire industry. Qin Feng is now asking Yuan Kai to call the chairman of Weigao. Is this some kind of joke? It wasn't just Yuan Kai who thought this way. Even Li Hao and the others had their doubts. It's worth noting that most of them only searched for Qin Feng's information on Baidu after seeing the news from Xiangbei yesterday. Although Qin Feng owns many companies, all of them are Fortune Global 500 or Fortune China 500 companies. But they didn't see any trace of Weigao Technology in it. Holy crap. Could it be that he had someone acquire Weigao before he came? Impossible. How is this possible? Upon realizing this, everyone immediately dismissed their own guesses. As for why, it's actually quite simple. It's just too outrageous. Just then, Qin Feng spoke again with a playful expression. Of course it's necessary. Are you scared? Fear. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yuan Kai couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. After a long pause, he finally said with a gloomy expression. Fine. Since you want to embarrass yourself, then I'll make this call for you. After saying that, he took out his phone and dialed a number, making sure to put it on speakerphone. Hey, what's up? As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice came from the other end. Boss, it's like this. Yu Wenkai was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied in fluent English. I have a man here named Qin Feng. He says he wants to talk to you. Is that all right? Then, Yu Wenkai told the other party everything Qin Feng had just said. Qin Feng? Who is that? Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, the other party immediately frowned and said impatiently, Don't call me any Tom, Dick, or Harry, etc. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked Yu Wenkai, You said that person's name is Qin Feng? That's right, his name is Qin Feng. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai immediately had a very bad feeling. Not only him, but everyone else listening to the phone call around him also showed a hint of doubt on their faces. Holy crap! Could it be that Qin Feng is really related to Wei Gao? Just as everyone was thinking about these things, a voice came from the other end of the line. Quickly give the phone to Mr. Qin. I need to talk to him. This? Yu Wenkai was stunned when he heard this. The look in his eyes as he looked at Qin Feng was full of incomprehension. To be honest, he never expected that the boss of Wei Gao Technology would actually be willing to talk to Qin Feng. What are you still standing there for? Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a playful expression, Give me your phone. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Once he came to his senses, Yu Wenkai's expression was unpredictable. After hesitating for a moment, he pushed the phone in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't waste any time. In front of everyone, he casually said into the phone, I'm Qin Feng. You must be the former chairman of Wei Gao Technology, right? Holy crap. What does former chairman mean? Oh my god. Could this guy have actually acquired Vigna Technology? As soon as Qin Feng said this, Li Hao and the others almost stumbled and fell to the ground. As for Yu Wenkai and the other two, they were completely baffled. I don't understand what Qin Feng meant by that. P.S. All 6 chapters for today have been updated. Starting tomorrow, I will update 5 chapters every day. Chapter 0134. I actually showed off in front of my own boss. Yes, I am. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a sentence in English came from the other end. Although Qin Feng could understand what was being said, he still couldn't help but frown. With a slight smirk, she asked the person on the other end of the phone, Can you speak Mandarin? Given Qin Feng's personality, how could he possibly choose to compromise with the other party? You should know that last time, the Blackwater Group had already been required by him to speak Mandarin. What's wrong with foreigners? Are foreigners so great? Now that they are all Qin Feng's employees, they have to obediently speak Mandarin. This. The person on the other end paused slightly for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, I will. Although his accent sounded a bit strange, that was exactly the result Qin Feng wanted. Seeing this, everyone around also gave Qin Feng a thumbs up in their hearts. In their view, Qin Feng is probably the only person in China who can force the top executives of Fortune 500 companies to speak Chinese. To be honest, they had to admire that. Very good. Qin Feng smiled slightly before continuing, May I ask your name? My name is Stephen Irving. You can just call me Irving. After hearing this, Owen respectfully asked Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, did you just acquire our company through QF Venture Capital? That's right. Qin Feng didn't hide anything and nodded casually. Holy crap, this is actually real? My goodness, President Qin is so awesome. My dear uncle, that's Wei Gao Technology, you know? TSK, now I see it. For President Qin, acquiring a company is as easy as buying a head of cabbage at the market. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but whisper in shock. To be honest, they had some doubts before that Qin Feng had really acquired Wei Gao. However, they ultimately chose to believe. However, it has now been proven that their guesses were correct. Not only were they shocked, but Yu Wenkai and the other two sitting next to them also couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Oh my god. What did I just do? How could I possibly show off in front of my own boss? Looking at Qin Feng's nonchalant expression, Yu Wenkai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. I staggered and almost fell to the ground. As for Irving over there, he was also filled with bitterness. He used to be the boss of Wei Gao Technology, but now he has suddenly become an employee. Taking a deep breath, he respectfully asked Qin Feng, "Boss, is there anything you need me to do?" As an employee, Kyrie Irving's role transition was quite rapid. This is enough to prove that he is indeed a very capable entrepreneur. "What are your orders?" After listening, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, "There are no other instructions. Just operate the company the way it has always done." At this point, Qin Feng added, "By the way, I have one request. From now on, everyone in the company must speak Mandarin." This. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Owen was immediately put in a difficult position. It's worth noting that Vidca's headquarters are located in the United States. Apart from those from China, the company's employees are mostly Americans. Now Qin Feng is demanding that everyone speak Mandarin. How could he not feel embarrassed? What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm afraid it will indeed be somewhat difficult. Owen gave a wry smile and said to Qin Feng, "Boss, if it's a branch office in China, we can indeed make a request. But at the U.S. headquarters, it's almost entirely staffed by Americans, what about Americans? We're Chinese, and we were required to learn English when we were in school." Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively, "Just pass on the notice. If anyone is unwilling, just let them go." Now that Wei Gao belongs to Qin Feng, why would he care whether you are American or not? You don't have to say. Then please go back to where you came from. Qin Feng hates people who think English is everything. He hasn't forgotten the ugly faces of those bananas who despise the Chinese language. Well, all right then. Seeing Qin Feng's resolute attitude, Irving could only nod helplessly in the end. What he didn't know was that it was Qin Feng's decision this time. In the future, the United States will be swept up in a frenzy of learning Chinese. No way. Who can blame them when Qin Feng acquires all the major corporations in the United States in the future? Oh right, I almost forgot something. As Qin Feng finished speaking, he couldn't help but glance at Yu Wenkai with a playful expression. Sensing the mockery in Qin Feng's eyes, Yu Wenkai immediately had a very bad premonition. Sure enough, the next second, Qin Feng continued, "You should replace the general manager position in China with someone else. Yu Wenkai is not suitable. Qin Feng is not some kind of saintly hypocrite. Repay kindness with kindness, and avenge wrongs with revenge. This has always been his principle." Upon hearing this, Yu Wenkai's legs went weak and he collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that the retribution would come so swiftly. Thinking about his future life, he couldn't help but feel a wave of despair wash over him. As for Tang Xinyi and Su Rongrong, who were standing next to him, they did not step forward to help him up. Instead, they frowned and pondered something. "Boss, Yu Wenkai is an exceptionally capable person. Could there be some misunderstanding?" Upon hearing this, Owen wanted to plead with Qin Feng on Yu Wenkai's behalf. "You should know that although Yu Wenkai is a bad person, his professional skills are quite good. Otherwise, how could Irving have sent him to China to be the general manager of this region?" Upon hearing Irving's words, Yu Wenkai instantly felt hope again. Power and women, these have always been his pursuits. He didn't want to lose it. She only hesitated for a second before crawling towards Qin Feng, disregarding her dignity. As he crawled, he begged Qin Feng for mercy. "Feng. No, Mr. Qin, please give me another chance. It was indeed my fault back then, but it was all because that bitch Tang Xinyi seduced me. If you're willing to forgive me this time, I'll just return it to you." In Yu Wenkai's opinion, the reason Qin Feng took revenge on him today was simply because of Tang Xinyi. Since that's the case, she's just a woman. What's the big deal about giving her back to Qin Feng? If Qin Feng spares him this time, as the general manager of Wei Gao in China, what woman can't he find in the future? Chapter 0135. This is just too heartless. Upon hearing Yu Wenkai's words, Tang Xinyi, who was frowning in deep thought, immediately became furious. Pointing at Yu Wenkai, who was kneeling on the ground, he roared angrily, "Yu Wenkai, you bastard!" However, Yu Wenkai seemed not to hear him at all. She just looked at Qin Feng with an expectant expression, hoping to beg for his forgiveness. "Give it back to me." Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a look of disdain, "Do you think I need to pay you back?" After saying that, without paying attention to Yu Wenkai's expression, he said into the phone, "I don't care how capable he is. I call the shots in my company. If you have any objections to this, then you'd better keep them to yourself." Vigna technology is indeed very impressive in the United States, and even the world. But to Qin Feng, it meant nothing. Even if it leads to bankruptcy, so what? Moreover, could firing just Yu Wenkai really cause Weigao Technology to go bankrupt? Well, alright then. Although Irving was very unhappy to hear Qin Feng's words, he could only nod helplessly in the end. I will arrange it as soon as possible. After saying a few more words to him, Qin Feng hung up the phone. Quiet. Utterly quiet. The moment Qin Feng hung up the phone, the entire private room fell silent. Everyone seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeat. They never expected that Yu Wenkai, who had just been so full of confidence, would be so easily fired by Qin Feng. Yu Wenkai, kneeling on the ground, had his expectant eyes instantly dimmed. Do you regret it? Of course I regret it. But what's the use of regretting it now? Puff. Unable to hold it in, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He then fainted. Quickly, call 120 for emergency medical assistance. Once he came to his senses, Liao Jiangwo quickly shouted to the people around him. In an instant, the scene was thrown into chaos. When everyone returned after sending Yu Wenkai to the ambulance, they all discovered that Tang Xini and Su Rongrong had also followed them back. Holy crap! That's incredibly heartless. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Just then, all the dishes were finally served. Since Qin Feng was the only powerful figure present, everyone at the scene naturally did not forget to curry favor with him. Some offered toasts, while others flattered. Even Tang Xini and Su Rongrong couldn't help but stand up and walk up to Qin Feng. He raised his glass, smiled at Qin Feng, and said, Mr. Qin, we'd like to toast you too. As he spoke, he extended his wine glass to Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown and asked them, You must all be employees of Weika Technology, right? No, that's right. Upon hearing this, the two women replied somewhat weakly. All right, you two can stop now. Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually, Go to the company tomorrow, pack your things, and leave. Please, Mr. Qin, give us a chance. Yes, Mr. Qin, it was all my fault before, please forgive me. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Tang Xini and the other woman were almost brought to tears, and they pitifully begged Qin Feng for mercy. It's worth noting that both of them are secretaries to the general manager of Vigna Technology in China. Such a position is already considered white-collar at Weigao Technology. The salary they receive each month is quite good compared to other companies. Otherwise, why would they have had the nerve to offer Qin Feng a toast? They did this simply to keep their current positions. But little did they expect that Qin Feng wouldn't give them any chance at all. Hearing the two women plead for mercy, Qin Feng acted as if he hadn't heard them and continued eating his meal. Seeing this, Tang Xini and Su Rongrong dared not say anything more and returned to their seats with their wine glasses in hand, looking dejected. After a hearty meal, everyone except Liao Jiangwo made an excuse to go to the restroom. The matter is quite simple. They simply don't want to pay the bill. You should know that the dishes Yu Wenkai ordered earlier would cost at least several $100,000. Xiao phoned this. Liao Jiangwo looked at the nearly empty private room, a wry smile on his face, and then looked at Qin Feng. The meaning is clear. He doesn't have the money to pay this bill. It's okay, I'll pay. Qin Feng waved his hand and casually handed a black card to the waiter. The waiter was only shocked for a moment before he hurriedly and respectfully said to Qin Feng, Sir, please wait a moment while I settle your bill. The person in front of her was a black card tycoon, so she dared not be negligent in the slightest. In less than 3 minutes, she swiped her card to pay for Qin Feng's bill. Teacher Liao, we'll be going now. After paying the bill, Qin Feng glanced at the empty private room and said to Liao Jiangwo, Okay. Liao Jiangwo's lips twitched, and he nodded awkwardly. Qin Feng didn't say anything more and led Lu Rubing and the others out of the private room. When Li Hao and his group returned to the private room, it was already empty. Holy crap, where are Professor Liao and the others? They must have left. I wonder if Qin Feng paid the bill. They must be married. Otherwise, why would they have left? That's good. That's good. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, one of them suddenly had an idea. Damn, didn't Qin Feng say he was going to give us some wine? Yeah, I almost forgot. What's wrong with Qin Feng? He just ran off without saying a word. I think he just doesn't want to give us any wine. Does anyone have his WeChat? He promised us that, and we have to find him and demand an explanation. That's right, quickly send him a WeChat message. Holy crap, I don't think I have Qin Feng's WeChat. Does anyone else have it? I didn't either. As they were talking, everyone suddenly fell silent. because none of them had Qin Feng as a friend on WeChat. It's not that they hadn't added him before, but rather that they deleted him without Qin Feng's knowledge. Now, if we want to contact Qin Feng to ask for more wine, where can we even get in touch with him? Only Li Hao and Zhou Yan, who were secretly hiding to the side, were overjoyed. He made an excuse to go outside, took out his phone, and prepared to send a message to Qin Feng. Holy crap! This. However, to their astonishment, the very next second after they sent the message, the screen immediately displayed a message indicating that the other party was not your friend. It's obvious that Qin Feng has already deleted Li Hao from his friend list. Chapter 136. Could you please show mercy? Qin Feng was naturally unaware of everything that was happening here. Of course, even if he knew, he would definitely scoff at it. To be honest, it was already quite generous of Qin Feng to treat them to such a lavish meal for free. Their sycophantic nature is disgusting to even think about. Qin Feng and his group didn't plan to go back tonight, since it was already quite late. After leaving the private room, the group booked 3 presidential suites at the hotel. Qin Feng kept one room for himself, while the remaining 2 rooms were given to Lu Rubing and the others. As soon as they entered the house, they went straight to the bathroom. I drank quite a bit of alcohol during dinner, and I still smell strongly of it. Thump, thump, thump. As soon as Qin Feng came out of the bathroom, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Qin Feng frowned and stepped forward to open the door. However, what he didn't expect was that the person who came would be Tang Xinyi. Why are you here? Qin Feng frowned and asked Tang Xinyi. Can we go inside first and then talk? Tang Xinyi glanced around and then said to Qin Feng with a blush. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it, nodded, and then led her into the room. Tell me, what do you want from me? Qin Feng found a comfortable spot on the sofa and asked Tang Xinyi. Brother Feng, Tang Xinyi was about to say something when Qin Feng interrupted her. All right, stop calling me Brother Feng. You're not worthy. Just say what it is. I have other things to do. Well, okay then. Tang Xinyi felt quite embarrassed after hearing this. Taking a deep breath, she said to Qin Feng, I know it was all my fault back then. I shouldn't have been so blinded by greed. But as the saying goes, even a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of kindness. I gave you my first time. Oh, so you mean? I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to say. Tang Xinyi's eyes reddened, and she said pitifully to Qin Feng, I really need this job at Weigao Technology. Could you please go easy on me? Do you really need this job? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng said with a playful expression, What does that have to do with me? Can't you please let me off the hook for the sake of our past relationship? Stop. I have no feelings for you. You should go and keep your Yu Wenkai company. As Qin Feng spoke, he stood up and kicked Tang Xinyi out. Thump, thump, thump. However, not long after he drove Tang Xinyi away, Qin Feng's door was knocked on again. Who the hell is it this time? Can't a person get any sleep? Just then, Qin Feng opened the door again. Holy crap, it's you? Qin Feng initially thought it was Shun Ming Yao and the others, but he never expected that it would be Su Rongrong. Get out of here, don't disturb my sleep. Without saying a word, Qin Feng locked Su Rongrong outside. He's not stupid. He understands perfectly well why she's come looking for him in the middle of the night. She just wanted to use her body to get Qin Feng's forgiveness. However, as a righteous and exemplary young man, how could Qin Feng possibly let these 2 women's evil schemes succeed? That's why they were kicked out without saying a word. Chapter 137. Let go of my idol's hand right now. After breakfast, Qin Feng and his group boarded the plane and went straight back to Qin family village. And so, Qin Feng and the others stayed at home for another 2 or 3 days. During this period, Qin Feng also reached a consensus with the leaders of the prefecture and bought the entire Zhangjiajie National Forest Park. As for the subsequent investment and construction of Xiangbei, Qin Feng also handed it over to Yida. Seeing that things were on the right track, Qin Feng first took Qin Yu and the other girls to Zhangjiajie National Forest Park for a visit. After saying goodbye to his parents, he took Qin Yu and the other girls back to Shenzhen. Qin Feng had just returned when he received a call from ByteDance. They said they hoped Qin Feng could attend a large-scale event the company was preparing. Qin Feng originally had no interest whatsoever. However, when he learned that Zhao Xue'er had also been invited, he nodded in agreement. Given Zhao Xue'er's gentle and delicate personality, Qin Feng was genuinely worried that she might be bullied. The event was scheduled for the morning of the following day. The next morning, Qin Feng gave some instructions to everyone. He randomly picked a Bugatti Veyron and took Zhao Shuer out the door. When Qin Feng and his group arrived at the event venue, it was already packed with people. Wow, look! Isn't that Xiao? Xiao? Who's that? I've never heard of her. Why hasn't my sister Yulua arrived yet? Holy crap, you're a fan of Sister Yulua too? Of course. Sister Yulua is so beautiful, she definitely has to have fans. Hehe, me too. There are quite a few streamers here today. Of course, this is an event hosted by ByteDance, the parent company of Douyin. How could the streamers possibly let such an opportunity pass by? This is so awesome. I just saw my idol, V, and I never expected him to be so handsome in person. White-faced V. Isn't he always wearing a mask? How did you recognize him? Hehe, I can't tell you that. Aside from some popular Douyin, TikTok, streamers, most of the people who came to the event today were fans who came just to see what was going on. Judging from the cheers and discussions at the scene, the anchors are quite popular. Of course, high popularity also proves their strong earning power. Although Qin Feng's Bugatti Veyron is quite valuable, there are other cars in the parking lot that can rival it. I just glanced at it casually. Qin Feng discovered that even the cheapest car among them cost several million. Come on, let's go inside. After Qin Feng parked the car, he led Zhao Shuer onto the red carpet at the entrance of the event hall. Hey, who are those two? Why are they on the red carpet? I don't recognize them, but they must be popular Douyin streamers, right? But aren't they a bit too good-looking? Oh my god, that guy is so handsome. I'm in love. I can't take it anymore. I suddenly realize I don't love my Jechi anymore. Haha, me too. I've decided I'm going to follow this guy from now on. Does anyone know his Douyin ID? I want one too. It's really strange. How come I never noticed such a handsome streamer before? As soon as Qin Feng and his companion stepped onto the red carpet, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. There's no way around it. Their looks are just too outstanding. What puzzled the onlookers was that they didn't recognize Qin Feng and his companion at all. It's worth noting that almost everyone who's here today is a popular live streamer on Douyin, TikTok. As soon as they appear, they will be recognized by fans immediately. Holy crap, I think I recognize her. That girl should be Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer? Never heard of her. But she is indeed quite pretty. Almost as pretty as my sister Yuluo. I only stumbled into her live stream once by chance, and it seems like she hasn't been live streaming recently. Wow, are there any streamers this laid back? With her looks, she could easily become famous, right? Shaw, is it as good looking as you guys say? I think it's just average. That's right. I also think she's just average, and she doesn't deserve to stand next to my husband at all. Although some people recognize Zhao Shuer, she did indeed stream far too infrequently. It's fair to say they have absolutely no fan base. Being invited by ByteDance to participate in this event. A major reason for this is that Qin Feng had previously given her a huge amount of money in his live stream. It's worth noting that most of the onlookers were girls. When they saw Zhao Shuer walking with such a handsome guy as Qin Feng, they naturally felt a little jealous. Although their murmurs were not loud, they still reached Qin Feng and his companion's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Qin Feng's senses were incredibly sharp, and he immediately noticed Zhao Shuer's unusual behavior. With a slight upturn of his lips, he reached out and took Zhao Shuer's small hand in his. Brother Feng. Holding Qin Feng's hand, Zhao Shuer's previously somewhat disappointed expression instantly turned into a blush. Ignore them. I'll soon make you the most popular female anchor in China. Qin Feng curled his lip and said confidently. Yes, I believe you. Zhao Shuer nodded, her heart filled with anticipation. Who is Qin Feng? That's ByteDance's largest shareholder. If you want to elevate her, isn't it as easy as eating? It's worth noting that Zhao Shuer's biggest dream in life is to become a top live streamer. Holy crap, what's going on? Why are they holding hands? My idol, are you trying to drive me crazy? I just can't stand it anymore. I feel like I'll never love again in my life. This is infuriating. Are you treating this place like a wedding venue? My dear mother and sister, let go of my idol's hand right now. Damn it, I can't take this anymore. What kind of person dares to hold my husband's hand? However, to Qin Feng's surprise, the moment he took Zhao Shuer's hand, the girls on the scene seemed to go into a frenzy. What was just a quiet discussion suddenly turned into a barrage of insults. It has to be said that when female fans go crazy, it can be quite terrifying. Qin Feng frowned slightly, initially intending not to bother with them. Damn it, I'll smash you to death, you little bitch. However, at that moment, a girl's shout rang out, and a shoe came flying straight at Zhao Shuer. Chapter 0138. What's wrong with the fans? They'll still call you. By the time the staff on site noticed, it was already too late. At this critical moment, Qin Feng instinctively reached out and stood in front of Zhao Shuer. Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Qin Feng grabbed the shoe in his hand. Qin Feng frowned, and without thinking, threw the shoe back in the direction from which it had been thrown. Smack! Another crisp smack rang out. The girl who threw the shoe at Zhao Shuer didn't react in time, and the shoe hit her directly in the face. Because Qin Feng used too much force, the shoe caused her to stumble and fall to the ground. Holy crap, what's going on here? My goodness, this is just too awesome. What does this mean? He actually dared to hit someone? Is there no law anymore? I even like this guy. I never expected him to be this kind of person. We must get justice from him today. It's just a shoe thrown at some woman. Was it really necessary to use such force? Yes, I don't like him anymore. The girls who were just shouting along suddenly erupted into chaos upon seeing the situation before them. They started criticizing Qin Feng in twos and threes. Of course, aside from a few idiots, most people can still distinguish right from wrong. Just as they finished speaking, someone immediately stood up. Acting like everyone else needs your approval. You bunch of idiots. You're absolutely right. I just think this guy threw it really well. Ha ha. TSK. I thought that girl would get hit by the shoe, but I didn't expect this guy to be so amazing. So handsome, so incredibly handsome. I hate these kinds of brainless fans the most. I don't know why, but seeing that woman get knocked to the ground just felt so good. The die-hard fans who originally wanted to rush up and argue with Qin Feng could no longer hold back after hearing these words. What the hell are you guys talking about? Yeah, you better watch your mouth. Didn't you see that guy hit someone? So what if we hit her? She's just an idiot. This girl is right. If she hadn't thrown the shoe first, would the guy have thrown it at her? She only has herself to blame. Holy crap, are you guys looking to die? What? Do you think we're afraid of you? You bunch of idiots. Clearly, the clamor of these idiots was completely ignored by everyone else. In an instant, the scene turned into a complete mess. Shuer, are you alright? Seeing this, Qin Feng ignored them and turned to ask Zhao Shuer. I'm fine. Zhao Shuer shook her head and said to Qin Feng with some concern. Brother Feng, are you sure you're not getting into trouble? What trouble could there be? Just a bunch of idiots. Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively, let's go in first. Qin Feng had long heard that celebrities have a lot of die-hard fans, and he had certainly learned something new today. But given his personality, he doesn't care whether you're a fan or not. If you dare to lay a hand on the people around you, you should think about the consequences. What's wrong with the fans? Your fans will still cheer for you. Well, okay then. Zhao Shuer gave a wry smile, then nodded. She knew Qin Feng's personality very well. Given the girl's behavior just now, it would be truly strange if Qin Feng didn't call out to her. And so, amidst the commotion of the onlookers, the two walked nonchalantly toward the entrance. Hello, gentlemen. Please show me your invitations. As soon as Qin Feng and his companion arrived at the entrance, they were immediately stopped by the staff at the door. Well. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Keep in mind, he is the general manager of ByteDance, and he personally called to invite me. There was no formal invitation letter whatsoever. Zhao Shuer took out an invitation from her bag and handed it to the staff member. Okay, ma'am, you can go in now. The staff carefully checked the invitation and then returned it to Zhao Shuer. After saying that, she turned to look at Qin Feng again. Sir, where is your invitation? This? Brother Feng, you don't have an invitation, do you? Zhao Shuer was taken aback and asked Qin Feng with some surprise. She knew very well that Qin Feng was the largest shareholder of ByteDance. Now Qin Feng is attending an event organized by his own company without an invitation. Who would believe that? Cough, cough. Qin Feng's lips twitched, he coughed twice, and said somewhat speechlessly, that guy only told me to come and participate in the event. How was I supposed to know that I needed some kind of weird invitation? Then, turning to the staff member, he said, your general manager didn't give me one. Why don't you ask him to come out and give me one? What? Upon hearing this, the staff member nearly popped his eyes out. What? Is that not allowed? Of course not. The staff member curled his lip and said speechlessly, Hey bro, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? You actually had our general manager personally send you an invitation? You're asking for trouble. After saying this, he didn't forget to give Qin Feng a disdainful look. The onlookers who had just been arguing had naturally overheard Qin Feng and his companion's conversation. Haha, I thought this guy was some kind of popular streamer, but I didn't expect him to not even have an invitation. I knew it. Aside from being handsome, I've never seen him on Douyin before. He still has the nerve to walk the red carpet? I don't know who gave him the courage. This is hilarious. He had the general manager of ByteDance send him an invitation. Does he really think he's some big shot? That's right. The general manager of ByteDance doesn't have time to deal with him. Hey, he's quite handsome, but he seems a bit too dim-witted. I think he's probably just trying to freeload at the event. I heard there's a huge buffet there. Haha, if that's what you're saying, then it's actually quite possible. In an instant, a large number of die-hard fans stood up, laughing loudly. Like that staff member, their faces were full of sarcasm. However, Qin Feng ignored them and just looked at the staff member with a playful expression. Are you sure you don't want to call your general manager out for me? Don't blame me for not telling you. I'm the largest shareholder of ByteDance. Chapter 0139. I say, bro, you're really putting on a good show. Largest shareholder? The staff almost burst out laughing when they heard this. He curled his lip and said with great disdain, if you're the largest shareholder, then wouldn't I be the shareholder's father? All right. If you don't have an invitation, then get out of here. I don't have time to waste here with you. Hey, how dare you talk to me like that? Upon hearing his words, Zhao Shui'er couldn't help but speak up. She can say whatever she wants, but she will never allow anyone to look down on Qin Feng. However, the staff member didn't take it seriously at all and said with a sneer, hey ma'am, if you want to go in, then hurry up and go in. I definitely won't let anyone in without an invitation. After hearing this, Zhao Shui'er wanted to argue with him again. But Qin Feng stopped him at that moment, saying, all right, there's no need to argue with him. I'll just call their general manager. After saying that, Qin Feng took out his phone and made a call. Mr. Qin, is there anything you need me to do? A moment later, a very respectful voice came from the other side. Cough, cough. Qin Feng coughed twice and said somewhat awkwardly, I'm being stopped at the door by the staff. Could you come out and get me? Oh. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the person on the other end was immediately taken aback. After a long pause, he said nervously, President Qin, please wait a moment. I'll come out to meet you right away. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Qin Feng's reply. Ha! Seeing this, a staff member standing nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, hey bro, you're really putting on a good show. But do you know our general manager's phone number? In his view, Qin Feng must have just made a random phone call and was just putting on an act in front of him. Upon hearing the staff member's words, the die-hard fans at the scene immediately joined in the mockery. Ha ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. I must say, the gestures for making that phone call were quite similar. The Oscars are missing an Best Actor award for him. I'd like to see if someone really comes out to pick him up later. You're overthinking it. Do you think the general manager of ByteDance is just some random nobody you can call out? Hee, you never know. What if the general manager of ByteDance really comes out later? Wouldn't we be embarrassed? Haha, you're right. I'm scared too. Hearing the jeers from the crowd, Qin Feng seemed not to hear them at all. He pursed his lips and glanced around. I noticed that there were 2 seats available near the staff, not far away. Without thinking, he pulled Zhao Shui'er and walked over there. Hey, what are you doing? If you don't have an invitation, get out of here right now. Seeing this, the staff member couldn't help but speak to Qin Feng with some impatience. You'll find out soon enough. Qin Feng didn't bother to explain to him, and with a playful expression, he led Zhao Shui'er to sit down. Humph, I'd like to see how long you can keep up this act. The staff member snorted and, too lazy to pay any more attention to Qin Feng, turned around and began his work. A short while later, many more popular live streamers walked over from the red carpet. When they saw Qin Feng and his companion sitting at the door, they were initially surprised, but then their expression turned to confusion. I don't understand why these two aren't going in, but sitting here outside the door. And so, about 5 more minutes passed. Finally, a middle-aged man in a suit hurriedly came out from the entrance. Oh my God, what's wrong with President Zhao? He looks so anxious. I don't know, maybe some important person has arrived at the entrance. An important figure? What kind of important figure could make President Zhao personally go to pick him up? That's true. Do you think it's Jack Ma who's coming? Jack Ma? How is that possible? This is an event prepared by ByteDance itself. Besides, even if Jack Ma came, given Mr. Zhao's status, there's no need for him to personally go to greet him, is there? Forget it. Let's hurry up and find a seat. The event is about to start. Along the way, many popular live streamers greeted Zhao Sihai, but he seemed not to see them at all and simply ignored them. Before long, he had arrived at the doorway. After looking around, he quickly spotted Qin Feng and his companion not far away. Holy crap! Why did Mr. Zhao actually come out? Oh my god! Could it be that what that kid said is true? The moment Zhao Sihai appeared, the staff member from before was completely stunned. He never expected that his own general manager would actually show up. Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao. Just as he was about to step forward and say something, Zhao Sihai acted as if he hadn't seen him at all and jogged over to Qin Feng in one stride. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. I've been so busy today, I've kept you waiting. As soon as he arrived at Qin Feng's side, he hurriedly bowed and apologized to Qin Feng. Seeing this, a staff member standing nearby almost stumbled and fell to the ground. After regaining her senses, she stammered to Zhao Sihai. Mr. Zhao. He's really the largest shareholder of ByteDance. Not only him, but the onlookers around him were also quite shocked. Who is Zhao Sihai? That's the founder of ByteDance. As Chinese people, they naturally often saw it in major newspapers. But little did they expect that such a big shot would actually bow and apologize to Qin Feng as soon as he came out. How could I not be shocked? Quiet. Utterly quiet. Although the scene was packed with people, at that moment it was as quiet as if you could hear a pin drop. Everyone strained their ears, waiting for Zhao Sihai's answer. Yes, that's right. At that moment, Zhao Sihai nodded. He extended his hand and introduced the employee. This is our company's new chairman, President Qin Feng. The new chairman? Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, the staff member staggered and collapsed to the ground. He never expected that everything Qin Feng said was actually true. Thinking of the sarcastic words he had said to Qin Feng earlier, he wished he could slap himself hard across the face. As for the onlookers around them, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Holy crap! My dear sister, is he really ByteDance's largest shareholder? This is way too exaggerated. Is the largest shareholder of ByteDance really this handsome and young? Chapter 0140. He just let me go like that? President Qin, what's wrong with him? Upon seeing this, Zhao Sihai pointed to the staff member who was slumped on the ground and asked. Although he didn't know what had happened, judging from the guy's expression, nothing good was going to happen. Fine. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said casually, all right, let's go in. After saying that, he turned to the staff member and asked, brother, can I go in now? Yes, yes. The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said to Qin Feng, that's good. Qin Feng chuckled and led Zhao Shui'er toward the entrance. In Qin Feng's opinion, apart from his slightly barbed words, this guy was nothing special. He's not the kind of person who's unreasonable. There's no need to stoop to his level. Upon seeing this, Zhao Sihai glared fiercely at the staff member and then hurriedly followed. Holy crap! He just let me go like that? This is too good. Watching Qin Feng and his group leave, the staff member felt a lingering fear, but also a deep sense of admiration for Qin Feng. He never expected that after Qin Feng revealed his identity, he would not hold it against him at all. Not only him, but all the onlookers around him also showed an incredulous expression. Just then, someone from among the die-hard fans suddenly stood up and said, he's so handsome, so incredibly handsome. I never imagined he would be such a magnanimous person. Yes, I was so mean to him before. Sigh, if I had known this guy was so nice, I would never have criticized him. I'm so sorry, sir. It's all that bitch's fault. I've decided I'm going to be a huge fan of this guy from now on. If he ever starts doing live streams on Douyin, I'll definitely shower him with gifts. I want to use it too. This guy is so nice, I love him. Shaw, that guy is the largest shareholder of ByteDance. Why would he be doing live streaming? Damn, you're absolutely right. They're not short of money. Why would they do something as low class as live streaming? Oh, that's such a pity. I really like him. Who can argue with that? Even Qin Feng probably didn't expect that his action just now would instantly gain him countless loyal fans. Of course, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care at all. After all, he had no intention of becoming a streamer. He might as well play around with streaming. This way. As soon as Qin Feng and his group entered the event venue, many people immediately looked over, for no other reason than their curiosity. Who exactly is this person curious? To my surprise, Zhao Sihai personally came out to greet them. Hiss. What a handsome young man. What a beautiful young lady. The moment everyone saw Qin Feng and his companion, they couldn't help but gasp. Does anyone know them? I don't recognize her. Could she be a new streamer? Really? The new streamer needs to be picked up by President Zhao personally. So what? Maybe they're just too good-looking, which is why they're valued by President Zhao. Is she really that good-looking? I think she's just average. Hey, crocodile bro. Come on, you standing next to him is like a devil and an angel. Holy crap, what the hell are you saying? Do you think you're that good-looking? Hee hee, it doesn't matter if it looks good or not. The important thing is that I have more fans than you. Damn it. So what if he has 7 million followers? What's so great about that? Although the murmurs of the crowd were not loud, they still reached Qin Feng and his companion's ears. Zhao Sihai frowned slightly and asked Qin Feng in a low voice, President Qin, should I reveal your identity to them? In Zhao Sihai's view, young people like Qin Feng value face the most. Being mistaken for a fellow streamer by so many other streamers might make him a little unhappy. After all, compared to capitalists, live streamers are far inferior. Need not. Qin Feng waved his hand casually and said, if they want to misunderstand, then let them misunderstand. Hee hee, Mr. Qin is so magnanimous. Zhao Sihai chuckled and couldn't help but flatter Qin Feng. President Qin, the other senior executives in the company all want to meet with you privately. What do you think? Can? Qin Feng nodded and asked Zhao Shuer, who was standing beside him. Shuer, do you want to come along? He is the company's largest shareholder, so even if he brings Zhao Shuer along, no one will have any objections. No need, I'll wait for you here. Zhao Shuer shook her head and said to Qin Feng, all right, then find a place to sit and wait for me. As Qin Feng spoke, he and Zhao Sihai headed backstage. This way. After seeing Qin Feng and the others leave, Zhao Shuer looked around. I found that there were a few empty seats in the front row, but the seats in the back were almost all occupied. After hesitating for a moment, he took a step forward. There happened to be 2 empty seats nearby, so she thought she would save one for Qin Feng as well. After walking over, I first wiped myself with a tissue, and then sat down directly. Holy crap, this beauty is amazing. She even dared to sit in the seats that Sister Yu Luo and Si Yao were in. I think she's courting death. She can sit in Sister Yu Lu's seat, but Si Yao might not be so lucky. You're right, I bet there's going to be a good show later. Si Yao isn't exactly known for her good temper. Yeah. Last time a small streamer said that Si Yao was using a sound card to sing, and as a result, she and her fans attacked her so much that they shut down the live stream. Upon seeing this, the live streamers who were watching Zhao Shuer immediately revealed amused smiles. Many people began to whisper among themselves. Wow, is Si Yao really that scary? She seemed so gentle during her live streams. Gentle my ass. It depends on who you're being nice to. That's right, you might not know this, but Si Yao is Vice President Yu's woman, and she has a lot of influence on Douyin. Holy crap, is that true? What else do you think? With her looks and temper, how could she possibly be compared to Sister Yu Luo? I advise you not to offend her in the future, or you'll definitely suffer the consequences. My dear mother and sister, if that's how you put it, isn't this young lady doomed? The way everyone looked at Zhao Shuer was a mix of amusement, disdain, and pity. In their view, if Zhao Shuer dares to sit in Si Yao's position, she's basically about to say goodbye to the live streaming industry. Chapter 0141. Aren't you being a bit too domineering? Crocodile, why don't you go and talk to that beautiful woman? Just then, a streamer with a somewhat sleazy appearance whispered to a streamer next to him with a big mouth. Say what? The streamer with the big mouth was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously, what else can be said? The lewd streamer curled his lip and said speechlessly, of course we should let her change seats. It's such a waste that such a pretty girl isn't a streamer. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? The streamer with the big mouth grinned and said somewhat shyly, what's wrong with that? You don't have a wife yet, do you? The lewd streamer chuckled and quickly advised, if you help her this time, maybe she'll see your kindness and give you a taste of your own medicine? Isn't that very likely? The streamer with the big mouth curled her lip and said with some suspicion, wasn't there a handsome guy next to her just now? Maybe that was her boyfriend. Didn't you say it wasn't certain? What if it isn't? This? What are you fussing about? If you're not going, then I won't be so polite. As the lewd streamer spoke, he stood up abruptly from his seat. No, please, I'll go. Seeing this, the streamer with the big mouth immediately became anxious and said to the lewd streamer, such a beautiful girl can't be harmed by a pervert like you. After saying that, the streamer with the big mouth got up to go find Zhao Shuer. But just then, the lewd streamer shoved him down, saying, It's too late. What's too late? Look who's that at the door. Upon hearing the lewd streamer's words, the streamer with the big mouth looked in the direction he was pointing. Holy crap, it's Xiao. The streamer with the big mouth exclaimed in surprise, then cast a pitying look at Zhao Shuer. He didn't have the guts to go and remind Zhao Shuer now, so he could only silently mourn for her in his heart. Not just him, everyone else had the same expression. In their view, Zhao Shuer is in big trouble this time. As for Zhao Shuer, she didn't notice everyone's expressions and kept her head down, seemingly thinking about something. Su Xiao is wearing a sky blue bodycon dress today. Although she isn't exceptionally beautiful, she could still be considered a pretty girl. As soon as he entered the event venue, many people came up to greet him. This is actually quite normal. After all, she is one of the top influencers on Douyin, so she deserves this kind of treatment. As she greeted everyone, her eyes glanced towards the first row. She's one of the top influencers on Douyin, so naturally she wouldn't sit in the back row. How could that reflect her unique status? After a careful look, I found that they were basically the most popular live streamers on Douyin. Although not as popular as her, she still has a strong fan base. Just then, she suddenly caught sight of Zhao Shuer, who was occupying 2 seats not far away. He frowned slightly and walked towards Zhao Shuer. Hey, who are you? He approached Zhao Shuer and looked down at her, asking her questions. Upon hearing Su Xiao's question, Zhao Shuer, who had snapped out of her daze, immediately raised her head. Wow, she's quite pretty. Su Xiao clicked her tongue and said with a disdainful look, Do you know that the seat you're sitting in is mine? You're a newcomer. Who gave you the courage to sit in my seat? Your location? Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer frowned slightly. Is your name written on this? Despite her gentle and delicate appearance, Zhao Shuer has become quite assertive lately, thanks to Qin Feng. When it comes to speaking, he is extremely sharp. Trying to argue with me, huh? Su Xiao chuckled coldly, saying with a playful expression, Don't you know that only top Douyin streamers can sit in this row? What right do you, an unknown streamer, have to sit in this row? You. Zhao Shuer was furious when she heard this. What do you mean? Get out of here. Su Xiao curled her lip and said irritably, Just a small-time streamer. Don't forget your place. Snort. Zhao Shuer snorted coldly and said angrily, What if I don't allow it today? You won't allow it? Su Xiao pursed her lips, a half-smile on her face, and said, Then I'll make sure you can't be a streamer. You. Just as Zhao Shuer was about to say something more, a voice as melodious as a lark's rang out. Xiao, how about we sit in the second row? There are seats available here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shuer and Su Xiao turned and looked in the direction from which the sound came. The newcomer was dressed in a white, form-fitting dress, with waist-length purple hair cascading down to her waist, and her eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. Her gentle and charming temperament, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, made her seem like an ethereal fairy. Especially her smile, it can strike straight to the depths of people's souls. So beautiful. When Zhao Shuer saw who it was, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It wasn't that she hadn't seen beautiful women before. After all, Qin Feng was surrounded by dozens of beautiful women. But in her opinion, apart from number 1 and Lu Rubing, the other women in front of her seemed to be slightly inferior to this beauty. Of course, this includes herself. Rain. Su Xiao frowned and said somewhat irritably, It's your business if you want to sit in the back. I'm not going to lower myself like you. After saying that, he didn't forget to give a disdainful look to the streamers sitting in the second row. In her opinion, the anchors in the second row were not qualified to sit next to her at all. Moreover, this was a suggestion from her competitor. You should know that she has always been extremely jealous of you, Luo. She can easily become the top female anchor on Douyin just because of her looks, and no one dares to mess with her. And what about her? She had to offer her body to win the favor of certain older men in order to barely be on equal footing with them. How could she possibly accept this? The anchors sitting in the second row were very unhappy with Su Xiao's disdainful look, but none of them dared to say anything. I'm telling you, you woman. Coming to her senses, Zhao Shuier couldn't help but say, they kindly invited you, and you're being too domineering. For some reason, Zhao Shuier felt a strong liking for Yu Luo the moment she first saw her. Chapter 0142. I wonder if anyone would like to come up on stage and give it a try? What the hell is this to you? Upon hearing this, Su Xiao said coldly, who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak here? You. Zhao Shuier was furious when she heard this. Just as she was about to say something, Yu Luo spoke up. Xiao, isn't that incredibly rude of you? After saying that, he walked over to Zhao Shue's side. He pulled Zhao Shuier over and said to her, come on, let's go sit in the back and ignore this kind of person. Rain, what the hell do you mean? Upon seeing this, Su Xiao immediately became furious and stopped Yu Luo, speaking coldly. It's nothing. You like sitting in the front row, right? Fine, you can sit there. After saying that, without paying attention to Su Xiao's expression, he pulled Zhao Shuier to sit down in the back row. At that moment, a piece of music suddenly started playing. Those who have participated in the event know that this is a sign that the event is about to begin. Su Xiao, who had originally intended to persist in her accusations, snorted coldly and then obediently sat down. Are the cameras all ready? Just then, a man holding a walkie-talkie spoke to the staff around him. We're ready. Great. Check the lights and the network. We're doing a live broadcast today, so there can't be any mistakes. Okay, have the guests get ready. They'll be taking the stage soon. Attention all departments. Countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Just as the director finished speaking, a man and a woman dressed in hosting uniforms walked confidently onto the stage. Male host. I'm very happy that everyone can participate in this agricultural assistance event organized by ByteDance. Female host. Before the event begins, let's give a warm welcome to our guests for today's event. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen simply dressed farmers walked onto the stage. In their hands, they carried a small bamboo basket containing the products they would be helping farmers with today. Male host. All right, now let's welcome our guests to introduce their products to everyone. As they spoke, the guests on stage began to introduce each item one by one. Radishes, cabbages, fruits, rice, they had everything. The farmers explained it in great detail. Female host. I believe the anchors in the audience have a good understanding of this, right? I wonder if anyone would like to come up on stage and give it a try? As soon as the host finished speaking, the lights and cameras shone directly onto the audience. I'll do it. At that moment, Su Xiao stood up from her seat with a smile. This was a great start to the event, so how could she let someone else steal the spotlight? After saying that, he turned around and gave Yu Luo a very provocative look. In Su Xiao's mind, as long as she can sell more products than Yu Luo today, she will definitely be able to take the top spot as a Douyin live streamer. Male host. Very good. Then please welcome Ms. Xiao to the stage. As soon as the host finished speaking, a piece of soothing music immediately began to play in the room. Following the music, Su Xiao confidently walked onto the stage. Female host. Ms. Xiao, which agricultural products would you like to promote via live stream today? As soon as Su Xiao stepped onto the stage, the host immediately came to her side and asked her a question. Let's make it a bit more challenging. Su Xiao smiled confidently and said casually. Female host. Haha, it seems our Miss Xiao is very confident in herself. Male host. Of course, Miss Xiao is our #1 live streamer on Douyin. In that case, how about radishes and cabbage? These are very difficult products to produce. No problem, then let's have radishes and cabbage. For Su Xiao, the main reason she went on stage first was to overshadow Yu Luo. In that case, the more challenging the product, the better it will prove her ability. Male host. All right, let's begin now. Can. As Su Xiao spoke, she walked to a table and chairs not far away and sat down. On the table were the radishes and cabbages she had chosen. Hello everyone watching the live stream. I'm Xiao, today's live streamer supporting farmers. You should all have seen the products displayed. Su Xiao had barely sat down when she immediately got into live streaming mode. It must be said that this woman is quite capable. In just under 3 minutes of presentation on stage, all 100 tons of radishes and cabbages were sold out. Holy crap, she's amazing. Wow, that's awesome. A top streamer is a top streamer. If it were me, I'd probably have to stream for a month to achieve that. Although Xiao has a bad temper, Her strength is truly top-notch. I admire you so much. Seeing this, many of the anchors in the audience showed expressions of admiration. Seeing this, Su Xiao felt a surge of pride and said to the host, "Bring me 3 more products. I haven't even warmed up yet." Host, wow, that's amazing. Shall we do a live broadcast of 3 more? No problem. Not just 3, 30 things are fine too. Su Xiao's confidence has now reached its peak. As soon as she finished speaking, the host immediately served her 3 more agricultural products to help alleviate poverty. The result was still shocking. In less than 5 minutes, she had broadcast all 3 agricultural products she was helping to promote. The host and the farmers standing nearby were completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Su Xiao's ability to sell products would be so strong. Even the top anchors who were initially somewhat unconvinced couldn't help but silently give Su Xiao a thumbs up. My God, she's so amazing. It sold out in just 8 minutes. Products worth at least 50 million. Who can compare to that? That's not necessarily true. Maybe Sister Yulua can do it too. You're kidding me. Although Sister Yulu is also a super live streamer, she might not be able to match Xiao's sales speed. I also think Sister Yulua is no match for her. Xiao is simply terrifying. It seems that Xiao will soon surpass Yulua and become the #1 influencer on Douyin. I'm convinced. I'm totally convinced. As Su Xiao stepped off the stage, she couldn't help but feel delighted upon hearing the whispers of the crowd. In her mind, she was determined to steal the spotlight from the reign today. She still didn't believe that Yu Luo could really surpass her. P.S. I'm not going to write it the way you imagine. Chapter 0143. These 5 products don't need to be streamed anymore. I'll buy them all. Male host. I have to say, our Xiao is really amazing. Female host. Of course. Selling around 54 million yuan worth of agricultural products in 8 minutes. How could that not be impressive? Male host. All right. I wonder if anyone else would like to come up and try? After the host finished speaking, the lights and cameras shone on the audience again. Crocodile, are you going up? What the hell am I supposed to do? Going up there now would just be a slap in the face, wouldn't it? Hee. You're right. Xiao is really amazing. White-faced V, why don't you go up there? You're a top streamer. You shouldn't be any worse than Xiao, right? Forget it. I'm good at technical stuff, but I'd rather not do product endorsements. Why don't you go, shall we? You may not have as many fans as Xiao, but you're prettier than her, right? Maybe you can do it. No thanks. I can't compare myself to them. Surprisingly, after Su Xiao stepped off the stage, no other anchor dared to go up to her. For no other reason than that they don't want to be proven wrong. Among these people were the top live streamers sitting in the front row. Upon seeing this, the 2 hosts on site immediately panicked. If no streamer is willing to go up there, wouldn't the event be a complete disaster? Thinking of this, the male host quickly said with a smile, Haha, it seems everyone is very modest. How about I just pick one from among you? Female host. That's a great suggestion. If I had to choose, I'd pick a top streamer. Maybe they can pull off another miracle for us. Male host. That makes sense, so let's take a closer look. After they finished speaking, their gazes swept directly towards the audience. Accompanying them were cameras and lights. Damn it, are these 2 guys crazy? That's right, a miracle my ass. Don't pick me, please don't pick me. I don't want to compete against Xiao. Contrary to what the hosts expected, almost everyone unconsciously lowered their heads wherever their gaze fell. This is actually quite normal. Given Xiao's sales ability, very few people would be willing to go on stage and humiliate themselves. The host couldn't help but frown when he saw this. To be honest, given the current situation, whoever they bring up is very likely to offend the other party. Just as they were struggling with their decision, a female voice as melodious as a lark suddenly broke the awkward atmosphere. Let me do it. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sense of relief. Even without looking at the speaker, they could already guess who it was. After all, not everyone can have such a beautiful voice. Male host. Ha ha ha. All right then, please welcome our great anchor, Yu Luo. The host quickly spoke the moment Yu Luo finished speaking. Judging from the expression on his face, it was as if he was afraid that Yu Luo would change her mind. Go, raindrop sister. Seeing Yu Luo smiled slightly and, following the rhythm of the music, stepped onto the stage. Female host. Yu Luo, I wonder how many agricultural products you would like to help. As soon as Yu Luo stepped onto the stage, the 2 hosts immediately ran to her side. Me? I'll have a couple of things to start. Male host. Okay, then which 2 things do you want? Whatever. After finishing her speech, Yuluo sat down in the chair for the live broadcast. Seeing this, the two hosts didn't waste any time and quickly selected two products from the guests' bamboo baskets: a watermelon and a pineapple. Dear viewers in the live stream, thank you so much for participating in this agricultural assistance event organized by our company. Today, I'm going to introduce. Similar to Su Xiao, Yuluo first greeted the viewers in the live stream. Then, they began to introduce the products. Dear babies, this is us. However, before she could finish speaking, the production team called a halt. Wait. Holy crap, what's going on? Why was it stopped? I don't know. Could someone have cut the network cable? Haha, you think it's you, Huasheng? Someone actually cuts the network cable. That's hard to say. There are all kinds of people in this world. Forget it. Let's see what's going on first. The moment the director called cut, the anchors in the audience immediately looked surprised. In their minds, the director's sudden yell of cut couldn't possibly mean anything good. Upon seeing this, Su Xiao, who was sitting in the first row, immediately smiled. However, things often turn out differently than people expect. Just when everyone was speculating, the production team finally spoke up again. Excuse me, Ms. Yuluo, would you like to choose a few more products? How about we select a few more products? Upon hearing this, the audience members immediately looked puzzled. I don't understand what the production team meant by saying that. What's the meaning? Yuluo frowned and asked the director team. Upon hearing this, everyone else couldn't help but widen their ears. It's like this. The executive director chuckled and explained to Yuluo, those two products you just mentioned were sold out within 5 seconds of the broadcast starting. So, do you think we should bring a few more products? What? Sold out in 5 seconds? How? How is this possible? Upon hearing this, the anchors in the audience were so shocked they almost bit their tongues. They never expected that the reason the production team called cut was actually like this. At this moment, they looked at Yuluo on the stage again, as if they were looking at a god. In their view, only gods could do this. Su Xiao, who was just secretly delighted, stumbled and almost fell off her seat. Okay, then give me 5 more products. Yuluo nodded and then spoke to the host. Judging from the calm expression on her face, it was as if she had already guessed the outcome. The two hosts didn't dare to waste any time and quickly selected 5 more products from the bamboo basket. Just as Yuluo was about to start her live stream, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. These 5 products don't need to be streamed. I'll buy them all. Although the voice wasn't very loud, it sounded incredibly authoritative. Upon hearing the voice, everyone immediately looked in the direction from which it came. It's worth noting that these 5 products alone amount to at least 1,000 tons, including valuable items such as pine nuts and walnuts. The wholesale price alone would be at least tens of millions. They wanted to see just who could be so generous. Chapter 0144. Wow, his hands are so beautiful. Mr. Zhao? How could it be him? The crowd looked in the direction of the sound and quickly spotted the person who had come. There were more than 10 people, both men and women. Leading the way was a very handsome young man. What puzzled everyone was that Zhao Sihai, the general manager of ByteDance, who had just spoken, seemed like a lackey. He followed behind the young man, appearing very respectful. It wasn't just him. It seemed that all the other men and women were the same. Hey, who's that young man? I don't know, but it looks pretty impressive. He must be an important person. President Zhao personally invited him in from the door. My own mother and sister, really? Of course it's true. We initially thought he was some new streamer, but now it seems he isn't. That's definitely not it. Didn't you see who was following behind him? Upon hearing this, everyone began to carefully observe the people behind Qin Feng. Holy crap, isn't that woman Mr. Li, the marketing manager at Douyin? Yes, it really is her. The person standing next to her should be Mr. Liu from Tomato. My goodness, these all seem to be senior executives from ByteDance, right? Wow, this is awesome. I'm actually quite curious now, just who is this handsome guy? Needless to say, it must be a big shot. Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, Qin Feng slowly walked over with Zhao Sihai and the others. Upon seeing this, the executive director quickly stopped the directing team and jogged over to meet them. Upon approaching Qin Feng and his group, he first glanced at Qin Feng, then turned to Zhao Sihai with a puzzled look and asked, Mr. Zhao, what brings you here? Come on, let me introduce you. Zhao Sihai did not answer his question, but pointed to Qin Feng and introduced him, saying, This is Qin Feng, the largest shareholder of ByteDance. who is ByteDance's largest shareholder. The executive director was startled when he heard this. It's worth noting that although he is a director, he also belongs to ByteDance. In other words, he was also one of Qin Feng's employees. Not only him, but all the streamers who were just guessing Qin Feng's identity were also dumbfounded. They never imagined that the young man they had previously considered a colleague would actually be their boss. Looking at Qin Feng's youthful face, they were filled with envy. What is ByteDance? That's one of the top-ranked companies in China's top 500. At such a young age, Qin Feng is able to become the largest shareholder of ByteDance. How could these people not feel envious? Many young and beautiful female anchors looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of admiration and love. Oh my God, if only he could be my boyfriend. Even Su Xiao, who was not far away, couldn't help but lick her lips. In her opinion, Qin Feng was a million times better than that Vice President Yu. You should know that her lover, Vice President Yu, is currently following Qin Feng around with a fawning expression. At that moment, the executive director, having regained his senses, dared not be negligent in the slightest. He extended his hand and said to Qin Feng with a fawning expression, "Hello, Mr. Qin, my name is Wang Tao, and I am an executive director under ByteDance Technology. I hope you will take good care of me in the future." Hello. Qin Feng chuckled and shook hands with him. Wow, his hands are so beautiful. Holy crap, it really is. I can't believe it. I think I'm in love. My number one idol. I'm sorry. I think I have a crush on someone. Sisters, I've made up my mind. I'm going to pursue him. You're dreaming. You're not even her type, okay? I'd be the one pursuing her. My God, how can there be such a perfect man in this world? Yeah. It's one thing to be handsome. It's one thing to have nice hands. But the key is that he's also so rich. I love it. Just as Qin Feng reached out his hand, the female anchors on site were almost going crazy. You know, usually when their fans say they want to pursue them, they basically ignore them. But what about now? It's likely that with just a glance from Qin Feng, they would all obediently lie on the bed, letting Qin Feng ravage them. It has to be said that this is the difference between people. Even Yu Luo, standing on the stage, looked at Qin Feng with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Mr. Zhao, the rest is up to you. After finishing speaking, President Qin first looked around, then walked over and sat down next to Zhao Shuer. The female anchors, who had been fantasizing about sitting with Qin Feng, immediately showed expressions of disappointment upon seeing this. The look in his eyes as he looked at Zhao Shuer was filled with jealousy. In their minds, how could Zhao Shuer, a new streamer, be qualified to sit with Qin Feng? All right, let's continue the event. Upon seeing Qin Feng sit down, Zhao Sihai addressed the executive director. The executive director was taken aback and asked with some curiosity, Mr. Zhao, didn't you just say that you wanted all those agricultural products to help alleviate poverty? Certainly. Zhao Sihai smiled slightly and said to him, you don't need to let them turn on the cameras. After saying that, without paying attention to the executive director's expression, he strode towards the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Zhao Sihai took the microphone from the host. He first looked at Yu Luo with a doting expression, then addressed the crowd below the stage, saying, I'm very happy that everyone could come to participate in the company's agricultural assistance event today. What I want to say here is that I will buy all the products that Yu Luo will be live streaming today. Holy crap, no way. He really wants to buy it. My goodness, I thought he was joking. That's incredible. That's a product worth tens of millions. Shaw, what's the big deal? Don't forget, Mr. Zhao is the founder of ByteDance. That's true. Tens of millions is just a drop in the ocean for him. But why would he help Yu Luo? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly had a very bad feeling. In small groups, they began to whisper and speculate. Holy crap, do you guys think Yu Luo was also sexually harassed like Xiao? No way. Sister Yu Lu doesn't seem like that kind of person. That's right. I don't think Sister Yu Luo would be that kind of person either. That just shows you're all too young. Don't you guys even think about it? With her looks alone, could Yu Luo really become the top female streamer on Douyin in such a short time? Holy crap, if you put it that way, it might actually be possible. No way. Sister Yu Luo is my goddess. How can she be so superficial? Superficial? You don't know anything. Mr. Zhao is the general manager of ByteDance. Countless women want to get close to him. Sigh, it seems we were really too young. Chapter 0145. Don't worry, I've got everything covered. Although the murmurs of the crowd were quiet, they still reached the ears of the people on the stage. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai frowned slightly. Cough, cough. He coughed twice before continuing. Don't misunderstand, everyone. The reason I'm helping you, Luo, is entirely because. Zhao Sihai paused for a few seconds deliberately when he got to this point. Then, with a look of doting affection, he said, because she is my daughter, Zhao Sihai's daughter. What? Is this for real? No wonder Mr. Zhao wanted to help Sister Yu Luo, now I understand. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. They never imagined that Yu Luo would be Zhao Sihai's daughter. This explains why Yu Luo was able to access such great resources as soon as she joined Douyin. As the daughter of the general manager of ByteDance, it would be difficult for her not to become a popular live streamer, right? What's more, Yu Luo also possesses a fairy-like face. Holy crap. She's actually Mr. Zhao's daughter? This. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, Su Xiao suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over her. You should know that not long ago, she had a conflict with Yu Luo. If Zhao Sihai finds out about this, she'll be in big trouble. No, I must find a chance to apologize to her later. Just as Su Xiao was thinking these things to herself, Zhao Sihai also led Yu Luo down from the stage. He first glanced around, then strode towards Qin Feng's location with a smile. President Qin, I hope you don't mind that Yu Luo and I are sitting here. Zhao Sihai brought Yu Luo to Qin Feng's side and asked him with a smile. Of course I don't mind. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said casually. After saying that, he couldn't help but steal a glance at Zhao Yulao. To be honest, although Zhao Sihai himself isn't very good-looking, his daughter is quite beautiful. Just as Qin Feng was secretly observing Zhao Yulao couldn't help but glance at Qin Feng as well. When she met Qin Feng's scrutinizing gaze, she suddenly felt a little nervous. This was, for the first time in 20 years, she had felt this way. For no other reason than that she simply didn't dare to look Qin Feng in the eye. Qin Feng's eyes were so deep. She was so captivated by it that she was afraid she would fall for it. Her face flushed red, and she immediately lowered her head. After all, the man's father was right beside him, and Qin Feng didn't have time to look at him for long. He didn't want to be seen as a pervert. He turned his head and looked directly at the stage. At that moment, the male host spoke up again. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Zhao, for your generosity. This means that our Miss Yu Luo has created a sales miracle in just 5 seconds. Although Zhao Yulu's second wave of live streaming sales was due to Zhao Sihai's help. However, this cannot deny Zhao Yulu's ability to drive sales. After all, her first wave of live streaming sales made other live streamers worship her like a god. No one would have any objection to the host saying that. Female host. That's right. Miss Yu Luo truly deserves to be our #1 female anchor on Douyin. She's amazing. Male host. Alright, we still have 12 agricultural products left to help the market. I wonder if any other host would like to come up and give it a try? After the two hosts finished speaking, they looked at the audience once again. To be honest, the two of them were quite worried that no one would dare to come up on stage. After all, Zhao Yulao and Su Xiao's sales performance was just too strong. To dare to go on stage at this point is basically tantamount to inviting humiliation. Wherever the two hosts' gazes swept over, the anchors almost all lowered their heads and remained silent. At that moment, a wicked plan suddenly formed in Su Xiao's mind. In just 5 seconds, Zhao Yulu sold 8 kinds of agricultural products to help alleviate poverty. In Su Xiao's opinion, she was naturally at a disadvantage. It's fair to say that Zhao Yulao has completely stolen her thunder. She definitely wouldn't dare to hold a grudge against Zhao Yulao. But that doesn't mean she can't vent her frustration on other people. Su Xiao clearly remembered that Zhao Shuer had also had a conflict with her before. In that case, why not give Zhao Shuer a good stunt? Thinking of this, Su Xiao stood up from her seat. With a cold laugh, he addressed the two hosts on stage. Hosts, I think it might be a bit inappropriate to have all the popular anchors on stage. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Holy crap, what does she mean by that? I don't know, but it's definitely not good news. If you don't let popular streamers go up, do you want newcomers to go up instead? A newbie going up? Are you kidding me? My goodness, sister, I seem to sense a conspiracy. Do you think she might be targeting that beautiful woman? I think it's very likely. This woman is too vicious. It has to be said that everyone knows Su Xiao quite well. From just a few words from her, I could guess Su Xiao's thoughts. It's obvious without a doubt that Su Xiao's target is Zhao Shuer. Zhao Shuer wasn't stupid. How could she not understand Su Xiao's intentions? She never imagined that Su Xiao would come up with such a vicious scheme just because of a seat. His brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Su Xiao's retreating figure, his anger instantly filling him. Qin Feng, who was sitting to the side, naturally also noticed the change in Zhao Shuer. Although he didn't know what had happened before, he was certain that it was definitely related to Zhao Shuer. Gently holding Zhao Shuer's small hand, he said casually, "It's okay. If they call on you later, you can go up." "Brother Feng, Zhao Shuer was about to say something when Qin Feng interrupted her, saying, "Don't worry, I've got everything covered." Zhao Shuer nodded, and the weight in her heart instantly lifted. Her eyes were filled with deep affection as she looked at Qin Feng. "This way." After hearing Su Xiao's words, the male host couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Xiao, what do you mean?" "It doesn't mean anything." Su Xiao pursed her lips and said with a playful expression, "I think that popular streamers like us don't lack exposure at all. As seniors, we should give newcomers a chance, right? As far as I know, there happens to be such a newcomer among the streamers who came today. I think it would be perfect for her to go on stage and promote the products." Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, everyone immediately showed an expression of "I knew it." Chapter 0146. I hope you can create miracles too. This. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the host couldn't help but feel somewhat embarrassed. He's not stupid. He could easily see through Su Xiao's intentions. Cough, cough. He coughed twice, just about to say something. Unexpectedly, Zhao Shuer stood up from her seat and said, "Let me give it a try." Holy crap. Is it true or false? Is she really not afraid of losing face? Upon hearing Zhao Shuer's words, everyone's eyes widened in shock. They never expected that Zhao Shuer would actually dare to go on stage. Looking at Zhao Shuer again, besides pity, there was also a strange sense of admiration in his eyes. "Well, all right then." The host thought for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. Given the current situation, if Zhao Shuer doesn't go on stage, the rest of the activities might be quite difficult to proceed. "Come on." Qin Feng smiled slightly and gave Zhao Shuer a thumbs up. "Come on." Zhao Yuluo, who was sitting to the side, quickly chimed in. "I will." Zhao Shuer nodded and, following the rhythm of the music, stepped onto the stage. "Hello, beautiful. May I ask your name?" As soon as Zhao Shuer stepped onto the stage, the two hosts immediately came to her side. "My name is Zhao Shuer." Zhao Shuer smiled slightly and spoke in a very generous and appropriate manner. "Oh, it's Miss Shuer. How long have you been in the live streaming industry?" "About a month." "More than a month?" The host was slightly taken aback and then said with a wry smile, "So your challenge today is still quite difficult." "It's okay, just consider it exercise." Zhao Shuer smiled slightly and said casually, "All right then, I hope you can create a miracle too." The host's lips twitched slightly and he shrugged, saying, "Now we only have 7 agricultural products left to help with poverty alleviation. Do you want to promote a few first or all at once?" This. Zhao Shuer pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's go together." "All right, let's begin now." As the host spoke, he invited Zhao Shuer to sit in the live broadcast chair. Without wasting any time, they quickly put the last few products on the table. "Do you think she can sell all these products?" "They probably won't be able to sell it all, right? There are 7 different products, and it's at least 1,000 tons. What do you mean shouldn't sell out? This is definitely going to sell out. Do you think everyone is Xiao or Sister Yulua?" "That's true, let alone a newcomer like her. How many of us could possibly sell out?" "I think Brother Zhong can do it. He's a pro at selling products online." "Sure, my foot. If he were capable, he wouldn't have gone up there to show off earlier. Why would he let a newbie take the field?" "Wow, if that's what you're saying, isn't this beautiful woman going to get a really bad slap in the face?" As soon as Zhao Shuer sat down, the anchors below the stage began to discuss among themselves. As expected, no one believed she could actually sell all the goods. This is actually quite normal, as Zhao Shuer is a newcomer with no existing fan base. How could netizens possibly buy into that? How about we guess how long it will take her to sell out her first agricultural product? What's there to guess? It'll take at least half an hour. I think so too. While everyone was discussing it, the production team had already made preparations. "Cameraman, get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go live." As soon as the executive director finished speaking, the live broadcast camera was turned on. As for Zhao Shuer, she quickly got into the zone as well. Dear viewers in the live stream, I'm your newest streamer today, Shuer. The first agricultural product I want to recommend to you today is this. As Zhao Shuer spoke, she casually picked up a mango about the size of a fist. Then came a rapid-fire introduction. However, to Zhao Shuer's slight disappointment, after she finished introducing the mangoes, very few orders were placed. What hurt her even more were the comments and bullet screen messages from viewers in the live stream. Wow, who's this beautiful live streamer? I don't recognize her. She must be a newcomer. A newcomer selling products? Where the hell does she get the confidence? Haha, maybe it's Fish Liang. She really thinks we're easy to fool. What a terrible mango. It doesn't taste good at all. I wouldn't even take it if it were given to me for free. Where's my Yulua? I want to see Yulua. Damn it, does Douyin have no live streamers left? I'm not watching anymore, it's boring. It's fair to say that not a single comment in the entire live stream was in support of Zhao Shuer. Because this live stream was conducted using a large screen projection, the anchors in the audience naturally saw what was on the screen. Oh my god, she's so pitiful. Isn't this normal? I already guessed the outcome the moment she went up there. Wow, that was a real slap in the face. Upon seeing this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. In their view, Zhao Shuer was definitely going to lose all face this time. It's likely that even if they want to do live streaming again in the future, it will be extremely difficult. After all, such a live broadcast scene can already be considered a live broadcast accident. Snort. You little bitch, you asked for this. Seeing this, Su Siyao, who was sitting in the front row, felt a sense of relief. The reason she wanted to get Zhao Shuer on stage was precisely for this very moment. Daddy, what should we do now? Seeing this, Zhao Yulu was filled with worry. Turning to Zhao Sihai, she said, should I go up and help her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai frowned slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng smiled and said, no need. She can handle it. Can we handle it? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulu couldn't help but inwardly complain. The slight goodwill she had just developed towards Qin Feng vanished instantly. To her surprise, Qin Feng took out his phone at that moment. Hey, Xuan is about to spit out this embarrassment, and you're still in the mood to play on your phone? Seeing this, Zhao Yulu could no longer hold back and said to Qin Feng in a very irritating tone. In her view, Qin Feng was acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Yuluo, how dare you speak to President Qin like that? Upon hearing Zhao Yuluo's words, Zhao Sihai immediately reprimanded her. It's important to know that Qin Feng is now the boss of ByteDance. If Zhao Yuluo offends Qin Feng because of this, neither she nor her father will likely escape unscathed. That's exactly right. I didn't say anything wrong. Zhao Yulu was scolded by Zhao Sihai, and she pouted indignantly. Chapter 0147. Your brother Feng, it turns out to be him? You. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai was furious. She turned around, wanting to apologize to Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng didn't even look at the two of them and directly opened Douyin on his phone. As Zhao Shuer's boyfriend, how could Qin Feng possibly embarrass her? Since no one is willing to buy them, I might as well buy them all myself. Anyway, he owns quite a few large companies in China, so he can just give them to his employees as a benefit. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng quickly entered the live stream room through the promotion on the Douyin homepage. Just like the comments displayed on the big screen, they were all voices opposing Zhao Shuer. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng immediately typed a message in the comments section. A bunch of idiots, if you can't afford it, shut up. It has to be said that Qin Feng's sharp words were quite provocative. Holy crap, who the hell are you? Go to hell. How do you know I can't afford it? That's right, what are you pretending for? If you're so capable, why don't you buy one for us and see? I'm not afraid to tell you, my monthly salary is at least 50,000 yuan. How could I not afford a few lousy mangoes? That's right, I earn 70 or 80,000 a month. The only reason I don't buy it is because I don't like this new streamer. Same as the person upstairs, I also earn 40 or 50,000 a month. Same as above. Same as above. Shortly after Qin Feng posted that comment, dozens more comments appeared below. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled, then couldn't help but mutter under his breath. It really is just like what they say online. Everyone on Douyin earns over 10,000 a month? Without wasting any time, several more comments were sent out immediately. Oh, since you're so rich, How come you can't even afford a few mangoes? Why are you so unhappy with new streamers? Just say you're poor. Isn't that enough? In my whole life, the people I despise the most are like you, who are broke but still pretend to be cool. The very next second after Chin Feng posted these comments, the netizens who were just showing off were instantly furious. How could they possibly hold back? They immediately launched a counterattack in the live chat. The content is basically the same, nothing more than saying things like, if you can afford it, then come. Holy crap, what's going on here? My goodness, uncle, aren't we doing a live stream right now? Why are we arguing? By the way, who is this guy called your brother Feng? He looks really fierce. Isn't that amazing? One person cursing over 100 others. That's incredible. Wow. If someone like this were to join my live stream, no haters would dare to come and insult me. Wow, that's a great idea. Absolutely. I'll definitely message him privately after the event. When the live streamers saw the comments on the screen, they immediately went wild. Director, what should we do now? A producer approached the executive director and asked with some concern. The executive director finally came to his senses after hearing this. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered to the producer, how about this? I'll go ask President Chin for instructions. You stay here and keep an eye on things for now. After saying that, he jogged over to Chin Feng. Because Chin Feng was sitting inside, he couldn't go in directly. Just then, Zhao Sihai noticed him and asked, why aren't you keeping watch? What are you doing here? Mr. Zhao, given the current situation, should we stop the live stream? The executive director gave a wry smile, pointed to the content on the screen, and said to Zhao Sihai, if he were still the chairman, Zhao Sihai would definitely make the decision himself. However, the chairman at this time was Chin Feng. Moreover, Zhao Shui'er, who was broadcasting live on stage, clearly had a close relationship with Chin Feng. How could Zhao Sihai dare to make such a decision? Wait a minute. After speaking to the executive director, Zhao Sihai turned to look at Chin Feng. President Chin, what do you think? However, before he could finish speaking, he froze on the spot. Holy crap. Your brother Feng? Holy crap, am I hallucinating? Zhao Sihai never expected this. The brother Feng, who was seen taking on 100 enemies single-handedly in the comments, was actually Chin Feng, the boss sitting next to him. Daddy, what's wrong? Seeing Zhao Sihai standing there motionless, Zhao Yulu followed the direction he was looking and looked over as well. When she saw what was on Chin Feng's phone screen, she was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god. How? How is this possible? Your brother Feng could actually be him? So, did I misunderstand him just now? Thinking of this, Zhao Yulu suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Just as he was about to say something, Chin Feng turned his head around. He frowned slightly and asked the father and daughter, what's wrong? Is there something you need? Upon hearing Chin Feng's words, Zhao Sihai instantly came to his senses. Cough, cough. He coughed twice before smiling and saying, Mr. Chin, I'd like to ask you if you need to end the live stream? End the live stream? Chin Feng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After a long pause, he said with amusement, why stop? Isn't it more lively this way? Zhao Sihai's lips twitched slightly, and he nodded with a wry smile. Well, all right then, I'll tell him right away. After saying that, he turned to the executive director and began to give instructions. Hey, I'm sorry about that. Just then, Zhao Yulu gently touched Chin Feng's arm and said to him sincerely, fine. Chin Feng replied without turning his head after hearing this. Wow. What do you mean, you stinking bastard? The person is apologizing to you, and you don't even look at me? Who is Zhao Yulu? That's the #1 live streamer on Douyin, the former heiress of ByteDance. As a stunningly beautiful fairy, when have I ever been so ignored by a man? Cough, cough. He coughed twice, then said somewhat angrily, hey, I'm apologizing to you, okay? Is this your attitude? What's wrong with my attitude? Chin Feng turned around, a mischievous grin on his face, and said, do you expect me to repay you with my body? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulu blushed instantly. I'm ignoring you. After letting out a coquettish cry, she immediately turned her head towards Zhao Sihai. Just then, Zhao Sihai, having finished giving his instructions, turned his head around. Luo, what's wrong with you? Seeing the blush on Zhao Yulu's face, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but ask. Chapter 0148. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? No, it's nothing. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's question, Zhao Yulu's face immediately turned even redder. Are you really all right? Upon seeing this, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but ask with some doubt. It's really okay. Zhao Yulu reached out and took Zhao Sihai's arm, speaking in a coquettish tone. How could she possibly admit that she had just been teased by Qin Feng? This way. Seeing Zhao Yulu turn her head away, Qin Feng looked at his phone again. Didn't those netizens all say, if you're so good, why don't you do it yourself? All right, Qin Feng will show them whether he's capable or not. Without saying a word, I clicked the buy button on the link in the live stream. After he successfully made the payment, the word sold out immediately popped up on the computer screen. This. Zhao Shuer, who was focused on her live stream, smiled instantly when she saw those two words. She clearly remembers that Qin Feng's Douyin ID is your phone brother. Zhao Shuer first looked up and glanced in the direction where Qin Feng was. Then, she thanked the camera and said, Thank you for your generosity, brother Feng. Love you. My goodness, look. Is it sold out? Holy crap, it really does seem so. Wow, this is amazing. Has a tycoon appeared? My goodness, my sister, it seems like that guy just bought her, right? Who? Your brother Feng. That's right, it's him. Holy crap, is he that rich? I thought he was just all talk, but I didn't expect him to actually be a tycoon. When the live streamers in the audience saw the words sold out appear on the big screen in front of them, they immediately went wild. They never expected that the man who could talk his way out of 100 would actually buy the product. Not only were they shocked, but all the netizens in the live stream were equally astonished. Some netizens who were just looking down on Qin Feng immediately clicked the exit button. There's no way around it. This is just too embarrassing. Trying to show off to me? Isn't this just asking for a beating? Qin Feng curled his lip, a smug expression appearing on his face. Seeing this, Zhao Sihai and his daughter, who were sitting next to him, couldn't help but twitch their lips. Bullying. This is outrageous. Who is Qin Feng? That's the largest shareholder of ByteDance, a prestigious company. Comparing your wealth with a group of netizens, isn't that just bullying? As for Su Xiao, who was sitting in the first row, her face was already ashen. She never expected that just when she thought Zhao Shuer was about to lose all face, such a person would suddenly appear. It's worth noting that Zhao Shuer's live stream had only lasted 5 minutes. If Zhao Shuer can maintain this sales pace going forward, even a top streamer like her could easily be overshadowed by a newcomer. In that case, how will she ever have the face to stay on Douyin again? Just then, Zhao Shuer picked up the second agricultural product to help farmers. However, before she could even begin her introduction, the word sold out appeared again below the link. Only 3 seconds had passed since the link was uploaded. My goodness, uncle, this is way too much. Seriously, isn't this netizen called your brother Feng a bit too arrogant? I'm convinced. I'm absolutely convinced. The third item. 3 seconds. The fourth one. 3 seconds. The fifth item. The last agricultural product sold out in 3 seconds. The faces of the anchors in the audience already showed signs of numbness. There's no way around it. This is just too amazing. If it were just the mangoes at the beginning, they might only be shocked for a moment. After all, those things aren't actually that expensive. 100 tons only cost a few hundred to $1 million. However, the latter items, such as nuts and other agricultural products, cost at least tens of yuan per kilogram. Even so, they still bought it within 3 seconds. What does this tell us? This shows that they are not short of money at all. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Zhao Shuer was devoid of any pity. To be honest, they were incredibly envious. These streamers wish they could have such loyal fans. Sports cars and villas? You can have as many as you want. It's important to know that in just a few short minutes, Qin Feng spent at least 70 million. The two hosts on the stage took a long time to finally come to their senses. Male host, amazing, absolutely amazing. Female host, yes, this is the first time I've ever seen someone sell products this fast. Male host, if I remember correctly, it was less than 6 minutes in total, right? Female host, that's right. Except for the first agricultural product, which took 5 minutes to sell, the rest of the agricultural products were basically sold out in 3 seconds. Male host, my goodness, for a new anchor to achieve this level, we can't help but admire them. Female host, I have to say, Shuer has created a miracle for us today. Shuer, is there anything you would like to say? Male host, You've surpassed at least 99% of the other streamers. Maybe starting today, Douyin will have to sign a super streamer contract with you. As the two hosts spoke, they looked at Zhao Shuer. At that moment, the lights and cameras all shone on her. Standing on the stage, Zhao Shuer truly looked like a star, dazzling and radiant. I don't have much to say, but I just want to thank one person here. Zhao Shuer smiled slightly and looked in the direction where Qin Feng was. Thank someone? Who is it? Is it that netizen named your maple brother? After hearing this, the male host couldn't help but ask a question out of curiosity. That's right, it's him. Zhao Xuan's eyes reddened slightly, and she called out in Qin Feng's direction. Brother Feng, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran wildly off the stage. Before the host could react, she had already arrived in front of Qin Feng. Without the slightest hesitation, she threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. Holy crap, what's going on? Wasn't she thanking that generous netizen? Why did she jump into President Qin's arms? What the hell does this mean? Everyone present looked completely bewildered upon seeing this. It's unclear what Zhao Shuer is up to. Holy crap, I think I get it. At that moment, the streamer named Crocodile suddenly stood up from his seat. Judging from the expression on his face, it was as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Chapter 0149. Could President Qin be that rich online friend? Understand? What do you understand? The sleazy man sitting next to the crocodile was completely dumbfounded upon seeing this. At this moment, everyone else also looked towards the crocodile. Damn, you guys are really stupid. The crocodile curled its lip and said with a look of disgust, I'm asking you, what's our CEO Qin's name? Qin Feng, didn't you already know just now? As the lewd man spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something. Wait, Qin Feng. Feng, your brother Feng. Holy crap, could President Qin be that rich online friend? What do you think? The crocodile's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a playful expression. Upon hearing this, the surrounding live streamers immediately erupted in a commotion. My God, is this for real? Qin Feng, brother Feng, it seems there really is such a possibility. Holy crap, if that's the case, then the trash-talking expert in the live stream just now was. Judging from this, Shuer and our CEO Qin might have a close relationship. Wow, do you even need to tell me? Didn't you see she's already pounced into his arms? If I'm not mistaken, Shuer must be President Qin's girlfriend. My goodness, Mr. Qin is spoiling his girlfriend way too much. I'm so envious. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. As they were talking, they suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Su Xiao. At this moment, Su Xiao's face was filled with terror. She never imagined that she would be so unlucky today. At first, they wanted to target Zhao Yuluo, but it turned out that Zhao Yuluo was actually Zhao Sihai's daughter. Now they want to target Zhao Shuer again. And what was the result? She's actually the chairman's girlfriend. She's basically offended everyone she shouldn't have. To be honest, she really wanted to slap herself twice right now. Do you think President Qin will help Zhao Shuer deal with Su Xiao? I don't think so. She's one of our company's top streamers. I don't think so either. President Qin looks very refined and gentle. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who holds grudges. Sigh, if that's the case, wouldn't Shuer have suffered for nothing? What can we do? Do you think super streamers are so easy to deal with? That's right, if you dare to mess with them, their fans alone will tear you apart. Moreover, top streamers are like cash cows in the company. Even if President Qin wanted to get rid of them, the other shareholders would definitely not agree. Su Xiao, who was initially quite worried, became more at ease after overhearing the whispers of the other streamers. His previously dejected expression instantly transformed into one of confidence. That's right. I'm a super popular streamer. Even if we offend that bitch, so what? Just as Su Xiao was smugly thinking about these things, Zhao Shuer finally slipped out of Qin Feng's arms. Shuer, you were really amazing just now. As soon as Zhao Shuer sat down, Zhao Yuluo next to her gave her a thumbs up. No way. Zhao Shuer blushed slightly and said shyly, It's all thanks to Brother Feng. If it weren't for his help, I would have been so embarrassed today. Hee hee, doesn't that just prove you're very charming? Zhao Yuluo chuckled and couldn't help but tease. Look, why is President Qin only helping you and not us? After saying this, Zhao Yuluo felt a strange pang of sadness in her heart. Ugh, I'm ignoring you. As Zhao Shuetu spoke, her face instantly turned even redder. Mr. Qin, is there anything else you need to tell me after the event? Just then, Zhao Sihai turned around and asked Qin Feng. What are your orders? Qin Feng thought for a moment before speaking. I'll go up on stage and say a few words later. Oh, and remember to tell them to turn off the cameras. Okay, I'll talk to the production team right away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai got up and walked towards the director's team. Because Zhao Shuer and her team sold products so quickly, the event came to an end very soon. Male host. All right, now let's invite Mr. Qin Feng, the chairman of our company, to come up on stage and say a few final words. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights shone directly on Qin Feng. Zhao Shuer helped Qin Feng straighten his collar, and Qin Feng strode towards the stage. I believe everyone already knows who I am, right? Qin Feng took the microphone from the host, first scanning the audience before speaking with a smile. No. The anchors in the audience were very cooperative, responding loudly to Qin Feng on stage. Very good. Qin Feng nodded. Suddenly his expression changed, and he pointed at Su Xiao not far away. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to work at Byte Dance anymore. Holy crap! What's going on here? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone was instantly stunned. They never expected that Qin Feng would actually intend to expel Su Xiao. You see, they all thought Qin Feng would never dare to do that. After all, Qin Feng is not the only shareholder in Byte Dance. Even if he is the largest shareholder, shouldn't he at least ask for other people's opinions? However, reality often delivers a slap in the face like this. Do you want Qin Feng to ask the other shareholders for their opinions? Is this some kind of joke? Su Xiao, who had been full of confidence, turned deathly pale after hearing Qin Feng's words. Taking a deep breath, he addressed Qin Feng on the stage with a fierce but weak voice. Why? After saying this, his body trembled involuntarily. Although Qin Feng looks somewhat gentle and weak, he exudes a very powerful aura. On what grounds? Qin Feng curled his lip and said to her with a playful expression, you weren't qualified to let me explain for you. Well, I'm in a pretty good mood today, so I'll tell you. After a pause, Qin Feng continued. First, I am the largest shareholder of Byte Dance, owning 51% of the company's shares. My words are law. Secondly, you offended my girlfriend, and I really don't like you, so you have to get out. So, is that clear enough? Although Qin Feng's words sounded pretentious, they were also impossible to refute. You. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 0150. Sorry, you're not worthy of my attention. President Qin, isn't this inappropriate? However, at that moment, a middle-aged man with a bald head stood up from not far away. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to look at him. Holy crap, what is Vice President Yu doing? What else could we do but stand up for Su Xiao, of course? My goodness, my uncle. How dare he go against President Qin? Wow, is he acting rashly for the sake of a woman? Shaw, what's the big deal? Vice President Yu is a shareholder too, okay? Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, the crowd couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Who are you? Qin Feng frowned and asked with some doubt. Me? Didn't I just introduce myself backstage? Yeah. Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively. Sorry, you're not worthy of my attention. You. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nearly fainted. He never expected that Qin Feng would speak so bluntly and without any regard for his feelings. Holy crap. Is Mr. Qin really that arrogant? The others were equally shocked upon seeing this. What kind of person is a middle-aged man? That's the second in command at Douyin, a powerful figure by any measure. Even the top executive of Douyin usually gives him some face. However, now, he doesn't even have the right to have his name remembered by Qin Feng. How could anyone not be shocked when they heard this? The middle-aged man took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. After a moment of silence, he looked at Qin Feng with a chilling gaze and said, President Qin, I don't think you are suitable to be our chairman. Oh, from what you're saying, do you perhaps have some objection? That's right. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly and said with a playful expression, if you have any objections, swallow them back. Don't forget, I am the largest shareholder of the company. I hereby declare that your opinion is formally rejected. Holy crap. That's not how you do it. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the middle-aged man nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, it felt as if a million alpacas were galloping through his mind. In his mind, if you don't want anyone to have any complaints, Then why the hell are you asking? However, now that he has taken the initiative to step forward, how could he possibly give in so easily? With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he said coldly to Qin Feng, "You don't even understand the senior management of your own company. So what qualifications do you have to be the chairman? Besides, you're not the only shareholder of ByteDance. Oh, from what you're saying, are you a shareholder too?" Qin Feng pursed his lips and asked with a half-smile. "Certainly." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but say with a hint of pride, "To be honest, I happen to own 2% of the shares." "You mean you want to compete with me for the chairmanship?" "Of course not." The middle-aged man curled his lip and said with a playful expression, "I just want to tell you that ByteDance is not a place where you can make all the decisions. It's best to discuss everything with us shareholders. Otherwise, we won't agree to you becoming the chairman." "You?" Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask with amusement, "Does anyone else have objections?" As he spoke, he turned and looked at the other high-ranking officials below the stage. He wanted to see if there really was someone as clueless about their own mortality as this idiot. Wherever Qin Feng's gaze fell, most of the higher-ups lowered their heads. Even the company's former chairman, Zhao Sihai, was the same. However, there were still 2 or 3 fearless individuals who actually stood up from their seats. "President Qin, I think Vice President Yu is right. You are simply not suitable to be the chairman. Do you know how much value Su Xiao creates for our company every year? Mr. Zhou is right. ByteDance belongs to everyone. It's disrespectful for you to make all the decisions on your own." These individuals had worked with Vice President Yu for many years, and they also had numerous business dealings with each other. Now that Vice President Yu has stepped forward, how could they not give him their full support? Moreover, in their opinion, Qin Feng seemed to be acting too arbitrarily. After they finished speaking, they all looked at Qin Feng with amusement. It's as if they're saying, "Little brat, you're still too green to play with us." They wanted to see how Qin Feng would step down. Not only them, but everyone else in the audience was also worried for Qin Feng. In their view, Qin Feng's decision to expel Su Xiao was far too hasty. Seeing this, Su Xiao, who was not far away, couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. "Daddy, what should we do now?" Looking at Qin Feng on the stage, Zhao Yulu couldn't help but say with some worry, "Hey, he's being too hasty. Su Xiao isn't so easy to expel. Let's take a look first." Zhao Sihai didn't say anything more after hearing this. For some reason, Qin Feng didn't seem as simple as he appeared. As for Zhao Shuer sitting to the side, she acted as if nothing had happened. After all, this wasn't the first time she'd experienced something like this. In her opinion, these people who dared to go against Qin Feng were simply courting death. Wang Yilan of Yida Real Estate serves as a cautionary tale. Sure enough, the next second Qin Feng continued, "What I want to know is it only you few who think this way, or do others share the same idea?" After Qin Feng finished speaking, he once again glanced at the other shareholders and executives. "President Qin, I agree with their opinion. I think you are indeed being too arbitrary. You're right. We're all shareholders of the company too. You need to discuss this with us first. We understand that you want to stand up for your girlfriend, but you can't ignore the company's interests, can you?" Yes. I will never agree to you firing Su Xiao. I disagree too. She's a super streamer that our company has worked hard to cultivate. She can earn at least several $100 million for the company every year. Me too. I strongly oppose your approach. Surprisingly, some of the higher-ups who had previously kept their heads down and remained silent all stood up this time. This is actually quite normal. In the eyes of these shareholders, Qin Feng's decision has really touched their interests. Isn't that what businessmen are like? If you dare to cut off my source of income, I don't care if you're the king of heaven or not. Moreover, Qin Feng has essentially seized power. In ancient times, generals would choose to rebel when faced with such a situation. Chapter 0151. Only a fool would do that, right? Qin Feng wasn't angry when he heard their words. He chuckled and continued, "If you're not satisfied with this, you're welcome to leave." Holy crap. Is President Qin really that assertive? Awesome, absolutely awesome. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the anchors in the audience couldn't help but give him a silent thumbs up. They never expected that, even at this point, Qin Feng would not back down at all. Not only did they not expect this, but the high-ranking officials who had just stepped forward also did not expect it. "President Qin, aren't you going a bit too far with those words?" "You're right. Even if you are the largest shareholder of ByteDance, There's no need to humiliate us like this, is there? Besides, you only own 51% of the shares. What right do you have to tell us to get out? Yeah, it's like none of us are shareholders. Once they came to their senses, the shareholders and executives began to condemn Qin Feng. It has to be said that Qin Feng had a strong sense of déjà vu about this scene. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, his face full of disdain, and said, "Just a few small shareholders. Who gave you the confidence to talk to me like that? Liang Jingru, you. Humph. No matter what you say today, we will not agree to expel Su Xiao." Yeah. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly upwards, and he said with great disdain, "Just you guys." "That's right, it's us." "Wow, you guys seem pretty confident." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he took out his phone in front of everyone present. Then, he found Su Moyu's number and dialed it. Dare to challenge Qin Feng? Qin Feng will show them why the flowers are so red. Holy crap, what is President Qin trying to do? I don't know. Could it be that they're thinking of calling for help? Call for help? Are you going to fight? This is a society governed by law, okay? Besides, this is an internal company conflict. What good would it do to call someone in? Who knows, maybe President Qin has some amazing trick up his sleeve? Ultimate skill? You think this is some kind of game, Honor of Kings? Upon seeing this, the anchors in the audience couldn't help but start making sarcastic remarks. In their view, Qin Feng must have had no other choice but to make a phone call to get himself out of trouble. It wasn't just them who thought this way. The higher-ups shared the same idea. Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. What happened to the largest shareholder? The largest shareholder has no choice but to listen to them. Daddy, please help him. Seeing this, Zhao Yuluo, who was not far away, shook Zhao Sihai's arm and said urgently, "Should I help him?" Zhao Sihai was taken aback and said with a wry smile, "I only have 15% of the shares now. How can I help him? Besides, these people who oppose him are all company shareholders, so there's nothing I can do." "Well, why don't you step in and try to persuade them? Let's forget about it. They won't listen to me now. After all, President Qin has indeed affected the company's interests." As Zhao Sihai finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. Turning to Zhao Yuluo, he asked with some surprise, "Yuluo, why are you so concerned about him?" Zhao Yulu was stunned when she heard this. To be honest, even she herself didn't understand why she was so anxious for Qin Feng. "My dear daughter, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for him, would you?" Upon seeing this, Zhao Sihai nearly popped his eyes out. He said something seemed off, and it turned out the problem was here. "Oh dear, Daddy, what are you saying? I've only just met him." Zhao Yulu blushed and immediately retorted, "Besides, he has a girlfriend, okay?" After saying this, Zhao Yulu felt inexplicably disappointed. Seeing Zhao Yuluo's somewhat downcast expression, Zhao Sihai didn't know how to comfort her. After sighing, he prepared to stand up from his seat. Although he was very unhappy that Qin Feng had suddenly taken away his position as chairman, he decided to help out of consideration for his daughter. However, before he could even stand up, Qin Feng had already spoken. When he heard what Qin Feng said on the phone, he was stunned. "MOU drive ByteDance stock price down to its lowest point within half an hour." "That's right, you only have half an hour. I'll transfer 50 billion to you in advance." "What? You don't need that many. It's all right, we can save the rest for next time. If any other company's shareholders disagree with me in the future, you can help me out then." "Okay, that's settled then. I'll transfer the money to you in a bit." Qin Feng hung up the phone after saying that. Holy crap. Is this for real? Wow, that's incredibly awesome. When the anchors in the audience heard Qin Feng's words, they were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never expected that Qin Feng would come up with such a bizarre move. Of course, what shocked them even more was that Qin Feng spoke of 50 billion as if he were talking about $5. Even though many of these streamers are worth hundreds of millions. But 50 billion is an astronomical figure for them. The company executives who had been shouting just moments before were now completely dumbfounded. Vice President Yu, he can't be serious, can he? Judging from his expression, he doesn't seem to be joking. Oh no, my entire fortune is tied up in ByteDance. If he's serious, I'll be bankrupt. Damn it, it's all your fault. If I had known President Qin was this tough, I wouldn't have bothered making a scene. Damn it, why are you blaming me? It was Vice President Yu who stood up first, okay? Looks like we've really messed up this time. At this moment, The feelings of the shareholders and senior executives were like a jumbled mess of emotions. They were constantly blaming each other. Many people looked at Vice President Yu with eyes full of jealousy and resentment. In their minds, if Vice President Yu hadn't been the first to step forward, how could they have possibly followed suit? Upon seeing this situation, Vice President Yu also panicked. It took a long time before I managed to suppress my unease. Cough, cough. He coughed twice and then sneered at the other shareholders and executives. Look at you all, you don't actually think he would dare to do that, do you? You guys don't think he could possibly have that much money? I think he's just bragging. Besides, even if he really had that much money, wouldn't he be harming his own interests by doing this? At this point, Vice President Yu became even more confident. In his opinion, only a fool would spend $50 billion to suppress his company's stock price. Chapter 0152. Isn't it better to have beautiful women and luxury cars every day? That makes sense. Yes, Vice President Yu is right. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Damn it, that gave me a real fright. That guy was such a show-off. Hee, I'd like to see how he'll get out of this mess. The shareholders and senior executives all agreed that what Vice President Yu said made a lot of sense. Not only them, but even the anchors at the scene shared the same view. They still couldn't believe that Qin Feng would actually do something so harmful to others and himself. However, imagination is often rich, while reality is often harsh. Less than 5 minutes later, ByteDance headquarters called. The content of the phone call was very simple, nothing more than news about the stock price crash. Qin Feng immediately instructed the on-site production team to project the current stock market footage directly onto the big screen. When everyone saw the plummeting stock price on the screen, they were all stunned. 5 minutes. A 15% plunge. 7 minutes. A 20% plunge. 10 minutes. A 30% plunge. 20 minutes later, ByteDance stock price had already fallen below 50%. In other words, ByteDance's original market value of 450 billion yuan has now been reduced to a maximum of just over 200 billion yuan. Beijing Daily. Shocking. ByteDance stock price plummeted by half in just 20 minutes. Southern Metropolis Morning Post. Who is behind the plunge in ByteDance stock price? Shenzhen Evening News. ByteDance may be facing its demise today. Hong Kong Finance. Is the recent plunge in ByteDance stock price the same person behind the sharp drop in Yida real estate stock price? The news of ByteDance stock price plummeting due to Su Moyu's frantic selling immediately made headlines in major news media. Even on short video platforms like TikTok, you can see news like this after watching just 3 or 4 videos. In no time, almost everyone in the country knew the news. Zhao Sihai and his group, who were sitting not far away, jumped up from their seats. The look in their eyes as they looked at Qin Feng was filled with shock and fear. Holy crap, how is this possible? My goodness, has my uncle gone mad? He's actually trying to drive down his own company's stock price. A madman, he's a fucking madman. The anchors, having regained their senses, were in no better shape. They've seen ruthless people before, but they had never seen anyone as ruthless to others as Qin Feng, and even more ruthless to himself. At this moment, in their eyes, Qin Feng was a complete madman. They truly hadn't expected that Qin Feng would actually unleash such a devastating move that would inflict 800 damage on the enemy, while also causing 1,000 damage to himself. The previously confident Vice President Yu and his team were now completely stunned, as if struck by lightning. Standing there, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It's important to understand that almost every one of them has staked their entire fortune on ByteDance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have acted that way just now, trying to compete with Qin Feng for power. But what about now? Qin Feng was clearly about to flip the table. I chickened out. They were completely cowed at this point. They had no idea how much wealth Qin Feng possessed, but they know exactly how much wealth they have. If ByteDance stock price drops to rock bottom, these people will definitely face bankruptcy and debt. Vice President Yu, why don't we ask President Qin to stop? Yes, if this continues, we're all doomed. I regret it. If I had known President Qin was so ruthless, why would I have stood up and done it? Damn it, in just a short time, I've lost at least $1 billion. Who isn't? Now we can only hope that President Qin can be more rational and not take it to heart. Thinking of the tragic ending to come, how could they dare to confront Qin Feng head-on? Isn't it better to have beautiful women and luxury cars every day? Keep in mind that in less than half an hour, even the least affected among them had lost at least 1 billion yuan. If Qin Feng continues to operate like this, all of them will be left destitute. Humph, we suffered losses, but didn't he suffer losses too? Vice President Yu snorted coldly and said to the assembled executives, "Don't forget, he is the largest shareholder. Even if there are losses, he will suffer the most. Moreover, if he wants to lower the stock price, he will have to spend a large sum of money. I refuse to believe that he doesn't feel any pain at all." After he finished speaking, he looked confidently toward where Qin Feng was. He had originally thought that Qin Feng would be heartbroken at this moment. After all, even the worst of them lost over 1 billion. Qin Feng, as the largest shareholder, must have lost at least tens of billions, right? But what about it? Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened. Judging from the nonchalant expression on his face, he hardly looks like someone who has lost billions. Holy crap. What's going on here? Even if you beat the vice president to death, you would never have imagined that Qin Feng would not feel any pain at all. Shock. I was utterly shocked. Not only him, but the shareholders who had just regained some confidence from his words were also completely dumbfounded. Only then did they finally understand. Qin Feng is simply not on the same level as them. Sigh, it seems I underestimated him. Vice President Yu sighed and said in a somewhat melancholic tone, "Fine, let's just admit defeat." After saying that, he turned to Qin Feng, who was not far away, and said, "President Qin, please stop. We admit defeat." Yes, Mr. Qin, we all admit defeat. Please, have mercy. We'll accept our defeat. Su Xiao, if you really want to expel me, then expel me. The other shareholders, upon hearing this, helplessly echoed the sentiment. In their view, they would have to find another opportunity to oppose Qin Feng later. You've given up? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng, who was not far away, couldn't help but smile with a playful expression. If you admit defeat so easily, wouldn't I lose face? Then what else do you want? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Vice President Yu's face immediately turned cold. Do you really want to bankrupt ByteDance? What do you think? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, a half-smile playing on his lips, and he said, "Don't you guys think this is quite interesting?" "What do you mean by that?" "That's insane. He's a complete lunatic." Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Vice President Yu and the others felt as if 1,000 alpacas were stampeding through their hearts. Chapter 0153. Qin Feng is just that arrogant and domineering. To Vice President Yu's and the others' utter surprise, Qin Feng had no intention of giving up. "Humph, do you think this is funny?" Vice President Yu snorted coldly and said in a very annoyed tone, "Don't forget, even if the company's shares drop to rock bottom, we will still be shareholders of the company. You also have the right to object to the decisions you make." Vice President Yu is right. I advise you to stop now. It's not too late to stop. Yes, if you keep doing this, the company will really go bankrupt. Did you acquire ByteDance just to bankrupt it? Upon hearing Vice President Yu's words, everyone quickly echoed his sentiments. He. Qin Feng chuckled coldly, saying dismissively, "So what if I go bankrupt? Do you think I care? Besides, who said you could become shareholders of ByteDance in the future? What do you mean?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Do you perhaps want to acquire the shares we hold?" "I'm telling you, that's absolutely impossible." "That's right, you want to acquire our shares? You're dreaming. Even if I go bankrupt, I won't let you succeed." In the eyes of the vice president and his colleagues, Qin Feng's purpose in saying such a thing was definitely to pave the way for the acquisition of shares. They weren't the only ones who thought so. Everyone else present felt the same way. Even Zhao Shuer, who was not far away, had the same thought. After all, Qin Feng used the same tactic when he was at Yida Real Estate. However, to their surprise, they had truly underestimated Qin Feng this time. Acquire their shares? Haha, that just means they're overthinking it. Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a playful expression, "Acquire your shares? I'm not that stupid. Wouldn't that mean I'd have to pay you money? So what you mean is..." When Vice President Yu and the others heard Qin Feng's words, they were immediately dumbfounded. They never imagined that Qin Feng had no such intention at all. "Are you not going to acquire shares?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai, who was not far away, couldn't help but frown. You should know that his original idea was that Qin Feng's ultimate goal was to acquire the shares. But now it seems that's not the case at all. Just then, he suddenly thought of something, and when he looked at Qin Feng again, it was as if he were looking at a terrifying monster. His body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but shiver. Qin Feng, naturally, offered no explanation for their questions. I found a comfortable spot on the stage, sat down, and started watching the big screen with a smile. I'd like to see what tricks he's up to. After seeing this, Vice President Yu snorted coldly and then found a seat to sit down. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his trembling legs betrayed him. Seeing this, the others could only sigh and sit down as well. 22 minutes have passed. ByteDance stock price plummeted by 70%. 25 minutes have passed. ByteDance stock price plummeted by 80%. It's fair to say that ByteDance stock price is plummeting every minute. The trend is like a Waterloo. 30 minutes later, the stock price plummeted to rock bottom. At this point, ByteDance, this behemoth, has completely collapsed. Based on the original shares, it's worth less than 10 billion at most. Not far away, Zhao Sihai also plopped down in his seat. You should know that he is the person with the most shares in the company besides Qin Feng. It has to be said that he suffered an undeserved misfortune today. As for Vice President Yu and his group, they had already staggered and collapsed to the ground. They never imagined that so many years of hard work would end in this way. How could a mere 10 billion yuan market value possibly support such a company? Even if they were to split the money now, how much would they actually get with their limited shares? At this moment, the way they looked at Qin Feng again was as if they wanted to devour him alive. Ruthless. That's really ruthless. But did they think it was over? Haha, how could that be? Qin Feng's ultimate move has only just begun. You should know that ever since he lowered the stock price of Yida Real Estate last time, he had specifically sought out Su Moyu to learn about this. After all, he is very likely to encounter the same thing again in the future. Constantly buying other people's shares seems a bit too low class. Since we're going to do it, it's better to go all the way. Without wasting any more time, he took out his phone and made another call. MOU, can we start the financing plan you mentioned last time? Yes, that's right. I'm going to raise funds for ByteDance right now. How many billions do you need for Series C funding now? Only 7 billion? That's so little. All right then, you should still have some money left over, right? Okay, then fax me the contract now. I'll sign it and start the fundraising process later. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. When he looked down at the audience again, everyone was completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Qin Feng's ultimate move would be fundraising. It's important to understand that financing has always had both advantages and disadvantages. Many of these are small companies that have become corporate giants through financing, such as Alibaba. However, there have also been many companies where the founders have been ousted from the company because of this so-called financing. The reason for this is that the shares have been diluted. What Qin Feng needs to do now is to completely reshuffle all of ByteDance shares. Are Vice President Yu and his colleagues just showing off by claiming to be company shareholders? All right, Qin Feng is going to show them just how vulnerable these shareholders really are. I disagree. What gives you the right to allow the company to raise funds? Just then, Vice President Yu jumped up from the ground and pointed at Qin Feng, saying angrily, "That's right, I disagree too. I also." Seeing this, the other shareholders also chimed in. ByteDance market value was already almost gone. If Qin Feng raises funds now, wouldn't that be tantamount to taking away their shares for nothing? You disagree? Qin Feng curled his lip and said with great disdain, "Don't forget, I am now the largest shareholder of the company. The law clearly stipulates that when a company is without a chairman, my decision is final." That's right. Qin Feng is just that arrogant and domineering. Chapter 0154. President Qin. This time I'm completely convinced. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Vice President Yu and the others were immediately rendered speechless. There was nothing he could do. Qin Feng was simply telling the truth. Even if they wanted to refute it, they couldn't find any reason to do so. They now realized that Qin Feng was nothing more than an impenetrable fortress. He's also someone who's not short of money. In his eyes, tens of billions of dollars seem to be no different from waste paper. It's important to know that in just half an hour, Qin Feng lost at least 200 billion. What does 200 billion yuan mean? Many small countries probably don't even have a GDP that high in a year. It has to be said, being rich really does give you that much freedom. Vice President Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his resentment, and said with a defeated expression, "President Qin, This time I am completely convinced. We were blind to your greatness before and offended you. If you insist on being in power, we'll just let you have it. Let me. Qin Feng almost burst out laughing when he heard this. He curled his lip and said with great disdain, "It's ridiculous. Do I need you bunch of trash to do this?" Judging from the expression on his face, it was full of mockery. You can't blame Qin Feng for showing off. This only shows that they still haven't figured out the situation. You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Vice President Yu was immediately enraged. The curse word that was about to come out was swallowed back down by him. No way. Now that the man is stronger, he has no choice but to admit defeat. Forcibly suppressing his displeasure, he forced a very awkward smile and said to Qin Feng, "Fine, we're trash. We're not going to let you have your way, okay? We were in the wrong today. Please be lenient." I have to say, this guy is quite convincing when it comes to admitting defeat. However, how could Qin Feng possibly fall for his act? After all, Qin Feng had seen plenty of people like this, two-faced and hypocritical. You might let him off this time, but he might come back to haunt you later. Qin Feng didn't care at all, but he didn't want to go through all that trouble. Hee. Qin Feng just chuckled coldly and didn't say anything more. Holy crap. What do you mean by hee? Do you agree or disagree? When Vice President Yu and his colleagues saw this, they almost went berserk. Just as I was about to say something, the executive director walked onto the stage with several sheets of A4 paper. "Mr. Qin, the financing agreement you requested has been faxed over." The executive director handed the contract to Qin Feng and said respectfully. In his opinion, he dared not offend such a ruthless person. Very good. Qin Feng nodded, took the contract, and began to carefully review it. In no time, I had read through the contents of the document. The content is very simple. Qin Feng raised 7 billion yuan, which will allow him to successfully increase his 51% stake to 96%. As for Zhao Sihai and his group, even after financing, the largest individual they owned was only 1.3% of the shares. After reviewing the financing agreement, Qin Feng didn't bother to check the expressions on Vice President Yu's and the others' faces. After a few quick strokes, he successfully signed his name on the contract. However, what's somewhat baffling is that Qin Feng's name appears on the entire financing contract, whether it's the first party or the second party. This is probably the first time in history. Go and show this to General Manager Zhao, and also let the other shareholders take a look. As Qin Feng spoke, he handed the contract to the executive director. The executive director nodded, not daring to waste any time, and jogged over to Zhao Sihai. After Zhao Sihai finished reading the contract with trembling hands, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He never imagined that he, the founder of ByteDance, would end up with only 1.3% of the shares. Just then, Qin Feng continued. "So, Mr. Zhao, is there no problem with the contract?" No. Zhao Sihai gave Qin Feng a deep look, then returned the contract to the executive director. Zhao Yuluo, who was standing to the side, wanted to take a look at the contents of the contract, but Zhao Sihai stopped her. "That's good. Let the other shareholders see it too." As Qin Feng spoke, he turned to look at Vice President Yu and the others. When Vice President Yu and the others met Qin Feng's disdainful gaze, their faces were filled with regret. Soon, the executive director handed the contract to Vice President Yu. He hadn't originally planned to pick it up, but ultimately decided to take a chance. In his mind, what if Qin Feng was joking with them? However, when he actually saw the contents of the contract, he nearly coughed up blood. Ruthless. That's really ruthless. He never imagined that he, who originally owned 5% of the shares, would now only have 0.3% left. He stumbled and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It has to be said that this is definitely a major blow to Vice President Yu. TSK. This is so unhygienic. Look at the mess he made of this contract. Qin Feng looked at the large pool of blood on the contract and couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. Judging from the expression on his face, he was completely gloating. "President Qin, what should we do?" Looking at the scene before him, the executive director asked with some difficulty. "What else can we do? Call an ambulance for him." Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively, "By the way, let's forget about that contract for now. I'll print out a new one and sign it later." Holy crap. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? The other shareholders were initially relieved to see the contract destroyed. But little did they expect that Qin Feng had no intention of giving up. Unable to hold it in any longer, everyone coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, they all collapsed to the ground. What the hell? Are you guys trying to scam me? Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he said somewhat speechlessly, "All right, then let's call a few more ambulances for them. These people are really something. Don't they know there's a shortage of hospital beds? Holy crap. You made them so angry they almost vomited blood, and you still accused them of faking an accident? Dude, could you go any further?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the audience couldn't help but silently criticize him in their hearts. The way they looked at Vice President Yu and the others was also full of sympathy. I have to say, these guys are really having a really tough time. As for Su Xiao, who was not far away, she was already dumbfounded. She never imagined that her previous boasting would cost her and her lover their jobs. It even brought ByteDance to the brink of bankruptcy. Do you regret it? Of course I regret it. However, there's no going back in this world. After the ambulance arrived, she left the event site with it. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Zhao Shuer. In her mind, if it weren't for Zhao Shuer, how could she have ended up in such a predicament? Chapter 0155. Who the hell dares to have an opinion? All right, all the troublemakers are gone. After Su Xiao and the others left, Qin Feng continued. As the largest shareholder of the company, I hereby formally appoint myself as the chairman of ByteDance Technology. I wonder if anyone has any objections. Opinion? Who the hell would dare to have a problem with that? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but silently complain in their hearts. They're not stupid. Qin Feng's crazy move just now could have killed someone. If we let them jump out again, what's the difference between that and courting death? Besides, even if they have opinions, what good will it do? Qin Feng now owns 96% of ByteDance shares, which means the entire company is practically his. Seeing that no one spoke, Qin Feng chuckled and said, "Since no one has any objections, let me get down to business." As he spoke, Qin Feng turned to look at Zhao Sihai, who was not far away. "President Zhao, I'm going to give you a task now. I wonder if you're willing." "Task?" Zhao Sihai was taken aback and asked curiously, "I wonder what the task Mr. Qin mentioned is." "It's like this." Qin Feng curled his lip and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Didn't those guys all go to the hospital just now? I expect you to acquire their shares within 3 days. Of course, all the shares you receive belong to you. That depends on your ability. Any questions?" Holy crap. Is it true or false? Would this guy really be that kind? When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After all, Qin Feng's previous impression on them was that of a ruthless devil. But now it seems that's not the case. No problem. Zhao Sihai, who had been looking bitter, was overjoyed upon hearing Qin Feng's words. He never expected that Qin Feng would give him such a benefit. Although ByteDance is now on the verge of bankruptcy, even a small mosquito is still meat, right? Moreover, he didn't believe Qin Feng would actually cause ByteDance to go bankrupt. However, what he couldn't understand was why Qin Feng would give him such a benefit. Could it be? Just then, Zhao Sihai suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Zhao Yulua. Holy crap. Could this kid be trying to make a move on my Yulua? Daddy, is something the matter? Feeling Zhao Sihai's gaze, Zhao Yulu, who had just been looking at Qin Feng with admiration, subconsciously looked over. No, no. Zhao Sihai waved his hand and replied somewhat reluctantly. In his mind, his little cabbage was definitely going to be taken by Qin Feng. After all, he had just seen the look of admiration in Zhao Yulua's eyes when she looked at Qin Feng. Very good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. After a moment of silence, he continued. Then, I will now deal with what happened today. First of all senior executives who joined Vice President Yu in causing trouble today will be dismissed. As for the remaining shareholders, all of their bonuses and dividends for this month will be deducted. Holy crap. Is it true or false? That's way too ruthless. The shareholders, who had just been feeling fortunate, were suddenly shocked and widened their eyes. They never expected that they would be caught in the crossfire even when they were lying down. President Qin, on what grounds are you deducting our bonuses and profit sharing? That's right, we didn't stand up against you just now. So aren't you going a bit too far? Yes, you're going to deduct our bonuses and profit sharing. We don't agree. Once the shareholders came to their senses, They couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up. It's important to understand that the wages in their industry are only average. The real big wins are bonuses and profit sharing. Now that Qin Feng can deduct money whenever he wants, how can they possibly accept it? Not only were they dissatisfied, but Zhao Sihai, who was standing not far away, also frowned. Hee. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. You're not convinced? That's the right thing to do. But I'm telling you, even if you're not happy about it, you'd better keep it to yourselves. I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm just that willful. If you don't want to work here, then get out like them. Qin Feng clearly remembered that when Vice President Yu and the others opposed him, these guys were all watching and laughing from below. The fact that they haven't been fired yet is already more than enough. You still want dividends and bonuses? Why the hell doesn't this just fly to the sky? You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone was immediately enraged. I wanted to say something in response, but I was hesitant. After all, the fate of Vice President Yu and the others was still vivid in their minds. Holy crap, President Qin is too ruthless. Yes, these shareholders didn't stand up with us. So why should their bonuses and dividends be deducted? TCH, you guys don't know anything. Didn't you notice that these guys were all laughing at President Qin earlier? You're right. I actually think President Qin did the right thing. Deducting only 1 month's salary is already very lenient with them. If it were me, I would fire them all. Hee, Fan is right. I think President Qin's decision is really brilliant. Wow, I think President Qin is so handsome. I absolutely adore him. Who can argue with that? I love his decisive and ruthless style. I love it. Many of the anchors in the audience felt that Qin Feng had gone too far. However, most people felt that Qin Feng did nothing wrong. Of course, most of these people are basically female live streamers. Alright, since you all want to know the reason, I might as well tell you. Qin Feng curled his lip and said rather rudely, when I, as the largest shareholder, was being contradicted and ridiculed by them, not one of you stood up to support me. Instead, you stood aside and watched the joke with cold eyes. I would like to ask, what use are subordinates like you to me? To put it bluntly, even if I fire you all, you deserve it. Well, now you should all understand, right? After saying this, Qin Feng coldly swept his gaze across the crowd. When the shareholders met Qin Feng's sweeping gaze, they all lowered their heads in shame. Although they were still somewhat unhappy, they had to admit. What Qin Feng said seemed to make perfect sense. Seeing that no one else spoke, Qin Feng couldn't help but show a look of disdain. In his view, if you don't teach these guys a lesson, they'll really not know how many eyes Master Ma has. Chapter 156, Becoming a Giant Within a Month? President Qin, we'll accept your decision to deduct our bonuses and profit sharing. Just then, Zhao Sihai, who was not far away, stepped forward and said, however, shouldn't we be thinking about how to restore ByteDance stock price? Haha, Mr. Zhao, that's a good question. Qin Feng chuckled and continued. What I'm about to say is that I hope everyone can help me make all of ByteDance businesses into giants in the next month. I wonder if everyone has confidence. What? Becoming a giant within a month? How the hell is that possible? Everyone was stunned when they heard Qin Feng's words. It's important to know that ByteDance is a Fortune 500 company. However, apart from Douyin, TikTok, which is considered top tier, the other businesses under its umbrella are quite average. The idea of getting them all to become giants within a month is something I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Even Zhao Sihai, who was not far away, couldn't help but twitch his lips after hearing Qin Feng's words. In his view, the most important thing right now is to pull ByteDance back from the brink of bankruptcy, rather than becoming a giant within a month. President Qin, I'm afraid that will be very difficult. Zhao Sihai took a deep breath before smiling wryly at Qin Feng. He had to admit that he felt Qin Feng was being a bit too ambitious. Yes, Mr. Qin, your request is really too difficult. I'm not saying this to be rude, but the industries under our company are at best considered first class. It's simply impossible to become a giant in a short period of time. That's right. Besides, our company is already on the verge of bankruptcy. We should think about how to bring it back to life. Sai, there must be quite a few competitors out there thinking about how to get a piece of the pie from us. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, everyone quickly echoed his sentiments. The reason they think this way is simply because ByteDance is not what it used to be. If it had happened half an hour earlier, they might have still had some confidence. After all, ByteDance was once a Fortune 500 company in China with a market value of over 400 billion yuan. And now? Now, not only has its market value shrunk by nearly 40 times, even most of the company's shareholders and senior executives were hospitalized by Qin Feng. Given the current situation, do they still want to turn all their businesses into giants? In their opinion, this was simply wishful thinking. Oh, is that difficult? Hearing their words, Qin Feng curled his lip in disapproval. Isn't this something that money can solve? Holy crap. Dude, do you have to be so reckless? Saying things like that makes us look really low class, okay? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but silently criticize him in their hearts. In their eyes, Qin Feng was acting like a nouveau riche. However, Qin Feng ignored what they thought and turned to Zhao Sihai not far away. President Zhao, I have another task for you. You must fill all the senior management positions in the company within 3 days. Don't worry about not being able to find people. I can offer 10 times the market price. What? 10 times the price? My goodness, are you trying to invite Jack Ma to come too? When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They finally understand one thing. That's how capricious people can be when they're rich. At this point, Qin Feng added with a smile, of course, the company's existing senior executives can also reach this level of salary, but they'll have to wait until next month. If anyone has any objections, please feel free to raise them with me. Holy crap. Only a lunatic would dare to mention this to you? Isn't that just asking for death? Upon hearing this, everyone was delighted, but couldn't help but offer a few sarcastic remarks. That's all for today. Does anyone have anything to add? After Qin Feng finished speaking, he glanced at everyone once again. For some reason, the group, who had just been about to say something, suddenly. Upon meeting Qin Feng's imposing and domineering gaze, they all lowered their heads and remained silent, like mice before a cat. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't say anything more and stepped off the stage. After arriving at Zhao Sihai's side and giving him some instructions, he led Zhao Xuerer towards the door. As for ByteDance stock price, he plans to wait until Zhao Sihai has bought back all the shares held by the vice president and others before making a decision. He didn't want to create more trouble for himself later. Seeing this, how could Zhao Sihai and his group dare to stay inside any longer? Mr. Qin, let me see you off. As Zhao Sihai spoke, he immediately followed. Seeing this, the others naturally did the same. When Qin Feng came out of the door, the onlookers outside were still there. When they saw a group of ByteDance executives and streamers following Qin Feng and his companion around like little lambs, they were all dumbfounded. Holy crap, what's going on here? This young man is amazing. He actually dared to walk at the very front. Yes. Why do I feel like all the higher-ups and anchors behind him are very respectful to him? Hee, you guys don't know, do you? This young man was personally invited in by President Zhao. My own mother's uncle. Is it really him? Upon hearing this, all the onlookers turned their curious gazes toward Qin Feng. They were eager to know what Qin Feng's true identity was. What makes ByteDance top executives and live streamers treat you with such respect? However, Qin Feng didn't even glance at them and pulled Zhao Xuerer towards the Bugatti Veyron not far away. As for Zhao Sihai and the others, they also respectfully saw Qin Feng and his group off. It gives the impression that Qin Feng is an extremely important person. While the onlookers were still in shock, something suddenly occurred to them. Did you know? Something really big happened at ByteDance today. Shaw, you don't need to tell me that. Right now, all the headlines in major news outlets are about ByteDance being on the verge of bankruptcy. The person taken away by the ambulance earlier seemed to be a shareholder of their company. Do you think those shareholders might have been taken to the hospital because of the stock price crash? That's very possible, but it's also strange. Not long ago, Yida real estate stock price also plummeted, and today it's ByteDance's turn. Do you think there might be some connection between these things? I suspect this is very likely the work of some foreign super-rich conglomerate. Otherwise, who would have the capability to do this? Holy crap, you know what? It's actually possible. The whispers among the crowd, when overheard by Zhao Sihai and the others, made all of them twitch their lips in exasperation. Was it the work of some super-rich conglomerate? How could you guys even come up with something like this? Chapter 157. A mere super streamer, can't she be promoted as easily as she wants? This way. The two sped along and soon returned to Huaihai Villa. As soon as they entered the villa, Qin Feng pulled Zhao Shuer directly into the downstairs bedroom. However, Qin Feng didn't want to do anything naughty with Zhao Shuer. He just had some questions for her. Shuer, I want to ask you something. After the two found a comfortable spot to sit in the room, Qin Feng spoke to Zhao Shuer in a very serious tone. Brother Feng, just ask whatever you want. Zhao Shuer nodded in reply. It's like this. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, asking, do you really want to work as a streamer, or is this just a passing fancy? Is it important? That's right, it's very important. Qin Feng said very seriously. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Shuer said somewhat shyly. To be honest, Brother Feng, my childhood dream has been to become a big star. I really want to work as a live streamer, but, as Zhao Shuer spoke, she felt inexplicably disappointed. She knew very well that the live streaming industry was not as simple as everyone imagined. Every year, countless people try to get rich through live streaming, but very few people actually succeed. For a streamer like her who only has good looks but no talent, she's basically no different from being swept away by the tide. Want to become a small-time streamer? You can. However, becoming a super streamer like Zhao Yulua is practically impossible. Qin Feng understood her meaning perfectly well, and before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her directly, saying, as long as you really want to, that's fine. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry, I will definitely make you the most famous anchor in China. Really? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Shuer's previously dejected mood instantly turned into joy. Of course it's true. Would I lie to you? Qin Feng pursed his lips and said confidently. Who is he? He's a super tycoon with trillions of assets. Let alone creating a super anchor. Even if it creates an international star, what's so strange about that? Moreover, Qin Feng now owns a self-media platform like ByteDance. A mere super streamer can't be promoted just because someone wants to? Hee, Brother Feng, you're so good to me. Zhao Shuer giggled and couldn't resist giving Qin Feng a kiss on the cheek. Next, Qin Feng went to the villa's gym. After several hours of exercise, I wasn't tired at all. It has to be said that Qin Feng's physical fitness has now reached a terrifying level. System, have I reached my physical peak? As he stepped out of the room, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask the system a question. Ding. You have only activated system version 1.0. Your physical abilities are equivalent to those of a weakling. Holy crap. Are you kidding me? Even though I'm this strong, am I still just a weakling? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's previously inflated ego was immediately crushed to rock bottom. He never imagined that with his current strong physique, he would still be a weakling. After a long pause, he finally said, somewhat unconvinced, I can do it multiple times in one night. Ding. Weakling. I can take on 100 men single-handedly. Ding. Weakling. I can kick a huge crater in the floor with one kick. Ding. Weakling. I can. Holy crap, you're really hurting my feelings. After being called a weakling 3 times by the system, Qin Feng was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Suddenly remembering something, he hurriedly asked the system, if I heard correctly, you just said that I've only activated system version 1.0, right? Ding, that's right. Would upgrading to a higher version improve my weak physical abilities? Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Feng immediately asked with delight. In his view, as long as it can improve physical fitness, being weak is fine. Ding. That's right. Once you upgrade your system to version 2.0, the system shop will refresh with a higher level super gene serum. Holy crap, there's such a good thing? Why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Ding, you didn't ask. Damn it. Do I even need to ask that? Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but urge, quickly, upgrade the system to version 2.0. Ding. Upgrading to version 2.0 requires 10 trillion Huaxia coins. Do you wish to upgrade? What? Upgrading the version would cost 10 trillion? Why the hell don't you just rob someone? Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Feng nearly went berserk. It should be noted that Qin Feng's total assets are only a little over 10 trillion. Upgrading the system would mean he would spend almost all of his assets. In his opinion, the system was simply robbing him. Ding. You can upgrade or not. It's up to you. If you're not upgrading, then I'm taking a break. Holy crap. Are you really that arrogant? Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. He never imagined that the system, which used to be so silly, would suddenly become so much smarter. It felt to him as if there was a little devil hiding inside the system. Being arrogant is one thing, but to actually need to rest? Of course, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Qin Feng gritted his teeth and commanded the system. All right, upgrade the version now. 10 trillion it is. Although Qin Feng felt a little heartache about the money, but compared to money, he values the items that will be refreshed in the system store even more. Moreover, for him, who owns a consumer rebate system, actually, earning another 10 trillion doesn't seem that difficult. If that's the case, why not upgrade the system? Chapter 0158. System, you've already completed the upgrade? Ding. The system will upgrade you to version 2.0 within 10 seconds. Please wait patiently. 1098521. Ding. The system has successfully upgraded you to version 2.0. You can view it anytime, anywhere via the light screen. The moment the system finished its notification, a screen of light appeared directly in front of Qin Feng. Unlike previous light screens, this one is actually 7-colored. It looks quite high-end and classy. System, you've already completed the upgrade? Qin Feng stared blankly at the light screen in front of him. You know, all those novels he used to read. It would be impossible for the protagonist to upgrade the system in less than 10 days to half a month. Some of the more twisted systems even force the protagonist to go through a cycle of life and death. However, upgrading Qin Feng's system seemed to be completely effortless. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. The system has already been successfully upgraded. It would be truly strange if Qin Feng wasn't completely dumbfounded by this. Ding. That's right, the system upgrade has been successful. If you don't believe it, you can check the system store. Holy crap, why is leveling up so easy for you? After hearing this, Qin Feng asked with some doubt. Ding. Why make it difficult? The system exists to help you reach the pinnacle of life, not to make you go through 81 tribulations like Tang Sanzai. The system, in a human-like manner, pursed its lips and said, quite speechless. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt an urge to kiss the system twice. System, I love hearing you say that. Ding, hee hee, it's all right. The system chuckled and replied with a rather arrogant air. Wow, you actually know how to be modest? Qin Feng pursed his lips and asked with a half-smile. System, why do I feel like you're being a bit cheeky today? Ding Pai, what does that mean? I don't understand. Holy crap, you're trying to outsmart me? Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. Suddenly remembering something, he asked the system curiously. By the way, system, are you male or female? You know, this is a question that the author often gets asked by my lovely readers, and Qin Feng is also quite curious about it. Ding. Guess. To Qin Feng's disappointment, the arrogant system simply couldn't be bothered to answer his question. What nonsense. If you don't want to tell me, fine. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually. Fine, just hurry up and open the system shop for me. I'd like to see what new items have been added to the system shop. For Qin Feng, whether the system is male or female doesn't seem to matter much. A good system is one that allows you to reach the pinnacle of your life. Ding. Okay, please wait a moment. As soon as the system finished speaking, the 7-colored light screen in front of Qin Feng began to change. To be honest, Qin Feng was quite excited at this moment. After all, he had obtained quite a few good things from the system store last time, although it might seem incredibly weak to powerful cultivators. But for Qin Feng, who lives in the city, it is quite practical. Therefore, Qin Feng was quite looking forward to it. Before long, the upgraded system store appeared before Qin Feng's eyes. Unlike before, the number of items in the system store has increased from 10 to 20. Of course, as Qin Feng expected, there were still no magical treasures or artifacts. To be honest, this was quite disappointing for Qin Feng. Qin Feng only glanced at it briefly. He soon discovered that, in addition to the addition of 10 new products, all the previous products have been upgraded to the intermediate level. Super Gene Serum, intermediate grade, can enhance the user's physique once, stacking up to 99 times. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Super Biohazard Bodyguard, intermediate level, combat strength comparable to a minor grandmaster. All skills available. Purchase price, 10 million consumer points. Invisibility Talisman, intermediate level, grants the user invisibility for 24 hours. Purchase price, 10 million consumer points. X-Ray Vision Talisman Paper, intermediate level, allows the user to see through objects for 24 hours. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Medical Talisman Paper, intermediate level, grants the user the ability to be a divine healer 24/7. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Disguise talisman paper, intermediate level, allows the user to easily disguise themselves for 24 hours. Purchase price, 10 million consumer points. Electromagnetic energy gun blueprint, intermediate level, can be used to create advanced technological items from advanced civilizations. Purchase price, 10 million consumer points. Electromagnetic energy cannon blueprint, intermediate level, can be used to create advanced technological items from advanced civilizations. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Thunder Fighter. These products have significantly improved upon their previous functions. Certainly. Qin Feng wanted to use the upgraded Super Gene Serum. He didn't want to be called a weakling by the system again. Although the price is 10 times higher than before, it seems to be just a drop in the ocean for Qin Feng, who has hundreds of billions of consumer points. It has to be said that Qin Feng's consumer rebate system is truly a very considerate system, making it completely effortless for the host. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and directly purchased 99 doses of intermediate-level Super Gene Serum from the system. One dose of intermediate-grade Super Gene Serum costs 10 million consumption points, so 99 doses would cost 990 million. The moment Qin Feng clicked to buy, the system notification immediately entered his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully purchasing 99 doses of intermediate Super Gene Serum. Would you like to use it? Qin Feng had already been severely impacted by the system, so how could he possibly hesitate now? Without a second thought, he commanded the system, use. The system was very efficient and immediately sent another notification. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one dose of intermediate Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 216. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one dose of intermediate Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 217. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one dose of intermediate Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 218. Hearing these system prompts, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. To be honest, this is really too noisy. Chapter 159. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. At that moment, Qin Feng quickly ordered the system to turn off the voice notification. The next second, a system notification appeared on the light screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one dose of intermediate Super Gene Serum. Your physical constitution has increased by 1. The standard value for an average adult male is 100. Your current total physical constitution is 219. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one dose of intermediate Super Gene Serum. Your current total physical constitution is 220. Ding! Congratulations. You are currently at 314. In less than a minute, the system had used up 99 doses of intermediate-grade Super Serum for Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng could clearly feel the changes taking place within his body. Although Qin Feng didn't know what this meant, but he was certain that he was now much stronger than a weakling. Even with just a slight clench of his fist, he could feel an unparalleled explosive power. System, how about it? I'm not a weakling anymore, am I? Unable to contain himself, Qin Feng asked the system a question. Ding! You weakling. Holy crap. I'm so powerful now. How dare you call me a weakling? And what's more, they even added the word dead. Upon hearing the system's words, Qin Feng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. I have to say, this is really a blow. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Qin Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his displeasure, and looked at the light screen in front of him again. It's important to know that the system's online store includes not only the items that were already available before. 10 new items have also been added. Qin Feng had only glanced at it casually just now, but now he was ready to study it carefully. After all, nothing produced by the system is simple. Without saying a word, Qin Feng immediately began his research. Parallel Universe Music Talisman, Intermediate Level, allows the user to elevate their vocal skills to a godlike level while simultaneously acquiring a complete, random piece of music. Absolutely unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Parallel Universe Dance Talisman, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to elevate their dance skills to the divine level while acquiring a complete dance. Random. Absolutely unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Parallel Universe Piano Talisman Paper, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to elevate their piano skills to a godlike level while simultaneously acquiring a complete piano piece. Random. Absolutely unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Parallel Universe Painting Talisman Paper, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to elevate their painting skills to the divine level while obtaining a complete painting. Random. Absolutely unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Parallel Universe Poetry Talisman Paper, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to elevate their poetry skills to God level while simultaneously acquiring a complete poem. Random. Exclusively unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Parallel Universe Game Talisman, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to elevate their game skills to God level while simultaneously acquiring a complete game. Randomly. Absolutely unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. Parallel Space-Time Construction Talisman Paper, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to. After Qin Feng carefully examined all the newly displayed products, he was immediately stunned into silence. It must be said that these things are exactly what he needs right now. You know, people like Qin Feng who become rich overnight are often considered nouveau riche with no real foundation. If you want to be regarded as a super rich person from the bottom of your heart, you absolutely must have a solid foundation. For example, Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, learned many skills after becoming the richest man in China. Singing, opera, dancing, he's proficient in everything. Although professionals might find it quite ordinary. But to most people, it still looked quite decent. If Qin Feng wants to become a super rich person like Jack Ma, the more resources he has, the better. The items that the system refreshed this time are just what Qin Feng needs to make up for his lack of foundation. Once he came to his senses, he was determined not to miss such a good opportunity. Without a second thought, he immediately purchased a mid-level parallel space-time music talisman from the system shop. He wanted to see just how musically advanced this parallel universe planet was. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purchased one intermediate parallel space-time music talisman. Would you like to use it? The next second, a system notification appeared on the light screen. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng pressed the use button directly on the light screen. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one intermediate parallel universe music talisman. You have obtained the song Happy True Jiao from the parallel universe. Your current vocal level is God level singer. The very next second Qin Feng saw this notification. He not only felt the change in his own voice, but also a song he had never heard before inexplicably appeared in his mind. Happy True Jiao. Holy crap. What kind of song is this? For some reason, Qin Feng had a strange feeling when he saw the song title. Alright, let's try singing it first. Qin Feng is the kind of person who does things on a whim, so he didn't care if the song title was strange or not. He just wanted to give it a try. Without wasting any time, she started singing loudly as she walked downstairs. We clap our hands when we're happy. Clap your hands when you're happy. If you're happy, just drive away in that Lamborghini next to you. To be honest, the first half of the song seemed a bit too bland to Qin Feng. Even though he was already a God-level singer at this point, his singing still sounded quite ordinary. Baby who draws, a galloping wild horse and a thorny rose. I'll clap my hands and brush away my wounds, even when I'm unhappy. Use dry tears to brew a rich and delicious flavor. Just as Qin Feng was getting bored and was about to give up, suddenly, the appearance of these lyrics instantly resonated with him. In his opinion, this was the only interesting part of the whole song. Qin Feng now seriously doubts whether all the songs in that so-called parallel world are of this quality. If that's the case, then he'll be really disappointed. Bro, what are you singing? The moment Qin Feng walked downstairs, all the girls turned to look at him. When Qin Feng came to his senses and saw this, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Holy crap! This is incredibly embarrassing. Chapter 160. Brother, you're not kidding us, are you? Cough cough. Qin Feng coughed twice, replying awkwardly, no, nothing, just singing for fun. To be honest, Qin Feng really wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground at that moment. Yeah. Qin Yu chuckled and jogged over to Qin Feng's side. He scrutinized Qin Feng carefully, then said with a half smile, "Why do I not think so? Brother, why don't you sing again?" "Yes, master, sing again. I think it sounds quite nice." "Hee, I think it sounds great too. Have you noticed that our master's singing is just as good as a professional singer's?" "It really does seem so. That's amazing." Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the women immediately echoed her sentiments. To be honest, they really didn't expect that Qin Feng was not only handsome, but also had such a good singing voice. It has to be said that Qin Feng hesitated. If it were anyone else, he would definitely refuse without hesitation. However, he didn't want to disappoint the women in his family. "What are you saying, brother? Don't you love us anymore?" Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be wavering slightly, Qin Yu quickly added fuel to the fire. "All right, since you want to hear it, I'll just sing a random song." Seeing the expectant looks in the women's eyes, Qin Feng had no choice but to compromise in the end. As he spoke, Qin Feng took a deep breath and then began to sing. "Baby who draws, baby who draws, a galloping wild horse and a thorny rose. I'll clap my hands and brush away my wounds, even when I'm unhappy. Use dry tears to brew a rich and delicious flavor." Qin Feng chose to sing this part mainly because he found it quite interesting. What he didn't expect was that right after he finished singing, thunderous applause immediately erupted in the room. "Wow, this sounds amazing. Yes, master is really amazing. Baby drawing, galloping wild horses and thorny roses, what interesting lyrics. Hee, I also think this song is really interesting. Whatever, I'm going to set this as my ringtone. I want one too. I want one too." After the women finished speaking, they quickly set the audio they had secretly recorded as their phone ringtones. Seeing this, Qin Feng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. It has to be said that these girls seemed to be getting worse and worse by following him. He gave a wry smile, then said somewhat speechlessly, "Can you guys please delete this part? Actually, I think it would be even cuter if you girls sang it." "Really? Bro, you're not kidding us, are you?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Yu couldn't help but ask with some doubt. The same was true for the other women. "Why would I lie to you?" Qin Feng curled his lip and said with certainty, "If you don't believe me, try it yourselves. All right, we'll trust you this once." As Qin Yu spoke, she began to sing as well. At the beginning, I might not remember some of the lyrics very clearly, and I might stutter a bit. However, once she got used to it, she quickly became quite adept at it. Combined with her naturally cute voice, she sounds incredibly adorable. "Wow, bro, it seems like it really works." After Qin Yu finished singing the entire song, she immediately jumped up excitedly. Upon seeing this, the other women couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "Xiaoya, you sang very well too." Yes, they look so cute." "No, I want to try too. Maybe I'll sing well." "Hee, me too." Soon, the entire hall was filled with the baby sounds of girls drawing. Seeing this, Qin Feng, who was not far away, couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be honest, Qin Feng was actually quite indifferent to this song. Seeing that the women were all studying the song together, Qin Feng found a comfortable spot on the sofa and sat down. He wanted to see if all the songs in that so-called parallel universe were like this. Without wasting any time, the system immediately reopened the light screen. I found the System Store button and pressed it immediately. Soon, the System Store reappeared before Qin Feng's eyes. "Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purchased one intermediate parallel space-time music talisman. Would you like to use it?" "Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one intermediate parallel universe music talisman. You have obtained the parallel universe music song Cool, and your current vocal level is God-level singer. Cooling down." To Qin Feng's dismay, the song title seemed to be somewhat strange again. Never mind, let's look at the lyrics first. Qin Feng dared not sing it out loud this time. If that situation were to happen again, I'd really like to crawl into a hole and disappear. Thinking of this, he immediately began to recall the lyrics in his mind. When Qin Feng first saw the song title, he didn't have high hopes. After all, in his opinion, the song title was also strange. However, after he had read all the lyrics in his mind, he immediately stood up from the sofa. "Awesome. That's absolutely amazing." It has to be said that the lyrics of this song, Cool, truly amazed Qin Feng. In his opinion, there seem to be very few songs in the world that can rival it. "Brother, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Qin Yu, who was recording with her phone, couldn't help but ask with a puzzled look. Upon hearing this, all the other women turned to look at Qin Feng. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng laughed heartily a few times, then said with a smug look, I just thought of a super cool song. Who wants to sing it with me? A really good song? Qin Yu was slightly taken aback and said with a doubtful look, Brother, when did you learn to write songs? And you're exaggerating a bit. How long have you been sitting here? Yes, Master, you're not joking with us, are you? Other songwriters take at least several months or even years to write a song. You did it way too fast. Qin Yu wasn't the only one with doubts. The other women felt the same way. You don't believe me? Qin Feng pursed his lips and ordered Su Moyu. Moyu, go and get me paper and pen. I'll show you right now whether I'm really that powerful. Oh, okay. Su Moyu's lips twitched slightly, and he strode towards Qin Feng's study. Like the other women, she didn't believe Qin Feng could really have such amazing skills. Chapter 0161. How about that? Dumbfounded now. A moment later, Su Moyu brought the paper and pen to Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't waste any time. After spreading the paper on the coffee table, he began to write furiously on it without thinking. Seeing this, all the women surrounded Qin Feng with suspicious expressions. They were curious to see what Qin Feng's so-called good song was really like. As night falls and the air grows cooler, fallen flowers turn to frost. The women, who had initially seemed unconcerned, all widened their eyes in astonishment after Qin Feng wrote those two sentences. Oh my God! How? How is this possible? These two lines are so evocative. They never expected that Qin Feng's song would be so completely different from the one they had just heard. Even just seeing these two lines of lyrics gives them a very high-class feeling. Qin Feng, ignoring their shocked expressions, continued writing furiously on the paper. You gaze into the distance, exhausting all the twilight, yet you cannot forget me even if you do not think of me. It has to be said that the more Qin Feng wrote, the more inspired he became. He believes that if this song were to be released, it would definitely shock the entire entertainment industry. As for the girls surrounding him, they were completely dumbfounded. He stared intently at the lyrics, as if afraid of missing something. The peach blossoms are fading. How could you have let go in your past life? This vast sea of sorrow, yet you pretend to be indifferent and unaffected. It's all an illusion. By the time Qin Feng finished writing this, the scene was already completely silent. It's as if everyone has truly entered the world of the lyrics. It seemed as if right before their eyes, a man and a woman dressed in ancient costume were truly enacting a scene of life and death, a farewell. At that moment, Qin Feng finally began writing the chorus. The cool night sky turns my longing into a river, transforming into spring mud to nurture me. The fleeting years brush against my lover's sleeves, and petals of fragrance drift into the flowing water. The cool heavens shimmer with the colors of flowers, falling to earth, heartbroken. After Qin Feng finished writing the entire song, he looked at Qin Yu and the others again. It wasn't hard to see that every girl's eyes were filled with tears. You little rascal. Weren't you all just doubting me? Well, are you stunned? Is my song all right? Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he asked with a smug look. Qin Feng originally wanted to show off. To his complete surprise, not a single person replied to him. For a moment, the scene was quite awkward. Lu Rubing was the first to wake up. She glanced at the lyrics first, then looked at Qin Feng with admiration. Master, did you really come up with this? Upon hearing this, the women finally came to their senses. Like Lu Rubing, they all looked at Qin Feng with admiration, waiting for his reply. Of course. Qin Feng shrugged and said confidently, Besides me, do you think anyone else can write such perfect lyrics? How was my song? Not bad, right? Not bad. This is far from just okay. It's practically perfect. Sister Bingbing is right. The lyrics of this song are just perfect. I felt like I was in that world just now. Wow, that's amazing, bro. I never knew you actually had that skill. By the way, Master, what's the name of this song? It must be really beautiful, right? Yes. I also want to know the name of this song. At this point, everyone looked at Qin Feng with expectant expressions. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips twitched slightly. After a long pause, he replied with an embarrassed look. The song is called Cooling Down. What? Liang. Wow, such a powerful name. After listening, Qin Yu thought for a long time before finally coming up with a word that wouldn't embarrass Qin Feng too much. To be honest, She felt that the song title didn't fit the song's vibe at all. She wasn't the only one who thought this way. The other women felt the same way. However, these were lyrics that Chin Feng came up with, so they couldn't say anything about them. They're all putting on airs, like their song title is really something. Seeing this, Chin Feng could only pretend not to know. After all, this was a song title that came with the system, and Chin Feng had no intention of changing it. Besides, the chorus already contains those two words, so it's actually not bad. Alright, I've finished writing the song. Anyone want to sing it with me? Chin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to their expressions anymore, and simply smiled and asked them, "Sing now? But there's no sheet music on this." Upon hearing this, Su Moyu asked, looking completely bewildered, "Sheet music?" Chin Feng was slightly taken aback, only then realizing that the system hadn't given him the sheet music at all. However, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have it, as long as he can sing. How about this? I'll sing it for you first, and you can listen to it. After Chin Feng finished speaking, he immediately started singing. It must be said that Chin Feng possesses a god-like singing ability. The moment he sang the first word, Lu Rubing and the others were completely awestruck. It sounds great. It sounds absolutely wonderful. In an instant, all the women were immersed in Chin Feng's singing. After Chin Feng finished singing Liang Liang, everyone was still in a daze. They never imagined that this song could be this good. Smack! Seeing that they were standing there motionless, Chin Feng couldn't help but clap his hands. Once everyone had recovered from their shock, he asked expectantly, "How was it? Did you like it?" "It's so beautiful, it's absolutely gorgeous. It made me cry. Yes, this must be the best ancient-style song I've ever heard. My God, if this song were uploaded online, it would go viral. Master, you are amazing." The women wiped away their tears as they spoke excitedly. It's clear they weren't just giving Chin Feng the runaround. Of course, Chin Feng was quite satisfied with this. Now he was completely confident in the music of parallel universes. In his mind, with such amazing music, how could he not make Zhao Shuer famous? Because the song was so incredibly good, the girls all asked Chin Feng to sing it with them. Chin Feng didn't refuse. He was happy as long as everyone liked it. Even Su Moyu and the others couldn't help but hum a few lines while preparing dinner. During dinner, Chin Feng decided on the spot to give both songs to Zhao Shuer, and they asked her to sing those two songs during her live stream tonight. Doesn't she lack any talent? Chin Feng will give her this talent. Just a super streamer. It's not something you can just get easily. Upon hearing this, all the other women immediately cast envious glances at Zhao Shuer. They believe that with these two songs, Zhao Shuer will definitely be the most dazzling anchor tonight. P.S. Starting tomorrow, 5 chapters a day. The book must reach at least 498,000 words by the end of the month. If I don't reach that, I'll send out a 500 renminbi red envelope in the group. I hope I don't regret this promise, haha. Why hasn't chapter 162 started airing yet? After dinner, everyone watched TV in the living room for a while. Afterwards, they each went into their own rooms. Chin Feng has important business to attend to tonight. That is to help Zhao Shuer improve her status in the live streaming industry. Chin Feng first made a call to Douyin and asked them to arrange the most awesome pop-up recommendation for Zhao Shuer. In other words, as soon as you open the Douyin app, the system will automatically give you a pop-up window. The live stream was scheduled for 8 p.m., and Zhao Shuer had made preparations well in advance. To be honest, she was quite nervous. After all, this was the first time Zhao Shuer had received such an amazing recommendation spot. It's obvious that at least 100,000 people will be watching her live stream today. This is absolutely unprecedented for a new streamer. Time flies, and it's almost 8 p.m. in the blink of an eye. Although Zhao Shuer's live stream had not yet started, tens of thousands of people had already joined online. Holy crap, why hasn't it started airing yet? It's supposed to start broadcasting at 8 p.m. There are still a few minutes left. Really? By the way, who is this streamer? I don't know either. It's being recommended in a pop-up ad. I don't think I've ever heard of it before. I've never heard of her before. Could she be a new streamer? It's very possible, Shuer. She's probably a female live streamer. Female streamer? Holy crap, why aren't they promoting my Yulua sister? She must be a relative of the Douyin boss. What the hell are you looking at? I'm out of here. What's so interesting about a newcomer? Let's take a look first. There's nothing to lose anyway. And what if she's a stunning beauty? You're right. If you don't want to watch, then leave. I want to see anyway. Zhao Shuer, who was debugging the equipment, saw these comments from netizens. My emotions, which had just begun to calm down, instantly turned anxious again. It's fair to say that the live stream that's just a few minutes away will be a huge challenge for a new streamer like her. To avoid letting the comments affect her mood, she simply chose to ignore them. Schwer, are you ready? The broadcast is about to start. Just then, Chin Feng, carrying a glass of milk, pushed open the door and walked in with a smile. Today is Zhao Xuan'er's first large-scale live broadcast, so naturally he has to accompany her. Thank you, Brother Feng, I'm ready. Zhao Xuan'er took the milk from Chin Feng and smiled as she replied. Okay, good luck. With that, Chin Feng casually found a seat and sat down. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Xuan'er took a deep breath, tidied her hair, and then started the live stream. At the same time, Chin Feng took out his phone and went directly into Zhao Xuan'er's live stream. As soon as I entered, Zhao Xuan'er's beautiful face appeared on the phone screen. Wow, this girl is so pretty. Hee hee, the TikTok pop-up really didn't disappoint me. It really is a beautiful woman. I love it. What a beautiful young lady. Is she pretty? I think she's just average, nowhere near as pretty as my sister Yulua. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm going to go watch my sister Yulu sing. I'm going to see my cool guy too. I heard they're having a cash prize draw tonight. A cash prize? How much is it? Not much, just over 200,000. Oh my god, really? I want to go too. Wait for me. The very next second these comments appeared, the number of viewers in Zhao Xuan'er's live stream dropped by 30,000 from the original 50,000. In other words, in less than a minute, Zhao Xuan'er's live stream only had 20,000 viewers left. Seeing this, Zhao Xuan'er immediately became anxious. She never expected that so many people would disappear so quickly after the broadcast had just started. For a moment, Zhao Xuan'er's prepared words suddenly stopped. Upon seeing this, Chin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, Chin Feng hadn't been unaware of this situation. What he didn't expect was that those big streamers would go so far. These so-called bystanders are clearly just here to attract attention. Is 200,000 a lot? It seems that unless we use some drastic measures, you really won't know how many eyes Lord Ma has. Thinking of this, Chin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately sent 2 messages in the live chat. Just a special announcement. Today, every fan who follows Xuan'er's live stream will receive a red envelope worth 88 yuan. Furthermore, as long as Xuan'er wins a PK, I will give away 100 million in cash. It has to be said, being rich really does give you that much freedom. The moment Chin Feng posted those 2 comments, the live stream chat exploded. Holy crap, bro, is this for real? 100 million? That's way too outrageous. Heh, believe it or not, I don't believe it. Yeah, only a fool would believe that. 100 million? Are you kidding me? Never mind, I'll try adding them to my followers first. There's no harm in it. That's true. What if it is? If not, we can just criticize the streamer too. Hee hee, the guy upstairs is right. I'll check it out too. Just like Chin Feng thought, most netizens chose not to believe it. However, there were still a dozen or so people who, hoping for the best, chose to add the account to their contacts. Chin Feng didn't waste any time and directly transferred 88 yuan red envelopes to each of them through the Douyin platform. When those people actually received the money, they were so excited they almost jumped for joy. They never imagined that it was all true. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Chin Feng, he quickly went to the live chat to start spamming the comments. Thank you so much, your brother Feng, for the generous 88 yuan cash red envelope. I love you to death. Haha, I'm so happy. I actually got a red envelope. Brother Feng will pay for the spicy hot pot tonight. Hee hee, I got a red envelope too. Brother Feng, I love you so much. Rich Tycoon, do you need a bed warmer? I want to have your babies. The moment those comments appeared, Zhao Xuan'er's live stream chat exploded. Wow, is this for real? Or is it a shill? Can I really get an 88 yuan red envelope? Holy crap, I have to check it out right now. Damn, is there really such a good thing? 88 yuan red envelope, here I come. Hee hee, I'm going to collect my red envelope too. As the onlookers discussed this, they quickly clicked follow in the upper left corner. 100. 1,000. 10,000. In less than 10 seconds, the number of followers in Zhao Xuan'er's live stream room had already exceeded 10,000. And judging from this trend, it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. Chapter 0163, a request for a live chat from a super streamer. Zhao Xuan'er, who had just been disappointed, was instantly filled with confidence. She smiled slightly and looked in the direction where Qin Feng was. In her mind, without Qin Feng's help tonight, her live stream might have truly ended in failure. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Qin Feng. Seeing this, Qin Feng, who was not far away, did not say much, but simply gave Zhao Shuai a thumbs up. Then, he looked down at his phone again. With so much attention all at once, it would be impossible for Qin Feng to distribute red envelopes to everyone individually. Fortunately, Qin Feng's Douyin account received special attention from the Douyin Development Department. This little thing seemed to be no big deal to Qin Feng. Without further delay, Qin Feng immediately clicked the Send Red Envelopes to Multiple People button. In that one move, he sent out at least $1 million in cash. Of course, every effort will be rewarded. The next second, all the netizens who received the red envelopes started sending thank you messages in the live chat. Seeing this, some netizens who had initially been skeptical joined the crowd of onlookers. The saying goes, it's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. While receiving their red envelopes, they also invited their relatives and friends over. 50,000 people. 100,000 people. 150,000 people. In less than 3 minutes, Zhao Shuai's live stream had more than 150,000 viewers online. Moreover, the number of people is still increasing rapidly. Judging from this trend, it seems unlikely that it will stop anytime soon. Those who joined later also followed the account immediately. Although 88 yuan is not much for most people, but being able to see beautiful women while also receiving red envelopes is quite rare. Brothers, we can't just take these red envelopes for nothing, can we? How about we send some gifts to the pretty girls? Great suggestion. Since that tycoon is so generous, we can't be stingy. Hee. Without further ado, I'll first send the streamer a carnival gift to liven things up. I don't have much money, so I'll just buy a helicopter first. Then I'll do it too. I'll get a sports car. Let's get started with Douyin. Just after Qin Feng sent another group red envelope, the number of gifts in Zhao Shuai's live stream began to increase. That's how live streaming works. Once someone takes the lead, everyone quickly follows suit. In just 30 seconds, Zhao Shuai received gifts worth at least 100,000 yuan. This is something that a new streamer could never have imagined. The more gifts you give, the more traffic you attract. The number of people, which had just almost stopped, suddenly surged again. 150,000. 200,000. 250,000. In less than 3 minutes, the number of viewers in Zhao Shuai's live stream surged to 250,000. What does this mean? It's worth noting that many top streamers on Douyin only reach a peak of around this number of viewers. Wow, why are there so many people in this live stream? I don't know. I came with the carnival. Wow, this new anchor is so pretty. TSK, no wonder so many people are sending gifts. Turns out there's a stunning beauty here. Newcomers, what do you know? Don't you know that you can get an 88 yuan cash bonus by following the streamer? Holy crap, are you serious? Is there really such a good thing? Yeah, you're just bragging, aren't you? Who says it's just bragging? You'll see for yourselves if you don't believe me, and I guarantee you'll be proven wrong. That's right, I just received it. I need to hurry up and send a helicopter to my Shuai. Wow, that's awesome. I'll check it out too. All the netizens who participated earlier actually received Qin Feng's red envelope. They naturally spared no effort in promoting Zhao Shuai's work. In a short while, another 100,000 or so people chose to follow. My goodness, uncle, this is just too awesome. Awesome. I can get paid to watch beautiful girls' live streams. This is great. By the way, streamer, it's not enough for you to just talk. Why don't you perform a talent for us and Brother Feng? Yes, can you dance? The pole dancing kind. Damn, bro upstairs, we're definitely on the same wavelength. You bunch of LSPs, TikTok is a positive platform. How could it possibly have the kind of performances you're talking about? I agree with the guy upstairs. We're all serious fans. How about the streamer does a striptease? Hey bro upstairs, you're a real genius. I want to see it too. It has to be said that there are all sorts of people watching live streams online. He's quite eloquent when he speaks. But they're dreaming if they think Zhao Shuai will perform these things for them. Unless it would be more appropriate to give a performance specifically to Qin Feng. Of course, Zhao Shuai wasn't angry after seeing these comments. She simply smiled and said into the microphone, "Do all the babies really want to see the performance? How about I sing a song for the babies?" Singing? What song? It's boring. I'm tired of listening to the same few songs over and over again. Yeah, the Douyin, TikTok, streamers need to come up with something new. They're using the same few catchy songs every day. It's getting tiresome. Hey guys upstairs, can you please stop arguing? The streamer hasn't even said what song it is yet. Shaw, I don't believe she can sing songs we've never heard before. That's right, I don't want to listen to music. Can I dance instead? Judging from these comments, netizens don't seem to be too enthusiastic about Zhao Shui's singing. This is actually quite normal. Recently, whenever a song becomes popular on Douyin, all the streamers rush to imitate it, without any innovation whatsoever. It's perfectly understandable that people might not be interested. Just as Zhao Shui was feeling somewhat at a loss, a voice call request immediately caught her attention. Dear host, you have a live chat request from Brother Lily. Would you like to connect? Who is Brother Lily? As a Douyin, TikTok, live streamer, Zhao Shui naturally knows this very well. This is one of the top 10 super streamers on Douyin. Their ability to drive sales is also incredibly strong. However, what Zhao Shui couldn't understand was, why would a top streamer like Lily choose to connect with her? Babies, I have a voice chat request from Lily. What do you think, should I join? Zhao Shui ultimately left the decision to the viewers in the live stream. In her opinion, regardless of Lily's motives for connecting with her via video call, as long as Qin Feng is there, there's nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 0164. This live stream is so lively. A WeChat group for a top live streamer. Mengming's fan. Lily, how's it going? Did that woman connect with you on voice chat? Good. Yeah, let me know if you connect, and we'll bring our fans to boost your ranking later. Lily, not yet, maybe she's scared. Chubby little doo-doo, what a coward. She still has the nerve to use pop-up recommendations. We'll teach her a lesson tonight. Why girl? That's right, Sister Lily just needs to focus on the PK with her and leave the rest to us. Tonight, we'll show her what a real super streamer is. A glance that lasts a lifetime. Girls, will President Qin have any objections to what we're doing? Don't forget what happened to Xiao. Upon hearing this, the women inevitably backed down somewhat. This is actually quite normal. After all, what happened this afternoon has indeed cast a long shadow over them. But at that moment, Su Xiao stepped forward. Xiao, just you wait and see, I'll definitely make that bitch pay. Gaguda, what are you afraid of? This is just normal competition, okay? If you really piss us off, we'll just go fight dragons together. Nyo, Gugu is right. Anyway, it's not like Douyin is the only platform. Dolong is pretty good too. Xiao, haha, my sisters, just say the word and you're welcome to come to Dolong anytime. Mengming's food, really? That's great. Then we won't be afraid of anything. We can just kill her. A glance that lasts 1,000 years. All right, since everyone insists, I naturally have to follow suit. How about we create a new account and go to that jerk's live stream? Why girl? Hee, that's a great suggestion. We can even set the tone for something like this when we have nothing to do. Lily, all right, you guys just wait and see how I connect with her on the live stream. It'll be up to you guys then. After sending this WeChat message, Lily looked back at the computer screen. Sister Lily, are you planning to have a fight with someone? PK? Oh my god, wouldn't the opponent be in for a terrible death? Haha, that's for sure. I just heard that Lily seems to be preparing to compete against a newbie. A newcomer? That's practically suicide. I doubt anyone would even dare to take the job. Definitely. If she dares to accept, I'll immediately give Sister Lily 10 carnival gifts. Damn, the top-ranked player is awesome. I can't back down, I'll just send 5. I'll swipe 2. I want to see what this newbie has to offer compared to my Lily. That's right, kill her. As Lily had just mentioned to her fans when she requested to connect with them on the live stream. At this moment, her fans in the live stream were also full of fighting spirit. In their eyes, it was a complete crushing defeat for Sister Lily to compete against a newcomer. Meanwhile, Mengming's fan and the others had already infiltrated Zhao Shui's live stream using alternate accounts. Holy crap. This live stream is so lively. This was the first thought that came to all of them when they entered Zhao Shui's live stream. They never expected that Zhao Shui, a new streamer, would have so many people watching her live stream. Moreover, the sheer number of gifts sent by fans shocked them. Just as they were racking their brains trying to figure it out, Zhao Shui, who was live streaming, finally agreed to Sister Lily's request to connect with her. The next second, Zhao Shui's live stream was split into 2 parts. On the left is Zhao Shui, and on the right is Sister Lily. How about it, beautiful lady? Dare to challenge me to a duel? The live stream had barely begun when Lily's words were already laced with hostility. Upon hearing this, the fans on both sides immediately perked up. Let's compete. Who's afraid of who? Schwer, compete with her. That's right, agree to it. He's just a super streamer. What's so great about him? Never mind. I'll start with a carnival and teach that Lily a lesson. You dare call it a carnival? Brothers, let's give Sister Lily 10 shots first. Damn it. You're really going to mess with me, huh? Fine, I'll fire 20 shots then. It's clear that the tension between the fans on both sides is quite palpable. How do you want to compete? Zhao Schwer frowned slightly and asked Sister Lily. She's not stupid. It's obvious she's here to cause trouble. Hee hee, of course it's about who gives more gifts, not who you think you're competing with me for the number of followers. Lily chuckled, her tone tinged with sarcasm. In her opinion, Zhao Schwer's 100,000 or so fans are nothing compared to her. Okay, sure. Zhao Schwer nodded. Upon seeing Zhao Schwer agree, Sister Lily couldn't help but sneer. He pursed his lips and said to Zhao Schwer, but there should be some stakes in our PK, right? How do you want to bet? It's very simple. Sister Lily chuckled and said calmly, how about this? Whoever loses has to bark like a dog 100 times. You should know that the reason she chose to compete against Zhao Schwer today was to humiliate Zhao Schwer. 100 barks seems just right. Okay, I agree. Zhao Schwer wasn't intimidated and agreed without hesitation. In her mind, as long as Qin Feng was there was no way they could lose. All right, let's begin. As Lily spoke, she appealed in the live stream. Babies, are you all ready? Of course I'm ready. If she dares to challenge my sister Lily, she'd better prepare to bark like a dog. Haha. As the number 1 on the leaderboard, I'll start with 10 carnival shots. Hee hee, the number 1 leader is awesome. The number 1 fan is awesome. No sooner had everyone finished speaking than the number 1 player on the leaderboard, 10 shots carnival, appeared. In that instant, the red bar at the top of Zhao Schwer's live stream was completely suppressed. Seeing this, Sister Lily was naturally very excited. Without saying a word, they immediately started dancing in the live stream. In her opinion, she was certain to win tonight's showdown with Zhao Schwer. She wasn't the only one who thought this way. All the top streamers lurking in Zhao Schwer's live stream room shared the same idea. I don't know if the fans who came in earlier had already used up all the gifts or what. Since Zhao Schwer agreed to the PK, she has only managed to get 2 carnivals and a bunch of useless little gifts. Compared to Lily's live stream, it's like night and day. The total PK time was only half an hour. If it continued like this, Zhao Schwer was definitely going to lose tonight. As for Zhao Schwer, she wasn't flustered at all. With Qin Feng around, how could she possibly lose? What's more, Zhao Schwer also has a secret weapon given to her by Qin Feng. Taking a deep breath, he smiled at the live stream camera and said, My darlings, how about I sing you a song first? Chapter 0165. I'd like to see who dares to take them in. Sing my ass, what's there to sing? That's right, I hate it when streamers sing. It's always the same old cheesy songs. I think you should just admit defeat. I hate listening to music. Can't you learn from Sister Lily and dance a little? I don't care anymore. I'm going to Lily's live stream. Her outfit looks so sexy. Holy crap, it really seems so. I can't see very clearly from here. I'll go take a look too. When the top live streamers heard that Zhao Schwer was going to sing, they knew their chance to set the tone had arrived. Without further ado, they immediately started sending comments in Zhao Schwer's live stream. However, what they never expected was, aside from their comments, it seemed that very few people followed suit. This is actually quite normal. The red envelopes Qin Feng just gave to netizens were no joke. Even if they dislike the streamers singing, they definitely won't cause trouble. At that moment, Qin Feng, who saw this scene, couldn't help but frown. Although he had never done a live stream, he was very clear that these guys were definitely stirring up trouble. Thinking of this, he stood up and went out. Hello, Mr. Qin. Is there anything you need me to tell you? Here's the thing. I asked you to keep an eye on Zhao Schwer's live stream. Did you do that? Of course, including myself. There are 3 of us keeping an eye on things. Yes, very good. Qin Feng nodded, then said with a chilling expression, You should have seen those small accounts that were stirring up trouble, right? Have your tech department check the IP address for me later. I want to see who's behind this. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the other party was immediately startled. You should know that he had already arranged for someone to investigate after those alt accounts posted the comments. And those alternate accounts were banned immediately. What? Do you already know who it is? Upon hearing the other party's tone, Qin Feng immediately understood what was going on. That's right. The other party gave a wry smile before nodding in reply. Tell me, who's participating? It can't be that all the top streamers are involved, can it? No, only some of the female anchors participated. All right, I'll give you a task. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, wait until I shut down all of their live streams. This? Upon hearing this, the other party nearly popped their eyes out. President Qin, this will cause the company huge losses. You have to understand, they're all top-tier live streamers. What's wrong with super streamers? Qin Feng curled his lip and said disdainfully, does this mean that Douyin can't continue without them? Would you like to reconsider? Upon hearing this, the other party hurriedly advised Qin Feng, if you really ban their live stream, they are very likely to go to other platforms. At that time, it will definitely be a huge blow to our company. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said domineeringly, I'd like to see who dares to take them in. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for the other party's reaction. Qin Feng actually hoped that there would be a platform to take these people in. Only in this way can he have a reason to deal with those platforms. Qin Feng mentioned at the event today that he wanted to make all of ByteDance products into giants. He wanted to see which fool would dare to come out and make him his sacrificial lamb. Just as Qin Feng went out to make a phone call, Zhao Xuerer finally started singing. Baby who draws, a galloping wild horse and a thorny rose. I'll clap my hands and brush away my wounds, even when I'm unhappy. Use dry tears to brew a rich and delicious flavor. The netizens, who hadn't paid much attention at first, were instantly stunned when they heard Zhao Xuerer sing this song. It has to be said that the rhythm of this song combined with Zhao Xuerer's voice is simply amazing. What shocked them even more was that they seemed to have never heard this song before. Oh my god, this is so cute. Haha. I also think the streamer is super cute singing this song. How interesting, Baby Who Draws. Brothers, have you heard this song before? I've never heard of it. I just searched it on Baidu, and it's not available online at all. Holy crap, could this be something the streamer created themselves? That's very possible. It seems our Xuerer is quite the talented anchorwoman. I love it. When Qin Feng returned to the live stream, he immediately saw these comments from netizens. Just as he expected, this song, Happy, is really Zhao. If a girl only sings this part, she will definitely amaze the audience. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. How could Qin Feng possibly miss such an opportunity? Immediately, a comment appeared on the screen. Guys, the streamer sings so well. We should at least show our appreciation, right? As soon as Qin Feng sent this message, 100 carnivals were immediately generated. Instantly, the entire live stream room was filled with colorful carnival figures. The PK lines that were just being suppressed by Sister Lily have suddenly reversed. As for Qin Feng's ID, it instantly turned into gold text. Holy crap, this is insanely awesome. My goodness, my uncle is a true tycoon. He just throws out 100 carnivals in one go. Holy crap, with such a generous backer for Xuerer, how could Sister Lily possibly win? Of course, she only seems to have a total of 40-odd people over there. TSK, it looks like Sister Lily might be in for a disaster this time. So handsome, so incredibly handsome. At that moment, Zhao Xuerer's entire live broadcast room seemed to explode with excitement. Everyone looked at Qin Feng's ID with absolute admiration. Brothers and sisters, Brother Feng is doing so well. We can't fall behind, right? The guy upstairs is right. It's just a carnival, right? I'll get 10 of them too. Awesome. I'll give the streamer 5 carnival gifts just because this song is so cute. I'll have 3 too. The streamer is awesome. Hee. I'll have 2 too. With Qin Feng leading the way and Zhao Xuerer singing really well, the team was very successful. Viewers watching the live stream were instantly energized. When it comes to giving gifts, they don't hold back at all. In just 1 minute, the number of gifts in Zhao Xuerer's live stream room had already exceeded 600,000. Chapter 0166. What will Sister Lily use to win? This way. Lily's live stream. Sister Lily, something terrible has happened. The gifts over there have surpassed ours. Holy crap, what's going on? We've already completed 40 carnival events. Who knows, we were suddenly overtaken. No, I have to go check out what's going on over there. This is just too abnormal. Lily's fans quickly noticed the anomaly in Xuener's live stream. They had already thought victory was assured, but they never expected this to happen. Lily, who was live streaming at the time, was also instantly dumbfounded. She never expected that Zhao Xuer would actually surpass her. After taking a deep breath and greeting his fans, he hurriedly took out his phone. When she opened WeChat and saw the chat content in a certain super streamer's WeChat group, she couldn't help but shudder. Mengming's fan. Girls, it seems like my live stream has been banned. What should I do? Gaguda? Mine seems to be blocked too. Oh my god, what happened? Chubby little doo-doo, no way? Really? I need to check my live stream right away. Chubby little doo-doo. Holy crap, mine got banned too. YY girl. Mine too. I just asked the super moderators, and it seems that we were banned because we used alternate accounts to stir up trouble in that jerk's live stream. A glance that lasts 1,000 years. Damn it. Are they insane? Don't they know how much they'll lose if they block us? Mengming's fan. By the way, it seems like Sister Lily's live stream is still going strong, but she looks like she's about to lose the PK. Chubby little doo-doo, no way. Lily will lose to that bitch. Guguda, you guys don't know? She has President Qin as her backer. I just heard that every netizen who follows that bitch can get an 88 yuan cash red envelope. As long as you win the PK once, President Qin will give out a cash bonus of 100 million. And just now, President Qin directly gifted that bitch 100 carnival rounds. How is Sister Lily supposed to win? A glance that lasts a lifetime. Holy crap, this is outrageous. What's the difference between this and cheating? When Sister Lily saw this, she finally understood the situation. She never imagined that this sudden reversal was all caused by Qin Feng. While feeling resentful, they couldn't help but start to worry and fear for themselves. It's worth noting that these top streamers only created a secondary account to stir up some buzz before their live streams were banned by Douyin. So how could she possibly get away with sticking her neck out? Thinking of this, she quickly asked in the group chat, Lily, girls, you can't all be telling the truth, can you? Gaguda, Lily's here? Of course it's true. I can't even get into the live stream anymore, and I can't withdraw the more than 4 million from my account. Mengming's fan. Hey, me too. I still have over 6 million in my account. It seems like President Qin has made a move this time. A glance that lasts a lifetime. Damn it. This is clearly an attempt to kill us. Lily, holy crap. If that's how you guys are, then why hasn't my live stream been banned? After Lily asked that question, everyone fell into deep thought. To be honest, they couldn't figure out why Qin Feng didn't bestow a title upon Sister Lily. Logically speaking, Sister Lily, being the one to stick her neck out, should be the first to be banned. And just then, Su Xiao gave them the answer. Xiao. Do you even need to guess? They're definitely waiting for you to lose the PK, so they can make you bark like a dog 100 times. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. In their opinion, Su Xiao's words were absolutely right. Mengming's fan. Holy crap, it might really be like what Xiao said. This is too ruthless. Gaguda, first I'll make you bark like a dog 100 times, then I'll ban your account. You'll lose all face and get nothing in return. A glance that lasts a lifetime. My goodness, my dear uncle. I liked President Qin so much, and he actually treated us like this. YY girl. Damn, who isn't? I really misjudged him. I was originally planning to work hard on Douyin, but now it seems I have to switch platforms. Just as YY Nyo got to this point, everyone immediately thought of Su Xiao. YY girl. Xiao, didn't you say before that we could go fight dragons anytime? Guguda. Yes, Xiao, we're best friends, you can't just abandon us. Lily, should I take another look? Maybe. Xiao, maybe my ass. I think you should all come and fight dragons. YY girl. Okay, it's decided then. Let's go to dragon fighting together tomorrow. A glance that lasts a lifetime. Damn it. What a lousy platform. One day we'll make that Qin guy regret it. Seeing that everyone had made their decisions, Sister Lily put down her phone, feeling conflicted. To be honest, she doesn't want to give up everything she is now. She now has over 30 million followers on Douyin. What's more, she still has over 7 million yuan in her account that she hasn't withdrawn. How could she possibly be willing to give up like this? Looking at the few remaining blue lines, Sister Lily felt like slapping herself twice. If she hadn't wanted to show off tonight, this wouldn't have happened. Do you regret it? Of course I regret it. However, there's no going back in this world. Just as she was in a daze, the fans who had gone to find out the news finally returned from there. Holy crap, this is huge. A super rich person has appeared over there, and he's throwing out 100 carnivals in one go. 100 shots? Holy crap. No wonder Lily was suddenly overtaken. That's insane. So what do we do now? Should we continue? Just as the fans were talking about this, Sister Lily finally came to her senses. Guys, my Douyin account might be banned. After seeing the comments on the screen, Sister Lily finally made her decision. No way? Really? Aren't you a top streamer on Douyin? Yes. Doesn't TikTok know how much they would lose if they banned you? Why? Sister Lily sighed before continuing. Anyway, it's hard to explain to you guys in a short time. YY Girl and the others have already been banned, and I might be next. So what you mean is? Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but ask. What I mean is... After thinking for a moment, Lily said, Everyone, please don't send me any gifts tonight. Let's just admit defeat. If Douyin really wants to ban me, I'll just take you all to fight dragons. In Lily's opinion, this is probably the best decision at present. To put it bluntly, she's just clinging to a sliver of hope. Chapter 0167. Even with more people, they still managed to take him down. Upon hearing Su Xiao's words, the fans immediately began to express their loyalty. No problem. It's the same no matter where we watch the live stream. The top-ranked guy is right. We can go watch dragon fighting. What kind of lousy platform is this? How dare they ban our Sister Lily? I bet it will go bankrupt sooner or later. Yeah, what a piece of junk. Does it really think Lily has nowhere to go without it? Dolong is pretty good. I heard Xiao went there too. That's perfect. Sister Lily, why don't you go with YY and the others to stay with Xiao? It's fair to say that the fans' words were exactly what Lily wanted to hear. She was also worried that her fans might not leave with her. But it seems that these fans are still pretty loyal. All right, it's settled then. Lily took a deep breath before starting her live stream again, although she already knew that she was bound to lose this time. However, in order to make these fans even more devoted, she puts in a lot of effort when she does her live streams. She simply took off her coat, which was originally considered conservative. Wearing a set of tight-fitting clothes that were barely concealing her figure, she began to wiggle her head and pose seductively. The scene in the live stream was nothing short of erotic. The fans watching the live stream couldn't help but feel their blood boil upon seeing this. Guys, Sister Lily is really giving us a treat. Yeah, shouldn't we do something to show our support? We can't let her last live stream on Douyin end in failure, can we? So you mean, we'll do another round of boosting? Of course, I don't believe that one of their super rich people can be worth as many of us. That's right. Since everyone says so, I'll start with 20 carnival rounds. Damn it, I'll just eat instant noodles this month. I'll take 20 shots. Damn, I'm going all out. I just got paid today. I'm spending it all. To be honest, ever since Sister Lily started competing against others, she has basically never lost. How could her fans possibly accept being so thoroughly outshone by a newcomer today? Although Sister Lily just told them not to send gifts, they just can't swallow their anger. Moreover, judging from what Sister Lily said, this will most likely be her last live stream. As the baby that Sister Lily talks about every day, how could they possibly let her suffer such injustice? What's wrong with being a super rich person? Even with a large number of people, we can still take him down. The next second, everyone started showering gifts on social media. Those with money can use their savings to spend. Even if you're broke, you'll still use this service if you have to eat instant noodles. No doubt about it. All of this is for my family. It's visibly clear that Lily's team is slowly starting to overtake them in the PK battle. Lily, who had just finished a hot dance performance, was both moved and shocked when she saw this scene. What's touching is that there's a group of idiots who eat instant noodles but still send gifts to the streamer who earns tens of millions a month. What's shocking is that these idiots still have so much money left. Originally, Sister Lily wanted to wait until she went to Dolong before letting these people make a big splash. However, since they want to save face, let them do it. It's not my money anyway, so there's nothing to be sad about. While Lily was showering gifts on her side, Zhao Shuer was preparing to sing her second song. Whether or not she could win this PK was not even on Zhao Shuer's radar. Babies, we've been chatting for so long. How about I sing you another song? As Zhao Shuer spoke, she cleared her throat. The viewers in the live stream were instantly excited upon hearing this. To be honest, they were quite looking forward to the song Zhao Shuer was about to sing. After all, Zhao Shuer's first song hadn't disappointed them. Okay, Shuer, sing quickly. I'm really looking forward to it. Could it be another original song? If so, that would be amazing. Hee. I just sent Shuer's song to my friend, and she said it was so beautiful it almost made her cry. Me too. I just sent it to my friend, and even he who doesn't watch live streams, came to watch it. Looking forward to it. Let's get this over with. Just as everyone was filled with anticipation, Zhao Shuer, who was in front of the screen, began to sing a cappella. As night falls and the air grows cooler, fallen petals turn to frost. As soon as Zhao Shuer sang those two lines, the viewers in the live stream were instantly blown away. My goodness, this is so beautiful. Holy crap, this is amazing. Absolutely. Just hearing those two sentences gave me goosebumps. My dear uncle, this song sounds really sophisticated. Never mind, I'm going to record it. I have a feeling this song will definitely be a hit. I want one too. As they talked, everyone quickly turned on the recording function, even though most of them don't usually like listening to music. But after only 2 lines of the song, they felt that it was bound to become a huge hit. Seeing this, Zhao Shuer simply smiled slightly. Then, he continued singing. You gaze into the distance, exhausting all the twilight, yet you cannot forget me, even without thinking of me. When Zhao Shuer sang this part, she suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked directly at Qin Feng, who was not far away. Her meaning was simple. She was asking Qin Feng if he would like to sing a duet with her. Seeing this, Qin Feng hesitated for only a moment before coming up behind Zhao Shuer. Without wasting any time, they started singing right away. The peach blossoms are fading. How could you have let go in your past life? My heart is adrift in this vast sea, yet you pretend to be indifferent and unaffected. It's all an illusion. Viewers watching the live stream were instantly stunned by what they saw. They never expected that a man would suddenly appear in Zhao Shuer's live stream. This man is not only handsome, but he also sings incredibly well. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Zhao Shuer didn't care about anything else. Right after Qin Feng finished singing that part, she started singing the next part. The cool night sky turns my longing into a river, transforming into spring mud to protect me. Qin Feng, the fleeting years brush against my lover's sleeves, and petals of fragrance drift into the flowing water. Zhao Shuer, the cool heavens, with their shimmering colors, have fallen to the mortal world, leaving me heartbroken. Qin Feng, life tribulations are easy to overcome, but love tribulations are difficult. Even a worn-out heart still harbors some hatred from a past life. The two of them sang the whole song in one go, taking turns singing. As for the viewers in the live stream, they were already immersed in the mood of the song. Chapter 0168. Shuer, could he be your boyfriend? It has to be said that this song, Cool, is fitting no matter which world you're in. That is absolutely a classic song. The reactions of the onlookers at the scene are proof enough. Moreover, besides having very pleasant voices, Qin Feng and his companion's coordination was also flawless. When Qin Feng returned to his seat not far away, the viewers in the live stream were still not fully recovered from the shock. Babies, what do you think of this song? Is it good? Seeing that there was no response in the live stream for a long time, Zhao Shuer couldn't help but ask. It was only after she asked that question that everyone finally realized what she meant. The next second, a barrage of praise appeared on the screen. My goodness, this singing is just too good. Yes, I almost cried listening to it. My mother asked me why I was kneeling on the ground. How can I explain it? Holy crap, I still have goosebumps all over my body. Me too, Shuer, you're amazing. As everyone was talking, something suddenly occurred to them. By the way, Shuer, where's that handsome guy from earlier? I want to see handsome guys. He's so handsome. Yes, I thought it was some male celebrity showing up. He's handsome, that's one thing, but he also sings so well. Shuer, he wouldn't happen to be your boyfriend, would he? Quick, call him over to join the live stream. I want to see a handsome guy. It has to be said that Qin Feng's good looks are impossible to ignore at any time. Even though the onlookers had just snapped out of their reverie of the music, they still couldn't forget him. He. Zhao Shuer chuckled and said proudly, "That's right, that was indeed my boyfriend. However, he doesn't really like meeting strangers, so let's just forget about it." Upon hearing Zhao Shuer's words, everyone immediately became displeased. Shuer, aren't you being a bit stingy? Yes. What's wrong with your boyfriend asking us to take a look? I don't care, I want to see handsome guys. If you don't let us see them, we're unfollowing you. That's right, if you don't show us, we'll unfollow. Of course, people who say such things are basically irrational female netizens. Most people are quite rational. Hey, you guys need to get this straight. This is Shuer's live stream. If you want to see handsome guys, please exit and turn right. Goodbye. That's right, have I spoiled you or what? If you don't want to watch, then get out. Anyway, I came here to listen to Schwerer sing, and I'll be a fan of Schwerer from now on. Hee me too. Schwerer's singing is absolutely amazing. As they spoke, they suddenly seemed to remember something. Holy crap, is Schwerer really going to have a PvP battle? My dear sister, I almost forgot about you. Holy crap, how did we get overtaken? Never mind. I'm going to go and buy 10 carnival packs first. Otherwise, I'd be doing such a disservice to such a great song. Wait for me. I want to swipe too. No sooner had everyone finished speaking than Zhao Schwerer's live stream was flooded with gifts. Just then, only 1 minute remained in the PK round. Judging from the PK lines on both sides, they are currently showing a trend of chasing each other. Given the current situation, it seems quite difficult to predict who will win or lose in the future. In a WeChat group of a top live streamer, YY girl. Girls, Lily seems to still be live streaming. Should we go help her? A glance that lasts a lifetime. Of course we'll help. Do you want to let that bitch get away with it? Muming's fan. I just checked, and it seems like the two sides aren't that different. Gaguda. Alright, let's use our alt accounts to deliver a finishing blow to Sister Lily in the last 10 seconds. Chubby little doo-doo. Yes, we absolutely can't let Lily lose. Otherwise that bitch will be out of control. Xiao, I've made up my mind. I'm going to throw in 3 million later. Let's see how that bitch can win. Guguda, 3 million? Holy crap, Xiao, you're forcing us to bleed money. Fine, I'll offer 3 million. I can't swallow this insult. Mengming's fan. Sure, it's just 3 million, as long as that bitch loses. A glance that lasts a lifetime. Then I'll offer 3 million. YY girl, me too. I refuse to believe that with all of us having over 10 million, we still can't let Sister Lily win. After saying this, they immediately used their alternate accounts to go to Sister Lily's live stream. In their minds, all they had to do was seize the last 10 seconds. Even if Qin Feng were incredibly wealthy, he simply wouldn't have been able to react in time. Inside Lily's live stream. Brothers, there are only 20 seconds left. Let's give it our all. I even paid for my last bowl of instant noodles. Me too. I just swiped the 2,000 yuan I borrowed. Me too. I don't have a single penny left. Damn it, I'm out too. There are only 10 seconds left. I can't just watch Lily lose, can I? Keep in mind that at this point, the difference in the number of gifts between the two sides is at most only 2 or 3 carnivals. If they don't widen the gap quickly, Lily's side might actually lose. Seeing this, Lily, who was live streaming at the time, couldn't help but frown. Even if she were to create a new account now to send herself gifts, it would obviously be too late. At this critical moment, her live stream was suddenly filled with carnival images. Moreover, in terms of quantity, they were all done in batches of 100 each. Holy crap! What's going on here? Does the carnival mean it's free? The fans, who were at a loss for what to do, were immediately dumbfounded. They never expected that even at this point, someone would still be able to generate so many carnivals. Not only were they confused, but Sister Lily was just as bewildered. You should know that she had just been preparing to wait for the results. But who would have thought that so many new accounts would suddenly appear and send her gifts? However, once she saw the IDs of these alternate accounts that were sending gifts, she instantly understood what was going on. YY Nyo. Isn't this just YY Nyo? A glance can last 1 billion years. Isn't this a glance can last 10,000 years? Once she understood what was going on, her initial anxiety immediately subsided. Judging from the frequency of these gifts, those guys must have prepared at least tens of millions. In Lily's opinion, she's definitely going to win this time. Just thinking about how Zhao Schwerer would bark like a dog later made her feel smug. So what if it gets blocked? Seeing this scene made her feel like it was all worthwhile. Chapter 0169. Yes, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? At the very last second, YY and her friends finally finished sending the last gift. Next, we just have to wait for the system's statistical results. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Sister Lily was definitely going to win this time. They weren't the only ones who thought this way. The viewers in the live stream shared the same opinion. 10, 9, 8, 7. Both sides were filled with anticipation as they watched the countdown on the system. Everyone wants to see who will be the ultimate winner in this battle between the new and the old streamers. Just as everyone was waiting with bated breath, the system finally announced the results of the PK. Holy crap! How is this possible? When the word failure appeared in bright red on Lily's screen, she was completely dumbfounded. You know, she was just about to celebrate her victory. But who would have thought that the result would be like this? Not only was she stunned, but the top streamers and fans in the live stream were also stunned. They never imagined that even after spending tens of millions on gifts in the last 10 seconds, they would still lose. My goodness, is this for real? Yes, isn't that a bit too much? Do you think there might be a system error? How could we possibly lose? I also think the system might be making a mistake. No, I have to go over there and see what's going on. I'm going to. How could Lily's fans possibly accept such an outcome? After all, most of them had basically spent all their savings. In an instant, tens of thousands of people flooded into Zhao Shui's live broadcast room. Their goal was clear. They immediately clicked on the gift list details upon entering. They wanted to see exactly where they went wrong. At first, everything was fine, but when they saw the number of carnivals displayed by that glittering ID at the last second, they were instantly stunned. They never expected that it was this golden ID called your Maple Brother. In the last second, 33,333 carnivals were generated. What does this mean? If converted to Chinese yuan, that would be around 100 million. Want to beat a super rich player like that? How the hell is that possible? To be honest, at this point, they couldn't help but feel resentful. After all, people with money can be this capricious. What do these instant noodle addicts have to compete with others? In an instant, Lily's fans, who had just arrived, were filled with despair. Of course, they weren't the only ones in despair. The same goes for those super streamers who secretly arrived using alternate accounts. Gifts worth over 10 million? Heh, compared to Qin Feng, he's a complete joke. Just when they were in despair, Qin Feng finally sent out another comment. Brothers, as I said before, as long as Shui wins a PK, I will give out a cash bonus of 100 million. Is everyone ready? Although Qin Feng had just spent 100 million on gifts, he would never go back on his previous promise. There's nothing we can do. He's just that rich. The moment the comments started rolling, Zhao Shui's fans in her live stream went wild. My goodness, Brother Feng, are you serious? Awesome, absolutely amazing. Giving away 100 million so easily. There's no one else like it. Holy crap, he just gave Shui 100 million in tips, and now he's going to give out another 100 million. How rich is Brother Feng? Yes, I guess it's at least tens of billions, right? Tens of billions? You're probably underestimating it. That's right, I also think it's underestimated. Don't you think about it? If you only had 10 billion, would you spend 200 million without batting an eye? Holy crap, if that's the case, then Brother Feng must have hundreds of billions. I bet it's very likely. Just as everyone was speculating, Qin Feng suddenly showered out 100 million yuan in red envelopes. The people who were just discussing it no longer cared about anything else and started clicking frantically on the screen. Not only them, but even the fans of Sister Lily who had just come in were not surprised at all. You should know that among these red envelopes appearing on the screen, the smallest one contains more than 10 yuan. Who wouldn't want free money? It took more than 3 minutes for all the red envelopes in the live stream to be claimed. Everyone reaped a considerable reward, with even the smallest amount of money exceeding 100 yuan. The person who grabbed the most money got over 1,000 yuan. What's even more hilarious is, the person who grabbed the most items had an ID name that read, Protect My Lily. To be honest, when everyone saw this ID, they almost burst out laughing. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed, the person quickly changed their ID to Protect My Shui after discovering they were the luckiest person this time. This kind of thing doesn't just happen to him alone. Many IDs with similar names changed their names to those related to Shui after grabbing the red envelopes. In a short time, Lily suffered heavy losses. She probably never imagined that her group of fans, who were just there to gather intelligence, would all choose to betray her. The super streamers, who had just been filled with despair, were now even more desperate. Once everything settled down, very few fans returned to Lily's live stream. After understanding the whole story, Sister Lily almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is actually quite normal. People who watch your live stream not only have to spend money, but they also have to eat instant noodles every day. As for Zhao Shui, she even gets paid after watching the live stream. Comparing the two, even a fool would know which to choose. Originally, Sister Lily was thinking that even if Douyin was banned, she could just take her fans to Dolo. But given the current situation, where do she even have any fans left? It has to be said that Lily has lost completely this time. Just then, Zhao Shui finally spoke up. So, Lily, isn't it time for you to accept your loss? Upon hearing this, Lily, who was in a daze, couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. You should know that the bet between the two of them was to bark like a dog 100 times. Making a top streamer like her bark like a dog. How could she possibly agree to that? Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, Zhao Shuer, let's be lenient when we can. How about we just let it go? Chapter 0170. How about that? Dumbfounded now. Holy crap. You were the one who said I had to bark like a dog. Now it's you again, saying never mind. Can't you have any shame at all? When Zhao Xuan'er's fans heard what Sister Lily said, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They never expected this. Lily has already lost. How dare she say such a thing? Never mind. Zhao Xuer curled her lip and said disdainfully, Sister Lily, you can't even accept a bet you're willing to lose, can you? If that's the case, I don't think you deserve to be a super anchor. The moment Zhao Xuer said those words, her fans in the live stream started cursing. Xuer is right. What kind of thing is this that you actually want to let it go? Damn it. When you offered this kind of bet before, why didn't you think of just letting it go? Forget about it now. What kind of nonsense is this? Super streamer? What a piece of trash. I even followed you for so long. I despise people who have absolutely no sense of contractual obligation. In their view, Sister Lily had absolutely no sense of contractual obligation. But what does that mean to Sister Lily? It's not like she hasn't been insulted before. Since she was going to be kicked out of Douyin anyway, she decided to just give up and do whatever she wanted. Taking a deep breath, she said with an arrogant expression, whether I deserve to be a super streamer or not is not for a newbie like you to decide. I'm not afraid to tell you, starting today, I'm not going to do live streaming on Douyin anymore. How about that? Dumbfounded, aren't you? Huh? When Lily got to this point, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. In her opinion, what difference would it make if she didn't work on Douyin? If all else fails, we can just switch to a different platform. With a little money, one can easily clear one's name. However, at that moment, Qin Feng, who had been watching the scene unfold for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of the camera. Oh ho, you're pretty arrogant, huh? Qin Feng curled his lip and narrowed his eyes slightly as he said, looks like you've already found someone else. Although Lily was somewhat surprised by Qin Feng's appearance, she quickly adjusted her mindset. With a smug smile, he said confidently, of course, I wonder if President Qin has heard of Douyin? Their platform is no smaller than Douyin. I don't know what you were thinking, banning all of us top streamers for such a slut. I'm telling you, you'll regret this one day. They've already completely broken off relations, and Sister Lily speaks without any restraint. In her mind, even if Qin Feng is the chairman of ByteDance, so what? If all else fails, I'll just stop streaming on ByteDance. Dragon fighting, is that right? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly, whether I'll regret it or not, I don't know. But I'm sure you and Douyin will definitely regret it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Sister Lily burst out laughing. President Qin, isn't that a bit too much of a boast? Make Douyin regret it? Do you even have the ability to do that? The very next second after Sister Lily said those words, an ID named Douyin Xiaozong suddenly popped up. Lily is right. I was saying, Mr. Qin, you don't actually think that Douyin is some kind of pushover, do you? Although this comment didn't have gold lettering, it was still exceptionally eye-catching to everyone. Even though Qin Feng was talking to Sister Lily, he saw this comment immediately. Mr. Xiao from Douyin? Qin Feng first frowned slightly, then said calmly, it seems you hold a minor official position in Douyin. Hee hee, not bad, just the marketing director. Douyin CEO Xiao curled his lip and sent out 2 more comments. I wonder if you, this so-called CEO Qin, have the right to speak to me? It's worth noting that as a bigwig in the same industry, he had met most of the top executives at Douyin. However, he had never seen Qin Feng before. In his mind, Qin Feng was probably just a nobody on Douyin. The top streamers who were watching the clash between the two sides felt a wave of embarrassment upon seeing this. After all, they knew very well that Qin Feng was the chairman of ByteDance. Now this guy is asking if someone is qualified? Isn't this utter nonsense? Just as Qin Feng was feeling somewhat amused and exasperated, Zhao Xuer couldn't help but speak up. Are you qualified? Are you joking? I'm not afraid to tell you, my boyfriend is none other than Qin Feng, the new chairman of ByteDance. After saying this, Zhao Xuer's face was filled with pride. Holy crap, is this for real? Holy crap, isn't Zhao Sihai the chairman of ByteDance? Yes, I seem to remember it was Zhao Sihai. Wait a minute, Xuer just mentioned that her boyfriend is the new chairman. Could it be that ByteDance stock price plunge today is related to him? My dear sister, hearing you say that, it might actually be true. However, isn't this handsome guy a bit too young? Can he really have that much skill? As soon as Zhao Schwerer said these words, the viewers in both live streams immediately went wild. To be honest, most of them thought that Zhao Schwerer was probably just bragging. They weren't the only ones who thought this way. Even the arrogant CEO of Dolong, who had just been shouting, shared the same idea. With a sneer, another comment appeared. The new chairman of ByteDance? Why don't you just call him Captain America? Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. In his opinion, Zhao Schwerer's efforts to save face for her boyfriend were truly something else. At the same time he posted these two comments, YY Girl and the others finally couldn't stand it anymore. Mr. Xiao, she's right. This is indeed Mr. Qin, the new chairman of ByteDance. Yes, he just took office today. You probably don't know him yet. The comments they posted weren't meant to prove anything for Qin Feng. I just don't want this so-called dragon-fighting CEO Xiao to be too embarrassed after finding out the result. Who are you? Upon seeing this, CEO Xiao of Dolong couldn't help but ask. I'm YY Girl from Douyin. I'm the one on Douyin who will stay with you forever at first sight. I'm from Douyin. The moment after Boss Xiao asked that question, YY and the others revealed their identities. Holy crap. Is it true or false? It's actually YY Girl and her group. Holy crap, were they telling the truth just now? Such a young chairman? Wow, that's amazing. When the onlookers saw these comments, they were immediately shocked. Chapter 0171. This guy is absolutely hilarious. Not only were they shocked, but the so-called Dragon Fighter CEO was also astonished. To be honest, he really wished he could find a hole to crawl into right now. He's just a marketing director at Dolong. How dare you ask if the chairman of ByteDance is qualified? Is this some kind of joke? That's a slap in the face. That's such a slap in the face. So, now I should be qualified to talk to you, right? Qin Feng curled his lips and asked with a half-smile. This? Upon hearing Qin Feng's slightly teasing words, CEO Xiao of Dolong couldn't help but twitch his lips. To be honest, he really wants to log off and leave right now. However, after thinking for a moment, I still sent a comment. Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. It was probably all a misunderstanding. In his opinion, although he was a high-ranking member of Dolong, it was best not to offend a super big shot like Qin Feng. Where was the arrogant demeanor he had displayed before in his words at this moment? Haha, this guy is absolutely hilarious. Yeah, they backed down as soon as the big shot revealed his identity. Don't they have any integrity at all? That's right. He has no integrity at all. He's such a bully who picks on the weak and fears the strong. Haha, don't laugh at him. That's how society is these days. Money talks. He's just a mere director of the dragon fighting team, trying to show off to the group's boss. Isn't that like an egg hitting a rock? When the viewers in the live stream saw this comment from Dolong Xiaozong, they couldn't help but start mocking him. In their eyes, this so-called CEO Xiao was incredibly cowardly. You're right. What do you think this super rich guy will do to deal with him? What else can we do? They're not even from the same company. You can't say that. After all, President Qin is a super rich tycoon. Who knows, he might acquire Dolong. By then, will this Mr. Xiao still be able to get away with it? Acquire Dolong? Impossible. Dolong is a company with a market value of tens of billions. If this were before today, there might have been a possibility, but right now ByteDance market value is probably not even as high as Dolong's, right? Seeing these comments from onlookers, CEO Xiao of Dolong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that simply admitting defeat would attract so much ridicule. However, now that the comments have already been sent, it's impossible for him to take them back. Moreover, he didn't think there was anything wrong with posting that comment. That's just how people are. When it's time to bow your head, it's best to do so. However, Qin Feng didn't take this comment seriously at all. Is it enough to just bow down to Qin Feng? Haha, he's just overthinking it. After all, Qin Feng had seen far too many cases of hindsight bias. Since you dare to act so arrogantly, you should have thought about what the consequences would be. Qin Feng curled his lip, then replied with a playful expression. If apologies were effective, what would be the point of having police? You. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Dolong CEO Xiao was furious. He never expected that even after he apologized, Qin Feng would still not forgive him. Thinking of this, how could he possibly hold back? Taking a deep breath, another comment popped up. Humph. So what if you're the chairman of ByteDance? I'm putting it out there right now. Dolong is going to take all of these top streamers from Douyin. I'd like to see what you can do about it. He also saw those comments from the onlookers. In his view, the idea of acquiring Dolong was complete nonsense. It's worth noting that he already knew about the news of ByteDance's stock price plummeting today. He didn't believe that Qin Feng, a business owner on the verge of bankruptcy, could actually acquire their Dolong. Yeah. Qin Feng scoffed, saying dismissively, "Then just wait and see. You'll soon know what regret is." Although Qin Feng spoke these words in a very casual manner, when he heard them from CEO Xiao of Dolong, he couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, Qin Feng gave him the feeling that he wasn't joking. Then I'll wait. After sending this message, CEO Xiao of Dolong quickly went offline. To be honest, he was genuinely worried that if he continued talking to Qin Feng like this, he would become afraid. Seeing this, YY Girl and the others quickly logged off as well. As for Sister Lily, who was currently live streaming with Zhao Shuer, it was no surprise. Do you want her to learn to bark like a dog 100 times? How could that be? After leaving the live stream, I immediately opened the WeChat group. Sister Lily. Girls, do you think President Qin is really going to acquire Dolong? YY Girl, acquire Dolong? How is that possible? Do you think Dolong can be acquired so easily? YY is right. Dolong is a company with a market value of tens of billions. It's not so easy to acquire. Besides, even if he wanted to acquire it, would they sell it to him? Mengming's fan. Girls, I think we've forgotten something, haven't we? Goo duh, forgot something? What is it? Chubby little doo-doo. Holy crap. Now that you mention it, I think I forgot. Oh my god, this might really be a big problem. A glance that lasts a lifetime. What are you talking about? I can't understand a single word. Mengming's fan. What else can we say? Have you all forgotten that President Qin spent tens of billions to acquire Crossbyte technology in no time during the day? A glance that lasts a lifetime. My dear uncle, what do you mean? Upon hearing this, all the top live streamers couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They didn't really take Qin Feng's words seriously at first, but at this moment, they had no choice but to take it seriously. ByteDance is a company worth hundreds of billions, and Qin Feng can bring it down just like that. It's just a mere dragon. If Qin Feng really wanted to deal with it, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? A glance that lasts a lifetime. My god, it seems we've really gotten ourselves into a huge mess. What are we going to do now? Gaguda. Maybe we're overthinking it. Chubby little doo-doo. How could that be? President Qin just said that. He must be serious. Mengming's fan. Holy crap, what are we supposed to do? Ugh, I knew I shouldn't have gone along with your nonsense. Sister Lily. Fan, there's no use saying all this now. I think we should go and apologize to President Qin privately. Mengming's food. Apologize in private? Oh my god, you don't mean to. Sister Lily. If you don't want to, that's fine. Anyway, I've made up my mind. President Qin is so handsome, we won't lose out. Chubby little doo-doo. Hee. You're right. Then let's go apologize together. I refuse to believe that with our looks, we can't win over President Qin. Gaguda. Okay, I agree too. A glance that lasts a lifetime. I agree too. After discussing it, Lily and the others finally decided to apologize to Qin Feng. In their minds, as long as they could win over Qin Feng, it might be possible for them to continue working on Douyin Live. It has to be said, they were really a bit too confident. Chapter 0172. The Arrogant Qin Feng and the Humble Xia Yuqing. At that moment, Zhao Shuer began her second live stream. The person I was connecting with this time was Zhao Yulua, the top influencer on Douyin. Qin Feng was quite confident in Zhao Yulua. He only glanced at it briefly before leaving Zhao Shuer's live stream. Stepping outside, I immediately made a phone call. Mr. Qin, is there anything you need me to do? As soon as the call connected, the voice of the Douyin technology director came through. You should know what happened in Schwenner's live stream just now, right? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Yes, I understand. At this point, the other party couldn't help but ask with some curiosity. President Qin, you wouldn't really be planning to acquire Dolong, would you? What do you think? Qin Feng pursed his lips and asked casually. I don't think it's necessary. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and nodded, saying, Actually, I also think it's unnecessary. To be honest, I actually did have this idea. But now, I've changed my mind. As Qin Feng spoke, A sly glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. So what do you mean? They'd have to pay to acquire us, and I'm not willing to be that sucker. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a playful expression, So, I think it's better to completely destroy them. This. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the other party couldn't help but shudder. Mr. Qin, you don't have a plan, do you? For some reason, he always felt that Qin Feng's words were somewhat sinister. Of course. Qin Feng curled his lips into a half-smile and said, But now is not the time to talk about this. We'll discuss everything at the meeting tomorrow. I'll inform Zhao Sihai later, and I'll give the order at our meeting tomorrow. All right, now let me tell you what you need to do next. As Qin Feng said this, a harmless smile immediately appeared on his face. Yes, Mr. Qin, please give your instructions. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the other party immediately became serious. So, Qin Feng pursed his lips and immediately began to explain. After he finished explaining, he hung up the phone immediately. A short while later, Qin Feng called Zhao Sihai again. After telling him about the meeting tomorrow, I went directly to the lobby on the first floor of the villa. Just as I found a comfortable spot on the sofa to lie down, Su Moyu walked over with a smile on his face. Master, would you like me to massage your shoulders? You should know that Su Moyu had long coveted Qin Feng's body. However, Qin Feng had never shown any interest in that, so she could only wait silently. She had just found such an opportunity today, and she didn't want to let it slip away. Qin Feng didn't say much, he just gave a soft Upon seeing this, Su Moyu was inexplicably delighted and quickly began to massage Qin Feng. It must be said that although Su Moyu is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university, she is quite adept at serving others. The massage on his shoulders made Qin Feng feel very comfortable. Just as Qin Feng was about to take a short nap, his phone suddenly rang. Qin Feng initially thought it was a call from someone, but when he picked up the phone, only then did I realize that it was a WeChat message sent by Xia Yuqing. You should know that Qin Feng hasn't contacted her since he returned to his hometown not long ago. I didn't expect that Xia Yuqing would send me a WeChat message so soon after I got back. Qin Feng didn't think much of it and opened WeChat with his eyes half closed. The WeChat message from Xia Yuqing was very simple, just asking if Qin Feng had returned yet and saying that she was very bored. Since Qin Feng was bored anyway, he reached out and started typing on his phone screen. A message was sent shortly afterward. I just got back today. Is there something you need? It's fair to say that Qin Feng's answer was exactly what a straight man would do. If anyone else dared to treat Xia Yuqing so perfunctorily, she would definitely block them without hesitation. However, the person who sent the message was Qin Feng, and she was so happy that she almost jumped out of bed. After holding her phone with joy for a moment, she quickly sent a message to Qin Feng. Really? That's great. There's a new American TV series airing tonight at midnight. Want to go see it together? At this point, I suddenly remembered my previous experience, so I quickly added, Of course, you must remember to bring your ID card. Holy crap. That's way too flashy. Qin Feng, who had been dozing off with his eyes half closed. Upon seeing Xia Yuqing's WeChat message, he immediately opened his eyes wide. He's not some clueless newbie. He certainly understands what an ID card means. Sorry, I'm not really interested in watching movies. However, after thinking for a moment, Qin Feng ultimately chose to refuse. This. When Xia Yuqing saw Qin Feng's reply, her eyes widened instantly. She never expected that even after she had made herself so clear, Qin Feng would still choose to reject her. For a moment, Xia Yuqing really doubted her own charm, wondering if she really had no appeal to men. But just then, Qin Feng sent another message. Watching a movie won't do. How about you play some games with me instead? Want to play games? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Xia Yuqing, who had just been somewhat doubting herself, immediately perked up. In any case, as long as she could be with Qin Feng, she was willing to do anything. Without wasting any time, I quickly replied with a message. Sure, what do you want to play? How about Truth or Dare? That game is really fun. Truth or Dare? Qin Feng curled his lip and said rather boredly, This is no fun. Let's play something that boys like to play. Wait a minute. Let me see if I know any fun online games. Qin Feng isn't a simp, so why would he care what Xia Yuqing likes to do? After saying that, he picked up his phone and started browsing the game store. However, to Qin Feng's disappointment, he spent over 10 minutes searching on his phone but couldn't find a single game that satisfied him. Either the visuals are absolutely terrible, or the content is just incredibly stupid. He really has no interest in playing this kind of game. But just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. He vaguely remembered. Today, there seems to be a game-related item in the system store. Thinking of this, he didn't waste any more time and immediately had the system open the light screen. Chapter 173, that's a master of game operation. Whether Xia Yuqing would get impatient was no longer within Qin Feng's considerations. The next second, the system opened the light screen in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately pressed the system shop button. He quickly found the game-related product on the screen. Parallel Universe Game Talisman, Intermediate Level. Allows the user to elevate their game skills to God level while simultaneously acquiring a complete game, randomly. Absolutely unique in this world. Purchase price, 10 million consumption points. In Qin Feng's view, since there are no games in this world that he finds appealing, then why not just look at it in a parallel universe? Without much delay, I immediately clicked the buy button. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purchased one intermediate parallel space-time game talisman. Would you like to use it? The moment Qin Feng clicked to buy, a system notification appeared on the screen. Needless to say, of course we'll use it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully using one intermediate parallel universe game talisman. You have obtained one hard drive containing the parallel universe game, Honor of Kings, which is now stored in your system inventory and can be retrieved at any time. Ding! Your current King of Glory game level is God level. The moment Qin Feng clicked Use, two system notifications appeared on the screen. He himself not only felt the change in the dexterity of his own fingers. Inexplicably, he also developed a profound understanding of the game Honor of Kings. Honor of Kings? Holy crap! That sounds really awesome. Qin Feng only glanced at the game's name and immediately felt that it must be a great game. Moreover, he possesses an exceptional understanding of Honor of Kings. However, to Qin Feng's dismay, it seems that having a game hard drive is of little use to him now. After all, apart from him, no one else in the world has developed this game. Even if he wanted to hang out with Xia Yuqing now, it seems completely impossible. Just as Qin Feng was feeling extremely frustrated, he suddenly thought of Tencent Games Mayu. Who is Mayu? That guy is a master at operating games. Most of the games in China are basically made by him. Qin Feng felt that if this game were handed over to him, it will probably be officially launched globally within a month. With that in mind, Qin Feng wasted no time and immediately made a phone call to Mayu. Mayu, who was sleeping at home, couldn't help but frown when he heard the phone ring. You should know that he has a habit of going to bed at 9 o'clock every night. No matter what, you must not disturb him. However, now, someone has broken his habit. Are you angry? Naturally, I was extremely angry. However, when he impatiently picked up his phone and saw the caller's name, his expression instantly changed. Just moments ago, he had a gloomy expression, but immediately forced out a smile as bright as a chrysanthemum. After coughing twice, he quickly answered the phone. Mr. Qin, is there something you need to tell me so late? As soon as the call connected, he asked with a respectful expression. It's like this. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, saying, I have a really good mobile game hard drive here. Find some time to send someone over to pick it up. By the way, it has to be finished within a month. I want to play with it then. Holy crap. Damn it. He called me in the middle of the night, and all he wanted to talk about was this? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Mayu couldn't help but mentally complain. In his view, TX Technology develops quite a few new games every month. How could Qin Feng, a lazy and irresponsible manager, possibly know anything about games? Of course, that's what he thought, but he wouldn't dare say it out loud. Okay, I'll come pick it up in person tomorrow morning. Without the slightest hesitation, he quickly agreed. After all, Qin Feng is now the largest shareholder of TX Technology, and he wouldn't dare to go against Qin Feng. Very good. Qin Feng nodded and then hung up the phone. To be honest, Qin Feng was quite looking forward to the game Honor of Kings. After he hung up the phone, he sent Xia Yuqing another message. Didn't find any fun games. Let's play together again in a month. After sending the message, Qin Feng prepared to put down his phone. However, what he didn't expect was that just a second before he was about to throw his phone down, Xia Yuqing replied to one of her messages instantly. Why do we have to wait a month? Well, Qin Feng paused for a moment before putting his phone away and replying. because a game I had someone develop can't be released for another month. Wow, you even had a game developed? What game? Is it fun? It's alright. You'll see when the time comes. After sending that message, Qin Feng threw down his phone without a second thought. As for the dozen or so messages Xia Yuqing sent him afterward, he simply couldn't be bothered to look at them again. Master, aren't you going to reply to her? Seeing this, Su Mayu, who was massaging Qin Feng's shoulders, couldn't help but ask Qin Feng a question. You should know that she was right behind Qin Feng, so she naturally saw Xia Yuqing and Qin Feng chatting. What's there to reply? Qin Feng curled his lip and said dismissively. In his opinion, a woman like Xia Yuqing should be kept on hold. To make Qin Feng eagerly lick it? Haha, that just means she's overthinking it. This? Sumoyu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, but she seems to have feelings for you. After saying that, Sumoyu seemed to realize that it was inappropriate, so he quickly shut his mouth. Hee. However, Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. He chuckled and said casually, there are plenty of girls who like me. Do you expect me to reply to every single one of them? After saying this, Qin Feng closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Chapter 174. Shuer, would you like some midnight snack? Time flies, and it was already midnight in the blink of an eye. After finishing her live stream, Zhao Shuer came downstairs looking exhausted. Seeing this, Qin Feng, who was having a late-night snack, said to Zhao Shuer, Shuer, would you like some late-night snacks? No, I'm on a diet. Zhao Shuer shook her head, yawned, and said, Brother Feng, I'm going to rest now. I'm so sleepy. Okay, let me help you inside. As Qin Feng spoke, he quickly got up and helped Zhao Shuer into the room. He had originally planned to chat with Zhao Shuer for a while. However, seeing her current appearance, Qin Feng thought about it, and then gave up the idea. You should know that he has a system with him, so even if he doesn't sleep for days and nights, it won't have any effect on him. But for ordinary people like Zhao Shuer, even if I don't sleep all night, I'll probably be incredibly sleepy. Sigh, it seems I need to improve Shuer and the other's strength, otherwise it'll be hard to find someone to chat with at night. Thinking about this, Qin Feng suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. It should be noted that Lu Rubing, as a master of internal energy, could only go 3 days and 3 nights without sleep at most. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. Bing Bing, do you know any medicine that can improve your physical condition? Qin Feng came to Lu Rubing's side in the living room and asked her, medicines to improve physical fitness? Lu Rubing was slightly taken aback, and after a long while, she said, yes, there is, but the effect may not be very obvious. Master, are you asking this to help us improve our physical condition? After Lu Rubing finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feng with a touched expression. Yeah, you guys are all too weak right now, and I can't sleep. It's even hard to find someone to chat with. Qin Feng waved his hand and said with a wry smile, this? Lu Rubing was at a loss when she heard Qin Feng's words. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something. Without wasting any time, he asked the system, can the super gene serum in the store be used by other people? In Qin Feng's view, the only way to improve Zhao Shuer and the other's physical condition now is to rely on the system. Ding, it's working. To Qin Feng's surprise, the system's answer was actually correct. Really? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng almost jumped for joy. System, should I just buy it and let them use it, or what? Ding. You can purchase directly and then give it to them. However, they cannot achieve the same physique as you. Even 99 doses of low-grade super gene serum can only raise them to the mid-stage of dark strength at most. Is that so? That's great. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all and immediately purchased 99 doses of low-level super gene serum from the system shop. And he didn't waste a single second. After purchasing the low-grade super gene serum produced by the system, they directly gave 99 doses to each of Zhao Shuer and the others. When Zhao Shuer and the others received the low-level super gene serum from Qin Feng, they did not hesitate at all. He took it right in front of Qin Feng. In just a moment, all of their bodies, just like Qin Feng's had not long ago, underwent rapid changes. At this moment, their strength directly broke through to the level of minor grandmaster. Chapter 175. This was truly an eye-opening experience. Shortly after Zhao Shuer and the others improved their strength, a man wearing glasses entered the hall. Qin Feng was quite familiar with this man. Who else could it be but Mayu? Upon seeing Qin Feng come downstairs, Ma Yu immediately stood up from the sofa. He jogged up to Qin Feng and bowed first. He then extended his hand and said respectfully, "Mr. Qin, hello, I am Ma Yu. I spoke with you on the phone last night." "Hello." As Qin Feng spoke, he reached out and shook hands with him. Then, pointing to the dining table not far away, he said with a smile, "Let's eat first. We can talk about it later." Okay. In Ma Yu's view, Qin Feng's words were like an imperial edict. After nodding, he followed Qin Feng to the dining table not far away. As soon as he sat down, Ma Yu ordered his men to bring out a table full of sumptuous dishes. Even though Ma Yu had seen a lot of the world, he was still shocked when he saw the dishes on the table. Bird's nest, shark fin, caviar, abalone, and many other dishes Ma Yu had never even seen them before. This was truly an eye-opening experience for Ma Yu. "Master, what kind of wine would you like to drink?" Just then, Ma Yu approached Qin Feng with a smile and asked in a low voice, "Give me 2 bottles of 1991 Romani Conti." Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually. Judging from his expression, it was as if he were casually asking for 2 bottles of mineral water. Seeing this, Ma Yu nearly popped his eyes out. What kind of wine is the 1991 Romani Conti? That's a world-renowned wine worth millions. Even though he is a well-known super-rich man, he only drinks a small glass occasionally. But what about Qin Feng? He opened it with 2 bottles. It has to be said that he has gained some understanding of Qin Feng's wealth today. At the same time, he gave himself a big thumbs up in his heart for his own tact. After a hearty meal and drinks, Qin Feng handed the hard drive containing the game, Honor of Kings, to Ma Yu. At the same time, I also gave Ma Yu a brief overview of the game's basic operation and management. Ma Yu, who was initially somewhat skeptical, was completely astonished after hearing Qin Feng's explanation. He never expected that the game Qin Feng casually presented would be so perfect and mature. It's worth noting that Qin Feng even pointed out the direction for making money from the game. Heroes, brave skins, epic skins, diamonds, and more. In his mind, these money-making schemes seem tailor-made for him. You should know that games developed by Tencent in the past have basically followed this pattern. The way he looked at Qin Feng at this moment could only be described as utterly subservient. After seeing Ma Yu off, Qin Feng took Zhao Shuer and headed to the headquarters of ByteDance. Unlike my last visit to Yida Real Estate, Qin Feng's car had just stopped at the headquarters entrance when Zhao Sihai and a group of senior executives came to greet him. This is understandable, given that what happened yesterday left a lot of trauma on them. Let them give Qin Feng a hard time. They don't have the guts. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Sihai and the others led Qin Feng and his companion to the conference room. Without a doubt, Qin Feng naturally took the seat of honor. Once everyone was seated, Qin Feng cut to the chase and said, "I only have one thing to say to everyone I've gathered here today. That is to make Douyin the only live streaming platform in China in the shortest possible time. Remember, I said the only one. What? How is that possible?" Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone who had just settled down stumbled. They never expected that Qin Feng's purpose in coming today would be this. Do you want Douyin to become the only live streaming platform in all of China? In their view, this was simply an impossible task. President Qin, isn't this too difficult? Coming to his senses, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but smile wryly. Yes, Mr. Qin, isn't it a bit too difficult for us to monopolize the live streaming industry? I think what we need to do right now is to restore the company's stock price as soon as possible. That's right, Mr. Liu is right. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, everyone quickly echoed his sentiments. It's worth noting that after Qin Feng's outburst yesterday, ByteDance is now in a very precarious situation, let alone the idea of making Douyin the only live streaming platform. It will be very difficult to maintain this situation. Isn't it just about restoring the stock price? Qin Feng chuckled and said nonchalantly, "Is 100 billion enough?" "What? 100 billion? Oh my God. Are you serious?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Qin Feng's words. They are not poor, but 100 billion is an astronomical figure for them. What? Not enough? Seeing everyone stunned, Qin Feng frowned and said, "Well, if 100 billion isn't enough, then let's have 200 billion. 200 billion? My goodness, uncle, does your family own a bank?" Everyone was already quite shocked by Qin Feng's 100 billion. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng has now added another 100 billion. Even Zhao Sihai, the The former chairman was starting to feel uneasy. Taking a deep breath, he finally spoke. President Qin, 100 billion is enough. We don't need that much. After saying that, he couldn't help but swallow. It has to be said that he was quite frightened by what Qin Feng said today. Yeah. Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a bored expression, then let's make it 100 billion. As for the remaining 100 billion, it will be used as funding to develop Douyin. I don't care what methods you use. You must make Douyin the only one for me within a week. So, does anyone have any more questions? After saying these words, Qin Feng looked at everyone present again. In his view, if 200 billion is still not enough to meet his requirements, then these people can just get lost. No problem. Upon seeing Qin Feng's gaze, Zhao Sihai quickly reassured him. President Qin, rest assured, we will definitely meet your requirements. Mr. Zhao is right. As long as you are really willing to invest 200 billion, none of these things are difficult. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly echoed his sentiments. Chapter 0176. People strive for higher positions. Water flows downwards. Very good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. But just then, he suddenly thought of something and said to Zhao Sihai, Mr. Zhao, I have another task for you. President Qin, please speak. It's like this. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and immediately got straight to the point, saying, you should know what happened in Xuan's live stream last night, right? Yes, I understand. Zhao Sihai nodded and said, good to know. Qin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and he said with a playful expression, the task I'm giving you is to poach all of Doulong's streamers within 3 days. If possible, it would be best to poach their operations and technology teams as well. As for their salaries, we can offer them 3 times the price. Qin Feng always does things this way. He never drags things out. For him, some things are better done sooner rather than later. Otherwise, that dragon CEO Xiao would probably think he was just joking. As for the saying, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years, Qin Feng, being a man who holds grudges, dared not agree. Okay, no problem. After hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Sihai immediately nodded. Actually, his thoughts were similar to Qin Feng's. In Zhao Sihai's view, if Douyin wants to become the only live streaming platform in all of China, competitors like Doulong are simply stumbling blocks. Even if Qin Feng hadn't given him this instruction, he certainly wouldn't have missed such an opportunity. Very well, then let's conclude today's meeting here. As Qin Feng spoke, he stood up from his seat. By the way, I'll transfer the money to the company account later. The rest is up to you. After saying that, he and Zhao Shuer walked out of the meeting room without looking back. As for his final words, Qin Feng wasn't just saying them casually. Shortly after they left, ByteDance company account immediately received a huge sum of 200 billion yuan. As for what happens next, he doesn't need to worry about that. Before long, Qin Feng had brought Zhao Shuer to the spot where they had parked earlier. Just as they were about to get into the car, several very sexy women suddenly surrounded them, looking nervous. President Qin, please wait a moment. We have something we want to say to you. The person speaking was none other than Sister Lily, who had spoken with Zhao Shuer via voice chat the previous night. As for the remaining people, without a doubt, they are YY Nyo and her group. You should know that after they made up their minds last night, they came to Douyin's headquarters today. They did it for no other reason than to get Qin Feng to let them go. Of course, if Qin Feng needs anything, they certainly won't hesitate at all. However, to their utter surprise, Qin Feng didn't even glance at them. He seemed not to hear Lily's shouts at him. After reaching out and opening the car door, he got in immediately. To be honest, these ordinary, unremarkable women in front of me. Even if he were lying naked in front of Qin Feng, he wouldn't have the slightest interest. He stepped on the gas, leaving Lily and the other women bewildered in the wind. In the afternoon, ByteDance stock price quickly returned to its former peak under the operation of professional traders. Those colleagues who were originally thinking of taking advantage of the situation all stopped what they were doing when they saw this. There's nothing they can do. With ByteDance in its current state, how could they possibly compete? Of course, this is only the first step for ByteDance. As for the second step, it is naturally to make Douyin the only live streaming platform in all of China. Anyway, having money means you can do whatever you want. You should know, Qin Feng gave them 100 billion to squander. Not long after the company had stabilized, Zhao Sihai immediately dispatched all his sales representatives. The objective was very clear, to poach all of Dolong's top streamers and teams, as Qin Feng had instructed. Qin Feng offered 3 times the reward, which was simply irresistible. You know, there aren't many people in this world who would turn down money. In just one afternoon, ByteDance sales representatives recruited more than 10 popular Dolong live streamers. If it weren't for some streamers worrying about breaching their contracts, we might have uncovered even more. Of course, while ByteDance was making its move, Dolong had already received the news. After all, not all live streamers are willing to switch to Douyin. However, to the dismay of the Dolong executives, even if they received the news, they were powerless to stop it. As the saying goes, people strive for higher positions, while water flows downhill. If they want to retain these streamers, they'll have to offer a price higher than ByteDance. But what about it? Do they think Dolong can compete with ByteDance in terms of financial resources? Is this some kind of joke? In an instant, all the high-ranking members of Dolong were thrown into a panic. To be honest, they still don't understand why ByteDance is targeting them. Not only were these high-level executives baffled, but Li Xiaoyu, the chairman of Dolong Group, was also completely dumbfounded. After some contemplation, he immediately notified everyone to convene a high-level meeting. Gentlemen, I believe you are all aware of ByteDance's actions against Dolong, right? Li Xiaoyu took a deep breath and said with a gloomy expression, I really want to know why ByteDance would do this. I don't know. Is there anyone who can give me the answer? After saying this, Li Xiaoyu glanced directly at everyone present. To his surprise, when he glanced at Xiao Qiming couldn't help but shudder. His body trembled violently, and his face turned deathly pale instantly. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyu immediately sensed that something was wrong. It's worth noting that Xiao Qiming is usually the most talkative person during meetings. Now that he has just asked the question, Xiao Qiming has already become like this, making it difficult for Li Xiaoyu not to suspect him. With that thought in mind, Li Xiaoyu no longer cared about anything else. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately asked Xiao Qiming coldly, Xiao Qiming, is this matter related to you? After saying this, Li Xiaoyu's eyes were fixed on Xiao Qiming. Upon hearing this, everyone else also looked toward Xiao Qiming. Xiao Qiming, who was already half dead with fright, stumbled and fell off his seat. It's obvious without even thinking that this matter is definitely related to him. Chapter 0177. In the end, Li Xiaoyu still softened his heart. Damn it, could it really be related to you? Seeing this, Li Xiaoyu could no longer hold back and immediately swore. Chairman Li, I never expected the consequences to be so severe. Xiao Qiming, who was slumped on the ground, felt like he was about to cry. It has to be said that he could never have imagined that Qin Feng's revenge would come so quickly. You know, it hasn't even been a full day since last night. Snort. Li Xiaoyu snorted coldly, his face turning ashen, and asked, Tell me, what the hell did you do last night? In Li Xiaoyu's view, the most crucial issue now is to first figure out the details of what happened last night. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiming couldn't help but hesitate. What are you babbling about? Speak your mind, or shut up. Seeing him dawdling, Li Xiaoyu couldn't help but angrily curse him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiming immediately shuddered. Okay, here's what happened. Without further hesitation, he quickly recounted everything that had happened the previous night to Li Xiaoyu. After Li Xiaoyu and the other high-ranking officials finished listening, they looked at Xiao Qiming with eyes that seemed to want to devour him alive. In their opinion, this guy had no choice but to mess with the chairman of ByteDance. What is ByteDance? That's one of the top 10 companies in China's technology industry. Even if their stock price plummeted yesterday, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. This guy actually messed with the chairman of the board. What's the difference between this and courting death? Seeing the unfriendly looks from everyone, Xiao Qiming really wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. For a moment, I felt as if a bottle of mixed emotions had been spilled in my heart, and I was extremely ashamed. Of course, what he feared even more was that Li Xiaoyu would fire him directly because of this. After all, the trouble he caused this time was just too big. At that moment, Li Xiaoyu finally spoke again. He sighed first, then said coldly to Xiao Qiming, Xiao Qiming, I don't care if you apologize or what method you use, you must get this matter settled by noon tomorrow. Otherwise, you can forget about being the marketing director. In the end, Li Xiaoyu still softened his heart. After all, he had been his subordinate for over 10 years, so he felt it was best to give him another chance. After saying this, he stood up and walked out of the meeting room. It has to be said that Li Xiaoyu was under more pressure than anyone else at this moment. It's worth noting that just recently, a foreign venture capital firm was preparing to help Dolong raise funds for an IPO. If it succeeds, Dolong's market value could very well rival that of ByteDance. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen to Dolong so soon after they started negotiating with the venture capital firm? Thinking about all this, Li Xiaoyu felt an urge to kill Xiao Keming. As for Xiao Keming, who was lying on the ground, he finally came to his senses from his disheveled state. Ignoring the angry stares of the other executives, he stood up and hurriedly left the conference room. What he needs to do now is to apologize to Qin Feng as soon as possible so that he can get his forgiveness. Who knows, if they're in a good mood, they might stop targeting Dolong. However, imagination is often rich, but reality is often harsh. When he finally managed to find Qin Feng's phone number and dialed it, all he got in return was the word "get lost." After showing off, do you still want forgiveness? How could that be? Despair? Of course, it was despair. This must have been the most desperate moment of his career. However, as it turned out, his despair was completely useless. The very next morning, ByteDance launched a new round of retaliation. This time, they not only poached Dolong's top 10 pillars, but also targeted its technical and operations teams. Faced with rewards several times higher, how could these people possibly resist the temptation? Before the ByteDance sales representatives could even say a few words, they had already signed their names on the contract. Especially the 10 pillars of the platform, they signed the papers faster than anyone else. It's worth noting that their annual signing fees with Dolong can reach several million to tens of millions. If they really pay 3 times the price offered by ByteDance, each of them could earn at least 10 million. The most successful people can even receive signing fees of over 100 million yuan. With a salary equivalent to 3 years' worth in just 1 year, they'd be really foolish not to sign a contract soon. Of course, at this point, some people might ask, if Qin Feng offers these people such high compensation, won't he go bankrupt? Moreover, they all had contracts with Dolong before. Switching to Douyin now would incur a hefty penalty fee. However, this only proves that you underestimate Qin Feng. A mere 3 times the compensation and a penalty for breach of contract. For a super rich person like Qin Feng, that's simply not within his consideration. Moreover, for someone who owns a consumer rebate system, the more you spend, the more you earn. With a cheat code like him, taking down Dolong would be a piece of cake. If you want to take revenge on Dolong, then you have to take it all the way. In just one morning, the entire Dolong group was in ruins. Not only were their top 10 anchors and technical staff poached, but even the mid-level anchors with a combined number of over 10,000 were all acquired by ByteDance. It's safe to say that at most, no more than 70% of the streamers remain on Dolong now. Although 70% sounds like a lot, most of these people are actually losers. The monthly fees I receive from live streaming are negligible. How could a group of streamers like this possibly support such a large platform as Dolong? Of course, that's not the worst part. Around noon, ByteDance sales representatives brought over a number of Dolong's senior executives. The goal is clear, to get them to join Douyin. At first, these high-ranking officials seemed extremely angry. However, when ByteDance sales representatives threw the contract in front of them, they immediately fell silent. He hesitated for only a few seconds before quickly signing his name on the contract. Although most of them felt some shame. But faced with the need to support their families, they ultimately chose to accept their fate. Moreover, in their view, the end of the dragon fighting era should not be far off. When Li Xiaoyu prepared to convene another high-level meeting in the afternoon, he was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 0178. Either don't do it, or do it thoroughly. In the large conference room, besides Li Xiaoyu and Xiao Keming, the remaining senior management of the company is at most about 30%. Upon seeing this scene, Li Xiaoyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What he didn't know was that the reason he was able to retain about 30% of the senior management was because of this. The main reason is that ByteDance hasn't had time to take action yet. Otherwise, it's unlikely that even 30% would be possible. Li Xiaoyu took a deep breath and finally managed to calm down. With his hands resting on the table and a look of utter dejection, he said, "Everyone, ByteDance has launched its final offensive against us. Does anyone have a solution? If this continues, I'm afraid our entire Dolong will really go bankrupt." After saying this, Li Xiaoyu looked at the few remaining high-ranking officials. An older executive paused for a moment before speaking. "Chairman Li, I think our most important task right now is to fire CEO Xiao and then obtain ByteDance forgiveness. That's right. I agree with Mr. Liu's point of view. Now, our technical department only has 3 people left, including myself, and we simply can't carry out our work. Who says otherwise? In our marketing department, besides me, there's only one secretary left. I think the sooner we fire CEO Xiao, the better we'll have to win back ByteDance forgiveness. After all, he caused this all by himself, and it has nothing to do with us, Dolong. In the eyes of these high-ranking officials, dismissing Xiao Qiming might be the only chance. Otherwise, the entire Dolong might just be waiting to die. After listening, Xiao Qiming really wanted to refute. However, he swallowed the words back down his throat. She turned her head and looked at Li Xiaoyu with a pitiful expression. The meaning is quite simple. He just hopes that Li Xiaoyu will let him off the hook. However, Li Xiaoyu, as the chairman of Dolong, had already given Xiao Qiming a chance yesterday. If he gives it to them again today, he won't be able to explain it to the high-ranking officials present. After only a few seconds of thought, he spoke again with great determination. Okay, I agree to expel Xiao Qiming. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiming immediately collapsed to the ground. You should know that he dedicated more than 10 years of his youth to fighting dragons. Of course, this also led him to a position that many people dream of. These past few years, thanks to my current position, I've enjoyed immense success. How could he not despair when he was suddenly brought back to reality? All right, go to the finance department and settle your salary. After saying these words, Li Xiaoyu never looked at Xiao Qiming again. It has to be said that Xiao Qiming really disappointed him this time. While Dolong was holding a high-level meeting, without staff to maintain it, the Dolong app is now close to crashing. Holy crap, what's going on here? I don't know, but I have a feeling that Dolong's backing has collapsed. Me too. Several of my favorite streamers' channels seem to be inaccessible. What's the point of playing like this? I still want to see my Teemo. Are the staff just sitting around doing nothing? Damn it, I'm not watching anymore. All that's left are trash streamers. I'd rather just scroll through Douyin. Yeah, it's boring. I'm going to scroll through Douyin too. Just as everyone was furious in the main lobby of Dolong, several alt accounts suddenly appeared. Holy crap, don't you guys know that all 10 pillars of Dolong have gone to Douyin? The guy upstairs is right. I just saw Teemo streaming on Douyin. I saw it too, and Xiao Danshuan was there too. It was hilarious. Hee, my favorite immortal is here too. When the people in the hall saw these comments, they immediately perked up. Are you guys upstairs telling the truth? Isn't that bullshit? Isn't Danshuan a streamer for Dolong? Yeah, my Teemo is the top streamer on Douyin. Why would she go live on Douyin? Haha, you guys didn't know this, did you? Douyin poached all of Dolong's people today. Yes, they not only poached the top 10 pillars, but also many senior executives and technical personnel. My goodness, no wonder the Dolong app crashed today. Now I know what happened. That's right, I can't keep arguing with you guys. I have to go see my Danshuan right away. Wait for me. I want to go take a look too. Needless to say, anyone could guess. The accounts that just spoke are basically paid trolls sent by Douyin. The main purpose is to direct all the traffic from Dolong to Douyin. That's Qin Feng's principle. Either don't do it at all, or do it thoroughly. It was precisely because of the presence of these online trolls that Dolong's online player count, which was originally around 10 million, plummeted to around 3 million in the blink of an eye. Moreover, judging from the data inside the hall, the number of people is still decreasing. If this continues, I'm afraid that in less than 10 minutes, the Dolong app will become a ghost town. Upon seeing this, the senior executives of Dolong, who had just finished their meeting, were furious. They wanted to order the censors to shut down these online trolls immediately, but there wasn't a single technical person available. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as a large number of netizens left. In less than 10 minutes, the number of online users in the lobby had dropped to only around 100,000. Bastards, they're all a bunch of bastards. Li Xiaoyu cursed and swore, but he was at a loss for what to do. Now he only has 2 paths to take. They either need to quickly find a company willing to acquire Dolong, or they need to declare bankruptcy. However, given Dolong's current situation, it's highly unlikely that any company would be willing to get involved in this mess. After all, ByteDance is not a company that just any company dares to mess with. As for the remaining option, it can only be declared bankrupt. However, how could Li Xiaoyu, who had raised Dolong from the ground up, possibly be willing to accept this? He took a deep breath and said dejectedly, Everyone, get ready. We're going to ByteDance later to discuss the acquisition with them. What? Discuss acquisition matters? Is Mr. Li planning to sell Dolong to ByteDance? Upon hearing Li Xiaoyu's words, all the senior executives were stunned. However, once they came to their senses, they realized that Li Xiaoyu's decision didn't seem to be wrong. After all, this is the only path that Dolong can take now. Chapter 0179. You guys are really looking down on people. Inside the conference room at ByteDance headquarters. President Zhao, shouldn't President Qin come in person for such an important matter? Li Xiaoyu frowned and said to Zhao Sihai, Yes, Mr. Zhao. Aren't you looking down on us too much? We're here to discuss an acquisition, but how can we talk if the boss doesn't even show up? That's right, let's hurry up and call President Qin over too. Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking members of Dolong quickly echoed their agreement. In their view, Dolong is at least a company with a market value of tens of billions. The fact that Qin Feng, the boss of ByteDance, didn't come in person gives the impression that he looks down on them. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin is unavailable. Zhao Sihai curled his lip and said dismissively. Besides, the acquisition was your own idea. ByteDance has no such intention. Mr. Zhao, what do you mean by this? Li Xiaoyu was stunned when he heard Zhao Sihai's words. You see, he's always believed that ByteDance's reason for targeting them, Dolong. The primary purpose is definitely acquisition. However, judging from Zhao Sihai's tone now, it seems that this is not the case at all. It has to be said that Li Xiaoyu is starting to panic. If ByteDance really refuses to acquire them, then Dolong will have no choice but to go bankrupt. It's nothing. Mr. Qin has no interest in your dragon fighting. Mr. Zhao, I'd like to ask, is this your intention or Mr. Qin's? Zhao Sihai chuckled and said with great certainty. Of course it's President Qin's idea. All right, you should all go back to where you came from. After Zhao Sihai finished speaking, he stood up from his seat. It should be noted that Qin Feng had already instructed him that Dolong had to be brought down. Acquisition? It can only be said that Li Xiaoyu and his group are overthinking things. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoyu was immediately enraged. Without thinking twice, he immediately threatened, Mr. Zhao, don't forget, the people you poached from ByteDance all signed contracts with our company. If we go to court and file a lawsuit. However, before Li Xiaoyu could finish speaking, Zhao Sihai interrupted him. What? Are you threatening ByteDance? So what if it's a threat? Everything our chairman, Li, said is the truth. That's right. You either acquire us or you'll be sued by us. I think you'd better think it over before you speak. Don't blame us for not reminding you. The breach of contract penalties paid by those top streamers alone are no small sum. The top executives of Dolong immediately jumped out. In their view, if they don't push ByteDance a little, people will really think they're pushovers. Yeah. Zhao Sihai curled his lip and said indifferently, Go ahead and sue me if you want. Our CEO Qin did say that he really didn't care about this little bit of money. At this point, Zhao Sihai added, Sorry, I almost told you. Our CEO Qin is not only the chairman of ByteDance, but also the chairman of TX Technology. I'm sure you're all familiar with TX Technology's legal capabilities, right? What? How is that possible? Qin Feng is actually the chairman of TX Technology? Shock. I was utterly shocked. Li Xiaoyu and the others never expected that Qin Feng would have such an identity. What kind of company is TX Technology? That's a supergiant company with a market value of trillions. The company's legal team has never lost a case since they started their careers. Do they really think they can win this lawsuit with their mere dragon fighting skills? It's no exaggeration to say that it can be described as ascending to heaven. At this moment, Li Xiaoyu and his group were all stunned, as if they had been hit by the sunflower acupuncture technique. After saying these words, Zhao Sihai walked out of the meeting room without looking back. On the afternoon of August 1st, Dolong officially announced its closure. This caused a huge sensation throughout China. No one expected that such a company with a market value of tens of billions would face bankruptcy. Not only were ordinary people surprised, but even some major companies that knew the inside story were all like this. Originally, they all shared the same idea as Li Xiaoyu, that ByteDance's ultimate goal in targeting Dolong was to acquire it. But to everyone's surprise, less than a week later, Dolong went bankrupt inexplicably. What does this tell us? This shows that ByteDance never intended to acquire the company from the very beginning. Faced with such an unconventional company, they couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension. Qin Feng, on the other hand, simply smiled calmly after seeing Dolong announce its closure. After all, he didn't really take companies like Dolong seriously. You should know that all the companies under his name have assets worth hundreds of billions. It's just a mere dragon fight. How could they possibly be worthy of Qin Feng's attention? The day after Dolong announced its bankruptcy, Qin Feng once again came to the Byte Dance conference room. His purpose in coming here was simple. He wanted to check on the current progress of Douyin's promotion. However, when Zhao Sihai handed him the upcoming promotional materials, he couldn't help but frown. Mr. Qin, are you not satisfied with this? Seeing this, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but ask nervously. Upon hearing this, everyone else also looked towards Qin Feng. Yes, I'm really not satisfied. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and immediately said, I think these promotional plans you gave me are a bit too uncreative. For example, these 7th and 13th points are simply brain-dead ideas. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone immediately felt awkward, especially those high-ranking officials in the propaganda department. To be honest, they really wanted to refute Qin Feng at this moment. However, faced with Qin Feng's powerful aura, they could only lower their heads in the end. How about this? I'll provide you with a solution. What do you think? Qin Feng didn't waste any time and immediately continued. First, let's prepare a lucky draw event similar to a spinning wheel on the Douyin homepage. When users watch a sufficient number of videos, they will have a chance to win a prize. As for the prizes for the event, please don't give me anything random. It would be best to prepare products such as mobile phones and computers. And the odds of winning must be increased to 100%. After all, we're not short of money. What is a super rich person? This guy is a super rich tycoon. In Zhao Sihai's view, Qin Feng's publicity plan was simply throwing money at the problem without regard to cost. Chapter 0180, the only live streaming platform in all of China. Oh right. Qin Feng added, starting today, all new users who successfully register on Douyin. Just watch the first video completely, and you'll get a cash reward of 8.8 yuan. What? You want to give new users a reward? Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai could no longer sit still. Cough, cough. He coughed twice before hurriedly saying, President Qin, isn't your proposal a bit too extravagant? I'm afraid. After saying this much, Zhao Sihai stopped talking. He believed that with Qin Feng's intelligence, he should be able to understand what he was trying to say. In Zhao Sihai's view, Qin Feng's proposed solution was indeed very attractive to the majority of netizens. After all, who wouldn't like an activity that's practically like picking up money? But if we really did things according to Qin Feng's suggestion, I'm afraid that 100 billion wouldn't be enough to squander in a few moments. Yes, Mr. Qin, you've invested too much. How about we cancel this new user reward program? I think it should be canceled too, and that lucky draw event is just too risky. If we win 100% of the mobile phones and computers, our company will go bankrupt. Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, everyone quickly joined in the persuasion. You have to understand, these people are businessmen who won't do anything without a profit. Qin Feng's current plan is a losing proposition. How could they possibly suppress their own thoughts? However, Qin Feng, the person involved, seemed completely unmoved by their advice. She curled her lip and said nonchalantly, It's just losing a little money, isn't it? We can afford to lose money now. Besides, I only had 3 days to prepare for the event. Holy crap. Losing a little money? This is only considered a small loss. What do you mean by only prepared for 3 days? They can lose tens of billions a day, okay. Although Qin Feng's words gave them a feeling of high-class sophistication, but they still felt that Qin Feng was being far too willful. Just as they were about to say something, Qin Feng spoke up again. Stop trying to persuade us. Just do it the way I said. If you don't have enough money, just tell me. I'm not short of money anyway. At this point, Qin Feng didn't forget to reassure them. To be honest, a mere 100 billion is nothing to me. As long as we can make Douyin the only live streaming platform in all of China. Don't even mention 100 billion. Even 1 trillion is nothing. Actually, this wasn't Qin Feng showing off at all. After all, he's the man who has a system that offers 100x rebates on purchases. The more he loses, the more he proves he earns. How could Qin Feng not participate in an event that could both benefit netizens and bring him a 100-fold return? When Zhao Sihai and the others heard Qin Feng's words, they had no idea how to respond. They'd seen plenty of wealthy people before, but they'd never seen anyone as extravagant as Qin Feng. After a moment of silence, he could only nod with a wry smile. They have money and can do whatever they want. What can their subordinates do but support them? Seeing that no one else had raised any objections, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Just when Zhao Sihai and his group thought the meeting was about to end, to everyone's surprise, Qin Feng proposed another idea. Okay, then listen to my second plan. Holy crap. What the hell is the second option? Brother, are you serious? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone nearly popped their eyes out. They never expected that Qin Feng had a second plan in addition to the first one. At that moment, Qin Feng spoke up directly. My second plan is similar to the first one. It's also about simply throwing money around. However, it's slightly more fun than the first one. Mr. Qin, are you serious? Zhao Sihai looked at Qin Feng with disbelief on his face. Certainly. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said very seriously, how can one event prove ByteDance strength? President Qin, does ByteDance really need to prove its strength in this way? Yes, Mr. Qin, you're exaggerating. You should know that for the first event alone, we'll have to prepare at least hundreds of billions. Now you're bringing up another money-spraying event, this. Mr. Qin, how about we call it a day? After all, your money didn't grow on trees. When everyone heard Qin Feng's words, they were not only shocked, but also heartbroken. It's not that I feel sorry for Qin Feng, but I feel sorry for the money that Qin Feng is about to squander. The first proposal Qin Feng made had already cost them enough. Now Qin Feng is actually going to hold another money-giving event. How could they possibly stand it? However, as the chairman of ByteDance, why would Qin Feng care whether they agree or not? She pursed her lips and said casually, you don't need to persuade me anymore. My mind is made up. You just need to do as I say. Qin Feng, ignoring the reactions of others, began to speak eloquently. About 10 minutes later, Qin Feng finally finished explaining the second option. Zhao Sihai and his group, who had initially expressed their refusal, immediately perked up after hearing Qin Feng's plan. They never expected that Qin Feng's second plan would be so ingenious. In an instant, everyone looked at Qin Feng with admiration. On the same day, ByteDance released details of the event in major media news outlets. When netizens saw these news reports, they were all incredibly shocked. In less than half a day, the number of new users registered on Douyin had exceeded 100 million. In other words, in less than half a day, Douyin had already distributed at least 900 million renminbi in red envelopes. This is undoubtedly a significant blow to other platforms. Many platforms that were considered decent saw their user base shrink to single digits in just half a day. Like Douyin, it also faces the fate of going bankrupt. And these are just the appetizers for TikTok. It's important to know that Qin Feng's campaign for Douyin this time wasn't just aimed at new users. Chapter 0181. Really? Are you kidding me? Everyone, you've all seen the giveaway event that Douyin has prepared, right? Of course I've seen it. It seems that if you watch 100 videos a day, you can spin the lucky draw on the homepage, right? That's right. That's really awesome. I've already scrolled through more than 30 videos. I can't wait. Looking at the event details, it seems like there's a 100% chance of winning, right? That's right. Douyin is incredibly generous this time. I just received 8.8 yuan. Me too. Haha. I hope I can win a computer so I can show off when school starts. Forget about the computer. I heard they only prepared 100,000 units. I'll be happy as long as I can get a cell phone. Hehe, I want a phone too. I heard it's the latest Huawei model. It's so cool. This event hosted by Douyin was indeed quite extravagant. There were quite a few netizens discussing it in the lobby. By the way, did you guys participate in that card collecting event? A card collection event? Never heard of that. What's that? Wow, you don't even know that? It's on the personal profile page. Hehe, I saw it. It seems like if you collect all 5 blessings, you can share 100 billion Chinese yuan, right? That's right. And it seems that only 1,000 people will receive the reward. My goodness, uncles, if you're going to say that, wouldn't everyone get 100 million? That's right. I just watched 30 videos and already got 3. Now all I need are the dedication and patriotism cards. Wow, bro upstairs, you're about to become a billionaire. Haha, I feel like it'll be soon too. Enough joking. I need to hurry up and watch some videos. Holy crap, wait for me. I want to go farm too. It has to be said that Qin Feng's second campaign plan was the most impressive highlight of this Douyin promotion. Weibo. Shocking. Douyin's giveaway event is giving away hundreds of billions. Shocking. 90-year-old women get into a street brawl over a patriotic lucky draw ticket. Headline. Shocking. A young man frantically scrolled through Douyin, TikTok, and collected all 5 good fortune cards in just 1 hour. Shocking. The first person to collect all 5 blessings is actually a foreign friend. TX News. Horrifying. In just half a day, Douyin's registered users have surpassed 300 million. Horrifying. Students skip class en masse, all to collect all 5 lucky cards. In just half a day, news about Douyin's lucky cards topped the trending lists of major news media. In particular, the front-page headline on Tushio instantly attracted hundreds of millions of netizens. My goodness, is this for real? Someone actually collected all 5 blessings. Wow, that's incredible. And he's a foreign friend too. His luck is just unbelievable. 100 billion. Why can't I be so lucky? Hey guys, does anyone have a dedication foo card? If you have an extra one, could you share one with me? Hey buddy upstairs, are you dreaming? Don't you know that the respectful foo card is the hardest to collect? That's right. All I'm missing now is the dedication card. Damn, I've already watched 300 videos today. 300 videos? Holy crap, you're amazing. You should be able to win a big prize in the Douyin lobby, right? Isn't that a must? A brand new Huawei phone. Ha ha. TCH, look at you showing off. It's just a cell phone. I want a computer. The same dialogue isn't limited to the comments section of headlines. Other major media outlets also reported similar dialogues. The topics of discussion were all about information related to this Douyin event. It has to be said that Douyin has become a household name this time. Inside a rented room in Haidu. Honey, why aren't you going to work today? What kind of damn job is this? Heh, I'm going on strike starting today. Strike? Are you crazy? Don't you have any idea how poor we are? Shaw, what's the big deal? Just you wait. I'll be a billionaire soon. The man added, not forgetting to be smug. By the way, make sure you answer the phone tomorrow. Answer the phone? What do you mean? What else could it mean? Just waiting for the delivery guy to pick up the computer. Computer? You son of a bitch, you spendthrift. You don't go to work, and you're wasting money like crazy. What nonsense are you talking about? I was just scrolling through Douyin. As the man spoke, he handed his phone to the woman. Take a look if you don't believe me. Inside a university in Shenzhen. Xiang, what did you draw? I haven't even watched the 100th video yet. Why would I want to participate in a giveaway? Holy crap, your video loading speed is way too slow. From what you're saying, could it be that you've already won the grand prize? Hee, of course. A brand new Huawei phone. How about it? Envious. Envious? Heh, you probably don't know that Xiang just got a dedication card, right? Holy crap, is this for real? There are people online offering 10 million to buy it. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, just ask Xiang to show you. My goodness, Uncle Xiang, you're so lucky. Yes, when you become a billionaire in the future, don't forget us. A rural area in Shihai. Honey, hurry up and get ready. We need to go collect the manure. Carrying manure? No way. I need to scroll through Douyin. TikTok? What's that? Is it more important than carrying manure? Of course, that's it. I just want a Huawei phone. Is this a scam? You need to be careful. There are tons of scammers online these days. How could it be a lie? My daughter Xiaoyi told me this secretly. She heard that if you collect all 5 blessings, you can. Holy crap, a dedication card. Old man, I got the dedication card, huh? Honey, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Inside a high-end villa in Beijing. Young Master Huang, how about it? Are you free to get together sometime? No time? Holy crap, I've got 7 or 8 beautiful college girls ready here. What? You want to use TikTok? Is that thing more fun than girls? Holy crap, is this for real? You're kidding, aren't you? Damn it. Why didn't you tell me about this good thing earlier? Fine, I'm going to scroll through Douyin too. Shortly after the news was released by major media outlets, a craze for collecting the 5 blessings swept across China. Many people who never used Douyin before couldn't help but start using it after being recommended by friends or relatives. Chapter 0182. Could this backfire? The next morning. Inside the ByteDance conference room. President Qin, you're amazing. Yes, Douyin is absolutely wildly popular now. Yesterday afternoon alone, Douyin's new users exceeded 300 million. Wow, that's absolutely amazing. As soon as Zhao Sihai and the others settled down, they couldn't help but start praising Qin phone. It's worth noting that they've promoted Douyin before, and they've invested a considerable amount of money in it. But compared to this time, the effect is simply worlds apart. It has to be said that they now truly admire Qin Feng to the point of complete awe. Although Qin Feng's plan seemed outrageously extravagant, but the results were so impressive that they had to admire them. The current publicity effect can only be described as phenomenal. Hee, it's all right. Qin Feng chuckled and said modestly, President Qin, aren't you being too modest? This is far from just okay. It's clearly excellent. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Sihai quickly retorted, You may not know, but when I was strolling around the neighborhood yesterday, quite a few people were discussing Douyin. Yes, it's the same in our neighborhood. Lots of people have asked me if we have the respectful Fu card. Me too. Even my relatives and friends all called me to ask if I had any extra respectful Fu cards. Haha, that's nothing compared to what you've got. You know what? My 90-year-old grandma stayed up all night scrolling through Douyin. This isn't just something they're making up. Given how popular TikTok is right now, it's fair to say that wherever you go, you can hear people talking to each other. After all, with Qin Feng's extravagant spending stunts, it's impossible for him not to attract attention. By the way, Mr. Qin, are we really only preparing 1,000 dedication cards? Just then, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but ask Qin Feng. Upon hearing this, everyone else also looked towards Qin Feng. So what you mean is? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask curiously. I think it would be best to increase the number of dedication blessing cards to 100,000. After Zhao Sihai finished speaking, the others quickly echoed his words. Yes, if we could get 100,000 tickets, everyone's chances of winning would be much higher. As for the bonus, let's stick with 100 billion. I believe that even if everyone receives less bonus, their enthusiasm will not diminish. That's right, even if there are 100,000 tickets, each person will still receive 1 million. In their view, 1,000 dedication cards seem too few. According to their opinion, it would be better to have at least 100,000 copies. After all, the odds of winning are much higher that way, and a prize of 100 million yuan for each person is still a bit too exaggerated. Yeah. Qin Feng curled his lip, speechless, and said, Do you guys think I need to reduce user bonuses and increase the number of dedication blessing cards? Holy crap. Damn it, could this backfire? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone couldn't help but shudder. For some reason, they had a very bad feeling at that moment. Sure enough, Qin Feng spoke up again the next second. How about this? Let's not go for 100,000 respectful blessing cards. 10,000 will do. As for the 100 million bonus for each person, that's a must. If that's the case, wouldn't ByteDance be breaking its promise? What? Are you serious? Shocked. Utterly shocked. At that moment, it seemed that everyone could only hear their own heartbeat. Zhao Sihai and the others never expected this. Their original proposal was aimed at maximizing benefits by utilizing existing resources. But to Qin Feng's surprise, it seemed to have a different meaning. He immediately offered 10,000 dedication blessings and kept the original bonus of 100 million unchanged. In their minds, even Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, probably wouldn't dare to burn money like this. What they don't know is that there's no such thing as Jack Ma anymore. Back when Qin Feng attended his last class reunion, he had already been rewarded with 100% of Alibaba's shares. In other words, right now, in the entire land of China, only his father, Qin, matters. All right, since everyone agrees, let's do as I say. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he first glanced at the crowd who were still stunned, and then continued, You don't need to worry about the funds. I will transfer 1 trillion to the company's account within 3 days. Qin Feng wasn't unwilling to transfer the funds now, but since he upgraded the system a few days ago, he only had 200 or 300 billion left on his card. Of course, 1 trillion is not a problem for Qin Feng at all. He can just buy some more luxury goods. You know, he had already set his sights on several cruise ships. Although Qin Feng had been in Shenzhen for 3 or 4 years, he had never actually been to the beach. Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, how could he possibly miss it? On a cruise ship with beautiful women. Just thinking about it makes Qin Feng feel really happy. After hearing Qin Feng's words, everyone was at a loss for words. At this moment, they only had one thought. It seemed that 1 trillion was no different from waste paper in Qin Feng's eyes. What does it mean to be utterly extravagant? This is inhumanly extravagant. We're all raised by our parents, so why are you so outstanding? Not long after, netizens who were diligently scrolling through videos were instantly in an uproar when they saw the details of the new event updated on Douyin. My goodness, has TikTok gone mad? Wow, that's awesome. 10,000 dedication cards? That's ridiculous. Yes, yes, and the prize money is still 100 million. My goodness, TikTok is so rich. Wow, that's really amazing. This must be worth at least $1 trillion in prize money, right? Holy crap. Does this mean our chances of winning have increased significantly? This is amazing. I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to get the dedication card, but I didn't expect Douyin to be so helpful. I'm completely convinced now. It's obvious that after this wave of extravagant spending on Douyin, even if Douyin doesn't want to become the only live streaming platform in China, it's simply impossible. After all, this is just too awesome. Chapter 183. Let's prove it to them. However, just as Douyin was about to reach its zenith, Western media, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel envious. Wall Street Daily. TikTok giveaways? Haha, what a joke. Do such companies really exist in impoverished China? The New York Times. TikTok? It's just a third-rate platform. Trillions of dollars for events? Utterly ridiculous. Pippi Post. How a third-rate company fools the public. An utterly ridiculous event that has drawn worldwide ridicule. Rylaner Daily. Laughable China, laughable companies. You probably couldn't find such a shameless company anywhere on earth, could you? Although most people in China do not read these foreign newspapers. However, some patriotic Chinese people still tagged ByteDance official Weibo account. In less than half a day, this matter caused a sensation throughout China. After seeing these news reports, many people began to respond and criticize them. Damn it, what kind of crap is this? Is it so strange that China has companies like this? Yeah, and you even said you were fooling the public? Fooling your sister. What a shameless bastard. Saying we're impoverished? Which eye of yours saw that we're impoverished? This tiny little place actually looks down on us. I'm speechless. ByteDance, they don't trust you at all. Shouldn't you teach them a lesson? The person upstairs is right. Didn't they say we don't have such an awesome company? Well, let's show them. Same as above. Same as above, plus 99. Same as above, plus 999. In less than an hour, ByteDance's official Weibo account received over 1 million comments. Among these comments, many condemned Western media. The majority of the remaining people hope that ByteDance can go to the West to prove itself. To be honest, ByteDance had the idea of going to the West a long time ago. However, the conditions at the time did not allow ByteDance to expand overseas. On the one hand, there is a lack of funding, and on the other hand, there is an inadequate technical team. However, given the current situation, ByteDance has been forced into a corner. If ByteDance backs down because of this, it is very possible that the reputation that has been painstakingly built up will be destroyed overnight. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Sihai immediately made a phone call to Qin Feng. In his view, Qin Feng was the only one who could make this decision now. Hello, what's up? Qin Feng, who was at home, soon received a phone call. President Qin, something terrible has happened. As soon as the call connected, Zhao Sihai's anxious voice came from the other end. Something terrible has happened? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng curled his lip and asked dismissively, what major event has occurred? In Qin Feng's opinion, Douyin is currently at its peak, so what major incident could possibly occur? It's like this. Zhao Sihai didn't dare to waste any time and quickly told Qin Feng everything that had happened on Weibo. Qin Feng, who had initially been dismissive, frowned immediately after hearing Zhao Sihai's words. To be honest, he really didn't expect that. I only did a charity event, but it actually attracted the attention of Western media. After a moment of silence, he said with a playful expression, since everyone wants us to prove ourselves, then let's prove ourselves. Just some Western media. Qin Feng really didn't take him seriously. What do you mean? What else could it mean? Get the tech department to develop an overseas version of TikTok by tomorrow. Qin Feng paused for a few seconds before continuing. As for the name, let's call it TikTok. Okay, I'll get right on it. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhao Sihai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was genuinely worried that Qin Feng would back down. But judging from the current situation, Qin Feng is still the same Qin Feng. What's wrong with the West? The West can also show you who the real father is. Just as Zhao Sihai was about to hang up the phone with a look of delight, then Qin Feng's voice came from the other end again. By the way, do you know how to promote TikTok overseas? This? Zhao Sihai was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. To be honest, he really hadn't thought of that. After hesitating for a moment, he tentatively asked, how about we do something like we did in China and have a series of events? What the hell? Why should we throw money at those foreigners? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but rebuke him. Do you want Qin Feng to throw money at foreigners? Haha, I can only say they're overthinking it. Cough, cough. Zhao Sihai coughed twice, then asked somewhat awkwardly, so what do you mean? How about this? Qin Feng pondered for a moment before saying with a half smile, let's prepare $10 billion for advertising and promotion first. As for the events, forget about them. Don't skimp on advertising budgets. Subway and supermarket ads are a must, and TV stations can't be overlooked either. I refuse to believe that such a large-scale promotion wouldn't attract users. Okay, I'll get right on it. After listening to Qin Feng's words, Zhao Sihai also felt that they made a lot of sense. Just as he was about to hang up the phone, something suddenly occurred to him. Without wasting any time, he quickly said into the phone, Mr. Qin, do you need to personally review the promotional materials for the overseas market? In Zhao Sihai's view, Qin Feng had quite a bit of insight into this matter. If Qin Feng could personally review it, the chances of success might be much higher. Qin Feng understood perfectly well what Zhao Sihai meant. He nodded and then said, once they've finished the plan, send me a copy first. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai hung up the phone in great excitement. Almost 2 hours passed. Qin Feng suddenly received a file on his phone from Zhao Sihai. He randomly found a spot in the lobby and started reading. The document didn't contain much information. Qin Feng only needed 3 minutes to get a general idea of it. However, to his somewhat disappointment, the content of this document is really too low level. Without wasting any time, he immediately sent a message to Zhao Sihai. Mr. Zhao, who is the head of the publicity department now? Zhao Sihai, who was waiting for Qin Feng's reply, immediately had a very bad feeling when he saw this message. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng sent his second message. Chapter 0184. Is Yu Luo's biological brother? Fire him and replace him with someone more capable. In Qin Feng's view, his company would not keep such idle people. This? What's wrong? Is there a problem? President Qin, could you please give him another chance? Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and asked curiously, President Zhao, is he perhaps some kind of relative of yours? That's right. Zhao Sihai didn't hide anything and admitted it directly. He is my biological son, Yu Luo's biological brother. To be honest, even Zhao Sihai himself didn't understand why he had to add that last sentence. Is Yu Luo's biological brother? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he said, all right, then for Yu Luo's sake, let's give him a chance. However, he definitely can't stay in this position of publicity director anymore. Let him be his deputy for now. After saying that, Qin Feng added, tell him that if he wants to be promoted, he should go abroad in person this time. You should understand what I mean, right? Yes, I understand. While Zhao Sihai breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. In his mind, was his own face less important than his daughter's? You should know that Qin Feng just said that he was only doing this because of Zhao Yulao. Okay, then I'll tell you my thoughts now. Qin Feng didn't waste any time and directly conveyed his thoughts to Zhao Sihai via voice message. Zhao Sihai, who was initially somewhat unconvinced, was immediately astonished by Qin Feng's idea. He never expected that Qin Feng would come up with such a good idea. After Qin Feng hung up the voice call, he hurriedly notified his secretary to call his son, Zhao Yuqing, to his office. Daddy, what did you want to see me about? As soon as Zhao Yuqing approached, she plopped down on the sofa. Even though his looks are in no way inferior to Qin Feng's. But the feeling it gives off seems to be a bit roguish. You brat, can't you sit still? After uttering a curse, Zhao Sihai sat down on the sofa. Looking at the man in front of her, her eyes revealed a deep sense of heartache. All right, just say what you want to say. I'm busy over there. Although Zhao Yuqing verbally agreed, she didn't sit down properly at all. He continued to lie on the sofa, doing whatever he pleased. Seeing this, Zhao Sihai didn't bother to correct him anymore. He pursed his lips and said, I've already sent your proposal to President Qin. Yeah. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqing immediately perked up. So, is he very shocked? Actually, that's perfectly reasonable. After all, your daughter, son is a Harvard graduate from the US. A mere publicity plan is a piece of cake for them. After saying this, Zhao Yuqing immediately showed a smug look on her face. It was as if he had already seen Qin Feng's shocked expression. Upon seeing this, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he really didn't want to upset Zhao Yuqing. However, Qin Feng had already given the order, so he could only awkwardly hand the phone to Zhao Yuqing, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Zhao Yuqing didn't think much of it. After taking the phone from Zhao Sihai, she immediately started looking through it. His previously confident smile turned grim after reading the messages Qin Feng had sent him on his phone. "Daddy, isn't that going too far?" Zhao Yuqing threw her phone on the ground and said angrily. He never expected that Qin Feng would fire him after reviewing his proposal. What does excessive mean? Zhao Sihai picked up his phone and said speechlessly, "With your lousy proposal, not only would President Qin look down on it, but I wouldn't even approve of it." What? Upon hearing Zhao Sihai's words, Zhao Yuqing immediately bristled. "That's not what you said before, okay?" Hee. Zhao Sihai chuckled and said with a playful expression, "The past was the past, and now is the present. I think if you hear the proposal that President Qin has given you, you'll know just how bad your proposal really is." Snort. Zhao Yuqing snorted coldly, saying with a defiant look, "What could he possibly know? He's just a high school student. I don't believe he can come up with a better plan than mine." Yeah. Zhao Sihai's lips curled up slightly, and he played all the voice messages Qin Feng had sent earlier for Zhao Yuqing to hear. After hearing this, Zhao Yuqing was immediately stunned. Just like Zhao Sihai before, he immediately astonished Qin Feng. He never imagined that Qin Feng, as a high school student, would have such an incredible idea. How about that? Are you convinced now? Upon seeing this, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but purse his lips and say something. To be honest, he had already guessed it. If Qin Feng's voice message were played, Zhao Yuqing would definitely look like this now. "I'm convinced, of course I'm convinced." Coming to her senses, Zhao Yuqing nodded repeatedly. "Daddy, he's amazing." "No, I have to go find him." As she spoke, Zhao Yuqing immediately stood up from the sofa. Judging from his current appearance, he seems to actually have this idea. "Why are you going to see them?" "What else can I do?" "Of course, I'll make him take me as his apprentice." "Nonsense. Sit down right now." Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai quickly reprimanded him. He didn't want Zhao Yuqing to cause trouble for no reason. Qin Feng had only reluctantly let Zhao Yuqing off the hook because of Zhao Yulaw. If he's allowed to go off and cause trouble again, who knows if Qin Feng will change his mind. Snort. Seeing Zhao Sihai's very serious expression, Zhao Yuqing snorted and sat down. "You naughty daddy, if I don't want to go, I don't want to go. What's the big deal?" This. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sihai's expression softened immediately. "Yuqing, it's not that I don't want you to go. It's just that President Qin has a very bad impression of you right now. What if he fires you if you actually go and cause trouble?" "Humph, he wouldn't dare." "What is there that he wouldn't dare to do?" Zhao Sihai pursed his lips and said helplessly, "Don't forget, your daddy isn't the chairman of ByteDance anymore. He is. I originally intended to hand over this vast fortune to you, but now..." At this point, Zhao Sihai couldn't help but sigh. "Sigh. You've had a tough time all these years." "Daddy, what are you saying? I did all of this willingly, okay?" Seeing this, Zhao Yuqing, with tears in her eyes, grasped Zhao Sihai's hand. Chapter 0185. So satisfying, so incredibly satisfying. The next morning, ByteDance posted a new Weibo post. The content of the Weibo post was also very simple, consisting of only 8 characters. Prove yourself within 3 days. When netizens saw these 8 characters, they immediately understood what ByteDance meant. Haha, I knew ByteDance wouldn't back down. This is the pride of China. Well done, ByteDance. That felt so good, so incredibly satisfying. Never mind. From now on I'll support any ByteDance product. Me too. We must support ByteDance and TikTok. I love you, ByteDance. I want to cheer for you. Awesome. This patriotic company deserves a thumbs up. That's right. I'm not saying anything more. I'm going to go scroll through Douyin now. Same as the comment above, +1. By the way, does anyone have any extra respectful foo cards? Same as above, +99. Same as above, +999. Same as above plus 9,999. Less than an hour after ByteDance posted the message on Weibo, the number of likes and comments below has already exceeded 1 million. Moreover, this trend seems to be continuing to increase. It goes without saying that ByteDance actions this time have won the hearts of many Chinese people. It happened in the afternoon. Zhao Yuqing, along with 2 teams from ByteDance, boarded a plane directly to the United States. They finally landed in the United States around midnight. After settling into a hotel near the airport, I started planning my itinerary for the next day. To be honest, the task assigned to Zhao Yuqing and her team this time was quite challenging. Early in the morning, they split into 3 groups and headed to major cities in the United States. The goal is simple. Besides promoting TikTok, it is to establish a separate server in the United States. After all, Qin Feng had no intention of giving benefits to foreigners. It was better to separate the servers. It has to be said that Zhao Yuqing and her team are quite efficient in their work. In just one day, they found a place abroad to house the servers. As for subway shopping malls and TV stations, agreements have been reached with dozens of them. Before they left, Qin Feng prepared 120 billion Chinese yuan for them. No doubt about it, money makes things much easier. 3 days later, the entire United States was swept up in a TikTok craze. If you want to know which live streaming app is the best, TikTok is the way to go. TikTok, capturing your wonderful life. TikTok, discover a more interesting version of yourself. If everyone says it's fun, then it's truly fun. TikTok. Since I started using TikTok, my back and legs don't ache anymore, and I can climb 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. We don't create happiness. We're just the carriers of happiness. TikTok. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? If you're okay, play on TikTok. You can see similar English advertising slogans in almost every shopping mall, subway, airport, hotel, and other corners. The scale of the advertising campaign is truly unprecedented. Besides these places, even major TV channels in the United States have been completely taken over by TikTok. It's safe to say that now, no matter where you go or what channel you open, you can see Douyin, TikTok. Of course, these slogans wouldn't be used on television. Instead, Zhao Yuqing personally went to Hollywood to shoot an advertisement. On a vast, open meadow, a blonde woman dressed in a white veil is running frantically. It's not hard to see that the blonde woman appears to be holding a brand new Apple phone. Behind the blonde woman, a ferocious-looking cheetah was hot on her heels. After chasing for about 4 or 5 seconds, the blonde woman suddenly shouted loudly behind her, "Why are you chasing me?" But then, the cheetah suddenly spoke in human language. "I want to use TikTok." It has to be said that the advertisement Zhao Yuqing had filmed was incredibly catchy. Shortly after the advertisement aired, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the United States. People who weren't initially very interested in TikTok couldn't resist taking out their phones and downloading it. For no other reason than to see just how fun an app that even Cheetah Mobile wanted to play really was. In a short time, the number of TikTok downloads continued to increase. 10,000. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. In just 3 hours, TikTok has surpassed 10 million downloads in the United States. Moreover, judging from the current trend, it will probably reach an astonishing 100 million in less than a day. Nowadays, whenever people in the United States get together, they almost always talk about topics related to TikTok. Inside a shopping mall in Yaya. "Hey James, have you downloaded TikTok?" "Of course I downloaded it. I just uploaded a video of it. It's so much fun." Yes. Now, apart from my 90-year-old grandma, almost the whole family uses TikTok. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention, Ham, you should follow me soon. Once I have 10,000 followers, I'll start streaming. Live streaming? Do you have any special talents? Haha, you don't know this, do you? I heard from a Chinese friend that as long as we know the withdrawal password, we can get a lot of money. Withdrawal password? What withdrawal password? Hee, of course it's because I love China. As long as you say "I love China" a few more times during your live stream, a whole bunch of idiots will give you tips. Oh my god, really? Is this for real? Wait, aren't we in the US? Holy crap, it really is. A park in Los Angeles. Hey John, what are you doing? What else can we do? Download TikTok. Douyin? Shouldn't it be TikTok? You don't know anything. What's so fun about TikTok? Don't blame me for not telling you. Now you can get 8.8 yuan of Huaxia coins just by registering on Douyin, and you can also participate in a lucky draw to collect cards. TCH, it's only 8.8 yuan. What good is it? You can't even buy a pack of instant noodles. Haha, you don't know this, do you? These are just appetizers. The real main event is the lucky draw and card collection later. Really? Then tell me about it. This situation quickly attracted the attention of many American advertising companies. They never imagined that a few ordinary app advertisements could sweep across the entire United States. Many large advertising companies in the United States even regard these advertisements as masterpieces. For 3 consecutive days, I studied the details of these advertisements. But what none of them knew was, these advertisements were all actually created by one Chinese person. Chapter 186. These ads are too good. The situation in the United States was quickly relayed back to China. When the Chinese people learned of this news, they immediately became excited. Without saying a word, they all rushed to the comments section of ByteDance Weibo post. Guys, have you heard? TikTok is absolutely wildly popular in the US. How could I not know? Just now, a friend of mine from the US asked me how to register a Douyin account in China. Haha, this time we really got our revenge. Damn it, let's see if they're still so arrogant. That's amazing. I heard that TikTok is everywhere in their country now, on every street corner. You bet you are? You wouldn't believe it. I'm in the US right now, and those ads are hilarious. I don't know who came up with them. Yeah, it seems like the reason TikTok is so successful in the US is all because of those ads. Haha, you're right. How about I upload those ads for you guys to see? Sure, hurry up. Not long after, someone posted all the TikTok ads from the US on Weibo. Holy crap, these ads are amazing. Haha, this is hilarious. If you ask which live streaming app is the best, it's TikTok. There's no one else like it. Yeah, and that line from TikTok. Since I started using TikTok, my back and legs don't ache. I can climb 5 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. I absolutely love it. Shaw, what's that? Didn't you guys see that Hollywood commercial? That's the real deal. Of course I watched it. It seems like even a Cheeto wants to use TikTok, right? That's right. That's the part that made me want to download TikTok. What a genius. The person who came up with these ads is truly a genius. I wonder who is so brilliant. While this topic was being discussed in China, other countries were also talking about it. The British Empire. Hey guys, have you heard? It seems like TikTok from China is all the rage in the US lately. How come I've never heard of it? My American friend told me that TikTok is incredibly fun. Sigh, I wonder when this will be available in our British Empire. I'm so envious of them. Yes. Our media even claims that China is very poor. I don't know where they got the courage. Haha, it must be Fish Liang. Fish Liang? Who's that? Is she the new American League of Legends hero? Black Bear Country. Holy crap, why don't our friends promote TikTok in our country? Yeah, it's so frustrating. I really want to play TikTok too. Brothers, how about we leave a message on the Chinese embassy in Black Bear's account? We can't forget our brother country when it comes to something this fun. Great suggestion from the guy upstairs. Let's go. We have to try and get it. Damn it, fighting with bears every day is so boring. Let's go together. Fusan Country. Wow, I just saw one of my Chinese friends playing on TikTok, and it almost made me drool. TCH, is it really that fun? I have no interest in Chinese stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't play it even if you gave it to me. Everything made by the Chinese is garbage. Yeah, you two idiots upstairs, you don't know anything. Don't you know that all Americans are playing this game right now? Holy crap, is this for real? Do American dads really love to play games? Would I lie to you? I've heard TikTok is super fun. Holy crap, why didn't you say so earlier? I had to download it and try it right away. Download my ass. They haven't even promoted it to our area yet. Oh, my dear Chinese father, have you forgotten your little brother Japan? Flying Pancake Country. Holy crap, why can't anyone in our mighty Flying Pancake Country develop TikTok? Who told you there isn't? Our Flying Pancake Country is full of talented people. It's just that we don't care about researching this kind of garbage app. The person upstairs is right. It's a piece of trash app that leads to the loss of one's ambition. What's so fun about it? I'm not saying anything more. I still need to catch the train. There won't be any seats left if I wait any longer. Haha, bro upstairs, I'm also about to hitch a ride on a train. Which one are you planning to catch? I boarded the train to Delhi on the 7th. What about you? What a coincidence. Me too. How about we continue our chat on the roof of the train? While the whole world is discussing TikTok, Qin Feng, on the other hand, paid no attention to it whatsoever. After all, in his view, he had invested so much money in advertising, coupled with his awesome advertising slogan. It would be very difficult for them not to become popular. The next day, after having breakfast, Qin Feng immediately started looking at cruise ships on Alibaba's Taobao. You should know that 3 days ago he told Zhao Sihai and the others that he would transfer 1 trillion yuan into ByteDance account within 3 days. Today happens to be the final deadline. It has to be said, Alibaba's Taobao is truly powerful. Not just cruise ships, but even aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons have spare parts for sale. Qin Feng only glanced at them briefly before quickly finding a cruise ship that he thought was quite good. Without wasting any time, I contacted the seller directly. Boss, are you there? Hi, I'm here. How can I help you? I'd like to buy one of your Harmony of the Seas models. Do you have any in stock? Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Harmony of the Seas? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the customer service representative immediately opened Qin Feng's personal information without saying a word. When he saw Qin Feng's gleaming gold certification as Alibaba's most powerful boss, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Shock. Utterly shocked. He didn't believe Qin Feng's certification was fake. After all, it was Alibaba's official certification. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly replied, "Dear sir, could you please wait a moment? I will have our general manager speak with you personally right away." "Sure, but hurry up." Qin Feng nodded and agreed immediately. Less than 5 minutes later, Qin Feng received a video request. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it and immediately clicked the agree button. Soon, a middle-aged foreign man in a suit appeared over there. "Dear sir, I am the general manager of St. Natsa shipyard in China. Are you looking to purchase our Ocean Harmony?" Chapter 0187. I'm just asking you, can you ship the goods within 3 days? That's right. Qin Feng nodded and asked, I wonder if your company has this type of cruise ship in stock. Yes. Are you sure you want to buy it? Of course I confirm. Okay, you only need to pay a 10% deposit in advance, and we will ship the goods to you within a month. It will take a month to ship? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. Couldn't you have shipped it earlier? The foreign man thought for a moment before continuing. That's possible, but the deposit might be. However, before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng interrupted him, saying, No deposit is needed. I'll pay you in full. Can you ship the goods within 3 days? What? You want to pay the full amount? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the foreign man was immediately taken aback. My dear sir, are you sure you want to pay the full amount? That's 800 million pounds. A lot. Qin Feng curled his lip, saying dismissively, I'm just asking you, can you ship it within 3 days? Holy crap. Are there many? Is this something a human would say? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the foreign man couldn't help but mentally complain. Of course, complaints aside, he dared not refuse to answer Qin Feng's question. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, Of course, as long as you can pay the full amount, we guarantee to deliver it to your door within 3 days. Okay, that's good. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. But just then, the foreign man seemed to suddenly remember something and asked Qin Feng, By the way, dear boss, which port should we take your ship to? Which pier? Upon hearing the foreign man's words, Qin Feng immediately frowned. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about any of that. After thinking for a moment, she said to the foreign man, Wait a moment, I'll go ask first. After saying that, without waiting for the foreign man's reaction, she stood up and made a phone call. Mr. Qin, how may I help you? As soon as the call connected, Su Xingjun from Yida spoke in a very respectful voice. Mr. Su, isn't our company in the real estate business? I'd like to ask if we have any large-scale ports in Shenzhen. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and immediately asked the question. Pier. Su Xingjun was taken aback at first, then said with a wry smile, President Qin, we really don't have that. Is there something you need to ask about? It's nothing. I'm just planning to buy a ship, but I don't know where to dock it yet. Qin Feng pursed his lips and shrugged. A ship? Upon hearing this, Su Xingjun's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that Qin Feng's question about whether there was a dock was actually about buying a ship. He took a deep breath before continuing. If I remember correctly, Shenzhen currently has 4 major ports. The largest, Yantian Port, and Hutchison Whampoa Port, seemed to be under the control of Hong Kong businessman Li Mingqing. Li Mingqing, is that the richest man in Hong Kong? That's right, it's him. Su Shengjun nodded, pondered for a moment, and then said, President Qin, shall I ask him for you? Sure, just tell him that money is not a problem. Okay, I'll contact them for you right away. Su Shengjun hung up the phone immediately after speaking. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. President Qin, I've already reached an agreement with President Li. He said he can sell Yantian port to you, but the price might be a bit high. What do you think? As soon as the call connected, Su Shengjuan's excited voice came from the other end. No problem. Get it for me no matter how expensive it is. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said indifferently. Suddenly remembering something, he instructed Su Shengjun. Keep the port under the company's control. It's best to send more people to guard it, understand? Okay, I'll go talk to Mr. Li right away. As Su Shengjun spoke, he hung up the phone again. After resolving the issues at the dock, Qin Feng sat down at his computer again. Hee, sorry to have kept you waiting. It's all right, my dear boss. It's my honor to wait for you. I wonder if you've resolved the matter at the dock. Yes, it's been resolved. All you need to do is deliver the ship to Yantian Port in Shenzhen. Yantian Port. Upon hearing this, the foreign man was slightly taken aback. Isn't that Mr. Li's dock in Harbor City? That's right, I just bought it. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said casually, My goodness, my dear boss, you're amazing. Such a huge port, you just bought it like that. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the foreign man nearly stumbled and fell off his seat. He never expected that in just over 10 minutes, the man in front of him would actually buy a port. He knew very well that Yantian Port was the largest port in Shenzhen, and it would cost at least tens of billions to acquire it. However, when the man in front of them said he would buy Yantian Port, he didn't even blink. Even though he was worth hundreds of millions, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked by this. He'd seen plenty of super rich people before, but he'd never seen one like Qin Feng, who bought ports like they were cabbages. Their already extremely respectful expressions became even more so. It's all right, it's just a port, nothing special. Qin Feng chuckled and then continued. By the way, should I pay directly on Taobao, or what? Dear customer, you can simply pay directly on Taobao. The foreign man, having just finished speaking, suddenly seemed to remember something and tentatively asked Qin Feng. Dear boss, I'd like to ask you, is your Alibaba official certification genuine? After saying that, as if worried that Qin Feng would be angry, she quickly explained, Please don't overthink it. I was just a little curious. What do you think? Qin Feng did not answer his question, but instead asked a question in return. However, just as the foreign man was about to say something, Qin Feng spoke up again. All right, let's stop here for now. I'm going to place the order. Remember, you must ship the goods to me within 3 days. After saying that, Qin Feng hung up the video call without waiting for the other party's reaction. Next, naturally, is to buy a ship. Without a second thought, Qin Feng spent 8 billion Chinese yuan to buy the Ocean Harmony. Judging from the expression on his face, it was as if he had just bought a head of cabbage. Utterly casual and nonchalant. Chapter 0188. Interesting, truly interesting. Time flies, and soon it was the third day. Early that morning, Qin Feng gathered all the women in the villa together. This includes Su Moyu and her group. It's worth noting that Su Moyu and her team have been extremely diligent and responsible in their work during this period. Qin Feng then decided to take them along for a trip as well. Since the journey to Yantian Port wasn't too far, Qin Feng and his group ultimately decided to drive there. Soon enough, a long line of luxury cars appeared on the streets of Shenzhen. Upon seeing this, pedestrians on the road all began to stare at it. My goodness, how come there are so many luxury cars all of a sudden? I'm not sure. I guess they're planning a car show somewhere? Holy crap, that looks like a Maybach. That's so cool. Maybach is nothing. Didn't you see the one behind it? That one in the back? My goodness, uncle, isn't that a Lamborghini Veneno? That's right, it's the Venom, and behind this Venom is a Ferrari LaFerrari. My God, look at that Ferrari LaFerrari. It seems like everyone in that car is a beautiful woman. Wow, so beautiful. That Pagani Zonda seems to be full of beautiful women too. Wow, are they all car models? Hey bro, let's quickly search online and see where the auto show is being held. We can't miss it. Okay, I'll search for it right away. Just as pedestrians on the street were about to take out their phones to search, Qin Feng and his group had already stepped on the gas and sped off into the distance. In less than half an hour, They had driven the car to the port. They thought they could drive right in, but a security guard at the entrance stopped them. Mingyao, go down and see what's going on. Qin Feng frowned and spoke to Shun Mingyao, who was sitting in the driver's seat. It should be noted that Qin Feng had informed Su Xingjun before he arrived. Now that he's being stopped by the security guard at the entrance, how could he not be angry? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shun Mingyao nodded and got out of the car. About 5 minutes later, Shun Mingyao returned to her car with a furious expression. What? Are they not letting us in? Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. It's possible to get in, but... Shun Mingyao paused somewhat awkwardly at this point. But what? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately understood that something strange must have happened again. However, he said each car had to pay $500 before it could go in. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face instantly darkened. Who gave them the audacity to ask me for money? I don't know. It seems like their superiors gave the order. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled. Then his face turned ashen as he said, Interesting, truly interesting. All right, then give them the money first. I'd like to see which leader has such audacity. This? Shin Mingyao wanted to say more, but when she saw Qin Feng's ashen face, she obediently got out of the car. About 3 more minutes passed before Shun Mingyao returned. Have you paid? Yes, I gave it to them. All right, let's go inside first. Qin Feng didn't say much, but spoke to Shin Mingyao. Shin Mingyao didn't dare to provoke Qin Feng, so she nodded and stepped on the gas, driving towards the port. Just as he drove up to the entrance, Qin Feng saw the smug look on the security guard's face. It's like saying, what's wrong with driving a luxury car? Even if you drive a luxury car, you still have to obediently pay up. To be honest, Qin Feng really wanted to go down there and give this guy a good beating. However, he ultimately forced himself to endure it. Soon, Shin Mingyao and her group drove all their cars to the port's parking lot. Because they had so many vehicles, they filled the entire parking lot. Just as everyone got out of the car, a security guard with a notebook walked over. He first looked at Shun Mingyao and the other women with a lewd expression. Then, his gaze settled on Qin Feng. With an arrogant expression, he said to Qin Feng, Hey kid, these aren't all your girls, are they? What the hell are you saying? However, before Qin Feng could speak, Shin Mingyao couldn't hold back any longer and angrily addressed the security guard. Wow, this little girl is pretty spicy. Seeing this, the security guard wasn't angry. Instead, he said with a lewd grin, Hee, but I like it, brother. After saying that, he turned to Qin Feng again and asked, Kid, pay up? Give me money? What kind of money? Qin Feng stopped Shin Mingyao, who was about to explode, and asked the security guard with a faint smile. What money? It's the parking fee, of course. The security guard curled his lip and said with a playful expression, For the sake of these beautiful women, how about you give me 10,000? What? 10,000? Why don't you just rob someone? Yeah, you're probably obsessed with money, aren't you? Upon hearing the security guard's words, the women couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at him angrily, shouting at him. Hee. The security guard chuckled and said arrogantly, If you don't want to give it to me, then drive it back to where you came from. The women were nearly driven mad with anger upon hearing his words. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Feng stopped him. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said to the security guard, What if I don't give it to you, and you still won't drive it away? You dare. Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately revealed a playful smile. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you have a little money. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is the port of our Yida chairman, President Qin. I'm sure you know what happens if you mess with President Qin, right? To be honest, Qin Feng almost burst out laughing when he heard what he said. Are you trying to intimidate Qin Feng by using his name? Haha, that's something else. All right, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and pay up. As the security guard finished speaking, an impatient expression immediately appeared on his face. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't bother to get angry with him. Instead, he asked with a faint smile, I'd like to ask, is this your CEO Qin's idea, or your own? Of course, it's our CEO Qin's decision. I'm just asking you whether you'll give it to him or not. After the security guard finished speaking, he immediately stretched out his hand in front of Qin Feng. Chapter 189. Just give it to me. Why are you so angry? Hey, you old man. Shun Mingyao cursed angrily and prepared to rush up and teach this guy a lesson. It should be noted that she had taken the super gene serum given to her by Qin Feng. and her strength had already broken through to the level of a minor grandmaster. This guy in front of me probably can't withstand a single punch from her. Ming Yao, give him the money. But just then, Qin Feng spoke up to stop her. Owner. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Shin Ming Yao looked at him with great confusion. You should know that in her impression, Qin Feng was a decisive and ruthless person. Just give it to me, what? You're not going to listen to me anymore. Qin Feng frowned and asked Shin Ming Yao. Seeing this, Shin Ming Yao dared not talk back. She pouted and muttered in a slightly aggrieved voice. Fine, I'll give it to you. Why are you getting angry? As he spoke, he reached into his bag and pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills. He glared at the security guard fiercely, then threw the money on the ground. The security guard showed no anger whatsoever upon seeing this. After picking up the money from the ground, he walked away triumphantly. All right, we'll find another chance to deal with him later. Qin Feng watched the security guard's departing figure and said with narrowed eyes, Master, why won't you let me discipline him? He's just a small fry. Someone must be behind him. Just then, Lu Rubing stepped forward, looked at Qin Feng with a smile, and said, Master, if I'm not mistaken, you probably want to see who's behind them, right? Hee, Bing Bing is so smart. Qin Feng chuckled. Let's go check out the big ship I bought first. Don't let this thing spoil our mood. After saying that, he walked towards the dock not far away. Seeing this, the other women quickly followed. Security room at the entrance. Hee, how about it? How many did you get this time? Not much, a little under 10,000. Holy crap, you're really ruthless. You actually managed to scam 10,000. It's all right. What can you expect from that kid bringing so many girls out to show off? That's right. By the way, Mr. Lu just called and told us to be careful, because a very important person might be coming today. A big shot? What big shot? Could it be that our CEO Qin is coming? Who knows? Before I could even hear it clearly, my phone screen suddenly went black. Is that so? Why don't we call Mr. Lu and ask? For some reason, the security guard suddenly had a very bad feeling after hearing his words. TCH, what's there to ask? We'll just be more careful later. That's true. Okay, remember to let me know when some easy targets come along. After the security guard finished speaking, he took the walkie-talkie and hid in another spot. This way. Shortly after Qin Feng and his group arrived at the dock, they received a call from the St. Nazaire shipyard. The message was simple. The Ocean Harmony was almost there, and Qin Feng was asked to wait a moment. After finishing the phone call, Qin Feng and the women went to the beach to enjoy the scenery. Qin Feng, who had never seen the sea before, was in an exceptionally good mood at this moment. Judging from his expression, he seemed completely unaffected by the two security guards from before. Just as Qin Feng and his group were admiring the scenery before them, a group of uninvited guests soon arrived at the port. Although the vehicles were not as luxurious as Qin Feng's group, they still exuded a considerable aura. As soon as they were stopped by security guards, more than a dozen bodyguards dressed in black got out of the car. The security guard at the entrance was startled when he saw this. He couldn't help but think to himself, holy crap, could this be the big shot that Boss Lu was talking about? Just as he was thinking these things, a very sexy woman quickly stepped out of one of the Rolls-Royce limousines. My God, it's Yang Meyer. When the security guard saw the woman's face clearly, he almost popped his eyes out. Who is Yang Meyer? That's one of the top A-list celebrities in the Chinese entertainment industry right now. Besides being a singer, she has also acted in countless movies and TV series. If it weren't for another actress recently competing with her for resources, she would probably be a top-tier superstar by now. Ask him what he wants by stopping us. Yang Meyer curled her lips, revealing a very arrogant expression, and spoke to one of the bodyguards. In fact, in terms of distance, she was no more than 5 meters away from the security guard. Of course, she probably felt that having her bodyguard relay messages would make her seem more sophisticated. She is, after all, the top female star in the Chinese entertainment industry. That's a level of sophistication we need. Otherwise, why would she hire so many bodyguards? Hey, gatekeeper, did you hear what Sister Meir said? You dare to block our car? You're asking for it, aren't you? It has to be said that as the bodyguard of a top female celebrity in the entertainment industry, he speaks with considerable confidence. Just a security guard. In his eyes, they were no different from watchdogs. Although what he said was very harsh, the security guard didn't dare to get angry at all. In his view, the important person that General Manager Lu had mentioned earlier must be Yang Meyer. Taking a deep breath, he smiled obsequiously at Yang Meyer. Sister Meyer, How could I dare to stop you? Don't worry, I'll open the door for you right away. As he spoke, he quickly pressed the button on the remote control in his hand. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Yang Mir spoke up with a look of disgust. What kind of dog are you? How dare you call me Sister Mir? Howsy, teach him a good lesson. Okay, Sister Mir. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard rushed towards the security guard. Judging from the ferocious expression on his face, he might very well resort to violence. The security guard was also startled when he saw this. Not daring to waste any time, he hurriedly called out to Yang Meyer. Me? No, Sister Yang, I'm under General Manager Liu of Yida. Please, for his sake, let me off the hook. Etc. Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer quickly stopped the bodyguard. You have to understand that although she is currently the top female star in the Chinese entertainment industry, she is, in essence, just an actress. She didn't have the guts to offend a capitalist because of this. What's more, the so-called General Manager Liu, mentioned by this security guard, is actually from Yida Real Estate. Chapter 0190. Beat them up, beat them hard. What kind of company is Yida Real Estate? That's one of the top 10 companies in China's top 500. Even if she had the guts of a lion, she definitely wouldn't dare to mess with her. The security guard secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Howsy stop what he was doing. In his opinion, Mr. Liu's name was still quite useful. But at that moment, Yang Meyer asked him, what position does the General Manager Liu of Yida hold at Yida? What position? Upon hearing Yang Meyer's words, the security guard was taken aback and blurted out, Don't you know General Manager Liu? After saying that, he muttered to himself, That shouldn't be the case. Didn't General Manager Liu tell us that you would come? We know each other. Who said we don't know each other? Yang Meyer pouted and said somewhat guiltily, Wasn't I just testing you? Tell me, let's see if you remember. The security guard was completely bewildered, thinking, Testing me? Are you out of your mind? Do you think I don't know who General Manager Liu is? Of course, that's what he thought, but he wouldn't dare say it out loud. After all, the bodyguard named Howsy was still keeping a close eye on him. With a slight upturn of his lips, he said confidently, Our General Manager Liu is none other than Liu Zhiyong, the newly appointed manager of Yantian Port at Yida. After saying that, he looked at Yang Meyer with a smug expression. But just then, Yang Meyer, who had been smiling just moments before, suddenly changed her expression. Liu Zhiyong, manager of Yantian Port? Screw you, Mr. Liu. Just some random cat or dog. You think you're even worthy of knowing me? Thinking of this, Yang Meyer said coldly to the bodyguard named Howsy, Beat him up hard. Having received the order, Howsy was no longer going to be polite to the security guard. He rushed forward and kicked him to the ground. Without saying a word, he went up and gave them a good beating. This guy is such a coward. As soon as he felt the pain, he immediately started yelling and screaming. The security guard, who was happily counting his money not far away, suddenly heard shouts coming from the doorway. He tucked the money away and quickly ran towards the door. Hey, what are you doing? Seeing his companion get beaten up, how could he possibly stand it? He picked up a stone from the ground and angrily berated Howsy and the others. Looking at him now, he really does give off a fierce and menacing vibe. Old gal, save me. They're about to beat me to death. Upon seeing his companion arrive, the security guard lying on the ground grasped at a straw and immediately cried for help. Old Chu, don't worry, we're all security guards at Yida. Let's see who dares to touch us. The security guard seemed to suddenly stop speaking at this point. Looking at the woman in front of him, he trembled violently. Holy crap. Yang Meyer? Damn it, isn't this the big shot that Boss Liu was talking about? For a moment, the security guard was stunned. The arrogance he displayed earlier, when he picked up a stone and shouted, has long since vanished. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Meyer, who was not far away, spoke up again. Howsy, beat him up too. Okay, Sister Mir. Upon receiving the order, Howsy first kicked the security guard on the ground twice. Then, with a ferocious expression, he walked towards the security guard named Lao Gao. Old Gao was also startled when he saw this. You should know that old Chu on the ground had already been beaten black and blue. He dared not linger any longer and immediately prepared to run away. However, before he could turn around, Howsy's flying kick came flying at him. Puff! Howsy showed no mercy with his kick, and Lao Gao coughed up a mouthful of blood. It's obvious without even thinking that he broke at least 3 or 4 ribs. Even so, Howsy showed no sign of stopping. I was just about to give him a few more good kicks. Just then, a surprised voice came from not far away. Wow, look, that looks like Sister Mir. Oh my god, it really is. Holy crap, I actually saw my goddess. Quick, quick, let's hurry and find Sister Mir to get her autograph. As they spoke, everyone immediately ran towards Yang Meyer and the others. Upon seeing this, Yang Meyer's expression, which had just been quite fierce. It was like turning the pages of a book. The weather instantly brightened up. Not only her, but even the bodyguards around her seemed like completely different people. The murderous aura emanating from his body vanished instantly. Looking at the group of people running towards him, it was as if he had seen his own relatives. Without any hindrance, they were placed directly in front of Yang Meyer. The group of people were not surprised at all when they saw this. After all, Yang Meyer's public persona is that of a very down-to-earth celebrity. Sister Mir, could you sign your autograph for us? Just then, a girl with her hair in a bun spoke to Yang Meyer. All right. Yang Meyer gave a very gentle smile and extended her hand directly to the girl. Looking at her now, she seems like an older sister. Holy crap, I don't think I brought any paper or pen. Oh my god, what should I do? But then, the girl suddenly seemed to become neurotic. He scratched her bun and said with a regretful expression, It's okay. Seeing this, Yang Meyer gently tidied her hair. Turning to one of her bodyguards, she ordered, Xiao Lu, go and bring me all my photos. Okay, Sister Mir. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard quickly turned and headed towards the RV. A short while later, he came over carrying a large stack of photos. Yang Meyer didn't say much, just casually pulled out a book and handed it to the girl with the bun hairstyle. Take it. This photo book is signed. Really? Upon hearing this, the girl with the bun hairstyle widened her eyes immediately. After a long pause, she shook her head reluctantly and said, Sister Mir, your photo album is too expensive. I dare not accept it. What's there to be afraid of? Don't worry, you're my fan. I won't charge you. As Yang Meyer spoke, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. If it weren't for your support, how could I, Yang Meyer, be where I am today? Come on, everyone, let's each get a set of photos. You're all my fans, and I can't let you down. It must be said that Yang Meyer, as a professional actress, when it comes to conning people, they really know how to do it. As she spoke, a single, glistening tear even rolled down her cheek. The girl with the bun hairstyle was deeply moved upon seeing this. With slightly red eyes, he bowed repeatedly to Yang Meyer, saying, Sister Meyer, I will always support you. Chapter 0191. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. That's right, Sister Mir, we're the same. The others standing around were also deeply moved. Although they had always heard that Yang Meyer was very fond of her fans, they never expected this. Yang Meyer's level of pampering her fans has reached an unbelievable level. Ouch, ouch. Just as everyone was deeply moved, a cry of pain suddenly rang out. It's obvious without even thinking that the people shouting were those two security guards. I don't know if it's because Yang Meyer's aura is too strong, or if their presence is too low. After this group of people came to Yang Meyer's side, they didn't notice the two of them at all. If it weren't for their cries of pain breaking the touching atmosphere, they probably won't find them lying on the ground until the group leaves. Sister Mir, who are they? Looking at the two security guards who had been beaten black and blue, the girl with the bun hairstyle couldn't help but ask Yang Meyer a question out of curiosity. Upon hearing this, everyone else also looked towards Yang Meyer. Them? They're two bastards. When asked by everyone, Yang Meyer remained completely calm and composed. After making up a reason, he started to fabricate a story. They just tried to find me and extort a toll for entering the port. I didn't give it to them, and then they tried to harass me. My bodyguard couldn't stand it anymore, so he gently kicked them a few times. Holy crap. Damn it. What do you mean we're extorting you? With those dozen or so burly men around you, do you think we dare to extort you? And what do you mean by we're flirting with you? Does calling you Sister Honey count as flirting? And then there's this sentence, he lightly kicked us a few times? Damn it, isn't this blatant lying? Upon hearing Yang Meyer's distorted and fabricated words, the two security guards on the ground nearly coughed up blood. I was just about to start arguing. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the bodyguard named Housie suddenly burst into tears. Sister Mir, it's all my fault for not protecting you well. You were almost taken advantage of by those two scumbags. I feel really guilty right now, so please just fire me. It's fine. Yang Mir waved her hand and said casually, I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, this isn't your fault. Why would I fire you? What? Those two bastards almost took advantage of Sister Mir? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became furious. Sister Mir, I think this guy did the right thing. This kind of bastard deserves to be beaten. That's right, they actually dared to make a move on Sister Mir. They're lucky they weren't beaten to death on the spot. Yes, shameless. How could there be such scum in our China? I think these kinds of scum should be exposed online. I'm going to post their evil deeds on Douyin right now. Count me in. I have over 300,000 followers on Douyin. I'll expose their ugly faces and see how they'll face people after this. Disgusting trash. As they talked, everyone took out their phones. Before the two guys lying on the ground could react, they went up and started slapping them wildly. After taking the photos, he didn't forget to spit on them. The two security guards on the ground were practically wishing they were dead. They never expected that Yang Meyer and her group were so skilled at conning people. Who is Yang Meyer? She's a national goddess. The consequences of openly flirting with the nation's goddess are predictable. If this were to be distorted and posted on Douyin, they probably wouldn't dare to leave their homes anymore. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but tremble. Just as I was about to speak again to defend myself. But just then, Housie kicked them again. While kicking, he shouted, You're all bastards. You're all scum. Die. Now, the two security guards on the ground had no chance to speak. After letting out two loud screams, he fainted from the pain. Seeing this, Yang Meyer, who was not far away, couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Want to defend yourself? Haha, you're overthinking it. Good job. People like that should be shot. Just then, the girl with the bun hairstyle snorted coldly at the security guard who had already fainted on the ground and said something. After saying that, she didn't forget to plead for Housie. Sister Mir, please don't blame this bodyguard. Don't worry, I won't blame him. Yang Meyer smiled gently and reached out to ruffle her bun. That's good. The girl with the bun hairstyle chuckled and then said, Sister Mir, then we won't bother you any longer. Don't worry, we'll expose these two guys' misdeeds soon. Okay, then please be careful on your way. The girl with the bun hairstyle hummed twice, smiled, and prepared to leave. Just then, the bodyguard named Housie called out to her. He took a few steps to stand in front of her and first bowed deeply. Then, with tears in her eyes, she said, Thank you for speaking up for me. Thank you for supporting Sister Mir. It's nothing. It's all we should do. You don't need to thank us. Upon seeing this, the girl with the bun hairstyle and the others also teared up. They never expected that even Yang Meyer's bodyguards would be so loyal and devoted. How could they not love such idols? After the girl with the bun hairstyle and the others left, Yang Meyer's bright and cheerful expression instantly turned into a sinister look. Turning to Housie, whose expression had also changed, he said, Make a call to the public relations department later and tell them about this. You know what to say, right? Clear. Housie gave a cold laugh and said in a chilling tone, Don't worry, I guarantee they'll live like rats in a gutter for the rest of their lives. Very good. Yang Meyer nodded and said calmly, Let's go. The cruise ship I bought should be arriving soon. We can't keep them waiting. After saying that, he walked towards the RV. Upon seeing this, the bodyguards immediately returned to the car. After a burst of engine noise, only the two security guards who had already passed out remained at the scene. Their fate was predictable. As the saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. Chapter 0192. This guy is so handsome. Before long, Yang Meyer and her group had entered the port. Their original plan was to park all the cars in the parking lot. However, when they saw the parking lot full of all kinds of luxury cars, they immediately began to have a dilemma. Sister Mir, this place is completely filled with luxury cars. What should we do? Housie turned around and asked Yang Meyer, who was sitting in the back seat of the RV. This? Yang Meyer glanced out the window and frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said, How about this? Let's wait for young Master Lin and the others to arrive before we talk. All right. Housie nodded and parked the car on the side of the road. Yang Meyer didn't stay in the car for long. She pushed open the door and got out. Upon seeing this, all the bodyguards immediately followed. Hey, there seem to be a lot of people over there. Yang Meyer placed her hand on her forehead and looked in the direction where Qin Feng and the others were. They must be the owners of these cars. Yeah. Yang Meyer glanced at the various luxury cars in front of her, then smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Come on, let's go say hello to them." This is actually quite normal, given that Yang Meyer is considered a top star in the entertainment industry. She was quite familiar with these luxury cars in front of her. In her opinion, these luxury cars are simply not something ordinary people can afford. If you can establish some connections, it might be very helpful for your future career. That's entirely possible. Before long, she arrived with her bodyguards not far from Qin Feng and his group. Wow, they're all so good-looking. Haozi looked at Lu Rubing and the others in front of him and couldn't help but gasp. Yes, they are so beautiful, especially the one in the red dress. She looks like a fairy. The one in the white shirt is pretty good too. Her breasts are really big. My God, they must be 36E, right? She must have, wow, she's so voluptuous. Upon hearing this, the other bodyguards couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Not only the bodyguards, but even Yang Meyer's eyes widened instantly. You should know that she has always believed that her looks and figure are definitely in the top 10 in China. But looking at these beautiful women in front of her, she really didn't have the confidence to compare herself to them. Suddenly, a spark of jealousy ignited within me. She curled her lip and said with some disdain, "What's so pretty about her? I think she's just average. She has no class at all." Upon hearing this, none of the bodyguards dared to argue with Yang Meyer. They weren't fools. They naturally understood that Yang Meyer was jealous. Yes, I also think it's just average. Compared to our sister Meyer, it's like comparing heaven and earth. That's right, our sister Meyer has much more poise than them. I think they definitely had this done in South Korea. Look at that nose, it looks so fake. Chinese people don't have noses that straight. Yeah, and those breasts too. I don't believe they can really grow that big. To agree with Yang Meyer's statement, the bodyguards went against their conscience and offered their comments. Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer, who was standing to the side, quickly smiled. It should be noted that among Qin Feng's group, there are several minor grandmasters. Although their conversation wasn't very loud, it still reached Qin Feng and the others' ears. Qin Feng and the others, who were originally admiring the scenery, turned their gazes toward Yang Meyer and her companions. Feeling the unfriendly gazes of Qin Feng and his group, the bodyguards couldn't help but shiver. "Sister Meyer, that man seems a bit unusual." Haozi brought his mouth close to Yang Meyer's ear and whispered a reminder. However, to his complete surprise, Yang Meyer seemed not to have heard him at all. My God! This guy is so handsome. Yang Meyer looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of stars. "Master, that looks like Yang Meyer." "My goodness, it seems it really is. Why is Yang Meyer here too?" "You don't know? I absolutely loved her performance in A Lifetime of Love. Her acting was absolutely phenomenal." "Hee, I like her too. I wonder if I can get her autograph." Su Moyu and the others recognized Yang Meyer immediately. The way he looked at Yang Meyer was pure, unadulterated adoration. This is actually quite normal. After all, Yang Meyer is a top star in the domestic entertainment industry. Moreover, his persona is that of a very down-to-earth celebrity, so it's not surprising that he's admired by Su Moyu and others. As for Qin Feng, a straight man, although he had seen Yang Meyer on TV, he felt nothing for her. He's just a celebrity. What's so interesting about him? Qin Feng pursed his lips, shrugged, and said, "All right, let's continue enjoying the scenery." After saying that, he turned around and continued to look at the scenery. Just then, Yang Meyer suddenly ran towards him. Approaching Qin Feng, she extended her slender hand and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Yang Meyer. May I ask how you are?" To be honest, even Yang Meyer herself didn't expect that she would take such initiative one day. After she finished speaking, a blush immediately rose to her cheeks. Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't say much, but simply shook her hand politely. He quickly withdrew his hand. "Qin Feng, your name is very nice." Yang Meyer wasn't embarrassed at all. She smiled slightly and said, "Are you enjoying the scenery at the beach?" Yes, Sister Meyer, are you one too?" Before Qin Feng could speak, Su Moyu, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but speak first. "Who are you?" Yang Meyer looked at Su Moyu and asked curiously, "I'm Mr. Qin's personal butler, and also your fan." "Personal butler?" Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer's eyes immediately lit up. She didn't care whether Su Moyu was her fan or not, and turned to Qin Feng to ask, "Mr. Qin, may I ask you a question? What's the problem?" To be honest, Qin Feng didn't really want to pay attention to the woman in front of him. After all, Qin Feng had overheard their conversation not far away. Yang Meyer in front of me is clearly a very jealous woman. However, out of politeness, Qin Feng did not refuse. May I ask where you work? After Yang Meyer finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feng with anticipation. In her mind, Qin Feng must be no ordinary person to have such a beautiful private butler. What if I could manage to establish some connection? Hee, just thinking about it makes her incredibly excited. Chapter 0193. This is too much, absolutely too much. It's not a high-ranking position, just being unemployed. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually, unemployed. Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. As if remembering something, she said somewhat awkwardly, if you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. In her view, Qin Feng's identity was definitely not simple. Those luxury cars in the distance, none of them cost less than tens of millions. Since they're unwilling to tell us, then we'll just have to let it go. I was just about to say something more. Just then, a very obese woman ran over from not far away. Sister Meir, I've bought you the exquisite wontons you ordered. As the woman ran, she jiggled her incredibly greasy, fatty body. Just as she was about to reach Yang Meyer, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. The wontons he was carrying spilled all over the ground. Upon seeing this, Yang Meyer's brows immediately furrowed into a deep frown. Without saying a word, he started cursing at the fat woman. Useless thing. You can't even do such a small thing right. Why don't you just die? It has to be said that although Yang Meyer is quite pretty, the things she says are incredibly unpleasant. Upon hearing this, the obese woman who had fallen to the ground immediately burst into tears, looking aggrieved. Yang Meyer became even more furious when she saw her crying. Ignoring whether anyone was around, he picked up the lunchbox containing the remaining wontons from the ground and threw it directly at the woman's head. Feeling the heat coming from her head, the obese woman let out a terrible scream. It kept scratching at its head while calling out. It's easy to see that her face was already completely flushed. Qin Feng and the others standing to the side were also completely dumbfounded. They never expected that Yang Meyer would be so ruthless. It's worth noting that Yang Meyer has always given off an image of gentleness and kindness. Compared to what was actually happening on site, it was completely different. Sister Meir, you went too far. Suma Yu couldn't help but speak coldly to Yang Meyer. Yes, she's your assistant. What's a bowl of wontons to her? That's outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Seeing this, the other women quickly echoed their sentiments. After saying that, he stepped forward and helped the obese woman up from the ground. Snort. Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer snorted coldly and said, she's my assistant. What I do to her is none of your business, you bunch of bitches. Hey, how dare you talk to me like that? Upon hearing her words, Su Moyu's expression immediately turned ugly. As for the other women, they weren't much better off. Hee. Yang Meyer chuckled and said with a playful expression, how I speak is none of your business. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of the way. After saying that, without paying attention to Su Moyu and the others' expressions, he reached out and slapped the fat woman across the face. Useless thing. Hurry up and buy me another serving of wontons. Okay. The obese woman touched her flushed cheeks and nodded repeatedly as she spoke. Upon seeing this, Yang Meyer immediately gave Su Moyu and the others a very smug look. Don't go. Just as the obese woman was about to turn and leave, Su Moyu reached out and stopped her. Sister Moyu is right. What's the point of buying her anything? If you want to eat it, can't you just go buy it yourself? If I remember correctly, the nearest Linglong wonton shop is an hour or two away by car. Ignore her. I don't believe she can do anything to you if you don't go and buy it for her. That's right. At worst, we just won't let her do it anymore. What kind of person is she? Upon hearing Su Moyu's words, the women immediately stopped the obese woman. You won't let me do it. Yang Meir pursed her lips, looking at the fat woman with a half smile. Fatty, are you willing? Humph. What's there to be unwilling about? That's right. Let's not let her do it, and see what she can do. Before the obese woman could speak, Su Moyu and the others began to encourage her. However, to their utter surprise, the obese woman spoke up at that moment. I don't want to. Don't worry, I'll go and buy you another serving of wontons right away. After saying this, the obese woman ignored Su Moyu and the others' expressions and turned to run towards the port gate. So, are you still going to meddle in other people's business? Seeing this, young Meyer couldn't help but smile smugly. You. Watching the obese woman's departing figure, the women couldn't help but shake their heads. Since they insist on humiliating themselves, what can they do? But at that moment, Qin Yu stepped forward and said, Young Meyer, if I remember correctly, you should be a celebrity, right? So what if it is? Young Meyer pursed her lips and replied casually. Although she didn't understand why Qin Yu asked her that question, she didn't care at all. Since you still know that you are a public figure. Qin Yu narrowed her eyes as she said this. Aren't you afraid that we'll post your misdeeds online? Yuer is right. We must expose your evil deeds online. Humph. Just wait until you're completely ruined. A woman like you doesn't deserve to be a star at all. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, the other women quickly echoed her sentiments. Ha ha. Unexpectedly, Yang Meyer burst into laughter at that moment. Exposing me online? You guys are being incredibly naive. Yang Meyer curled her lip and said sarcastically, let's not even talk about whether my brainless fans will believe it. Do you think that fat woman has the guts to stand up and testify for you? You. Upon hearing Yang Meyer's words, the women were immediately stunned. They knew very well that Yang Meyer was absolutely right. These days, fans basically believe whatever their idol says. How do you make them believe that strangers are slandering their idols? How could that be? Even if there were videos in front of them, they would probably still question their authenticity. As for that fat woman, well, let's not even talk about her. Given her behavior just now, it's simply impossible for her to come out and testify. For a moment, the women were filled with anger and couldn't think of any other solutions. All right, mind your own business. You're just being nosy. Seeing the other women's dislike for her, but their inability to get rid of her, Yang Meyer couldn't help but feel smug. Oh, really? You seem quite confident. However, at this moment, Qin Feng, who had been silent all along, spoke up quietly. Chapter 194. We just became enemies, didn't we? Mr. Qin, what do you mean by this? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Yang Meyer immediately frowned. What's the meaning? Qin Feng pursed his lips and casually tapped the playback function on his phone. Then you can watch it yourself. He had barely finished speaking when the video started playing. Useless thing. You can't even do such a small thing right. Why don't you just die? She's my assistant. What I do to her is none of your business, you bunch of bastards. The content being played was very simple. It was exactly what had just happened. After Yang Meyer finished watching the video Qin Feng played, her face instantly darkened. After a long pause, he looked at Qin Feng and said, Mr. Qin, aren't you going a bit too far? We have no past grudges or recent feuds. Yeah. Qin Feng chuckled and said coldly, but I seem to remember that we just had a falling out. A feud? When? Yang Meyer was taken aback and asked with great confusion, have you forgotten how you addressed them just now? As Qin Feng spoke, he pointed to Su Moyu and the other women. They? Upon hearing this, Yang Meyer retorted, they were just being nosy. Was it wrong for me to call them sluts? Of course it's wrong. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and said coldly, they are all my subordinates, Qin Feng. What right do you have to insult them? What? They're all your subordinates. Yang Meyer was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Certainly. So what do you want? Since Qin Feng has said so, how could Yang Meyer possibly stoop so low as to fawn over him? After all, she is a big star adored by millions, isn't she? I don't want anything. Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a playful expression, just apologize to each of them once. Impossible. No sooner had Qin Feng finished speaking than Yang Meyer directly refused. Don't blame me for not warning you. Even if you post these videos online, no one will believe them. Of course, even if someone believes me, I can just say I'm filming a movie. Don't forget, I work in the entertainment and media industry. The capabilities of my public relations team are beyond your imagination. After saying these words, Yang Meyer couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. It has to be said that she wasn't exaggerating when she said that. It's worth noting that Yang Meyer has had quite a few negative news stories exposed over the years. After all, given her personality, it would be strange if she didn't have any negative news. But what was the final result? Basically, news that is exposed either disappears without a trace or the person who exposed it comes out to apologize in person. It can be said that Wenyu Media is the #1 entertainment company in China. The public relations team's capabilities deserve immense credit. Oh, really? After hearing this, Qin Feng chuckled. Looks like you're still quite confident. To be honest, Qin Feng didn't really take an entertainment company seriously. Is your public relations ability very strong? Haha, do you think they can compare to TX Technologies' PR team? Certainly. Yang Meyer smiled sneer and said sarcastically, Mr. Qin, I don't deny that you are indeed very rich, but I advise you to stay away from the murky waters of the entertainment industry. How about this? You delete the video, and we can just be friends, okay? Although Yang Meyer and Qin Feng are now on the verge of a complete falling out. But Yang Meyer still felt that it was best not to offend a rich person like Qin Feng if possible. She only said a few words to Su Moyu and the others, and it didn't seem like a big deal. Moreover, these people are just Qin Feng's subordinates. However, imagination is often rich, while reality is often harsh. How could Qin Feng possibly be interested in being friends with a woman like her? Qin Feng curled his lip and said with great disdain, You're not qualified to be my friend. You. Yang Meyer almost fainted from anger upon hearing Qin Feng's words. Who is she? She's a superstar who's extremely popular in China. Countless people want to be her friends. Now that Qin Feng has publicly rejected her, how could she not be angry? I was just about to say something. But just then, Haozi, who was standing not far from her, spoke up first. Kid, what the hell did you say? I'm telling you this now. If you dare not delete the video, believe me, I'll break both your legs. After saying this, Haozi couldn't help but show Qin Feng his fist, which was as big as a sandbag. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and couldn't help but curl his lip, saying, It seems the master is very confident. Even his dog is quite good. You're asking for it. When Haozi heard Qin Feng call him a dog, he couldn't hold back any longer. After letting out a loud roar, he swung his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, and smashed it towards Qin Feng. In his mind, if he threw that punch, Qin Feng would definitely be lying on the ground howling in pain. He wasn't the only one who thought this way. Yang Meyer and the other bodyguards all shared the same idea. However, Qin Feng didn't take Haozi, who was rushing forward, seriously at all. Turning to Guan Feifei, who was closest to Haozi, he instructed, Feifei, it's up to you. After saying that, he added, By the way, don't use too much force, or you might accidentally kill him. Yes, master, just you wait and see. Guan Feifei nodded and quickly stepped to block Haozi's path from the side. The speed was so fast that it could only be described as wind speed. Before Haozi could even figure out what was going on, Guan Feifei kicked him in the chest. Even though she only kicked him casually, Haozi was sent flying more than 10 meters through the air. Puff! As soon as he landed, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterwards, he fainted. It's obvious that he'll be lucky if he doesn't spend 3 or 4 years in the hospital. Shock. I was utterly shocked. They never expected that Guan Feifei's kick would be so powerful. You know, with Haozi's physique, he must weigh at least 100 or 200 pounds. But just now, Guan Feifei kicked it as if she were kicking a shuttlecock, so relaxed and comfortable. Chapter 195. Bing Bing, what are you trying to do? Hee hee, Sister Bing Bing, aren't I amazing? Guan Feifei chuckled, a hint of smugness in her voice as she asked. Amazing, of course it's amazing. Upon hearing this, Lu Rubing immediately gave Guan Feifei a thumbs up. Yang Meyer, who was standing not far away, finally came to her senses. Looking at Haozi lying on the ground, his life hanging in the balance, I couldn't help but twitch my lips slightly. She never expected that a girl randomly sent out by Qin Feng would be so good at fighting. You should know that Haozi is the most capable person among her group of bodyguards. It has to be said that she is now in a dilemma. Should we have her bodyguards join in? It's obvious without even thinking that they'd only be good for serving vegetables. Just as she was feeling somewhat at a loss, she suddenly saw a large group of people walking towards her from not far away. Once she saw the group of people in the lead, a smile instantly bloomed on her face. Without saying a word, he jogged towards the large group of people. Then, she seemed to be talking to the people at the front. Before long, a large group of them, led by Yang Meyer, walked towards Qin Feng and his group. Master, they seemed to have ill intentions. Looking at the approaching crowd, Lu Rubing couldn't help but speak to Qin Feng. It's all right, let's see first. Qin Feng listened without taking it to heart. Given his current status and position, there are probably very few people in the entire country of China who he would value. Just as Qin Feng and the others were talking quietly, Yang Meyer and the others finally came over. The people walking at the front, just by looking at their clothes, you could tell they were no ordinary people. As soon as they arrived at Qin Feng's group, the group that Yang Mir brought couldn't help but look Shin Ming Yao and the others up and down. It's not hard to see that everyone's eyes are filled with lewdness. This is actually quite normal. With Shun Ming Yao and her ilk's looks and figures, there are probably very few men who can ignore them. Hey, what are you looking at? Believe me or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Under the gaze of many lewd eyes, Qin Yu couldn't help but shout angrily. The other women also frowned at this moment. Hee, this little girl is quite feisty. Of course, young Master Yang. This is probably the first time we've been roasted by a beautiful woman, isn't it? Haha, she's pretty feisty, but that's exactly what I like. Really? I didn't expect you to have this kind of hobby, young Master Yang. I'm quite different from you. Oh, judging from your tone, young Master Lin, could it be that you've taken a fancy to one of them? Of course, don't you know that young Master Lin likes women with big breasts? I think he's definitely interested in that beautiful woman in white. TSK, TSK, TSK. We're really lucky today, running into so many beautiful women as soon as we arrived in Shenzhen. It's not hard to see that these people speak without any restraint. Upon hearing this, Shin Ming Yao and the others, who were standing not far away, immediately glared angrily. Oh, little girl, you seem a bit unhappy. One of the guys, dressed in a very flashy manner, gave Shin Ming Yao and the other girls a lewd smile. After saying that, he turned to Qin Feng and asked, Kid, are all these beauties your girls? Young Master Lin, you're mistaken. These sluts are nothing more than his subordinates. Before Qin Feng could speak, Yang Mir, who was standing to the side, interjected. Moreover, the one who just injured my bodyguard was one of his men. Yeah. Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback and said with great disdain, Your bodyguards are a complete bunch of useless trash. They can't even beat a woman. You. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Yang Mir's group of bodyguards instantly flew into a rage. Just as he was about to say something, Yang Mir glared at him and shut him up. Turning to Lin Xiao, he bowed and scraped, saying, Of course, they are indeed a bunch of good-for-nothings. How can they compare to your bodyguards? Hee, I love hearing you say that. Lin Xiao chuckled after hearing this. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you get back at the table you lost today, but... As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Yang Mir into his arms. You should know what to do, right? Chapter 0196, Young Master Lin. This kid seems to look down on you. Yang Mir blushed and lightly punched Lin Xiao's chest. Oh dear, you're so naughty. Haha, once we get off the cruise ship, you'll see how bad I am. Lin Xiao laughed heartily and couldn't resist giving Yang Mir a kiss on the lips. He then turned to Qin Feng and said, Kid, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Leave your phone and woman behind, and you can go. Judging from the expression on his face at this moment, he was extremely arrogant. You're asking for it. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lu Rubing, who was standing next to Qin Feng, immediately became furious. His eyes turned cold, and he raised his fist, ready to step forward. However, at that moment, Qin Feng intervened and stopped her. Qin Feng stepped forward and smiled faintly at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, are you teaching me how to do things? Oh ho, young Master Lin, this kid seems to look down on you. Before Lin Xiao could speak, another young master stepped forward and said, Kid, do you know who you're talking to? I'm not afraid to tell you. This is Lin Haoyu, the son of Lin Yunhai, the patriarch of the Lin family, one of the 8 great families in the capital. If you know what's good for you, you'd better listen to him, otherwise. The young master didn't finish his sentence, but he believed that Qin Feng, unless he was stupid, should be able to understand what he meant. Lin Yunhai. Upon hearing the name, Qin Feng suddenly felt as if he had heard it somewhere before. After a moment of contemplation, he said with a look of sudden realization, Oh, so you're that old dog Lin Yunhai's son. It seems that what happened last time didn't teach your Lin family a lesson. Qin Feng clearly remembered that when he went to the capital last time, Lu Rubing had personally gone to the Lin family to warn them. Unexpectedly, he ran into the Lin family members showing off in front of him again in Shenzhen. Holy crap, kid, are you serious? Wow, that's incredible. He actually dared to curse Haoyu's father to his face. Nobody else does that. Hey, if you don't court death, you won't die. The group of young masters standing behind Lin Haoyu nearly popped their eyes out when they heard Qin Feng's words. Who is Lin Haoyu? That's the young master of the Lin family, one of the 8 great families in China. As long as they are within China's borders, very few people would dare to criticize him. Not to mention, Qin Feng was actually cursing his father, Lin Yunhai. You little brat, you're asking for it. Once Lin Yuhao came to his senses, he couldn't swallow his anger. Turning around, he roared at someone not far behind him. Lin Air, kill him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Yes, young master. Lin Yi and Lin Air listened. He nodded and walked out of the crowd. Judging from the powerful aura emanating from them, they are undoubtedly masters of internal energy. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. He really hadn't expected that the 8 great families of the capital were indeed as renowned as they were. Even a bodyguard of a junior member of the group possesses the strength of the late stage of dark force. If he were an ordinary person today, he might actually have died here. Seeing Qin Feng frown, Lin Haoyu couldn't help but sneer. What? Are you scared now? I'm telling you, it's too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi and Lin Air threw punches at Qin Feng. As for Qin Feng, who was not far away, he stood there blankly, as if he had been scared out of his wits. Seeing this, several young masters not far away couldn't help but shake their heads. In their eyes, Qin Feng was simply courting death. However, the scene that unfolded the next second completely shocked them. Lu Rubing suddenly rushed out and immediately engaged Lin Yi and Lin Air in battle. Although she was alone, she was in no way inferior when they fought. From a distance, it seems he's handling things with some ease. Holy crap! How is that possible? Not only were these young masters shocked, but Lin Yi and Lin Air, who were fighting with Lu Rubing, were also shocked. They never expected that a woman randomly sent out by Qin Feng could fight the two of them to a standstill. Who are they? They are bodyguards from the Lin family, one of the 8 great families in the capital, a master of the late stage of dark force. But what about it? The two of them are now unable to defeat one of the other's opponents. How could they not be shocked by this? As for Yang Meyer, who was standing not far away, she was also completely dumbfounded. She had originally thought that with the experts sent by Lin Haoyu, Qin Feng would definitely suffer a terrible death today. Although she already knew that the woman beside Qin Feng was not simple, but she never expected it to be this complicated. Young Master Yang, aren't you planning to send someone to help? Coming to his senses, Lin Haoyu turned to look at the other young masters behind him. Don't worry, he's just a late-stage inner strength expert. We have plenty of others like him. Yes, Yang Yi, Yang Air, you should go and help them. Lu Yi, Lu Air, you two go too. Let them know what it means to be outnumbered. Zhang Yi, Zhang Air. No sooner had the young masters finished speaking than 7 or 8 experts in internal energy stepped out from the crowd. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the direction where Lu Rubing and the others were fighting. Upon seeing this, Lin Haoyu, who was not far away, immediately smiled. In his mind, with so many experts of internal strength attacking together, how could Qin Feng not die? Just then, he suddenly remembered something and shouted to the several experts who rushed over. Gentlemen, remember to show mercy. I still have a use for this girl. Haha, young Master Lin, don't worry. That's right, we guarantee she'll be alive and kicking in your bed. To be honest, I've never actually been with a woman with the strength of internal energy before. Wow, this must be so much fun. These experts understood Lin Haoyu's meaning perfectly well and immediately laughed heartily in response. In their minds, such a large group of experts. Capturing Lu Rubing alive without a scratch would be an easy task. Haha, thank you all very much. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Don't worry, I'll eat the meat, you. However, before Lin Haoyu could finish speaking, standing next to Qin Feng, Shin Mingyao swiftly blocked the path of the 8 experts. Holy crap. What's up with this woman? Is this guy trying to take on 8 opponents by himself? The young masters not far away were shocked, and their eyes widened upon seeing this. Not only them, but the 8 internal energy masters coming towards them were also completely dumbfounded. Chapter 0197. Young Master Qin, why don't you ask Qini to help them? Little beauty, are you trying to take on 8 people at once? One of them couldn't help but mock Shin Mingyao. Yes, you have such delicate skin, it wouldn't be good if we hurt you later. You'd better stand aside obediently, or we'll get rough with you later. You know what, this beauty is bold, and her breasts are quite large too. Haha, it's true, she's probably already at 36E, right? TSK, TSK, TSK. If we accidentally beat her breasts up, wouldn't we be heartbroken? No sooner had that person finished speaking than the others immediately launched into a taunting mode. The words they uttered were nothing short of vulgar and obscene. Shin Mingyao, who already had a fiery temper, couldn't tolerate their teasing. You're asking for it. Shin Mingyao let out a sharp cry and charged towards the group with a punch. Holy crap! Junior Grandmaster? How? How is this possible? At first, these experts in internal strength seemed completely unconcerned. But when they sensed the aura emanating from Shin Mingyao, they were immediately dumbfounded. Before they could even prepare to retreat, Shin Mingyao's fist had already come crashing down. They tried to dodge, but they were no match for Shin Mingyao. The fist had barely been extended when Shin Mingyao's fist slammed into their chests. 1, 2, 4, 8. In just 3 seconds, all 8 of them were sent flying by Shin Mingyao's smash. It flew at least 20 or 30 meters away. As for their injuries, one can only imagine. Before he could even spit out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. It has to be said that their words just now completely enraged Shin Mingyao. If Shin Mingyao hadn't been unwilling to kill, these guys would probably have been blown to bits by her with a single punch. Shock. I was utterly shocked. Those young masters who witnessed the scene before them felt as if they could hear their own heartbeats. They never expected that Qin Feng's side would have a master like a junior grandmaster. Looking at the several people who had already fainted not far away, they couldn't help but shudder. It's obvious they've really messed up today. After Shin Mingyao sent those people flying, she didn't go to help Lu Rubing, but went straight back to Qin Feng's side. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but Qin Feng wouldn't allow it. As for why Qin Feng wouldn't allow it, actually, it's quite simple. He just wanted to see what the difference was between a martial artist like Lu Rubing, who cultivated through his own efforts, and one like him who improved through a system. Of course, Qin Feng wanted to see it all, but Lin Yi and Lin Air, who were fighting Lu Rubing, felt like they wanted to die. They had witnessed clearly the scene where Shin Mingyao sent 8 masters of internal energy flying with a single punch. They were already struggling to deal with Lu Rubing. Now there's another minor grandmaster. Is this some kind of joke? Young Master Qin, why don't you ask Qini to help them? Just then, Lin Haoyu approached one of the young masters in the group with a fawning expression. The person was standing in the center position among this group of young masters. This shows that this person's identity is definitely not simple. What a bunch of useless trash. Young Master Qin scoffed disdainfully and said calmly, I can help you, but... After speaking, his eyes immediately swept over Qin Yu and the other women. Don't worry, as long as you can get Qin Yi to help, they'll all be yours. After saying that, he didn't forget to wink at the other young masters. Seeing this, the other young masters understood Lin Haoyu's meaning perfectly well. In the past, they would definitely have considered splitting it into 2 or 3 parts. However, now, their own bodyguards have all been beaten to a pulp and their fates are unknown. They'll definitely have to rely on young Master Qin to turn things around. Since that's the case, we might as well give Lin Haoyu some face. Yes, young Master Qin, don't worry, they're all yours. That's right, young Master Qin. Please let Qin Yi take the lead. Although everyone was a little reluctant to part with them. After all, Shin Mingyao and the others in front of them were all super beauties. But given the current situation, this is the only option they have. Very good. After hearing this, Qin Shao nodded with satisfaction. Since you've all said so, Qin Yi, then you go out and help Lin Yi and the others. Yes, young master. No sooner had Qin Shao finished speaking than another person stepped out from the crowd. The man appeared to be in his 40s and was dressed in a black short-sleeved outfit. The scar on his face, which was more than 10 centimeters long, looked particularly ferocious. It goes without saying that this guy is definitely a super expert. He first cracked his neck, then shouted disdainfully at Lin Yi and Lin Air, who were not far away. Hey, you two good-for-nothings, aren't you ashamed? Get back here right now. You. Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, Lin Yi and Lin Air were immediately furious. As bodyguards of the Lin family, one of the 8 great families in China, when had they ever been insulted like this? However, what can one do when Qin Yi is the head of the 8 great families of China and the bodyguard of the Qin family? Moreover, Qin Yi is a minor grandmaster. Even if they're unhappy, they can only obediently accept it. You should know that even their young master didn't dare to utter a single word after hearing Qin Yi's words. The two of them originally thought that Lu Rubing would definitely fight them for a while before retreating. But to everyone's surprise, after sensing the aura emanating from Qin Yi, Lu Rubing immediately retreated back to Qin Feng's side. The two did not dare to linger and immediately wanted to retreat. Where do you think you're going? However, before they could turn around, Shin Mingyao rushed forward in one stride. It's obvious what awaits them. Sure enough, the next second, Shin Mingyao's fist came crashing down. Thinking of the miserable state of those 8 guys earlier. Without hesitation, they shouted to Qin Yi, who was not far away. "Brother Qin, come quickly to save us." However, before they could finish shouting, the person was already thrown away by the impact. "You bitch, how dare you?" Upon seeing this, Qin Yi, who was not far away, immediately glared angrily. In his view, the other party had already asked him for help, yet Shin Mingyao still dared to make a move. What's this? Isn't this just slapping him in the face? Hey big guy, you look pretty angry. Instead of getting angry at being called a slut by Qin Yi, Shin Mingyao teased him. You wouldn't happen to be having an affair with either of them, would you? You're asking for it. Upon hearing this, Qin could no longer contain himself. With a swift step, he charged straight towards Shin Mingyao. In Qin Yi's view, although Shin Ming was also a mid-stage lesser grandmaster, but when it comes to sheer internal energy, he could absolutely crush them. Chapter 0198. He's definitely faking his death. Tell me, how many moves does Qin Yi think he can take down? It shouldn't be just a few moves. After all, he's a minor grandmaster. I bet it would take at least 10 moves or more. 10 moves? You really underestimate Qin Yi. I bet it'll only take 6 or 7 moves at most. No way. Qin Yi is that amazing. Haha, you don't know this, do you? Qin Yi is the #1 junior grandmaster in the Qin family. That's right. During last year's aristocratic family conference, my brother Fugue had a private match with Qin Yi, and he only lasted 5 moves. Holy crap, looks like this beauty's really messed up. Of course. Oh, right, young Master Qin. Remember to tell Qin Yi to go easy on you later. Yes, what if it gets damaged? Just as Qin Yi rushed towards Shin Mingyao, several young masters not far away began to discuss among themselves. They all shared Qin Yi's opinion, believing that Shin Mingyao was destined to lose. Fei, you and Schwer go together. Upon seeing this, a sly glint flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He chuckled and said to Guan Fei and the others, weren't they just trying to outnumber us? All right, let's show them who has more people. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Guan Fei and the other girls immediately perked up. After exchanging a glance, they dashed off in one swift motion. Holy crap! What's going on here? Qin Yi, who had just been incredibly fierce, was startled when he suddenly sensed several powerful auras behind him. He was completely dumbfounded when he saw the girls charging towards him. 8 more. However, unlike before, previously there were 8 masters of internal energy. This time, however, there are 8 junior grandmasters. Not only was Qin Yi stunned, but Qin Xiao and the others standing not far away were also dumbfounded. They never expected that Qin Feng's side had so many minor grandmasters hidden away. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have dared to show off in front of Qin Feng. Everyone Seeing this situation, Qin Yi dared not lay a hand on Shin Mingyao. Just as he was about to say something, Guan Fei and the other women suddenly threw punches at him. Although Qin Yi's strength did indeed surpass that of a typical minor grandmaster, he was ultimately outnumbered. No, it should be 16 moves. Before he could even withstand 2 blows, he was sent flying by Guan Fei and the other women. It has to be said, the young master's strength is truly remarkable. Even though he was thrown more than 10 meters away by Guan Fei and the other women, he still struggled to get up from the ground. Ladies, he seems to be all right. How about we give him a few more kicks? Seeing this, Shin Mingyao, who was not far away, couldn't help but laugh and say something. Sure, I hadn't even used any force yet. All right, I was originally planning to kick him in the crotch, but he dodged it. I'll try kicking him in the crotch this time. Haha, Sister Schwer, I didn't know you had this hobby. Since you're going to kick him in the crotch, then I'll kick him in the face. Upon hearing Shin Mingyao's words, the women immediately began to discuss among themselves, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. Upon hearing this, several young masters not far away couldn't help but shudder. Several guys even secretly crossed their legs. As for Qin Yi, who was not far away, he couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly after hearing their words. I was just about to say something. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Shun Mingyao and the other women charged directly at him. Thinking of what they had just said, Qin Yi dared not hesitate any longer. Without saying a word, he forced out a mouthful of blood and immediately collapsed to the ground. It's obvious without even thinking that he's faking his death. Upon seeing this, Shin Mingyao and the other girls who rushed forward immediately felt quite bored. After letting out a sneer, he returned to Qin Feng's side. So, are you going to send anyone else out now? Seeing this, Qin Feng curled his lips and smiled faintly at the young masters not far away. Upon hearing this, none of the young masters dared to utter a sound. Even Qin Yi, the strongest among them, is now lying on the ground pretending to be dead, acting like a coward. If they send more people out, isn't this just asking for trouble? Since you all... Seeing that they were all bowing their heads and remaining silent, Qin Feng immediately wanted to say something more. But before he could speak, the sound of a cruise ship's horn came from the dock. Qin Feng initially thought his ship had arrived. But once he realized it was a cruise ship approaching, he instantly lost interest. Young Master Qin, it seems the cruise ship I bought has arrived. Shall we go on board and take a look? Yang Meyer looked at the cruise ship in the distance and said to Qin Xiao and the others beside her. In her view, Qin Xiao and his group are now clearly at a disadvantage. It would be better to quickly find a way for them to save face, so they can leave this troublesome place sooner. Otherwise, who knows if Qin Feng will send someone to attack them as well. How could Qin Xiao not understand Yang Meyer's meaning? Nodding, he said calmly to the people beside him, since Meir invited us to go see the cruise ship she bought, let's give her that face. Great. I've never seen a cruise ship before in my life. This is a perfect opportunity to see one. Me too, me too. I'm finally going to see the legendary cruise ship. I'm so excited. Who isn't? I don't even know if there's water on the cruise ship. If there is, I can't swim. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, everyone immediately began to speak recklessly. He didn't care what he said anymore. All he cared about was getting out of there. Even saying that their father is a woman seems perfectly normal. As they talked, they prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng blocked their path with a playful expression. Did I say you were to leave? Seeing this, the other women all laughed and gathered around. At this moment, Qin Xiao and his group looked like a flock of lambs about to be slaughtered. What do you mean? Qin Xiao took a deep breath and said to Qin Feng in a fierce but inwardly cowardly tone. It doesn't mean anything. Qin Feng curled his lip and said casually. You can leave if you want, but you should at least leave something behind, right? Qin Feng remembered that Lin Haoyu had said the same thing to him before. Leave something behind. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao and the others were slightly taken aback. After a long pause, he tentatively said, How about we each give you 100,000? 100,000? Are you kidding me? How many do you want? Shut up. I'll give you a number, and you'd better listen to me. Qin Feng smiled slyly and said to Qin Xiao and the others, Just leave one hand behind. That's all. Chapter 199. Do you know what I hate most in this life? What? One hand per person? When Qin Xiao and the others heard Qin Feng's words, they were immediately startled. Impossible, are you kidding us? Lin Haoyu stepped forward, pointed at Qin Feng, and said angrily, Yeah, you want one of our hands? How dare you even say that? Kid, we're all from the 8 great families of the capital. You'd better think carefully before you speak. While you may have the upper hand today, the 8 great families are not as simple as you think. That's right. They're just a few minor grandmasters. Our 8 great families have plenty of those too. Upon hearing Lin Yuhao's words, all the other young masters also stood up. They simply didn't believe that Qin Feng would dare to be an enemy of their 8 great families. Do you know what I hate most in this life? Qin Feng seemed not to hear their shouts. She pursed her lips and said to Lin Haoyu, I don't care what you hate, anyway. Lin Haoyu was about to say something more. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng grabbed his outstretched finger at that moment. Without saying a word, he folded it backwards. Click! Ah! A sharp crack was heard, followed by Lin Haoyu's pig-like screams. What I hate most is someone pointing a finger at me. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he didn't care about the reactions of the other young masters. With a forceful tug, Lin Haoyu's entire arm was ripped off. Feeling the pain in his arm, Lin Haoyu fainted without even letting out a scream. The others were startled when they saw this. They never expected Qin Feng to be so ruthless. Before they could even react, Qin Feng spoke again. Since you're unwilling, then I'll do it myself. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he casually threw away the severed arm in his hand and strode towards Qin Xiao and the others. No, don't come any closer. Qin Xiao and his group, who had just been shouting and clamoring, had never seen anything like this before. Upon seeing Qin Feng approaching them, they couldn't help but shudder. It's not hard to see that many of them were so scared that they wet their pants. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng, who was about to step forward, couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Look at you cowards. Qin Feng curled his lip and said with a look of disgust, a scion of one of the 8 great families? What a disgrace. All right, I'll let you off this time. Now get lost. Okay, we'll get out of here right now. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qin Xiao and his companions were overjoyed, as if they had won $5 million. Not daring to waste any more time, he strode towards the cruise ship not far away. By the time Qin Feng realized what was happening, they had already boarded the cruise ship. Holy crap, are they rabbits? They run so fast. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said with a speechless expression, Master, what should we do with these guys? Lu Rubing glanced at the dozen or so people lying on the ground and asked Qin Feng, what else can we do? Call them an ambulance. After Lu Rubing finished her phone call, Qin Feng led the women toward the dock. On the cruise ship. Young Master Qin, something's wrong. That guy seems to have followed us. Holy crap, no way. Didn't he say he'd let us off the hook? Could it be that he's changed his mind? Oh my God, what are we going to do? He wouldn't still want to take one of our hands, would he? When everyone heard that Qin Feng had actually chased after them, they were all startled. Just as they were at a loss, Qin Xiao finally spoke up. Hurry up and notify them to set sail. Once the cruise ship starts operating, even if he wants to back out, we don't need to be afraid of him. Young Master Qin is right. I'll inform the captain to set sail immediately. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, everyone agreed that they made perfect sense. Without saying a word, several people immediately went to the cockpit. A short while later, the cruise ship slowly started moving under the captain's control. By the time Qin Feng and his group arrived at the dock, the cruise ship had already traveled at least 10 meters. Upon seeing this, Qin Xiao and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief. In their minds, even if Qin Feng and his group included many minor grandmasters, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Thinking about this, they began to grow bolder. One of the young masters shouted fiercely at Qin Feng by the dock, You brat, just you wait. One day I'll make you pay. Upon hearing this, the others immediately became angry. That's right. If you dare to offend us, just wait for the retaliation from the 8 great families. You bastard, next time I'll make sure you die a horrible death. And those women around you, I'll make them wish they were dead. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng and the others, who had arrived at the dock, couldn't help but frown. They never expected that Qin Feng would kindly let these people go. How dare they be so arrogant? I was just about to say something. But just then, a long cry came from the sea not far away. Not long after, a huge ship sailed toward the dock. Holy crap, what the hell is that? I'm not sure, but it looks like a ship. A ship? My goodness, this ship is freaking huge. Indeed, this is the first time I've ever seen such a large ship. Judging from the direction it's heading, could it be planning to dock at this port? The group of Qin Xiao and his companions, who had just been shouting, were immediately drawn to the ship in front of them. Just then, the harmony of the seas slowly sailed into the port. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng and his group immediately went to greet them. A short while later, more than 50 sailors in white uniforms disembarked from the ship. Qin Feng happened to know the foreigner walking at the front. My dear boss, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting. Joseph first bowed to Qin Feng and then said apologetically, It doesn't matter. Qin Feng waved his hand and said casually, By the way, can I take some people up to try it out now? Sure. Joseph nodded and said respectfully. Before long, Joseph invited Qin Feng and his group directly onto the ship. Qin Xiao and the others, who were not far away, almost popped their eyes out when they saw this. Holy crap, what's going on here? My goodness, wasn't that foreigner just apologizing to him? My goodness, could it be that kid bought this ship? That might actually be true. If that's the case, wouldn't we be? Upon realizing this, everyone felt like they wanted to die. Just a short while ago, they were still taunting Qin Feng. If Qin Feng's ship wanted to catch up with them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Chapter 200. My dear boss, isn't this a bit too extravagant? What are you waiting for? Quickly notify someone to speed up the ship. Seeing that everyone was in a panic, Qin Shao hurriedly urged them to speak. That's right, speed up, we absolutely have to speed up. The others, upon hearing this, immediately came to their senses. They dared not delay any longer and quickly notified the captain to speed up the ship. The normal speed of a large cruise ship is generally around 36 knots. But at this moment, Qin Shao and his men managed to increase the ship's speed to 52 knots per hour. Before long, the cruise ship had sailed far away from the port. Qin Feng's ship, however, remained stationary. As Qin Shao and his companions gazed into the distance, their hearts calmed down instantly. In their minds, they had escaped a disaster today. However, at that moment, a long whistle suddenly came from the port. It's obvious without even thinking that this means the ship is about to set sail. Qin Shao and the others, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, immediately became tense again. Thinking of their previous clamor, I felt like slapping myself across the face. The saying goes, if you don't court death, you won't die. Now all we can do is hope that Qin Feng will be magnanimous and forgive them once again. However, imagination is often rich, while reality is often harsh. Just as they were secretly hoping for something, they saw a ship not far away speeding towards them. How could their cruise ship compare to Qin Feng's Ocean Harmony at such a speed? In less than 10 minutes, it had already been pulled within a kilometer. If things continue like this, Qin Feng will catch up with them in no more than 3 minutes. Holy crap, they seem to be catching up. What do we do? What should we do now? Are they going to just run right into us? If that's the case, wouldn't we all be lost without a trace? Oh my God, I don't want to die. As the ship slowly approached, everyone's hearts sank into despair. Don't worry, he shouldn't cause an accident. In order to stabilize morale, Qin Shao stepped forward once again. Didn't you all notice that his ship looks brand new? And it must have cost a fortune. If it crashes into us like that, it will definitely be damaged. Upon hearing Qin Shao's words, everyone agreed that they made perfect sense. Yeah, I don't believe he'd actually dare to hit us. What young Master Qin said is really true. I just looked it up on Baidu. His ship is called the Hainan Harmony, and it's worth at least 8 billion Chinese yuan. What? Worth 8 billion? My God, he's freaking rich. Damn it, my monthly allowance is only 20 million. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Haha, isn't that perfect? Such an expensive ship, who would be willing to ram it? That makes perfect sense, so why should we be afraid of him? At this point, everyone burst into laughter. Gentlemen, how about we go inside the cabin for a drink and a game of cards? Just then, Yang Meyer made a suggestion to Qin Shao and the others. All right. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao nodded immediately, just as he was about to lead everyone to the cabin. But just then, they suddenly felt a shadow looming over them. Before they could react, a loud bang reached their ears. Then, everyone lost their balance and fell flat on their backs. It was obvious that Qin Feng had indeed run into this. Inside the ship's bridge. My dear boss, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Joseph looked at Qin Feng with a pained expression and said, this is a ship worth 8 billion. How could you actually order it to be rammed? Although the ship did belong to Qin Feng, he still felt a strange pang of regret. 8 billion is nothing, small change. Qin Feng pursed his lips and said casually, at worst, I'll just buy another one if it gets damaged. Holy crap. Is that even human language you're speaking? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Joseph nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. Not only him, but also the captain and others in the cockpit couldn't help but twitch their lips. They'd seen plenty of rich people before, but they'd never seen anyone as extravagant as Qin Feng before. All right, let's crash a few more times. Qin Feng ignored the expressions on Joseph's and the others' faces and once again ordered the captain. I want to see whether their cruise ship is more sturdy or my ship is more sturdy. Okay. Upon receiving the order, the captain hesitated only for a moment before maneuvering the ship to ram the cruise ship again. 1 time. 2 hits. 5th grade. And just like that, the captain quickly made 5 attempts. Just as he was preparing to make the 6th attempt, a white flag was suddenly raised on the ship. It's obvious without even thinking that Qin Shao and his group have admitted defeat. Upon seeing this, the captain turned to look at Qin Feng. Hee. Qin Feng chuckled and said with a playful expression, want to admit defeat now? Too late. Ignore them, keep crashing. Qin Feng clearly remembered how these guys had been shouting and yelling on the cruise ship earlier. Now that he wants to admit defeat, how could Qin Feng possibly agree? This. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the captain immediately began to hesitate. In his view, if the collision continued, the cruise ship would definitely be smashed to pieces. If that were the case, it would be no different from murder. Just as he was hesitating, Qin Feng held up 3 fingers. 3 million. 3 million? What do you mean? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, the captain was completely dumbfounded. What I mean is, if you sink that cruise ship, I'll give you 3 million. Qin Feng didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. What? Are you serious, bro? Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Joseph's eyes widened immediately. It's easy to see that his eyes were practically sparkling with stars at that moment. Before the captain could react, he preemptively said to Qin Feng, "My dear boss, why don't you let me handle this? You can drive a ship too?" Upon